This guy was just eating snacks and watching anime when he got sucked into the damn virtual reality game world called Sehar Radna. Just a second ago, Ryu Hanbin was yawning as he woke up at noon. Looking at him, no one would guess he trained in the military for 2 years. After his discharge, Hanbin's life didn't change much. Day after day he was glued to his computer screen as a shut-in, but now his VIP pass has been exchanged for a hellish life after being sucked into a game world. Who knows what criteria this game uses to select players, but it ended up with someone lazier than lazy itself. Suddenly thrown into this world, Hanbin thought he was dead. His clothes have also disappeared. Voices murmur that out of 7 billion people, no one is suitable. Hanbin couldn't understand what they were talking about, but he was the chosen one, and a voice in his head called him the guide. While Hanbin thought he was dead, and about to meet God, two mysterious figures debated whether his training made him suitable, before initiating a system implant. Hanbin is thrust into another space, designated as suitable candidate number 398. And so Hanbin's hellish ordeal began his mission to survive and grow in this world. Barely into the first stage, he's ambushed by a ferocious dog, leaving him no time to grasp the situation, as it relentlessly attacks. Understanding can wait. Hanbin retaliates, striking the wolf with a rock, knowing he must kill it or be killed. The blow sends blood spurting as the beast snarls, driving Hanbin back against the cliff face. Suddenly, the system displays information about the creature, a level 1, wolf, a low-level monster from Selharis but with the strength of a grown man. At the same time, Hanbin learned that he could gain experience points and level up through battles with monsters of different races. Hanbin stared blankly at the screen, unable to accept reality, as the wolf's teeth reached his neck. But he was faster, and he quickly turned the tables. Each blow against the wolf was a release of his helplessness as Hanbin in despair continued to strike, ignoring the system's notification that he had earned 13 experience points. He wondered what his life would be like. From now on, what would happen to his parents? This damn system brought Hanbin here without even asking if he wanted to come. I only got to enjoy 3 months of freedom after being discharged from the military, and without even a girlfriend or knowing what it's like to have life bloom. Why drag a guy like me into this? To add insult to injury, the system informs him that his chances of survival are less than 5%. Then, a taunting message appears. Do you want to commit suicide? After so many absurd situations, Han just laughs instead of despairing. But he knows that if suicide could return him to his original world, he wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place. Whether he wanted to or not, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Han resolved to find a way to survive here and escape this godforsaken place. And the system confirms his will to survive, and his fighting spirit are strong, activating his combat abilities. The system presents him with combat abilities, and Han quickly scans through them. First, there's the warrior whose abilities include no mana consumption and the use of various martial arts for close combat. Recalling his struggle with the wolf, he didn't want to repeat, so he chose to be a mage, prioritizing safety and ranged attacks. This system is completely unreliable, offering choices only to reject them, claiming he's not qualified. Switching to Heller yielded the same result, and Hanbin was ultimately left with the warrior class. Of all the weapons, he chose the spear, but it gave him a long sword instead. Hanbin stood there dumbfounded. This wasn't a sword, it was a spear. To add insult to injury, the system glitched out and shut down completely, leaving Hanbin worse off than before, as the only thing he could rely on was now broken. He laughs maniacally at his miserable existence. Hanbin doesn't like doing what they want, but it's better than holding that rock. And most importantly, he was doomed to die like this. Thus began an endless hell day and night. He trained in the military for 2 years, but this sword practice looks strange. 7 days have passed since Hanbin was captured and brought to Shah Radna. He'd questioned the system countless times but received no response. Yet Hanbin fought with all his might to reclaim his life and freedom. He's currently beating the Doge so badly it's running away with its tail between its legs. This one's level 2, 1 level higher than the first, and if he kills it, he'll get experience points. Hanbin calms himself, remembering it's just a dog, and tries the same tactic as before. But his attack misses completely. The dog looks smug, as if taunting Hanbin for his lack of sword skills. It seizes the opportunity, opening its jaws wide, ready to devour him in one bite. But lacking skill doesn't mean he's helpless. Han strikes, felling the level 2 wolf and gaining 22 experience. His experience points are now 262 out of 280. He's finally reached level 2 and gained the ability to breathe. He thought everyone had this. It's not that useful, but at least it helps him regulate his breathing. Hanbin's efforts today not only leveled him up, but also earned him a delicious wolf meat meal. The system helpfully informs him of the benefits of consuming the wolf's meat and blood. After some analysis, Han concludes that this place is definitely artificial, designed by someone for a specific purpose, and he vows not to be trapped here forever. Remembering the guide's words from when he was first captured, that they'd heard there were over 7 billion candidates, Hanbin wondered where everyone else had gone. As if reading his mind, the system informs him that he must reach level 5 to leave the Eerie Mountains and join the others, a revelation that leaves Hanbin reeling. Now the system introduces him to the current area, the Irie Rocky Mountains, a safe zone with monsters, tailored to the abilities of newcomers, reducing the death rate so they can train and grow stronger. Train to level 5, then to level 20, clear Haratna, and you'll be transported to the continent. Finally, Hanbin understands the rules of this virtual reality game. Reach level 5, go to the next area, and train with other players until level 20. Hanbin didn't know what to do in Radna continent, and just as he was about to ask the system, it glitched again. Now he could feel the monsters in this area were getting stronger. Remembering that he needs to meet the right people to level up quickly, Hanbin sets his first goal in this world to reach level 5 and get to the next area. From then on, he actively seeks out wolves to hunt for experience points. Luckily, Hanbin was the same level as them, making them easier to kill. Another day passed as he gained 22 EXP, bringing his experience to 284 over 280. Days later, his slashing skill activated, and the wolves grew stronger, level 3 this time. Despite the pain, Hanbin persevered, fighting day in and day out in a never-ending cycle of kill, eat, sleep, and suffer. He relentlessly slays level 3 and 4 wolf riders, his combat skills steadily improving. His reflexes quickened as he learned to weaponize his surroundings, and finally, he reached level 5. After 27 days of relentless fighting, Hanbin finally succeeded, gaining skills like breathing, slashing, and vertical cuts upon leveling up. Moreover, the stat increases seemed to have some effect on his body. He used to wield his sword with 2 hands because it was too heavy, but now things are different. Finally, Hanbin concludes that effort can be rewarded in this world, only to be smacked down again by the system, as if to say, "Rewarded my ass." This is truly a cruel joke. After all those days fighting dogs to reach level 4, he's now being sent back to level 1 for no reason. Hanbin is devastated. Is it really over between them? How can I accept this pain? A second later, Menthinks is still optimistic, thinking it must just be a notification error. The system claims it's not a bug but a feature, as Rai Hanbin's level 1 status is displayed prominently. At this point, Hanbin was truly desperate, wanting to scream. He forced himself to calm down, observed, and discovered that only his level had returned to the beginning while his skills remained. At first, Hanbin tried to stay positive, assuming the monsters were just as weak as before, easy to defeat. But that was a huge mistake. This cake was made of stone. The monsters here grew stronger regardless of Hanbin's level, and any mistake in battle could mean death. But the irony doesn't end there. Every time he reaches level 4 and is eligible to advance, he's reset to level 1. Still, Hanbin refuses to give up. He always said this time would be different, but dozens, even hundreds of attempts couldn't break the endless loop. 7 years in this hell, he constantly checked his experience points, hoping to escape his current predicament. A glimmer of hope, however, small is all Hanbin needs. He's only 77 experience points away from level 5. He constantly rises to level 4 only to fall back to level 1. But during those 7 hellish years he did learn a few things. Hanbin didn't age, and his battle wounds healed faster than before. When his level dropped to 1, his stats didn't decrease, but because his level didn't increase, he couldn't learn new skills. Once facing a giant skeletal monster, Hanbin wondered if these creatures were programmed to die, and if perhaps he was too. In a mysterious space controlled by those behind the virtual reality game, they seek out individuals with the right aptitude. Radna is like another world entirely. Their purpose remains unclear, but they insist there must be many useful people. Are you wondering where this is and what this world is like? Is that it? Do you feel anything? The man examines the Ru Hanbin card. Active Hanbin saw a familiar scene. Lying on the bed, Han wondered, is this home? Am I back? How long has it been since I laid in this bed? I'm going to catch up on a lot of sleep this time. Suddenly realizing there was a lot of noise, Hanbin shouted, "Too noisy. Is that the system again? Do you want to die?" Startled, Hanbin's eyes snapped open, and he shot up. Finding himself back where he started, he was stunned, stammering, "This place, it's been 10 years since I fought like a mad dog and slaughtered all the monsters down here. I've survived until this day. Even falling into the abyss couldn't kill me. It's just that I can't escape this damn place. And I'm constantly stuck at level 1. Han felt truly cornered in this world, wondering if he should just stop. I'm always on edge. I've gotten into so much trouble since coming here. Right, could I go home if I killed myself here? Would death be better than this? I'm going to die anyway, but not today because I still have people I want to kill. It's been 10 years since I fell into this hell, and I've given up counting the days of my imprisonment. How long has it been now? 5 years or 7. In my spare time I also do some things I enjoy, so there's always plenty to do. It wasn't easy for a human to live here. This harsh environment left no room for laziness. This was my reality, my life. Day after day I would do what I could. What's more, this rocky mountain is quite flat so I can work and build. And I even built a house. Every day felt like a loop. The weather looks good today, just like every other day. Hanbin no longer felt bitter about this, and each day he fought beasts many times his size. Hanbin gradually accepted it, seeing it as an exciting hunt, facing danger daily without fear. The scenery remains the same, only the prey is different. Can everything become interesting when even the beasts don't understand why? Why is my hand lying there? Han speaks to it. It took me 3 years to build this house, and you're the one who destroyed it. My old house was a bit small. Should I build a palace here with you this time? With your bones, and lately there have been large dogs, so the meat is a little long. Hanpin has also become stronger to take them down. You're fast. I've learned a lot through these hunts. That is to engage the enemy from the very start of the battle. Until one day a dragon appeared creating fiery vortexes, its breath stretching from one side of the chasm to the other. Hanbin looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Huh." Seeing the devastating power of the firestorm, he wondered if he should have gone all out from the start. The flames erupted like an atomic blast, and the beast with its dinosaur-like head landed surprised to see me. Its skills have too wide a range, so I can't avoid it. I have no choice but to block it with my body. My hair got messed up from that explosion. Too bad there aren't any salons around here. Han has found its weakness. When panicked, its attacks become erratic. I can't keep this up for long. If I can create a sand wall while fighting it, that might stop it. Before it could understand what was happening, Hanbin struck, and that was the end. But it was completely unscathed. That was a close call. Huh. As Hanbin stood there surprised, it immediately lunged at him. At this close range, Hanbin is helpless. He forgot he has no swordsmanship skills. Hanbin decides to ditch the sword and just brawl with his fists and feet, yelling, "Then I'll just improvise." Moreover, I can't level up to learn new skills, but I've repeated these 3 skills, breathing, slashing, and vertical cutting, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times. Even though it's not swordsmanship, this is how I combine them. To this day, I've survived with just these 3 skills. Seharadna is active. Is this guy some kind of bug? He's still here waiting. Seha, that's Rina. How many years has it been, and he's still there? It's been 22 years. Why hasn't that guy given up yet? What the hell? Hinru level 4, warrior. Strength 25, endurance 21, recovery 15, defense 16, vision 6, reflexes, agility, critical hit, skill vertical/breathing. How could he survive for 22 years at level 4? Moreover, his stats are trash. It's still unclear but quite interesting. There must be a way to figure this out. As night fell, Hanin made a fire and enjoyed some grilled meat, muttering to himself, "I'm still only level 4, even though my stats have improved quite a bit. Should I check my stats again?" Hanru level 4 warrior. Strength 25, endurance 21, recuperation 15, defense 16, vision 6, reflexes 8, skills breathing vertical/. Han thinks to himself, strength 25 plus 1,000, 364 endurance, 21 plus 1,000, 364, recuperation 15 plus 682, defense 16 plus 1,000, 364, vision 6 plus 341, reflexes 8 plus 341, agility 9. Jiasanbai Sushi. Just how strong am I now? But I'm only level 4 and I want something delicious to eat. I want to see everyone. How long must I live before I can escape this place? How long must Han live? Hanin tried to reassure herself, thinking that one day she would be able to escape. Stay positive. Suddenly, something approaches. Han is surprised. Huh. What is it? If I do it this way, it might violate some things. But suddenly the system announced that the Rocky Mountain Challenge was over. All they had to do was erase all data related to him. After all, at level 4 he'd die soon enough in Vienna. He exclaimed in surprise, "A teleportation is happening on the mountaintop." A voice echoed, "Vanish from this place. Return to the continent." Hanbin wondered, "What the hell? Why now?" Hanbin exclaimed, "This can't be happening." Why did it happen so suddenly? The voice continued, beginning a change for the worthy one. In a seemingly quiet and lush mountain region, something fell from the sky, creating an explosion. A coiled monster, sensing the disturbance, opened its green eyes, resembling a dinosaur with large wings. He wondered what that sweet smell was. Not far away, he lay unconscious, his familiar long sword beside him. Hanpin couldn't believe what was happening to him. It couldn't be. From that moment on, he thought it was all a dream, and wandered forward in disbelief. Suddenly now, a place without a red sky, where grass can't grow. The sound of wind and leaves, rustling branches, swaying. He couldn't help but leap into the air. His eyes betray his excitement. This is absurd, unbelievable. The place I was before was a hell surrounded by barren rocks. Ha ha ha, below him lies a vast expanse, the forest, bordering the Grud Kingdom, and he lets his body fall freely into the water. Finally, reaching the southern continent of North Rana, Hanbin couldn't stop thinking even as he reached the shore. Though I don't understand it, this place is no longer my home, nor the Rocky Mountains of before. Though it's strange, I arrived here and suddenly leveled up to 5, also gaining a new skill called language. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Wait, wasn't Radna continent only accessible at level 20? The system suddenly glitched, confusing Hanin, who wondered how he'd gotten there in the first place. What now? Seriously, this thing is always glitching. Another notification pops up right after. This is my first window. But the information inside made his eyes widen in shock. The final mission: eliminate one of the 6 goddesses. Hanbin couldn't hide his shock and shouted, "What? Kill a goddess." The system provides additional rewards for the final mission. 1. Immortality. 2. Retain all stats upon returning to Earth. 3. Gain 3 wishes. Hanpin read that and cried out in disbelief as if it were a reward. I can return to Earth. Another reminder, another piece of advice. 1. Conceal your identity. 2. Join the Hunters Guild in the prosperous city of Jado. As the hunter was getting into it, deafening roars echoed from the high cliffs. Damn monsters. Hanbin looked expectant. Heh, finally a decent meal. He brazenly looked up at it, the first monster to appear, and it was a dragon. Filthy human, how dare you enter my forest? Afei roared, and before Hanbin could understand, he was attacked. What are you going to do without a weapon? He quickly regained his senses and pondered. In this situation, he needs to find a way to get the sword, but the Effie isn't planning on stopping. You think I'll give you that chance? Hanbin glared furiously. No, it's too late. Effie spews fire. Die, human. Han quickly dodges, knowing that prolonging this fight will only complicate things further. He decides to take a gamble, closing in, hoping his next blow will end it all. Afei didn't even flinch, instead sneering. But before he could finish his taunt, he was sent flying. Han seized the opportunity, thinking he could finally retrieve his sword. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one punch. What the hell? A story passed down through generations tells of a Drake, a genius knight of the Arat kingdom. The dragon's name was a Knight of Pride, then suddenly there was upheaval, but gradually the news spread further and further. It was the little prince of the kingdom who insisted on riding the dragon to see the little princess, so they asked a knight to take him. But because she was unfamiliar with the knight's driving, she dropped the prince mid-flight. Drake was executed for failing in his duty. Because the dragon could fly, it escaped the kingdom's knights, not even having time to mourn the fallen knight. Her memories are filled with her sister's bullying. There you are, you deadbeat dragon. This continent is teeming with humans, but they are no match for A, who has endured harsh training. A is the kindest person in the world, is letting them go unpunished, a sign that A's kindness is unappreciated. Hunters from all over the world have gathered to find her. Though I could defeat them, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Fi couldn't hide the resentment as I thought about it then. No one in this world is good, she sobbed as she recounted her story. Since then I've been hunted by humans. But I'm really not a dragon. Its rank was clear, level 27 Weven race. Flying dragons. Traditional dragons have 4 legs and wings on their shoulders. Weavens have wings on their 2 front legs. I am a Weenven. With that it turned and pleaded, I need your help. Hanbin erupts demanding. Don't give me that nonsense. How did you know I wasn't a native? Answer me. A weakly replies, I don't know. I also know that humans don't usually come here. Instead, when humans die, their bodies disappear, so not many appear in this forest. And so it was. Hanbin listened in silence, his heart still full of doubt. I still don't quite understand this place. He asked Effie, aren't you a spirit animal of the Grud Kingdom? The Grud Kingdom's Ephi, it replied softly. Grud was destroyed in the past, and now it only fears its former lover. The more Raz Hanbin hears, the more confused he becomes. So the system hasn't updated with the latest news. Damn, what's going on? Ehi persisted, please, you have to help me. Hanbin questioned. Then why do you think I can help you? She stated frankly, because the power emanating from you is like a demon in human skin, inadvertently provoking Hanbin's murderous intent. Who's the demon? Stammering it, could barely speak. I need you. The goddess. Upon hearing this, Hanbin immediately questioned her further. Tell me clearly about the goddess. Hey, you only managed a few weak words. In this world, the Radna continent appeared 40 years ago. It was so long ago I can't remember everything. Speaking of which, I feel sick again. Can I go home and take my medicine? Han was immediately annoyed by it. Is it a male or female dragon? Why is it so weak? For a time, the people of Radna lived in peace, but it wasn't to last. People from around the world began to gather, seeking to level up by killing those on the Radna continent, including powerful figures from every corner of the globe. I tried to kill the goddess by creating a group of heroes called Great Earth for a peaceful Earth, Han muttered to himself. A peaceful Earth, he continued, but these humans were strong. Too strong. They were the enemy of dragons, impossible to stop. There was no stopping them, led by level 100 commanders until they arrived the strongest warrior mage assassin and support of the continent. The 4 heroes of the continent were instantly annihilated. Since then, the blessings of the 6 goddesses were established across the continent, and there were these alien demons who contracted with evil spirits. From then on, the people of the world were dragged into it, and Han's expression turned dark and gloomy. And I was suddenly thrown into a mountain of rocks for years. Why is everything so complicated? So from this moment on, the entire continent will be my enemy. I used to think like you. Han clenches his teeth, questioning. Those goddesses are powerful enough to do this, and he was close to losing control. Whether it's a goddess or a high-ranking official, I'll kill them my way. Because I want to live and go home. Hanbin then carefully confirmed the money situation, and whether anyone knew his true identity. He trembled with fear. This guy, I think he's worse than a demon. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. I'll live like a cute, pitiful dragon. Hunting by day, sleeping in a row by night. Suddenly a scream echoes from the mountains. 5 days later, Hanbin secretly observes that if he crosses this forest, he can see the giant wall on the other side of the horizon. This city lies north of the Arat Kingdom above Jado City, a massive size and population, and the first gateway to the nearby Saray Forest. In the vast Ipan, plain dungeons and monsters constantly emerge, and thousands of hunters risk their lives for money on this island teeming with hunters. Anyone who comes here, is either a hunter or trying to become one. Hanbin has entered a guild, and this is where I'll begin. His appearance drew considerable attention within the guild hall, and hushed whispers spread among those nearby. What kind of twig is that beefcake? Never seen him before, must be from another guild. Looks like a seasoned hunter. The man talking to the manager also lost his focus. I'm not in a hurry. The woman was a little dazed. Huh? She immediately noticed Hanbin, and greeted him warmly. Welcome to the Hunter Association. Is this your first time here? Is this your first time visiting this place Anne needs? What do you need help with? Hanine coldly looks up. The words caused the guild members to draw their swords, wanting to register as a hunter. Afi asked softly, can you help me? Hanine sighed. Alright, I don't have much of a choice anyway. A shares with Hanine in earnest. I don't fully understand this world yet, so I'm going to learn about it. Can I come with you? Han is perplexed, saying, hey, you're a wanted dragon. What happens if those humans find you and kill you? And it's not convenient to talk like this, they'll become even more suspicious. Han smiles innocently. But I'm glad I got to talk to you after so long. Afi's eyes shone strangely, perhaps sensing something. Memories flood Ifi's mind, and finally he blurts out, understood, I'll help you with a few small things. Hanine is overjoyed. Really, thank you. Ifi instructs Hanbin not to tell anyone about his current hideout. Hanan affirmed it with unwavering certainty. Of course. A pulls at Hanbin's shirt, telling him to change his clothes first. But as Hanan began to undress, I suddenly screamed, that monster scared me. Hey, what the heck are you doing? Hanbin replied innocently. Can't you see I'm changing? Effie cut to the chase, but Hanbin, still naked, didn't seem to grasp the situation and innocently replied, but you're naked too. These clothes are a little small, aren't they? They're about to burst. Yuffie just sighed in exasperation, explaining that nudity is not acceptable here. Hanbin nodded in understanding. Ah yes, I knew that. But tell me, how can I meet a goddess? Answers Hanbin's question. The goddesses are few and far between among the Elna, only bestowing blessings on those like the 4 heroes who saved the world or those who have achieved extraordinary feats. Superhuman strength and ability are the keys to receiving a blessing. Also, there's a place where you can hunt monsters in the dark, but only hunters are allowed in. Ah, the system also told me that only hunters can meet the goddess. This concept is quite new to me. What is this system? Hanine was astonished. He points and exclaims, isn't it right here? Hey, snap out of it, I don't see anything there. Hanine suddenly realizes something. So only I can see it. This must be some kind of system to help newcomers. But for some reason it's broken. Phi remains utterly bewildered. Can your system tell me what it is? Hunters may be freer than others, but the higher the level, the less suspicion they arouse. So be careful, because there are people from all over the world gathered here, and you shouldn't act strangely while you're there. Meanwhile, A styles Hanbin's hair as he listens intently and reacts enthusiastically. Understood, he thought, giving himself a name before leaving, feeling uneasy in this place. The scene shifts as the receptionist greets Hanbin. Yes, hello. Eric Garoon, he told himself. Stay calm. The receptionist continued asking if he was from the kingdom's north, to which he immediately replied yes. But Hanbin was now uneasy, feeling shaky, sensing her suspicion before she greeted him warmly, welcoming him to the Jada Island Hunter Association. Hanbin was relieved. He had dodged a bullet. If she asks about something beyond his understanding, he's done for. At that moment, Effie's instructions echoed in his mind. He had to look serious. If they asked anything, he'd just say he was from the north. The receptionist then continued to complete the paperwork, asking if he wanted to temporarily transfer guilds or join theirs. Hanbin quickly replied no. The receptionist, a bit confused, asked, then what can we help you with? Hanbin stated clearly, I want to register as a hunter. Upon hearing this, the nearby people stirred, and the receptionist burst out laughing. So you're not a hunter yet. The bar erupts in a frenzy. He's not a hunter after all. Well shoot, don't be scared. Hanbin was utterly bewildered by the situation. What's wrong with them? Did I do something wrong? The receptionist spoke again. Please place your hand on the stone here. Han's guard went up, feeling rather uneasy. Should I fight them? No, I shouldn't act rashly. They suspect me, and I still don't know enough about this world. The receptionist offered that same challenging fake smile. Please follow the guild's procedures to verify your abilities and level. Simply place your hand on the stone. Hanbin was a little curious. A stone. Will they realize I'm from another world? I won't be able to meet the goddess if I'm caught now. Should I run or surrender? Whatever, this should be easy. It'll all work out. Memories of the past flood back as he recalls the countless times people admired him. My God, these stats, they're the stats of a hero. Hanbin looked like a victor then. He couldn't hide it after all. When Hanbin declared he would destroy all demons to protect everyone, a villain burst out laughing. Truly a hero. Hanbin told A, our world is wonderful. This is our country's dance. A couldn't help but turn away and laugh to herself. I found it a bit funny, but Hanan was dead serious. This is essential in our country. Han placed his hand on the stone, measuring his power level, and everyone held their breath awaiting the results. Then came the laughter. Turns out he was just a nobody. Han Pin found the atmosphere strange. What was going on? What's going on? The receptionist can't stop laughing. She couldn't stop laughing, even with her hand over her mouth, and waved her hand saying, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She tried to compose herself to advise him. If you're from the north and want to join our guild, the procedures here aren't too difficult. We seem to have misunderstood you. We apologize. Usually those who come here aren't of such a low level. Han Pin thought to himself that they weren't as smart as he'd imagined as the receptionist informed him that the guild's entrance fee was 300x. Han Pin thought to himself that it was a good thing his level wasn't too high yet, but the price was still a bit jarring. 300x, it hit Han Pin like a bolt of lightning. 300x. He remembered Effie's words, I only have 400x to my name. If you take it all, what am I supposed to do? He's so confident. I'll pay you back after borrowing for 6 months. The onlookers behind him laughed as if they'd won the lottery. Turns out he's a country bumpkin who uses gold coins anymore. Han Pin was nearly in despair, wondering when he'd ever earn that much again. The receptionist handed him the card, carefully instructing him that if he lost it, it would cost 80x to replace. And if your level increases, you can come here to be recertified at a higher level. Han Pin read the information on the card. Hunter on the island, novice hunter level 5. Eric Guerin at last. He clenched the card in his hand, knowing this was only the beginning. He had to find a way to make his name as a hunter known. The receptionist, seeing his silence, kindly asked, Do you have any other requests? Han Bin immediately replied, Then I'd like to enter the dungeon. The receptionist was shocked, as Ron, who she didn't know was behind her, stepped forward and sneered. Haha, going in there to become monster food, maybe you should think things through at level 5. Han Bin was a little lost, and the receptionist immediately asked with concern. Sir, you're planning to go to the Bloodlust Forest, aren't you? I've heard the dungeon monsters have been increasing lately and affecting the surrounding areas. She then immediately dropped her arrogance and spoke with disdain. I'm not comfortable letting low-level hunters go there. I only associate with my equals. Level 27, race human. Han Bin was a little surprised. This guy's level is the same as the receptionist's, while the other one is still hitting on her. But there are no dungeons there, so why are dungeon monsters appearing? The receptionist happily replied, I think something unusual might be happening. Han Bin quietly observes from the side, noticing 2 men with levels higher than his own, a burly one at level 13 and a skinny one at level 12. Don't drink too much and get drunk, he thought to himself. This guy seems to know a lot about this, but I shouldn't get involved with him. Suddenly, he catches the awkward gaze of the receptionist, who asks if he has any openings for a trip to the Forest of Corpses. Han suddenly understood her actions and struggled inwardly. Hey, come on, Eric may be level 5, but he still wants to explore the dungeon. I want to broaden his horizons. Hanin immediately backpedaled, feigning generosity. Fine, it wouldn't hurt for him to learn a thing or two, but it's up to him. Han Bin was a bit surprised. He wanted him to come along. He glanced at the mysterious cloaked figure behind him, then said meaningfully, With a new member joining the group, I'm sure there won't be room for me. Han had a feeling why something felt off about him, but his train of thought was cut off by Laud's flowery words, the pride of professional hunters. And if it's the lady's request, he babbled, contorting his face, then I won't refuse. Even if it's level 5, I'll handle it myself, because I'm a very responsible person. Han glared at him, thinking, is this guy crazy? He turns away, ignoring him. I shouldn't pay him any attention. But he provokes him, saying, Hey, level 5, carrying a sword around you, dream of being a sword king or something. What's the point of carrying around such cheap junk? Han Bin steeled himself, knowing that if he struck him here, he would surely die. Lao stubbornly tried to pull it out, but the sword wouldn't budge. He wondered how Han Bin could carry it on his back. And then he met Han Bin's murderous gaze. Lao's face pales as sweat pours down him. Han Bin effortlessly raises his sword coldly, demanding he let go. The onlookers, delighted by Lao's humiliation, cheered him on. Haha, good job, level 5, go kill him. From above, a strange gaze is fixed on Han Bin as a man mutters triumphantly, Finally, I've found him. Lao clings to Han Bin's giant blade like a desperate vine, his face a mask of shock. This scene captured everyone's attention, their eyes wide with astonishment. B-Man's gaze sparkled strangely, then he stroked his chin thoughtfully and offered his assessment. With that physique, I thought he'd be over level 10. You son of a bitch, are you looking for a fight? Han Bin was shocked. Did he just say me? Suddenly B-Man crosses his arms, looking sternly at him. Enough, Eric. If you want to fight here, go ahead. If you want to break the guild's rules, you'll have to face all of us. Han Bin quickly denied it, saying he didn't want to fight anyone there. Inwardly, he knew he couldn't be kicked out now, not when Lao had finally descended. He pointed at Han Bin and began to berate him. Hey, you bastard. You think I need a level 5 scrub like you to tag along? What can you even do at that level? Han Bin thought to himself, that's right, I spent almost all my money on the registration fee. I can't do anything at this level. And what should I do now? Suddenly, Baman's voice cut through his thoughts. Don't worry about it. With a physique like his, leveling up will be a breeze. I'm looking for muscular guys like you. Would you like to join our team? Han Bin was astonished. Muscles Ding Ning thought, maybe it's because I'm not from this world that I can level up so fast. Although he doesn't plan to stay with this party for long, he must remain vigilant around these people as Ewan and Hubert waved to him with delight. Thank you so much. The prosperous city of Jado thrives on dungeons and monsters, focusing solely on monster hunting. Every merchant is ready to trade goods, with plenty of monster-derived materials available. Jado City has two main hunting grounds, the Ipen Plains Dungeon and the Murder Forest. There's also a small village near the Sat Forest. The forest's native monsters rarely target such areas as they don't inflict damage. Recently, however, a large number of monsters have appeared in the town near the Murder Forest, and many hunters have set out to investigate the cause and defeat them. A Divok is a low-level monster from the Execution Forest. Though slow, its damage and strength are immense, and it uses a roar to intimidate foes. Bem blade in hand rushes toward the Divok. The clash has begun, and Baman is immediately on the offensive. A Divok has been struck by his blade. Burger B-Man is one of Jado City's finest. Level 25, Wung, and he seems eager to fight. Come on, all of you. B-Man suddenly noticed they were more wary than before. B-Man relentlessly strikes the Divoks with his deadly blades, causing them to collapse in agony. Meanwhile, B-Man smirks as a woman with incredible presence takes down Divoks with acrobatic skill. Instantly, a Divoks was stabbed in the throat. The woman was Amber Bannett, the main damage dealer of the B-Man LV-21 group, an assassin. With the fight over, Amber spoke up, "Isn't it about time we retired? Haha, retire." Suddenly, her expression twisted as she pulled up the sleeve on B-Man's arm. "Wait, B-Man! What is this? Why would you suffer in silence like this? How did this happen?" Baman dismisses her concern. "It's just a scratch. I'm fine. Amber, I made you worry." With that, he moved closer to her, his actions and words causing Amber to blush with embarrassment. "What? When did I ever worry about you?" Suddenly, a fresh breeze and a voice filled the air. "Brother, I'm here." "Are you okay, brother?" She's B-Man Ewan Lo, LV-16's sister. Hell B responds, flexing his muscles. "Haha, I'm as strong as an ox." "Thank you, Amber," said "Don't be such a child." Yin's eyes lit up at the sight of a Divok, proving she was indispensable to the team. Suddenly, the Devok approached a raging fire, a hemoflame, and another man rushed to the rescue. "Calm down, Ewan. These guys are no match for us. Don't be afraid. You're Hubert Grautus supporting the team from behind." The level 18 mage Ewan is still quite panicked. "Is everything done? I can't open my eyes right now." Team B-Man has a stable, cohesive synergy. Each of them has their own way of coordinating, and every member is experienced in combat. It's safe to say they're one of Jado City's best professional hunter teams, and Hanan believes it's a good opportunity for newcomers like himself. But while the team enthusiastically dealt with the Divoks, Hanbin sat in a corner with a huge backpack. How boring. Look at that walking ant. This backpack is getting heavy and this is so boring. I'm Eric Guidon, in charge of carrying for B-Man's team. LV5 Porter. Hanbin seems quite bewildered. Even though I'm left behind, the pay is still the same, but there are some issues. I still don't like this. Meanwhile, the other devils have sensed Hanbin's presence, that human killed him. Suddenly, the level 25 Devil Lord appeared with an eerie sound asking if this human was a worthy opponent. "Why would I, the lord of this land, fear that cripple?" Suddenly the Devil Lord collapses, coughing up blood. The surrounding devils are in awe, wondering if he's faking his death to trick his opponent. Meanwhile, Hanin was assessing the situation with the physical damage stone bullets when a notification appeared. The monster's level was too low. Please eliminate a stronger monster. Reading this, he sighs in frustration. It seems that only the red ones are the highest level, and they don't give him even a little bit of experience. Next time he'll have to find a stronger monster. Suddenly Ewan called out excitedly, "Eric, it's safe now, let's go collect." Hanin, a little confused, simply replied, "Okay." At a nearby cottage, Ewan stabbed something with a knife, then turned to show off her prize to the group. "Look everyone, this is more than enough to cover 15 times the cost." Hubert gives a thumbs up in amazement. "Nice. This magic stone is huge. It must be worth a fortune." Ewan was extremely satisfied. Hee. We can sell its fur and other body parts. Hearing this, Hanbin felt a chill. He thought to himself that if he hadn't been kidnapped, he'd probably be throwing up right now. He was getting tired of doing things he didn't like. Yin was impressed by Hanbin's actions, wondering if Eric had been that quick. Hanbin then responded to Ewan, "I've been doing it every day for over 20 years. Hearing that, Ewan was shocked. "What? 20 years? So how old is Eric now?" Hanin thought to himself, "Even without pretending, I'm still 24 years old. He then exclaimed, shocking everyone, "I'm 24 years old and I don't have parents. Because I was kidnapped 20 years ago, I can't remember their faces anymore. I don't know where my home is and I just existed until I found this body." Everyone was deeply moved, realizing the secret he'd been hiding. No more sadness, we're your second family. Instantly, everyone surrounded him, a feeling of warmth washing over him. Everything will be all right. As for Amber, she was so moved that she had to step away while Hubert sobbed quietly. As for Hanbin, he was completely astonished, a feeling of surprise washing over him. What was going on? What a good person. Hanbin spoke up to dispel the mood. "Thank you so much for accepting me, even though my level is a bit low." Bookman pats him on the shoulder, reassuring him that level doesn't matter. "I reached level 25 5 years ago." Hanbin was utterly astonished. Bookman laughed, saying there were no high-level monsters around except in the dungeon. Amber added, "We only hunt low-level monsters. We don't need to catch the higher-level ones." Everyone smiled and told Hanbin in unison. We never go to the dungeon. Hanbin was shocked and speechless. Are you a vegetarian? Hanbin suddenly stood up, shocking everyone. Ah, sorry, I need to go practice my swordsmanship, Bachman called out. Okay, don't push yourself too hard, Yoan added, warning him not to go near the dangerous forest. She worried he seemed too earnest, and being a newbie, she wondered if he'd be all right. Hubert offered, then I'll go with him. I'm a little worried about letting him go alone, Bakken agreed. Yes, that's right, there may still be other monsters around. Immediately, Hubert chased after Hanbin. Eric, can I come with you? He called out loudly to Eric. Meanwhile, Hanbin was overcome with frustration. This was too much. Killing monsters grants experience, but I'm getting nothing. There has to be a boss around here somewhere. He looks around, spotting a level 13 Haku and a level 21 Golem. Just one. Hanbin approached a horse and asked if it was afraid of the atmosphere here. It responded that there were no high-level monsters in the hunting grounds, so there was nothing to worry about. Hanbin is suspicious. This can't be. I haven't even encountered anything my level. I should probably come back later when it's darker. This sound is just like that wolf from before. He flies up, following the sound to investigate. This isn't a normal monster, and if he can catch it, he might level up right away. Having tracked the strange creature, Hanbin arrives only to find a naked girl. Hanbin was stunned, eyes wide, swallowing hard, and he stammered an apology. Atas tugs at the red cloth, eyes wide with shock, while Hanbin stares back, equally stunned. Wait, isn't that the guy from the guild registration? But why is he naked? The two stare each other down across the clearing as he reaches for the sword on his back. Nudity aside, isn't he worried about monsters attacking? Hanin wondered. Why do I hear monster sounds coming from here? He chuckled, turning to leave. My apologies, I didn't see anything. Get out of here first. Addis frowned, calling out loudly. Wait, I'm a little suspicious of you. The man gritted his teeth, eyes darting around. I should be saying that to you. He stood tall, legs apart. This wasn't a place for a level 5 like him. Hanbin's face went blank as he stupidly turned around. Is that guy really bathing in a place full of monsters? He frowned, looking resigned. He needed to find that monster and fast. I heard a loud noise and got curious. Adis frowned, displeased. As Hanan turned to leave, he quickly grabbed his staff. It seems it's time for me to return to the guild. A ring of fire erupts around him as Han glares at the staff being swung behind him. Yelling, stop right there, tell me the truth. He angrily points. Did you see that monster with your own eyes? If you don't answer, Han reached out and crushed the red gem on his staff. His face darkened, and silence fell completely. Han frowned, displeased. Though I don't know why you're acting like this, I told you I don't know. I only heard the noise. I don't know its exact location. He says somberly, do you often treat your subordinates this way? Altus lowered his head slightly, his eyes glazed over. I don't think that's it. As he speaks, a white-haired man watches them from behind the bushes. Perhaps I was too hasty. Lon lowers himself, reaching back to grab the hilts of his two swords. You bastard. He draws his sword and lets out a great roar as the 5th level Hanbin stares in disbelief. Addis froze, stunned. Hearing that scream, you finally revealed your true nature. Addis groaned. My wrist hurts. He turned around as the voice echoed again. I won't let you escape, you dog. Lao crosses his swords, forming an X as magic swirls around him. You dare commit such a shameful act against the young lady. You're defiling the only woman in our guild. Hanbin frowned. Lady Artis is bewildered. There seems to be a misunderstanding. He should avoid this. El stands with legs, spread sword raised high, ignoring Hanbin's words. He is the strongest in our guild. That stance is ready to kill. You're done for this time. Standing in that awkward pose, obscuring his face, that's his only weakness. But Atis continues, saying he won't hesitate to cut down anything or anyone. The sun casts long shadows, and through the gap in his arm, half his face is revealed in darkness. Listen well. He growls, I'll cut you down with this very sword. Hanbin, not far away, looked anxious. Hey, why don't you put on a shirt? The other man was also bewildered. Ah, I forgot. Lao's eyes widened, his face contorted in frustration, as his sword sparked with energy. He scowls, his hair standing on end. Let me show you. Lao tightens his grip on his sword and charges forward. Sensing the difference in levels, Hanbin sighed and turned away, not wanting to escalate things. The blade sliced through the air, but Hanbin stood still, hands clasped at his side, head bowed as it passed. I'm truly sorry. Instinctively grabbing his sword hilt, he slams Lad Press F, triggering a massive thunderous explosion in the dense forest. As night falls, Hanbin sits alone outside the dilapidated cabin. He silently buried his face in his hands, his hair falling forward as Boke emerged from the house. I heard what Alta said. It's not your fault. He remained dejected, head bowed. I knew that, but every person is born with only 2 star rivers. And yet I destroyed its balance. Let's just wait for the results. The wooden door bursts open, drawing the attention of the 2 Hanin. Luckily, I arrived in time, or it could have cost them their lives. His eyes widened as he entered the house, relieved to have saved their lives. Wee Win nestled in Bamon's arms, but the one he embraced, gently kissing her head. There, it's good, you're alive. Hanbin says softly, hello, Lon. Everyone there fell silent as he watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing and mouth agape in shock. Besides the responsibility for the accident, I know how painful it is. Han silently watched the carriage carrying the Estella boy depart. That morning, he and Artis returned to Jad City for treatment. The red-haired boy sat on the carriage reading while he sprawled out in the back, silently weeping. But when Lau discovered his young lady was a man, he was devastated. I've searched around myself, but I still can't find the monster that roared that day. 3 months after the accident, the incident seems to have been forgotten. As night falls, the tent is still lit. A scream echoes from the approaching vehicle. Team leader Win looked at Bokmen with concern as he planned to hunt alone in the dungeon. Bowman sits silently on a wooden chair. Indeed, Han and his female companion who were setting up camp also noticed. Amber, this looks serious. She frowned slightly at his question, knowing that going to the dungeon alone would be suicide. He wondered if it was because his level was low, as Han spoke with Amber, holding tight to the rope around the tree. However, it's not like the native monsters here who only hunt to survive. High-level monsters are rare because they evolve naturally from their environment. He thought that makes sense. A or Devo is also normal, he continued. So what's so special about dungeon monsters? Amber held the rope for him. These monsters truly weren't from this world. Strange creatures emerge from the earthen walls, spontaneously appearing within the dungeon, many born with a level of 30 or higher. Hanbin bit his lip, a thoughtful look on his face. Level 30 or higher, with that kind of power they could even level up. He had to escape into the dungeon. Bachman frowns. Monsters are also a problem. Yin turns away. I'm worried because people all over the world are hunting for them. And dungeon raiders too. Hanbin is stunned there are that many. The dungeon entrance is also hard to find, as it's hidden away. So why do you want to go to the dungeon? To find valuable artifacts. Artifacts. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The link between dungeons and our world. Artifacts. Items of incredible power in many forms. Lon fell backward naked and the spot where he lay seemed to glow. There were rumors about such relics. It said there's an artifact that can heal any wound. We're pinning our hopes on it. Bachman lies with his back to him. So many strange monsters have emerged from the forest. I hope this isn't a bad omen. I'm turning off the light. Hanpin pulled up the thin blanket, closing his eyes in thought. Was that the only way, be it dungeons or artifacts? The canvas tent sat quietly in the dark of night as Hanbin, sword in hand, ventured alone into the deep forest. He squinted, thinking that no matter how scary this place was, it couldn't compare to his time in the Rocky Mountains. Then, as if remembering something, his dark brown pupils widened. But where does Yua live? I forgot to ask for specifics. His footsteps slowly carried him past a large tree, as Hanpin squinted and yawned. Or maybe it's Yua's house. The moonlight is so bright tonight. He and the red monster stood frozen facing each other, as Hin screamed in terror. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and jumped back a short distance. What the hell is that? The monster opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A level 30. One Tatiro it attacks with the blade on its head, boasts strong defenses but is vulnerable to magic and primarily dwells in dungeons. Hanbin frowned. So that dungeon is nearby. They have strong defenses and they travel together. More monsters emerged from the darkness. The Ha'an human is surprised, even communicating. 3 large monsters speaking to each other, mage, not just some ordinary swordsman. They happily approached him, and Hanbin coldly swung his sword, slicing one of them in half. This will be easy. The 2 Tatiros were stunned by the sight, as Hanbin smirked, knowing he shouldn't have trusted the broken system so much. The monster's bulging eyes rolled back in its head as the 2 Tatiros sweated with fear. What is he really, a mage? No, you idiot. A mage with a sword, I'm not stupid. One of the monsters opened its mouth and screamed, Our captain is gone, let's split the loot. Hanpin closed in, grabbed one of its protruding fangs and raised his sword. Who do you think you're talking to? The remaining monster desperately tries to escape. Hurry, what the hell? Even faster. Hanbin, who had been right behind it all along, laughed. Where do you think you're going, monster head? The Tatiro skids and dives into a nearby tree, sweating with fear as it frantically digs. That guy's not human. Hanpin leaned down to peer into the tree's roots. Where do you think you're going without me? Hurry up. With one hand, he lifted the large tree root from the earth, sending the Tatiro into a frenzy. His eyes widened as he found it. Could this be it? He beckoned as it tried to crawl into a blue-lit hole. What is this? A dark, swirling hole covered in faint magic, a spatial gate leading to the Yen Plains dungeon. Hanbin's face darkens as he reaches for his sword. Take me to the dungeon now. I want to know what's down there. 7 Hanpin's muses, but I've heard about this happening in dungeons. With his sword over his shoulder, he crouches beside the spatial rift. Who created this? Is it you? The monster fearfully shakes its head. I don't know. We don't know magic. He looked unconvinced. You really don't know? The Tatiro's eyes darted around, cold sweat pouring down as it heard his threat. Are you sure? If you won't talk, I will. Hanin raised his greatsword high. I'll break through. The monster quickly crossed its red claws to stop him. He couldn't break it here. Our leader ordered that no one is allowed in here. That's an absolute order. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything, no matter who made it happen, and everything will be fine. Before I go, cover this up for me. We can't let them know I went into the dungeon, so your leader won't suspect you let a human in got it. Even after he was gone, the Tatiro remained frozen in place. Oh right. It hastily covered the hole with surrounding dirt, thinking, right, I know nothing. Another Tatiro's sharp brown claws are inches from the boy's face as the mage girl collapses against the dungeon wall. Don't come any closer. She turned to reassure her friend while struggling to hold on. Alicia, just wait for me. He turns and knocks the monster back. Get out of my way, damn it. He steadies himself, launching a sweeping kick at the Tatiro. Get out of my way. The reddish-brown-haired boy somersaulted and jumped up, dodging the monster's claws. It's completely unharmed. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing the axe was useless against it. Only a mage can do it after all. The pink-haired mage is cornered by the grotesque monster and screams in terror. Tears stream down her face, revealing her despair as a clear blue light emanated from her nape, blinding those present like the sun or a lightning strike in the night. Blinding light, the auburn-haired boy, his head spinning, reached up to steady himself. Damn it, I'm getting caught up in this magic too. I can only see out of one eye, even if it's a little blurry. Shielding his eyes, he retreated, axe in hand. But at this rate, Rena, recover for me. He squinted and turned away, as Rena, the man with the top knot, was already being mauled by a Tatiro. Another one approaches, claws outstretched towards her. The pink-haired mage takes it down, but a large Tatiro silently approaches the reddish-brown-haired boy from behind. Whoever it is, please save us. The loud noise and black blood splattering everywhere caused him to widen his eyes in fear. A figure swiftly moves, decapitating the Tatiros in the dungeon. The mage turns to see the brown-haired boy staring in shock. To take down all those damn Tatiros at once, no, it's impossible. He recalled his own fight with the monster. The Tatiro had a habit of lifting its front leg to protect its head, and its neck was too narrow to attack. He unconsciously imagines the white-haired man who took its head in one blow, realizing that only when they are off guard is there a chance to strike their weak point. You guys are from the Hunters Association, right? What? He wondered. Do you even know who I am? The man, hearing the question, confidently put his hands on his hips. Yes, of course. I heard you started exploring and investigating dungeons a few months ago, right? That's amazing. His face blank, his jaw tight. Oh yeah, that's right. The truth is, I was trapped in a dungeon for 70 days. I remember drinking at the guild hall, and then this happened. Drunk, cheeks flushed, waking up in a dark cave. But when I woke up, I was suddenly in a dungeon. He shed tears, scoffed, and turned away. While trapped here, I couldn't find a way out, but this time I can finally escape. The mage girl sat down on the ground. I heard you were looking for the Relic of Healing. Elle is surprised. The Relic of Healing. What is that? Never mind it. But are you okay? She sneers. Well, the bleeding stopped, so it's fine. The auburn-haired boy points in shock at the red liquid on his hand. Hey, that Poon's lotion is a high-end product, very hard to come by. I don't know how I can ever repay you. He refused. There's no need. She wondered. Then why did you use such an expensive potion on me? Lon frowned. There was no other way. Her wounds were too deep to escape this place. If they're injured, use it no matter the cost. The mage blushed slightly shyly, turning away. I'll repay you after we escape this place. Elle turns and walks away. All right, our people are injured and can't continue, so let's get out of here. Is the mage leaning forward? Did you come here for me? She staggered to her feet. I'm a hunter too, don't underestimate me. The brown-haired boy approached, but our teammate was already hunched over, clutching his stomach in pain. He was gone. His face was pale, as he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, thinking only of getting out of here quickly. His stomach was empty, his colitis was acting up, and he couldn't hold on much longer. The mage girl bowed her head, hiding her face, while the red-haired boy clenched his fists, his eyes shut tight. Even high-grade potions couldn't heal all wounds, and they couldn't save their comrade. Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake violently. What's going on? The red-haired boy clutches his staff. Is that an earthquake? The mage gripped her staff defensively. No, the dungeon is another dimension. Earthquakes don't happen here. So this is the monster's doing. Lao quickly gripped his sword, shielding them, and darted to the side. He couldn't let the woman die before his eyes. The mage cried out, "Are you crazy? How can you stay here alone?" A loud noise erupts from the pit, and the red-haired boy quickly scoops her up and runs. Hurry! Teary-eyed, he reassured her. Come on, we'd only be a burden to him. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. Lon bit her lip, her face pale as she watched them leave. Ah, are they really going? A dim light shines on the dark hatch. Damn it, whatever made that noise is definitely coming out. Hundreds of monsters stampede forward, or perhaps the Tatios are up to something. Lon panics and flees. What the hell, the Tatiros are scattering like ants. Better run. They brushed past Lao, fleeing as fast as they could, leaving him dumbfounded and speechless. What am I seeing things? What's happening? Beyond the gate, Tatiro corpses litter the dungeon floor. Hanpin waves his hand through his inventory, creating a vortex that sweeps away the Tatiros. Run, he says, his eyes narrowed, looking bored. Lam Min had hoped for something interesting in the dungeon, but it was all nonsense. Hanpin waved his hand around, knowing he couldn't use his sword with too much force. I'm so tired of holding back my power around this crazy team. The Tatiros are clinging to the cliffs, and the only yellow one frowns. A swordsman is coming, chief. Chickens, it's just one swordsman, what's there to fear? But this guy's not normal, is he? The monster leader exclaimed, breaking a sweat. Yes, that's right, no more nonsense. Let's charge together. The power of friendship will prevail. A high-pitched scream echoed, causing the Tatiro leader to widen his eyes. There you are, you guys are fast, Han said, slinging his greatsword over his shoulder as he ran. The Tatiros scattered, fleeing in terror. Give me some experience points. Han Pin stopped at the mouth of the cave. This place is huge. He widened his eyes in surprise. Really, it's a small object floating in the air, emitting a sparkling golden light. An artifact, a fire, bracelet, magic. Han Pin strokes his chin, assessing it. Not bad, a worthwhile find. Is it usually this easy to find such valuable items? Behind him lies the upper half of the LV-40 Tatiro King. He rubbed his face, closed his eyes, and thought seriously. But if the magic core is taken, no more monsters will appear here. If I don't see any more monsters, I won't be able to level up. But those were just Tatiros. There are other dungeon bosses and better artifacts out there. Han looked back at the floating artifact. The wearer can shoot a fireball by shouting FB usable 30 times. With a determined frown, he puts the bracelet on. Never mind, fighting monsters somewhere else should be fine. But how am I supposed to shout? Han Pin Chao frowns and leaps forward, the orange light on his hand flashing. Han Pin Chao frowns, clasping his hands together and unleashing a palm strike forward. Meha. 8. A dark brown cocoon is nourished by connecting threads. Ever wonder why monsters keep spawning endlessly from the dungeon? It was also revealed by hunters who entered the dungeon that the monsters there don't reproduce but are manufactured in a specific area. Hundreds of cocoons fused together, cascading down the cliff face, created by the power of magic, with a magic core at their center. Han Pin frowned, drawing his arm back in a fighting stance, unaware why the magic core was in artifact form. Han Pin clasps his hands together and strikes forward, but the light from his hands fades. Nothing happens. They're called artifacts. Is it broken? Why is it like this? He raised his arm, but the golden bracelet remained motionless. It required level 31 to use. Though different from ordinary tools, it still had level restrictions. Han Bin smiles brightly as he removes the artifact without hesitation, realizing that if he can't use it after this trial, it's because his level is too low. Level 5, this trash bracelet. He glanced at the bracelet while rubbing his lips. Dungeon artifacts are symbols of honor for hunters, and are often traded on the market. Should I sell it? What a waste. I'm not a high enough level to use it, but they'll be suspicious of me. I'm only level 5, so no matter what level I'm at, it's a big problem. His heavy footsteps echoed as he leaped forward, but few hunters survived, claiming an artifact. A powerful gust of wind erupted around Hanin, forcing him to brace himself. Is this room moving? It is. His eyes widened. There must be hardship and joy and pride in obtaining the relic. From deep within the earth, a long staircase appears before him with no end in sight, even if it leads to hell, for that is the ideal of a hunter. That's all there is to it. Han Pin smirked. So is this the boss's room? The large door slowly opened. Hanin stepped through, shielding his eyes from the sudden sunlight. Finally here. I need to get back before Beeman wakes up. He slowly walks down the long corridor in the center of the dungeon, hoping to meet the boss soon. So much to do. Han Pin turns his head back and forth, shouting, "Hey, where are all you monsters? Why leave the dungeon's core all alone like this? Monsters, I'm coming for your core." He reached for the artifact in the center of the room, shouting, "If I take this, your home disappears. You'll all be homeless monsters. I'm a thief." Before he could react, a vine snaked around his outstretched arm, tightening with alarming speed. He looked up warily, finally out. A huge round monster with dozens of eyes and strange vines appeared. The dungeon's tentacled beholder, boss level 45. If I take it down, I'll get experience points. Hanan frowned, looking around cautiously. Maybe this isn't the time to relax. My limbs are all tied up. The monster floats towards him, and he realizes he may have made a mistake. A figure bursts through the door, shouting, "Finally free from this hellhole," and laughs triumphantly. Han Pin's eyes widened, his face paled and sweat poured as he frowned, looking utterly dumbfounded. A level 5. He gaped, his cheeks hollow, caught red-handed. Han Pin wore a grim expression, thinking he needed to explain himself immediately. He stammered, "Oh, well, the thing is..." Across from him, Dodian covered his face and chuckled, then maniacally drew his sword. "What a small world," he warily observes. "What's this? I'm so scared." He raised his sword in attack, his sharp eyes peering through the gap, staring at him. "You think I wouldn't recognize you?" Thang sneered. "Look at your face, you're scared to death, aren't you? It's too good for me that you're restrained by that monster." Hanin, bound by vines, was stunned by the scolding. "I'm coming for you, and you're going to pay. This time you're finished. You're the most full of it level 5 I've ever seen." Han Bin lowered his head and smirked. "Oh, you want to try me? I have nothing left to explain. Come at me if you dare. This is my chance." Lon quickly grabbed his sword and charged towards him. "Die, you bastard. I'll kill you and bury you in this dungeon." From within the brown mass, a small part emerges. A vine extends from the monster's body, striking forward. This monster can only attack within a certain range to protect its territory. Its tentacles are fast, acting as a second brain to identify enemies, and they possess incredible power. Lon ducks low and charges forward, the vines relentlessly pursuing him, targeting the hunters. He ducks low as a vine whips past his head. Hanbin reaches out and grabs the vine that's chasing after Lon. Meanwhile, the other man swung his sword, aiming right between Hanbin's legs. His eyes widened, pupils darting wildly. With a mighty blow, Lon H sends him flying, declaring that he'll pay the price. Hanin soars straight into the Beher monster's eye. The recoil sends him flying back, as Hanin descends, calmly assessing the situation. That was close. I'm glad I dodged that, or my bat would have been ruined. He lands safely, looking up at the sky with a puzzled expression. But why is the boss so weak? Lon runs in with his sword slashing across his face. The Hanbin dodges backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Whoa! The Beher monster, eyes brimming with tears, launched vines at them only to be swatted away, slamming into a nearby stone pillar. His eyes widened as he swung his sword, shouting, "You son of a bitch, this is all your fault." His screams echoed through the chamber. "I lost everything because of you." Han blocked the sword with his hand, confused. "Is this guy crazy?" The Holder Bee creature cried out in frustration as more vines sprouted from its body. Hanbin and the other person dodged each other and jumped back, sending the monster flying like a ball. His screams echoed through the room, as did the honor of the guild. From that moment on, I could never catch butterflies again. He swung his sword. "It's all your fault." Hanbin struggled to stretch the vines, blocking the attack. Lon's face contorted, veins bulging as he snarled, "You're the devil. You made me like this. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Hanbin frowned. "That's not how it is." The other man was only getting angrier. "DDD." Lon's face turned purple as he grinned a grotesque, inhuman smile. "Die human." Suddenly vines creep up and wrap around his waist, startling him. What? El Beher yanks Lao away, leaving him stunned. Is he being controlled? The monster glares, squeezing Lao and growling. "That damned human, you're playing me like a ball." El Beher raises him high as a shield. "Now it's my turn. I know you won't dare attack this human, a friend, a comrade, or whatever, right?" Each vine sprouted sharp, bony claws. 4 bone spikes impale him at once. "Let me take care of your friend for you. The most terrifying thing is to die at the hands of a comrade." Han pulls the sword from his back. "I'll give you that name myself." He furrows his brow, asking for experience points, while Laud and Beholder stand frozen in shock. More and more vines grew, constricting the white-haired man as it rasped, "I've changed my mind. I'll turn you into dungeon dung, and let this one become one with me." One of Lao's arms was already entangled. "Replacement, after I take you down, I'll make sure your teammate sees it all." With a flick, his body hurtled towards Hanbin. "My first meal." The 9-Suk Holder is one of the most difficult dungeon bosses to conquer. Though lacking strength, it can possess bodies, and quickly assess human psychology, taking hostages and parasitizing its hosts. They gradually devoured bodies to create monsters, and the tentacles controlling him turned toward Hanbin. Seeing him cornered, it smugly thought, "Human, no matter how strong you are, don't pretend. I bet you won't dare kill your teammate." As the teacher drew closer, the tentacles grew excited, thinking, "Too bad, it seems you're a little inexperienced." But Hanbin's next move stunned it, and the swiftness of his attack left the tentacle monster in utter shock. "What, you still dare?" "Impossible." Counterattacks were unleashed one after another. "No, it isn't." Tentacle is still in disbelief. "Is he your teammate? It's over." Hanbin sighed wearily. "This isn't good. It must almost be dawn." The bizarre creature finally regained its senses and screamed, "This is a level 45 monster." Its eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. Impossible." The tentacled monster refused to believe that it was only affected by the wind pressure of the sword. "This guy is definitely not human." Meanwhile, Hanbin wondered why no system messages appeared. Was the monster too weak? As he pondered, realizing the monsters of the Killing Forest were his only hope, the tentacled creature began to panic. Fighting a monster like that was pointless. But if a human takes the dungeon's core, this place will disappear, leaving it with no choice but to try and persuade him. But Hanbin nonchalantly uses his power to kill it in an instant. This dungeon was just a big mosquito. With that done, he turned to leave. It was time to return. Suddenly, Hanbin sat down and started counting something, and he suddenly screamed, "No way! 5,000,045,054.5 billion. After a while, morning arrived. The sun shines down on everything, as B-Man begins to work out. He tenses his muscles, making them bulge. Baman is warming up when he's suddenly startled. It's a vibrant morning, and Yoon asks, "Brother, have you seen Eric?" Hearing this, Amber asked curiously, "Isn't Eric awake yet, or did he go to the bathroom?" But Yoon suddenly noticed something strange. Why would he need a sword to go to the bathroom? Her face suddenly filled with panic. "Eric, you didn't go into the forest, did you?" As she finished speaking, Hanin appeared right behind Yin. "Oh, sorry." She asked him sternly, "Eric, I was so worried when I didn't see you this morning." "What's going on?" Han froze, trying to deny it. "Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Don't worry about it." His face paled at the question. It was nothing. Moments before, Han Bin was stunned by the number before his eyes, 11000000. The system then displayed a notification for him. LV. 45 subholder successfully defeated, gaining 113240 experience points. Hanin paused, stunned, and began to recalculate. Here I only get 2,580 EXP for killing a large monster, and level 1 to 5 requires 1,100 EXP. After mumbling the calculations, he excitedly exclaimed that level 5 to 6 only needs 2,200 EXP, but I have 110000. I wonder how much I'll level up. The system immediately informs him that he needs 54,581,86,256 trillion experience points to reach level 6. Hanan is speechless. 54.5 trillion. If his experience is 11,000 divided by 54.5 trillion, after miscalculating, he froze, his excitement completely extinguished. Hanin remained frozen until he finally snapped back to reality, his expression causing concern among those around him. What's wrong with Eric today? His eyes are wide. He must miss his parents' brother. Poor Hanan seemed lost in thought as he pondered that number. How much longer? Another day is almost over, and darkness is about to engulf everything. A week later, the B-Man team continued searching for dungeon monster appearances but found nothing, not even on the outer fringes of the forest. Thanks to this, the B-Man team made faster progress than expected, returning to the prosperous city of Jado. "Alright, stop here," the guard sternly requested. "Please show me your passes." The driver blankly replied, "Everyone here is a hunter." "What pass?" Hearing this, he refused. "Then you can't enter without a pass." The driver immediately protested. "Are you kidding? A pass is required. I've been doing this job since before you were born, got it, but I can't disobey the authorities." The Hanin people were curious and eavesdropping. "A pass? We can't get in there without a pass." "Perhaps." Finally, B-Man spoke. "Hey young man, we've been out of the loop for about 3 months, so we don't know anything. What happened here?" The guard immediately recognized him. "Is that you, sir?" "Baman." Bundo excitedly removed his mask to greet them. "It's me, Bundle." B-Man recognizes him as well. "It's been a while, Bundo. But what happened here?" Bundo's face immediately fell. "Have you heard the news?" "I heard. The Hunters Association launched an emergency investigation of hunters who left town 5 days ago." He solemnly relayed the grave news that the Ipan Plains dungeon had closed, leaving Hanbin stunned. He walked in silence, thinking, the atmosphere here doesn't seem too good, does it? After a moment, Hanbin speculated that it wouldn't be good if the dungeon disappeared. After observing, he realized the gravity of the situation. Could the loss of the dungeon core really cause such damage? No one did. In other words, someone other than me took the core and closed the dungeon. Han quietly asked Hubert if he knew who had closed the dungeon, but he was at a loss. "I have no idea who could have done that," Hubert said, his face paling. "But closing the dungeon is a great honor for a hunter, a truth only this world conceals," Amber chimed in. "And the problem isn't just in this world." She revealed grimly that the Inquisitors of Heresy would surely send someone to execute the one who closed the dungeon. Those who take it must be killed for causing losses to the association, and according to their information, it was someone over 20 who killed them. Han thinks indignantly, what a ridiculous standard. "Wait, B-Man and Amber are still level 20 or higher," Hubert replied somberly. "That's right, most of the remaining hunters here are level 20. Hearing that, he became melancholy. After all, he still wasn't welcome in this world. Baman suddenly turned to them and said, "Now it's time to deal with the fruits of our labor from the past few months." He began to outline the plan, recalling the difficulty and hardship of camping in the forest for weeks. "First, let's trade the magic stones within the guild." These words brought satisfaction to everyone. "We'll also sell the monster materials in Eric's bag, then have a party to celebrate Eric's first completed quest." Hanbin was surprised to hear that. While Beeman was in a heated discussion, Amber worried. "Can Amber and Eric go to the guild now? Should I just exchange them for money for you?" Han quickly decided. "Fine, I'll go alone." Amber worriedly spoke, "But Eric doesn't know the prices." But B-Man quickly rushed off, saying he could find his own way. He didn't even chase after Hanin. "I know what we have now and what it's worth." Bowman silently watched as his silhouette faded away at the barbecue restaurant, and Han Pin was stunned by the rejection. "Huh. Why aren't you buying it?" The shop owner gently explained that with the current situation he couldn't buy everything back. Even B-Man couldn't escape the long lecture. "Everything you buy or sell here is connected, and this city thrived because of the dungeons. Investigators are looking into the disappearance of the dungeon, and everyone's off hunting monsters far away. I bought it, but who do I sell it to?" Binder's face fell when he heard that. "What, it's the same here too." But he continued to plead desperately, "Please." Even at half price, Tan still refused to buy it. "If I bought it and got caught by the heretical Inquisitor, I'd be dead," he warned sternly. "I told you I'm not buying it. Don't push me too far." Suddenly an investigator appears, saying he's late and waiting for his turn. Seeing him, Bantan paled and shouted, "What the heresy sect is the heresy investigator?" The investigator humbly replies, "Thank you for recognizing me, sir." Hanbin is immediately on alert. This guy's an investigator, but what's his level? He tried to observe the investigator's level. Not bad. Ah, thank you. Suddenly he closes in on Hanbin. The system can't read his information, but knowing what he wants, the investigator asks, "Wonder why you can't see it?" As for why you can't see my level, Han remained calm, denying his words. "I don't know what you mean. I should keep my distance from him." The two exchanged words, each emitting a palpable, oppressive aura. Just what had he done to gain such a powerful physique? "Thank you for the compliment. I'm just an ordinary person." "Then why are you so surprised to see me? Am I that shocking?" "Then why don't you dare turn around? It's because I'm trying to sell things." "Do you follow any religion?" "I don't follow any." "What fairy tale do you like?" "I was an orphan in the countryside as a child, so I didn't get to read books." The investigator remained suspicious, questioning how a hunter with no religion could be wandering the streets in this situation. Han quickly corrected himself. "That's not right. I've been a hunter for a long time. I think you're the one with the problem." He then asked, "How long have you been a hunter?" Suddenly, the investigator shoves a wooden tablet into his hand, a number quickly appearing on its surface, revealing him to be a liar and only a level 5. Silence falls thick with discomfort. Hanine sadly asks, "Is the inspection over? Can I sell my items now?" "Oh, I see." Bantan couldn't help but exclaim, "You're pretty cool." Even the Inquisitor was embarrassed and apologized for being rude. The shop owner continued to examine Hanin's items, saying there was no room for such things to be sold, so he was out of options. "What's that?" He barely finished speaking before Hanbin's face went pale. He thought he was in the clear. "If he knew I had this, I'd be dead. But I can't see his level. Maybe it's because of that mask." Bantan asked Hanbin with suspicion, "Are you really going to sell this?" He held the fiery bracelet in his hand, its brilliance shining, and quickly tried to hide it from the investigator. No, Hanbin frantically tried to cover Bantan's mouth but accidentally dropped the bracelet. It rolled right to the investigator's feet, and he curiously picked it up. The investigator coldly questioned Hanbin, "How do you explain this?" A dark aura emanating from him. "Rank 5, where did you get this?" Bantan quickly fled. "I don't know anything." Hanbin stood there in silence. "I want to run, but should I fight?" The investigator pondered, but a level 5 can't enter the dungeon. He then returned the ring to Hanbin, saying, "This is expensive, so be careful with it." All Hanbin could do was blankly reply, "Thank you." Suddenly the investigator whispered into Hanbin's ear, "If you're new to the guild, I'll tell you a story as a lesson. 15 years ago there was a couple living together in a small town in the east. Her husband was a war veteran, not a captain, but he had the makings of one. As usual, the guild meeting went smoothly. He was always strong and passionate in the face of monsters. He didn't seem afraid of them at all. I don't understand how he could be so strong and brave even as just a member of the team. But one day a conflict arose within the team, and he shouted, 'That monster, it's level 80 or higher.' When his teammates didn't believe him, he revealed the whole truth. Because he was from another world, he could see the true level of the monsters, and when they found one, he fought it alone, buying time for his comrades to escape." The investigator suddenly asked Hanbin, "Based on what I just said, who do you think dies in this story?" He guessed, "The one from another world, I presume," but the investigator refuted it. "No," he continued, revealing that it was the world and the guild leader. Everyone but those two were involved. The captain reported to the heresy investigator that the man was from another world, but they thought he was framing his comrades, and he was killed for being suspected of being an outsider. The man from another world miraculously survived and returned home only to find his village burned to the ground, his wife and child gone, no one left to greet him. He swore to kill all the villagers and fled. The Inquisitor then asked, "These people from other worlds often meet tragic ends. What do you think, level 5? Hanine wondered aloud. "Why are you telling me this story?" He immediately replied, "To make you discard that artifact and not use it on innocent people." The investigator threatened coldly, "Of course, if you're like the person in the story, I'll help you pass on with my power." He pressed, "I'll ask one last time, which guild do you belong to?" Not answering, Han shot forward, ready to strike first. Just as the fist landed, a figure suddenly rushed in. Adis stepped forward to block the blow, bowing his head as he said, "I apologize, you were being so kind to the investigator. I thought there was a misunderstanding, so I had to intervene." Han stares blankly at the figure before him. "Who are you?" Adis angrily shouts in his face, "Hey you useless bastard, can't you even handle a simple errand?" It was my fault for threatening Hanbin with murderous intent. I gave him the antique. Han trembled, saying he just wasn't allowed to talk, but Atis continued to scold, "Shut up, you useless idiot, shut your mouth, I'm sorry." The investigator was stunned. "Who are you?" Hearing this, Atis amicably introduces himself. "Forgive my late introduction, I am Bannister." He holds up the badge as proof I am the 37th generation of the Bannister family. The investigator, awestruck, picked up the Dragon Hunter's badge, exclaiming, "I can't believe I'm seeing this in person." Rumor has it that seal represents the immense power of its owner. He respectfully tells Artis, "Forgive me, Lord Bannister, I didn't know you were here. Forgive me for interrupting your mission, but what is your relationship with the fairy?" The artist humbly replied, "Even so, I'm trying to save my family." "It's all right." He made up an excuse for the investigator, "Just a delivery boy I hired recently, foolish of him to come here." Upon hearing that, Han froze. Since when was I a gopher? Why can't I remember? The two of them continued to ramble on. I had him carry the artifacts for my practice and research. "Are you also interested in magic research?" Hanin suddenly notices the symbol Artis is making. Perhaps he understands now. After understanding, he also joined in the act. In this situation, we need to pay a little. Forgive me, master. Artis quickly pulls Hanbin along. The research tea is still being perfected. May God bless us. The investigator believes it too. May God bless him. And just like that, they both escape suspicion. Thank you, Eric. Stay put and don't do anything rash. Hanin suddenly turned to him and asked if she didn't suspect someone like him of possessing an artifact. She doesn't think I'm from another world. Ati suddenly questioned him. Just like in the forest, you didn't ask what I was doing there, that's all. What if I am from another world? The two continue their discussion. I guess I just seem suspicious. Huh. What? From afar, the investigator's gaze remained fixed on the fiery bracelet. He suddenly asked, tell me what exactly is that artifact? The two offered different answers, a fire, orb, and magic electricity. They knew instantly they were in trouble, and the investigator realized it too. I'm sorry. He unleashed his killing intent, sternly ordering them. I'm afraid you'll have to come with me. Back in his first days with the B-Man squad, Augur went on a rampage but was quickly dealt with. Next, little Penny LV-15 was also sent flying by H-Ben. Impossible. Then covered in mud, he struggled to find a way to cope. Even after escaping that damned mountain of stone, is this all the monsters there are? Hanin, frustrated, unleashes his anger. Why don't you trash mobs give any experience points? At least give me 0.1 or 1. But no matter how many he defeats, Hanbin's points don't increase. Why isn't he getting any experience? He becomes obsessed with leveling up. He has to level up. He must level up. Damn it, damn it. Hanbin crushed the monster into nothing. Hanbin was obsessed with gaining experience and leveling up when a voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey, Eric. Father Men gently takes care of him, saying, it seems this is your first time joining a team, but don't worry too much. And so began the welcome party for the new member. Though I don't know if it's to your taste. Suddenly, someone chimed in. Let him have more. Don't be stingy with our new member, calling him a cheapskate. Amber sternly reminds Hanbin, new recruit, if we leave this camp, remember that this is a battlefield. Bachman may have conceded, but I haven't. Sorry, our team doesn't have meat appetizers. Hubert scoffed, wondering how long Hanbin would last. But how long had it been since he'd just stared at food? Hanbin suddenly remembered the hard times before since he'd eaten dog meat without shrimp paste. But now he stares emotionally at the food before him. How long has it been since he's eaten something other than dog meat? How long has it been since I've eaten with utensils? The loneliness of that time suddenly floods Hanbin's mind. But now this scene makes him realize he's no longer alone. Everyone stares surprised by the sounds of him eating. For the first time that day, Hanbin began to open his heart. This is so spicy, can I have another bowl? Everyone was surprised to see that smile. B-Man, are you forcing Eric to eat? Why do you always blame me for what Eric does? And at that moment, Hanbin secretly thought, I feel like I've been freed from that mountain of rocks. Back in reality, the investigator said sternly, I apologize. He unleashed his power, ordering the two to follow him. Addis and Hanbin were stunned by the aura. This wind was magic, but I couldn't sense his mana flow. After a moment, he realized it was a healing wind. This guy must be a very high-ranking consul. Hanbin immediately became alert. A high-ranking consul? Damn it, I can't reveal my true power here. If I do that, I'll be exposed, the investigator suddenly spoke. Don't worry too much now, he continued, his voice laced with threat. Staying here too long will lead to oxygen deprivation or being torn apart by my wind, but I think it's best to be honest, the investigator growled. Finally, Han made his choice. He had no other option. You want to find that dungeon, don't you? He made a serious offer. If I help you find the one who closed the dungeon, promise me you won't drag anyone else into this. The investigator immediately withdrew his power. Of course, we don't want any trouble either. Seeing this, Hanbin had no choice but to reveal himself. I'm the one who closed it. But before he could finish, someone interrupted. The hero returns as Lan Hung Ho steps forward to take all the credit. I'm back. I never thought I'd see this place again. The others chimed in. We almost died. I was so surprised at the time. You really cleared that dungeon all by yourself. What a journey. He couldn't help but recall the memories of that time. Though I lost consciousness for a moment, could I have unconsciously defeated the boss? I was the one who took it down. I truly am a born genius. It's finally over. Rio chimed in, endlessly praising La. Then we realized we were in dire straits, but a white-haired hero stepped in to help us. We made it back alive. How scary. The more they praised L, the more smug he became. Take a good look at this face, the face of a legend. The era of L is now. But just moments later, he's taken away by investigators. What the hell, I didn't do anything. Get in the car quickly. Lao was taken away in disbelief. The two investigators began their inquiry, along with 1-year-old Elisa and the young man, discovering that Lao had sealed the dungeon door. Hanin realized that Lao must have been the one who closed it, remembering how he'd thought Lao had become one with the monster back then. Addis then spoke up. I feel a little bad for him. The investigator respectfully apologized to them. I apologize for my rudeness. They quickly brushed it off. So I didn't do anything wrong. But what will Lao's punishment be? The investigator remained tight-lipped, only revealing that Lao would be arrested. but if the interrogation matched the witnesses' accounts, he would be released. Han Pin listened silently as the two talked. So that's a relief. He thought to himself that it wasn't necessary, but he was happy that Lau had stepped in to help. The investigator suddenly called Han Pin back, saying, "I'll buy all those materials since I was a bit rude to you earlier. Eric, could you come here for a moment?" He stared at the paper wondering, what is this? There are so many zeros, the investigator explained softly. No cash. How about we use a voucher instead? It might be a little difficult for a country bumpkin like you. I need the recipient's signature. Han Pin was dissatisfied with the investigator's underestimation. It's just a signature. What does being a country bumpkin have to do with it? My mom and I used to sign things all the time. Why does this look like an invitation? It's so complicated, he muttered as he signed. Emboldened by this, the investigator continued. We don't usually do this, only in cases where the amount is too large. While you're at it, take a look at this. The investigator silently waited for him to sign, never taking his eyes off Han Bin. After a while, they completed the transaction. God bless you. Addis could finally breathe a sigh of relief, glad that no one was hurt. Seeing Han Bin silent, he turned to Eric with a questioning look. He suddenly asked Artis for a favor, and at the Hanktor Guildhall, the blonde girl bowed her head, saying, "We are truly sorry." She said sorrowfully, "I'm sorry for disappointing you." But BC men quickly reassured her, saying it wasn't her fault and that she had worked very hard. While others are losing their minds over the lost dungeon, it's a miracle she's still holding on. Amber sold some of the remaining mana stones and sadly put the meager earnings on the table, saying, "That's all I have," which saddened everyone. We've used so many mana stones that the guild is nearly bankrupt. Everyone was stunned to hear those words. Who bankrupt? Despairingly, she announces that hunters and teams are gradually leaving their guild, returning all the assets it provided. Suddenly B puts 2 beers on the table, saying to forget about it. Mr. Optimist chimes in, drinks. Anyone? Annoyed Amber scolds, "Ben, you're still drinking beer. We're on red alert. If the guild goes bankrupt, we won't get paid anymore." He suddenly brings up the past, asking Amber if she remembers when they first met 20 years ago. "Back then you said you'd protect this village all by yourself," Amber replied, bewildered. "Huh, what is it?" Suddenly remembering that I saved you over 100 times back then. She responds filled with emotion, saying that guilds don't matter as long as she's with him. This makes Amber blush furiously, his heart unchanged. As for her, since the day she met him, she's found herself to be gentler and kinder. After saying that, she suddenly felt a little cheesy. "No, that's not right." Bowman suddenly blurts out Amber. He offered, "It's not too late, or else," when Hubert suddenly chimed in. "Mr. Bowman, there are plenty of snacks here. Would you like some?" Before he could finish, he was warned. "This is Eric's celebration." "Yes, well." His moment ruined, Amber said irritably. "Sir, what should we do after Eric's celebration?" Bogum trembles as he replies, "Good, so, after the party, just the two of us together, right?" "Yeah." Wywind happily gazed at the scene before him, as a figure suddenly appeared in the doorway. The doors slowly opened, drawing everyone's attention as Bowman stared in disbelief. "Why is that here?" Everyone turns to see someone entering from outside. Bowman is a little surprised. It's Artis. "Haha, why are you carrying Eric's bag?" Artis said with difficulty. "Haha, help me," he said before collapsing to the ground. "Arg." B-Man rushes over. Artis went to get a drink. He's curious. "Whew, does Eric always carry this around?" B-Man asked Artis. Mr. Artis Baman said. "May I ask why you have Eric's bag?" Win asks worriedly. "Or maybe Eric had all of our materials stolen by the bandits," B-Man denies. "No way. What happened to Eric?" Artis replied, "I asked him that too." Amber suddenly called out to B-Man, "Look at this." She pulls out a cloth bag filled with money. Hubert also mentioned it quite a bit, even here. She had many bags of money there, so many. "I think it's over 10 tons, Boschman says. He sold all the monster materials, but how did he get so much? Altus's green badge. "Eric gave this to me and asked me to give it to you." B-Man seemed worried, and a badge was handed over. "What was his reason for leaving the association?" "He took the badge, but I don't think he did it." Adis turned away, and I didn't hear him say anything about it, just a transition to Hannon, his face still cold. I was terrified. "He's writing something." The investigator asks, "Do you recognize this?" Han looked surprised. It was a badge with writing on it. Han was still surprised, having recently heard that the continent's 4 strongest heroes had been killed and disappeared 20 years ago. He replied, "No, I don't know about that." The investigator puts the badge away. "Is that so?" "He's right, someone your level wouldn't know, and it's better that way." The investigator continued, "But if you're really level 5, I won't say anything more, but if something's wrong, something like there's something preventing you from leveling up." Han Bin's expression turns anxious as a disturbing scene flashes. "Of course I can't just go around confirming people's identities, but don't forget the old stories I told you." Han Bin punches down, shattering the wooden cart. He wonders painfully, am I not wanted? Nearby, a light flickered, revealing a group of people watching him. They approached with displeasure, while Amber's side remained silent. Hubert was furious. Why did he suddenly run off like that? "I need to speak with him," Amber said. "Why are you so talkative?" "Hubert won't give up. We could tell him to reconsider." Baman spoke up. Just forget about it. Yiwen calls out to him. Brother, Baman said. We must work hard for no one can foresee what will happen. As Artist departs, Blaman calls out to him. Artist Baman asks a favor. If you see Eric again, tell him he's always welcome back. Amber was furious. I'll beat him for abandoning us, Artist replied. I hope to see him return here to everyone. Amber was still angry. If he doesn't come back, I'll beat him up. Okay. B-Man and Iwan both advised her against it. Amber, calm down, Amber. Hubert blames himself, thinking he might have been too cold to him at first. Otis chuckled. Though I don't know what it felt like for you when you were here, I can feel it a little now. He secretly thought that he might even be jealous of him. As Eric poured water over Han Pin's head, he wondered where he was. The robber asked him if he was awake, punk, while another said, good work, take a rest. The man replies, yes. Han Bin wonders where he is. The large man introduced himself. Do you know who I am? I'm the hunter Naburin. I heard you beat up my men, the three others tattled. That's right, boss. That's right, boss. This guy even destroyed our equipment. Naburin is furious. How dare you cause trouble in my territory, you bastard? Han replies, I apologize for that, and besides, you guys beat me up pretty badly. I didn't know about any of this. I was just looking for a place to sleep, but I'm really in trouble. The three behind him jeered, saying they'd been beating him since noon and his body was harder than stone. Had he used some kind of magic? Naburin is surprised. Huh, what? Magic. Does this guy know magic? Han Bin retorts, magic, you say? What's that? If you don't believe me, then fight. And those guys in the back are talking like cowards. The men in the back protested. How dare he speak to us like that, boss? Han Bin insults them, calling them weak and stupid. Nubarin, enraged, throws a punch. You son of a bitch, how dare you? Naburin whimpered, clutching his hand. So weak. Boss Han Bin's nose is only red. He's even weaker than when we met the Tatiro brothers. Level 11, human race. Han Bin glances to the side. So what should I do with you now? A group of others appeared armed. Are you a mage? What have you done? A mage, could he be an investigator? Han Bin thought to himself, they're not really giving me a challenge. His face betrayed his boredom. If I use it, I'll be exposed. Someone emerged from the crowd. I heard a commotion. I thought there was a monster. Bothap orders him to be untied, but the man beside him worries that he seems dangerous. Bothap says it's all right, release him. Han Bin asks, hey, who are you? Why are you helping me? He wondered. Aren't you suspicious of me? Could you tell me why? Asks Bothap. Ho ho, I guess you're just putting on a tough act. You're from that rocky mountain, aren't you? He repeats his demand to release him, but the blonde man ignores him. Who knows what he'll do once he's unbound, sir? If you don't release him, he'll just do it himself. With that, Han Bin stood up, demanding, who are you? That mountain is nothing but monsters and dogs, isn't it? Han Bin froze. How do you know about Rocky Mountain? Ba laughs again. Heh. You want to know? Work for me. 6 months later, after the dungeon disappeared from the prosperous city of Jado, a group gathered at an abandoned house in the city's eastern district. Naburin says this house is a bit of a mess, needs cleaning up. His subordinate adds, we have to do everything we can to make more money. Naburin ordered them to clear out all the belongings and furniture in the house. A woman pleads, no please, why are you doing this to us? Naburin retorts. Oh, didn't your husband agree to this? He sneers. We did say today would be the last day. A soldier rushes over, and Naburin asks, what's going on? The soldier swings his sword. Are you hurt? What do you think you're doing? He threatens, what do you think you're doing? You think I'd let you bully my family? Naburin waves his hand. We had an agreement. Let's go. The soldier looks up at the massive object before him, a hammer. Han Pin carries his hammer forward. But is it really a hammer? No, it's a huge rock that's been skewered. The soldier points his sword at Han Bin, telling him to stop saying he's a hunter as well. Don't joke around, especially not with someone like me. The sword pierces Han Bin. He says, get out of my way. The soldier stands frozen in place. What was that feeling just now? And what's wrong with my sword? He was certain about Han Bin. This was the body of a real man. Han Bin swings his hammer, demolishing the house. That man is a monster. The whole family stares in one direction. Before them stood a new home built according to the association's ambitious plans. Naburin introduced the simultaneous repair of the city walls and demolition of old houses, as the family watched windows being built stronger than before. This material is incredibly sturdy, treated with the latest golem technology on mixed stone, favored by the nobility, and used to build castles. They can't take their eyes off it, a structure with a special viscous coating that prevents monsters and enemies from climbing. This is also beneficial for the soldiers stationed here, allowing them to evacuate and utilize the citizens. Naburin continued, you can rent without unfavorable conditions, and while you live there, you'll receive maintenance benefits when your house has problems. I explained all of this last time. The man across from him scratched his head and replied, I must have been a little drunk then because I don't remember. I apologize. He said times are tough these days even for a hunter like me. Thank you for your help. I couldn't refuse such generous terms. And the guy over there, I apologize for pointing my sword at you. Hanin remained silent. He asked Naburin Baldi, am I done here? Naburin was about to speak. Hey, if someone apologizes, the man asks, can't you at least stay for a meal before you leave? Han replied, I'm going back to report. Nabarin scolded him. Do you have no manners? But your attitude is so strange. Am I wrong? You really are a weirdo. Han is taken aback. Are you asking if I said something strange? This man needs to stop them from escalating things. The kid's just having fun. Ha ha ha, even the kid's calling you Hanan. Ha ha ha, this guy's a weirdo. Nabarin retorts, calling him a rude fellow. Friend. The man finally speaks up, saying he didn't force him to take the job. Ha ha ha. Hanin is stunned. A rude guy like you doesn't even have a polite greeting, you weirdo. The boy happily embraces him, memories and reality, intertwining. Is he the strange one from another world? Hanbin glances down at the mother embracing the brat. He raises a hand. I'm sorry, please. Hanpin glanced at his hand, clenched it tightly, and then walked away as Nabarin called out to him. Hey, the man spoke up. We are very sorry. He sits down. Whoosh. He must be really angry. Nabarin scratches his head, unsure. But it's not that bad. And I don't know much about him either. The man is surprised. Why is Hanbin back at the construction site? He's only been with our team for about 6 months, and hiring him costs 600x per job. 600x is more than a mid-level hunter makes. Everyone stares at him. It usually takes quite a while to demolish it, but he only needs a little time, so many people hire him. And so he became a celebrity in the construction industry in other cities. Hanbin removes his face covering, saying, even though I've been with him, I've never spoken to him. Hanbin enters Batha's room. Didn't they teach you manners at home? How rude. Han barges in, asking what's going on out there as Batha questions him. What's outside? Hanbin said, his anger rising. Don't play dumb. There's no architecture like this around here. No, I've never seen anything like it. Enraged by Batha's words, he says, well, now you have. I made quite a bit of money thanks to you. If you don't like this job, then do whatever you want. Son, I think you should stop talking nonsense. Hanpin throws the papers down. Don't joke around. Tell me the truth. He gripped the edge of the table. I've been working here for over 5 months, since you mentioned that rocky mountain. Hanpin slams his hand down, destroying the desk. What the hell is this? Papers fall as Hanbin asks. Why didn't you say so? The old Baha takes off his glasses, saying, are you trying to play dumb? Baha said, 40 years ago people lived like humans and so did we. I was in India back then, Hanbin seemed to realize. So, you were the same way, fake Baha continued. Back then I couldn't sleep well, I had to hide to eat, and I couldn't say anything. Do you understand? Hanbin replies, I know, because that's the world. Baha denies it, explaining. Because I don't live like other people. Only a hunter can see everything in this world, Bathap said. It's been 40 years since I first came to this world and I'm just an ordinary person. I just want to do something for the people here. To blend cultures and styles from all over the world. If you live quietly without fighting, no one will think you're strange. Hanbin was surprised to hear these words. Bata hands him the paper, saying to live as he pleases once he quits this job, but Han reads it and refuses, saying he has no reason to accept it as a hunter. Missions like this won't help now. Just then someone knocked on the door. Batha points. It's not so bad. Just take it and let the person at the door in. Han asks who it is, his expression clearly showing surprise. Artis enters and Hanbin is surprised to see him. Artis says, I'm glad to see you're doing well. Eric Hanbin turns to Batha. Old man, how did he know where to find me? I'm always careful to cover my face when I go out. Batha retorted. Does your cloth hide your size? Batha leered. Why are you so scared? You don't have any grudges with them, so why are you hiding? I've said this many times already. Hanbin frowned. I beg you, he thought, wanting to apologize to Bannister and the others, but it was better not to get involved with him again. Adis spoke up. This is my first time here. I'm Bannister, a hunter from the Hunters Guild. Hello, I'm here because of Batha's sand skimming. Grandson, I used to be a hunter. I'm familiar with it. Your face is wrinkled, but you're working for the Builders Guild now. Things aren't what they used to be. Batha slams his fist on the table. And now you come here asking us, do you think our construction guild is a joke? Altus replied, no, not at all. This is a personal request, not from the guild. Batha asks, so what's your relationship with him? Altus gazed at Hanbin, lost in thought. I met him in a rather difficult situation, though I don't fully understand the relationship myself. He continued, I met him on the battlefield. Ever since then, he's always protected me. Singing, is that what we're doing? I was naked at the time. If you want, I can give you the details. But her father stopped him, saying, I think that's enough, old man. You're misunderstanding something, as Artis continued her story. Of course, after that unintentional accident, Eric felt very guilty, and he was also very ashamed to return to the city because of what he had done to me. Batha said, whose grandson are you? Certainly not mine. Hanbin is flustered. What on earth are you thinking? It's not what you think. Before he left the guild at his request, I gave 1 million to the Hunter Association and his former team. Then he gave up being a hunter. While Ba imagines something else entirely, feeling betrayed. He rises. Hanbin is kicked out of the room and he yells, why don't you take responsibility for your actions, you bastard? From the inspection until the end of the day, you better compensate him, Artis said. Thank you for agreeing. As for the matter of the heretical inquisitor, it's quite difficult. Let's deal with that later, okay? Hanbin snapped. Too much has been left out of that story. Just forget about it. Han sits hunched over the problem lying here. I already gave up being a hunter. Did Altus ask if it had been about a month? Han replies that it was more than a month ago. Artis says, this mission is just to explore the forest and collect samples. There's no danger, don't worry. He chuckles. If anything happens, I'll protect you, I promise. And now as partners, he wants them to be more open with each other, as Altus and Hanan venture into the killing zone together. Han wondered why he was chosen when there were so many others he could have gone with. How long has it been since we last met? Probably since I left the association, Altus asks. Are you tired? Tell me if you're tired. Hanbin replied. He thought to himself that it had only been 10 minutes, and that it had been so long since he'd been out like this. From the dust emerges a Coke, a low-level monster that primarily inhabits forests. LV2 Hanbin is bitten on the hand. Ah, how can I resist this cuteness, Altus? Let's take a break. It's still clinging to me. It must really like me. But when Hanbin turned back to ask, the KCK had already exploded. Altus, can we take it back with us as a specimen? Altus said. A fireball. He rushes over concerned. Didn't you know this species could be poisonous? Are you hurt? It seems he was bitten on the hand, but thankfully he's unharmed. He takes out a specimen jar. Next time just tell me if you need a sample, Hanbin asked. Wait, aren't these supposed to be living specimens? Atis replies. How can you experiment on something that's alive? And so the expedition continued. But Hinder's face darkened as Artis, who always burned everything, swung fire everywhere, with a cold look continuing to burn the scene before him scorched. Artis cautioned him to be careful, as there were many dangerous monsters in this forest. He asked Eric if he was hurt anywhere, but Han replied that he was fine. I'm not affected by fire magic, but what about the forest? Atis replies. This forest is vast, don't worry, it'll probably burn out in a few years. Hanpin can only agree. Well, let's do our best. The fire still burns and the log is split in two. Han asked, is this your first time in real combat? Atis dodged the question. No, just a few times. Han was a little surprised. Huh, that's not much. Altus said I've only ever had a few people collect samples for me before. This is your first time, Han asks, so why didn't you ask someone from the association to come with you? Altus replied, I wanted to collect the samples myself. It's a rich person's hobby, I guess. Altus then produced a tree branch. That's why mages can only level up by researching magic, so there's no reason to go outside. Hanin chuckled. Then how on earth did you get a hunter's badge? Altus replies, that's family business. Besides, my dragon is still too young to be outside. Han was shocked. What? You're raising a dragon, Atis smiles. Han mumbled. Seems like you really like dragons, huh? Han awkwardly boasts, if I could kill it, I could probably level up. I used to know a little dragon myself. He continued saying it was a very rare and elusive monster. An ant crawls on a branch. A monster. Ati says, I think it's terrified, wandering the skies with vast wings, able to spew endless magical flames, but the real reason to fear them isn't the constant human hunt. Hanbin watches the creatures of this world. Atis says, but they can also talk. Perhaps it's hiding to live quietly. It must be very lonely. Hanbin's eyes remained fixed. You said that even if it's lonely, it must have a safe and peaceful life. I know that WB too. I told it many things, but it still chose to run away, Artis chuckled. W said, are you kidding me? This is the first I've heard of it. Han replied. Oh yeah, you're right. My mistake. Haha. Haha, it's Artis calling. Hey Eric, he's asking if you want to return to the Hunter Association. What did Han say? How can I possibly return to the Hunters Guild or the B-Man Squad now? Atis advised him. Aren't we just going there to see each other? Hanin asked. You think I don't want to? What will happen if I run away from them again? Altus said. I don't know why you left the B-Man Squad. B-Man was very worried about you. Hanin clutches the branch tighter. Altus wondered if he had a secret that prevented him from returning. What could it be? Artis rises. Is this the question of a mage? Artis denies it, saying he's just worried about him. Artis points his wand at Hanbin's face. Eric, I'm sorry. He furrows his brow. Artis, you need to stop this now. But as soon as he finished, Artis fired off a magic blast, then warned, I'm stronger than you think. As the attack was unleashed, Hanbin barely dodged it. Be careful, this place is dangerous. As Artis spoke, the monster behind him was struck by his attack, collapsing in agony and clutching its throat. Han stared blankly. What did you do to it? Atis lowered his eyes, explaining that he used a small amount of magic to ignite the monster's lungs, causing it to suffocate. Han was a bit confused, asking why Atis used this method of killing. He didn't hesitate to answer. If it were to scream, its pack might come. He looked over admiringly. So you realized it in that short moment. I thought mages just stayed home to study patterns, Hanin mused. Clearly his level is different from their first encounter at the Hunters Guild. Altus frowned slightly in displeasure. Wizards aren't as simple as you think, and I don't think now is the time to discuss my skills. I already turned away. Could you carve it open and get the mana stone for me? It would be a waste to leave it. Hanin skillfully draws his blade. Have you rich folks never extracted a mana stone yourselves? Artis called from a distance. Something feels off. The monsters of this forest never approach humans without a reason to fight. There seem to be more monsters lately, Hanbin mused, or maybe it's because I burned their forest. As Hanbin dissected the level 21 monster, he rambled on, but if you look closely, it's a monster that usually appears in dungeons. Otis turned around startled. In that case, the Maniston magic stone is no longer important, Eric says as he guts the monster. As night falls, the two women on the watchtower shift their binoculars, noticing a large number of ghouls outside the compound, but the darkness makes it impossible to determine the exact number. I never expected that thing to lead us. Here. Artis continued to observe carefully, noting that wild monsters were devouring corpses and splitting up to hunt. Haneen crouches behind him, adding that maybe there's a new dungeon nearby, but Artis narrows his eyes, shifting his gaze, saying not necessarily, as dungeon locations are hard to pinpoint. It doesn't appear in a fixed location. Crouching behind the bushes, he raises an eyebrow, wondering why dungeon monsters are here. He simply hums, as if noticing something, while Haneen continues to discuss the matter, oblivious. If that's all, let's head back to the guild and report it. But Addis spoke up. Wait, there's someone in the village. Is that the last survivor? Through the binoculars, he sees a person tied up and hung on a rack. Addis quickly put down his binoculars and rushed forward, declaring, I have to save them. Han quickly grabbed his waist. Hey, we need to think this through first. We don't even know if that guy's dead yet. But something struck one of the two kobolds on the watchtower in the jaw. The other one just stared blankly, as the idiot grinned, pulling out the arrow, causing its partner immense pain, the tiny arrow's tip quickly shattering as it was removed. A resounding boom echoed from the watchtower, creating a brilliant explosion in the night sky. Ayas gritted her teeth below. I don't care if he's dead or not, there might still be hope. Han ruffled his hair, dumbfounded. What the hell? He explained to Artis that it was an item that used mana stones to activate and replenish magic, and then Artis shot forward, saying, just stay here and let me deal with them. Han recoils and shouts, Hey Artis, you look so helpless. That person is already dead, and the level 27 human's information is displayed before Hanbin's eyes. Inside the burning village, the hobgoblins could only watch as the houses exploded. Amidst the red smoke and flames, an arrow shot from a figure striking a kobold as Artis burst forth cloaked. He quietly assesses the situation. It seems the village has been under kobold occupation for over half a year now. He doubts anyone could still be alive here. From the house above Artis, a kobold charged out, throwing something at his feet before scurrying away. Atis narrowed his eyes, spotting glowing red eyes in the shadows of the large building. Were they hiding inside? I've heard cobs are intelligent, but it didn't realize it gave itself away by throwing that. Before it could throw another rock, its companion was reduced to ash. Artis then waved his wand, shooting fire straight into the building's windows, his eyes sharp as he continued the assault. Source of fire, incinerate all. Every window in the building erupted in flames, but one managed to escape with its back ablaze. Seeing the stone on the wand gradually crack, Artis quietly assessed the situation. It seemed he had wasted too much mana stone. The kobold roared menacingly at Atis, then charged spear in hand as a final arrow grazed its cheek. Missing his shot, Artis decisively throws the magic wand at its head, then reaches inside his cloak for a new one. The kobold stared blankly as the faintly glowing stone above its head shattered. The stone then expertly exploded, shaking the entire village. By the time Hanbin reached the well, where the man had been hanging, everything was in ruins and the body was covered with a white cloth. He smirked, surveying the scene. He had burned the entire mountain to the ground. Atis, however, looked down with sorrow, for he had been right all along. This man had been dead for a long time, Han lamented. Those monsters, they hang people up for fun and kill them. Atis stepped back, saying they were more intelligent than he thought. Haneen couldn't bear to look at him. How terrifying. For over a year and a half, no one knew about this place, Atis replied, wiping a golden card. Not only that this person is a level 27 hunter from the Zito Island Guild. Hanan picked it up in surprise. This one too, Atis raised an eyebrow, staring intently at him. This one too, what do you mean? Haneen's pupils suddenly contracted. There were many signs that hunters had been here. I found them in the rubble outside the village. There's no way everyone in this village is a hunter. But there weren't many monsters here to begin with. If this many people suddenly disappeared, the guilds would notice, or perhaps these hunters vanished one by one. Even if the hunters disappeared one by one, why would they all gather here without a trace of their bodies? The two pondered, then simultaneously looked at each other and spoke. A dungeon Hanbin, leaning on the well cover, discovered a blue light. Atis wondered if the Yen Plains dungeon had closed half a year ago. But how could they have drawn people here? But this dungeon is far from the Ipen Plains. Suddenly Hanbin, who was fiddling at the well, called out to Atis. He instinctively answered, then stepped over to look down the well with Hanbin, who remained silent. Could it be? Seeing the blue aura below, Artis confirms it's a ruined sealed space gate. It seems they've covered up this dungeon. He hesitated for a moment, asking if she could do something like this. Artis smirks, thinking about the Bodhi. All they can do is eat corpses and garbage. Why do you remember something else, Chad Hanbin? How could that Tatiro have done it? Neither of them noticed the icy wind blowing beneath their feet. Atis interrupted. Stop joking around. If you want to enter this gate and you're a level 40 magic-skilled wizard, we have to report this. He frowned, lost in thought. But it's quite a distance from here to the Ipen Plains. I'd guess this dungeon is at least level 60. Not exactly, it might be even more than that. Hanbin's smile suddenly turned strange. This is bad, but we have no choice. Adis grows uneasy as he sees the layers of ice forming around them. That's no ordinary monster. Hanbin's eyes are wary. Its level seems high. An And-72 appears before them, a lich, an immortal monster, with devastating attacks and immunity to physical damage. It greets them gleefully. I didn't even think I'd have any visitors. Finding this place is quite an accomplishment. Seems you've been well trained. He rubbed his skeletal hands together. Now let's see. This is the scent of mana, the power of fire. One of you must be a mage. Which of you two is it? Hanin was taken aback. How does he know? Artis grits his teeth, reminding himself. He doesn't have senses, so he can't see us when we transform. But I'm a mage who can fight with mana, detecting the mana around us. Without hesitation, he draws his wand. Eric, you should turn back now. Han is still watching him, but what about Eric? He has no idea an ice shard is hurtling towards his face. As expected, Hanbin takes a chunk of ice from Lick, who somehow found an eyeball and stuck it in his eye socket. Answer when I ask you a question. Who said you could be so quiet? Oh ho, I see you. Seeing Hanin's neck twisted from the blow, Artis frantically called out to Eric, but he remained unfazed, simply pointing to the sword behind him. No problem, we're here. Don't worry, just keep your eyes on it. I don't think this thing will let us leave. Hanin glanced at LCK, lost in thought. This thing is definitely not simple. Atis level is no match for Lick. In the darkness, a crisp voice echoes. Are those two married? I once asked a married teammate, hoping for an answer. I said, would you like us to become a couple? Looking in the same direction, I was deeply moved. Yama and Catalia are together and happy. So who will be with me? The Lich's heterochromatic eyes widened. I don't care what they are. Catalia and I are meant to be together forever. It easily conjures a block of ice to stop the flames as the Lich cocks its head. Hey, have you been listening to me? Give up. Artis's magic can't get close to L. It only covers the outside. Confused, Hanin moves closer to him. What's wrong with him? Atis seems strange. He's breaking out in a cold sweat. No, its magic is affecting me, throwing me off course. L continues to stare at them with those lifeless eyes. Don't waste your time. It's futile. You can't unleash your full firepower here. It's been a while since I've fought a mage. Is that all a mage is capable of? Huh. Atis struggles to clench his fist, realizing his opponent is a high-level monster. Eric. Altus's gun continued to fire. He yelled to run faster while L confidently used ice to block the fire. It's useless. And so the arrow pierced the fur on its body. As the attached object began to crack, it was momentarily stunned, and Hbin and Artis took off as an explosion erupted behind them. He glanced back as he ran, wondering if they'd succeeded this time. Artis smirked. Normal physical attacks won't work on it. I used a mana stone instead of regular mana to fight it, and with that explosion we should be able to shake it off for now. Once we get into this forest, even if it traces the mana flow, it won't be able to pinpoint our exact location. Chulhan flinches despite the raging fire behind him. He runs anxious, wondering what this feeling is. Terror. It's not just that there's more to it than meets the eye. Suddenly he grabbed the hand beside him and pulled back. Startled, he was pulled back, his eyes widening at the sight before him, as Nick's voice echoed crevasse domes, rising from the ground beneath them layer upon layer of icy walls. They grew taller and taller, quickly engulfing the entire village. Hanin stared blankly at the structure above an icy prison. Artis turns his face grim. Eric, we don't have time to be amazed. If we stay here too long, the cold will kill us like the other hunters who came here. The flames on his staff ignite once more, but in an instant he watched in horror as it fizzled out. This ice is freezing my mana. Han steps in front of him. Artis, what's the situation? Artis urgently announces, the mana temperature is too low. I can't use fire. He gasps in obvious shock. A lich appears wielding fire in one hand and ice in the other. Fire magic burns mana, ice magic steals it. This is the true power of a mage. He crushes the flame and laughs, lamenting that the mage can only use one type of fire magic. Do you understand, fools? This time you're dead. A chilling cold erupts behind it. A blizzard of ice and snow rushes towards Hanbin and Artis. Hanbin grits his teeth, enduring the frigid air. But I can withstand it, probably because of my high stats. Unlike Artis, he glanced back at Altus, who was struggling to breathe, as the lich casually approached. How does it feel to have your lungs frozen? Then again, I don't have lungs, so what do I know? How painful it must be to be killed by your own mana. Come, I'll run some experiments on you. I promise it won't hurt too much. Han slowly draws the sword from his back. I don't think that skeleton wanted to kill Artis first. If Artis loses consciousness, that's my chance to fight. That way I can live like a man. I don't want to run anymore. But as he was about to draw his sword, Artis stirred behind him. I'm sorry, Eric. He trembled as he crawled forward. I'm so selfish, aren't I? Then he resolutely plunges the wand into himself. The flames spread through his veins, causing him to scream in agony, but the ice encasing him melted away. Han, horrified, exclaimed, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Why would you cast magic on yourself? El said with a disturbing grin. I like this clever, preventing your body temperature from dropping too low. You're even burning yourself alive. You're insane. How long can you endure this? Seeing Addis stand, Hanbin worried, but Addis cut him off. Eric, this is your last chance. I can't guarantee what will happen from here on out. I'll make a hole in the ice and run. Bin angrily shouts. What are you saying? You intend to fight it alone, but you're even more stubborn now. Promise me. He was briefly silenced by that determined attitude, clenching his fist as he watched him. I promise, he simply replied. Thank you, Eric. El watches him intently, curious to see what he'll do. Addis then throws his remaining wands at the ice wall. The three stones collide and shatter, unleashing a fiery explosion that shakes the area. Even El was pushed back by the force of the blast, shifting uncomfortably, using the chain reaction from the mana stones to create a hole in the ice. So you want to save him? He pulls his hood down. I'm not having fun anymore. Good. Sense the magic. The mana explosion caused a chaotic surge in the air, a vast amount of magical energy still burning with countless spells intertwined. But suddenly the Lich is stunned to sense his surroundings. Why are there no traces of magic left? Why can't I sense anything? Is it gone, or did the dungeon disappear? But how did that Tier 5 know? Behind him, the spirit revealed a dragon's maw full of sharp teeth. In the darkness, memories surface. I finally understand the sound I heard in the forest. I followed that roar, always wondering why it was there. Hanin's eyes widened as he craned his neck to look at the massive creature before him, stammering, "You're a dragon." At this moment, Altus had transformed into a massive red dragon blocking his path. Though he couldn't explain everything at once, Addis asked him to trust him for now. Eric L soared into the sky, looking down with amusement. He was trembling with excitement. Such delicious prey, a real dragon, but just a young one, barely 100 years old. That's only natural when using such an infinite source of fire magic. And as a red dragon, a symbol of fire, Addis angrily interjected. Lich, don't assume your words are true. He skillfully spun his hand, creating ice. Yes, though it's not yet clear. I'll find out right now. Another wave of icy wind swirls around, this time aimed straight at Artis as he laughs like a madman. Lich attacks, and as a dragon killing you would level me up. It taunts. You think I'm scared? No sooner were those words spoken than the frigid air turned a fiery gold and red as flames erupted from below the icy storm. The Lich chose to fall. Seriously, you're really a dragon. But the mana he's emitting is no joke. Even if his fire is endless, it'll backfire against ice. But then it saw Artis continuously spewing fire onto the ice ceiling above. Oh, what are you planning? Hanin raises his hand to shield himself from the melting water. Using such heat will melt the snow and ice storm, but even so, Addis can clearly see that he is a level 50, too high on dragon. After spewing enough fire, Artis ducks down. Eric, hang in there, it'll be over soon. He conjures a stone before his snout, then fires it with force, piercing the ice storm. El, startled, raises his arms to defend. A bullet compressed with high-temperature mana, it screams as if in fear. But it's all an act as he hikes up his pants and dodges with ease. Oh, going for a direct hit, I almost forgot. This is my domain. El points to the flames as they crash into the ice wall and extinguish. Is that all you've got? You think your power can break through my ice wall? He laughs, praising their efforts. Why don't I send you both to hell together? He tried his best. Artis worriedly turned his head to the side. The first attempt to break the ice wall seems to have failed. Are you all right? Eric Hanbin responded, I'm fine. He began to calculate Addis wouldn't last long. Because of the difference in levels, Hanbin decisively declares, leave him to me. I'll take care of him. Addis squinted, curious, as Han reached for his sword only to be met by 3 ice arrows aimed directly at him. But Artis quickly blocked him with his dragon hand, shouting, Addis, don't you dare say that to a level 5 like him. Han began to stammer again. I'm wary of that El guy. El relentlessly fired shards of ice at Artis, who just laughed mockingly. Are you doing all this for that human, you foolish dragon? A dragon protecting a human. Have you been brainwashed? Artis paid no mind, continuing to coil around Hanbin protectively. Back off, Eric. Hanbin grits his teeth, staring at Artis, realizing that even its true form hasn't reached level 70. Still remembering what he said to Artis earlier, he glances at the magic wand stuck in the ice wall. Above, Artis continues to spew forth a barrage of fireballs, as El scoffs at Hanan. Not bad for a human. Looks like you'll make a decent snack for me. Don't be sad that you're just a snack while that dragon is the main course. Don't blame me, Artis roared after unleashing another torrent of flames. Damn it, shut up. The deranged monster, then a series of explosions combined with Artis's roar. Attack him, be honest with yourself, the Lich taunts from above. Do you really want to protect a human? After years of running from their relentless pursuit, Ati spews fire, but the Lich taunts him, saying humans are too weak and timid. El easily brushed off the fire's power, a yellow-toothed grin spreading across his skull. It makes me want to play with them in my own twisted way. They will worship me. Atis grabbed it barehanded, causing the Lich to click his tongue and groan before he unhesitatingly hurled it towards the ice wall. A fireball quickly gathers in its mouth, as the Lich slowly rises from the icy wall. Your dragon punch is falling slowly at a terrifying speed. And where did those 2 blocks of ice come from that pierced his thighs? L leans back, propping himself up as he casually remarks. Not bad, but if your level were a bit higher, things might be different. Han closes his eyes, unable to watch. That's enough. Suddenly Altus called out to him, Eric. He glanced at him. I am a dragon. Are you afraid to see a real dragon in this form? Han lowered his head, unable to look at him. Are you scared? I've met a dragon before and I didn't find it scary at all. It was friendly and cute, if anything. The magic wand stuck in the ice wall is almost burned out. Altus chuckled. I wasn't talking about the dragon from your homeland. I'm curious about your home, but don't tell me you've forgotten your promise to me. Hanbin looked at him with difficulty. Otis, why would you do this? The ice wall behind him began to glow, and a sudden explosion shattered it. L's jaw dropped, and to flinch the ice wall was broken. They could break theirs too. Ati spread his wings and flew pointing behind him to run before the ice wall reformed, leaving Han stunned. Who Otis? He turned back and yelled, I have to hold them back. This monster. Don't forget your promise. Hurry. Hanbin complied and ran toward the breach. Artis wants to fight to the death, so unless I escape, I need to check around here. Hanbin blankly looks up to see L still sitting cross-legged in the distance. I didn't think you guys could do this. What a surprise, creating thousands of sharp ice blades outside. Then all the magic and preparations I made for you won't be wasted. A massive amount of ice magic fills the sky outside. L lowers his skeletal hand, unleashing an endless barrage of ice blades. But the ice crashes down on Hanbin, one after another. Where did I go wrong? He hunched over, clutching his head. Why, even though he knew he couldn't withstand it. Wings flutter, but why won't they give up? Even knowing the difference in levels and power, why not just avoid it? Thousands of ice arrows descend. Should a level 5 like me just live a normal life? Red splatters falling on Hanbin's face. Artis has shielded him with his own body. The barrier was half destroyed by the ice arrows, and a crimson figure was riddled with wounds. Hanbin's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his heart began to tear. I wanted to live a normal life, but now Altus's hand is gravely injured and covered in blood. That's right. Altus used his dragon body to shield Hanbin from the sharp ice shards. Instead, he bore the full brunt of its attack, and Hanbin was utterly devastated, his body frozen, one thought surfacing. He had vowed that no one would be involved because of him. But Lick still wasn't ready to let them go, pointing his arm towards them. Then its wrist drooped, and a deep voice spoke. I had my fun, but it's over now. He amplified his voice, signaling Hanbin. Do you see what I mean? Ignoring L's words, he rushes to Altus, frantically shaking her and asking if she's okay. Altus's voice was weak as he replied, I'm okay. Hearing that Han encouraged him with all his might, don't give up. Despite his injuries, he calmly reassured them. It's okay, I'm a dragon after all. So strong and resilient. Seeing this, Hanin bit his lip, frowned, and worried how much longer Artis could endure. Looking at the blood spreading across the ground, he couldn't help but ponder. Moreover, the bleeding wound was spreading across the ice, a sign of too much blood loss. His anxiety grew, his eyes filled with hatred. If he lost consciousness, he'd kill it instantly. But would Artis still be alive when he awoke? Thinking of Attis's injuries, he hesitated. Even if he lived, he wouldn't be able to move with such wounds. But if Artis sees me fighting him... Suddenly, Artis's voice cuts through his thoughts. Don't look at me like that, Hanbin. It's not your fault. I'm sorry. I wish I was stronger. Suddenly, his voice cracked with emotion. Even though I promised to protect you, I'm sorry. Those words immediately stunned Hanbin. A promise. Because of that promise, they both fell silent, not a word spoken. Then he looked up at L. Then casting a spell, it spoke, a dragon and a human so close. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. With a twisted, sarcastic grin, he continued, You wield such power, yet you protect the weak. Do you find that honorable? A giant hand extends, grasping the sword and casting a shadow over the two figures as the mocking continues. It's all just the fantasy of the weak. It's a waste to befriend humans. A massive ice sword rises. It continues its verbal assault, asking how long he'll let the human live. Did you ever consider that the human might tell others you're a dragon? It tries to manipulate Artis into killing Hanbin. Now go kill that human immediately, and you and I can be friends, companions together, right? Suddenly, Artis braced himself and struggled to stand up, answering, Yes, you look down on us, but when humans see us, they only see monsters. LCK scoffed, but look at the pathetic result of abandoning your humanity. I can't believe I ever listened to your manipulations. Even if I die now, I'll live like a man. His words clearly surprised him. Without another word, he controlled his sword to attack them both, simply whispering, Good night. Seeing the sword flying towards him, Hanbin laughed. Artis seems a little annoying, doesn't he? I didn't think we could be cornered like this. Just like Hanbin, he was ready to embrace the despair that awaited him. Living as a human was no easy task. It's like promising yourself you'll live a good life. But as soon as he said that, Artis panicked. What Hanbin drew his sword and ran straight into danger. Artis couldn't help but shout, as Han suddenly collapsed, using the momentum to get up. Artis shouted, Han, what are you doing? His face was unusually bright as he replied, Me too. From now on I fear no one. In a flash, Hanbin flew towards the blade, leaving Artis in stunned disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, Den sneered, I don't know if you're stupid or not. If you want to die first, I'll grant your wish. He continued to insult Hanbin, calling him a weak level 5, asking if he was delusional and thought he was strong. Hanbin's eyes turned cold as he uttered a single word, cut. Before he could comprehend what was happening, one side of his face was crushed. The powerful blade in his hand slashed down instantly, shattering the ice sword. The force of the blow continued, tearing through the ice barrier, which exploded into fragments. Half of the broken blade spun like a throwing star, slamming into the ground behind Addis, leaving him stunned. Hanbin landed stunned by the destruction, thinking he hadn't meant to break everything. Oops, did I swing too hard? He wondered aloud. Addis could only gape in astonishment, as Hanbin wondered, where did that guy go? A thought then occurred to him, could he have killed him with a single blow? El was still in the air, but he was severely injured, which made Hanbin suspicious. I'm not sure either, he seemed so strong. Suddenly Altus rushed to his side, exclaiming, what the hell? I saw you clearly measure your level at the guild. Hanbin, what's your level? Hearing that, Hanbin hesitated. Well, how do I put this? I'll explain later, I promise. And he gave a bright smile in this awkward situation, just like you're hiding your identity. Don't be mad at me. Addis pressed him with questions, also concealing his identity. Are you a mage who can trick the level measuring stone? Hanin immediately denied it. Not at all. As the two were engrossed in conversation, El, despite being nothing more than loose bones, still wouldn't let them go. His fingers twitched. There was no other way. Suddenly tentacles erupted from the ground, ensnaring them both, and Addis recognized summoning magic. Confused, Hanbin asks, what is this, these annoying tentacles? Just then, El's skeletal arm began to reassemble as he spoke. I really didn't want to have to use this. These tentacles absorb their prey's energy, growing stronger, and never letting go until their victim is dead. Now, filled with murderous intent, it approaches the still recovering body. Then he threatens, it won't stop even if its master commands it. Your bones will be crushed. To Hanbin's surprise, Artis explains, you attacked that skeleton right in the head, didn't you? It's a high-level mage with abundant mana, so normal physical attacks won't work. He sneers, pulling out a block of ice. Too late now. If you don't want to die in agony, tell me how to disguise myself as level 5. With that, Hanbin tore free from the tentacles with his bare strength, leaving El stunned in disbelief. At that moment, Hanbin picked up his sword and spoke with disgust. Picking this up dirtied my clothes. El is truly panicked now. What the hell? He tore through the tentacles with his bare hands. Hanbin raised his sword, radiating murderous intent. Hey skeleton, I've got a question for you. Neither Savina nor I revealed our levels, so how did you know what level we were? Memories then flooded back. When I learned I had died once, I wasn't sad at all, because I was nothing in that world. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, declaring that I had been chosen as the suitable one. Following that thought, it's also why I must cherish this second life even more. I can't afford to die again. Looking at the crumbling lich, he thought, after deciding to no longer hide my power, I overcame death. Fear. Hanbin's earth power has awakened. He sends the lich flying amidst earth-shattering destruction resolute. In this world, he vows to live without regrets. Hanbin's sword was devastating with a single strike, leaving Savina in awe. I get to witness this power once again. The tentacles suddenly release Artis, and he realizes that simply kneeling makes them disappear. The lich's vitality is truly something, and Hanbin sees that it's not dead yet. Watching the lich desperately trying to restore his skeleton, Hanbin casually asks, Hey, are you dead yet? Throwing the lich into disarray. You, what the hell is this? What have you done? He retorted, I was about to ask you the same thing. His face filled with panic as Hanbin questioned him. You still haven't answered how you knew I was level 5. He silently raised his heavy sword and asked, Can mages really sense someone's level, or is there something else? Hanbin's eyes filled with suspicion. As if struck in a vital spot, the monster revealed to be from another world immediately fled, repeatedly screaming, Damn it, damn it, damn it. Suddenly Hanbin appeared chasing after Rich, with murderous intent, yelling, You came to hunt me knowing I'm from another world. Perhaps I was wrong to choose that village. Hanbin then struck him with his sword like a club. You're a monster. With a mighty crash, he struck him down, sending him back to where he started before slamming him into the ground. Focusing his power into his hand, he spoke slowly. With a single mighty swing, the lich was sent flying, carving a long dusty furrow in the earth. Yet it still rose, clutching its skull as the bones fell back into place, panicking as Hanbin stalked closer. Calm down, I haven't done anything to you. Hanbin immediately pointed at its face and scolded, Because you're a monster and I'm a good person. Do you know what happens when you push a good man like me too far? It even smirks. Spare me the nauseating platitudes. With that, it summoned an ice knight, but with a single strike, Hanbin eliminated the obstacle, decisively swinging his sword at El. Unable to dodge, El lost half of his gold teeth and half of his facial bones. Once again, El was sent flying, his bones scattered in every direction. From afar, the immense power was clearly not human. He wondered why the artifact couldn't identify the source of his power. There had to be something special about its origin. Looking at El piecing Artis's bones back together, it's strange. Why does the wizard keep regenerating? El proposes a deal to Hanbin. Instead of fighting, they should hand the dragon over to the Inquisitor for a reward. Wouldn't that be better? I'll give you 6. No, 9 pieces, Hanbin shouted, clutching the rocks in his hand. What nonsense are you spouting? Without hesitation, he hurled the rock at El, piercing him through as Hanbin roared. Where do you think you're going? Come down here, this is Stone Bullet dealing physical damage. He was wondering how it could be so resilient, its bones constantly regenerating. Lost in thought, Artis calls out to him, Han, listen to this. Then Artis relays a crucial piece of information: the wizard's body is made of mana. He can use this to disrupt the mana flow and disable it. Hanbin acknowledged this while continuing to hurl stones at the LCK. Even as it struggles. What? Mana. How am I even supposed to use mana? I need to level up before I can use mana, he thought. How am I supposed to use it? I'm only level 5. Attis scratches his head defeated, explaining that the mana within him is called the body's life force, and one part of it is also called mental energy. Suddenly Attis pauses, confused, realizing something's wrong. Even El remembers he can't use mana. Realizing this, he fires ice arrows at Hanbin, but he casually shatters them all, saying, when have I ever used mana? Seeing this, Elsie frantically fired more ice spears, yelling, you can dodge this, but what about the dragon behind you? He's targeting Altus now, you shout, Hanbin, don't worry, I'm fine. Immediately, Hanbin blocked the ice soldiers, retorting, how can I not worry, Artis urged. This is your chance to escape. Hearing the strange remark, the two were caught off guard, as Lick cast a spell, creating 6 large ice sheets. He grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and sneered, let's see how long you can last with that ordinary human body. The ice sheets combined to form a giant cannon accumulating mana as he roared. No matter how hard you try to stop it, you don't know how to use mana, so there's no way you can escape my attack. The cannon begins to absorb mana, and he sinisterly commands compress the mana to the highest level. Keep defending, you mutt. Mana continues to gather, and is instantly fired with full force toward the two. Feeling helpless, Artis closed his eyes, ready to meet his end. But then something unexpected happened. A massive ice wall suddenly appears, blocking the attack. Altus is shocked. You cut through that ice so effortlessly to defend us. Attis warns him that it won't hold for long. Han dodges, and Hanbin slowly calls out his name, Artis. It was then that he voiced his suspicions. That skeleton? It's the first time I've ever seen it. You don't think something so filthy should exist in this world? Hanbin challenged fiercely. Come on, let's finish this. His foot left its mark as he moved, his brilliance blinding as he replied. What are you talking about? In a flash, Hanbin explodes forward, piercing the ice. He'd just cleaved a human bullet, hurtling toward El. His power was like fire magic, melting the ice he passed through. And unbelievably, he shattered the cannon without using any mana. He then grabs him by the neck, closing in with an aura of pure malice. Then he smirks, sending chills down our spines. What is that look on his face? I'm making you my main course, you should be happy. Now El's eyes are filled with shock and panic. Amidst that shock, the Lich says his facial muscles can recover. Then how about I turn you into dust? He loses control and screams. What? You suddenly released a surge of mana, encasing Hanbin in a block of ice. He quickly jumped away, sneering. You mutt, stop spewing such nauseating nonsense. And it rambles on, I still want to kill more. I love this feeling. I can't lose to a human like you, it screamed, then collapsed to the ground. Its shin guards vanished, and it screamed for its legs. Suddenly, utter bewilderment filled its eyes, as Hanbin, seemingly frozen, broke free and shattered the ice. In Hanbin's hand was El's remaining leg bone, and El desperately begged for mercy. Ignoring the pleas, Hanbin ground the bone against his sword, sparks flying. Panic gives way to terror as it screams for him to stop, but Hanbin is beyond control, grinding the bone even faster. As dawn approached, Attis began to transform, and Hanbin bit open a potion, shielding the thick white smoke with his hand. Then he poured it over Eris, who had returned to his human form as the weak and pained boy was caught by Hanbin. Luckily, it helped me recover from some of my injuries, Hanbin replied. Why were you naked when you returned to human form? He then grabbed some clothes for him, and Eris replied, I've always wished I had clothes that never tear. As if remembering something, he asked, what about the wizard? Hanan replied, I've subdued him. Turns out, his method of control was to impale the wizard, with his sword grind its leg into a white powder, and sprinkle it over the Lich, who lay there groaning. My leg, my arm. It screams in desperation. You bastard. Hanbin explained, you said the skeletons are made of mana, so this will nullify them and prevent their escape. Meanwhile, the Lich thrashed and screamed, release me, I'll kill you. Attis spoke, but it wasn't dead yet. Han asked worriedly if he was all right. He seemed a bit embarrassed, whispering, I knew that Poron potion wouldn't help much. Attis chuckled reassuringly. It's all right, I'm fine. I didn't expect you to catch him so easily like that. Even as a dragon, I couldn't kill it. Not like you could. Suddenly Altus stood up, puzzling Hanbin. Wait, Altus, what do you mean? He quickly replied. We can't let it live another second. Seeing him approach, it panicked. What are you going to do, dragon? Did you come here to laugh at me in this state? But without a word, he grabbed Lick's leg and channeled mana into him. Immediately, his body reacted violently, letting out a piercing scream. Hanbin, observing nearby, wondered if Savina had inflicted the same pain. Artis turns to explain that for normal people, mana flows around the body. But I reversed it with this skeleton. The wizard will feel pain because his body is made of mana. At this point, he threatens, if you don't want to die like this, tell me the truth. Artis then demands to know who he is and why he killed those innocent hunters as green smoke billows from his mouth. Suddenly, it transformed into gold coins, and Hanbin, picking them up, was slightly surprised, then burst into maniacal laughter. So young dragons like you still don't know how the world has changed. I once knew a 500-year-old dragon. We were once comrades. Hearing this, he's taken by surprise as his companion examines the gold coin's markings. Hanbin says, "Peaceful Earth, great Earth." Then he proclaims, "From now on I'll wait and see how this world ends." The end is near, and his teeth unexpectedly shift from yellow to icy blue. Suddenly his jaws clench and a light flashes that Hanbin can't believe. Atis was no exception. He stared in amazement as a massive explosion lit up the sky with an eerie green glow. Meanwhile, the blankets were being neatly folded, and a voice declared that everything was ready. Carrying 2 soft blankets, the other items were also packed. The man began inventorying a few tables and a nail clipper, wondering if he'd forgotten anything. Phi sighed. It was hard to choose only the essentials. But there was no other way. And so Phi struggled to pull luggage 3 times her size. Time to go find a new home. She grits her teeth, pushing on. Could I really abandon it? The thought alone brought tears to Phi's eyes. She hugged her luggage, sobbing, never wanting to part with what she had worked so hard to get. Epi sobbed, refusing to leave, but this place was just too strange. It then recalled a mysterious fire that suddenly appeared, burning down its entire garden. And another time, when it tried to turn off the lights and go to sleep, a huge block of ice came crashing in. Just as it huddled under the covers, another disaster struck, an earthquake. Looking in the mirror, she knew she couldn't sleep if this kept up. And her scales were rough from lack of sleep. Suddenly, Effie has a terrible thought and panics. How could all of this happen in one night? Or is it him? Did the goddess get angry because I helped him? Guessing, she clutches her luggage and cries, "I'm just a cute and pitiful wiv." Suddenly, a figure appears. Uneasily, she turns toward the door, but it's empty save for the rain outside. I felt like someone was here. Afi began to feel uneasy. This isn't good. I need to pack up and get out of here. Suddenly, Alejandro speaks a talking W. This sudden appearance fills A with panic. How long has he been here? What's worse, he could hear him talking to himself. Suddenly, Alejandro waved. "Hello, don't worry, I'm just on my way to find some friends." He wondered, "Friends? I don't remember anyone living in this area." The man replied, "I know, but I'm just looking around." At this, E became wary. "I haven't seen anyone in over a year. I doubt I can help you." Suddenly, he stepped forward and spoke. No, I just wanted to ask a few questions." But as he drew his sword, he continued, "But that friend of mine is a level 21 skeleton." His teeth glowed blue, crackling with electricity. Then it clamped its mouth shut and its teeth began to crack. Leslie's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed the skeleton's jaws were filled with mana stones. So it intends to self-destruct. Her hand is tightly gripping the white bones, pouring power into them. Even with her mana, she couldn't fully control it. Then a voice called out. What Leslie cried out. "Run!" Her eyes began to close. "It's about to explode. Get out of here." Otherwise, her thick hair would have been blown away in the blink of an eye, and soon they were transported elsewhere. Leslie looks around at the bomb site, then glances at her opponent. "What does your system say, Richard?" He searches his surroundings, deducing from the residual mana that the magic user, based on his judgment, self-destructed about a week ago. But Leslie still had questions. If Han committed suicide, how could a skeleton die? Suddenly, Alejandro appeared out of nowhere. "Leslie, what are you doing here?" The sharp knife swings, and he defends with his sword, a teasing look on his face. "Calm down now." As for Leslie, she's already pretty mad. "Alejandro, unless you want to lose that arm, I warned you not to touch me." But Alejandro just taunts her. "Leslie, don't treat me like your enemy. Shouldn't we be nice to each other?" His words only fueled Leslie's rage. Or perhaps she'd prefer a fight to the death. A light illuminates the area as Richard sheathes his sword, warning, "I'll deal with you two before that happens." He sternly reminds Alejandro that he seems to be late, as this is where the Harun died. He muttered, "That skeleton." Richard clarified the immediate issue. He tried to self-destruct beyond his ability to recover, and because the explosion was so large, it's difficult to find any trace of the enemy. "That's what I'm thinking right now." Alexandro pondered, hand on his chin. Why would he self-destruct? How strange. Leslie was also puzzled. Why would an immortal do that? For the first time in history, a level 72 had to self-destruct, but he wanted answers. Alejandro immediately questioned why it was here. But after arriving, I discovered that Shin Hazun had been fighting about 2 kilometers away. Richard scrutinized him, suspicion growing. For a guy like him to be cornered into self-destruction. But why is there no energy reaction other than Shin Han's magic? How did he do it? Meanwhile, Hanin saw it as a simple matter of kicking it away, prompting Altus's puzzled question. "You kicked the skeleton." He nonchalantly replies, "I just need to kick it away." What's the danger? Han recalls the explosion, but he doesn't think much of it. It's not a big deal. But Altus is more cautious. Doesn't he realize kicking it too hard could trigger an explosion? He blankly asked me again. So that wizard just self-destructed like that. But a level 70 wizard, self-destructing, yields no experience, huh? Then Han Pin carried you and jumped from a wall tens of meters high to get out. Anyway, after the explosion, I brought him back to town safely to the shock of onlookers. There's a criminal jumping over our village wall. And why the heck are they both naked? Han Pin was fast, so I searched all over town until I found someone he knew, then burst through their third-story window. But that guy wouldn't let me in. How cruel. Han Pin hid in a corner to avoid being chased, but then I was suspected of being a criminal, and was pursued by the guards there. I had to evade so many eyes, and then I ran into some smugglers, seeing that I went and burned down their warehouse, leaving Artis frozen in shock. How is this more intense than fighting a wizard Hanan happily hands him a plate of fruit? Luckily, I begged your acquaintance to let me stay. What good fortune. Artis chuckled, taking a piece from Hanbin. I can't believe you're such a powerful person. He was incredibly grateful, saying he didn't know how to thank him enough. Artis's hand pauses slightly. If I had been captured by humans back then, I don't know what would have become of me. He waves his hand quickly, explaining. Of course, he's different from them. Hanbin understands what he means. I know there are all kinds of people in this world. He confided some things, but to invade Lat or this continent and kill the goddess would be insane. I think he should just live a normal life and adapt to Radna. Artis confided that everyone in this world wants to be normal, unlike him. But Hanbin sighed deeply. He had heard that many heroes had been killed. A hint of sadness flickers in Hanbin's eyes. He admits he's different from everyone else in this world. I'm an outsider and a defective one at that, he confessed. I have a system. Artis's eyes widened, wanting to confirm if it was something he received upon arriving in this world. Han didn't hide anything, telling him that one of his abilities was seeing levels. And they think I'm a defective product, unaware of a hidden feature. He put his hand to his chin, contemplating that it makes me do certain tasks like a guild quest. Han stood up sighing as he revealed that the system showed his level as 5. But his system was boring. Artis watched him go, and I can't even begin to describe how awful it was. Han tells it like a normal story. His first mission was to kill someone. He turned to leave, but Artis Ding called out to him, though they were no longer connected. He bids Artis farewell before departing, stating he's saved enough money and has no reason to stay in this town any longer. Good night. He clenched the sheets, head bowed, muttering the names Savina Ampere, Ragna Walker. This makes Hanbin turn his head dragon descendants, created by the great goddess Gabriel. The goddess is always protected by her dragon descendants. Artis clenches his fist, his voice almost a shout. You must be careful of those dragons. His eyes shone with conviction. You absolutely must be careful of those dragons. Han smiles, seemingly encouraged, and then the gate closes. He wondered if Hanbin Ryu would become a veteran like in the story. Under a sky full of stars, a carriage stood before the city gates. Han takes a scroll, listening intently to the instructions. He'll need these things if he wants to travel far. And here's a map, it'll come in handy. Just show it to the soldiers at the front gate. This is your highest level construction worker certification. Batha has carefully prepared a lot for you. I've created a new identity profile for you, and that vehicle is also for you to use for transportation. His eyes widened as he turned back to ask, will you be okay without me at the Builders Association? Bathasic replied, it's fine, there will only be a few losses. Also, I've put some money in your pocket. Hearing this, he felt relieved. Thank you, I'll pay you back later. Promise me this. He clasped his hands behind his back, adding one more serious reminder. Never kill an innocent person, is that clear? But in Hanbin's eyes, he was as lovable as a bunny. Never kill an innocent person. Understood. Ba narrowed his eyes, his words a stern warning. If you kill someone, you'll become one of those monsters, remember that. Henin replied seriously. Understood. He then gets in his vehicle and departs, and as the city gates close, Ba stands still looking up at the stars and asking the goddess if she is watching them. Meanwhile, Richard continued his work. This is where Shinhajun fought a week ago, but I can't understand why there are only traces of Shinhan's magic here. The blue horse wearily sheds tears of frustration, wondering why it was captured by these people. Why me? Lesla stroked the horse, offering her own assessment. So it seems Han wasn't attacked by magic. Did you see what other systems besides mana it mentioned? Alejandro leaned in, asking the horse, Weaven's bow, or did you somehow kill Han? Is that it? His words took on an increasingly menacing tone. You used physical damage to kill Han and crush his bones. How could you do this? Richard picked up a handful of dirt. No creature could defeat Han with mere physical attacks. He rubbed it between his fingers, sensing the power of a dragon far older than 500 years. Why was he the only one who could crush Han's bones like that? Richard's face turned grim as he discovered a blood trail in the battle's aftermath, a trail he would follow to hunt down and kill the dragon. A new day begins, but Hanan has lost his bearings. Wait, where am I? He barely got off the carriage when misfortune struck. A broken wheel means he can't continue. This is bad. Han blurted out that all the gold and silver is on this carriage. What do I do? Oh no, this is bad. Joseph hides behind a bush. Did you hear what that idiot said? Kalindo hissed. Enough nonsense, luck only lasts so long. They're hiding ready to jump out and rob us. My family's waiting for me at home, he says, stepping forward. Let's all rush them together. Got it. He raises his voice. Hey, are you a merchant? They swaggered out, brandishing knives and axes, threatening, I bet your carriage is broken down so you can't leave because you're hiding gold and silver in there. Do you know who I am? Kailando grinned, wickedly licking his lips. I'm known as the boss of the Shadow Valley Bandits, and my name is Kailando, leader of the 3 bandit brothers. The carriage speeds through the lush green forest. Thanks, friend. Hanpin spoke politely, while Kailando nervously drove the carriage. Even with a map, I'm not familiar with this terrain. I'm really worried since no one ever travels this road. He laughs heartily. I never expected to meet such a kind friend in Kailando. He turned away, muttering to the bump on his head. Not Kondo, but Kondoro. Why did I have to run into this idiot? Hanin narrowed his eyes threateningly. What did you just say? Kalindo trembled in fear. My name is he, started to argue. What's wrong with me calling you Kondo? Anything to say, he chuckled, gesturing to the left. Well, whatever. Take a look over there, sir. The scene before Hanbin was quite pleasing. This place was much larger than Jado. In the distance, majestic mountains meet a vast fortress ahead the city of the On dungeon. Kalindo, like a tour guide, explains, and beyond that valley is the most famous and largest dungeon in the northern valley. The carriage leisurely crosses the precarious bridge to a city built above a dungeon. Isn't that dangerous? The entrance lies beneath a ravine which keeps monsters away, saving hunters travel expenses. Han thinks seriously it's good to have a dungeon so close, but getting down into the canyon doesn't seem easy. Kalindo announces that they've arrived. Ahead there are many carriages like Hanbin's. Kalindo explains that these carriages line up because customs procedures are strict in large cities. While he was thinking, the guy jumped out and ran away. The old man had given him some documents before. Kalindo tries to turn back but bumps into the person in front of him. Luckily, the guy was caught off guard, giving him this chance. He trembled in fear, screaming like a maiden, as Kalindo's eyes welled up with tears of desperation. Please, sir, I'm a wanted man. I can't go through customs. I pray every day that I can become an honest citizen. Kalindo was so scared he knelt down, prompting the bewildered hero to ask what he was doing. His voice still trembling, he asks if this is Kalindo's first time here. How could you not know anything? He begins to tell him a few things. Here at the end of the valley is a concentration camp for the most hunters, a gathering place for all kinds of criminals from the north. He also revealed some dark secrets like how murderers and thieves like me are taken below where they gradually turn into bloodthirsty monsters. What's more, strange things have been happening. Lately, even those from other worlds have been captured. But surprisingly, even those monstrous prisoners were afraid of him. Hanbin frowned upon hearing this people from another world. Kalindo didn't deny it, confirming that they were indeed from another world. He turned slightly, his voice trembling even more. If I'm caught, please look after my mother and daughter. The guards emerged from behind, asking what was going on. Kalindo was too afraid to look, as Han pressed a pouch of money into his hand. He told them, pulling out a piece of paper. It's nothing, I just gave him some things. This is my travel permit, Han added. I'll take care of this and be back as soon as possible. Kalendor held a bundle, looking puzzled. Sir, what about this money? Han, without turning back, advised him. Start over, build a new life. With heartfelt sincerity, he said, Uncle, listen to me and quit this life. Kalindo hung his head, not daring to look up. Yes. Han then walked away, looking cool. Kalindo gratefully collapses to the ground, resolving to use the gold wisely. He closed his eyes tightly, the coolness fading as a sense of unease washed over him. He quickly reached inside for the gold coins. So what's in my pouch then? It seems Hanan personally handed it over to Kalindo. Well, that's what happens when you're gullible. Hanin turns around in bewilderment. I gave Mr. Kondo the wrong thing. Cut to a sign covered in Arabic script. Hundreds of people hold up countless different advertisements. Sign up for Hanktor 12X Insurance to join the Halios Armor Hunters Guild, get 80% off, and buy high-quality goods here. Han, desperate and gaunt, enters the city amidst the bustling crowd. This is a disaster. And I barely have any money left. How will he survive? Hanin has destroyed his own lifeline. I haven't even touched the money I earned from 6 months of labor. He was lost in the crowd after saving every penny. And this is what happens when I leave Star Village. With a pale face, I go to see what's up. Where can I find a guild now? And then a sign catches his eye. Lik Truyan will use Gao Gao to find someone named Eric, and Hanbin stares intently. Addis was overjoyed to see him, but Hanbin immediately grabbed him and ran. The afternoon sun casts its glow upon the world as Altus and Hanbin calmly sip tea on the veranda. He gazed outside, remarking that there weren't many places as nice as this in the city. If you sit here drinking tea and relaxing all, your troubles will simply melt away. Yet you somehow managed to break the cup. Yes, I thought so too. Then I wondered, why are you 2 days late? Han grumbles, cursing Artis, who seems unbothered. I should be the one asking you that. Savina, what are you doing here? And 2 days early, no less. But the reason I was late is because I got lost a statement that left him utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear from the Construction Association chairman? Hanpin is furious now, and to think I'd run into him here of all places. That damn old man. Ba's words still ring in my ears. To ensure your safety upon arrival, I'll have someone you're fond of greet you. He's beyond anger, just helpless. Anyway, thanks for the meal, but please don't get involved with me. Nothing good will come of it, okay? He looked around the house and said he was planning to buy it, asking if I thought it was okay. Meanwhile, Han Bin just fidgeted. Savina, you know what I mean, right? Artis widened his eyes, telling him, how could I ever meet someone as strong as you? Hanin corrected him. I'm only level 5. What are you even thinking? Artis wanted to say more, but he reluctantly followed behind. If you become famous, the first people to come after you will be heresy investigators, Han Bin added with his eyes closed. At my level, I can't become a famous hunter and meet the goddess, so I'm hiding my identity to level up. I can't stay in a place without any monsters, Artis said, trying to soothe Hanbin. Is he really that desperate? He's thirsty, so he asks Savina if she has any water. Altis points to the fridge, a modern appliance in a medieval world, but Han's over-the-top reaction is met with disbelief. Han happily caresses the refrigerator before him. I've longed to see this again since the Rocky Mountains, so now I can enjoy cold water and ice cubes right. As he touches the fridge handle, a system notification appears, level 10 required to use. He furiously tried to open the fridge. Seriously, why does opening a fridge require a level? Addis shouts from behind, trying to stop him, explaining that the refrigerator is a tool, so it's not strange that he needs to meet the level requirement. Han couldn't believe it. No way in my world anyone can use it without restrictions. Han bangs his head against the refrigerator again and again. I'd rather die. Addis reassured him, saying, all right, I think there's a place that can make it happen. Hanin frowned and asked, what is it? Addis has a plan for Hanbin, a way to become a famous hunter without levels. Hanbin quickly realized there was a way to cheat the system, but Addis immediately shook his head, saying it wasn't that simple. He wants to take Hanbin somewhere. Let's go, Hanbin-ru. Atis then led him to the Hunter Association, and as they entered, everyone stared in stunned silence. The cheerful receptionist greets him, and his power level is revealed to be 37. Your hunter registration is complete. Addis responded politely. Thank you. She beams a smile. Yes, you're welcome. Emily at the next desk, however, was visibly annoyed. He keeps glancing at Altis. Why is that handsome hunter going over there? I haven't seen anyone so handsome in ages. And the holidays are almost here. She has to deal with Hanbin and his six-pack while I'm stuck with a pervert. Emily tried to avoid him, shouting loudly. Mr. Pellispin, she politely said, the other hunters who come here are always dressed, but one glare from Hanbin made her shrink back. No, it's nothing. Emily quickly pushed the box toward Hanbin. Please place your hand here so we can measure your level. Red. The display drew the attention of those nearby. This is the first time I've seen that hunter around here. And naked no less, probably just another show-off. Or perhaps he's simply in good health. Atis attempts to intervene. Wait, don't let him measure. The staff next to her explained that he can't register with the Hunter Association without it. His face is full of worry as Han Pin clenches it with his hand. This stone. Emily says, her voice trembling. Yes, he hissed wildly. This is garbage. I hate it. He crushed it instantly. How dare someone trifle with me like this? My power needs it to measure. That box shattered in an instant. Behind Han Bin, whispers began breaking the stone with one hand. To measure his level wasn't the real issue. They speculated endlessly, wondering if he was truly a hero. Addis smirked upon hearing this. Impossible. But look at his physique. That's no ordinary body. I've heard rumors before, but I never thought they were true. Forgive my rudeness, but are you from the Bantara clan? That's right, he's from the Bantara clan, he said, stepping forward to confirm for Hanbin. Earlier, he and Artis had talked about it on the roof of the Bantara family home. Han didn't quite understand the intention. Why would you say that? What does that have to do with me, taking off my clothes? Artis enlightened him. The Pantera warriors flaunt their bodies as a point of pride, but he sees it as a Bantara tribe fetish. So it's not that they like being naked. And do I really look like them? His hand scribbled notes incessantly. The Bantara clan was a minority group living on impoverished islands in the Far East. Their tradition dictates that to prove oneself a member of the Bantara, one must be naked. In other words, it's the pride of the Bantara tribe. Yai's grandfather, Kari Kodos, is a level 40 wild, ancient age 84. Bill's mother is a level 8, golden Mong age 8. The one who goes to find food for Bill's daughter is Y, who is 3 years old, leaving Hanbin overwhelmed. What is with this family, and where are their husbands? Then a new character was added to become a true warrior, a father who left his homeland for the mainland. Seeing this, Hanbin clicked his tongue. Why add me? I haven't wronged anyone, have I? Altis said softly. It's the rule of the Bantara clan. I'm embarrassed to be naked all the time, and now you're throwing me into this weird family. What's the point? Artis said, trying to be persuasive. Once recognized as a Bantara warrior, he wouldn't have to hide his strength anymore. If he sealed the dungeon himself and became famous, the goddesses would take notice. Han remains unconvinced, saying he needs to have his level measured for them to believe him. Artis reveals one more detail. Hanbin-ru shattered the level measuring stone back then. He snapped back, annoyed. Why do we have to do this? He smiles, saying he'll take care of everything. Thanks to the plan going smoothly, everyone here believes it. Bantara. Why would the Bantara come here? You said you came to this continent to become a true warrior and bring glory to your homeland. Altis glanced back slightly. Hanan certainly looked like a Pantera warrior. The rock was now just a distorted mess, and the staff there seemed surprised. But why did you break the mana stone? Hanin crossed his arms, restraining himself. I apologize. I got a little excited while Altus wore an apologetic expression. Forgive him, everyone. This one doesn't know much about this world. Altus then stood in front of Emily to plead their case. As we all know, that stone absorbs a bit of human mana, but that is forbidden for a Bantara warrior. Hanbin chimes in to add credibility, saying the stone is indeed awful. Artis even offered to pay for it, assuring them they would fully compensate for the damaged stone, causing Emily to blush and turn away, yet maintain her composure. But without it, how could he register as a hunter? Artis then held out his badge, suggesting a method. That's fine, as long as he doesn't register as a hunter, while escorting me as a knight. Hanin glances sideways at him, pondering. If he had such a good idea, why disguise himself as a Bantara in the first place? But if he's a Bantara, I can avoid level measurement. However, there are obstacles, and the paperwork to be an escort seems a bit difficult. She still has some reservations. Viz, this is Atis, and he understands immediately it's a matter concerning my family. Your beautiful smile is captivating. Can you keep a secret? His handsome aura was blinding her, and Emily immediately buried herself in her work. He politely declines, saying he'll work as fast as possible, while the employee next to him seems to be making advances. Mr. Viper, there are many great pubs around here. Or maybe we could hit up a big box store. He politely declines, saying he'd get drunk. Emily compliments him, and offers another option. How sweet. What about me? Hanpin is annoyed by all the girls around him. How is Vis the only one getting attention? Unfair, he groaned, rubbing his temples. But Seven has helped me so much, so why does a body like mine get no attention from the ladies? And where did all these women clinging to Hanbin come from? If you don't mind, why don't you join our group? Can I touch your muscles? Can I touch those muscles? The admiration for Hanbin is completely different from Altus. That's not what I'm looking for. That kind of admiration comes with a lot of perks. If you join our party, we'll give you half the profits. We'll pay you 70x just dungeon with us once, and let me touch your muscles once. May I ask how much weight you can lift? I want to touch it. Hanpin screamed like a maiden in the Hunter Association, the scene blending with the city's clamor. Deeper in cliffs and crags give way to a narrow passage where a faint light beckons. It was a triangle, slowly expanding, revealing a massive secret base inside. Richard stood on the railing, impressed by the size, a suitable place for discussions, spacious and easy to work in. Alexandro sat relaxed on the sofa, but he didn't like the place much. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay here, but I don't think I like this place. He smirked, taking stock of himself. But for someone like me, to be here is already a sign of great power. Many would want this, but can't have it. But there are still some refugees from Radna living around here, and for them having a place to live is a blessing. Leslie lazily flipped him off. So, Alejandro, that means you have nothing but this dump. Alejandro denies it. Leslie, it's not like that I'm managing this area. They're hunting for clues, and Richard senses the trail of the 500-year-old dragon is nearby. We need to be more vigilant. Alexandro wants fresh information, but we've tracked it this far, so it must be close. Leslie held a brown vial, eager to execute the plan, but sadly the dragon's blood had dried, preventing them from tracking it further. Alejandro says they need to find someone familiar with this place and fast. He glares, snapping Leslie. Why didn't you preserve it better? Richard hints at something, asking Alejandro, what exactly did you call us here for? His face is full of menace. Or is it? Richard's veiled words meant to flaunt his power. Here were not lost on Alejandro, and the stage was set before them. Barefoot Trans slowly enters. What's going on? Leslie doesn't yet understand the situation. What is this? He called out, come in. The man slowly enters. I think we can talk to him. He's a former hunter, and Jack's face has lost nearly all its color. This guy is savage, always wanting to tear apart his targets. Plus, he's extremely interested in women. Could he be the culprit in the mass killing of 25 people? He turned to Alejandro and asked, Boss, did you call me? He replied with a smile. Of course. Leslie already wants to know about Jack. Is this level 37 guy just a regular hunter? But Alejandro calmly said, just watch. Her eyes widened. It was a birthmark on Jaw's neck. An artificial system. Leslie's voice rose, as if Alejandro was hiding something from her. Why haven't I heard of artificial systems being implanted into living beings? He boasts confidently. It's the result of exploring numerous dungeons and my success. Richard looks at Jack, slightly doubting its feasibility. Does it have side effects from the implant? If so, it's not perfect, is it? Alejandro pushed it onto him. I thought you understood that. Why should I care about that? And that blue horse's back eyes brimming with tears, trying to sell me something again. This W seems good. Tears streamed down Eli's face as she looked up and smiled. Don't apologize, it's not your fault. Eli faced Jack with her twin swords as he revealed a depraved grin. I think I like this girl. Should I just kill you now? Alright, calm down, I'll play along. Alejandro sneers. Begin. On the platform, all eyes were on the girl wielding dual swords, and the man enhanced with an artificial system as they faced off. The moment Alejandro started, the air filled with murderous intent, as Jack pulled a sharp knife from his back pocket, saying slowly, It seems I'm a little worried about you. His face twisted into a beastly snarl, his voice laced with provocation. My dear, it seems I've caught a glimpse of something, haven't I? My level is higher than yours, so it would be better for you to beg me. Facing the level 37 Alejandro the level 34, Eli didn't flinch, taking a sword stance while Jack continued his taunts. Using those things on me is useless. Eli coldly opens her eyes. Very well, show me. The moment she finished speaking, Gil charged at her with a weapon. Hearing the sounds of fighting inside, Afi is terrified, whimpering outside. All Afi could do was close her eyes and cover her ears, wondering what to do. These people were so scary. Though once a knight sworn to protect a kingdom, it steeled itself, using its claws to pry open a crack in the door to observe the fight, waiting for an opportunity to escape unnoticed, especially by that girl. The moment E peeked through the crack in the door, she was shocked to see the monster relentlessly attacking, while Eli gracefully dodged each blow like a calm stream before a raging storm. Suddenly, Gil stopped, recognizing Eli's movements, her dance the way she finished like a breeze. His eyes burned with rage, his pupils dilated wildly. Are you provoking me? We have an audience down there, you know. Contrary to Jack's recklessness, Eli is incredibly calm. In that case, I should have killed you from the start, huh? I hope you like it, though. Instantly, his eccentric long hair is sliced off, leaving him stunned with a choppy shortcut, fueling his rage. He roared, "You wench!" Below the arena, Leslie looked on with curiosity. Could it be that she also has an artificial system? Alejandro wondered. Don't think that being a higher level means you're stronger. But Leslie completely ignored what he said. So you're saying a 5-level difference is normal, but I'm curious why you brought up that name. But with an artificial system and that level, I don't think she's a match. Alexandro still had that half-smile on his face. Don't be hasty. Let's observe. Above the arena's rage erupts. Are you blind? How dare you touch my hair? I'll kill you, he said, dropping the knife, flexing his muscles and radiating a terrifying bloodlust. Seeing the tense situation, Alejandro warned him to stop before things went too far, but Gil refused. Suddenly, his body began to transform, his muscles hardening and his skin turning a reddish-brown, making him look like a fearsome beast. He roared, "I'll tear you to pieces." His transformation shocked Leslie. What the hell? I thought you only experimented on humans. Why did it turn into a Tatiro? But Alejandro simply smirked, explaining that the human experimentation technique involved creating half-human, half-monster hybrids, like this half-Tatiro creature. This would avoid the side effects of implantation and allow them to use their original skills. The Tatiro that Z transformed into raised its sharp claws, aiming for Eli's head. But before it could react, a lightning flash streaked by too fast to see. Eli's twin swords had already torn the Tatiro to shreds. Each strike of purple lightning pierces its body, as Alejandro continues. This means human experimentation is the only way to escape the side effects of implantation. On the arena floor, the defeated killer, his body still smoking from the violet lightning, could only curse in frustration. Eli turned his back, leaving the broken man behind, and approached Alejandro to report. "Sir Alejandro, I've stopped him." With my opponent unconscious, Alejandro simply offered a mild compliment. "Well, it seems we won't be able to use him for a while. Take care of it before it reactivates." Guille grew even more distraught at Alejandro's words. "What is the boss talking about? I am the pride of Tatiro. I've always been the strongest." But before he could finish, Eli swung her sword again, splattering blood everywhere as a horrified Ehi watched from the sidelines while Eli remained unmoved. Effie thought to herself she killed him. Even though that man was a rampaging monster, she followed human orders to kill without batting an eye. "Just as I thought," Eli simply stated. "It's over," Richard said, looking at Alejandro with suspicion. "Is that girl blind? If so, her swordsmanship must rely on the system to know where her opponent is." "Not exactly," Alexandro explained. "Her senses are just extremely heightened." Richard grew even more curious. "So this is one of your success stories. Why don't you elaborate?" Alexandro remains still, as he explains that some with systems can't gain experience, no matter how many monsters they defeat. Leslie was taken aback. "What? If the system can't gain experience, then why is Richard clutching the balcony?" Leslie continues, absorbing experience points from defeated opponents to level up. "Not only do these things not gain experience points, but neither do any of the other monsters," Alexandro added. "That's why I've been experimenting with monsters in the dungeon, but as you can see, there are still side effects." Richard's face hardened. However, if there was something else, the two seemed to understand each other. He meant the dragon's core. "We're still looking for bigger dragons, as those items are only found in older dragons." Richard then throws a necklace towards Alejandro. "If there's betrayal here, the consequences will be severe." Alexandro catches it suspiciously. "This is a serious, Richard," explaining that their boss gave them this item when they defeated the Great Dragon back then. Leslie smirks. "If it were you, I'm sure you'd learn how to use it right." Alexandro grins, holding the string. "Thank you. How generous to be gifted such a wonderful artifact. To give me such a special artifact." Richard and Leslie turn to leave. "I hope to hear good news about your experiments. We have business to attend to. I'll be going now. I'm quite envious that you caught that ween. If he succeeds in experimenting with it, it'll be wonderful. Good luck, Truk." With that, the two jumped from Lawn C, leaving Alejandro alone with his thoughts. And a sly grin. "Haha, this is mine now. You gave this to me to find it, didn't you? And if I don't find it, I'm the one who'll be held responsible. Oh, how convenient. How am I supposed to find a dragon in human form without knowing any skills or locations? Ah, he tells Eli. Bring the W out here and clean up this corpse. She asks, are you going out, sir? Yes, I understand. She opened the door to the room looking as calm as if there had never been a battle. Outside the hallway was pitch black, and she slowly opened her eyes, sensing something was wrong. Phi, who had been watching the fight, had fled for his life, his mind in turmoil. Experiments, the system, a dragon, and that girl who worked for Alejandro. They're insane. I'll be killed if I stay there any longer. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. Phi ran to the door and without hesitation burst through it, rushing outside with a look of lingering fear. Eli spread his azure wings, preparing to take flight, but Eli caught up from behind, ordering him to halt. Phi suddenly turned around. Are you kidding me? I'm going to get caught. Before it could recover, Eli darted forward with lightning speed. She grabs her sword and unhesitatingly swings it at him. He screams as Eli unleashes her lightning attack, but luckily he manages to fly away just as the blow lands. Barely escaping, A breathes a sigh of relief. It grinned, come up here if you're so good, you loser. But before it could celebrate, a lightning-like cord wrapped around its leg, catching it by surprise. This power. Eli can't fly up from below, but is carrying someone with all her might. Ify can't believe his eyes. The girl he scorned for being unable to fly now uses leverage to pull him back to earth while she soars higher, her face sharp, sword in hand. Come with me. I won't let you leave. I's foot is caught by the violet lightning from Eli's sword, but it's not afraid, its face darkening. Ha, you think I can't leave this place? I's eyes harden as it roars. I loathe this place. Eli is suspicious, hand ready to draw her sword. Before she could react, A unfurled her wings and soared into the sky, dragging Eli and her sword along with her, causing her to scream. Wait, hold on, don't go that way. Just then the lightning shackles on Eli's feet broke. E falls straight down. Seeing her fall, AI thinks to himself, she's a swordswoman, so I should be safe now, right? The only thing I feared was archers ambushing from the ridge, but there's nothing here. The further he looked at the fortress, the more suspicious Aphi became. But then blue lights flashed from the mountainside, as if something was about to fly straight at him. Before Effie could blink, he was surrounded by an intense blue light, and he was horrified. The dungeon below was like a bottomless pit filled with bridges, stacked haphazardly from top to bottom. In the deepest level of a pitch-black cave, a green monster with thousands of red eyes lunges forward its mouth like a gaping maw, but Hanbin pierces it with a single strike, a colossal ant monster. He frowned, clicking his tongue. He probably shouldn't hold back his power anymore. Behind him, another ant monster was preparing to strike. Just before its pincer could strike, he leaped down, bisecting the monster in one swift motion. But the more he killed, the more monsters appeared. Hanbin stood alone, sword in hand, looking weary. The monsters were too many. He didn't have time to deal with them one by one. He raised his sword, a determined look in his eyes, saying he wouldn't use this special skill. But a white flash suddenly appeared. Hanbin's ultimate skill was activated, picking flowers, catching butterflies. Hanbin looked like a child catching poisonous insects, and in an instant the monsters were wiped out in a flash. Hanbin looked incredibly foolish at that moment. It was a skill where all I had to do was raise my sword and run around like a madman to hit the monsters in the air. Though not a complete victory, it was helpful nonetheless. Hanbin sheathed his sword, a look of pride on his face, as he gazed at the fallen monsters behind him. He shouts, "Everything is ready." The not-quite-dead monsters are groaning in pain. Suddenly, a vortex of fire descends from above, engulfing the monsters, as Hanbin leans against his giant sword, watching them burn to a crisp. From their corpses, blue bubbles floated up. Hanin was intrigued. This must be life force. These blue bubbles keep escaping the monsters' charred corpses, intriguing him. I've never seen anything like this before. He immediately turned to Altus and asked, "What do you think Altus unleashed that firestorm earlier?" "Hanbin, I apologize for stealing your monster. It's fine. Your leveling up will be good for me in the future. But I was wondering why my level isn't increasing." Artus shook his head, explaining, "There's no way levels can increase that easily." Han remained skeptical, but what choice did he have but to continue? After all, levels reflect an entity's overall ability to control the flow of power and life within their body. It's clearly reflected in your system, as you said before, so it makes sense that leveling up is as difficult as replacing someone's bone structure. Hanbin looked incredibly frustrated, and I knew it, but I wondered if dragons could absorb experience whenever they killed an opponent. Adis said sternly that it's not that we absorb them, but rather we accept them and absorb them into our dragon core. But this power can be extremely unstable. We must overcome it to receive it. Hanbin looks surprised, but Artis remains calm. Therefore, to level up, we must confront that sensation, but absorbing too much will kill us. Because of the very nature of our existence. Artis then returns to his human form, but Hanbin interrupts. "Could you put some clothes on and talk?" The two continued their conversation. "So after all that, you can only absorb a limited amount. That's right, so much so that I could die if I drink too much water. However, I'm quite pleased that I can level up a few times in 15 years. If that's the case, you can level up Cho'Mat by another 20 or 30 levels. 15 years. How old are you? I'm turning 150 this year. So you're an old man. What are you even saying 150 years old? Is just a teenager. Dragons can live for over 1,000 years. Hanine is even more shocked. What? So what level could the oldest dragon possibly reach? Artis remained calm, as if this was all normal. I'm not sure. There's really no way to confirm a dragon's level. But I'm sure they're in the same boat as you. Is it because they have nothing to hunt so they can't level up? It's not like there are many high-level monsters for them to hunt anyway, and being discovered by humans would be troublesome. As they spoke, the two approached the dungeon's ladder, which descended slowly into its deepest levels. They continued to discuss levels, and the older dragons required a massive amount of life force to sustain them. Then why didn't they just stop there? They don't think like you do. Artis is worried the greater the dragon, the greater their hunger for power. They realized that constantly absorbing small amounts of life force was useless in helping them level up. Hanine seemed to sympathize with the larger dragons. They're just like me. No matter how many level 25 monsters I kill, I can't level up. It only counts when I kill monsters from level 45 to 50 onward. That's why the greater dragons gather life force at a fixed location, a solution to the life force shortage. We dragons call it the life force. Humans call it the dragon's nest. The dragon's nest that Hanbin and Artis mentioned is very similar to the scene when A was surrounded by the blue light, with thousands of rays piercing it. Hanbin's curiosity is piqued. So if I had it, would I be able to level up? Artis asked. You mean the dragon's core. Those blue rays in the dragon's nest must be the dragon core. Even a glancing blow stripped it clean, leaving it to scream in agony and despair. Artis warns Hanbin, don't even dream of going there safely without protection, Hanbin Ryu. And he can't approach it because his body is human. The energy it emits could make his body explode. It inflicts a pain beyond description. A pain that even the strongest dragon couldn't endure. And that's why it was like an impenetrable fortress, while Eli could only watch from below as he screamed in agony. Alejandro's servants rushed over, and Judy went to call Eli, all of them in a panic. That's not Alejandro's one, but don't forget to remind Eli. She should go inside immediately. Eli was still anxious, but what about one? They explained that if Lord Alejandro didn't use it, it meant it was useless, to which Eli retorted loudly. What do you mean it can't be used? The servants tried to persuade Eli, saying Alejandro would never forgive them if she got hurt. Above, the eternal blue lights continued to flow, as Eli endured the ultimate pain. Though she didn't understand what was happening, Eli followed the servants, ordering them to move. But her heart still aches, for just thinking of Eli's empty eyes is enough to understand that pain. Suddenly, all traces of despair vanished. Eli seemed to feel nothing at all, completely taken by surprise. Looking around, he stood in a vast green space like the other side of the aurora with him, as the only living being. The sky rippled with clouds, the ground, a mirror reflecting the heavens in E's form. What was he doing here? Suddenly a figure appeared behind him, calling out his name, startling him. Astounded Aphi recognized the voice, a voice that stirred long-forgotten memories and conjured the image of a man. Captain, what name will you give to this W? The captain's voice echoed. Since this W is female, how about Iran? The W whimpers Kia doesn't like it. What about E? It seems Ween likes the name. The captain held the small one on his shoulder. Okay, then from now on your name will be Efi. Though someone doesn't seem to agree. The captain's face is stern. Is something wrong? If you have a problem, you can be the captain. Didn't this little girl love that name? Weaven closed her eyes on the captain's sturdy shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Is that so? Those memories return to reality. Effie shouts in disbelief. Bald captain, you're really the bald captain. The captain who just appeared replies, of course, who else would I be? And since when was my name bald captain? I'm a respectable dragon knight. Phi sobbed, tears streaming down his face. You really are, bald captain, which infuriated the captain. How on earth did I get that name? The captain scratched his head. Oh dear, why are you crying? I'm not a child, stop treating me like one. Effie quickly wipes away his tears. It's just something in my eye. Where are the other knights? Not yet. This statement from the captain puzzled Phi. He said it. Before them appeared a crown beneath which lay a pool of crimson blood, the price for failing to protect the prince, and the punishment, the execution of the entire Dragon Knight squadron, including their captain. Suddenly a gag appears on A's face. What is it trying to say? Impossible, the captain did nothing wrong. Meanwhile, the captain casually puts his hands in his pockets and says, You're smart, A. It seems time has helped you grow. But little did she know the captain was trying to tell her something while she was gagged. Sometimes you need to trust people. If a speck of dust gets in your eye while you're flying, you need someone there to wipe away the tears. Evie sinks into the mirror-like surface of the ground. Perhaps this is her memory. The captain's figure blurred and vanished, leaving only small orbs of light. Evie falls from the dragon's core where the converging blue lights and Eli's sword pull her from the pain. Covered in wounds, its eyes shut tight, Eli desperately tries to help Evie. She grits her teeth, trying to muster the greatest strength from her small frame. Finally, Evie collapses to the ground. She remained motionless. Judy rushed over to ask Han and Eli, but Eli was only concerned about her. Are you okay? Wake up. With her last breath, Ehi opened her eyes, asking why her. Eli is relieved. You're awake. What luck. You took a massive amount of damage from the life force emanating from that place. It will damage her from the inside. But for now, we must treat the external wounds first. Auntie, get me a potion. But all she heard was refusal. No, we don't need to. Alexandro steps in, saying we'd only be wasting medicine on it. Eli was surprised. Alejandro, weren't you supposed to be out? Alejandro wore a cunning expression. I was halfway there, but when I saw the light in the sky, I came back to see what was happening. I didn't expect this wean to be trying to escape from you. Eli tried to explain, but Alejandro kicked Effie, stating that the wyvern had already sustained massive damage from the life force damage that even real dragons would have trouble withstanding. Alas, this wyvern is beyond hope, and she intends to use the potion just to save a wyvern. I don't know if it's worth it. Are you sure about this? It's best to just release it from its suffering. Alejandro turned his back, waving goodbye. Unable to bear his foul words any longer, Elegi gripped her sword tightly. My name is Eli. Can you close your eyes? With that, she stroked Ai's head, telling it to imagine its favorite food, something with lots of broth. Now slowly forming the broth into dumplings, it wouldn't hurt anymore. This feeling will come naturally. Eli stroked Ai's eyes closed, then drew her sword, trying to comfort her. You're doing great, A. This is the most comfortable way. A sword is swung, a piercing sound echoes as blood drips from the blade. Eli asks Alexandro, can you give me a vial of Po now? Alexandro was utterly astonished. Eli had cut her own hand and blood was still flowing. Is this wound worth a vial of poison, or is it not enough? With that, she prepares to strike again. This terrified Eli. Judy tried to stop her. Lady Eli, please stop. Alejandro clicked his tongue, his face cold. This whiv isn't worth it. This is the only time. Eli, this will not happen a second time. Eli's face remained impassive. Thank you, Alejandro. Inside the room, Eli's burn wounds were being bandaged, and he slowly regained consciousness. A furious face. How absurd to be on guard. What are you plotting by doing this? Why did you save me? E calmly waters the plant, stating that she does have a reason. She asks, hey, have you ever grown plants before? It wags its tail. I used to have a small garden, but then it suddenly panics. Don't tell me you're planning to eat me with the plants as seasoning. Ig explained, no, I don't eat my flowers, but it was still terrified. I don't believe it. Seeing this, EG added, I've been able to see the world through an artificial system since I went blind. I may not see colors, but I can recognize them. However, it's difficult to see inanimate objects. So I nurtured the tree. After all, we humans don't usually water plants that are sick or completely withered. Just like you, even wounded as you are, you haven't given up. Rising from a withered branch. No wonder she asked him for the potion. The sight of the one before him becomes even more revealing. Most like me have systems, but we aren't free. But you're much luckier than us. I can see it, that life force flowing through you, and I think you have a dragon core. Eli refutes that it's impossible. I'm a W after all. But Eli insists that Weaven isn't a dragon. Perhaps that's why she could add to it. She's very intelligent, but Eli still doesn't believe what she's saying. So you're saying that in the process of taking that damage, I instinctively created something. Wait, Alejandro must be looking for it. Eli then clearly stated, a dragon core. It's the final and most essential material for completing the artificial system within me. However, I didn't tell him and brought you here. Ife, you always thought I was a slave who only served him. Afi closed her eyes tightly. If she said that, it seemed she might not be close to him, or she could be pretending, but luckily she was still alive. So it's impossible to say she planned all of this. No, but who knows what will happen if I escape now. No, I won't uncover her true motives by guessing. I need to cover my face and ask Eli. You say you can identify someone by their eyes, but you can't see anything, is that right? What if I do? Eli affirmed. Alejandro makes his face look like that annoying guy's face. What do you think? This makes Eli chuckle as it continues to move closer to her. Come on, Kia, stop it. Embarrassed, Eli covers her face as he persists, but she can only shake her head. Kia, you two can play around in Eli's room, but we're stuck in a rundown house over here. Alexandro, looking annoyed, picks at his ear as Emin speaks. Lord Alejandro, this is the list of hunters who have ranked up in the past month. But Alejandro waves his hand, scattering the papers. No, they wouldn't be there, Alejandro says, leaving Emin utterly bewildered. What do you mean, aren't the hunters you're looking for here? That's impossible, Alejandro says. I believe they'd head to the center of the continent to do that. They'd have to save up, and being a hunter is the only way to make enough for a trip like that. Emin understands. If you're looking for people above level 50 who aren't too prominent, then I think this is it. A hunter's newspaper, Alejandro wondered. Emin explained further that these hunters were likely not who he was looking for. Their levels are too low, and there's nothing particularly remarkable about them. But that newspaper has caught Alejandro's attention. Oh ho, who's this kid? The picture in the newspaper was of Hanbin and Artis. Alejandro smirks. Looks like I don't think like you do. Deep within the volcano's dungeon, a fearsome spider unleashes an attack on Brad, but he manages to block it completely. He taunted his friend behind him. Hey Martin, looks like you're a little slow. Need some help? Martin snapped, blocking the attack. Quit the nonsense, how could I lose to this thing? Brad laughed excitedly, raising his spear and shouting. With lightning speed, he unleashed hundreds of spear thrusts, obliterating the monstrous spider while Martin crushed his own opponent. They turned back to back, defending themselves. Brad asked, "I'm faster, right?" Martin retorted, "I've killed plenty of monsters since we entered this dungeon." Brad frowned, retorting with a pout, "What are you even talking about? I've killed 10 more than you, but we're both injured, so let's get healed first." Suddenly the two girls screamed, trapped in webs above, causing them to turn around. They panicked, saying, "Where did this spider web come from? Look, sister." Above them, a spider descended, causing Foe to scream in terror, and seeing his comrade in danger, Martin called out to Elfel. Brad shouts, "Don't move, we're coming to save you," but before he can rush in, something slams into his shoulder. Brad backed away, and Martin asked Brad, "Are you okay?" Brad looked up, wondering, what the hell is going on? A tarantula knight. Why now? Martin assessed the situation, realizing they couldn't win without Bap. Brad understood, frowning as he replied, "But we can't run away right now." But where did a strange hand come from holding something that could freeze things? No sooner were the words spoken than the cave was filled with a chilling air, freezing the spiders in their tracks. As Brad turned in surprise, stammering, "Why is it so cold all of a sudden?" "Did someone use magic?" Martin cautiously replied, "I don't think this is the monster's magic." "Hey look, that spider's dead." Hearing them, the voice from before denied it. "No, it's just lost consciousness." Suddenly a voice called out, and they turned to ask, "Who are you? Are you the Altus mage and that strange warrior?" Artus quietly put away his wand and said, "We didn't intend to interfere, but why don't you go save those girls while we take care of this monster?" Time passed as the Brad company traveled with Artus and Martin chatting along the way. "It's an honor. We're relieved and fortunate to have your help." Artus chuckled, No, we're the ones who are grateful for you showing us the way." Martin continued, "We heard rumors that you Artus are a fire mage, but I guess that's not the only magic you can use, is it?" Altus chuckled sheepishly, "Just a little." The two girls approached him with curious eyes, and Fo Ao said, "I like men like this." Ella chimed in, "Me too. I'm Ella. You have to admit he's quite handsome." Fo E then introduced herself, "And I'm Fo Eo." Seeing their nonsense, Martin interjects, "What are you two talking about?" Quiet. "I don't know if I should ask, but would you two like to join our party?" Hanine immediately replied, "I refuse." El was surprised by the blunt rejection. Fel pouts, "What's wrong, sir? We know there are plenty of great dungeons around here." Hanbin firmly refuses, "I don't want to, so don't be ridiculous." Artus chuckled, explaining, This friend of mine doesn't want to be distracted during his mission, which is why he's turning down all parties. That way, after exploring the dungeon, we can wink at you, Artus." Elja added, sipping her tea and contemplating more profitable dungeon conquest strategies. Distracted Hanbin turns to see them glaring daggers at him, silently screaming, "Why did you lie to me, you bastard?" Hanbin then recalled his conversation with Artus. "In other words, we need witnesses to be recognized, right?" Artus replied, "That's right. Without witnesses, no matter how hard we try, we won't be noticed. If our record suddenly skyrockets, it'll be suspicious, but with witnesses, it'll be much safer. The best way to sway public opinion is through rumors and images, and we'll showcase our overwhelming power by cooperating with other teams. This way it can also convince others of your identity, as the hero Vantera, increasing your chances of meeting the goddesses." Han asks, "But we need a certain level, right? And to reduce the chance of my identity being exposed, we'll only work with teams once, won't we?" Artus replied, "Either way, there will be people requesting to team up with a Vantera warrior like you." Han then asked, "But will it really work?" Altus smiled and replied, "Trust me, Hanbin Ryu, I'll make you the most famous hunter in this city." Back in the present, Hanbin pondered in silence. Artus was right about everything, but there was one thing that really bothered him. "Are the girls here blind? Why doesn't anyone notice me? How annoying." Just then, Elja and Fall approached Artus asking if he was free tomorrow, and commenting on their chance meeting with the Vantera warrior and this handsome man. Ati smiles and replies with thanks, but says he's busy researching magic. As they walked, they suddenly stopped, and Martin asked Grass, who replied, "Don't mess with me. Listen, we're not ordinary hunters who need support, but we'll fight to our last breath. Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you're a little better looking than me." Phala and Elja, amused, asked, "Are you jealous that we like someone else?" Addis, discouraged, said, "I'm sorry." Brow retorted, "Shut up, I'm talking. You girls aren't qualified to be headhunters." Just as he finished speaking, Hanbin and his muscular physique stepped in front of him, causing him to stammer, shocked, asking if he was reacting this way, just because they criticized his master a few times. Everyone is watching him with respect, just because he's a Vantera warrior, but I don't buy into that nonsense. Ignoring him, Hanbin calmly opens the door, saying, "Looks like we're on the right track." Brad turns and asks what's going on. Before them lay a strange space filled with open spider egg sacs and a large spider in the center. Martin looked around and said, "I always felt this tunnel was long and sensed a source of magic in the middle of the dungeon, and it seems we've arrived." Adis asks, "If we wipe this place out, will the dungeon disappear?" Martin replies, "No, I don't think so. It is indeed the dungeon in the volcano's mouth, just as I knew. We don't yet know what this place holds, as it's completely different from the monsters outside." Han looks around thinking, good, there's still something here for me. But Brad sees something and shouts that it's an artifact. Martin steps forward, reminding him, Brad, don't forget an artifact means. Brad confidently interjects, I know its guardian is the dungeon's final boss. Han calmly eyed the giant spider hanging in the air, asking, that's the boss. Martin replied, warrior, that monster spits venom from afar. Stay with me, and we'll attack its forelegs. Brad, protect them and Addis. Wait for our signal before moving in. Brad frowned. You're saying I have to stay behind? Disagreeing, Brad excitedly charged forward. I won't let another group take our monster's reward. Seeing him charge out defenselessly, Han called him a fool. He then turned and said, then I'll leave those 2 girls and Altis in your care. Let's go. Han replied, okay. Altis, observing the situation, exclaimed, something feels off. Han watched nonchalantly, then asked, aren't you going up there? Hanbin replied, just watching the team fight for a bit. Now let's observe. Fel and Elja have somehow mastered magic that surrounds their hands. Brad excitedly charges forward, declaring, we'll use the strategy we discussed. Martin clicks his tongue, asking, why are you in such a hurry? Brad replies, if this thing dies, we win. Martin shouts, focus on the battle. Just then, the spider unleashed a stream of green liquid, prompting the sisters to cast their spells. Antia's light formed a protective wall, blessed by Jessen, the oil of strength upon our blades. Thanks to their magic, the shield blocked the spider's attack, creating an opening for Martin and Brad to advance. Just then, Brad reached the spider, and raising his spear declared, we don't have time to deal with each leg individually. As the main character swung his hammer, he declared, then let's finish this with its head, and with that, both attacks came crashing down on the spider. Brad's face fell as he realized the dungeon's initial mortality rate wasn't as high as he thought because hunters are paid commissions based on the monster's level and were obligated to defeat it. Moreover, we hunters have no means of measuring a monster's level unless some survive the battle and report the dungeon's details. So the more monsters that appear, the more information we need, but this method is only useful against weaker monsters. That's why most hunters die, they encounter the boss unexpectedly. Brad collapses in fear, his face paling. The giant spider begins to fire something. Brad wonders why he's never heard of this before. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the spider fired a beam directly at Brad, who covered his head, peeking through his fingers to see a shield erected in front of him. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see Artis and asked, Sir Artis, aren't you a lower level than it? How is your magic possibly? Artis calmly replied, I used my wand to create this shield, but now I don't have one, so it's a bit difficult. Brad, finding this insane, asked, what's wrong with you? How could a mage abandon their wand? And that monster, it's not just using magic attacks. Seeing the attack, Brad stood in front of Artis and yelled, get out of the way! He screamed and charged forward. But before he could react, Hanbin rushed in and blocked the attack with his sword. Artis, seeing this, asked, why are you here? What about the other 2? Han replies, I got them out of the dungeon. The spider makes an eerie noise, and Brad says, but with a body that big, its attacks must be slow. We should get out of here while we still can. Ignoring him, Hanin notes that climbing onto its back would be difficult. Altis added, plus its weight and outer shell are immense, but a critical hit to the head would be different. It might be difficult for others, but for a swordsman like you, it should be manageable. Han asks, does it have to be a critical hit? Brad, in disbelief, shouted back, what the hell are you talking about? You're about to die and you're still talking big. We're not going back to report this to the guild. If we die here, other hunters will die unaware of this dungeon. Atis looked down blankly and replied, that's right. That's why we need to kill it so it's no longer a threat to other hunters. Hearing that, Brad's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he thought, kill that thing, how can these 2 be so calm? Hanbin asks, that's the only way, right? And Artis replies, if you're okay with it, then do it. Brad, finding this insane, interjects, you don't seem to have much dungeon experience, but that monster isn't like the others. Ignoring him, Hanbin says, cover your ears, and Artis complies. Just then, something caught Brad's eye. Hanbin had hurled his sword, tearing through the ground in a straight line towards the spider's head. Unprepared, the spider was impaled and collapsed. Brad stared in disbelief, thinking, it pierced the boss, and with such a huge sword, it's practically a spear. Wait, it's not over yet. Seeing the spider about to attack again, Brad anxiously warns, careful, it's unleashing its remaining mana. Before he could finish, the spider burst into flames, and the 2 calmly turned away. Hanbin's sword was sent flying by the blast, embedding itself right next to Brass. He gaped in disbelief, realizing they'd combined the sword and wand to create that massive explosion, then wondered if killing a monster that big was this easy. How many would it take? The system window then appeared, showing he received 238,110 experience points for defeating the level 50 Terran. Han sighed at how far away he still was, while Brad was still in disbelief. Is that it then? Hanbin replied calmly, yep, we've cleared the dungeon. A while later, as they headed to the exit, they heard sobbing. Hanbin looked down at the source of the sound, puzzled. Seeing Brad sobbing, he turned to Altis and whispered, he looks exhausted. Can't we do something for him? Altis replied, he's in shock. Not everyone is as strong as you. Brad, his face flushed, said, I really tried my best, you know, but when Martin died, my body just went numb. I couldn't do anything then. I envied you, Vantera warrior. Because you were strong from the moment you were born. Atis saw the flaw and spoke up. That's not it. It's because my friend here has always lived in harsh conditions. Before he could finish, Hanbin cut him off. He walks over to Brad and says, listen. Brad looks up and asks, what? Are you saying this world is unfair? Isn't it obvious that everyone has to do whatever it takes to survive? Adapt or be eliminated. Complaining won't help. Of course, luck also plays a part. And so am I. As for you, you were lucky to have met us, which is why you're still alive. If luck isn't on your side, you'll die. Life is a constant gamble. As Fule once taught. Hearing this, Filey Brad gritted his teeth, grabbed Hanbin by the collar and said loudly, you're right, if it weren't for you, I'd be in hell right now. But what about Martin? Are you saying he was unlucky, so he had to die? Just as he finished speaking, Martin, who was bandaged up, saw them and smiled, saying, there you are, you've finally returned. Hearing Martin's voice, Brad numbly turns and seeing his aggressive attitude toward their benefactor, the three beat him, asking where his gratitude is. You bastard, do you have any idea how much effort that warrior put into saving us? Brad clutched himself screaming, I saw everyone in danger, and Hanbin and Atta saw it too, he explained. Have we forgotten to mention that we saved them all? Ma Tin calmly recalls the warrior catching him as he was thrown out, shielding him from the impact with his sturdy body. That's why I was so lucky to survive. Brad's eyes widened as he asked again. Is that really possible? Martin replied. I also didn't believe he could do something like that. Hearing this, Brad paused for a moment and said, Warrior Artis, thank you so much for saving us. Seeing them bow in gratitude, Hanbin remained expressionless, then walked out saying, I'll head out first. Grat, not hearing a response, stammered, I'm sorry. Martin then walked over and smacked him on the head, saying, do you have any idea what you just did? He's probably annoyed because of it. Brad frowned, I never thought it would come to this. Altus then spoke up, we have a proposition for you. We can't use this relic, and we were planning to sell it anyway. My companion already has a weapon, so we don't really need it. We'll even sell it to you for half price, and if you buy it from us, you won't have to go through any complicated procedures. The brat crew, hardly believing their ears, took the spear and asked, why are you offering to sell this to us? Altus smiled gently, replying, it's because you're lucky. They shouted excitedly, this is the real deal. Let me stab you with it once. This weapon feels great. I want to test its power now. Fantastic. Meanwhile, Hanbin stood outside, scratching his head. He smiled, wondering aloud, it's good, no one had to die, but I really can't use it because of the level restriction. But at that moment, someone was watching him from afar, knocking on a door behind him. Opening the window, he reported, Sir, I've located the Vantera warrior. Emin questioned him. And what of the mage? He replies, likely still within the station. Emin quietly said, good, I hope they will cooperate with us. From within the group of three, Hannes and the others bowed their heads, expressing their gratitude. Artis, please tell the warrior that we are very grateful to him. Hearing this, Hanin thought to himself with a satisfied look, this way I can gain popularity. Truly killing two birds with one stone. If I become famous, will the goddesses come to see me, but for now I need fame and to treat them well to earn their trust. Then form a group to get revenge. Of course, after that, Min can return home. Altus approached the carriage, but not seeing him wondered, where is he? Is he trying to escape? But then an arm tapped from inside the carriage, saying, excuse me. Are you Addis? Would you be willing to spare us some time? Hanbin realizes it's time for him to step out. Altus, where is he? Did he go on ahead? Meanwhile, in the moving carriage, Altus asks loudly, what the hell are you doing? I thought you just wanted to talk, so why are you driving the carriage away? Emin replied calmly, I apologize. I knew it wouldn't be easy to escort you. Artis then asked, what's going on? He clicked his tongue, realizing he'd used up all his wands, even the spares. He'd been careless in the previous battle, assuming he could let his guard down in a populated city. Emin then said sternly, you were wise not to take out your wand. Seeing you in person really makes me think you look like your sister. Adora Bannister heard his sister's name, and Artis's eyes widened as he asked, you know my sister? Emin calmly replied, of course though, I don't know much about her myself, but she was the one who fought the Black Dragon alongside the four heroes 10 years ago. As a result, this created a dragon-slaying organization to keep an eye on the greater dragons. If she were alive, she would surely receive the blessing of the goddesses as well. As he spoke, Artis's face darkened and he coldly ordered him to stop talking about his sister, saying that this was neither the time nor was it important. Seeing Artis's reaction, Emin adjusted his glasses and said, I apologize, Artis. I was merely curious about the rumors I'd heard that the current head of the Bannister family had been living in seclusion for the past 10 years, after his sister's death. However, seeing you has reassured me greatly. Confused, Artis asks, what are you talking about? Just then the carriage stops and Emin says, it seems we've arrived. I chose a place where there are hardly any people. Why don't we go inside to talk more clearly? Addis entered, surprised by what he saw. This is my house. Emin, equally stunned, stammered, why are you here? A strange voice emerges. Seems I've got a knack for driving carriages. Emin turned to look, asking, what did you do, you monster? That's barbaric. Hanpin calmly walks out, smiling slightly and asks, what are you talking about? The carriage driver was going the wrong way. I just wanted to help him get back on track. Atis replies, there's someone tailing us that I didn't account for. Emin was even more confused to hear this. Following us? No, that's not it. Han ignored him and continued to ask, Why don't we just get straight to the point? Just then a blood-curdling scream echoed. A moment later, Artis picked up something glowing, saying, I can feel the light energy within it. This is a symbol of Antea, the goddess of light. It's the real deal. Hanine glanced over worriedly, saying, so that means this person is a priest from the Temple of Light. Emin, bruised and tied to a chair, asks painfully, do you understand now? My name is Emino, a high priest who worships Antea, the goddess of light. The system window displays level 45 psychic, and Artis approaches with a dazzling smile, saying, we apologize. However, being kidnapped by a priest never crossed my mind. Emmy adjusts her glasses and replies, I didn't intend to kidnap you, but simply to bring you to a secret place to talk. I can understand you, but I can't forgive that savage. He attacked me before I could even speak, not even letting me explain myself. It's infuriating. Why is the warrior so quiet? Han, with a sullen face, turned and used his skills to pretend he was a stranger. Switching from Kirin to Vantera, he said, I don't speak Kirin. Emin, seeing his awkward face, yelled, don't lie, you clearly understand me. Addis chuckled, saying, however, it's quite surprising that you came to me instead of that powerful warrior. If you're seeking me out for a conversation like this, it means this is a secret mission. Emin hears Addis's calm words and thinks to himself that most of the greater dragons are extinct, leaving only him a young and inexperienced dragon hunter. Or perhaps I'm wrong. I just wonder how he can be with that savage. I can't believe he's only 17 years old. The system says he's 150 years old. Then Emi closes her eyes and answers Artis. Yes, I want Addis to cooperate with the Church of Light, and I ask that you pay close attention to the information I'm about to reveal, as it's classified as top secret. I'm currently investigating a man named Alejandro who frequents the refugee villages around the volcano crater. Han approaches looking at the photo and asks Alejandro, I've never heard of him. Addis looked at it and said, I heard this guy is running a criminal organization and using the refugee villages as their base or something. Emin replied coldly, it would be much simpler to understand the situation if that were the truth. It seems I need to explain the refugee villages first. The refugees weren't originally citizens of this city. But with the emergence of the volcano dungeons and new hunters, they were forced to live outside the city due to soaring residency taxes. Cut to the ruin quarter where a man is pulling a cart behind him. Excited, the little girl runs inside mommy-daddy's home. His wife comes out smiling softly and says, welcome home. How is the city? The little girl ran into her father's arms asking, Daddy, did you sell a lot today? Kalindo hugged Odelia and replied, not bad, but I guess my appearance is a little rough so no one dares to buy. Odelia smiled brightly, praising, who would say that my dad is the best? Jerusa consoled, it's just the beginning, we'll get better. Oh, have you found our benefactor in the city yet? Kalindo, drenched in sweat, replied, no, I didn't see him at the quest board, but there was someone who looked similar, though I'm not sure if he was that Vantera warrior. Surprised, she replied. A Vantera warrior, I hope he visits our village someday. Just then, a man rushed over shouting, boss, boss. Jerusa, seeing his state, asked in surprise, what's wrong, Josep? Kalindo stopped her, saying, wife, run to the center of the village. Hurry. Josep, what is it? What's wrong? Josep was suddenly attacked and screamed, run, it's a monster. But before he could escape, the monster swallowed him whole. He struggled to free his leg, but it was no use. Seeing this, the villagers fled in terror, screaming monster, while Kalindo stood there, axe in hand, roaring. Josep, what in the world? Monsters aren't supposed to appear until night. Jerusa ran into the house, then frantically came back out saying, Kalindo, I can't find the children, he replied. They must be somewhere in the house, hurry and find them. Just then, the monster approached and the terrified man raised his bow, saying, boss. The man beside him said, all right, don't provoke it. The other man stammered in fear, damn, I can't believe Josep ended up like this. Hearing that, the man angrily asked, wait, don't tell me he actually went into their nest after saying he'd only hunt one. The man replied, I never expected something like this to happen. Kalindo snapped back, I told him, but he was so stubborn. We're just small-time hunters. I requested additional supplies and support from the Hunter Association. Couldn't he have waited? The man retorted, we have to face reality. Do you think the association cares about small fries like us? With such a meager reward for this monster, the association would have been here already. Why would we need to request assistance? He cursed the deadbeat hunters in a fit of rage. They're hoping we poor folks will just die here quickly. Just then, Odelia came out and called out, Daddy. Hearing the noise, the monster lashes out its tongue towards the girl as Eamon recalls this scene and analyzes it. An ordinary person like us isn't a hunter. We can train as much as we want, but we'll always be below their level. Hunters kill these monsters easily, but for ordinary people like us, it's like facing a storm or an earthquake. However, I'm not allowed to interfere too deeply within the territory, which is why we need the hunters' cooperation to help those in need. In return, we can increase your contribution level, increasing your chances of meeting the goddess. Addis immediately agreed. If that's the situation, we definitely want to cooperate, we can start right away. But Hanbin stopped him, saying, no, I think it would be a good idea if you stopped making your words sound like you're such a justice lover. If you're looking for hunters to help, why specifically seek out a dragon hunter? Emin replied, bowing his head. That's right, the target of this mission is Alejandro's base and the dragon's nest. As a dragon hunter, you've likely heard of it. Atis found this absurd and stood up saying it was impossible, they were all destroyed, and if it existed, it wasn't the hunter's business. Even if it's an order, she calmly replies. But my orders are to investigate immediately, though we've found no information on this person. We still have no concrete evidence to prove his actions are illegal. Meanwhile, something soared down towards Kalindo. Emin continued, on the contrary, the refugees actually call him a hero. The object that flew down defeated the monster, and Odia sobbed, clinging to the figure. The figure soothed her, saying, There, the monster is gone now. Kalindo's eyes widened as he wondered, who are they? It's them. Eli destroyed it. She looked up smiling softly, everyone is safe now. We're from the Dragon Corps, Eli asked with a displeased look. He wants Effie and I to help the refugees. Alexandro chuckled in agreement, figuring he might as well help the useless lot. All you two need to do is hunt the monsters around that town. Eli quickly turned to probe Handy. Then can you handle the rest? He stood tall and replied, yes, of course. I don't know why you're doing me such a great favor. Though I'm new, I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Alejandro. Eli wondered why he was being sent to assist the refugees. What was Alejandro plotting? Alejandro then added, and I want Handy to monitor that Ween girl every day. Last time she tried to run away, didn't she, Eli? She admitted, yes, I warned her. Eli realized that meant he would be watching her and E from the outside as Alexandro grinned. Up until now, we've been secretly acting as champions of justice, but recently many refugees have wanted to migrate here. He seemed refreshed, his laughter growing louder. Now that they know about the Dragon's Nest, it's time to put the plan into action. Eli wondered what the hell he was talking about. What did he plan to do with the refugees and the Dragon's Nest? Or does he want to reveal the Dragon's Nest to the world? The scene shifts to another location. Meanwhile, Eli is battling the giant purple monster, who spews green slime from its beak. A loud scream echoes Eli. Suddenly she explodes into action, kicking the purple monster away with incredible force. Worried Phi calls out, Eli, are you okay? Are you alright? Eli collapses to the ground, groaning. Tearfully, she spoke of the disgusting green slime covering Eli's face, prompting Phi to immediately say that they just needed to clean it all off. Later, Phi waited by the riverbank as Eli scrubbed herself clean in the water. Eyes squeezed shut, she tells him that she thinks it's enough. What do you think? He immediately pulled Eli out of the water, puzzled. What do you mean? We should be drying your beautiful hair. Thank you for the compliment, she says tearfully, but there may still be monsters around here we need to hunt. Affy is surprised. You want to kill everything around here. If we do this too often, people might think someone's helping them. Eli says, sounding dejected. You think so? Of course, he declared without hesitation. I may not look it, but I have plenty of experience killing monsters. Phi asks curiously, but sis, have you ever used this sword with the system? She answers honestly. There were a few times I felt I shouldn't rely on it too much. Have you noticed that too? She happily announces. I've finally memorized your sword movements when you're using the system because I've seen it so many times. But I've noticed that the rhythm seems unstable for a short time. That's why I'm asking. She suddenly confessed. I used to wonder if the system's magic swordsmanship was accurate and certain, but what I wield is a person's swordsmanship. I never knew what a hunter was when I was little, and my mother was the one who always brushed my hair every morning. But she never told me anything about it. But then she discovered her mother was a magic swordsman, though she'd always thought of her as a dancer. Every morning she watched her mother practice, thinking her movements were beautiful. But one day her mother went out to hunt and never returned. A few days later, a man named Alejandro found her, took her to the Dragon Nest, and implanted the system into her body. And the consequence was the loss of her eyes. Now, whenever she uses her mother's swordsmanship, she relies on that artificial system, and it terrified her to think she'd become nothing more than a second-rate copy. Hearing her story, Eli was indignant. Then why don't you run away? It suggests you can stand on my back and we can fly west where no one will know. Eli was stunned. Effie. She then explained her plight. She was happy for his words, but she couldn't. If she runs, Alejandro might kill someone else, Effie thought, confused. Then why don't you report this to the heretic investigators? E asks helplessly, but it's impossible. She tried to beg for help from a villager a long time ago, but the next day she found him dead. He talked a lot about life and wanted her to obey him. Did she want to refuse training or participate in the experiment? In the end, there was only one way to escape him and the others, and it involved that Dragon Core. If you could absorb life force and render that nest useless. E looked wistful, as if only then could it happen. That's why we need it after all. Evie responds in confusion. I know, but I still don't know how to absorb life force. Don't worry too much. You're a genius, Epi. So I think you'll figure it out soon enough. AI said dejectedly. I wonder, Eli suggested with a bright smile. But if that happens, do you think I'll become a legendary? WE asks. If that really happens, do you think I'll get that title? She quickly suggested, unlike Princess Weven. Affy rested her chin and pondered. Then that means we need to hurry before another dragon arrives. E, surprised, exclaimed, another dragon. It excitedly voiced its opinion. Yes, if we spread rumors about a dragon's nest here, other dragons are sure to find out, right, she quickly added. And that's when Eli suddenly gets agitated, exclaiming that Alejandro is using the dragon's nest as bait for a giant dragon. Eli is stunned. A massive dragon, but still he couldn't defeat such a monster so easily. She didn't hesitate to retort. Alejandro was never afraid of risks. She's certain he has a method for extracting a dragon's core once he finds the great dragon, and this request calls for Altus to infiltrate the place alone. Back then, Altus blankly asked himself again as Emin explained the details to him. It may be called infiltration, but will provide information to help you pass the assessment test. And luckily, Alejandro is looking for skilled mages, so they'll likely welcome you. Furthermore, our spies have infiltrated the area and will provide assistance. Hanbin suddenly stood up and slammed the table in protest. I want to go too. He was determined to infiltrate the enemy's lair alone, a suicidal mission. Let's rearrange things, I want to go too. Artis looked blankly at Hanbin. Emin frowned sternly, reminding him that someone like him would easily attract attention, and Alexandro would be suspicious of a Bantera warrior. But Hanbin stubbornly declared, then we have nothing to say. We don't accept this request. Find someone else. Addis unexpectedly affirmed, I accept the Cathedral of Light's request for cooperation. You can leave it to me. He coldly warned Hanbin, you're just my protector. I'm the one in charge here. The decision rests with me. Emin adjusted his glasses, satisfied and confirmed. So it seems you've accepted the request. He carefully instructed, we'll be waiting at the east gate. We will provide you with the documents and items you need when you arrive. After Emin left, Hanbin angrily questioned Atis. Atis, how could you accept a request without knowing anything about it? Cooperating with them might be fine, but what if you need help? While he was alone, Henin angrily shouted, hurry, and tell them you won't accept it. If you won't say it, I will, Atis retorted, annoyed. Don't be absurd. I accepted it as a member of the Bannister family. Besides, this is something only my family can resolve. Henin retorts, losing control. What nonsense are you spouting? You're a dragon. The Bannisters are just a human family, and you're not even related to them, are you? Artis retorted, demanding Henin take back his words and abandon the mission, arguing that life is more important than a name. Artis insists I may be a dragon, but I owe the Bannister family a debt. You expect me to ignore that? The fact that the dragon's nest still exists after he sacrificed his life to destroy everything. That is a great honor to me, do you understand? Han, hearing that, couldn't help but feel enraged. What good is honor if it costs him his life? Artis lowered his head in silence, asking softly, do you really think so? He continued, I'd like to think I've gotten a little stronger after leveling up. Artis indifferently left and reassured him, don't worry, I won't die. The door slammed shut, and Hanbin glanced helplessly in its direction. The scene shifts to a carriage moving leisurely down a dirt road, where Altus takes a booklet from Emin. He explained that this was information for disguise, and these were his identification papers. We've also added an official document stating that his level is lower than it actually is, so they won't be on guard, and this page shows his status. Altus snapped, I can read, so please be quiet so I can concentrate. Emin responded, flustered. Sorry, he must think you just got into a fight. It gives me the chills. Artis examines the ledger intently, and declares, Reverend, I believe there are some errors here. He stares blankly confused. Why is my gender listed as female here? She explains, that's not an error. He suddenly asks, do you know how to do makeup, Mr. Altus? He was stunned. What? On a wide dirt road, men with luggage slung over their shoulders lined up to enter the camp, a child clinging to their mother behind them. Despite the father's attempts to continue, Jerusa gently stroked Odelia's head, comforting her. Come on, tell your father to come home safe. Kalindo tried to appease her, promising, I'll bring you lots of yummy food when I get back. Odia stubbornly screams, no, I hate her. Jerusa gazed at her husband with affection and said, be careful. Kalindo smiles reassuringly. All right, don't worry about me. Just make sure you two are safe at home. He looked ahead and muttered, this tunnel is still so long, and a voice calls out. Mr. Kalino, he replied in surprise. Hello, Elle, what brings you here? She explained, we're escorting those who want to go to the dragon's nest, but did you have any plans? Sindo chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head. Well, yeah, manual labor is the only thing I know how to do. I plan to work as a laborer, Eli asked with concern, but you won't be able to return home until the work is done right. What about your family? Kalendor asks honestly. I was worried about that too, but Lord Alejandro has recruited some hunters. The rigorous selection process put my mind at ease. The duels here continue to be intense, as the large man falters, losing a front tooth to a blow. But he immediately eats a blow from his opponent and falls to the ground. The referee announces number 57 wins. With a cocky wink, the young man declares, no hard feelings, it just comes down to skill. Handy says warmly, all right, welcome to the dragon's nest. The 57th contestant stretches in celebration as Handy quickly reminds him. Now the final 59th and 60th contestants step forward. Behind them, two men decided to leave together, saying, let's just go home. Though the hunter profession pays well, it's also dangerous. Perhaps I think like everyone else. E silently assesses the participants' levels averaging between 25 and 30 and mutters in slight disappointment. It seems everyone's level isn't as high as I'd hoped. A agreed. That's right, you need to be a higher level to even be useful there. Eli replied, you think so too? Hey Phi, could you lift me up a bit? I can't see the battle from down here. He doesn't hesitate to let her climb onto his back, and Ig happily speaks. Thank you. This way. In the arena, Handy calls out, is number 59 here? Immediately, a voice responds. Yes, sorry. Artis hurriedly carries his suitcase as he runs over. He hastily introduces himself. My name is Arian Stia, I'm number 59. Elsewhere, Emin waits outside a carriage. He urged anxiously, you need to hurry. Lord Altus. The wails from inside the carriage are deafening. How annoying. Who is making me do this? Emin opened the door and asked Han. Do you need my help if you're having trouble doing that? Altus confirmed hesitantly, no need. I can manage myself, he mumbled. Yes. After struggling for a while, Altus finally managed to put on his coat. He asked, annoyed. But why would the Temple of Light issue such an order anyway? What about the other 5 religions? Emmy quickly explained in detail. The other religions like water, fire, wind, and earth are extremely reluctant. They can't interfere in matters outside their own sects. Moreover, they wouldn't easily agree if we asked for their cooperation, so we're always careful. But he paused as the carriage door opened, Artis's eyes shining with innocence. He asked, does it look too strange? To Emin, Artis was now no different from those damsels in distress. He couldn't help but exclaim, too bright. Emin hastily removed the glasses, saying, yes, I think you need this too. Artis confidently affirmed, I'm sure these glasses will perfectly suit your disguise. He tries them on and asks for an opinion, how do they look? Do I look different? Altus asked, bewildered. Hey, what's wrong, are you okay? Emin was moved to tears, replying, I think I'm okay. It's just dust in my eyes, that's why I can't see. Emin restates the plan. Artis's mission is to find out if the dragon's nest is real, and so the first task is to pass the preliminaries. To achieve that, all you need to do is use the documents we've prepared for you, Handy inquired amicably. May I see your papers? Artis agreed without hesitation. He thought to himself anxiously he'd hidden his identity many times, but this was the first time he'd felt so nervous, as if every eye in the place was on him. The other men eagerly approached Artis, and now we've failed at recruitment as well. So how about we escort you on your way home? It seems you're unaware. Many are drawn to the hunter's life despite the dangers. But what about you? Why not join our guild? You'd probably die during the selection process. Artis was determined to prove that he could complete the mission on his own, but A stood by, visibly annoyed. There's always some weirdo no matter where you go, huh? El frowned, puzzled. Something strange about that person. Handy confirms the information again. You're Ariana Stia, level 30 mage, correct? Altus stated firmly. Yes. Eli wondered why a level 45 mage would hide their true level. Handy's eyes lit up as he looked at the notebook in his hand, while Altus quietly glanced at him. Handy quickly concludes approved welcome to the Dragon Organization. His words immediately confused Eli, and those with connections were instantly abuzz. What the hell, isn't that showing favoritism? She didn't even test their skills, Henry chuckled. Settle down, everyone, he cheerfully explains. The Dragon Nest needs a mage, and because mages are different from us, they will be tested differently. Suddenly, a voice called out, wait. This could make others feel that Alexandro is being unfair as it doesn't involve such special cases. Eli steps forward offering, I'll test her. Handy hesitates, Lady Eli, this is… She sternly grits out that this is an order, step aside. Eli secretly suspects something shady is going on. Though I don't know what it is, I need to make sure Alexandro doesn't have any powerful allies. Eli charged forward fiercely. A wall of ice was erected and her sword pierced right through it. Eli confidently asks if she thinks she can stop him with those rocks, adding that she's surprised a mage like her has combat experience, to which Artis replies, just luck. He reminds himself to be careful not to use too much power, or his identity will be revealed. Artis wonders if he should only use ice magic. She's willing to sacrifice one of her swords. A magic swordsman is helpless with only one sword. As Lig flies in to attack Addis, the bulky Polly suddenly appears blocking her path, and she narrowly avoids his massive hammer. Polly slams his hammer down with all his might, shaking the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. He takes a bite of meat from the beast's head and says, if that had been a real hit, you'd both be dead. So does that mean I passed the man on the ground? Stammered. The crowd erupts in chaos. A gluttonous polyp, I heard he just got out of the volcano crater, but what's he doing here? Bly grins, admitting, that's right, I'm a level 45 polypop. Human meat isn't tasty at all, so I've been wandering around looking for food. He looked down, suddenly stunned. Did I just kill the examiner? Polly lifts the handle of his hammer with a puzzled look. It's been heated and snapped in two. Artis, holding a fire stick, suggests they postpone the test, prompting an incredulous response from E. Don't tell me this is luck too. To which he affirms of course it is. He wields a crude weapon focused solely on weight, yet it's still capable of killing. Bly devoured the beast with savage abandon, leaving only a single leg behind. He whined, I'm sick of this meat, so hurry up. Polly roared and swung his arm, then died. Without hesitation, he threw the thigh at Artis and Eli, but suddenly a palm strike sent it flying from Polly's hand. It slammed into the carriage, leaving him wondering who was responsible. Polly exclaimed in disbelief, You're still alive. Henry chuckled, thank you for your concern, he announced, but unfortunately, we won't be accepting any applicants today. He excitedly asked. Does that mean I'm approved? Handy smirked. Looks like I haven't told you yet. How could I approve a dead man? And with that, he lunged forward with a punch, leaving Addis wide-eyed and stunned. Handy's body was half the size of Polly's, yet he delivered a devastating blow that caught him completely off guard. Polly coughed up a chilling green liquid. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as Handy withdrew his hand, leaving a gaping hole in Pie's stomach. He collapsed face first into the ground, dead on the spot, as Handy calmly took notes and muttered to himself, the number of deaths from the accident. And he even mocked the truly weak Pie. It seems he lied about his level. Addis silently assesses Henry, stunned. A blood-red energy. This one is not normal. Henry turned back cheerfully, reminding him, shall we depart for the Dragon's Nest now? At Hanbin's house, the sun rises high, casting its bright rays. Aura, a red energy, is emitted when one trains their body and vitality to the extreme. Once mastered, it grants power far beyond that of ordinary people. Han strains his muscles, gritting his teeth. I feel it. The abundant energy flows through his body. He pauses, muttering, I must have been mistaken. Han wonders, I thought I felt something just now, as a laser beam burns through his clothes from behind. Han cries out in pain, finally feeling it. It's so hot. Addis nervously apologized. Sorry, let me put that out. He then suffers another shock, this time from the cold. Han, enraged, turned around and yelled, what the hell are you doing? My defense may be high, but I can still feel pain, he explained with a forced smile. I was just testing out a new skill I learned. Henin exclaimed in surprise. Hey, that scroll's worth a house. How could you afford it? Even so, it's worth it because it provides knowledge about mana and how to output it more efficiently. You need level 45 to use the scroll. This item helps mages accumulate more experience. Then the two sit down to chat. Han sighed, at least he was a mage. But did he know of any scrolls that could help him condense aura? Artist chuckled, saying, I don't think there's anything like that. Whether it's aura, mana, or vitality, they're all fixed from the start, and these 4 energies are what help us distinguish a person's special characteristics. Then they learn skills based on their chosen professions, and vitality is what we use to discover the 4 learnable energies. But unlike other energies, aura is only obtained through rigorous training. And even with 40 years of constant training, there's no guarantee of obtaining it, which is why everyone has a different level of aura. It proves how strong you are, but you still can't use it, Han asked anxiously. Not being able to use it means someone will suspect me someday when I learn how right. Artist confirmed, saying everything has 2 sides. And in high-level dungeons there are monsters we can't kill without using all 4 energies, which will only increase their suspicion if you can't use them. Hanbin lowered his head in frustration, asking, does that mean there are a lot of monsters like that there? Addis quickly replied, of course you can't take down those monsters with just physical damage. Suddenly the glass bottle on the table shatters. Artist reminds him, if a situation arises where it's inconvenient to deal with something, I can use magic instead of going there and taking it down. But no matter what, we still have a long way to go, and I'll try harder to support you. He decisively left, leaving a small jar on the chair with an orange sticker on the outside. Hanbin, losing control, laments why that man is so stubborn, but quickly regains his composure. Hanbin muttered to himself, lost in thought. But he must be fine disguising and hiding the fact that he's a dragon. But what if someone of a higher level recognizes him? Cut to the hunter selection site where Handy turns his head with interest. Hey, is everyone alright? Kostya passed the final test. Before he could finish, Artist rushed to Polly, greeting him. Are you okay? He angrily turned to criticize Henry. Hey, what the hell did you do? How could you do this when it was just a small test? And why did he report it as an accident in the files when he was the one who killed him? He reluctantly explained. Well, I didn't think that Fatso would be of any help, so there was no reason to leave him alive. Artist frowned, glaring at Handy with murderous intent, and then suddenly shouted. Hey you, the black-haired girl with the sword. Eli asked again, startled. Are you calling me? Addis quickly confirmed. Perfect timing, come, give me a hand. She muttered blankly, help you. He then requested open his mouth a little wider, so I can give him this. Eli obediently complied, stammering. Like this, Altus urgently declared, we can't leave him like this. Get him on the carriage and take him to the Dragon's Nest. Eli exclaimed in shock. What? Addis's face is tense, while Handy watches from afar, eyes wide with shock. The scene shifts to the Dragon Clan, a place of hidden secrets, as carriages line up and enter. The workers diligently follow their superiors' orders as the carriage doors open and people step out to be accounted for. Afi collapses to the ground, exhausted, finally arriving. Eli gently strokes his head, comforting him. I'm sorry, Afi, was it hard bringing him here? He still managed to answer her. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's okay, Eli. We're just helping people, Ehi said understandingly. Addis stares at the scene before him and mutters, a dragon's nest. He thinks to himself, this place was formed by nature, but something's not right. These pipes and devices were clearly man-made. Not only that a dragon's nest should be overflowing with energy, but I don't feel anything. Did they already take it? Addis wondered if he should check it out, as Eli approached, asking, what are you doing? Altus startled, stammering, yes, as she repeated herself, hands on her hips. I asked what you were staring at so intently, he said quickly, making up an excuse. I'm a little surprised there are pipes here. Altus smiled, awkwardly curious. Is something wrong? Eli asked, turning away shyly and speaking sincerely. I'm grateful you saved my life, but I was reckless back there. He continued, and that guy is dangerous, isn't he? Eli, slightly annoyed, reminds her that she tried to save him and to look behind her. Did you see the guy who took down Fatty Addis? Quickly replied. Yes, she immediately continued. He's not just any ordinary examiner. His real job is head of security in the Dragon Society. That's the man you crossed, Addis stated calmly. But so what? How could I let someone die before my very eyes? E says, somberly, good people shouldn't be here. Outsiders might think of this as a luxurious castle, but it lacks a few things. Food, water, and living space. So that's why it's called the Dragon's Nest, not because it's an isolated island. Rules and order are paramount here, and the stone walls are chipped away daily. Altus says helplessly, it seems we have no other choice. As soon as he said that, he pulled out a fire starter and pointed it at Pi, igniting a blaze beside him. Though blinded, Eli could sense what was happening, and grabbing his wrist, she screamed for him to stop, angrily demanding answers. Before Eli could finish, Artis interjected, saying he was just trying to keep him warm. He smiled, observing that everyone here seemed important to her. Eli paused, returning to a calmer state. Eli blushed, stammering, "Were you testing me?" Suddenly Handy stepped in, interrupting the conversation. "You two seem pretty close." Eli denies it, sulking. "I was just telling her the rules here." Artis scratches his head, confused. "This is my first time here, so I was just asking around." "I thought you were busy, so why are you here?" "What's going on?" Handy eagerly offered. "Kostya, can you leave all your wands and come with me? Mr. Alejandro wants to see you." Eli exclaimed in surprise. Alejandro, the sun's bright light still casts shadows on this dark dragon's nest. Artis followed Henry's lead, thinking he was constantly facing one foe after another. Though relieved to have infiltrated this place, I'm unarmed and must face its master. A powerful hand signs the contract. Standing before a door, Handy asks Artis how she feels about seeing a real dragon's nest. He complimented it, saying it was as beautiful and pristine as the rumors suggested. Artis was stunned by what lay before her as Handy chuckled, explaining, "That's not what I meant to ask." He wondered aloud, so he was serious. "I'm asking if this is actually a dragon's nest." Handy suddenly remembered. "Amma, didn't Emin say there would be a spy here, and that's you. You can call me Handy." Artis questioned in surprise, "What makes you say that?" He responds frankly, "Aren't those glasses you're wearing Emin's?" "Is that enough?" Artis still has one more question. "Then why did you tell me to leave my wand behind? When we're on the same team." Alejandro picked up his pen, his eyes and smile full of malice. Handy explains Alejandro doesn't carry weapons while working, and he has a swordsman by his side. "But it doesn't matter because I can use aura. My only concern is you," he said with a menacing look, reminding her. "If you want to end this quickly, don't do anything pointless, or you'll end up like that fat guy. Remember, we're both concealing our true levels, and it seems Eli suspects something is amiss. We need to resolve this quickly," Addis asked anxiously. "Could they kill us too?" Handy coldly replies. "If you don't want to die in vain, do your best to get more information from this interview. If you can, no matter if this is a real dragon's nest or not, don't be too careless." As the door opened, the sharp tip of a fountain pen suddenly pierced out, nearly hitting Henny's eye. He lost his balance as blood splattered across the floor. Alexandro showed no mercy, using the fountain pen to destroy one of Handy's eyes. Addis gasped in shock. Handy, his eyes widened in utter confusion. "Why, Lord Alejandro?" he asked casually. "What could a worm like you possibly do? I'm not happy about this." A blinding bolt of lightning erupts from the pen, its power immense. Artis is frozen in place. He stood there stunned and uncomprehending as Alexandro snatched Handy's necklace, gloating. "I've known about you for a long time. The Light Palace. But thanks to them, my plan is about to succeed." He turned to glare at Altus, his eyes filled with rage, and demanded, "If this bastard is with the Church of Light, then who are you?" The young girl, Altus, stood frozen in shock, staring at Alejandro. Outside the tunnel, Eli complained, I'm exhausted from flying so much. I need a break." It flies ahead, asking why she isn't coming up. "I'll just fly back to my room," Eli replies. How curious." "What's on your hand?" Eli held up her hand. "Nothing, it just feels a little strange." She says she often feels electricity coursing through her hands. Touching someone allows her to read them. But she felt different. A reassures her, suggesting it's because she's a high-level mage. Eli climbed up the sensation, both familiar and strange. Eli touched A. "Oh, so this is the feeling." She frowned. "If it's like A, not to mention A's question, then that means that person is a dragon." Ellie calls out. She says, "Looks like we're too late. The building's glass doors are constantly detecting, and there's someone else nearby." Artis somersaults backward. Looking at his opponent, Artis cursed. "Damn it, I can't use magic effectively without magic stones. If this keeps up and another one jumps down, I guess it'll be understandable. If the Church of Light is curious about me, and whether the Dragon Clan truly exists, Alejandro is manipulating these arrows because they'll need a real dragon to act, and to do that they'll likely send an expert to infiltrate and confirm it. Not after." Artis says to the expert, "It seems pretty clear since you left and killed the temple priest. Alejandro is all pretense." "Do you think so?" The crystal shards explode, and Artis is thrown back. Eli has foreseen this. We're in trouble. They were already fighting. Did he somehow know she was a dragon? I thought you said Alejandro couldn't see the dragon core, Elizet replied. That's right. There's no way he could have known. But he used the dragon's nest as bait, and she's a level 45 mage. There's only one way he could know if she's a dragon. As Alexandro gleefully attacks his opponent, Artis is cornered, pushed to the brink, and forced to transform into her dragon form. Is Evie worried? But what if she isn't? An innocent person would die. Eli replies that he doesn't care, that's Alejandro's problem. Eli makes his decision, she must be killed before she's discovered. A says nothing more. Only one gem remains. Atis realizes his magic is weak, and he must at least reduce the force of the attack. He asks why he created the dragon nest, and Alexandro laughs. Did you really think I'd tell you? Why don't you try killing me first? He asks if she can survive having the arrows adjusted into a circle before launching them forward. Artis crushes the orb in his hand, realizing this is a physical attack. He creates an ice wall to defend himself, but another arrow comes from the side. Artis dodges in time, but another arrow is already hurtling towards him. It heads straight for Artis's face, and this time he can't dodge it. The arrow pierces him. His glasses fly off, and Alexandro jumps onto the ice block, feigning regret. Oh no, she's dead now. Artis unleashes fire at him. She tries to breathe fire, and Artis wonders if they've met before. Alexandro had somehow gotten behind him. Artis was surprised. Why were you kicked away by Alejandro? He asks. Even if she's pretending to be human, isn't she too weak? Or is she really human? Artis lay motionless. I guess we'll find out soon enough. At that moment, Ehi and Eli landed. Why did you have to fly in the opposite direction? Hey, she's scolding us that we need to get to Alejandro's place, Ehi asks. Then what do we do? Eli responded. Alejandro will force her transformation by pushing her to the brink, so it's better if you kill her yourself before that happens. If we don't stop his plan, everyone here will die. A grits her teeth, shouting, How annoying. Eli is frightened. A is interrogated. Why do you always have to protect everyone by saying things like that? For what reason? Phi blurts out a question. I know I'm just a coward. Even if that mage dies, I'll pretend I know nothing. I don't even know her, and I'm sure she foresaw the risks, Evie shouts. But what I can't stand is that your hands have to be stained with blood to save others, and that's not something one can easily forget. Eli could only endure it, clenching her hands tightly. So what do you want me to do? The past resurfaces. Stand by and watch again. Eli has cried, been afraid, and been helpless. She doesn't want to be like that again, but Eli is also angry. This is the only thing I can do now. What do you want me to do when I can't do anything else? The reason Phi is so loud is why he hates getting close. This time, I'll be the one to deal with it. Artis is pinned to the wall as Alexandro approaches. This is getting a little boring, don't you think? Shall we get serious then? Did you have no other reason for coming here? Artis replies. This place shouldn't exist. There's nothing you can gain from this place. Alejandro asks, why do you think that? Artis replies, the dragon nest should only be managed by dragons. He continues, because you need a dragon's heart to build an army. Alexandro was skeptical. But you could be a dragon. Artis replied, who knows, perhaps fortunately. A smirk crept across his face. This place isn't fit to be called a dragon's nest. I don't know what your goal is, but you won't achieve it easily. Artis is caught in an electric current around his neck, as Alexandro suspends him in the air. That's none of your concern. Alejandro tightened his grip. This is your last chance. I could crush your neck with just a bit more force. Artis remains suspended, or I could simply let you fall to your death from this height. This is your last chance to use your trump card. He begins to count. Artis endured barely. 1. He opens his eyes to a space, bathed in blue, as Alejandro asks, oh, are you planning to use the dragon's nest to level up? Too bad there's going to be a problem with that. He chuckled, meaning you can't level up. Great Dragon Artis struggled to endure. Great Dragon, what the hell is he talking about? I'm not the one building up power. The slimes floated in the air, as Atis insisted that the power was being built elsewhere. Alejandro throws Atis back. Were there any real dragons there? Artis clutched her neck, thinking who would have thought there would be another dragon besides me. Luckily, that thought helped me protect my identity. Was his plan to trap a real dragon? This treacherous bastard was behind this whole elaborate scheme, and Alejandro is still standing. Artis bites her lip in pain. This is too dangerous. I need to escape and report to the temple at once, but I can't even lift a finger. Suddenly, Eli jumps down from above, asking if Alexandro is the dragon nest. Eli expresses his relief that she's all right, leaving Artis confused. Eli approaches Alejandro to report that a dragon has infiltrated their ranks from the other side. Alejandro cheerfully says, I thought that girl over there was the dragon, but it seems I was mistaken. Eli asks. Shouldn't we check first? Alejandro replies. Well, even if we did, there's no way someone like me would be able to tell. He continued. But there's no way to level up using a broken dragon nest. I did this so that as soon as the conduits to the outside world open, the active dragon nest will explode, and there will be no way for a human to escape. Eli seems displeased. Is that why you isolated this place? Alejandro turns away. If this girl is really a dragon, I'll catch her immediately. He approached Artis, but with the state of the dragon nest, future construction is far more troublesome than catching the dragon. Alejandro lifted his chin, saying that regardless, he'd obtained a fine lab rat. I'm quite satisfied. Artis was puzzled. A lab rat. Alexandro chuckled. I apologize if I gave you hope of survival. The living conditions here aren't really that great, so I shouldn't waste anything. What a shame. Alejandro asks, what is it? What are you talking about, Eli? I had no idea the dragon's nest was damaged. She continued, you know, ever since that girl arrived, I've felt like I've met my nemesis, so I thought she should be the one to do it and maybe help fix this place. Altis looked over in surprise. He then looked at Alejandro. Is she trying to save herself? But Alejandro questioned why she would have them entrust such tasks to a temple spy. He smirked. Alejandro patted Eli's shoulder. I like that. She has nowhere to run anyway. We should put her to good use. I'll leave her to you. Then trusting Eli, Alexandro departed. Eli responded, yes, sir. Alejandro's smile still lingered in the dragon's nest within. The magic swordsman, Addis asked. Eli replied, we'll be working together for a while, so just call me Eli. Your cover's blown anyway. What's your real name? Artis responded. My name is Benister, but you can call me Altis. Are you okay? Eli Artis asked hesitantly. Am I heavy Eli Noah, a magic swordsman who uses strength, so it's not too difficult to lift heavy objects? Are you uncomfortable? Atis asked worriedly. No, it just feels wrong to have a lady carrying a pig on her back, Eli retorted. Aren't we all ladies here? Atis suggests. I can walk on my own, Artis said, shyly avoiding eye contact. She seems like a good person. I feel bad for lying to her. My room is this way, Eli said, pointing, and Artis replied. Okay, cheer up. Thanks for earlier. I missed you. Eli cuts in no. You don't need to thank me, she continued. When I learned you were a dragon, I actually considered killing you. Atis is shocked. What, but you saw that dragon somewhere else? Eli lays you bare. Don't pretend you don't know. Aren't you gathering that power, I guess, not in the usual way, meaning swallowing prisoners? Is Artis speechless? Eli explains. I can sense the direction of that force, and I learned even more when I carried you here. Before deciding to cooperate with her, I need to know who issued the orders. E continued. There's no one here and the walls are very thick. My level is 35. Yours is 45. Magic swordsmen need metal implements to summon their power. Without it, I'm no different than a regular person. As you can see, I have no sword or metal on me. I'm sure a high-level mage like you could easily dispose of me. Artis seemed displeased. Eli continued, but as she felt threatened, Altis grabbed her shoulder. Lady Eli. Altis shouts. Control yourself, Eli asks. Why does Altis suspect me? Is that man Alexandro telling you to trick me into revealing my identity? The dragon nest is an evil thing created by selfish great dragons. He's playing you for a fool. Eli denies it, saying that's not true. Artis raises his voice, saying that even though he, a Jaffa fire dragon descendant, is hiding his identity in human form, instead of keeping it a secret, he should be helping her. We should confront Alejandro. But before she can finish, Artis is sent flying. Eli panics, then angrily shouts, You won't lay a hand on my sister, you vile dragon. Eli sighs in relief. Artis suddenly wakes up, facing a dragon. He wonders if this is the dragon that founded the Dragon Clan. But wait, those feet belong to a stubborn disciple. I told you to run away. Eli was stubborn, but she raised her voice at her sister. Eli speaks her threat, implying she doesn't care if her identity is exposed. Well, it seems we share a common goal, so I'll tell you this. This child has been here responsible for operating the dragon nest and pretending to be a dragon like you. And thanks to her, Alejandro's suspicions of her have been erased. A is smug. I'm a genius, a talking flying dragon with a dragon core. A was astonished. Yes, Adis approaches. So she was, AA asked. You know me, Adis replied. Of course, I've heard a lot about you. He excitedly says he was really grateful that you helped him hide his identity. Not only that, I heard you lent him 300x. Epi's expression turned ashen. Ha ha ha, impossible. That alien bastard. Han cursed repeatedly. Damn it. How did things end up like this? Where did I go wrong? He gripped his staff tightly. Damn it, get out. Please go down. Han Pin was extremely anxious. He screamed, Ah, my eyes. The high-end automatic toilet requires level 12. It's been 3 days since the mission, and the house has become a living hell. Hanpin tries the faucet again. Damn it, water, damn it, nothing goes my way. The high-end faucet requires level 8. Then he rummages through the fridge. He needs clean water, but the fridge is broken. Level requirement, 8. I was no better than a caveman in that house. I can't even cook, even though I want to. The stove requires level 8, and I don't have money to eat out. High-grade lock level requirement 33. Warning, the contents will be destroyed if you attempt to force it open. So with no money, there's only one way to go. Earn it, Hanbin exclaimed. The task Emily offered was a no-go. A hunter's guild was written on the paper. A guardian can't accept a quest without their master's permission. Emily consults her book again. I understand your situation, Phylat. I'm looking for work for you, but our guardian rules are a bit... She puts the book down, then ducks for cover. Earthquake. Hanin stomped his feet, feeling like hell was right before him, but it was just him. Emily raged, I'll give you a job, I'll give you something to do, so please. Calm down, I'm just helping you out so the reward won't be much. Hanbin replies that it's okay. Emily pushed up her glasses, saying, I really shouldn't be doing this. Don't ever tell anyone. This happened a week prior. Emily went shopping, searching for new clothes for the party. She searched the closet, but in the 4 days leading up to the party, I couldn't find them. Emily was furious. After searching the room, Emily produced a strand of hair. I found this disgusting thing. Hanbin asked, Is it the thief's hair? I can't get much from this. Emily stabs the photo with a knife. Only one person could enter my room and steal my clothes. That 9-year-old bastard of a brother. Han recognizes the man as Priest Emin. Emily says he was rambling about some secret undercover mission and even touched my makeup. Hanbin wondered if he liked missions like this. Emily was furious. I want you to tail him, get my clothes back, and punch him a few times. Hanbin replies, I'll do what I can. It's a relief to finally have a mission. He sighed. But where could this guy be? Plus, if he's working as an inside man somewhere, it'll be even harder to find him. I need a lead to find him. The guidance system asks, Do you want to use the trace skill through genetic information? Hanbin is surprised. The guide asks if he wants to activate the skill based on genetic information, a tracing skill he wishes he'd known about sooner, but thankfully, it's working now. Lost in the desolate wasteland, far from the city, Hanbin eagerly begins his search. The system announces that the activated tracing skill using genetic information is analyzing life force identified as prana. Searching for those with prana energy in the area, 312 results are being searched for those with similar characteristics in the area. 24 results are searching for those with similar genetic traits. Location locked, beginning positioning. A staff fall's location is complete. Hanbin scoffs and another circle appears on the staff. Warning, the target is moving and the location may be inaccurate. Tracking skill, Co 5945. Hanbin looks up, wondering if he should just wait in a cave, but conflict seems to be brewing inside. Werewolves are torturing a human demanding answers. He asks, Where's the thing you got from that spy, Emin? He didn't confess. I told you I don't know. The werewolf didn't believe him. Don't mess with me. We already know Henry is a spy, and Lord Alejandro has known all along that you two are in cahoots. Got it, Emin said. Yes, I've realized that artificial guides cause huge side effects. The werewolf covers Emin's mouth, threatening. If you don't say a word, I'll rip your mouth apart. Stop. The werewolf glares and releases him. Gru. Emin asks, Where did you crawl out from? You're ignorant. It's a shame you haven't heard of me. Which is understandable, as I've been underground in the dragon's nest researching. I'm the one who created the artificial guides, as well as products like these. Emin is enraged, questioning how he dares to call the transformation of humans created by Alita, the god of light, into hideous creatures, a product. The Ant-Man retorted ugly, he roared. How rude. Don't you know that a person's true value isn't reflected in their appearance? The ant squeezes Emin's neck, saying he's level 45, which isn't easy to reach, is it? Then why do you do this? Isn't it because you want to be recognized as human? He tears off his shirt, proclaiming that a person's worth is measured by their level, and the guide helps them realize that worth. Furthermore, this process is effective because it helps each individual evolve into a more powerful form. Emin replies, Stop talking nonsense. If useless people like you get stronger, how many more people will have to sacrifice themselves? The Ant-Man laughs wickedly, stating that it's no different from the nature of the world now. The weak are eliminated, and the official guide is almost complete. Emin is confused, and the official goat is here. Oh dear, it seems I've been rambling. You ants put something in his mouth. I want to use a high-level living body that still has consciousness, but this is my skill, eel, ants. He gets right up in her face. It enters the body through the nose and slowly eats away at the brain. In this way, the subject's consciousness is eroded and easily manipulated. The eel ant crawls into Emin's nose. Is this for me? I need to inform the sanctuary. Somehow, a sword suddenly pierces the Ant-Man, who was hit by a rock, and the ant-eel retreats back into his nose. Hey, the Ant-Man flies through the mountain. Hanbin enters. Ah, there it is. Emin is surprised. Vantera, hold on. What are you doing there? Even the lizardman is surprised. Vantera. Even the werewolf's name is no exception. He's a Vantera warrior, Emin. I have a request. Emin wondered if the Sanctuary had sent him to save her, thinking it was just as she expected. The Sanctuary of Light had sent someone to help her. No mistake. Hanbin looks worried, thinking I was afraid he'd wear my sister's clothes. But he asks, what happened to your face? Hanine scoffs at him, saying how pathetic he looks. The werewolf attacks but misses and instead grabs Hanbin by the neck. Hanbin was only slightly surprised, but he quickly dodged the attack. You're a Vantera. Hanbin draws his sword. Ugh, what the hell, a monster. The werewolf lunges forward. Hey, don't touch me. Vantera, level 60 sex, race human. Is my guide broken? Hanbin wondered. So he's human, right? Monsters wouldn't know what a Vantera is, so what should he do? He knew he should act like a Vantera, but should he try talking to them? The lizardman lashed its tail at him. Damn it. He's gloating, cooing to himself. He may look big and strong, but the lizardman insists that even a real Vantera couldn't defeat them. Level 55. Race, human. Is that really a human? It looks more like a lizard. I thought Radna had a lot of intelligent variants. Are they considered mutants? There are no mutants in Radna. The Han spins like a top. Looks like I still don't fully understand life here. Okay, no more discrimination. Hanbin is suspended in mid-air, but why does everyone look so grim? The werewolf and lizardmen unleashed their attacks simultaneously, throwing simple punches. As Hanbin descended, they continued their assault, a devastating roar of tiger and serpent. They pressed against Hanbin, shocking him. It couldn't be. Hanbin is sent flying, thinking that was it. Hanbin crashes into a boulder, thinking it's all because you tried to act like a Vanara at level 5. He remained motionless. Oh, the lizardman said he's still alive. The werewolf asks, oh dear, looks like I haven't used my full strength yet. He laughs smugly. Hey you Vantera wannabe, got anything to say for yourself? Entertain us and maybe we'll let you live. Heh. Hanbin draws a circle on the ground, wondering if they'll believe the surprised werewolf. What the heck, he's not even fazed. Hanbin frowned, saying he was sorry he didn't know that cave was their home, and he didn't mean to make a hole in it. I know you're angry that someone suddenly came and destroyed your home, and you won't let it go easily. The werewolf is stunned. The lizardmen were speechless. I still remember when some mangy dog wrecked my house. I completely understand how they feel. Emin ran out of the cave, and I don't know what that blondie you caught did wrong, but I'm taking him with me when I fix your house. Emin, what's wrong? Is Vantera trying to negotiate with them? Perhaps not all Vanteras are the same. His eyes widen, unyielding. That Vantera has no idea what they are. They're not human. Look closely, it's Hanbin's turn to freeze up this time. But at that moment the werewolf reached down, smashing Hanbin into the rock, shattering it to pieces. Hanbin leaps back as the werewolf reveals their true nature, snarling, I don't know what you are, but I'm starving. He growls, that's right, I'll be very happy after I kill and eat you. Level 62. The Hu Realm Race. Hanbin is surprised as their levels increase and their names change, serpentine figures appearing behind him. Our forms aren't the only things changing. He lands a blow on Hanbin. I can feel my humanity fading away. Is this what you call liberation? Hanbin blocks the punch, as his humanity fades away. They're not human. He flies through the cave. Han finally stopped, and that's when he recognized the bastards. So you're saying, Vantera, that I was captured because of my own mistake, and the ant even made it to the cave entrance. Keek, it's too late. He struggled to finish speaking. Once my experiments go insane, they won't. Ga, he's no different from an alien. Radna and the artificial guide are going to be furious. They're as strong as monster bosses, lizardmen and werewolves alike pouncing on Hanbin. Hanbin's feet dig into the stone as he declares them monsters. He's getting serious, and Hanbin is gaining momentum. You should have warned me. He swings his sword down. Hanbin strikes, cleaving the mountain in two, the impact echoing across the range. Emin watches in horror as Vuo wields his sword triumphantly. It's over, Vantera. The mountain range is split in two, and Hanbin sets down the item. I'm sorry, Priest Emin. This is all I could find. I should have been harsher on a rich man. Hanbin turns back to look at the ant burrow that saved him. Moved, Emin says. Thank you for saving me. Vantera. Hanbin replies. Well, I was just planning on finding you. He suggests they return to the city, and Emin clutches his strap tightly. I'm sorry, Han says confused. Emin said regretfully that Alejandro knew everything. It's all my fault, Artis Emin. He looks up and Hanbin asks where the dragon's nest is, while Alejandro and Josia gather life force from the poly monster. Josia explains that the guide can only absorb experience points, as his vitality consists of both experience and energy, to which Alejandro calmly replies that those without a dragon core will perish when their vitality reaches its limit. Oh, it's fine. We're just testing to see if the dragon nest can be operated better. Rosia casts her magic. I understand, increase the energy stats. Instantly the poly monster sprouted hundreds of heads, a terrifying sight, as each one screamed in despair, while above the experiment, droplets of life force floated away. Josia announces, Mr. Alejandro, the system has stopped. Alejandro is dejected, perhaps it really won't work. If I want to complete the official guide, I'll need a guide in human form, a dragon core, and a stable dragon nest to transmit the massive amount of life force into the dragon core. At this moment, countless teeth had grown on the monster, Polly looking extremely gruesome. Alejandro is preoccupied with rebuilding the completed dragon nest, which keeps failing after activation. He's certain the great dragon's design is flawless. He didn't notice the poly monster who had broken free from his restraints, charging at him with utter hatred, horrifying Josia. Just as the monster's hand was about to reach Alexandro's head, he spun a pin in his hand, and severed system threads lashed out, binding the monster and dragging him back. Alexandro remained calm as he suspected there was another key to activate it. Ignoring Josia's bewilderment, Alexandro ordered the Ant-Man to be summoned. He needed to discuss something with him. Josia replied that he had gone to buy some materials a few days ago, and there has been no trace of him since. Alejandro suspected the Emin priest's materials. Josia replies, yes, I'm pretty sure he took 2 level 60 experiment subjects with him that can track him. Alejandro frowns. Level 60 test subjects are on par with a dungeon boss. Why hasn't he returned? Someone who can fight both of those must be enraged. Investigate, Haresi. Damn it, things are getting complicated. Gather the experimental subjects and bring them to the deepest basement. Josiah is shocked. The deepest basement means the life synthesis chamber. How much do I have to take? All of it, Alejandro coldly orders. Meanwhile, E recounts the events of the past week since arriving at the Dragon's Nest. Meanwhile, Artis and Elle have been searching every nook and cranny of the Dragon's Nest. As a dragon, she seems to know quite a bit about the nest, and this helps me realize a few things. But as a Wiv with a large frame, I can't help them at all. I can't do anything when I can't even get inside. That's why I haven't been talking to her much lately, and being left alone all day, I've been feeling a little bored and lonely. But I don't have much free time either. I'm busy training to perfect my dragon core. Once I'm done, I'll definitely humiliate Artis. Maybe she'll finally look at me differently. Well, until then, I'll have to completely ignore her. Fee's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, the basement door creaks open and Fi, overjoyed, calls out to her sister, wagging her tail. I feel great today, probably because my dragon core has improved so much, but Artis and Eli don't seem to notice. Let me see. Altus, is your wound all right? Altus is embarrassed, saying it's just a scratch. To a hunter it's nothing, but Eli is still worried. Why does she keep comparing herself to hunters? All I can do is smile wryly. Haha, sorry. Fi grumbles beside her. Why does a dragon have to act like a baby over something like that? Did you find anything today? Eli shook his head, having found nothing special today, which made Eli laugh triumphantly. Strange, wasn't she the one who said the dragon nest was broken? Her face still radiates excitement. Indeed, but I was wrong. This dragon nest was never broken. But I think the reason it's not working smoothly is because of your dragon core, the key to activating it. Didn't you say you reached your limit when you first tried to escape? That's when your dragon core became the key to this dragon nest. But your dragon core isn't complete, and though you can create life force, you can't absorb it. That's why you can't absorb the life force here, and why the dragon nest seems broken. Hearing that, Eve giggled, then burst into laughter. Oh my, does that mean I, Eve, am a very important key to everything? Then everything depends on me, quickly completing my dragon core so I can absorb vitality. Eli and Artis could only sigh. Eli said you stopped that plan, which made him panic. Stop. But you just said I was the key. Artis explained that there was another way to complete the dragon core. The life force synthesis chamber is located in the heart of the underground dragon nest, and the plan is for me to go down there and absorb the life force directly. Ig adds that she will also go down there and search with Artis. Fi was taken aback, pleading, but I tried so hard. Suddenly a noise echoed, drawing the attention of all three. Atis anxiously asks, what was that? Something is about to emerge from underground, drawing everyone closer. It was the one who made the ground explode. Eli was terrified. It was the polytooth monster that Alejandro and Josiah had experimented on from the underground lab. This left everyone in shock as it continued to cry out for flesh. Jaws erupted from its body, swallowing a head whole. Then another head appeared, teeth bared, screaming for meat. This is a level 51 monster of an unknown race, and its cries for meat send everyone fleeing in terror. People tried shooting at it, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Above the dragon's nest, Eli, Artis, and the other person were also extremely uneasy. We're too far away. Is this also part of Alejandro's plan? I don't think so. The way it burrowed out of the ground, it's probably trying to escape. Artis tries to use a throwing star to ask if there are any hunters below, but Eli replies that even if there are, they're all below level 40. At level 45, she's the closest one to it. Artis considers the 6-level gap and how ranged attacks don't seem effective. She turns and says, hey, get me up there, but before she can finish, he takes off. She grits her teeth, I can do it too. With that, it flew straight down, ignoring Eli's cries from above. It's dangerous, come back. This made Artis extremely worried as people below were trying to escape. They yell at Kalindo to run, but he's already trapped. He's stunned. My legs. The giant poly monster licked its lips and opened its mouth before him when suddenly a blue flame shot forth. The intense flames engulfed the poly monster, causing it to wail in agony, the fire of Afi. But the poly monster was unfazed, even more aggressive than before. Bird meat. How dare you? Who are you calling bird meat? He realized he didn't need Artis's fireballs if he could attack from the air like this level 51 or not, it was still just a monster. The poly monster grabbed a huge rock, roared that it would eat the bird, and hurled it with all its might, a seemingly harmless rock that spun into a vortex, heading straight for Afi. This startled Ifei, but Ifei wasn't one to be easily defeated. Dodging the rock, it thought to itself. But it'll never catch me, he said, dodging a barrage of stones with a few quick spins. Afe escaped the stone matrix without a scratch, now utterly enraged. If you're hungry, eat this. A spews forth green fire, the roaring flames engulfing the poly monster, but to no avail as it charges right through. Oh, what a delicious smell. Just as A flew closest, it grabbed Ifei by the neck. Despite being engulfed in flames, it grins as it seizes him. Meanwhile, Judy brings out Alejandro's weapon case. It's because you wanted to bring weapons with you. Alejandro rarely wears armor, but now he does, slowly telling her, we can never predict what will happen. Judy was worried. This was the first time she'd ever heard Alejandro speak like this. Alejandro brandishes his blade with a smile, saying, "It seems I'm having a bit of trouble with the auditors or some nasty guild. I'm planning to take care of it so I can finish my work." Judy wondered, "What if a dragon appears while you're gone?" But Alejandro remained calm. "Don't worry, I've already taken care of it." Suddenly Josha opened the door, interrupting their conversation. Lord Alejandro." His face was filled with panic. Please, forgive my intrusion, but a specimen is rampaging outside." Before Josiah could finish, Alejandro's blade flew, piercing his stomach. Enraged, Alejandro commanded, "Useless fool, go down to the basement and check on the test subjects." Judy remained unfazed, suggesting that Alejandro himself should investigate. Alejandro frowned. If only he could be in two places at once. Looks like they need me here too. Outside, Eli has escaped the monster and grabbed its neck. Just moments ago the monster roared, "I've got you," but Eli wouldn't give it the chance, gritting his teeth as he said, "I should be the one saying that." With that, A clamped her legs around the monster and dragged it straight into the air, shocking Eli. "Eli, what are you doing? Get down here now." Eli realizes something's wrong. Is she planning to use the dragon's nest? E is trying his best to fly as high as possible, thinking that if he's the key to the dragon's nest, he can do it. The dragon's nest is about to activate again, and the lights are targeting A and the monster Polly. Unaware, the Polly monster thrashes and roars as the dragon nest's power descends, bathing them in emerald light. A massive explosion erupts and chunks of flesh rain down so much that the ground smokes. Eli cries out, "Ai fi." Efi, she seemed very worried. "Ehi, answer me." A. Suddenly a roar erupts behind her, and that blue figure is none other than A. It happily tells Eli, "Sister, did you see me do it? That Polly monster exploded, but I'm perfectly fine." There's no reason to help Artis now, but then Eli slaps A, shocking him. Eli ordered them to move quickly, and then she was about to draw her sword to drive A-Fi away, who didn't understand what was happening. Duong Duong tearfully cried out, "You didn't notice something coming at you." Luckily, Eli used his sword to block it for A. It was a sword one that Eli knocked aside. Only then did A regain her senses and look around as Alexandro's voice echoed, "I thought you were going to run when you begged me to spare the Wiv's life." He approached fully armed and with a sinister smile. "But this is beyond my imagination." Eli, a Wiv with a dragon core. With burning eyes, Eli watches him warily as Alejandro continues, "Are you thinking of absorbing the dragon ancestor's life force with its dragon core?" Despite Eli's dwindling patience, Alejandro wore a sly grin. "Eli, I thought you knew I don't give second chances." Meanwhile, Addis bursts from the smoke, launching an arrow at Alejandro with a sharp gaze. Addis unleashes his fire breath and yells, "Run!" A spell is cast and fierce flames engulf Alejandro, but he easily deflects them, shattering the fire with his sword. "Oh, so she's on your side now too." Eli attempts a surprise attack from behind, but he sees it coming. Impressive moves, Eli. But in the end, she couldn't lay a scratch on him, only managing to parry his blade. Atis and Eli try to buy time for E to escape, Eli parrying blows as she shouts, "Ai, it's all over if you're caught. Hurry." Understanding, Ai closed her eyes and flew straight into the sky as Eli deflected Alejandro's sword. Artis lit his fuse ready to charge, but Alejandro activated death lightning from his blade and vanished in a surge of purple lightning. Fi turns around in surprise only to see a bolt of lightning erupt from the ground. Alexandro is suddenly right beside him. Meanwhile, Hanbin cleaves a stone man in two, eliciting a pained cry as she tells him, "We're here to find the dragon's nest hidden in a treacherous mountain." Han cried out in frustration, "But all these mountains look the same, damn it." Emin, used to these situations, said, "Look closer. Doesn't this look like your homeland?" Han sneered at him. "Oh right, this is all because the spy doesn't know the enemy's exact location." Emin twitched his eyebrow, telling him, "I'm a high-ranking priest. If I infiltrate enemy territory, who will write the report? Besides, there's nothing more I can do since I'm only here to provide support from the outside no matter what you say." Hanin, focused on finding the enemy's lair, asked, "Hey Ant, are you sure this is the way?" The innocent-looking ant just chirped adorably. Emin shakes his head, realizing the ant doesn't understand, and now it just looks like a monster. "We can't find the dragon's nest this way. We should return to the cathedral and request reinforcements." Meanwhile, Hanbin was happily feeding flowers to the adorable ant doting on it. Seeing this, Emin was furious. "How can you be so carefree?" Vantara Hanbin has his reasons. If it eats something that reminds it of home, it'll lead us there. But Emin can't believe that this thing was once a human. How could eating grass remind it of home? Maybe Addis isn't really dead, but while you're fooling around, who knows what he's going through. Han slowly stood up, saying, "No, I'm not angry with you. You know, I warned him he might die if he went, and I even downplayed his chances. But I don't think what I said was entirely wrong, and in the end I was right. Though looking back, I'm just making excuses because I'm the one who'd be in trouble without you." Hanbin was baffled by this. What was so funny? Emin said, "I thought Vantara were savage creatures who loved blood and guts, but to know they can worry about their friends. He's nothing like the rumors leaving." Hanbin stunned. "Worry? What's that?" "Blood and guts are the best." As they argue, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly erupts from a distant mountain, tearing through the sky. This caught their attention, and they wondered if it was lightning. No, I'm sure it was fired from underground. That means it's the magic swordsman. To be able to see a magic swordsman's skill from this far away. Could it be Alejandro? Finally, we can return to the cathedral with our troops. But as Emin turned to Hanbin, he was already poised like a sprinter. He was surprised. Don't tell me you're planning to. Before he could finish, Hanbin's foot shattered the ground. He was a blur, a wisp of smoke in his wake, his eyes fixed on the mountain crackling with lightning. Hanbin's face was resolute, his mind focused solely on Artis, who seemed to be in trouble with Alejandro gritting her teeth in frustration. Just as Eli and Artis struck at Alejandro, he remained unfazed, merely defending himself, then vanished, leaving only a trail of lightning in his wake. Eli and Artis eyed the magic swordsman warily, while Artis gritted her teeth in anger. Once Alejandro discovered that A had a dragon core, there was no turning back. The only one who could fight him now was a dragon. Thinking quickly, Artis attempts to transform into his dragon form, but Alejandro's residual lightning is immensely powerful, capable of tearing the sky itself. Alejandro smirks, holding a delicate orb containing the dragon core. Straddling Eli, he says, "Well done, Eli." Meanwhile, it lay writhing on the ground, and A glared at Alejandro, who simply responded with a satisfied smile. "Haha, don't look so glum. Just pretend you never had it." He then presented the spherical box to Eli and Artis. Boasting, he says the ladies no longer need to suffer for it. The smoke clears, leaving Artis helpless on the ground as Eli tries to disperse the lingering haze. Her face filled with fear, she wondered why she couldn't transform into a dragon. Eli stood before Artis calmly stating, "It seems he's prepared a countermeasure against dragons. Perhaps he anticipated this ever since learning of your identity, Altis. But Alexandro's ring was truly one of a kind, a polymorphic necklace capable of turning dragons into humans. With it, he can prevent the dragons in the vicinity from returning to their original forms." Artis frowned. Alejandro is unmatched, unbeatable. Eli, summoning all her strength, cries out his name. "Alejandro, my guidance is all that's left to perfect the artificial guide. Release everyone in the dragon nest or I'll ruin your plans." Watching Eli risk everything, Artis was extremely worried, and Eli called out in fear. But Alejandro remains calm. "Eli, I thought you'd understand me by now. Why do you think I spent so much time gathering countless Radna here? Did you really think I brought them back to rebuild this place? Don't you find it strange? All this life force is here, and you can't sense any of it. Can inanimate objects possess life force? Altis realizes. Alejandro casually approaches, disarming Eli before she can even react, proving the dragon's nest is more than just a treasure trove. He says this is a place to drain the life force from humans and other living beings, and before Altis can even turn around, he kicks her straight in the head. The kick sends Altis flying, but Alejandro remains unfazed. In other words, even if your plan succeeds, all these Renaz will still die. Then Alexandro laughs sinisterly. Unable to contain her rage, Eli cries out Alejandro's name, questioning how he could do such things to his own people. She swung her sword at him, but Eli was clearly no match for Alejandro. In an instant, her remaining sword is knocked away as he confronts her, claiming she's just a mob character. He immediately stabbed Eli, causing her to scream in pain. Then Alejandro laughed. "Ah-ha-ha." Fi sees this and rushes forward, screaming, "Stop it, Alejandro." But another of his swords immediately pierced its wing, pinning it to the ground, leaving it helpless and screaming. It was then that Fi realized it was all his fault. Lost in his joy of finding the dragon core, Alejandro pulls out a device and boasts, "I never thought I'd use this locator on a specimen like you." He then picked up the agonizing Eli, saying, "Honestly, I never imagined I'd use this on you. You should be grateful." He then plunged the syringe-like device into Eli's neck, causing the surrounding skin to bulge with purple veins, but Alejandro continued nonetheless. "I'll help you reunite with your dead mother." Eli grits her teeth in agony. Alejandro explains that to reduce the side effects of a guide, information identical to the user is needed. Is that too difficult for an alpha to understand? Alejandro's smile twisted into something grotesque as he raised his blade once more. "Well, no matter. Because that will help her have a more peaceful death." He directs the blue blade toward a suffering Eli. But before he can act, a flame is launched straight into his face. Alejandro couldn't dodge in time and screamed in agony it was Attis's fire. Gathering her strength, she cried out, "Eli, hurry." But as Eli reached for Alexandro, he knocked her into the hole the poly monster had dug to escape. Alexandro roared, then fearfully called out to Eli. Attis struggles to break free, ignoring the dagger, tearing at its wings, and desperately tries to fly into the hole to save the falling Eli. Seeing Eli fall into the hole, Artis is filled with worry. Are they going to be okay? No, this isn't the time to worry about them. She then pulls out hundreds of fire arrows trying to distract Alejandro. "I believe they'll be all right, and I'll do everything I can." With all her strength, Artis's eyes grew even more resolute. Channeling her magic, she conjures fire from the bloodstone arrowheads. But then the bloodstone shattered, surprising Artis. It was magic stone. Alejandro countered Attis's fire with his lightning-thin bolts, of which snaked through and shattered her bloodstone. Alejandro remained unfazed. "I gave you a chance to live because you're strong for a mob, but you've chosen the wrong opponent. If you truly wish to die, I'll incinerate you with my high-voltage current." Addis's arrows shattered one by one, forcing her to drop all her weapons, but her lightning bolts struck true. Did Artis think it was over? If Eli and Ehi were alive, they could destroy the underground life support room, and that would be the end of Alejandro's plan. Newnham, have I fulfilled my duty as head of the Bannister family? But without me, Hanbin will be in trouble. As Artis braced for the end, Hanbin suddenly appeared, landing perfectly beside him with an earth-shattering impact. Before Alexandro could understand what was happening, he wondered if a bomb had just fallen from the sky. Did that F just break something? As for Artis, he couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? Hanbin, why are you here? Meanwhile, Hanbin's face is completely blank. It seems Atis is alive after all, so Emin's worries were for nothing. Sorry to bother you while you're working. Hanbin suddenly stopped mid-sentence. It was then that he got a good look at him. Wait, Altis, what happened to you? What on earth happened? Then he saw Altis collapse as if she had no strength left. Altis sobbed, it seems I can't do anything alone. I tried my best, but it was all for naught. Seeing Altis's despair, Hanbin was heartbroken, but before they could speak, Alejandro, who had been ignored, approached with his 2 purple swords. Hey blockhead, you look like a construction worker, muttering about how we're not done yet. Butt out. He wondered how a level 5 could survive a fall from that height. Or maybe he's hiding underground. He then told Hanbin he had 3 seconds. Before he could even finish his threat, Hanbin punched Alejandro in the face and shouted, "The damn pervert." The powerful punch sends Alejandro flying. Even Artis was shocked, but then she turned serious pervert. Hanbin didn't know he had to disguise himself as a girl to infiltrate this place. Alejandro is sent flying into the dragon nest's wall, creating a gaping hole and a thunderous explosion, while Hanbin continues to curse. You piece of trash, how could you, Artis? Asks Hanbin. I think you're misunderstanding some things, but is Alejandro dead? It seems Hanbin doesn't care much. Why is his level so high? Is he a leader? I'm not too confident in my punch. Someone of his level would have crushed bones, but not enough to make him give up. Indeed, Alejandro was lying in a very awkward position. His response prompted Altis to ask again. Crushed bones should mean death, right? Hanbin wondered as Artis sheepishly admitted. Anyway, I'd be dead without your help. I wouldn't argue if you called me useless, Hanbin retorted frankly. He was so focused on Artis that he didn't notice the surge of green light behind him. It was only when they both looked towards Alejandro, who had been punched away, that they saw a brilliant blue light and thunder roaring across the sky. Hanbin frowned. So one punch wasn't enough, huh? Atis quickly says, no, he's absorbing life force. Alejandro slowly rises, noticing the spherical box that held the dragon core is broken and the core is gone. He absorbed Eli's dragon core, his power amplified tenfold, a monstrous force advancing toward Hanbin. His eyes morphed into the blue of life force, radiating power as he sneered at Hanbin. You pathetic wretch. Where Eli fell was a deep cave. Phi pulled the sword from Eli's shoulder and bandaged her wound. He used his massive dragon form to envelop Eli, and she cried out in pain. Wake up, please. But Eli remained motionless on the ground. Phi pressed its face against Eli, its eyes suddenly filled with panic. Her heart has stopped. He sobbed uncontrollably, blaming himself relentlessly. It's my fault, Eli, I'm so sorry. Her tears fell upon her, creating an electric current that shocked her heart back to life. Eli stirred and coughed a few times. No, 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 no. Phi was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Outside, the situation was also incredibly tense, as Hanan and Artis gazed up at the powerful light above. Did he absorb the dragon core into his body? He anxiously asked Altis. The dragon core, don't tell me it's yours. The dragon core can restore power, Artis reassured him. Don't worry, he doesn't know I'm a dragon. Usually when you hunt dragons, the remaining life force in the dragon core is too weak, making it nearly impossible. But now Alexandro has fully recovered. Addis continues explaining that if it's in a dragon's nest like this, it's more than enough, because he can absorb the abundant vitality here. Alexandro glared at them, rage burning in his eyes. What kind of monster was he? That bastard isn't wearing any armor. I'm sure the screen said he was only level 5. Hanbin and Atis stood ready, fists, clenched eyes locked on their opponent, while Alejandro wondered where his power truly came from. He roared, "Who the hell are you?" Hans smirked in response. He scoffs, then boasts that the one they're looking at is a Vantera warrior. Atis is a little embarrassed by his over-the-top behavior, but can only call out helplessly. A Vantera, Han declared, as Hanbin Alejandro gritted his teeth in rage, veins popping on his face. I will never forgive your perverted actions, but if you offer a sincere apology, I'll spare your life. Artis snapped, Can you be serious for once? Hanpin grins, Come on, there's no reason for us to get involved in this. We just need to buy time for Father Eamon to report back to the church and bring people here, Artis said anxiously. That's not it. He's part of... The newly received information shocks Hanin. The Great Earth Society. Alejandro advances, weapons in hand. Fine, you won't tell me your true identity, so be it. But if you intend to ruin my plans, I will dissect you piece by piece. Each step he takes is charged with lightning, and as the magic swordsman unleashes the power around him, energy radiates from the ground into the atmosphere. Alejandro lowers himself, lightning crackling around him the way of the magic swordsman. He quickly lunges toward where Hanbin and Artis are standing, leaving a trail of lightning strikes in his wake. He quickly closed in on Hanbin, who remained still observing. So this skill is also known as the flash step. Han doesn't even bother drawing his weapon, calmly raising a fist and throwing it at his opponent. Alejandro is quick, easily dodging behind him. Let's see what level you're hiding. He leaps and slashes at Hanbin. The immense power and blinding light kept Altus at bay, a devious level 5 Vantera. Altus watched his eyes, unable to keep up with the speed. Was he holding back against me? Alejandro's sneak attack is easily blocked by Hanbin's sword hilt. So you don't care that I'm from another world. Alejandro is now even more intrigued by Hanbin's true strength. If you were at least level 50, this move would take your head. Seeing your lack of surprise at learning I'm from another world, he said, turning to attack. Let's see if you're over level 60. Hanbin deftly dodges the attack. Those with regenerative abilities are such a pain. But to get information about the Great Earth Society, I have to fight him with my normal strength. Alexandro unleashed a furious attack, taunting Hanan. Oh, and by the way, you shouldn't dodge this one. Hanin was about to dodge, but then remembered who was standing right behind him, much to Alejandro's delight. Unless you want the guy behind you cut to pieces. Addison also looked down worriedly. Alejandro's twin blades crackle with lightning, the weapon's movements amplifying the skill's destructive power. A massive vortex of lightning is unleashed as Hanbin raises his sword to block the powerful attack. He laughed maniacally. Let's see how many pieces I can tear you into. He didn't realize the lightning strikes weren't hurting him at all. His face suddenly went pale, and a huge explosion erupted as Hanbin pressed down with his sword. Alexandro desperately tries to block with the two swords in his hands, but Hanbin's eyes are now filled with coldness. Perhaps you should have dodged unless you wanted to lose an arm. He pressed down with even greater force. Now what level do you think I am? Alejandro was terrified, struggling to hold on. What power is this? Just as Hanin was about to deliver the final blow, a telepathic message arrived. Han, wait. Hanin stopped, his eyes widening as he looked at Artus. I can hear Altus's voice in my head, but he hasn't said a word. This is a one-way telepathy skill that allows you to hear my thoughts. You've always had that skill, Artus reminds him. But there's something I need to tell you. She looked directly at Hanbin, her eyes filled with determination. Alexandro controls the dragon nest, meaning he's absorbing the life force of those here to heal himself. Though Hanbin isn't focused on Alejandro, he's still struggling to withstand his sword. Artus continued to telepathically warn him, if you kill him, this place will lose control, and the lower-level people will lose all their life force and die. Artus offers a solution: sever the life force link. Hanbin contemplates this, realizing they'll be in serious trouble if he doesn't restrain his power while fighting him. Artus bowed deeply, pleading, but they had to kill him. His thoughts echoed in Hanbin's mind. If you hadn't come, I might already be dead, but I'll still do everything I can to kill him first. So even if you kill him, the deaths that follow won't be your fault. Altus said, gritting his teeth, his voice heavy. Even if I searched the earth, I'm not sure I could find it. It's my stubbornness that got you into this mess. Altus is saddened, so he won't be a burden. A large hand reaches towards Altus's forehead. Hanin suddenly appears and flicks Artus hard on the forehead, leaving Alexandro on the ground confused. Tears welling, Artus clutches his forehead, erupting in anger. What do you think you're doing? Hanbin slings his sword over his shoulder and walks away. Why bother with a complicated explanation? His question only fueled Artus's anger. What was that? As Artus sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, Hanbin spoke up. First, he needed to find and destroy some kind of connection, whatever it was. Secondly, I'll do my best to keep him from hurting you while stopping him from getting in your way. Besides, this is my fault, I can't make you fix it. Han turns back with a bright smile. I'm sure you can do it quickly so we can go home. Altus stared for a moment, a determined smile forming on his lips. He quickly departed, vowing to return after completing his mission. Han gazes down at the dragon's nest, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Goodness, he's too weak to be a dragon. But in an instant that look shifts as he glances over at Alejandro. Alejandro staggers to his feet, and Hanbin points to the abyss. I thought you'd chase after him. Still here. Isn't there something important down there? He confidently replies. Yes, but I'm prepared to deal with a scrub like him. Having died by Hanbin's hand once, he still hasn't learned his lesson, arrogantly pointing his blade at him. My plan might be stopped somehow, but not this, because you can't kill me. Han smirks. Then I'll just beat you to a pulp without killing you. Meanwhile, inside the dragon's nest, Ahai follows Eli's directions, turning left here. Eli continued to guide. Follow the second direction. They arrived at a place with many doors and went straight ahead. Ahai, riding on his back, couldn't see, but she could feel it. She could feel more life force. I'm getting close to the fusion device. Ahai couldn't help but worry. You're pushing yourself too hard without a system, Evie. Eli reassured her. Just because it's gone doesn't mean my abilities are. Alexandro has some lackeys here, but they don't know. I've betrayed him. Evie continues to move forward as Eli worries that even if they succeed in ruining his plans, they may not escape safely. I never thought it would get this complicated. Hey, sorry about this. As Eli led her along the path, he replied, Don't worry about it. I actually want to see Alejandro's face when we destroy this place. Eli firmly stated, Besides, I never thought I'd end up here. I'll do anything to survive and then travel everywhere. Eli teases, I thought you were wanted after being captured and used by Alejandro. Well, I'm frustrated, but I can ask Addis to explain. Eli smiles gently. Either way, I'm going on a trip. Effie. Suddenly the ground shook violently, and they were engulfed in a blinding blue light filling them with dread. Eli clutches his wound, trying to stop the bleeding, as Ahai calls out her name. Eli asked worriedly, Are you okay? Eli gasped for breath, the impact worsening her wound. Seeing the dire situation, Ahai urged, We need to hurry, they must be fighting. Eli stared at her bloodied hand, realizing her life force was draining away. She had to hurry. A stops and asks, Eli, is this real? Before them was a strange object encased in white wings. Didn't Eli know what was going on? What's wrong, Effie? I can feel a strong life force there. It must be the convergence point. Hey, I'm scared. Eli, can't you feel it? Unaware of the mutated corpses surrounding them, Eli continues to press forward. What happened? The two approached the strange object. Eli still doesn't understand what A is saying. Fee, what are you saying? So this is one of Alejandro's experiments. He used blood to draw strange symbols on the wall. Is there anything left of Alejandro for me to deal with? He continued to mutter to himself. So you still haven't answered the believers. His eyes replaced by grotesque horns, his lower body fused with a massive monster. With razor-sharp teeth, both of his mouths spoke Goddess of Light. I will fulfill my mission. Standing before the massive beast, claws on all fours and white wings on its back, Eli and Epi looked tiny. The monster lunged to attack. Before Eli could react, Elijah recognized an old acquaintance and shouted his name, Handy. Just then, a fireball struck the monster, saving them at the last moment, but its foot still managed to hit Eli and A. Luckily, the attack only sent them flying. He angrily shouts, You too, how dare you interfere with my mission? So that attack was from Artis. This is bad. Henry, a cleric over level 50, has become a test subject, Artis shouted, hoping to awaken him. Priest Henry, we're not your enemies. We're here to destroy this place. But he had completely lost his mind, becoming even more frenzied. My mission, my purpose, anyone who stands in my way, is an enemy. With those words, he lunged to attack Artis. Meanwhile, Hanbin retreated, dodging Alejandro's attacks as lightning bolts surged forward, followed by Alejandro himself. Behind them, the shattered rocks explode, but the two continue their relentless chase. Their blades clash in a blinding dance. After a long battle, Alejandro believes he's figured out Hanbin's abilities. I'm sure your fighting style has many flaws, but your strength and speed are making up for it. He taunts Hanbin, offering his neck to the blade. You're a threat to me. If you can cut off my head. Han didn't answer silently, gathering momentum, then lunged forward to punch him, but Alejandro used lightning to stop his fist in midair. A punch won't kill me, you think I'd fall for that? This gives Hanbin pause. Alexandros smirks, I've figured out how you fight. You've never fought someone who wields lightning. Hanbin is suspended in midair. The man below, weapon in hand, prepares to strike. A single target skill will work better on you than an area of effect one. With that, he focuses his power into his blade, and lunges forward with a wild laugh, adding that he's a PvP master. Alejandro slashes a fatal blow toward Hanbin's abdomen, but luckily he manages to block it with his sword. He blinked, but the force of the attack still sent him flying. Alejandro smugly believes victory is at hand, that he'll be easier to defeat once he's on the ground, and continues his assault to finish Hanbin. The swordmaster is cornered as lightning spears converge around Alejandro. Standing at the center, he aimed his weapon at Hanbin, unleashing a massive lightning strike, but his sword absorbed the electricity, saving him unharmed. Taking advantage of Hanbin's unpreparedness, Alejandro lunges forward, saying that when he swings that big sword, he's completely defenseless, and summons a massive lightning spear aimed directly at Hanbin. The magic swordsman is finished by the lightning spear, a crazed look on Alejandro's face. Don't worry about your friend. A level 68 monster down there is taking care of it. A blinding light hurtles towards him, threatening to consume him whole. A massive explosion rips the earth apart. The lightning blast weakens, and Alejandro's face pales. Meanwhile, Hanbin effortlessly shattered Alejandro's prized attack with his bare hands. I wondered just how strong you were to be so cocky. Alejandro broke out in a cold sweat. Hanbin had shattered his lightning spear with his bare hands. Hanbin casually slung his sword over his shoulder. Level 68. Alejandro couldn't believe his eyes. No way, he must be badly injured and pretending to be okay. He wondered if the man had any other tricks up his sleeve. Hanbin didn't even spare his monster a glance. My artist is a level 67 dragon. Alejandro sneers, a dragon, how quaint. Then he burst out laughing as if he'd won the lottery, causing Hanbin to frown in annoyance. What's so funny? Alejandro sneers. So your trump card is your dragon companion, isn't it? I'm starting to feel bad. Hanin is taken aback by Alejandro's words. Your friend can't transform into a dragon, he smirked, reaching for the necklace he wore. If he still had his unique gear. But when he reached for it, he realized the necklace he cherished was gone. He angrily recalled his fight with Eli, thinking, not even Eli. Just as he suspected, Eli was sprawled on the ground, clutching Alejandro's pendant. Eli looked up. Artis transforms into a dragon to protect A and Eli from the monster Handy, revealing his true form. A powerful red dragon with sharp eyes and teeth, the battle between Altus and Handy intensifies. Altus's eyes remain unwavering. Priest Handy, you've been reduced to this again. Altus grips the monster, screaming for it to awaken. Handy, though, knocked down quickly, rises roaring in fury as he lunges again, tearing at Addis's wing, causing her to cry out in pain. Artis retaliates, biting down on the monster's neck, then throws it high into the air, unleashing a roar that shakes the very space around them. Just then, Eli flew in on her back, calling out to Artis. What happened to Alejandro? Who's fighting Alejandro up there? Addis quickly explained. My friend is trying to hold Alejandro back, but to defeat him, we need to sever his connection to the life fusion device. Something must be preventing this place from exploding, Artis said, keeping an eye on the monster. I'll handle the priest, Handy Alice declared, unleashing fire upon the monster, as the others hastened their advance. The two flew past Artis and Handy's battle, and Phi hesitated slightly. Should we just leave Handy and destroy everything? The life fusion device is right in front of us, but if we destroy it, the explosion will kill us too. There must be a conduit for the life force to pass through. As expected, they found a blue energy pillar, and Lig immediately formed a plan. If we cut it off. Just then Handy had gathered enough power to attack the two sisters. Fearless Artis stood as their shield, but the power grew like a bomb about to detonate. In a desperate move, Artis lunged forward, biting the enemy's neck to stop him, but the immense energy was still unleashed. Artis frantically called out to Eli and A. Though not directly hit, the two are thrown back by the aftershock. In that perilous moment, A shields Eli with her body, saving her life. Ehai, are you all right? Eli asked worriedly, the near-death experience only strengthening Ehai's resolve. It's nothing if it means stopping. Alejandro Ehai shouts from the ground, his wings badly damaged, urging Eli forward. Eli bravely charges forward, ignoring his own injuries, while Artis and Handy enter a life-or-death struggle. Eli decisively severs the energy conduit as Artis unleashes dragonfire to finish off his opponent. A pillar of light shoots from the earth to the sky, leaving behind a smoking crater. Hanbin continues to play cat and mouse with Alejandro, exhausting him. Alejandro suddenly realizes, the dragon I've been tracking has appeared, a level 67 dragon that can crush you to pieces. He looked at Hanbin, a question forming in his mind. Wait, how does he know the dragon's level? In that moment, Alejandro realized an unbelievable truth. Another explosion rang out, the dust cleared, and the two still stood there, blade against sword, facing each other. Alejandro voiced his thoughts. You're also an Earthling. Han remained silent, so he continued. Everyone knows you can't gain experience from killing other Earthlings. Don't tell me you're the one who killed El. Han didn't deny it. So, are you going to take revenge? Alexandro grinned. Both paused their battle for a moment. No, I'm actually quite happy about it. Because I never liked that guy to begin with, but they want to deal with the one who killed the LC. Got it. Hanbin wondered them. Are you talking about the Omphalos demons? Alejandro scoffed. Evil gods. I'm talking about those with far more influence than some unseen god. He rested his sword on his shoulder, saying casually, there's nowhere in Arena they haven't reached. Turning us into enemies is the same as turning the entire continent of Runa into an enemy. Then he revealed a secret to Hanbin. Everyone, except him, thinks a dragon killed LC. Since he had the dragon's core, he would report that he had killed it. Alejandro offered an enticing option. Since I have the dragon's core, I'll report that I killed it. I'll take my reward and anyone can come with me. But Hanbin didn't seem to care at all. Alejandro persisted. There's no need to fight, so let's just go. Sound good. But just as Alejandro tried to leave, Hanbin kicked him in the back of the knee. You're not healing anymore, are you? Alexandro screamed out in pain. Ah. He fell to the ground, still cursing as Hanbin stood there unfazed. My mistake wasn't bad at all. I like it. He tells Alexandro the reason for the rejection, but Addis wouldn't like it. She may be a civilian, but she hates bad people. Alexandro angrily swings his blade. You madman, you're just relying on the fact that you're an outsider. Though he missed Hanbin, he remains arrogant. You're nothing compared to us. Hanbin is shocked. What? Alejandro gleefully injects himself with the artificial system fluid, saying he should have shown them this power, but taking down Hanbin will surely earn their forgiveness. In an instant, sharp thorns erupted from the ground around Alejandro, but Hanin decisively shattered them all with his sword. Inside, Alejandro was undergoing a transformation, leaving Hbin to wonder if this was a side effect of the artificial system. Alejandro's body was consumed by an unseen force, as Hanin silently observed. It's not unlike the feeling I had leaving Earth. Alejandro's body begins to disintegrate in what looks like a painful process, eventually transforming into a bizarre skeleton with a purple orb in its chest. System notification, unidentified, race level 72. The energy core in its chest is unstable. Omplus's assistance is 9% complete. Alejandro Reborn arrogantly approaches Hanbin. Omplus's aid is incomplete. Does that mean I lack vitality? Before Hanbin could react, Alejandro slashed him across the face. It seems I need that fusion core first. A blinding light made Hanbin turn back with unease as Addis knelt down beside him, sincerely apologizing after finishing off the monster. Mr. Henry, I'm sorry. Ehi anxiously called out to Eli. Eli turns and smiles, as Alexandro can no longer receive life force. Ehi breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that Alejandro's maid had appeared nearby. With everything resolved, she finally emerged, bowing respectfully. "Oh, Miss Eli." Recognizing a familiar face, Eli let her guard down completely. "Oh." Ehi was surprised to see her, and Eli asked Han how she got there. "This place is too dangerous. Get to the surface quickly." Eli turned to call out, but before he could, she struck him down and rushed to the energy conduit. Artis senses something is wrong and surveys the situation, as Judy grabs the conduit unhesitatingly, using herself to restore the energy flow to Alejandro. The energy flowing into her body caused her to melt away, but she still smiled contentedly. In an instant she vanished completely, becoming one with the green energy. The energy conduit goes dark, and a powerful life force erupts from the machine, forcing everyone back. From the mouth of the mountain, massive bolts of lightning erupted as Kalindo held up a photo of his family. He stares intently at the photo, seemingly filled with regret. Everyone has fallen, leaving only Sino. Everything here is being sucked into the void. A struggles to hold on. It uses its wings to shield itself as the four-eyed creature's fluids slowly burn them away. Just as A fell, Cardus appeared, impaling it with the sharp protrusions on his body. He unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the wall, and finally Altus gathered all the energy in his body. A witnesses the scene and calls out to Cardus as a red aura emanates from Cardus's body. He tries to reassure Fidung, saying his dragon is stabilizing the fusion, but only temporarily. The only way to restore everyone's life force is to destroy that massive source of energy. Artis also warns that physical attacks are useless, but any other kind of attack will make it explode. Eli's magic transformation is the only way. Fidung tearfully embraces the injured Eli, her heart screaming she's badly hurt and unconscious as her life force drains away. "If I'd stayed here longer." Hearing that Eli was injured, Artis finally turned his gaze elsewhere, while Alejandro continued trying to brainwash Hanbin. "Now I understand why they wanted Blauz's help. I'm sure you understand too, since you have a system as well." He continues to give reasons to try and convince him you can see the enemy's level and race and gain experience when you kill them. Besides those with systems, these also work for Vitality users. However, I noticed a discrepancy between Blauz's help and the system. Alejandro gathers his strength to show Hanbin, boasting that his endless life force also allows him to regenerate. "Like L, I cannot be destroyed with 4 sources of power, Brana, Mana, Aura, and Force, which means I am immortal." He glanced at the system, seeing Otis's image, and thought to himself, "I can also sense the movements of all life force around me." I was worried the remaining life force would be destroyed, but luckily Eli is about to die, and the dragon has nowhere to run. Alejandro laughs with glee. "Now I just need to absorb the life force. What should I do next?" He continued to berate Hanbin, saying he would only lead the dragon to its death, and victory would be his. Artis seems to be at her limit, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. A tries to wake him up, calling out to Artis. Though drained, Atis urges Eli to flee, saying, "I'm spent. There's nothing left. You have to run." With a worried face, AI tries to wake Eli. With unwavering eyes, Eli turns back, thinking that everyone will die if he does nothing. But in the end, it decided to use all its strength to spew fire forward, its red flames immediately drawn into the energy gate. Eli persists in spewing flames into the energy gate, and Artis seems surprised by his efforts. Seeing Eli's struggle, Eli bit her lip and called out to Artis, turning to ask a favor. "I have a favor to ask of you." Even as A persists in channeling its energy, it silently berates itself for its helplessness. But the flames in its mouth have finally run out. "Why always?" Effie collapses to the ground, coughing up blood, tears welling in its eyes. It couldn't accept it. It didn't want to be alone anymore. Just then, footsteps approached as Eli placed a hand on A's face to reassure her. "Me too. Eli, I'm just too weak for you." Eli collapses, and A, seeing this, tries to warn her. "Don't move anymore. I'm sorry, Eli. I've always been alone here. I can't let you do dangerous things because I'm afraid of losing you." She places her hand on A's face, praising him. "But you've always been braver and more amazing than I imagined." "But I can't fight like you or help you." E.G. holds out a round golden object to A. "What are you saying? You're a genius, talking wyvern." Seeing the yellow object, Eli teared up, and Artis explained that the unique equipment allowed for disguises, but it was only meant for dragons, and no Ween had ever taken dragon form, making it risky. Eli turns to Artis, affirming that she believes in her. She bites her lip, looking conflicted. "I'm sorry, I can do nothing but trust you." With determination in her eyes, Aphie prepares to try. "Thank you, Eli. Trust me." The tablet in Eli's hand begins to glow, and A's body transforms into white smoke. The four-eyed monster, though humiliated, remained confident, laughing maniacally. "How many times must I say it? I cannot die. You cannot kill me." Hanbin rests his sword on his shoulder, taunting him, ignoring the immortality bit. "It still hurts, doesn't it?" Alejandro wipes the blood from his mouth and declares, "Until you beg for death, I'll tear you apart piece by piece." Alejandro inwardly cursed, thinking no earthling could live long without going insane as Han continued to strike the monster with his sword. "This guy's a monster too good at hunting." Alejandro's making calculations, but he's only used to fighting monsters. He'll surround himself with armor as tough as a dinosaur. His face began to melt, and the four-eyed monster's body was being torn apart, only to regenerate in less than half a second, shocking Alejandro. An electric current surged through Alejandro's body, causing him immense pain, but the pain of his exploding body connected directly to his brain. Anyone else would have been shocked by the pain, but Omblaus made it impossible. Hanbin seizes the opportunity, leaping into the attack, relentlessly striking Alejandro while he's still reeling in pain. Hanbin relentlessly attacks, leaving Alejandro defenseless and rapidly losing consciousness. Hanbin's eyes flashed with fire as he killed him, beating him to a pulp. Plus's assistance wasn't complete. Despite the beating, Alejandro remained unbowed. At this rate, I'll have to absorb and use up all the remaining life force. Is the dragon near the fusion furnace still alive? Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. What? Atis slowly sits up while Eli has turned to dust. He sees something before him that stuns him. A long strand of blue hair appears, questioning, Eli, am I seeing things? Eli looked at the girl with satisfaction. No, not at all. When Effie transforms into human form, she looks so brave. Anyone could say you're my sister. Ahai has now reached level 5 as a demon swordsman. Closing her eyes, Effie encourages herself, knowing she can do it, having seen countless people walk on 2 legs. She opened her eyes, stood up straight, and thought to herself, just follow the warmth and pay attention to your center. Ahai was still awkward being human for the first time. But how to start? Use your hands first. No, some people can move without using their hands. With 2 swords in hand, she slowly practiced walking, realizing humans are tall and lack tails for balance. They fall easily, but falling isn't the problem. First, lean forward. Finally, she takes her first small step, and before she falls, she takes another step forward and continues. Finally, she's able to move. That's it. Both Eli and Altis were pleased with her comprehension and surprised by her ability to control her strength. But she could finally walk in the forest in her transformed state. It's unbelievable, even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes. Seeing this puts them at ease. Even a dragon born with magic takes days to learn to walk, even if they've lived among humans for a long time. Eli is pleased with her, encouraging her that she can do it. Suddenly, the 2 of them look up to see cracks forming in the ceiling. Atis recognizes those cracks, and energy is hurtling down from above. Alejandro and Hanbin fall together, and Alejandro roars in anger. Don't you dare stand in my way, you monstrous beast. Hanbin taunts him, telling him to take a good look at himself in the mirror. Atis then reminded him Hanbin below. Hearing that, Hanbin immediately turned his head to look down below where Atis was standing. He stomps on Alejandro's face, stopping him in his tracks. Hanbin used his blink to pile up earth, while A managed to run away in time. Boulders also began to rain down from above as a foot suddenly slammed to a halt. Fortunately, Hanbin managed to carry AI away from the danger just in time. Looking back at where she had been, she wondered how long it would have taken her to get there. Then she suddenly bit Hanbin's hand. Phi growls, crouching low, stunning Hanbin. Has she also been affected by the artificial system's side effects? Atis tries to calm her, but Effie angrily curses Hanbin. Calm down, Effie. Hey, you old-fashioned brat, you're the old-fashioned one. How dare you come here naked after taking all my clothes and money, you pervert. Hanine picked up Ifei, trying to explain. It's not like I wanted to run around like this. Are you really, Eli? What's wrong, Atis? Save me, Atis. Han, I'll explain later. But even with mushroom hair, Eli is still lost in thought. I know he's Atis's friend, but I'm still worried he's an outsider. Eli smiled, relieved. Good, it seems he's a good person. Suddenly, the rocks behind them began to crumble, as Alejandro emerged from the smoke, declaring, shut up, I'll decide. Just then, the system warned Alejandro that his current body was unsuitable to contain the power of the aid, suggesting he switch to another physical body to survive. Silence. Alejandro, as if mad, wanted to jump in and absorb all the life force before him. Life force. If only I could absorb it. But suddenly a sword hurtles toward his head. Han's punch sends Alejandro flying. So all I have to do is hold him back. It's over. If Alejandro absorbs that life force, keep him away from it. Han rushes forward to hold off Alejandro, leaving me a little busy to evacuate everyone. Take care of yourself, okay? I can handle things myself. With sword in hand and a determined look, A speaks of the difficulty of dealing with Wan Yui as a hand reaches out to stop her. A turns back, her face full of confident reassurance. Don't worry, Eli, wait for me. I'll get it done. Eli almost says something, but instead smiles and raises a hand in encouragement. I'll be here waiting. With sword in hand, Eli heads toward the source of life, as Atis watches pride swelling within him, and then he follows. Amazing, isn't she? Atis has complete faith in A's abilities this time. She even knows how to use my magic sword. A has an amazing eye. And she's a fast learner, Lig confessed. That's why I hesitated. Her stomach wound continued to bleed. Hanbin raised his sword and yelled, Why won't you die? He plunged his sword into Alejandro's still body, but the wound Hanbin inflicted opened right back up. What Alejandro's body has rapidly healed. You've provoked me enough, he declared, mouth agape. Now I am a god. But before he could finish, Hanbin kicked him in the gut, following up with another blow that sent him flying. Alexandro's body floated in the air as he opened his eyes wide, secretly resentful. No, Alexandro curls into a ball, sprouting sharp thorns once more. The sharp spikes flew straight toward Hanbin, who turned his head in surprise. So those sharp thorns were aimed at A down below. A sharp spike pierces the ground, but luckily Eli dodges it. With a confident look, she thought to herself, I remember now. A easily dodged those spikes. I can do it too. Remembering Eli's movements, her jumping posture, and the timing of each step, she nimbly dodged every attack. She brings her legs together, mimicking Eli, creating a spring to leap high into the air, enraging Alejandro further. No, this is absurd. How could these lowly monsters? Han uses his own spikes against him, a lowly monster. He grips his sword, his face resolute. I know that look well, having nearly died countless times against hellhounds at level 5. Regardless of how strong the monster is, Phi is giving it his all as he charges towards the source of its power. Hanin fought valiantly. A cleaved the life source in two, and Hanpin with spike and sword triggered its explosive end. Suddenly rain began to fall from the sky, stunning the soldiers around him. That day's victory felt like a miracle. He immediately ordered the soldiers to begin experimenting on the people of Great Earth. Kalindo slowly awakens, as those below level 10 were able to withstand the life force drain. The soldiers enter the bunker to help the citizens escape, their life force miraculously restored. After resting, Emin went inside to observe the dead, finding 36 who had artificial systems implanted. Ahai embraced the unconscious Elijah, without uttering a word of joy, shielding him with her body. Rain fell from the tiger's maw upon the four of them, silent and still. The sky cleared above a tower, as Ahai and the others were brought back and protected by the Order of Light. 3 days later, the Order of Light arrived at Crater, distributing flyers with vivid images. Emin adjusted his glasses, explaining that the cause would be announced as a strange source of magic, so the Order couldn't publicly award contribution points for this case. Hanpin held a keychain doll, unsure what to do, but secret. Contributions weren't ideal. A limited item. We understand this incident involves the Great Earth Society and other outsiders. Hanin turns confused. Shouldn't things like this be made public? I have no idea what those bastards are planning next. The three walked down the hallway. Emin questioned. Even you, Vantera, must know about the attack on the Goddess City 20 years ago, right? The Great Earth Assembly of the Godslayer and the 4 heroes stopped them, Emin explained, nodding in agreement. That's right. After that, everyone began hunting the outsiders. Hearing this, Hanbin and Altus laughed like madmen. What a mess. The outsiders, the dogs of the evil god. She reveals even more information. But of those captured, only 30% were actually outsiders. The other 70% were Rana natives. The three then descended into the basement below. The nobles used the excuse of hunting outsiders to kill countless people in the name of purifying the world of the evil god. A dark light fell upon Emin's face. It was then that the Order realized their mistake and tried to prevent unsubstantiated judgments, but 20 years isn't a long time. Both Hanbin and Artis are stunned by what they see the Order's hatred for outsiders remains. Inside the prison cell, Ehai is locked away. The kid will be tried in 10 days and sent to the Crater camp. Ahai, bewildered, sees the two outside with plenty of evidence against her for helping Eli. Alexandro, Artis's subordinate. If she really is Eli's sister, they might betray her with the help of a demon. Seeing the guard, Hanbin realizes the masks conceal their levels. He wondered why a heretical judge was here. Instead of protecting her, they treat her like a criminal. Suddenly, Artis places a hand on Emin's shoulder. The trial is a mere formality, and Artis can't hide his anger as he shouts. If it weren't for her and Eli, we all would have died. And that kid is important to us. He just lost his only family member. Phi, sitting in prison, spoke with her head bowed. What are you saying, Artis? I have no family. It seems A has been crying, as she explains that Eli is just someone who looks like her. We're not even close. Artis never expected her to reveal this. What are you saying, Ei? Emin telepathically asked Artis. I already told him I know it's hard, but what choice do we have? Hanbin was also stunned by the scene. If that kid isn't connected to Eli, they'll just pin Alejandro's minion label on Eli. Artis approaches, wanting to know Phi's condition. Allowing an outsider subordinate to live is impossible for us. Hey, are you okay? Addis reached out, trying to touch Phi's hand. We'll find another way. We'll save him. That's enough. You came here seeking Emin's help, don't go too far. Hanbin telepathically tells Emin with unwavering eyes, we'll leave the rest to you. Emin. Upon hearing that, Emin was stunned. No sooner had Hanbin placed his hand on the door than he pushed it open with all his might, stumbling inside to everyone's astonishment. The soldier beside him immediately questioned him. What do you think you're doing, you bastard? Hanbin cried out from the floor. I only leaned on the door and I'm already this broken. Emin sits down and slaps Hanbin, who's faking it. Did the trauma from the war finally get to him? But he was fine for the past 3 days. Vantera likes to act tough and rigid. She must have been holding back. I can't heal him. Evie and Altus watch the charade unfold. Help me get him out of here, and you can keep watch. With Altus here, what's there to worry about? Before leaving, they signaled to Altus and Evie that they'd be back in 5 minutes, while the two inside silently watched through the shattered door. Artis sighed, hanging his head. Hanbin's in so much trouble. Evie, sitting on the bed, finally spoke. Artis and Hanbin, both good people, both trying to save me despite barely knowing me. Evie forced a smile to reassure Artis. I understand how you feel, but it's okay. No matter how worried you are, I'm not as sad as you think. Thinking back, it hasn't been long since I last saw Eli. Remembering the times we spent together, we went through the worst of it. Recalling those memories, she grew sad, remembering how they had to be careful every day to avoid detection. A remembers them training together. I never understood why we had to care about other people's lives while fighting. Fi clutches the yellow tag in her hand, but I heard from Alejandro that she tried to save a W she had just met. Memories of their playful times together flood her mind. Does she understand? It was real. Yuffie self-reproached for being so foolish. There are countless ways to live happily if you just run away, Ada said, embracing her in comfort. He continuously reassured A, explaining that a dragon that transforms for the first time cannot transform again immediately. It was like a curse. Eli leaned against her, gritting her teeth. But her form is what she desires. She imagines Eli helping her tie her hair and the person she loves most. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she burst into tears as Hanan and Emin sat outside, panting. With tears in her eyes, Hanin looks up to the sky, blaming, "You old men can't do anything right." Emin retorted, "I'm not an old man, but I agree with you." Hanin turns to Emin, questioning him, "But you're a high-ranking pastor. Surely there's something you can do. The trial isn't by the order, so I can't help." Emin sat up pointedly, reminding Hanan, "Today is the order's final interrogation. You're worried about the trial. I'll leave her to you. Should we release her while protecting her? If she runs, you'll both be on trial." Emin coldly reminds them of the consequences of letting Effie go. "So you two need absolution, absolution," In says, reminding him of a note under the advertisement. "You two may not know her, but you've just received a large contribution. If you two complete a small mission, you might be pardoned." Upon hearing this, Han stood up, stretching confidently and sneering. "So the Order of the Light is just a place that exploits people. Do you have any rare, high-paying missions for me?" Emin, uneasy and worried, says, "Normally a mage like me would accompany you, but not this time. You two should be fine." He's given Hanin a mission to hunt ghosts. The sky darkens, revealing a bleak scene, a dilapidated, abandoned house, its curtains eaten away by time. Behind the curtain, a ghoul appears with a savage grin as a strange purple energy emanates from a gem, accompanied by Richard's voice. Even with Ohm Plus's help, it's unstable, and easily absorbed by a level 70. Alejandro was too greedy. A woman's voice responded to this. "Enough blaming the dead, what else do you have to say?" Richard quickly changes the subject. "Yes, you did well, Leslie. I'm sure the Order of Light thoroughly searched the dragon's nest, but you still managed to get it." Leaning back, Leslie replied, "I'm embarrassed by his praise. I guess this just looked like a normal crystal ball to the Radna, so they didn't care." Richard said with some concern, "But the aid of the evil god is precious, as we've been waiting for it for 10 years. With it, we can atone for desecrating the dragon's nest." Leslie states the key point. "The problem is, I don't know if the Order suspects anything." She pulled out a photo saying, "They seem to have some pretty good dogs. It seems they're actively searching for the Great Earth," Richard thought with relief. "Luckily, the Order takes initiative. If it were the Heretic Inquisitors, we'd all be dead." Leslie placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, recalling how the Radna used to tremble at the mere mention of Great Earth. But now they're just a severed lizard's tail. She leaned in close, her words laced with meaning. "So why should we be that tail, when we have this?" Richard's eyes shifted slightly as he heard those words. Despite this, he quickly gets up and says, "Don't get me wrong, there are countless outsiders who can replace us. The only reason they chose us is because we can restrain our desire to kill." Leslie rolled her eyes, completely ignoring him as Richard urged, "We should clean up here before they get suspicious." Leslie pressed, "So you're saying you want to run away because you're afraid of getting bitten? Do I really have to do this?" Reluctant to flee, she proposes, "I can break their teeth so they can't bite. If we're cleaning up, we should make it a mission, gather groups and solve it all at once." Just then, a gaunt arm emerged from the wall, but before it could speak, Leslie cut it off, saying she'd leave the guests to it. Elsewhere, a narration appears, speaking of an old bankrupt family's mansion notorious for being haunted near the village. However, the truth is, this is where the Great Earth Society conducted experiments, and where secrets are buried. And to conceal them, this place is full of traps. Traps are hidden in every corner of the house like art, but my only regret is that most of these works will never be seen, since no one survives them. These are the words of a witch who believes that direct confrontation is not the style of a true artist. Leslie understands me best. The ghost gets more excited as she paints. As she paints, she cries out, "Panic is art. Fear is what moves me. I can't sleep knowing people will tremble in fear." But 4 days have passed, and the witch's face has grown weary. She wondered anxiously, why aren't they here yet? Was the mission bugged? Should I check the address? But she quickly regained her composure, splashing white paint on the wall, determined to repaint it, ignoring everything else. "I can't tell what's blood and what's wallpaper anymore, they're so late. No, my pride is wounded, I need to repaint this." Now, the witch begins to worry about another problem. Wait, is this place hard to find because it's in a deserted area? That's probably right, it's hard to spot since it was built here. There are so many trees around it you can't see it from afar. Speaking of which, the witch suddenly exclaimed with excitement. That's right, since the outside is as important as the inside, I'll prepare an entrance. I should get ready at the main gate. 2 days quickly passed, and as the demon woman slept soundly, a voice echoed from outside. Bin, I'm late because you insisted on hunting monsters along the way. A male voice responded to the previous statement. But it helped AP level up and her dragon core regenerated, so it's fine. The woman's voice from before retorted, a high level won't do me any good if I'm in jail. It turns out this voice belongs to Han Bin's group, who reminds her, you were the first one to buy clothes and equipment like crazy. A, not to be outdone, blames it on him. But I was late because you were taking a dump for so long on the second day. Han doesn't deny it and replies, that's right, but you weren't dressed when I was done, so I had to ask for help. A guy helped you get dressed. Finally provoked, A shouts, women's clothes are hard to put on, which you wouldn't know since you're always running around naked. The witch secretly observes them, thinking excitedly, they're here, you bastards. How dare you make me wait so long? Don't pass out so easily. Soon the three of them stood before the gate prepared by the succubus. Han Bin was speechless, while Atis, ever agreeable, was about to compliment it, but before he could, our protagonist bluntly criticized it. How stupid, I don't know what the author was thinking. It looks so amateurish. These words hit the eavesdropping ghost girl hard, and she says to herself in anguish, how cruel, I tried so hard. Outside, the three of them agreed to go in. Bin doesn't look so good. Meanwhile, the scorned demoness is seething with rage, muttering to herself. Even in death, all will die. It fixed its gaze on Effie, silently marking its target. I'll take that little girl's corpse first. I'll kill her while she's trembling. From within the gloomy mansion, Atis's voice echoed with a warning, a spellcaster is your best bet when fighting ghosts. They have skills to lure the antimatter monsters, but since I don't, I'll have to find and deal with it myself. Evie eagerly suggests splitting up to find it since they don't have much time, and Atis agrees that it's a good idea. Meanwhile, Hanin seems to want to chime in hesitantly, calling out to the two of them as he smirks and reminds them, you might not know it, but splitting up is the dumbest thing you can do in a movie. Whoever goes off alone is always the first to die, never to be seen again until the end credits. Fi finally realizes something, physical attacks are useless against demons. Artis calmly says, don't worry, the batteries will last. Han Bin immediately protests. Come on. He observes the blood-stained wall and the cry for help, saying with some urgency, look around, how can you two be so calm in a place like this? Are there hidden cameras? If so, this show won't be popular. I won't be intimidated by this scary house. Han tries to sound normal, but he's already looking for an exit, adding, and I can't use my powers, so I'll just be watching. I'll stay out here so I'll scream if I see it. Say hi for me. Just then, a finger slowly approached Han Bin from behind, and A barely touched him before he panicked and screamed. Atis calmly asked, do you perceive ghosts differently than we do? Meanwhile, A teases, don't tell me the Vantara warrior is afraid of ghosts. Han immediately shouts in denial. Are you crazy? I'm not scared. She wouldn't let up, saying, you don't look so good. Are you going to cry? Han, enraged, grabbed Ai by the collar, lifting her up, causing her to scream, I'm being molested. Let me go. Han mocked her with the same tone. Are you going to cry? Artis, unconcerned, declared, I'll go this way, you two go that way. I will tell you about ghosts. Seeing him leave alone, Han called out, hey Artis, why are you leaving me? The ghost on the wall watched them, then slowly, deliberately asked, why are you here? But a carefree voice replied, we're here for flowers. The ghost then asked, what flower are you looking for? Though pale as a sheet, Effie still managed to hum, we're looking for roses. Han Bin couldn't take it anymore and yelled, shut up, you think you can sing better. Are you kids here on a play date? She retorted, so what? I was just trying to lighten the mood. Hey, explain as we go. Besides, I've seen plenty of spirits as a W, so tell me that instead of singing that stupid song. They're low-level monsters that absorb blood, but they're annoying because they just fly around. They're usually found on monster corpses or in damp places. So they're most active in the summer, and people who can't use 4 energies buy holy water from the Order of Light because it can purify ghosts. Han Bin immediately offered a solution. So they're like the mosquito ghosts back home. I use a whole bottle of insecticide every summer to kill those bugs. Afi exclaimed in surprise, insecticide. He immediately corrected it to sound fancier. It's holy water, the chemical version. Then he seriously warned, alright, we're in the middle of a battle, so don't get caught off guard. Unbeknownst to them, a level 7 spirit lurked nearby, its tendrils lashing out towards Hanin. Immediately, the lead succubus appeared smiling as she thought, gotcha, this is where a ton of ghosts are waiting for you. Indeed, a horde of ghosts has gathered. The she-devil mused, however they are merely bait to lure you deeper. The moment you destroy these spirits, you'll die by my traps. Before she could finish her thought, Han Bin stepped on a switch. A cried out in alarm, traps ahead. Indeed, countless traps appeared one after another, but he nimbly dodged them all. In the end, the traps ensnared the demon woman's own underlings, and she herself was hoisted by her own petard, leaving her with only a head. Meanwhile, A fiercely swung her sword, shouting, "I swear," as she quickly sliced through the shadows. I quickly overcame this section, rushing to Hanbin and warning Hanbin, "If you keep running straight, you'll fall into a trap. You scared me to death. I didn't expect you to yell like that." "Quiet, I swear I'm not scared of anything." Afi immediately exposed him. "You're sweating." Hanine then explained, "That's because I fought those ghosts. Let's head back." "I'm worried about Addis," she said with a laugh. "I'm sure Altus is fine with the ghosts, but I worry he'll get hurt by the traps." Effie cheerfully underestimates the traps, and I don't think he'll fall for them either. These traps are like me, one and done. Once triggered, they're useless. So Hanbin was the only one who fell for the trap. Words that reached the ears of the specter lurking behind the wall. Hanbin turns and shouts, "Shut up, you should be apologizing to the one who set the traps." But Effie innocently replies, "But you're the one who broke them." The air suddenly grew eerily silent, as the demon woman revealed herself roaring, "You are the one who ruined my masterpieces." Hanbin looked down at Effie without a word, and she nervously asked, afraid to turn around. Hanbin, what's wrong? She's right behind us." Unexpectedly, he wordlessly turned and charged straight into the void, causing A to cry out in shock. "What is that?" He nonchalantly replied that his sword was stuck, then looked up with a bewildered expression. This reaction only made A more afraid, and she tensely asked, "It's Artis, right? Stop joking around." At this point, she slowly turns around, but behind her, A sees only a reflection of herself and Hanbin, meaning that even if they escape through the gap, it will still be a long corridor, and there are only 4 days left until Fi's turn to be sealed. In the dim corridor, Hanbin's voice echoed. The hallway stretched on endlessly. The floor and ceiling are the same. Are we trapped? It was then that they noticed the demon woman. He curiously spoke to the fake ghost while Effie asked, "Excuse me, are the exorcist and his group all right?" The fake spirit replies innocently, "A mage, I don't think there's anyone like that here." Hanbin wondered, "Don't tell me you're trapped too." She replied confused, "I can leave whenever I want, but since you have no way out, you have no choice but to listen to me." Judging by her reaction, he thinks to himself, "Thank goodness things seem okay," while Hay whispers in his ear, "This is the first time I've heard of a house becoming a dungeon. It's just like what happens when a dungeon is created." Han then realized that there was no designated entrance, but there would still be an exit somewhere, as the demon woman enthusiastically explained their escape. If he can just find the source of the legacy dungeon, he can clear it, and everyone inside will be moved out, so finding an exit is unnecessary. She flies to the door of the room smiling and inviting them in. The rules are simple. I've prepared tests in each room. Just pass them to get to the next room. Hanbin peeked in his eyes, widening in astonishment. With that, the two of them stepped inside, and the demon woman's voice echoed. Somewhere in this room is the key to opening the door on the other side, with clues hidden in the corners. Good luck. Hanbin likened it to playing an escape room. Fi quickly corrected him. It's treasure hunting. I feel like a real treasure hunter now. He scoffed. What's the big deal? Where I'm from, people do this all the time on dates, kid. Hearing that Fi acts incredulous and blurts out dating, Han is furious at her tone, glaring and threatening her. She'll die if he finds it first. Meanwhile, the succubus outside reveals her true colors, thinking, "You'll be in trouble if you think all you have to do is find the key. Every place you search incorrectly will trigger a deadly trap. How fun. I'll enjoy watching you struggle to overcome the traps I've set." I was worried it would be too difficult for the hunters to find, since it requires using their brains. Just as he was thinking, Effie shouted from the other side, "I found it." Hanbin asked in surprise, "Huh? How did you find it?" She honestly replied, "I used force to find the metal fragment, go ahead." At this, the indignant demoness cried out, "That's cheating." Ephi glanced at her and said, "You didn't say anything at first." The demoness retorted, telling him to shut up, and insisted that if she said it was cheating, then it was cheating and they weren't allowed to pass. But the two of them didn't care, and the demoness could only threaten them. "The next test won't be easy if you want a hint. Just look at the clock." And before Longtot could finish speaking, Hanbin had broken the door, calmly exclaiming, "It's open. I win. Right." Epi shouts in confusion. "Hey, what was that?" he coolly replies. "This is how adults do things, kid. Neither you nor the demoness can accept it this time." Dong Thon shouts, "Brother, you can't just break down the door." Next, the three of them, 2 people and a demon, overcome the challenge together. This time, the room presents an egg obstacle course. In the next room, they play a wooden sword stabbing game. Next, Hanbin looked like he was fighting with all his might, but it turned out that he and the demon woman were spinning the wooden bar, causing AI to fall into the lake with the waiting crocodile, scaring her to tears. The demon woman, on the other hand, was smiling like a flower, and the next challenge was to face the giant serpent. Together, they rush forward and take it down. Meanwhile, Addis analyzes that mages make up less than 10% of hunters, and those above level 40 are less than 2%. Most become hunters to earn money for research, hoping to join the Thinkers Guild, the leading magic research organization that recruits skilled wizards focused on magical studies. Regardless of combat ability or level, if you're part of the association, you can go to the Wizard Kingdom and use all the magic materials. That's definitely it. He flipped through the old papers, muttering space-sealing magic. This is magic I never saw when I was with the Thinkers. Looking at the intricate drawing, Addis wondered, who created this? Why would they leave it here? They separated the space and left it in another dimension. He seems to have figured it out quickly, writing something on the paper saying, "Perfect, as long as the medium is still there, the magic will still work even if the user isn't like a dungeon. If so, nothing can get out if the magic is still running." But as he wrote this, he suddenly realized something. Something was wrong. The creator had left a flaw. A second later, Atis quickly ran off thinking, no. Meanwhile, on the other side, a fire crackles alongside a heartfelt confession. They were the only ones who saved me when I was abandoned and starving. They were the only ones who needed me, so I didn't care if they were evil or murderers. A heartbreaking story, yet the witch spoke with a calm voice, hoping I could live like a human after giving up. How amusing. That composure only moves Effie even more. Tearfully she empathized. No, you don't need to be human to live normally. I understand. Instinctively, the demon woman started to say thank you but only managed to get out the first syllable. A moment later she slammed the meat, jumped up high and screamed. What the hell? The witch, now composed, yelled, questioning him. Why is there a camping atmosphere here? Hanbin, still focused on grilling, replies. Yeah, we're almost done and I'm kinda hungry. The demon woman, seemingly unable to accept this, shouts, you haven't even fought the boss yet, and who are you people? How dare you be so calm? I'm trying to kill you. Hearing this, E continued to enjoy his meat as Hanbin calmly replied, they're too weak to try and kill us, they're not poisonous, or cause serious wounds anymore. At that moment, the ghost woman suddenly pointed her sharp nails at his neck, seriously reminding him, don't joke around. I'm level 35, and even if you're unusually strong, you're only level 5. The only reason you're still alive is for my amusement. Hanbin glanced at her asking, until when? Until you're no longer lonely. With that, he stood up and grabbed the witch's wrist. Gently, he affirmed that she was not a demon but a person lonely in her isolation, and wanting others to understand her struggles. If she had an artificial system having already killed, she wouldn't be able to control her urge to attack us so well. Her eyes filled with resolve as she said, it's not too late, let's get out of here. The demon woman could only stare in bewilderment. A second later her eyes widened, and she clutched her head screaming. Hanbin asked worriedly, are you okay? No sooner had he spoken than the stone beneath his feet began to shift, and large rocks flew apart. Fai worriedly asks, Hanbin, is this how the dungeon closes? He replies, that's not right, something must be wrong. Just then, Artis rushed over, calling out to Hanbin, who was surprised to see him. Without wasting words, Artis delivered his message. This place is a trap. They prepared this whole area for us. To stop it from disappearing, we need to find what's powering it. We need to find it and destroy it. Hanbin wondered. Then why did you come in here? He replied. I got tired of watching you all from the outside. Why can't you find the source in just these two places? He was even more confused, asking what? We've been through so many rooms already. Altus clarified that they were only moving back and forth between two rooms and with the source. Han, still confused, asked again, what if there was a legacy here? We would have closed the dungeon already. Altus tried to explain, but that was the signal I received as Effie stared ahead and spoke. No, he's right, it's here, she said, watching the curled-up demon woman. The only thing that's been with us this whole time is this person. Suddenly, the ghost woman burst into maniacal laughter, saying, you intend to kill me, Lord Richard and Lady Leslie abandoned me. Unable to accept the truth, she lifted a large rock in protest. That's a lie. And with that, the ghost woman hurled the rock at the three of them. Han quickly grabbed the two and pulled them back, then threw them away. He looked up and suddenly said sorry. As he spoke, the rock he was standing on exploded. Ifei cried out in horror. Hanbin. Worried, she asks, what do I do? Altus calmly pulls out his pen, reassuring her not to worry, saying it won't affect him. They just need to destroy the source. With a furrowed brow, he scanned the area, his eyes carefully searching as he muttered, where did she go? I can't let her get away. As the smoke cleared, Hanbin's figure began to emerge. Seeing this, Ifei rushed to his side, saying, Hanbin, you're really okay. What do we do now? Before she could finish her sentence, she faltered hesitantly, calling out Hanbin's name. Hanbin's expression was terrifying, accompanied by a strange smile. He mercilessly brings his sword down on Ifei, his tone mimicking the demon woman as he shouts cleave. The rock suddenly explodes, accompanied by Otis's thoughts. I knew it. This magic belongs to the Great Earth. He continues to destroy countless rocks which could create artificial systems, and it's not hard to turn people who use artificial systems into operating objects. He thought to himself, strained, that he needed to find her before this place collapsed. Was she stalling for time in some safe haven? Suddenly realizing something, he muttered the word safety, then shouted, don't tell me it's this way. Hanin is bringing his sword down on A, and she can only watch. A powerful strike splits the boulder in two, and Ei closes her eyes, dodging the wind from the blow. Turns out, Artist pulled her away just in time, asking A, are you all right? A replied, yes, but I was blown back by the impact. What is that? Artist then explained the legacy that prevents possession, which was now wrapped around her legs. I took Hanbin's legacy before. It only has a few uses, but it's better than nothing. Addis told Hanbin that he was being possessed, and A was incredulous, saying possessed. Only children get possessed. He elaborates, explaining that's usually the case, because children haven't awakened the four energies. And their opponent isn't a normal demon, but a highly intelligent experiment. This isn't a normal possession. She's trying to take over the body by invading the mind. A calls out to the demonic woman in worry. Maiden, why are you doing this? At this rate, we're all going to die. She resolutely shouts, let us help you. We should leave this place and live. The maiden demon now in Hanbin's body lunges forward, screaming, silence. If you want to live, kill me and this man. Unexpectedly, she suddenly punches herself hard, using not just physical force, but also her supernatural strength, leaving both Ati and Artis stunned and confused. A moment later, they realized he was fighting back and called out to Hanbin. He gave them a thumbs up, signaling that he had it under control. Addis exclaims with joy that a strong physical body can suppress magic, while AI asks doubtfully, are you sure his brain isn't being controlled by his muscles? As Hanbin lay on the ground, his fingers twitching, Atis cheered him on, I can't give up. Han was still fighting, but A bluntly observed, he looks like he's about to die. At that moment, the world inside Hanbin's mind showed the library of memories. As he was struck so hard he flew into a beam. The maiden also appears, commenting that he's redder than blood. The monster of darkness. Hanbin raises his hand to stop it. Stop, maiden commands once more. Kneel before me. A battle then unfolds within Hanbin's mind. They share memories, and while maiden eagerly reads on and falls asleep in this world, Hanbin painfully begs her to stop. Please stop. Even Hanbin has terrible memories because his death was caused by the vertical slash of heaven and earth. Knowing this, maiden repeats it again mercilessly. This past is what causes Hanbin so much pain. This pain allows maiden to delve deeper into Hanbin's body, and his 22 years of solitude on the mountain surely hold dark memories. With that, maiden closed the book and wondered aloud, is it over? But in that moment, Hanbin's voice suddenly echoed. Where do you think you're looking? The voice startled her. So it was for maiden, whose dark personality was trapped within the mansion, a dark memory for her. Just then, Hanbin appeared, charging straight at maiden, who cried out in shock as he unleashed a flurry of punches. My tears will overflow each night, I think of you. Where are you? My love calls to me from the void, tearing at my heart. Maiden cried out, stop, stop, but he continued to recite her words like a star out of reach. Where are you? Why does no one answer this desperate call? Fist clenched, he roared maiden's words. Are you an unnamed star? After uttering the final words of the love letter to maiden's imaginary lover, he finally lands the punch, sending maiden reeling and spitting blood while Hanbin's own lip bleeds. He knew a strong attack would have a strong backlash, adding, how embarrassing for the reader. Maiden retaliates, summoning Hanbin's weapon, while Hanbin counters with maiden's fictional letters to the four heroes, declaring this is the end. The two then clash directly, the impact, creating a blinding light while outside only his two fingers could be seen pointing at each other. Seeing the light growing stronger, Effie worriedly said, I'm not sure how intense the battle is anymore. She turned to Altus and asked, Hey Altus, does this copper device really work? He replied, focused on crafting. They were used by the Great Earth to create this place, so they should. But the problem is, A asks confused, and he calmly explains further. Because the magic of outsiders has the help of the system, I don't know its origin, so it's almost impossible to recreate it myself. I'm sure there are spies from the Great Earth within the organization. While researching, a mark appears on the shard of the stone. The mark slowly shattered, and at the same moment, an identical mirror in Leslie's hands. This is the Mirror of Connection, a pair of magical artifacts. If one breaks, so does the other. Leslie says, we can complete it now that they've taken the bait. Richard reaffirmed, I'm sure we didn't leave any evidence. She replied with a hint of regret. There are so many useful magical items, it's a shame to lose them. He coldly replied, no need, unless we're using them for a mission. Leslie reluctantly agreed, realizing they were in the Magic Kingdom, a holy land for magical items. Run, Leslie suggests, let's go shopping, it's been a while. Before she could finish, Richard cut her off. What? Mission first. With that, he threw a grappling hook up the high wall. Somewhat displeased, Leslie said, do we really have to go this far just to announce the creation of Omblaus's aid? Richard, while swinging on the rope, replied, it can't be helped. The wizard convention is about to start, so there are many eyes and ears. Leslie followed him up to the Thinkers Magic Association Branch 1. The Mages Conference began as a small lecture, but when the royals started collecting magical items, the Thinkers' valuables gained popularity, and the conference became more appealing. Thus, the Magic Conference became a place to unveil magical items and for nobles to mingle and flaunt their possessions. Meanwhile, Richard and Leslie successfully scaled the building. They climbed in through the window, deftly avoiding the guards. Unaware, two soldiers below wondered aloud. Did you hear that? It must be coming from the party nearby. After successfully infiltrating, Leslie wondered aloud, I could kill them, right? Richard cautiously replied, we shouldn't leave a trace. Meanwhile, she eagerly says, who cares? But in the next moment they stop. Leslie's eyes widen as she stutters. What is this? A massive robot stands in their path. She asks, what is that? Immediately followed by the robot announcing an intrusion warning and initiating extermination. Richard blocks the attack, exclaiming, a golem. He aims to sever its arm. But instead, his own sword shatters. His aura blade is destroyed. In the next moment, Richard strikes with his dragon sword. After dealing with the robot, Leslie says, a golem, there shouldn't be monsters here. It must be artificial. How did you know that, and why did you break your sword? Suddenly a woman's voice rings out. You two had to destroy something meant for the conference. Not only that, but I recall you destroying my lab before. Richard and Leslie exchanged wary glances, then knelt exclaiming, we apologize. The woman didn't scold, but gently said, well, all right, this woman is the supreme magician among the 4 heroes. Leaning against the wall, she says, if your reports are worthwhile. Maiden stares blankly ahead, her eyes glazed over. Maiden looked around, confused, wondering if she had just been fighting. Maiden stands center stage, a mountain range and a long sword behind her, wondering if she's dead. Hell is strangely musical. Maiden then wearily collapses to the ground, hugging her knees. Wait a minute. Or is this what hell is like? In the end, I was just a tool, living a useless life. If I die, at least they'll leave the mansion safely. Just then a dog approaches her in her sorrow. Maiden paid the dog no mind, burying her face in her pillow as she continued to lament. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bad. If they die, I'll be hunted if I keep living. Well, at least I had some fun before dying and it didn't hurt. The dog approaches Maiden. Then it walked right past Maiden, not even touching a hair on her head, causing her to look up in surprise. The dog suddenly stopped in its tracks, and the bewildered Maiden rose to her feet staring at it. A dog. The dog turns around. No, it's actually a werewolf. The werewolf turned to Maiden, grinning. Don't act like a child and pretend you're dead. He warned, it'll be over if you don't move. Maiden was confused. Huh. Suddenly, a grotesque monster face appeared before Maiden, who glanced down with a stunned and slightly fearful expression. Maiden tiptoes, hoping this isn't hell, and she's still within his mind. With that thought, she flees Hanbin's mind, vowing never to return. His eyes were wide and white with madness. After escaping Hanbin's mind, Maiden looked down at his body on the ground, her face a mask of shock and terror. In a split second, I was pulled in. This guy is too dangerous. Anger, disgust, nightmares, how could he possess such things? No sooner had Maiden escaped than she found herself trapped within a magic circle. Outside the circle, guards stood watch, and upon seeing Maiden escape, Ahai turned to Artis, shouting, Artis, she's out. Hearing this, Artis immediately took a stance, raised his hand high, and suddenly shouted. Addis then immediately placed his hand on the magic circle on the ground, activating it. Trapped inside, the Maiden looked around, confused, before letting out a pained scream, as if her entire body was being crushed. Suddenly, a massive blue orb bursts through the roof, creating a gaping hole and engulfs everyone inside, along with the debris. The circle moved to a nearby location, descended, and then burst open, cratering the earth. By the next morning, it had vanished. Hanbin was swept away unconscious, while Hanbin, waking up, realized he was on top of Aite and Ates. As Hanbin got up, the other two were as good as new. Buha, I'm alive. Hanin stood up straight, looking around with a bewildered expression. What the heck? What happened to the mansion? The red mist is gone. Ignoring Hanbin, Atis turns to A with a smile, saying the magic seems to have worked even though we were unconscious. Ife happily agrees. That's right. Atis looked up at A, his face filled with worry. But it's already morning, meaning a whole day has passed and the time left until the trial. Seeing Atis's worried face, Afi forced a bitter smile. It seems the final step is mine. As everyone laughed and talked, Ma looked down at her hands, a look of bewilderment on her face. What is this? What about me? It's only now that the other three notice Maiden. Artis explains to Maiden, I freed you from your role as the trigger for that spatial trap. All your skills are gone, and now you're just an ordinary person. Hearing this, I asked in surprise, no, why didn't you kill me? Are you going to hand me over to the Order of Light? Altus stepped forward. Of course I'll kill you if you try to take Pin's body. But you tried to, which makes me want to hand you over, Artis said, his anger, rising, his eyes flashing with coldness. But because of you, A couldn't attend the trial as she had to go all the way to Jam Crater Camp. Even so, she still wanted to save you and told me to wait until you got out. Seeing Artis's anger, A placed her hand on his to stop him, but Maiden loudly retorted. Huh, are you crazy? You think I'd be grateful you saved me? What pathetic pity. Hanbin, who had been silent, frowned at Maiden's words. This was going too far. Seeing Hanbin about to lose it, A quickly tries to calm him down, explaining that Annie was used by the Great Earth just like her and that's why she had to stand trial. A smiles at Hanbin. And this is how I fight back against them. Even if it means prison, I'll survive. Faye tells Maiden gently, because survival will lead me to victory. Maiden's face fell as she heard this, realizing she had misunderstood them. Addis narrowed his eyes and gently patted Hanbin's head. We won't let that happen. If she's captured, we'll just break her out. Han doesn't seem to care. Hey Phi, I'm sure prison can't be that bad. Hearing that, Phi punches Hanbin in the face. Then go, Maiden said in a low, hoarse voice. There's another way. Maiden spoke to the group with newfound courage. There's still a way. The three of them turned to Maiden. Suddenly, a metal horse appears before them, and one explains that it's a magic-powered transport, a carriage that uses magic stones to move without beasts of burden. Looking at the carriage, Phi couldn't help but comment that the creator seemed to care a lot about appearances. This was a multi-legged golem, a Tappy, F-800 carrier. Hanin looks on with a puzzled expression while Atis trembles with excitement. He's only ever seen this in books. Upon seeing the carriage, Attis is overjoyed, rushing to embrace it, exclaiming he never thought he'd see the real thing. With this, we'll be as swift as the wind. Hanan glances over, looking as if Adis has lost his mind. Why is he so excited about this? Maiden wondered. A calmly explains, I didn't know the owner had been using it for so long and just left it here. A cheerfully turns and takes Maiden's hand, saying, Wow, we made it just in time, thanks to this, didn't we? Thanks, Maiden. Maiden was a little flustered. Yikes. Just then, Artis gasped, and Hanin looked up. What's wrong, Artis? Artis closes her eyes and sighs. There's nothing faster than gossip, but I need more high-grade magic stones, and I don't have any. Adis rests his hand on the box, sounding dejected. I knew it. There's no way the Great Earth Society would abandon something this good without a reason. Hanbin also looked troubled. I'm not sure, but we need a powerful magic stone. Right, Hanbin produced a crystal. He couldn't help but ask, this isn't magic stone, but will it work? The crystal Hanbin offered was a fragment from Om Plus's assistance. Having acquired the magic stone, Tapi quickly waited for them to leave the flying vehicle, kicking up dust as it sped along the road. Tapi sped so fast that Hanbin and Attis were thrown back while Maiden steadied the fainting A. She angrily shouts, Why me? Hanbin turns back and smiles as she has nowhere else to go. Exhausted A groaned, Attis, I'm going to be sick. But Attis seemed energized by it all. Tapi is as fast as the newest model car. Altus takes the reins, his expression calm, but those fragments were so powerful, if it involves the thing he can't ignore it. Seeing Artis's expression, Hanbin also became serious. Wasn't he a member too? Can't he report to the leader or something? Elsewhere, Genovia smiles at those beneath her. Impossible. Thinxer's leader is one of the 4 heroes, the great mage Genovia. She's Rodna, the most powerful mage who stopped the goddess's assault. Genovia stands before her people, a queen of the magic kingdom, run with a voice that never stops chattering. Every noble wanted to marry her for her beauty. Do you think someone like me could even get close? Hanbin was taken aback. Huh. That was 20 years ago, when she at level 100 faced those from beyond. How old is she now? Artis replied, you probably don't know Hanbin. The 4 heroes were recognized by the goddesses for their actions and blessed with bodies that wouldn't age, so they're called the Blessed. Han leaned back. The 4 heroes, they're living legends, aren't they? I've heard about them from Awaz, Artis said, glancing over with a slight smile. This is common knowledge, but I'll elaborate. Then he begins to explain to Hanbin what he knows about Vantara, including the strongest swordsman on the Baros continent, the Sword King. He was the strongest of the 4 heroes, a Vantara warrior. It's thanks to him that the Vantara are seen as they are today, but no one has seen him in years. Hanbin, upon hearing this, asks if he's some kind of mysterious hero. Then he spoke with admiration. The Sword King is truly something else. On stage, Genovia introduces the person next to her, the supreme spiritualist, Holan, who connects life and death. She is the beauty of the spiritual race and the strongest NMF. Now, the queen of the Elendia spirit realm, her actions are to solidify her role. At the same time, a man appears. This is Gahan, the top swordsman of demons, a truly terrible man. Attis continued to explain, but there were still people active. The one who's captured more outsiders than anyone else, the king and manager of the eternal Kanduri kingdom. Hanbin turned to Attis, beaming. Wow, so those old geezers I was with earlier would have a blast if they teamed up. Attis turned to Hanbin with a smile, saying, I'm not sure about the Sword King, but if those 3 gathered as representatives of their kingdoms. Attis calmly states that no one could say a word against it, and indeed everyone present bows their heads. The 3 of them stood together on the stage, with Genovia linking arms with Gahan for this, was a place of war or great importance. The white door closes a ray of light, illuminating 2/3 of it, as Genovia stands on a high floor holding a glass of wine and looking down at the streets. The nobles who usually sneer at me didn't dare do anything today. Genovia turned to look behind her and thanked him. My latest creation is selling like crazy. Thanks, Gahan. Gahan enters scoffing coldly because of their weak military power. They plan to borrow power from outside nobles. Genovia looks at Gahan and smiles. The government relies on military force, a warlike thought indeed befitting the tyrant of Kanduri. Gahan looked down at the nearby subordinate. Even knowing this, you still called me to see the golem. It seems Holion is still paying. The servant bowed, not daring to meet Gahan's eyes. Yes, sir. Hoyan agreed to your suggestions and all related decisions. She's been a little lazy lately. Gahan narrowed his eyes, looking ahead. Wait, so do you have it? Gahan asked, turning toward the figure by the window. With the help of Om Plus, Genovia turned to Gahan, a shattered orb in her hand, and smiled. I don't have much time left, so let's begin. With that, an arm of flesh and bone appeared. You know that darkness is emptiness, and that emptiness is an end, but that end is also a beginning. Someone softly replies. Yes. The voice echoed once more. So you should know that of the 6 goddesses, the one who controls darkness is the goddess Kivriel, and that body continues to answer. Yes. Kivriel appears in midair, and the voice continues. So on behalf of the goddess of darkness, Kivriel, I ask you, what are you? The figure softly replies, you embody the will and words of the goddess of darkness. Kivriel slowly opens her eyes. You are the incarnation of darkness, and represent Kivriel. Kivie, the voice continued. Fulfill your promise with Kivriel's blessing. The voice continued. Kivir, gather those who have heard my call, the children who will lead Kivriel forevermore. Kivriel's eyes were vacant, surrounded by crimson threads. Kivriel speaks in a language we can't understand, and after the incantation a gate appears before her. As the gate vanished, Gahan and Zenobia appeared before Kivriel, bowing with utmost respect. Kivriel extended his hand. I command you as the voice of Kivriel, the incarnation of the dark goddess. Kivriel, with a cold, emotionless face, says that Gahan the Wretch and the great mage Genenovia are truly blessed by the goddesses. Suddenly Gahan leaps up and decapitates Kivriel. Gahan's face was cold, his eyes full of murderous intent. Blessings are bullshit. Gahan recalls his fiercest battle collapsing before his comrades. For a moment they had won. We believed we had done our best for the world's last line of defense, as Gahan endlessly recalls the past. We received the blessings of goddesses, rebuilt our impoverished homeland, with youthful bodies and wisdom, and were granted unique powers and the chance to end the war. Gahan lowered his head, eyes full of rage. Yet, how amusing that you announce the time we have left. Do you understand the feeling of every second counting down to death? After cutting down 1,000s of other Kivriel appear. We believed you that those at the top wouldn't crave immortality, but we were too kind. Mistakes and despair are for those who indulge. So if you've received your answer, then get lost. Gahan lowered his head and with swords in hand, slowly advanced. Gahan moved so fast that he passed through Kivriel's clones, beheading them all with a single strike. No, his despair wasn't about the limits of life. Kivriel, now expressionless, strikes Gahan directly in the head, who remains unfazed. But what did the goddess do next? Even as her children fought the world's demons, and 3 or 4 Kivriels rushed Gahan, he stood still. We are dying in your name while you simply offer blessings and watch the world descend into chaos. Gahan's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with malice. So my hatred is for you goddesses. Gahan stands amidst the Kivriel, who relentlessly charge to attack. How could a being who's lived such a short time understand my children? All you see is chaos. Can't you see the truth? Just when they thought they had Gahan, a bolt of lightning struck, sending Kivriel flying. Gahan then gently swept back his hair, declaring that the world needs a hero who defeats evil and maintains order, not a god who only watches. Gahan, wielding twin swords, crackling with lightning, stares into the void, his voice filled with rage. That's why we must become immortal pillars to protect the world. Grant us immortality, so that we can protect the world. Genenovia, her body broken, looks at Gahan in disbelief. Gahan. Gahan looked at Genenovia, his eyes wide with disbelief. Genenovia, a face appears before them, both saying the search for immortality was not their fault. The death I offer you now is not a punishment, the face continued to say to Gahan, because there's no way to overcome the fear of death, except this way. Gahan's body gradually vanished, just like Genovia's. He gritted his teeth. We will let you rest as heroes, the face continued. Though one arm was already gone, Gahan angrily charged toward the face. Dark goddess, this was the chance we gave you, but in the end it was the goddesses who betrayed us. Then Gahan's entire body vanished into thin air, turning into a stream of pink gas, leaving only one arm floating in the air. Evening fell on the crater and Hanbin and his group had moved there. Arriving, they spoke with a hint of weariness. I made it just in time. They found a place to rest, and Hanbin went outside to sit. As he sat, Altus approached. What do you think will happen? Artis chuckled softly as he walked. We did everything we could to get her acquitted. Clutching the bag of food, Hanbin continued to ask Altus, what about Maiden? Did you tell Emin about the Great Earth? Artis stammered, taking the bread from Hanbin. Oh right. Emin intends to protect Maiden because she's a victim who became a demon. Artis raised the pastry to his lips, his eyes thoughtful. If I say I'm involved with the Great Earth again, not only will they be more suspicious of him, but also of me and our relationship with them. Hanbin eats as he recalls El and Alejandro, realizing that, while the Lich was an accident, if they knew about Alexander and the mansion, even the Order would have trouble protecting them, even if he claimed to be uninvolved. Hearing this, Artis with a pastry in hand calmly says, they'll just see us as a nuisance and move on, since we only destroyed one of their bases. Han turns, still chewing, so they probably don't know my identity yet. Artis looks at the crystal in her hand. If they knew I had Omplus's help, they'd come running. For now, don't inform the Order and stay quiet. Han stares back, confused. What is this? Artis focuses his power on the bracelet. This ring contains a flow of energy that can be observed, and I believe it's a system that Redna's people can use. Han's eyes widen, realizing that if his system was normal, he could use magic too, as Artis looks on sternly. Are you sure? The evil god's help is probably different from normal systems. Runes appear on Addis's wrist, more specialized, allowing him to add magic or skills. Hanin looks on in awe. Really? So he can't use things that aren't compatible with him. Artis looks grimly at his bracelet. The problem is, he can use things that aren't compatible with him. Even a swordsman or a high-level mage can use magic to see someone's level. It's like how a dragon absorbs experience. Artis clenches his fist. With it, one can surpass their magical potential. Hanin, however, remains blissfully unaware. He devoured the food sauce smeared around his mouth as Artis looked on helpless. Basically, humans are like outdated computers, and magic is the latest game. The only way the computer can run it is with the help of Ohm plus Blouse. Artis clenches his fist, looking unconvinced. We were incredibly lucky to escape that mansion. We were only able to stop the magic because Maiden was there with us. Hanbin silently looks away, not answering as Artis sadly stares at his own hand. And because this was only a fragment of Omphalos's power, the magic was incomplete. Had it been complete, you two wouldn't have escaped that trap, and there's nothing I could have done. While Artis was still stunned, Hanbin seized the opportunity to snatch the bread from his hand. Artis looked over heartbroken. This is my Beto. It's been so long since I've had decent food. Hanbin nonchalantly replies, you weren't focused on eating. If we were on the Rocky Mountain, you'd be the one getting eaten. Hanbin then gazes at the distant sunset. I can't imagine how I would have lived if I hadn't come here, or if my system hadn't glitched. I probably would have lived in fear on the mountain, but there's no use thinking about it now. Han turns to Artis with a smile, saying it's in the past and what matters is that he was there. Han reassured Artis, and we've made it this far. Artis smiled in response, but their heart-to-heart was interrupted by the arrival of the others. Artis turns around startled. Hey Maiden, how are you doing? In A's mind, she imagined the two of them flirting. A blushed, her voice faltering. It didn't take long for me to be acquitted thanks to Maiden's evidence. Maiden was so embarrassed, she had a nosebleed from smiling. What did Hanbin do? In their minds, Atis was gazing tenderly, offering the snack without a word, and he ate it. Maiden slowly descends, while A, unable to contain his anger, flies down and kicks Hanbin in the head, yelling, die. Hanbin doesn't understand what's happening, and Atius anxiously approaches. Hanbin is being beaten, his eyes full of rage, equally furious, his eyes blazing. Artis is panicking, unsure of who to stop. Han's face darkens as she grabs Phi's head, startling her. Artis quickly intervenes. Suddenly, images of Gahan and Genenovia appear, goddesses existing in a higher dimension than our own. Their dimension is completely different. We living in 3 dimensions cannot understand those in 4. A square box appears, but we can also think of it the other way around, like we are figures on a plane, from their perspective. Many planes piece together the immortality we seek is just another dimension of theirs. So we can't attack the goddesses. That's been the rule until now. After all, they're contained in a small square box. This is space sealing magic, and the goddess's race is unknown. Gahan held the sealing box, contemplating how a high-dimensional being could be trapped in such a low-level space. It seems the tables have turned. Jivriel, the time has come for us to understand your immortality. Your future will be repeated in this space. Genovia wonders if Kivriel could possibly know her plans in this lower dimension. Not sure, but if I go there, wouldn't the goddess of space and time call me in? By then their magic will have rotted, and when you behead them, she'll be trapped in our magic. Genovia added with a hint of mockery. Besides, even if I had known, it would have been too late as I'd already absorbed half of her dark power. Gahan frowned. Indeed, she could no longer perceive Omblause's aid. Gahan stared at his hand, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. But still, we can't achieve immortality with just this. If Omblause's help is complete, I can fully absorb the goddess and create a new being. Hearing Gahan's intentions, Genovia is skeptical. And you intend to create a new being to keep my goddess from leaving this neutral space? Genovia asked, exhaling in disbelief. And with no time here, our life force won't diminish, so I can gradually absorb her power. Gon asks, are you listening? Genovia was startled, staring at the square box, as the goddess's voice couldn't possibly be coming from that lower dimension. Gon calmly continued, and if even the great mage was surprised, it was to be expected. Genovia exhaled a puff of smoke. Wait, Gahan, did you just use her power? Gahan replied calmly, yes, this skill allows me to communicate with the outside world. Genovia remained unconcerned. Even if you want to use the Great Earth, the Order of Light is watching. Gahan responded, leaving Choya stunned. I'll use religion to fight religion. Gahan looks down at the box, smirking. I just need to issue an order to the Shadow Union in Kibriel's name. In Gahan's hand is a card with a cross on it. Meanwhile, A's eyes widened with surprise. I thought Artis didn't want to form a party. Hanbin waits for the advisor, adding a level 15 newbie to the party. As Artis explains, I have my reasons for covering her registration fee. The advisor explains, no, let me pay for you. I also owe a debt to the Vantera warrior. Han glares, I forgot to bring her things and burned down the Emin church. Artis turns around in a panic. I burned down the Emin church. The counselor remained calm. I'll be sure to squeeze every last penny out of that idiot brother as a life-saving fee. As he speaks, Hanbin notices the table next to him. You're here, do you want to renew your membership? Eris, it's free for those who cooperate with the church. The other man rests his chin in his hand. I see. Thank you. The clerk continues the consultation. Welcome. How can I help you? The man continued to ask the consultant. Hanbin overheard this. I heard you can become a hunter if you come here, and glanced over. He's from the countryside. Ah, I was the same when I first arrived. The clerk remained friendly. Ah, you've come to register as a hunter, the man replied decisively. Indeed, Hanbin thought to himself. He must have just bought his gear, it's so clean. Level 20 human. Han Pin was stunned. Level 20, and he's just now registering as a hunter. The clerk asked for his name and hometown, and the man introduced himself clearly. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I'm from Shanghai. The man smiled, announcing his name. I am Sana, a warrior. In the kingdom of Kanduri, a 1,000-year kingdom of snow-capped mountains, a tower has appeared. Within that tower, a voice booms out as intruders race through the snow. I hate the cold. Why did the dragons have to nest here? One of them exclaimed as he ran. Hearing this, the man behind him was confused, as the lead investigator approached a terrified voice booming out. The heretic investigators are here, and someone's moving on the tower, evading the group below. He pulls a square box from his person. Inside is a stone. Why did they have to come just as the experiment succeeded? This is a fragment of Omblaus's power. The portly man clutches a piece of paper, glancing behind as he flees. How did the heretic investigators find this place? Even if they're looking, there's no way they could pinpoint this location. As he ran, he thought this, but suddenly a foot tripped him, and he fell. The investigator stood there, voice cold. Where do you think you're going? The man fell hard, unable to speak. Why would you do that? He asked, fear in his eyes. We're just wanderers, he thought, wondering how far the other man had gone. The man thought to himself he didn't want to hit him, because the mask hid the gold level on his uniform. Was he a general? Thinking this, the man knelt down and kowtowed. Please forgive us, we'll leave right away. The investigator laughs. I know we don't have a good reputation, but you should know we don't go looking for trouble. The investigator turns serious, as a large hole appears in the man's chest, as if he were part of the Great Earth. The gunman smirked. If you knew that, you should have killed me sooner, he taunted. You think you're okay after a shot from my homemade gun. Before he could celebrate, the investigator punched him square in the face, sending him flying into a wall. Unable to speak through the pain, the man watches as the investigator crushes the gun beneath his foot, saying, Judging by how you use a gun, you must be new here. The investigator raised his hand to the bullet suspended in midair. You know, everything has its reason. The reason your predecessors didn't use guns, the reason they let you live, it's all for a reason. The investigator coldly tells the man, hand over the fragment now. The investigator eyed the box at his feet, thinking this was troublesome. Then the sky turned black, and a purple light appeared on the pillar. Those below immediately looked up as a dark mass appeared, its voice booming. Is this the power they desire? A massive hand then seized the investigator. How about I educate you? Not only my LV, but all my skills have been upgraded. I can easily surpass LV-80. A giant monster appears before them all. How could Alejandro possibly lose with this power? The man grabbed the investigator, lamenting that his power's first opponent was a boring psychic. A heller. But I won't let you die so easily. Now, where did you say Om Plus was helping out? The investigator coldly warned, I'm warning you, don't touch the mask. But the more he was told not to, the more the man did. He brazenly touched the mask, shattering it to pieces. Seeing the investigator's expression, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, how could a human reach that level? The investigator clenches his fist. Did I not mention it? The investigator's hand grips the other man's tightly. There's a reason. The investigator's eyes glinted as he snapped the man's fingers for everything. The next morning dawned clear, and in Crater Valley, a giant centipede rapidly crawled towards the exit. A loud voice booms out, it's here, catch it before it escapes Dion. High above, a figure stands suspended in midair, then plummets towards the earth. Phi is free-falling from above, while the centipede speeds forward, knocking away 2 soldiers. They cried out, we can't stop it. The centipede lunged toward the warrior guarding the gate as one of them shouted, It's coming for you, Captain. The captain stands firm, his face grim. Come on, Bug. I'll show you the power of Crater's shield. This squad leader is a level 50 warrior, but the giant centipede is level 6, 111, levels stronger. It lunges at the team leader, sending him flying, then slithers toward the group. The old soldier in the cap looks on in shock. Is it trying to climb up to the town above? The young soldier noticed something else. Wait, what's falling? He emphasized the word falling. The giant centipede rears up as Epico falls, swinging her sword. The young soldier is utterly astonished. What is she planning to do? She releases her sword, which pierces the giant centipede's head, and grabs it as she lands. The sword plunged into a nearby rock as Effie launched another attack. The giant centipede falls from the cliff and I-Fi somersaults. Effie held a long wire binding the centipede's body. Stunning the people below it was Effie. This new hunter appeared 2 months ago, and she's leveling up incredibly fast. She's a new magic swordsman, but a genius who can take down most monsters alone. The old soldier rambled on, looking like he'd met his idol. Rumor has it her sister died in the Dragon Nest incident, and she became a hunter to help people. The young soldier eyed him warily. It's a little creepy how much you know. The captain beside him angrily snapped, Idiot, now's not the time to be grateful to another group. He emphasized that the monster wouldn't die so easily from a single blow, just as he suspected it awoke. But with Altus's aid, she began to wield the magic staff in her hand, and with a single blow she quickly sent the giant centipede flying. At that moment, the staff's first magic stone shattered, and the giant centipede's body froze, solid, shocking the bald man. There he is with magic, no need to say more. The bald man recognizes Altus, the #1 versatile mage who can both attack and support. The bald man, like a fanatic, recited Attis's information, adding that he could freely use magic, even surpassing his level. As he spoke, Attis sadly eyed the staff in his hand just as he thought the magic stone couldn't withstand high-level magic. Meanwhile, the bald man was overjoyed, noting that Attis seemed to be getting prettier by the day. The two soldiers behind him scoff. Does he even know that's a son? That expression would be fine if we were just watching. They look disgusted and helpless. Suddenly, the young soldier seems to remember something. I've seen Lord Eris in the news before. I'm sure that young soldier was in one of the photos. A warrior from the Vantera Sword King clan. Hanbin approaches, waving cheerfully. Very well, I'll leave the rest to you. Martin hefts his hammer. I feel bad making them do all the work. Grad steps forward, laughing. But it's not bad being on the same team. The young soldier turned to the older one and said, He's smaller than I thought. Grat retorted angrily, I can hear you, you know. The older soldier quietly says, You probably don't know since you're new. Affy looks sad. The incident at the association 2 months ago. It's a sad story. As night falls, the Vantera warrior is chained in a dungeon and a voice echoes. Do you wish to end your life? On a summer's noon in a vast towering building, do these hunters have no sense of aesthetics? Bo Emin and the soldiers behind them look like they're guarding an alien prison. Well, didn't they affect the architecture of this world when they arrived? Products of another world, huh? Bao and Eamon stand before the door on the red carpet talking. Why did you come to the association? My lord, it's about the white-haired girl who's new to the court. I believe her name is Akoafi. Yes, I was just thinking about her. Glove stroking his beard, a sinister glint in his eyes, he muses. She's quite pretty. Such a shame a beautiful girl like that does such dirty work as a hunter. What's her group like? I came because I'm a little worried. She glances at the man behind her, muttering, judging him with disdain. But Min must remain calm as he's a noble who donates generously to the church. Oh my, look at all these people bustling around. Is it always this noisy in the guild? One man stands with arms crossed, a figure of iron resolve. Because of the nature of their work, clashes between hunters are inevitable, and since they always carry weapons, a simple scuffle could turn deadly. Behind them, hands gripped weapons, ready to intervene. Fights between hunters with weapons were strictly forbidden within the guild, and those who broke the rules would lose their certification. Lu scratched his head, confused, and asked, Why did you push me? A and Artis look at Hanbin, who coldly and seriously replies, He's definitely an outsider. Attis, have either of you ever heard of Shanghai or Beijing Shanghai? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Beijing? Is that a food? This is the first time I've heard of them. What kind of places are they? Suddenly Attis has an idea. Hey Phi, he says, using Earth slang. So that's how Hanbin was sure of his identity, even though I don't know anything, and the other hunters are just suspicious. Eviatis stood behind Hanbin, admiring him with solemn respect. Because Vantera was present, the others didn't dare act. You're amazing, Hanbin. Hanbin, lost in thought, was cold and stern. What was Shanghai again? Shanghai. That name rings a bell. 22 years on the mountain was too long for him to remember the names of countries. The shield-bearer stepped forward, thinking, whatever, Min probably just got here, but the system should have told him to hide his identity. I should scare him a little so he runs away. He drew his sword cautiously on guard. Suddenly I understand. To become a warrior, I need to prove myself right. This must be God's test, because I decided to follow Shu Lucen, clearly holding my sword and shield. If this is fate, then I won't run. He charges forward with determination, but if becoming a warrior means killing enemies, I hope he'll stay away so I don't have to. Hanbin stood calmly with his arms crossed, looking stern. So the LV5 simpleton is a Vantera warrior. I won't. Suddenly he fell silent, growing dark and dangerous, and Hanbin, his face darkening, rushed forward and punched him. You bastard. They look up at the ceiling, murmuring in surprise and fear. Are you here to announce my level to the world? If you want to die, go do it somewhere else. Why would you reveal my level to everyone? Han's eyes went white as they stirred with anger. What did he just say? Level 5. A Vantera is only level 5. It's over. Ahai raises Artis high and a helpless Hanbin sprays glue. That Vantera guy just slapped you, bet that stings, you idiot. Artis, do something, haha. I don't understand what just happened. Otis and his old feather duster weapon. They're talking about it. Hey, what's going on? He's a level 5 Vantera, but his fighting style is off. Martin and Brad watched them smiling. How could an LV5 hunt an LV70 monster? That's hilarious. Haha, yeah, that guy must be crazy, not an outsider. If he knew the true power of a Vantera, he would have run. Haha. Martin has Brad Hanbin in a headlock, a glint in his eye. Thanks, guys. I don't even know who you are, but what me? The man hands over the spear. Yes, well, thank you. Han is surrounded by armored soldiers who demand he drop his weapon and surrender. Vatera Emin steps forward and shouts much to Han's delight. Ah, I'm glad you're here, Emin. What are you going to do with these guys? They're not from the church. Lucen and Pao Judge's soldiers are knocked unconscious on the ground. Beneath the bridge stands a building with an eerie dim light. The crater was built to hold the outsiders. Every otherworldly being they found ended up in this hole. In the valley above ground between deep canyons, this coffin was created by the wicked Gahan. Using the natural dungeons on both sides of the valley, this prison has 26 floors to hold outsiders. Late at night, a faint light flickers from the cave entrance. Escape means falling into the steep abyss. Even if they could fly out, the walls are over 15 meters thick, and at least 48 meters in the rear. A barefoot man is shackled, ensuring even Sword King Barros couldn't penetrate the 8-meter thick walls. Therefore, even a Vantera cannot escape this prison. Hanbin looked at him sternly, filled with fear. Understand, you stupid Vantera, you're no longer one of them. His eyes sharpened, knowing he'd be here for 100 years, as his gloved hand gripped a glass of liquor in fury. 100 years. Hanbin clutches the bars in despair. Why? 100 years. It was an accident. It's all that guy's fault. Ayartadas sat across from Hanbin, unwilling to accept their fate, but reconsideration was useless since the other judges were nobles. They asked Emin for help, but he said they offered him a chance to be baptized, and it seemed this judge, in charge of Crater Prison, didn't care what anyone said. In the silent darkness of disappointment, what to do now? With hope in his eyes, Artis told Hanbin, but I heard he likes money, so I'm trying to bribe him. That's right, don't worry, we'll try to save up. Hanbin looked up at the ceiling, lights and cabinets, shielding his eyes, thinking that he would be hunted down if she escaped, and he would lose his chance to meet the goddess through the church. He sighed, knowing that if they tortured her, he wouldn't be able to meet the goddess, and asked them to send him back. Looks like all I can do is wait for Adis and A. He turned to look at him, clutching his head and screaming, "You blockhead! Do we look like clowns to you? You've only been here a week. Stop it. This is wrong. So what did you do to end up here?" Luin, with his hands on his head from their torment, laughs confidently. "I haven't done anything to be ashamed of." He laughs as the other man's nose bleeds. The charges assaulting a noble, attempted assassination, and imprisonment without trial, due to lack of identity, a 100-year sentence. A man frowns, concerned. The crime, throwing an unknown person at a noble, attempting to assassinate a noble, and serving as a guard for the Church of Light for a week, sentenced to 100 years. Hey, I'm glad I ran into you here. I should have punched him in the face instead of stopping. You idiot, get over here. I don't know him. You dare look down on us on this floor. Are you new here too? Can't you tell who's in charge? Lucen reached out with an excited smile. I thought so too, until I got slapped while Han's hands began to glow, and in anger he flicked both of their foreheads painfully. Hanan grabs Lucen's cheeks, angrily shouting, "What skills do you even have? Shut up." Han stares at him, silently contemplating the situation, unable to believe he still has to deal with this idiot when his plans are already in chaos. His identity could be exposed if this fool keeps causing trouble. The two strange girls glared angrily, thinking, should I kill him if Artis and A get caught up in this? Hanin releases Lucen's neck, saying he was disoriented because he wasn't born here. Hanin looked at Lucen, who was smiling kindly, and said, "But luckily I found a familiar face. What's your name, and why the sour face?" Hanin hangs his head in despair. "What's Lucen smiling about? Flatbin calls me Flat. I'm Jiang Lucen, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Hanbin stares at him, asking how he's managed to survive this long, flaunting his otherworldliness, and yet people just let him go. Luin turns away, giggling with excitement, thinking, they think I'm crazy when I tell them my level. Of course I'm not from another world. So he knows he needs to keep secrets, but not what those secrets are. Hanbin rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. It seems he needs to explain the difference between outsiders and the people of Jana. Here, a small token of my gratitude. Lucen extended his hand, offering some small stones. Magic stones. How did you bring those in here? No, I got these from the monsters I hunted down there. Hanin and Lucy stare at the unconscious men, wondering if they can hunt monsters in the labor camp. That's right, they were trying to take these from me. He holds a small glowing stone. Since the prison is in the dungeon, does that mean we can enter those dungeons? And what did those guys want to steal from you? They can't sell it in prison. Luin holds the stone as the armored man approaches. You probably didn't know since you're new here. If you give it to the warden, they'll reduce your sentence. He looked up to see a figure appear. You should have said so from the start. I hear outsiders like you can't stop killing Radnus once you start because you get more experience points if that Radna is high level. Sometimes I envy you bastards because I'm getting a little bored. So you're getting excited. Hanpin speaks firmly. So the Vantera guy is your next target. Sounds like you can't wait to tear that smug look off his face, huh? The iron cage falls faster, making a sound. A gagged man struggles to call out. Rick Eric Garin. The boy at the computer stretches sword in hand. Earthlings are small and weak, not only from societal development, but also because they don't hunt large monsters like the Radna. And even though they have to move their bodies more than Earthlings, they're still human. The boy points his sword at the monster. To hunt monsters, the Radna learn to fight and strengthen their bodies by leveling up. But even so, the human body's limit is 15. The massive black monster crushes the blue one, but their levels are unknown and they can evolve to higher levels, making level 15 humans useless. Thus, Radna possess 4 types of energy, overwhelming physical strength and aura mana magic, with staves and circles, powerful chi with crossed swords and lightning and healing and protective prana. These 4 powers are called the 4 RNA energies, and some armored soldiers and hunters train with them to increase their levels, so they can successfully hunt large monsters. But what if someone couldn't use one of those 4 energies? The shackles seal them away. The shackles conceal the 4 radiant energies changing color when the man tries to use them as a giant bee lunges toward him. Beware the level 36 killer bee and the level 45 warrior bee. Though the hunter's level may be high, the bees surround the terrified boy, who is unable to use his power. A level 36 magic swordsman or a level 44 mage are nothing more than food to them, and this bee shows no exception as it stings the boy. The boy steadily punches it away, recoiling as he raises a hand to shield his face, then stares in stunned disbelief. The killer bee was like, it just exploded. The boy saw the knife sticking into the smooth ground, a kitchen knife. Someone quickly retrieves the knife, the very kitchen knife that was thrown. But he can't use his aura because of the cuffs. Han cleaves the bee in 2 with a knife. I know he's a Vantera, but is that really okay? His 5th week of debuffs. Hanpin looks down at the fallen bee, thinking, they took my longsword, but throwing knives like back in the Rocky Mountains works just as well. If I adjust my strength, I can make sure the monsters I hit don't die. Lucen with sword and shield in hand stabs the bee, knowing that Kid's vitality will help him later. The killer bee is defeated. 1,224 experience points gained. Lucen sighs in relief. A level 35 warrior zooms by as an ironclad soldier approaches, setting down a massive sack. Hanbin and Lucy watched as the bag opened, revealing its glittering contents. You've had 2 months taken off your sentence, sir. Half of it is thanks to him. So 1 month each. I nearly died just to get 1 day off. He looks at him and some others behind him. I want to trade bread for 8 kitchen knives. Flash isn't a weapon better than a kitchen knife. Giving him the bread, he laughs. It'll break if you swing it once, so cheaper is better. Haha, I feel a little bad holding something delicious while you've been working. Hanine glanced down at Lucen, thinking seriously. In the past 5 weeks we've been descending floors by collecting magic stones. It would be faster if I went to the deepest floor alone. Han looked at Lucen thinking cheerfully, but he couldn't abandon him since he knew his true level. And he needed to level up too. Not only that, this kid has a working system. Hanbi thought seriously there might be important information when I negotiate with the goddesses when I meet them, meaning I need to be released at the same time. Suddenly Lucy had an idea, holding up the bread. Instead of reducing my sentence, give me 100 loaves of bread. The starving people devoured the bread. Thank you so much. Most of them were mercilessly bullied on the upper floors. He's using those rare magic stones for us again. Han just scratches his head, laughing it off. Ha 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 ha, the monsters will just reappear after a while. The food isn't great, but help yourselves. He pinched his cheek angrily, shouting, You idiot, do you want to stay in prison forever? Is this your home? A hero can't ignore those who suffer, even if they're criminals. The powerful one walks past the solemn soldier. Hanan and Lucen looked towards the doorway where a figure stood approaching with a stern, cold demeanor. What a dump. The judge is approached by a man begging, but he's stopped. Please, just let my family visit me once. Get out. He was sentenced to 15 years for failing to repay a debt from 10 years ago. He's not a hunter. His family is paying off his debt. The soldier approached Pao, saying, Farmer, if you want visitation rights, at least try to hunt monsters. The report says the last time he entered a dungeon was 3 months ago. He lost a leg to a monster last time, the man pleaded desperately. He lost a leg to monsters that time. That means he can't hunt and get magic stones. But should I give him a chance? The man looked up at him coldly, saying, Throw him in the dungeon. As Bao leaves, the man is dragged away coldly. Wait, Judge, I told you to get rid of all the trash that can't earn money. Warden, my apologies, what brings you to this wretched place? There's a prisoner I'm looking for. The man was dragged away, desperately shouting, Hi, save me, Han, Chai, save me. The ironclad soldiers dragged the man away. Enough nonsense. This is hard enough as it is. At least I don't have to kill him myself. Han glared coldly at the soldiers. Hanbin and Lucen blocked the doorway against the crazed Vantera as 2 soldiers opened the door. You want trouble, he points at him and laughs. Dangerous, is it? We're just heading into the dungeon. Haha, we just cleared out all the monsters in the other dungeon, so I guess we'll have to go together. The 2 defensive soldiers looked fearful. What are you doing? The 2 masked soldiers look on in fear. You're not planning on going in too, are you? Hey, Hanbin's eyes flashed crimson. Dangerous, you guys should turn back. The clear skies and white clouds of the snow mountains north of Kanduri, the 1,000-year kingdom, the 1,000-year dragon nest snow mountains. There are figures standing on the mountain, and we've checked the levels of all the evacuated guides. None are suspected outsiders. This is the 6th dragon nest we've brought under control. The 2 masked figures speak to each other. What's wrong? This was supposed to be a perfect casualty-free operation. I heard the captain stayed behind because he sensed something was wrong. Looking down at the vast, deep pit, the hooded blonde boy coldly reports, What remains after such destruction? You seem rather displeased. Where's the captain? They've gone to the central church to report. Inside the Dark Council's central church, an ancient cathedral filled with mystic air, lies a temple of antique pillars. Behind a veil, someone sits, and they approach. You've worked hard, Supervisor. How goes the subjugation? As the Holy Maiden said, we discovered it was an extraterrestrial research facility, and we also received assistance from Om Blaus. The girl reached out from behind the curtain and took the gem. It's astonishing that something so small could cause such upheaval. If not for the goddess's blessings, the world would have fallen into chaos long ago. Leon H. solemnly extended his hand and politely said, "Jibriel, may the goddess of light bless you." Leon H. paused for a moment, then reached out to the girl behind the veil. Is something wrong? Isn't Leon H. acting strange? The saint gazes at the long-haired girl floating before him. Didn't the goddess once grant us prophets to watch over the world and enlighten us? They never directly influenced our actions. Isn't it the outsiders wreaking havoc? The girl watched Leon through the gap in the curtain sternly. But since we received the blessing, the death toll has exceeded 100. If the goddesses knew, shouldn't they have told us something, Mr. Leon H.? As Moana's anger flared, a girl interjected, "I've been a saintess for 70 years, and I've never received so many divine messages." Leon listened to her words, unexpectedly serious. "But how dare you question their judgment? The goddesses only want what's best for this world. You may be blessed, but such doubt is unforgivable." Moana turns away, as Leon H. bows his head in apology. "Forgive my foolishness. You may be young, but I hope you'll be more careful about what you say in the future." Moana tells the embarrassed servant to remove his mask, saying, "Oh, remember to take it off next time. It's a shame to hide the handsome face the goddess gave you. Ho ho ho, I'll be ready as soon as the next prophecy arrives. O Griel, goddess of darkness, we offer you the aid of Omblaus." Leon H. puts on his mask, turning away in thought. Never before has a prophecy been so vague, but because of it I was able to obtain the aid of Om Plus from the Great Earth. Looking at the pillar holding the glowing purple gem, he thought every time he asked the goddess who they were, she only said their existence couldn't be spoken of to others. Leon H. turned away from Moana, sensing something was happening. A hand presents a glowing, floating gem. "I have received the aid of Omblaus." Gon clenches his fist and lowers his head. "I knew the Shadow Council could be counted on." The girl sits within a circle of patterns, wondering how much the shard from the dragon's nest has increased the Dark God's aid. Only 3% it seems. There aren't many refugees there. A short-haired man holds the glowing stone. "Even if I have to ask Richard to retrieve the fragment from the dragon's nest." Genovia sits on a chair holding something that signifies power, while Leon H. masked gazes at the glowing orb. "But by using the Shadow Council like this, I can easily dispose of those great earthlings." Gahan and Genovia ascend. "It seems you're good at playing politics while pretending to be a leader." "Gahan, it seems my mind has improved, even if my body hasn't aged." He and she flew past the running engines. "It's sad to see the Great Earth faction we created so easily suppressed. We can't say the Great Earth was weak, but neither can we say the Dark Alliance's heretic investigator was that strong." The man's shoes crossed legs and mask. "So the Great Earth's easy defeat was because I gave the Alliance too much information." "That's true, but there's another reason." He sits in his chair, a book covering his face as he contemplates. "The Dark Council has Leon H. blessed by the goddesses like us. A handsome kid from the hero generation after ours." His eyes ponder from behind the book. "Wouldn't it be better to bring him to our side, since he must know his lifespan is limited? Give up. He has the goddess's blessing but refused a life of success in joining the council. His ideals differ from ours. He'll surely oppose us if he learns of our plan. A powerful fist strikes a man. So should we deal with him quickly? An investigator like him is still quite useful. Yes, the Great Earth Society can't touch him because his luck is too high. He punches a man in the face, but the heretical inquisitor's goal is to capture outsiders for information. So he's an expert at it, especially as a close combat and recovery psychic." The man raises his hands in fear. "So what if the Great Earth Society dares to breathe a word about us?" His eyes widened in terror, but even then they were powerless. And this is something they probably don't even know. Before him, a blurry image of the pained boy. The moment they break their oath and reveal information about the four heroes, forbidden magic will activate, inflicting excruciating pain and instant death. And that was enough, as healing magic was useless. Then Leonhardt appeared, landing a powerful blow. The otherworldly being's body would turn to dust and vanish upon death. He throws a powerful punch into the stone wall as Genovia and Gahan head somewhere. "This is your magic, Genovia. Don't you remember? I'm an archmage. Do you think I remember every spell I create?" They gaze upon the magic, and he's been busy studying the goddess's power. Now he must wait for Omplaus's help to arrive, so he can absorb the goddess's divine power. Gahan and Genovia spoke sternly to each other. "Don't we still have one piece left? I thought we were done with the dragon nests." "The dragon's nest of the otherworldly beings isn't the only place they could be." Gahan stated sternly, "I heard that a new otherworldly being was caught and put in the crater prison I created, so I've already passed on his information." Leslie sits solemnly surrounded by many people. Now we just wait for Leslie, who has infiltrated it. She sat eyes darting about deep in thought. She'd heard the Earth's Great One was being hunted down by investigators. Clearly those bastards Gahan and Genovia had abandoned ship. If she can't find the Earthling here, she'll be next on the chopping block. She glances at him and the boy with the soldier. "I need to find them quickly, get the fragment and leave." "But what's this?" "The Vantera madman." Leslie glanced back at the two men, whispering, "I thought the Vantera warrior I faced at the villa was dead." I heard the guy next to the Vantera tried to kill the judge, but he came here after hearing about the mess going on. Lucy stared at them sternly, thinking that no matter what people said, the boy in the red scarf didn't seem to be the one they were talking about. His level was low, and his time in prison didn't match. Hanin and Lucen exchanged grim looks, realizing the problem. They'd reported the Vantera warrior's death to Gehan, but he was still alive. A level 5 warrior pretending to be a Vantera. The soldier shouted, pointing his weapon at him, frowning and clenching his fist. Fat's already like this. I'll just take care of these guys and save everyone. Save who? Save. Who are you planning to die here? I already have 2 dragons to worry about. I just want to get into the dungeon. That damn noble should be gone instead of lurking around. What are you all doing standing around? The 2 soldiers' eyes widened in fear and surprise. The bloodlust is insane. Is this really Vantera? Lucen touched his nose, blushing. Is that what he meant? Lucen raises his hand in elation as Hanbin looks on in shock. I understand. I can't stay silent anymore, because silence saves no one. The soldiers glare as Hanbin chokes Lucy, lifting her up in anger. Anyone who feels their sentence is unjust, stand up. What are you doing? Den. They look towards the source of a sudden noise. Is he crazy? Or is it this prison that's insane? A man with a headscarf shouts angrily. Our bodies have sinned, but not with death. We have families. The crowd roars in agreement. Yeah, I was sentenced to 2 years, but I've been here for 7. My child has grown up while I rot here. I'm divorced now. If you want to hunt monsters, do it yourselves. You should release us after we've served our time. Lucen shouted, grabbed by the neck and forced to face the crowd. Yes, release us, release us, release us, release us, release us, Lesla shouted, amidst the crowd, stunned and enraged. Let them go, let them go, let them go, they're all crazy. Shouts echoed everywhere. Release them, release them. Bao and the soldiers looked over at the angry crowd. Release them, this is a riot, please come out. Sir, how dare these commoners act this way before the nobility? Release him, their voices echoed with rage, demanding his freedom. There's only one way to deal with these bastards, get him out of the coffin. Their shouts echoed through the prison. Release him, release him, release him. Lucen stared at Hanbin, bewildered. What was happening? I believe it's a warrior's way to save the weak. Perhaps they understood that a warrior doesn't heroically help others, but helps them stand on their own. Their cries echoed, release him, release him. Lucen clasped his hands towards Hanbin. He remained indifferent, but was secretly angry. Who knew he had such a good personality and incredible martial arts skills? I will serve you forever. Shut up, brother. Their shouts echoed, and a thrilled Lucen raised his hand before burying his face in it. Follow the hero, the Vanara. The Vanara. One person's leg is bound by iron chains. One of them has his hands tied behind his back. They hear a noise and look over, asking what's going on. The man stood frozen in shock as a person, and soldiers approached him, and the boy, an outsider. Han and Lucen are shocked to see an outsider here, unable to believe it. Leslie and the others look up, thinking this is the outsider. Gon spoke of a level 61 magic swordsman. The masked handcuffed Pao sternly says, but the uncivilized bastard is quiet now. That's right, this is how you jackals should be terrified. Leslie glances over, thinking, if I release him, you'll all be finished in 5 minutes. Even though I'm a higher level, these cuffs limit me. Should I run Bao jokes trying to play it off? But I'm merciful, and I've decided to be merciful now. I'll add 50 years to your sentences for the crime of rebellion. And 100 years for the ringleader. What are you talking about? That wasn't my intention, it was my brother's. So the Vantera guy gets an extra 100 years. That's right. I know you all despise each other. You not only dared to attack me, but also rebelled in my prison. They watched him and the judge, who offered a chance to reduce everyone's sentences. The masked white-haired man spoke. I want you to defeat that outlander, by any means necessary. Continuing, he said, frown, claw, rage, and tear each other apart. If you win, I'll reduce the sentences of everyone here, not just yours. To his cold reply, I refuse. The man stared at Hanbin, carrying Lucen, thinking in disbelief. I refuse. It seems that outsider can't see it now, but he'll see my level during the fight. With Lucen on his back, Hanbin turned away, thinking that killing monsters on the lower floors would reduce his sentence by 200 or 300 years, and they would pay off their debt themselves, but doing so would help them reduce their sentence. Hearing his name, Hanbin stopped. Eric Garon. Hanbin turns back, surprised, and asks, Who are you? The masked man, panting, challenges him. Wah, my wounds from the last battle still hurt. Fight me. Lucen slung over Hanbin's shoulder as asked, Don't tell me you're flat. He turned away, sneering. Oh, I didn't know you had such a fun past. Looks like you need to place a bet. He spread his arms wide and addressed the crowd, but a 2-to-1 fight wasn't ideal. Anyone here want to take on an outsider? He started to raise his hand, but lowered it as they murmured, I'll release the participant regardless of the outcome. Regardless of the outcome, then what about me? There's no way he'll let me go. Han's expression darkened as he heard the commotion and realized no one was crazy enough to fight a Vantera. Leslie stands up, resolutely, surprising everyone. I'll do it, she says, a sinister smile creeping across her face. It seems things will work out after all. The white-haired masked figure mused. For a normal outsider from a low level to be here, Ohm plus his help must be on him. Han thought grimly. Killing him here and reporting to Gon won't be a problem. Look at me grinning. It's been so long. What interesting thing am I looking for? A spatial gate opens in the sky, and inside he and Artis teleported. However, they both landed differently, and Artis remarked, "Congratulations on completing your first dungeon." Lying flat on her back, she asks, "How can you stand sharing your essence, Artis?" To understand her words, we need to know about the essence sharing method Hanbin created to level up Artis. A high-level Hanbin to finish off the monsters, and a second mode where a low-level Artis transforms into a dragon to kill many weakened enemies at once. In the third mode, a massive amount of essence is received to level up the Dragon Core, with high-level players like Eris taking on Hanbin's role. Fi feels incredibly nauseous, saying, "I like leveling up fast, but this much essence is making my stomach." Addis, who was next to him, chuckled. "I was uncomfortable at first too, like my soul couldn't digest it right." He then rushed over to praise A, saying that balancing the copper core and absorbing essence in such a short time was impossible for a normal W. "No, even for a dragon like me, you're amazing. You're a ween genius." Pale and exhausted, she says that even with his praise, she's reached her limit. Altus then takes something out and says, "I know you need to evolve the essence you've absorbed to level up, so rest and find a way to digest it." Hearing this, A suddenly jumps up overjoyed. "Let's go home." The metal shard in his hand gleamed a dungeon artifact we need to appraise. Suddenly, a hint of sadness flickered in Artis's eyes. "If Hanbin were here, we could use his system to see its effects." Ify, feeling sorry for him, quickly reassured him. "If anyone heard you say that, they'd think he was dead. He's just in prison, remember?" His voice trembling, he asked if Hanbin was okay in prison. "I've heard there are a lot of shady people there, and Artis is extremely worried about Hanbin. I hope he just gets slapped around. If he fights back, he really will become a murderer." A looks dumbfounded and sighs. "Well, Artis." She turned her gaze towards the Kreta Valley, wondering how to return, before finally transforming and flying back. There's a story that time seems to have buried. 20 years ago, due to the Great Earth's attack on the goddesses, the Rodna considered outsiders as enemies. For this reason, one of the four heroes, Gehan, thought the same, and created a prison in the undeveloped Seta dungeon, learning much about outsiders from those captured and imprisoned, forcing them to fight monsters. Outlanders cannot recognize each other, nor do they gain experience from killing one another. Outlanders gain experience from killing Rodna, but the Rodna gain nothing from killing Outlanders. Outlanders automatically gain skills when leveling up, and if they endure intense pain, they can use a skill to self-destruct. Dungeon monsters can't distinguish between outsiders, and outsiders disappear from the world upon death data gathered after the deaths of countless individuals. Furthermore, the death instinct of outsiders and constant experimentation with monsters increase their average level, making them uncontrollable. The nobles turned Kreta into an ordinary prison with many inmates, but the experimentation on outsiders remained. It has also mutated into a secret arena, and the host announces that it's time for the highly anticipated event. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's match will be held with simple rules as always." He glances at the cages, then continues. "Monsters flood into the arena from every direction. The one who kills the most and retrieves the most magic stones wins. All eyes turn to the obese Pao, who has unlimited time to plunder, but unexpected accidents can still happen. The esteemed judge has said he will overlook any accidents that occur during the match." The host begins the introductions. In the blue corner, emerging from countless battles without a scratch, the demon sent down by the evil god Omlas. As the dust settles, the Dark King Ra emerges, raising his fist and snarling. "Silence. The dark power flows through my left hand, and my vengeance begins now. Aren't you ashamed, you crazy outsider, you damned outsider, go to hell." Ignoring her embarrassment, Lao retorted that no one could understand his darkness. Leslie gritted her teeth beside him. "That noble bastard, how dare he make me wear this embarrassing outfit, but calm down. I won't need to care about him after I get Blaus's help." Forcing a smile, Leslie asks La if he's considered the power she's offering. Hearing this, he asks if she means the jewel will increase his power, and expresses his gratitude. Lee teases again, but her bright smile pains me, and Leslie angrily turns away, thinking of stabbing him during the match. Back in the arena, the face behind the mask contorted in frustration. Laudestia was mistaken for an outsider and locked away. "My name was erased too, but I can't forget the pain you gave me that day." The host continues the introductions. In the red stands, the fearless savage man, the strongest warrior of Redna, watches his opponent, thinking, "Since I can recognize you anywhere, you must be the name on La Eric Garen's mind." At that moment, a tall, muscular figure appeared, the Vantera warrior Felon. Hanbin scrutinized his opponent, wondering who he was. "I don't know who this is, but an outsider knows my old name." Looking at Lauer Knoll-like, he continues, "The Great Earth, so my identity has been exposed. If it's the Great Earth, they might even know my past." Another thought crossed his mind, but if he knew who he was, why bother fighting? He knows my identity, and he might target Atis and Effie. I don't know what he's planning, but that's reason enough for me to kill him and get out of here. Suddenly, a soft voice called out Hyung Nim. Hanbin stares at Lucen, wondering what he wants. He lowered his head and explained, "Hung Nim, I respect your strength and character, Then in a strange tone he asked, "Do I really have to kill that earthling outsider? Wouldn't it be better to talk things out than fight?" Seeing his excitement, Hanbin could only sigh helpless against the boy's ignorance of Earth. Just then the host raised his arm high. "So who will win?" He added, "There's nowhere to run. Monsters will swarm from every direction." As he introduced the arena, the ceiling was blocked by a super strong barrier, thanks to 20 psychics, and the cages were opened. Hin didn't have much time to talk after all. Lucen gripped his sword tightly as thousands of monsters were unleashed. He announces the match will begin immediately, as someone watches Hanbin's physique from above. His muscles are as solid as mountains, his back as vast as the sea, and his abs are perfectly sculpted. They watched every move with awe, marveling at the way his chest muscles quivered as he swung his sword. His sculpted tanned muscles were a work of art, and the Countess looked on with satisfaction. "Unfair goddess, why did you give such a beautiful body to that brute Countess? Has Vantera caught your eye?" The two ladies discussed from their high seats. "I only said he was eye-catching, Viscountess." The man teased. "The Earl would be jealous to hear that." The Countess paused, realizing that if he won the battle he would be free. "Are you planning to take him as a servant? Really? I need a servant to help me with my 100 houses back home." A man's voice suddenly cut in. "If Vantera can't use magical items, he'll have a hard time working at the mansion." The two are wide-eyed heavens. With a polite smile, he introduced himself as Felix Francis from the Francis Company. "It's an honor to be recognized, ladies, but I'm just a merchant." Unexpectedly, Felix offered, "If you don't mind, may I capture your extraordinary beauty?" "What is he holding?" He explained, "This is our company's latest magic item, the portrait recorder." The Countess smiled as if he were holding an entire estate. She continued, "If you're using magical items, your level isn't very high, is it?" Philly then pointed the camera towards the arena, and continued, "I've done some hunter work with Hung Nim in the past, nothing significant." His eyes gleam. "Now let's see if this item works." The camera focuses on Lesla and Laud. "Is that the outsider Hung Nim mentioned? That mask makes it hard to see." "Ahem," the Countess softly called out. The Earl frowned, reminding her, "I hope you can refrain from trading here. Of course the ticket price is quite high for a non-noble like you." And he's clearly annoyed. "He obtained the ticket from a marquis, so I couldn't refuse. But he's nothing more than a lowly merchant." Felix places his hand on his chest and bows slightly. "This isn't business. You misunderstand, and thank you for your concern about my business. The marquis sold me the ticket for a pittance, so I was able to afford it." Scorned, Effie gritted his teeth. "Dirt cheap. You call my arena tickets dirt cheap." He lunges in front of Felix, his voice taunting. "So you must have deep pockets. Then let's make a little bet for fun. The outsider or the Vantera, who are you betting on?" Not giving him a chance to refuse, he bets on the outsider and suggests the other man take Vantera. Slightly doubtful, he wanted to bet that much money on the outsider, while the Countess had noticed something. How strange the monsters should be coming from all sides. Hearing this, he widened his eyes and looked around. "What's this?" Below the arena, Hanin is taking care of the monsters. The Vantera warrior moves with incredible finesse, approaching and striking each monster with a single blow. With a single strike, they're gone. The commentator shouts, "He's toying with them like insects." Even with the magic item preventing him from using all 4 powers, his strength is immense. Hanbin frowned, thinking to himself that none of the monsters were special, but he was having some difficulty. Their numbers just weren't decreasing. The commentator announced, "Just as we were saying, the wall of monsters wouldn't." Even so, the entire arena erupted at the sight before them. How could this be? Every monster from the dungeon was surrounding the Vantera warrior. Hanbin's eyes blaze red as he grips his sword, unleashing a horizontal slash that shatters the monster horde and creates a powerful gale. As the dust settles, Hanbin stands tall, and the host excitedly shouts, "Team Vantera sent those monsters flying. They've mastered their power." But suddenly Luin cries out. Brother Hanbin looks a little surprised. "Are you kidding? Where are these monsters even coming from?" Han frowned in annoyance, while on the other side Leslie faced giant ants. As it flashed past her face, she couldn't help but be astonished. It just passed her by a low-level monster, seeking a target. Before her stood Laud, but she'd never heard of such magic from the system. Who was this man? Laud's past was no better. Laud, who was once transformed by a tentacle boss monster, found himself tightly bound. Normally, once monsterization begins, there's no stopping it. But Laud's malnutrition and dehydration caused the monster cells to die off. Back in the present, Laud is feeling uneasy. He doesn't remember what happened in the dungeon, but because of this skill he's called an outsider, imprisoned and forced to fight monsters and other prisoners. Watching the monster orb engulf Hanbin, he scoffed, realizing the battle with the one who stole everything from him was also his final fight for freedom. Or so Lau calculated. But back then he was only level 5, so no matter how hard he trained, he's probably only around level 20 now. Thinking this, he said in a condescending tone, "If you admit your mistake and beg for forgiveness, I'll spare your life." He shouted Eric's name. This was the moment Hanbin decimated the monsters, his eyes lighting up at the call, a sound echoing from behind him. The guy on the other side wipes his eyes, trembling. Did I mistake him for someone else? Like an infinite energy machine, Hanbin wipes out the giant ants and rushes to Lucen. "Jiang Lucen, are you okay?" He scratched his head nonchalantly, replying, "I'm fine." I just got caught in your attack and blown away. But are you really okay? Lucy asked, glancing at the pile of defeated monsters. I mean, they weren't running because of you, they were after me. That's right. Hanine states bluntly that he's the target. Hearing this, Lucen was horrified. Hyungnim, why is he targeting you? He simply replied that he had a few theories, his face darkening with a rough edge, but a madman like him needed to be taken down. This only confused Lucen more. Hyungnim. Since ancient times, it's been said that powerful artifacts that empower dungeons can be obtained by closing them, making them symbols of honor for dungeon conquerors. But without knowing the level limits and how to activate them, they're just decorations. That's why hunters go to appraisers to learn about the power and value of artifacts. That place is the appraisal shop next to the Hunters Guild. Inside, Eyes and Altus's artifacts are being examined. Level 30 limit, uses 30 times a day, and unlimited total uses. The imbued skill is to equip and unequip. Maiden smiles after consulting a book. The artifact's skill stores the user's clothes for quick changes, and since it has unlimited uses, it's worth 3 times more than similar items. Around 5,000. Ehai was overjoyed to hear the appraisal. 5000. Thank you so much. Artis gives her a strained smile, saying, I feel bad having to appraise all this free stuff. Maiden used her knowledge of magical items from the Great Earth headquarters to work as an appraiser, but she was now being clung to by Phi. Maiden tried to push back. Don't feel bad. Everyone desperately needs money because flat is in the item, right? Phi whined in response. That's right. That's why Artis had to sell all of his precious spellbooks. Altus smiled, holding the staff. I don't really need those books anyway. I've poured all the magic I need into this. Maiden feigns fright. I think the artifacts Artis creates are worth 10 times more than regular ones. Altus hesitated. But this is, she continued somberly. I'm just kidding. I know the devil's protection is a secret, and I haven't said anything about it to the church. With that, the maiden returned the artifact to him, telling them not to sell it under any circumstances. I think it's better if you two keep it, since you can change clothes anytime. So you have to throw away your clothes every time you transform. Addis imagined transforming into a dragon. Yeah, that's right. My clothes get torn when I transform, AI added with a cough. And even though we're both dragons, it's a little embarrassing to be naked in human form. Suddenly, AI and Vice look at each other. Wait. Maiden realizes she's been had. Their eyes widen in shock. How do you know our true forms? At this point, she had no choice but to tell the truth. When I entered Flat's mind, I saw his memories. Artis hesitates. If you saw Flat Hanbin's memories, do you know about him too? Maiden lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, I know. It's not like I was trying to hide it, I was just trying to figure out how to tell everyone. Hearing this, laughs it off, saying, it's okay, Maiden. I knew his identity as Wienvin, and he even harmed me. Artis then affirms that she will help Hanbin as a descendant of the fire dragon. Suddenly, Maiden shouts in protest. That's not true. Her eyes are filled with terror. I thought Hanbin was a good person, but you don't know what's inside him. She remembers the demon in Hanbin's subconscious after 22 years in hell. Artis muttered before Maiden continued, saying that before Hanbin came to Runa, he seemed normal, but he was dangerous. Back in the arena, Hanbin coldly swings his sword, each strike filled with power, felling every ant that approaches, his muscles bulging. He was even toying with them, unaware that the queen ant had appeared. Only to fall impaled on his sword behind Hanbin. Lau's pupils shrink. Are my monsters so weak? Lesla, standing nearby, had already turned pale. These monsters were not weak. Those monsters are on average over level 30, and there are even boss-level monsters. Looking at the aftermath of his battle, she couldn't help but marvel. But he was only level 5. Hanbin smirked coldly, asking anything else. The chubby guy above was speechless with anger. No, I can't believe it. What is that madman doing? Bring in more powerful monsters. Philip frowned behind him, dissatisfied. Those monsters could devour a city, yet they're not enough to unleash his full potential. It's been a while since the prisoners stopped screaming. They know what's coming, they've seen it before. It's not the warrior Vantera's bravery, but the fear he inspires that fills the arena. Covered in fluids from the ant monster, Han asks, is that all you've got? You must be hiding something, right? There's more, right, he boldly adds. This time I'll crush everything. Lao frowned in anger. You will crush everything, you bastard. With that, he opened the eye in his palm, chanted an incantation, and waves of blue light spread across the arena, creating a powerful gust of wind that shot forward. The ground suddenly cracked open and a giant claw emerged. The prisoners paled, clenching their fists with hope. It seems I've succeeded. Leslie stared speechless. That's right, what just appeared is a giant monster, the level 31 Creta Valley dungeon boss, Queen Antonia, level 80, according to the intel. The impact on the jewel in Antonia's head sends a jolt of pain through her. My head. Who dares use such a low-level skill on me? Before her eyes lay the remains of a decimated ant colony. Huh. My children, Antonia raged, looking around. This scent, is it human? Hanine said, pushing the large rock off of himself. That's right. He then scratched his head, looking at the sword in his hand. My sword broke because of this. I guess I expected too much from it. This infuriates Antonia, who yells, how dare you strike Hanbin? Up above, Felix starts to get agitated. What is he doing? Why not evacuate the arena? Bao, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy it. Despite your appearance, you're just a coward, aren't you? He added that, if the prisoners saw this, they wouldn't dare think about escaping. Plus, there are 20 level 60 psychics creating a barrier here. This group can hold back 5 dungeon bosses. Just watch Vantera get torn to shreds. Philip, unable to listen anymore, grabbed him by the collar. He roared in fury. You madman, I'm not afraid of dungeon bosses, but Vantera. At that moment, Hanbin flew in, grabbed Antonia's claw and snapped it off with his bare hands. I accidentally broke my sword, Hanbin hissed with a terrifying grin, so lend me a hand, will you? After breaking off Antonia's claw, Hanbin casually uses it as a weapon, cleaving her in two, and shattering the level 60 mage's barrier. Dust fills the air, obscuring vision as a system notification appears. Queen Antonia has been eliminated, yielding over 100 million experience points, with over 54 billion needed for the next level. The truth is, outsiders are feared for their murderous instincts, and the hidden quests and reward system behind them. For example, the special quest Noble Sacrifice requires killing an Arna, specifically Arnas who are being deceived by the evil god. It's unfortunate to have to kill them, but it's the price to pay to save the RNA world. Interestingly, the reward for killing a Jaina is a neurotransmitter that brings pleasure and comfort to the user. Because of the reward and the system killing, a Jaina gives outsiders extreme pleasure, making them highly addictive, like a drug. At this point, Maiden clenched her fist slightly. So if an outsider kills just one Rana, they can't escape that feeling. Phi is carefree and nonchalant, but Hanbin wouldn't be. Artis agrees, saying he's never been like that. Maiden still wasn't entirely convinced. Yes, you're both right. No, because Hanbin has never killed Vna. She believes the reason Hanbin hasn't snapped is because everyone he's killed has been an outsider. He hasn't succumbed to the urge to kill, and killing outsiders does nothing for him. But how long will his luck last? Lucen couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hanbin had single-handedly taken down the Queen Antonia. Fate has never smiled upon Hanbin, who has been hunted every day for 22 years. He couldn't escape. In this kill-or-be-killed situation, his normalcy was anything but normal. Even in Radna, a part of him remains in those mountains. And should a hunter appear, his survival instincts could awaken at any moment. Maiden believes that, for a man like him, becoming addicted to killing would be easier than for anyone else, then hesitates and asks directly, Artis, you can feel it, can't you? His bloodlust, Artis quietly recalled the past, a misunderstanding from when they had just met, but it was resolved. When we killed LC together, Artis confirmed that Hanbin doesn't kill without reason. Meanwhile, at the arena, Bao was scared out of his wits. He stood frozen, seeing the spiritists groveling. Inside the room, noble ladies screamed, banging on the doors, demanding they be opened quickly. Only Felix noticed something strange. No casualties. Perhaps Vantera is controlling his strength. Or we just got lucky that Antonia's claw only hit the corner of the observation room. Meanwhile, Effie grins, stating that Han gains nothing from senseless killing. Meanwhile, Hanbin grips his broken sword. Lon refuses to yield, raising the eye in his hand to summon something, shouting, Get back, is its mouth not monstrous enough? Meanwhile, Main hangs his head in despair, wondering what will happen. If there was any doubt, Law enraged tears off his mask in the arena. Maiden hypothesizes that his identity has been exposed, endangering his friends after 22 years of solitude. Hannon charged forward like a fierce tiger, his eyes filled with determination. He won't hesitate. Maiden's blade craves blood, and as he slays the RNA, he'll become addicted. On the battlefield, Leslie watches in horror as drops of blood fall. She could only stare at the motionless hand on the ground, never expecting Lucen to have shielded Laud. Hanbin stammered in shock. Jiang Lucen glanced down at his wound and sneered, I thought I could stop Hui. People should handle things by talking. As Lucen continued, if he caused chaos, a daze would overcome him, knocking him unconscious. Hanin caught him, realizing his overreaction. The arena fell silent, and even Leon collapsed to the ground. 2 weeks passed, and Brad excitedly obtained a dungeon item. This stone is worthy of its size. He rides the giant centipede screaming as the others cheer him on. Excellent. Atis took the stone, marveling at it. Something this big has to be at least 500x. EI is deeply moved. We actually got it, Martin smiled, replying. We owe Vantera our lives, so of course we'll help. Brad clears his throat, adding that he even received this antique. It's nothing really. With his face flushed, Brad thought I'd do anything for you, Phi, but I'd rather die than say it. At that moment, Afi was like a little bunny chattering away. Thank you so much, Brad. Sweet Brad was about to confess his feelings, judging by her expression. If you have time, would you like to? But he was interrupted. Hey, someone's waving from up there. Artis suddenly realized it was Hell Annis. Foe shouts, big problem, hurry. A leaps up to the others. I didn't hear well, I'll be right back. Below, Ma Tin marvels. She just flew across the canyon. Is she not afraid of anything? Brad, frustrated, mutters incoherently. They said they'd wait at the Hunters Association, so why? Meanwhile, Artis admires the treasure in his hand, noting that they've earned money much faster thanks to everyone's help, and of course the maiden's words are valuable as well. Suddenly he's struck by a wave of sadness. If he were here, Hanin could have easily avoided this conflict. To do that, I need to become even stronger. Heller and I exchanged words quickly. She anxiously says something to the three, but it seems the distance is too great. Bar wonders. What is it? Is something wrong? Martin replied I couldn't hear anything they were saying from that distance. Only Artis understood. Impossible. You're worried sick. What about Hanby? Felix asked, handing over a file after returning from the arena. This is the information on the outsiders from the Creta prison you requested, Hunim. Holding the file, he spoke. There's water right here. Quiet, let me read. Philip sighed, seemingly used to this. I thought I'd have time to talk to you. Why give this to me instead of the Shadow Church? Leon quickly retorted, I need a few personal things as well. He then slowly examined the photos in his hand, and continued. So this guy from Creta prison is an outsider. He immediately replied, that's what the Count said. Leon H. pulls out Lau's picture and asks, this guy isn't an outsider, is he? Judging by his personality, I doubt it. Hearing this, Felix was confused. Huh. I couldn't find any family registration or anything. Suddenly he felt sick and covered his face. That loudmouth noble must have made him a highlight of the arena. He erased all his information and turned him into an outsider. Leon H.'s gaze darkens. So Creta was a fake as well. He internally calculated the goddess's latest information about outsiders. He knew there was a purpose, but he wasn't alert enough to control the situation before it spiraled out of control. Regaining his composure, he notices Hanbin's image. This guy. Judging by his face and physique, Leon H. observes that the opponent across the arena is a Vantera warrior. Felix reveals what he's gathered, saying that he dragged out the Dragon Leader when the Church of Light attacked. While Leon H. went to retrieve something, he continued. He killed the boss with a single strike. Since Vantera doesn't measure levels, I can't be sure, but I think Leon H. cut her off before she could finish. Felix, a year ago, I borrowed money from you in an emergency. Hearing this, he paused. I remember now. You caught the wrong person and had to pay compensation, right? You intend to pay me back now? He replied casually. No, put on your mask. He turned and affirmed, I need to catch the level 5. A voice echoed in the room. Leslie gritted her teeth as the voice continued, recalling instances where outsiders harmed her after killing Radna. At that time, their potential for suicide was quite convenient. Across from her was Holian, and a thought echoed in her mind. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Just then a hand reached out, interrupting Leslie's thoughts. You know my teammate just died. Holian gently offered. Would you like to come with me? As the men continued to pound on the door, the after effects of killing the Radna proving severe. Holian observed that they were clearly out of their minds, judging by their level. The person next to her asked curiously, Are you disappointed that their symptoms aren't what you expected? Genenovia continued to press Queen Holian. She turned softly, reminding, Don't tease me, Genenovia. Weren't you even more unpleasant after becoming the Queen of Elendia? Then remarked, But they look like they're searching for something, she asked curiously. And her Leslia tightened her grip on her weapon, hating the heroes who had locked her away, wanting to kill the Radna right in front of her. Her eyes darted around, but she couldn't refuse this offer. She understood it from that polite and kind voice. And Leslia pondered, realizing she was just a toy to be discarded at any moment as she remembered her former self. Restraint is the condition for me to leave that place. I can suppress my desires with restraint. About those, like her, we do the dirty work for the 4 heroes. We became the fake Great Earth. Leslie's eyes widened as she realized that her restraint was born from her fear of them. So afraid that she swore loyalty to those she hated. She marveled that she had never imagined being so afraid that betrayal meant nothing. And she concludes that after witnessing that power, Leslie's pleas for mercy were meaningless. Followed by a scream as that hand reached out, shattering the shackles on her wrists. Hanin grabbed Leslie's shoulders, anxiously asking if she was a psychic. He pleaded for her to save him, while she looked on in confusion. Han urgently pleads with her again, his voice choked with desperation. Her eyes widen in surprise and she quickly rushes to the unconscious figure. He puts pressure on the man's hand, demanding the book. The others grew anxious. Okay. A sudden exclamation echoes through the air. It's real. Cao Lao points forward, shouting, How dare he ruin my game like this? They will all be executed. As he spoke, a commotion erupted. Execute them immediately. Hanbi gritted his teeth in fury. How dare they with someone dying here? He desperately calls out to the unconscious man. Zhang Lucen, wake up. Zhang Lucen, Leslie shouts, trying to stop him. No, I'm not done with first aid. If I stop, I'll bleed to death. Just then, Pao's soldiers arrived, treating Vantera like a monster, and prepared their crossbows. The command is given and arrows fly aimed at Hanbin and the others, but a strong hand catches one. Lu spins and hurls the arrow back at the soldiers. He stood defiantly against them, while Hanbin wondered why. Lao then shouted, What nonsense are you all doing? You want me to let someone die owing me a life, he roared. Get in the hole. Hanbin's eyes widened as Leon muttered, Don't die before I get a chance to kill you. Realizing what this meant, they quickly left him behind, saying, I'm sorry. Lon couldn't help but admire himself, thinking that as the noble's secret weapon, they wouldn't dare kill him, even as a rain of arrows flew towards him. But the reality makes him wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief, The ground was silent without a sound between the cliffs until Leslie spoke again. The bleeding has stopped. I could only boost his recovery a little. Han hesitantly asked, what about the arm? She looked up as she explained, since you hit him, I'm surprised he's not in two pieces. Reattaching an arm is beyond my abilities. His eyes betrayed a hint of sadness, as Leslie frantically explained herself, seeing Hanbin rise to his feet. I wasn't lying about my level yet, you just walked away. Thank you, get some rest. Seeing this, she couldn't help but wonder, where are you going? Han slowly explained, when Zhang Luan wakes up, we need to leave by closing the dungeon. Since I lured the boss out, I need to find the boss room. He continued to explain his plan. Even so, I'll still go around to check for safety, as light shines down on the area below. In a fit of rage, Han Pin throws a punch, leaving a massive dent in the wall. His teeth clenched, his anger unmasked. How could I? Her feet move swiftly as Leslie runs thoughts racing in her mind. I can't rely on Omplause's help. My mission is what matters. If that monster changes its mind, I'm done for. I need to run. But as she ran, she bumped into a level 70 monster, which lunged to attack. Elsewhere, a wanted poster for Flatbin was plastered on a board. Artis muttered in disbelief. Flash escaped. Even Phi's eyes widened in amazement. Why was the bag beneath them opened? Atis frowned, laying out his serious plan. With this money and magic stones, we can survive for a while. Eve, who was next to him, asked curiously, what are you planning? He replied a little curtly. What else? We need to find Han Flash and run. Atis continued. From what I know, Flash escaped from a dungeon that wasn't a prison dungeon. If we move fast, we can find him. The more monsters, the better for us. Phi Ko chimed in. He hasn't been caught yet, which means he's still hiding somewhere. The dungeon is complex, and it'll take time to find them, Brad suddenly interjected. You guys weren't planning on going alone, were you? Matten added from the side. We can help with the search, Brad added. I'd like to repay you both. Artis accepted their goodwill and thanked them, and even E was touched by their offer. Martin added, then I'll go prepare and meet you on the 24th floor. Brad agreed. Everyone gather there. E announced, I'll go sell the magic stones, and then Iris spoke up. I'll go buy 2 dungeon maps and meet you all later. He frowned, calculating. If they wait too long, other organizations will notice, and Hanin won't be able to escape without killing someone. They move with haste. I need to find him quickly before a big fight breaks out, but as soon as Altus opened the door, he bumped into someone. Leon H. was a little surprised, remarking at Altus's shocked expression. We meet again, Artis. But Lucen quickly pushes her out of the way, taking the blow himself and collapsing to the ground. Leslie, confused, asks, Who are you? He frantically asks to run away, questioning the monster's level. At that moment, the spider flicked its tongue towards them, aiming a strike at Lucen. Fortunately, a golden shield rose to block the attack. Leslie clicked her tongue, manipulating her magic to launch a mass of gold into the spider's maw. It stomped on her magic, shattering the power, and then chewed as it closed the distance between them. Both Leslie and Lucen watched in astonishment. Just then, Hanbin appeared, delivering a powerful punch to the golden mass, causing both it and the egg-laying spider to explode simultaneously. Just then, the ring on his hand split in two, as Hanbin remarked that every last one of them was too weak, continuing, I can't even use them as bait to escape. Go to the prison and say, I threatened you. You might avoid the death penalty. And with that, a threat. If you understand, then get lost before I kill you myself. Leslie's face fell instantly, while Lucen simply smiled in response. It seems I can't help, but I can't leave either. He confessed, I want to be a warrior. How could I abandon someone in pain? Just as he finished speaking, Han grabbed Lucen by the collar. He roared, Do you have a death wish? Isn't losing an arm enough for me? But he simply smiled and replied, An arm is a small price to pay for all the times you've saved me from being exposed as an outsider. This information shocks Leslie, he's an outsider. Han then added, I know what the outsiders did in Radna, thanks to you. The next words were hissed through his teeth. Do you know what will happen if you're exposed? Are you trying to die? Lucen continued to defend his position, arguing the opposite. I want to help the Jaina as much as Earthlings have hurt them. Leslie's eyes widened at his reasoning. To show the Jaina that outsiders aren't devils capable of smiling, so that one day the Jaina and Earthlings can live in peace. Looking down at his missing hand, Lucen firmly states, I must fight those on Earth who have done evil, and so I need allies. He bows deeply politely, pleading, please help this humble one. Hung Nim. Lucen's sincerity leaves Leslie speechless. She could only sigh inwardly. He was insane. The world of outsiders could live in peace. The hand holding the stone tightened. How could this be? It's impossible. Hanbin remained silent, then sighed and asked seriously, Do you know what you're saying? You can kill other people. Lucen's gaze fell to the ground as he spoke again. I shouldn't kill people, but if it's a monster that's lost its mind, then I'm ready. A hand is offered, but Lucen concludes with a smile that negotiation is best. Han shakes his hand left with no choice but to agree. Very well. Leslie frowned, lost in thought. This is impossible. It's suicide. She continued to ponder. It was the dream of a newcomer to Rana, while Hanbin asked a question. You're saying all this, but do you have a plan? Lucen asked, scratching his head with a smile. I'll figure it out later, he replied. Just as I thought, we need to find a way out of here. He agreed and offered a suggestion. Nighttime is probably best. After working for 10 years in the Great Earth. Leslie understood her situation, and though her gaze turned to Hanbin, she saw an opportunity with the uninvited guest before her. Soon after, Lucen fell asleep, and Leslie, while casting magic, remarked, "The wound is deeper than I thought, it's coming from inside the arm." Hanbin wondered, "Can't I use my sword with this arm?" She slowly explained, "Your aura is still protecting your body, so it's not too bad." These terms are foreign to Hanbin inner energy. Aura. Leslie stares in disbelief and explains, "Huh. You think a mentalist wouldn't know. It's aura that isn't used when strengthening the body. Aura users specialize in defense, and it's based on the same principle as Plana, so it's nothing new." Hanbin frowned, thinking, "Wait, my body doesn't get stronger by leveling up like in a game. It's because more aura makes me stronger, so I can only use physical attacks." At this point, she finally speaks. "About what you said earlier." Leslie hesitated. "Maybe I should ask you that too," then sadly continued. "If they find out I'm healing an outsider, it will only hurt you. I want you to forget everything." But Hanbin smiled, offering a suggestion. "If they capture you and you can't do anything, just say you were threatened and apologize for dragging her into this." His sincerity surprised her, but Leslie quickly brushed it off. "Of course, it's best if you're not caught, and say that I healed you." Hanbin agreed with her. "Okay, when you wake up, I'll close the dungeon, so get as much rest as you can." They were all resting, but Leslie wasn't asleep. Holding the stone, she quietly observed it, while elsewhere rage exploded as a table was slammed. Useless fools, still no news even with such a reward. He continued to rant and rave. The Hunters Association said they wouldn't move unless the reward was as big as a Class C subjugation. If it's a class subjugation, does that mean an entire nation? What are the guards and prisoners doing? The dungeon is too complicated. Bao gritted his teeth, thinking that if Vantera got out and revealed that the outsiders were fake, he would go to the church court instead of the local one. His eyes dart to the door. Now is not the time to think about money. Just then a soldier announces, "Excuse me, someone is here to see you." Bao, enraged, asks, "Can't you see what's happening right now?" and yells at him to get lost. The soldier desperately explained, "I told them it wasn't possible." But Bao was even more furious. If the soldier didn't understand, throw him in the dungeon. The light of an explosion cuts through his tirade as a figure slowly enters, saying, "Sorry to bother you while you're busy, but I hope you can cooperate with the investigation." He sees Gum and Leon H. and is shocked. "The Shadow Church Inquisitor," he replied with a bow. "I'm in a bit of a hurry, and don't want to cause trouble," I added cryptically, "but I fear that won't be the case." Leon says through gritted teeth, "I wish I was mistaken about seeing you here." "Artis, it's definitely that escaped convict." "Perhaps you're here because of Philodin," Artis said, surprised. "The Van warrior Philodin, the apprentice hunter, Eric Garin, they shouldn't matter to an Inquisitor like you or to me. What matters is his connection to the outsider. I believe there's an outsider in this city." Altus asked, "Do you have any proof?" Leon H. immediately replied, "For now it's a witch hunter's instinct. I came here to find evidence by meeting him." Suddenly he turns away, suggesting they share a goal, and tells him to follow. Here, Leon H.'s power easily defeats the guards, and he says, "I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't want to beat around the bush, but I'm afraid I have to." Bao witnessed everything, and he was utterly terrified. "That heretical investigator, he knows I'm keeping the fake outsider. I was hoping you'd cooperate when he walked in. Where is the escaped prisoner now?" It's a surprise that Bao managed to escape so quickly. He desperately ziplines from the top floor to the ground as Bao declares, "I'm done for. I'll just take care of that outsider myself." Suddenly Effie appeared behind him, saying softly, "Who's the fake outsider?" Bao panicked and ran shouting at the bewildered guards, "Lock it down, we have an intruder." Bao was still running for his life, utterly distraught. "Damn it, why are the hunters here with the heretic Inquisitor?" Just then Adis appeared right in front of him. With a stern tone he asks, "Tell me, what have you done with Philid? And where is he now?" Without hesitation, Bao leaps down, and despite Addis's cry to stop, he throws himself onto the cart. Guards appeared before Artis, and Bao ordered them seized as A charged forward. "And you too, Artis, don't try to stop me." Suddenly 2 swords fall, and a high-voltage current blasts the soldiers away. Effie says, "Sorry, but be glad you weren't turned to ash by Artis's magic." Artis suddenly asks, "Hey, where's the heretic investigator?" She replies, "I didn't see him follow." Altus thinks they should split up. At least the guards will making it easier. "Grab that cart and follow the noble. At least he knows which way Hanbin went. At least I can get to Hanbin one step ahead of the heretical investigator." But suddenly soldiers appeared above, calling me an intruder. Phi exclaims, "What if the Inquisitor finds Hanbin first?" Atis replies, "That's the worst-case scenario. We can't win." He muttered to himself, "But I must prevent Hanbin from killing anyone at all costs. If that happens, I'll have to risk killing him myself." Here Leon Hart walks across the barren land, noting it will take some time to reach the deepest level, and Alejandro likely has Omblaus's aid. And the person connected to these events, his aura is beyond that of a level 5, and his companions are extraordinary. I can't believe the Count ran before I could speak. Following the trail of the El from the Great Earth Society, we arrived at the small town before Onfos City. But El had vanished, or perhaps he was dead. And Alejandro's dragon nest has been destroyed, but all the evil god's aid was in that nest. Concerning the outsider, the soldiers spotted Leonhardt approaching and prepared their crossbows. Thousands of arrows fly, yet he remains unfazed, but the goddess's thunder has yet to sound. This is my conclusion. Even if the outsider is an intruder from Omblaus, we don't need to show them any mercy. Now, Leon H. has deflected all the soldiers' attacks, and Artus's lava appears at the steel door. He shattered the door, causing Artus to suddenly stop. This is the arena leader. Observing the area, he guesses there must be a huge monster here. Artus is bewildered, so Hanbin can. Suddenly, Pau's voice rang out, calling them filthy hunters. You dare bring an Inquisitor of Heresy to kill me, and Lon is by his side. You're looking for this guy, Addis wondered. It might be La. But why La? Phi, standing nearby, was also bewildered. I'm not sure either. Suddenly, Pau shouts silence. I am the law here. I am the king here. You and those fools treat me like an idiot. This time I'll kill you with the dungeon's strongest monster. The Vantera killed only the queen. The king of the Creta dungeon is more my speed. The wall beside them cracks as Adis realizes it's the king of the Greta dungeon. Now a massive monster has appeared, and Addis speaks once more. I've heard rumors. In the East Valley there's Queen Antonia, and in the West the strongest monster King Antonio. The monstrous beast appeared before them, tears welling in its eyes, and it spoke. The king of Greta Addis and I were stunned. Leon H. had suddenly appeared. You must be the boss monster. You can't escape with just that. Now the monster takes a devastating punch from him, frozen solid. The next generation hero chosen by the queen, the goddess's pick. Seeing his power, Addis knew there was no point in risking anything. Suddenly a soldier burst through the door, clutching a wound, and gasped, "The East Boss Room." Before he could say more about the escaped prisoner, he died. Addis was stunned as Han's voice echoed. That damn noble said it would be easy to find the escaped prisoners because there were no monsters in the dungeon anymore. Joe retorted, "Idiot, it's been 2 weeks since the arena incident. Of course the monsters would reappear." Han added, "Maybe these monsters are here because of the weapon we have." Joe replies with a grin, "Only if we take it with us after all this. Besides, I knew this would happen, so I brought a Vantera sword." Another ant monster appears before him, and as he swings his sword he says, "It's not even sharp, just a heavy piece of metal." Meanwhile, Han charges forward, yelling, "Get away from me, you bastards." In his haste he loses his balance. Duong also fell. Just as the ant monster was about to attack, he clung to the ring, hoping for a miracle. This antique must contain offensive magic. Jun reaches out, thinking of fireballs and lightning, but then despairs. "How the heck do you use this thing?" Han retorts, annoyed, "Do I look like someone from another world to you?" "How would I know?" Just as Z braced for the ant monster's attack, Hanbin appeared, slicing them down with a sword. He smiled, saying, "This thing really only fits my hand. You guys were forced to follow us by that noble right. Just like them." At that moment, Lucen shouted and attacked the monsters. Hanbin's voice echoes in thought, "The prisoners sent to follow me." Lucen and Leslie were promised freedom, but Lucen could defeat them in an instant. Now that Lucen has made a name for himself, only one area remains: the boss's empty room. The people below began to discuss what would happen after they cleared this basement tomorrow. Right, better to escape than be monster food. How do we get out of the city? Do we have to fight the guards? Lucen immediately declared, "We will not run. We need to expose the noble's injustice and the horrors of this prison to the city." He then muttered, "Our plan is to indict the noble for his illegal actions, bring him to trial, and win our freedom." Of course, some felt their chances of survival were better through cooperation than resistance against the Vantera. Now Hanbin spoke up, saying it was best to resolve things peacefully. Suddenly Z burst out laughing. "Take the noble to court, are you out of your mind? No matter how great our resentment is for this injustice, we're just escaped prisoners. Who the hell would listen to us? With the numbers we have now, we should attack the front gate, fight the soldiers along the way, and then split up once. We're outside the city." Lucen immediately retorted, "Then what do we do after we escape? Are you planning to die in the streets after doing everything to escape? Fighting others is exactly what the nobles want. If we stain our hands with blood, no one will ever know the injustices we've suffered. And if that happens, none of us can ever live a normal life again." The others chimed in, "That's right, pride isn't important now. I have a wife and children in the city. If you want to go back to prison, do it yourself." Ro was furious, drawing his dagger and asking, "What was that? Which one of you said that you cowardly bastards will only cower in prison?" Suddenly his knife shattered. It was Hanin who did it, and the others below stirred. "What's the difference between running for the rest of our lives and rotting away here? That's right, we're better off getting revenge on that noble. Besides, with the Vantera warriors by my side, no one can touch him. Follow the Fang Lord." At that moment, Hanbin wore a terrifying expression, startling Jay amidst their cheers. "Lucen Fang, Lucen Fang, Lucen Fang." Faced with this enthusiasm, Lucen replied with a smile, "Thank you, everyone." Han is enjoying himself as well. Look at this scaredy cat who was terrified just moments ago. Leslie quietly adds, "Oh right, all that's left to do now is get out of here." Seeing her pale face, Hanbin asked Leslie, "You don't look well. Are you all right?" She paused for a moment before replying sullenly, "It's a girl thing, nothing for a Vantera warrior to worry about." Hanin is confused. "Who, my bad?" Leslie continues, the smell of sweat makes me nauseous. I'll rest nearby, so don't bother looking for me. Hearing this, Hanbin remained deep in thought. Meanwhile, Joe was secretly watching him and Leslie, the light glinting off the rocks in the vast cave. Lucen was left alone with his thoughts when Hanan suddenly appeared, asking, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lucen forces a smile and replies, "What about you?" Han immediately answers, "I can't sleep, thinking about the complaints I'll get from my friend waiting outside tomorrow." Lucen asks, "Are they your party members? You have the skill of finding companions from a Buddha stone, and got 2 beauties in your party," Hanin confirms. "One of them's a guy, right?" he asked, surprised. "What, that's the most shocking thing I've learned since coming here." Lucy's expression suddenly turned somber. "Friends. I was always alone on Earth, and no one ever really listened to me. So in the end I became more interested in books than people. It was as if the heroes in books spoke to me more than people did, but the funny thing is, that's what killed me." Han suddenly asks, "Did you come to this world because you died?" Lucy softly replies, "At first I thought about death, but when I reached level 5, I met others like me who had also died in their previous lives during the next tutorial. People were from different countries, and though we just met, the harsh environment made us fast friends, perhaps my first ever. For the first time I was happy, and forgot everything. Until I reached level 20, and was sent to Radna alone once more. The reason I don't hide who I am is because I want to become a renowned warrior known throughout the land, so I can find my friends again. His goal: harmony between Radna and the other world, and justice against criminals, all for his own selfish desires." Hanin remained unfazed after hearing that. So what if that's the case? Whether it's money, honor, or peace of mind, everyone has their own dreams. Those who don't strive for their goals are either fools or backstabbers. The difference is whether you fight for your own gain or for others. At least these people survived because of your selfishness. The world you dream of, where everyone understands each other, sounds pretty worthwhile, doesn't it? With that, silence filled the air, and Hanbin's mind was filled with panic. Have I been too serious this whole time? I'm almost 40. That's something a senior can say. I bet I'd feel something if I saw his unbearable expression at what I was saying. Damn it. Lucen then happily said, "You're my role model. I will always be humble before you. I'll write a book about all your exploits." Hanin was flustered. "Wait. Yeah, thanks. Stop being an idiot," he thought to himself. "I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just told him to leave everything behind and live for himself." In the cave, Leslie trudges on exhausted. She tells herself she needs to go further. "Genenovia, thinking about how you weakened my seal just because I was late for a mission. You really intend to abandon me. Don't blame me. Blame this damn repulsive force. I'd rather die than this." Just then, Joe suddenly appeared. "I was wondering where you were. Why did you go so far?" Leslie says, "Don't come near me." Even so, Joe stubbornly tries to touch her. "Come on, don't be scared. You don't want to be with those lunatics, do you? You know, I really thought we'd run into guards around here. They'd give a nice reward for reporting us." At that moment, Leslie decisively stabbed the man, her face filled with pleasure at John's pain. A cry for help echoes. What was I dreaming? No matter what I do, I can't escape it. I'm just their plaything. Suddenly, a system notification appears. Quest complete. Subjugation successful. You have received 54902 experience points and a bonus of 54 Blouse blessings. Back at the cave, the soldiers found Leslie straddling Z's corpse and laughing maniacally. The soldier exclaimed, "It's an escaped prisoner." Leslie remained uttering, "I wish they would all die." Hanbin's face grew serious as he thought people do bad things when no one's watching. By the time Lucen and I went looking for Leslie, it was already too late. A prisoner and a nobleman's soldier are dead. The problem is that the soldier was killed by a prisoner. Hanbin noticed the knife in Leslie's hand, guessing she tried to take her own life, but was still breathing when they found her. Lucen cradles her, screaming for Leslie to wake up as Hanbin observes that a guard was killed by a knife. Judging by the level, they were killed by Leslie, but why was the guard alone? Suddenly he realized something. He was alone. Hanbin turns his gaze forward as Lucen chokes out Leslie. If she had come to me first, Hanbin would have called for him by now. Lucen roused the prisoners to head to the boss's chamber, prompting his curiosity. "Huh. Are you going to complete the fusion?" Hanbin replied. "Leslie's body can recover on its own thanks to Brana, but only temporarily. She needs recovery medicine. Plus, it seems there's an injured guard. They might be here sooner than we think." Hearing this, Lucen immediately panicked. But what about you?" Han stated firmly, "I need to stop them. The guard is heading away from the boss room. I can intercept him. Meet me in the East Valley when the Danjian is complete." "You can do it right," Lucen tried to call out, but it was too late. Han dashed off with incredible speed, putting all his strength into it, thinking, "I don't like this. Something's wrong. I shouldn't go back. If I do that, at least the worst won't happen." Suddenly, Hanbin's face is filled with shock. A landslide had occurred, and Han was shocked. "What the hell already?" Just then, Leon H. appeared, saying, "I've been looking for a way to meet you. Eric Garon." "Wait a minute. You're Philidin, a Vantara warrior, aren't you?" Hanin replied. "This can't be a coincidence," Leon H. immediately stated. "Of course. I'm here on business." Here hurried footsteps echo. A man suddenly asks Lucen, "The plan's changed. Where are the Vantara people?" Lucen cheerfully replies, "Don't worry about him. He's holding off the guards so we can escape. We'll meet him after we clear the dungeon." Hearing this, they rejoiced, knowing the soldiers wouldn't stand a chance against them outside. Now a look of determination fills Lucen's face. "Yes, everything will be all right. I feel bad for the soldier, but Leslie must have her reasons. I can't hesitate when the lives of those who trust me my responsibility are on the line." He continued to think to himself, in any era, a hero must be able to influence others, but perhaps those stories aren't real, because the world isn't good enough for a hero to survive. I've done a lot since coming to this world. My friends think things will be all right even if I'm not the main character, as long as they're around. Just then Lucen shouts for everyone to run but is immediately struck vomiting blood. Those behind him suffered the same fate, and seeing this, Lucen still secretly blamed himself for everything. "I'm just a weakling with ideals of justice." The story ends, and the book is closed. In another world, Lucen laments that an editor churned out a cheap, meaningless story. A clear ending. But in this space, Leslie sits across from him and says, "There's still half left." Lucen thinks there's no ending he'd want, that he'll never be a hero, and will abandon that justice. Leslie softly says, "Worry about me when you're breathing your last." But at that moment a crystal hidden in the book is revealed. Leslie gently pushes Lucen away, saying, "The soldiers are still strict. Lucen's gone. I need to find the Vantera guy. If I don't see proof he's dead, I'll be waiting all week for them to finish that abandoned dungeon," another soldier exclaimed. "One of them is still alive." The soldier is shocked. "What the hell, looks like one of them survived, thanks to their legacy. Please save me," he managed to say, but the soldier refused. "No way. They ordered me to kill all the prisoners. But if you tell me the location of the Vantera, I'll save you. Do you understand? Now tell me what you know," Han shouts. "Save me. Save me." Hearing him mumble, the soldier was confused. What was he saying? Suddenly a light appeared behind Lucen, slowly extracting his artificial organs, turning him into a grotesque being. Then Hanbin's voice echoed. "An otherworldly investigator has come to visit me on business. If you're talking about work that mad noblemen must be paying you handsomely, there are countless prisoners being captured and treated unfairly." Leon continues, "He will face his punishment, but we only turn outsiders into laborers. The rest is none of our concern. The priests of the 6 goddesses are tasked with guiding the Radna flock, and we cannot decide what is good or bad. We can't interfere too much with this world. Besides, an interdimensional investigator's job isn't to find the bad sheep, but the wolves that are coming." Suddenly, Han cuts in. "So it doesn't matter that I lied about a Vantera. As an investigator, you saw my level, so I couldn't possibly be an outsider." And with that, he turned and walked away, saying he was a little busy. But Leon H. wants to run. "Then I'll have to ask Artis and Miss A about Omplauz's blessing." Hearing this, Hanbin presses his sword to Leon H.'s neck, thinking that he knows about Artis and A, and that he's seeking Omplauz's blessing. "What do you plan to do to them?" Leon H. replies. "They're all looking for you, but it seems I found them first. I haven't done anything yet. I figured finding you would be better." He gently pushed the sword away and said, "But you don't need to answer right away. Since you didn't tell me the truth and I don't believe anything you say, there's no reason to talk at all." Leon H. and Hanbin trade blows. He raised his sword to strike, but Leon swiftly blocked it, deflected the blow, and sent the sword hurtling into the ground, creating a terrifying fissure. Leon H. quipped terrifying power, but is that all? Hanbin's eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're being too soft on someone who challenged me first." Leon H. blocked the sword with his hand, gently refuting. "No, I'm trying my best." He then thrust the sword into the wall, lodging it firmly. As he attacked from below, Hanbin was immediately slammed into the wall, and he wasn't even using his full strength. Han suppressed his pain and irritation, Leon Hart's hand still firmly gripping him. Outworlders use system skills which differ from those earned through blood and sweat. He spouts such nonsense, so he shouldn't hold back, because habits are hard to hide. Then Hanbin thrust the sword's pommel into his nape as he nonchalantly said, "I don't think this is a skill, but you don't seem to care." "That's a phrase I haven't heard in ages." He shouts valiantly, preparing to strike. "You know I've never learned anything so fancy. One of your moves can cleave a huge boulder in two." It began to crack, shattering Leon H's tight defense. He flicked his hand, preparing to create a new defense. Even if he wasn't an outsider, how could a level 5 be so strong? Hanbin smirked contemptuously. He broke the stone with just his aura armor. "I became this strong by killing countless dogs to survive." He rushed forward, still mocking. "Looks like you haven't been honest." Hanin picked up his scornful attitude too. "What about you? You suspect a level 5 is an outsider. That's a bit much." The two bickered every second, an unparalleled aura radiating from them as he prepared to shatter the sword with a punch. It's not strange at all for there to be an outsider at level 5. He says it as if it can't be changed. Because this world of the 6 goddesses never had outsiders to begin with. He frowned, realizing the man was using his broken arm and healing it at the same time. Finally he spoke. "I think you're a little strange too." Han backed away. He retaliates. "If that's what you're saying, there could be good outsiders too. I don't know who the bad guys are anymore." Another powerful blow lands as he wonders who the real villain is. Does he assume his truth is the only truth? Leon aims a knockout blow for Hanbin's chin. Taking that blow, Hanbin had to reevaluate his opponent. He was stronger than he thought, especially for a close-quarters otherworldly investigator. Hanbin grabs his collar, realizing a one-on-one fight puts them at a disadvantage, so he headbutts Leon H. They both feel the impact, and Hanbin decides to overwhelm him with brute force. Leon H. held a shard of porcelain in his hand, and as Hanbin's sword was about to pierce his face, he raised it ready to fight dirty. Too late. A level 120 más, Alpha Spiritualist. An alpha blessed by the goddess. Seeing those numbers so clearly, Hanbin was stunned. His hand reaches for the sword power, surging through the layers, scattering rock and earth. Level 120. It made him impossible to predict just how strong was he. He even has alpha buff. Now even his own body won't listen to him. I'm sure I swung my sword. So what's wrong with my hand? Leon H. rushes towards him this time without his mask. Looks like you don't understand what's happening. The reason is simple. Your sword can't pierce my shield. Leon H. is confident in his strength. He may be stronger, but my prana is stronger than his aura. And he even bothers to explain the damage from your sword is being transferred directly to your hand. Hanin grits his teeth in anger, calling him a dirty bastard. Leon smirks, convinced of his own strength, declaring that this isn't a cheap trick, but his full power. The most seasoned predators never underestimate their prey, hand and foot restrained. They don't obsess or neglect their prey. Leon sings as he leaps into the air for a kick. They observe, carefully analyze weaknesses, and strike to kill. His words are just another form of manipulation. Of course, I predicted you wouldn't use aura in your attack, but I guess that's why you've survived this long. Just then, the ground beneath him sealed shut. His eyes flashed green because he smelled like a predator, just like me. Without another word, Leon kicks Hanbin away, a kick that sends him flying thousands of meters. Hanbin's eyes roll back from the force of the blow, and then he's lifted into the air, veins bulging in his face as another terrifying attack descends. Now it splits into multiple pieces for a continuous attack, and Leon H. tries to lock it down, calling it a quartz to seal Hanbin. Leon H. thinks seriously, realizing he hasn't used any skills or Omblause's help. Turning around, he confides a few things, not showing any sign of being an outsider. If that's the case, the criminal is the only option, and Jianglin is the outsider. But after only a few words, the stone fragment falls. I was expecting more, but I'm a little disappointed. Hanbin's veined hand emerges, his eyes burn crimson, and the stones begin to take their toll. Now Leon H. finds this interesting. Is this the true form of the mighty Hanbin? His entire being radiated ferocity, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He pushed off with his feet, instantly leaping thousands of meters. Leon H. quickly conjures a shield, and the sword clashes against it, screeching. Hanbin's fierce attack meets his defense. The shield retaliates, and Hanbin's hand bleeds as he grips his sword. He must understand now. An attack on my prana without aura is useless. Now he's concerned about his opponent. Are you angry? How pathetic. That sent Hanbin into a towering rage, and he pierced the barrier with his hand. Leon is startled to realize Hanbin's hand is reaching for him, disregarding everything, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He pierced my shield with aura inside his body, but doing so would destroy him. His eyes burned redder and redder. Is he unable to feel pain? Moments later, Hanin breaks through, attacking with a furious barrage of punches and awkward thrusts. This is no longer swordsmanship. Leon H. grew more cautious, like a wild beast, as they traded blows in a fierce deadlock. Then he smirks, comparing himself to a monster, saying he becomes more like one with each fight. Hanbin bit Leon H.'s hand, disregarding everything. What has he been fighting all this time? Then he forced his head up, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The cracks above Tran Hang were so severe that Atis and I could feel them. Could Hanbin really be fighting the investigator? Artis affirmed that if it were Hanbin, he would have gone to the boss room to complete the dungeon. This is the fastest way to the boss room. But Phi is worried. Something feels off. Her emotions became more apparent, but Hanbin wouldn't lose, right? Even if he doesn't lose to the investigator, fighting him means he's considered an enemy of the Brotherhood. He also respects his opponent's strength, and an investigator is no easy foe. Leonhardt's smile deepens. I'm sure someone will end up dead, and what worries A the most is that even if Hanbin wins, he'll become addicted to killing. S's eyes are filled with determination. I'm sure that won't happen. The two of them are acting even faster. I need to hurry. Indeed, a story is about to begin. The warrior has risen once more, and the story begins with human bones. Skotan gazes at the warrior once more with profound eyes. Truly grotesque monsters. What was it about to say? Murderous monsters are not disgusting. In the beginning, the warrior easily dealt with the monsters, drawing a clear line. Monsters, monsters, monsters. The warrior need not sympathize with them. Heroic steps leaps forward, knowing that if he heard the monsters' cries, he might hesitate, and hunting them wouldn't be fun anymore. Suddenly, an arrow pierces through its body, pinning it to the ground, and ending its life. The user's level is too low to use Om+'s blessing to switch to auto-hunt mode. Dismembered bodies, perhaps that's just how these monsters look. Nothing can stop a warrior because the protagonist can't lose a far cry from the man he usually is. Indeed, this is a story. The monster seems about to collapse, screaming in agony. The system window continuously displays level ups and experience gains, while Han fearfully leans against a wall. What is happening? How many have fallen? Prisoner corpses and guards lay scattered everywhere. It seemed the monster had slaughtered everything in its path. It grabs Han Lei by the neck and he begs for mercy, clutching his head. It's a relic I don't know how to use, so I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me, just let me go. But then it does something to his wound. A healing light mended his wounds, and Han opened his eyes, utterly confused. It was an artifact of healing. Then it left. If he knows the activation phrase, that means he's another outsider, it muttered. Don't worry, everyone, don't fight like we planned. The sword stuck in the middle looks sacred. I'll talk and clear the dungeon. Han slowly calmed down, realizing he'd suspected the man was an outsider all along. He then turned tail and ran, but then thought that he was from another world. Just then, Atis and A recognized him, her eyes fixed on him. Lord Altus, is that you? He nodded, raising his weapon in defense. Indeed, I can sense it through the fragment of Omus's blessing surrounding my wand. Altus was very knowledgeable about this monster. He's using the blessing of Omus, but it seems to have taken control, and he's killed many soldiers, leveling up quite a bit. She's saying the great Earth God holds the lives of the city's people. If that's the case, her eyes harden. But they have a history of experimenting on Jardins and turning them into monsters. Altus's face tightened at this. A Valerian warrior, he turned to Han and asked. Wasn't the Vantirian warrior with you? He asked honestly. The Vantirian warrior. He was with us but disappeared on the way here, he said with a hint of regret. Looks like we're going to miss him. And Phi agrees. Yes, so relieved, he stated firmly. I'm sure the soldiers are killing all the prisoners here. It's a relief to know Filat wasn't behind it all. But Han objects, pointing at the sword, saying there's nothing relieving about this and they need to get out of this hellhole. He's been tormented by it. That bastard came back to life after having a huge stake shoved through him. He took out half the armored soldiers with a single blow. It glares with malice. You don't believe because you haven't seen it, but with a weapon sharper than any blade, those two stand before you protecting Han. We know your reasoning is sound. The reason is, if he gets out, he'll clearly kill all the other hunters, and that will only make the monster stronger. Besides, we're the only ones who have faced a monster like that. If he's a blessing from Omblaus, the monster's movements will help Pilat escape suspicion. Driven mad by the name, Philatus blocked Ihe and roared, "Is he still conscious?" With his quick wit, Addis seemed to be deceiving it. "Is he still conscious? We're trying to find Fiat. If you cooperate with us, there's no reason for us to fight. It would also be easier for you to escape here in your original form." Its voice still rumbled, yet the conversation brought the blade's edge closer to Addis's artifact. Phi turns back curious, asking Artis, "What are you trying to do?" He seems to be creating an illusion. "I created a simple spell that can separate Omblaus's blessing, and that knife is cracking and melting in case something similar happens." That surprised Artis as well. He hadn't tested it to see if it would actually work. But the monster's weapon crumbled, and Lai lay unconscious in its arms. A envisions a play orchestrated by Atis and realizes the blessing is fading. It was the woman from before. Somehow Han had already taken the sword. Gritting his teeth, he thought only of his immediate gain. "I don't want to die in a place like this." Artis shouts to stop him. "Wait." A rushed to stop him. Artis was in danger as the monster was about to leave, and Phi reached out, crying out to pull him back. "Lord Artis," a circle appeared above her head, and in an instant I was transported elsewhere. Her face pales. They've been transported somewhere else. And now I'm separated from Lord Artis. Just then I heard someone calling Lady Effie. Martin met Effie and immediately asked, "Did you just clear a dungeon? We've been looking for you. You didn't show up at the rendezvous point." You called out Martin. A urgently recounts everything. A being from another world, a monster from another world, slaughtered everyone in the dungeon. Just then an explosion erupted in the distance. We need to warn the other hunters so we can kill it. He stared blankly, realizing that was where the Hunter Association was. She couldn't believe her eyes. No, it couldn't be. Elsewhere, Brad was yelling at the top of his lungs, "You idiot, what are you shooting at?" His face twisted in confusion as he stammered. "But the monster?" he exclaimed again. "Then go shoot the monster." "Why aren't you doing that?" Artis, slung over someone's shoulder, is repeatedly woken up. "It's not about shooting people. Wake up, Artis." Jeer peeks outside to assess the situation. "Damn it, because of the enemy. I want the mages to fall back, but the warriors will handle things here." He frowned deep in thought. "I had a feeling after seeing the inspector this morning, but to think a monster like this would appear. Did it teleport here with Addis? But it makes no sense for the monster to appear outside a closed dungeon. They fight the monster." Seeing this, Brad shouts, "What the hell are you doing?" But those guys didn't care, and continued their assault. "Now's our chance to move in. It's occupied with holding people with its tail and hands. Besides, it's all size and no movement." They were tearing the monster apart piece by piece. "So its head is mine." Suddenly, blood splattered from his nose as he was thrown backward. Another figure landed, and he growled. "These sly bastards," he roared like an order. "Monsters don't stand in my way." At that moment, death consumed the city, and it was already too late when Aphie arrived. The knight tries to catch him. "Brad." A rushes over, a look of worry on her face. "Sir Brad." His voice was weak as he spoke. "I'm glad you're safe. Brad takes full responsibility, saying, "I'm sorry, Artis has been captured. The enemy was stronger than I thought, it even had wings." Her eyes glistened as she looked at him, Brad still holding the polymorph necklace. He turns around, intending to find someone. "I'll bring your Dai-Lin sisters to you soon." Brad offered her something, refusing to let her do it herself. She didn't have to. Fortunately, Martin is bringing a healing item. He bites his lip, suppressing his pain. "Isn't that right, Martin?" He laughs in agreement with Brass. "Yeah, because this guy always fights so recklessly." Brad told her not to worry about him, so she should hurry and follow Artis. If the hunters keep chasing the monster, he'll be in danger. And he still has the energy to tease. "Aren't you supposed to be a genius of beauty?" A softly thanked Brad, reaching out her hand in gratitude. As A flew away, the two spoke to each other. "I'm into her." Though a bit much, Brad's eyes followed her silhouette. "Even so, I shouldn't be the one holding her back. That girl has great potential." With a gleaming collar and the mystical night sky as its backdrop, the monster carries another person as it soars through the air, heading east, as if searching for something at the valley's edge. A promise. In the distance, a blue light drew ever closer. A promise. She flies beneath him, a warning. He squinted as he watched her. It was A, wings spread, flying in front of him, a dragon. How many times would she have to explain that? "I swear people from other worlds are something else. I'm not a dragon, I'm a W." Ife, enraged, chased after Lucen through the sky, screaming for him to release, Artis calling him a monster. He kept muttering to himself, "Dragon 1 monster." Lucen held the person in his arms even tighter, staring at Leslie's panting face as he muttered strange things. As he promised, Lucen suddenly dove down like the wind. Effie quickly regained her senses and gave chase, shouting, "You think you can escape me in the air?" The two colossal figures soared through the sky, locked in a relentless chase and unable to hold back any longer. EI prepared to unleash her fire. "Why don't you try this?" A stream of blazing blue fire shot straight toward Lucen. As the flames approached, he raised a shield, catching A off guard. Adis quickly stopped her flames, and seeing Lucen getting further away, A tried to find another way to deal with him. "If I breathe fire from behind, Artis will be in danger." Meanwhile, Lewin is speeding away. Suddenly, an announcement rings out: the regenerative energy of the Plow's umbrella's assistance has reached its limit. No sooner said than done, a foot lunges out and grabs him. "Why are you running?" Finally, A catches up, radiating a dark aura, and grabs Lucen, preparing to incinerate his head with a blast of fire. But he showed no fear, as Lin's body instantly unleashed sharp thorns, forcing A to release him. The flying spikes create an opportunity for him to escape, but luckily A dodges them all, narrowly avoiding disaster. She quickly recovers and continues the chase, but the flying spikes collide everywhere, causing the surroundings to collapse. Countless massive rocks began to crack and shatter, scattering everywhere, threatening to crush A. When she suddenly noticed something, A screams, awakening Artis, and suddenly a mysterious magic is activated. Artis is transported to a strange space, apologizing for entering without permission. "But when I heard of another outsider, I thought it was you, and I knew everything that happened wasn't your intention." But Lucy wouldn't listen, and nothing changed, until Leslie suddenly appeared and covered his ears. "The pages turned, and those yet unturned, everything has been decided," she said somberly. "If his fate is death, then it's better to die in an illusion. Don't wake him." Altus was stunned by the sight. Before he could finish, a black hole appeared below, binding Altus with radiant cords, while outside the battle intensified. The ropes tightened further as a figure, like lightning, streaked across the battlefield. With twin swords engulfed in brilliant blue lightning, she lunges at Lucen, aiming to sever his arm and free Altus. This enrages Lucen, and Altus plummets below. Without hesitation, they both unleash their power, trying to catch up to Altus. Lucen activates his power, refusing to lose, and unleashes a barrage of arrows to block Ephi's path. The entire space was enveloped in a brilliant purple, as Effie desperately tried to outrun the arrows. She sped up, managing to catch Artis, and a terrifying collision sent dust and debris flying. A rain of arrows followed, shaking the very air, as Lucen landed, holding Leslie close. He silently gazed down at the chaos beneath his feet, and after a moment A began to regain her senses. "It's so cold. So cold. My body is freezing. Is this what it feels like to die?" With that, she opened her eyes wide, staring blankly around her. Moments later, I jolts awake. A wide area ice magic is activated, and the entire area is engulfed in freezing cold. Artis raises his weapon, preparing to face Lucen, and sternly tells him that he needs to wake up. But he remained silent, standing there, as the fierce battle between Hanbin and Leon H. raged on. The moment their fists collided, a terrifying power erupted, blowing everything away, as Leon H. continued his assault, analyzing his opponent. He instinctively creates distance after attacking, a common tactic when hunting large prey, and he can't help but marvel at Hanbin's abilities. Not only that, his habits betray a seasoned hunter with over 10 years of experience, and even when he loses consciousness, his body is still accustomed to fighting. Han quickly recovers from the blow, planting his sword in the ground to brace himself, and launching a kick at Leon H., a move he didn't anticipate. Hanbin's terrifying power sends Leon H. flying backwards, his body slamming against the wall, sending debris everywhere. He silently analyzes Hanbin's moves, recognizing his fighting style. That's right. Leon H. sat up, lost in thought. I didn't notice it before because he rushed in so erratically. He's been analyzing which attacks he can use. He couldn't help but fear the man before him. He was more than just brute strength. His instincts told him that continued close combat would be dangerous. Leon H. quickly created a defensive shield, but it was not enough. Han raised his sword, and a fiery red aura engulfed everything around him, causing Leon H. to instinctively recoil. This is aura, crimson energy, spreading across the blade. Han's eyes burned with murderous intent as he unleashed a blazing red sword strike hurtling towards the terrified Leon H. Doc turns to face Lucen, who charges forward with a roar. Lucen unleashes a fierce attack on Artus, but thankfully his weapon blocks it though. Phi Lao's blessing won't last forever. Artus warily eyes his opponent, searching for a solution. If he wastes time, Lucen won't stop until he's dead, but he might be able to retrieve the scripture. Lucen relentlessly attacks Artus, who refuses to yield, and begins to cast his magic. Instantly, a slab of ice erupted from the ground, impaling Lucen as Artus pleaded with him to regain his senses. But his words were useless. You lack the life energy to heal, so the automatic killing will continue. Artus could only grit his teeth in helplessness. Another terrifying spell was activated, and a torrent of scorching fire incinerated Lucen within. Voices echo foretelling that the user will lose the will to fight, agreeing to let the entity control their actions. Lucen seems unwilling to accept this. No, this can't be happening. How many people have died because of me? He immediately gave the order but was stopped by the tentacles. Stop at once. A surge of dark power takes control, fulfilling the prophecy that the user would lose their will to live. The user's actions are now dictated by the fragment of Omphalos. Outside, the dark power consumes his body, taking over Lucen as he charges wildly through the flames toward Artus. As they fought, Leslie watched from afar, wondering if this was the limit of the fragmented scripture. I guess this is as far as we can go. Suddenly someone approaches Leslie. You're a member of the Great World, aren't you? Upon seeing A, she immediately became alert. Without a word, she simply removes her hair tie, as A asks Leslie if she recognizes the face. She silently observed for a moment, and in the end, Leslie just waved her hand dismissively. Who knows? There are plenty of people who want to kill me. With that, every sword was pointed at her face. A couldn't hold back any longer, angrily shouting, "Stop fooling around." Filled with resentment, she exclaimed, "Yes, I never expected you to remember." Painful memories flooded A's mind, for so many had lost their lives because of her. Familiar faces flashed before her eyes. All you do is use people to get what you want, then discard them without a second thought. This enrages A, who asks, "How can you do that, and feel nothing?" Leslie calmly retorts, "Because everyone else in this world is a thug. She still feels she's done nothing wrong. If we didn't, we'd be hunted down and killed the moment our identities were revealed." Leslie spat out hatefully. "Everything we do is meaningless. That's why everyone else in this world is nothing but beasts." She calmly states her opinion. "Who knows, maybe we were summoned to this world to punish the wicked. I don't know how or when it will begin. We are destined to be hunted and killed." Leslie held the tip of her sword closer and challenged, "Don't hesitate, because dying like this is fate." But A couldn't accept that thought. It was all a mistake. If only she were human. Before she could finish, Lucen suddenly appeared, charging toward them. He swung his hand to attack Afi, and with a single blow, Lucen sent her flying. Her small body plummeted from above, and Artus immediately summoned his power to save her. Fi, a blast of icy air lifts her to safety, preventing a collision with the ground. He anxiously ran to Han, asking Ife, "Are you all right?" She smiled gently, reassuring him, "I'm fine. I think he missed." They looked at the two with speculation, as if he was just trying to scare her. "No," she said, summoning a magic circle. She wondered if she'd done something wrong, if it was Alejandro's fault, but then Leslie's voice warned Lucen to run. The Heresy Tribunal will be here soon. Catching someone from the Great World Group would be good for them. But these words seemed to provoke him, and a murderous aura suddenly erupted. Lucen violently grabs her neck, lifting her high into the air, a sudden act that shocks Leslie. "The target has been upgraded to the highest level," Lucen said sternly. "It will be used to provide life force." Leslie sensed that something was terribly wrong. The Om Plus scripture thinks of using me to grow, thinks I'll be of use to those disgusting people. She just scoffs, better to end it. The next scene surprises everyone as Leslie, who was so bold before now, looks terrified. Is this the end? Suddenly Lucen's body cries out in pain. Lucen strained from within, struggling to break free from the Bible's control, unleashing a surge of power that shattered his body into pieces. Lucen has finally returned to normal. A warrior never settles for such an ending. Seeing him appear like that stunned Leslie. Lucen wasn't finished. His body quickly recovered, and he prepared to rejoin the battle. Leslie screamed in terror as the scripture and the two of them were slammed to the ground by the tail. In that critical moment, Lucy quickly activated his weapon. He announced loudly, "Artus, you can use all your power now." Hearing this, the creature turned its head in surprise. From afar, Atis completed his magic, summoning a massive glacier that engulfed everything. "Thanks for stopping time." He parries the weapon with a wave and the raging flames follow. Sparks ignite, and two more magic circles appear, amplifying the attack into a blazing sphere. Atis raised his hand, preparing the final blow. I won't control the flames. With those words, he unleashed his power and his weapon blazed with light. The sphere absorbed more and more energy, illuminating the entire space as it hurtled towards the monster, using heat to suppress it. Scorched by the intense heat, it could only scream in agony. And then a cataclysmic explosion erupted, devastating the area and sending everything flying. The orb's energy sent him hurtling through countless hiding places, never stopping until Artus collapsed, exhausted. Looking at the aftermath of the attack, Effie exclaimed, "If you had magic like that before, why didn't you use it?" He chuckled, explaining, "It's magic that's beyond my capabilities, so I can't control how it works." They suddenly look ahead warily. "Artus, do you think you can keep fighting?" He replied, "I can only do that one attack." Artus encouraged him, "Then we have to hope that the two of us can make it happen." Before them, Lucen and Leslie also looked warily at them, but Leslie had no intention of continuing the fight. "It's over," she said, proposing a truce. "There's no reason to continue, and you all must be exhausted." Artus asked suspiciously, "So you're planning to run?" Leslie calmly replied, "Run. Don't you want to go with Philidpin and escape the investigators?" She held out her badge, offering, "If you hand me over to the Order of the Great Earth, they'll have to leave. He's like this because of the Omus's help that was implanted in him." Lucen seemed to understand this crazy idea. "Don't tell me you're planning to turn yourself in. It would be terrible to be caught by the heresy investigators, right?" But Leslie had no other choice. He knew there were outsiders here, so this was the only way. "You just need to save Philidin and follow them." "Is that right?" Artus asked. "Are you trying to make up for what you've done wrong?" Effie couldn't help but scold her. "How pathetic," she says with resentment. What she wants is to escape the fate she spoke of, and Leslie doesn't deny it. "Perhaps, which is why I don't want this to end so anticlimactically." Suddenly, a terrifying power erupts, sending shivers down everyone's spines. In the distance, a terrifying explosion erupts, engulfing the area in flames, leaving Artus in shock. Aura turned toward Hanbin, his sword engulfed in raging flames. The scene is utterly desolate, dust everywhere, and Leon, having taken a hit, is now using magic to recover. But the after effects of that attack linger, making things difficult. "The aura on the wound is slowing my recovery. Looks like I can only enhance my strength." He silently cursed his carelessness. "I was careless to assume he couldn't use aura. I should have known something was off." Leon pondered silently, but then awakened and used it to confront his Brana. He watched Hanbin's crazed state, secretly relieved. Luckily, he can't control the aura erupting within him. Hanbin is now no different from a rabid beast, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. He unleashes his full power, a violent crimson aura erupting and engulfing the space. A destructive force that paints the area red and obliterates everything in its path. Seeing Hanin like this, Leon H. grew concerned such immense aura would destroy his body. The consequences of this will consume him. If that happens, his aura will cause his body to explode along with half the city. Leon H. suddenly remembered his initial intention to capture him alive for information. But given the situation, he had to abandon that plan. But it seems impossible now. Every muscle in H-Bin's body tenses, and a murderous aura explodes. Like a wild beast, he lunges forward, intent on striking his foe. Hanpin grips his crimson sword and rushes toward Leon H., who swiftly ducks to evade the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Leon H. retaliates, unleashing a counterattack, the clash of their red and blue energies, creating immense pressure. They traded blows relentlessly, neither giving an inch, their immense power shattering the area around them. Hanpin leaps above Leon H., launching another attack, a powerful strike. He channels energy into his sword, igniting the blade in a fierce blaze. Another violent clash erupts, shaking the very fabric of space. The destructive power spread violently, engulfing the sky in fiery red. Witnessing this for the first time, Leslie gasped, "Who is your friend?" "He's actually fighting someone blessed by a goddess." Artus was equally surprised. "I've never seen him go all out, and now he's using aura. Look at that explosive power." He awakened his aura in battle. Good thing he wasn't defeated by the investigator. But seeing the madness in Hanbin's face, Altus was filled with doubt. Was the murderous intent radiating from his aura even Hanbin's anymore? Seeing this, he helplessly said, "There's no turning back now." Lucen suddenly clenched his fist. He then expressed his gratitude to Leslie, saying, "Miss Leslie, I don't know what you did wrong before, but I know I'm alive because of you." Lucen silently watches the two men fighting fiercely. Now an innocent man must fight to the death, and I'm sure his opponent is just as blameless. Looking back at his actions, he was filled with self-reproach. Those who died because of him were innocent. Just like those who grieve their deaths, this is my fault for being consumed by my own illusions. With utmost sincerity, Lucen says that he hopes she'll give it to him, for he is the one to blame, not her. Hearing this, Leslie seemed to understand something. Before she could finish speaking, Lucen rushed straight into the fray. Jian Lucen rushes towards Leon H., taking the brunt of Hanbin's sword hilt strike. Hanbin isn't faring much better. Leon H's kick lands squarely on his face, and both are sent flying backward from the force of the blows. From behind the thick dust, Leon H's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, as a surge of power erupted, engulfing his body in swirling green energy. A psychic's materialized skill. Suddenly, a giant hand appears behind Leon H., a massive right hand. Obeying Leon H's command, the giant hand lunged towards Han Bin, who responded by coating his sword in crimson liquid. Han Bin swung his sword, the blade piercing the hand as he unleashed a horizontal slash, but Leon H continued to absorb energy for another attack. So that's how you want to play it. This time he conjures two giant hands simultaneously lunging to grab Han Bin. The mentalist uses the skill of materialization, creating a giant left hand. Both hands seize H-Bin, sealing off all escape routes. The Esper uses an absolute binding skill, as Leon strains himself, pouring all his power into locking Han Bin down. But Han Bin, trapped inside, struggles to break free, unleashing a furious flurry of slashes. A precise combination of strikes that tears through his confinement, vertical/horizontal slash. Without hesitation, Han Bin focuses all his power into a final piercing blow. A terrifying surge of energy erupts, sending sparks flying towards Leon H, who can only offer a helpless smile in response. Should I have brought an artifact? Han Bin's attack tore through space, violently shaking the entire landscape around them. A shield that even the hardest boulders couldn't break. Leon H's psychic shield was like indestructible diamond. To become stronger, he focused on enhancing his basic defenses, mastering the fundamentals that earned him the goddess's blessings. After thousands of swings, he knew what a perfect sword strike looked like, absolute destructive power from a basic, flawless motion. Hanin unleashes a terrifying blow, one that Leon H knows he must and can evade. But Leon H wonders, is he truly the strongest shield? So as the blow rushes toward him, Leon H seems unwilling to dodge. And after the burst of energy, only dust remains. Hanin almost reached him but failed. The terrifying power from before begins to fade. Leon H, unsurprised, says softly, as I suspected, his eyes falling to the ruined sword below. It couldn't contain the aura, neither the sword nor his body. As he finished speaking, Han Bin's massive body collapsed at Leon H's feet, blood gushing from his mouth. Had the battle's wounds and his own aura destroyed his organs, Leon H silently gazed at the figure before him. It seems that's all he had. However, something else seems to have caught his attention. If that sword hadn't broken, Han Bin suddenly grips his sword hilt tightly. He stammered, pleading, don't kill them. Han Bin insisted that Vani Natas and Jiang Lusin were good people. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have been targeted by the Inquisitor. Leon H seemed moved by these words. I know it's a long shot, but please pretend you never met them. After a moment of thought, he agreed. All right. Leon H begins to activate his ability. As the blessed of a goddess and Rena's strongest fortress, I cannot lose when I have sworn fealty to the goddess. He continued, fulfilling Han Bin's request. A goddess-blessed investigator of heresy wouldn't be here fighting a level 5 outsider. Hearing this, Han Bin said with satisfaction, all right, that's enough. Leon H continued with his ritual. My name is Leon Hatel Francis. He also coordinated with Ryu Han Bin, and after completion, the ritual was about to begin. Just as it was about to be unleashed, Lusin intervened, rushing towards the two of them. Overdoing it, Lusin accidentally bumped into Han Bin and fell backward, mistakenly thinking he'd blocked the attack. He happily spoke. Han Bin was about to snap. Why did you slam into me? Leon H looked at Lusin curiously, who simply replied, he's crazy. Lusin suddenly steps forward, introducing himself. I am Jiang Lusin. I am an outsider, the one who killed innocent people. He sincerely confessed his crime, stating he came to atone for them with Omplus's help. Hanin was stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing. What did you just say? How did you get it? Leon H immediately uses his power to suppress them. Don't move, both of you. This new information is incredibly troubling. There's some explaining to do. Hanin was caught off guard as Lusin accepted his fate without resistance. I'll tell you everything and take all the punishment myself, he suddenly retorted. But if people have to kill to live and fight to kill what's left. As Lusin spoke, a sharp blade suddenly flew toward him. So we need to stop this pointless fighting. Little did he know, the blade pierced right through his small body. Blood gushes from Lucin's mouth, and Han Bin and Leon H are stunned by the sight. Luin's body then collapses from the sudden attack, as the mastermind watches the tragic scene from afar. Hate filled their faces as the others turned to the blue-haired man for confirmation. Are you sure he's an outsider? I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing this, the group became emboldened, determined to hunt him down and finish the job. Wielding their weapons, they were determined to get revenge. Kill him, avenge our comrades, kill the outsider, and so a horde of them charged down towards Lusin. Seeing this, a worried Han Bin tries to rush forward, but Jiang Lusin seems to have no strength left after the previous battle. His body collapses to the ground as Han Bin struggles to his feet, refusing to give up, forcing his body to move. Damn it, the crowd is closing in, weapons raised, shouting, kill the outsider. Suddenly, Lucin's cry caught Han Bin's attention. Brother. With his last breath, he pleaded for Han Bin's help. I know it's shameless, but in his final moments, Lucin relinquished his power to Han Bin. Please, become a hero. Just as he finished speaking, Leon H coldly moved to eliminate Lucin. The others were taken by surprise, and Leon H seized the opportunity to snatch the crystal. With Lucin defeated, the crowd roared in celebration, but Leon H coldly turned to Han Bin, telling him he should lie down. But the recent loss has filled him with rage. Han Bin is consumed by fury. He roared, swearing an oath as Leon Hart took a battle stance, unwilling to yield. But just as the two were about to charge, she stood in their way, begging them to stop saying he had what he wanted. Artis softly urged Hanbin to stop begging him to quit for his own sake. After a moment, Hainan finally dropped his weapon, collapsing to his knees and crying out in anguish. Leon H. coldly turns and walks away, saying this will be the only time. He sternly threatened them, saying there would be no next time. After it all, Leslie stood alone, watching everything unfold, a strange feeling rising within her. Leslie's hands clenched involuntarily until they bled. And then a week later, the scars of battle stretched across the city. The people quickly recovered and returned to their daily lives, and the outsiders involved in the village were gradually forgotten. And that was the result he chose but didn't want. In that brief moment of peace, his death changed nothing. At the crater, courthouse cries echoed incessantly. Judge did an outlander escape from Crater Prison. The press swarmed the judge, claiming Crater's prisoners were being treated unfairly, and demanded a comment. He immediately retorted, stating that the prison had never engaged in any illegal activities, nor was there any evidence of prisoners being killed. The judge began to feign grief, claiming the soldiers sent to protect the prisoners were killed by the outsider and his followers. With all my heart, I sacrificed my life to protect the prisoners, he continued, flattering the man behind him. But this brave prisoner Lao saved me. Impressed by his courage, I'm appointing him commander of the armed unit. In the cemetery, respects are paid. Though countless hunters gather to hunt otherworldly beings, I respectfully bow to those who have fallen. Flowers and mementos are placed before the grave as a final farewell, as the grateful man in the suit says, I know it was difficult for everyone to come here today, so thank you all for coming. I'm sure he'd be happy, he said, unable to resist asking about his condition. Has the Vantara warrior not recovered yet? Artis somberly replies. He has recovered, but the wounds were too deep. Han stared intently at the message left for him. Don't stress too much. Artis says somberly, I think he needs more time. Suddenly sobbing, Phi stammered, I'm sorry if I had stayed and not chased the outsider. Overcome with self-reproach, she continued, if I had found your sister. Suddenly someone pinched Phi's cheek. This fell and Elja reassured her. You don't think Brat knew this would happen. The kid knew you'd become a super hunter. Martin and Artis smiled as they watched them encourage each other. But if she continued like this, it would mean he was wrong. That's why she can't beat the bad guys. He must always misjudge. Ife said, wiping away a tear. What are you two talking about? I'm Phi, the genius girl. With a bright smile, she rallied her spirits. I'll level up soon and defeat the bad guys. Martin stepped forward and picked up the spear, saying, I was originally going to give this to the Vantara warrior. He turned to hand it over but froze when he saw it. This is Brad's relic, and a painful memory suddenly surfaces in her mind. Artis quickly refuses, saying he can't accept the spear. It would have been better if he was part of Brad's group, but Martin insisted on giving it to them. Brad said this was borrowed from the Vantara warrior. He always said he'd return it when he was stronger. He pleaded with them to take it, not wanting his artifact to die here, asking that it help them all. After a while, the two finally returned to town. They looked at the spear and talked. I couldn't refuse them, and they even asked me to sell it for them. None of us use spears anyway. I'm sure they don't want it weighing us down. Phi suddenly recalled those words, and said with melancholy, become strong enough to survive. Those words sound so heavy. Artis agreed, that's right. She suddenly turned to him asking if he thought Hanbin hated Martin, to which Artis silently speculated. I don't know. He might be angry but not hate him, which worries me even more. After a while they finally arrived. Now to find Maiden and see what artifacts I can trade for this. Okay. An excited Phi burst through the door. Maiden, I'm here. But the scene before them filled the two with horror. Manair was slumped in a pool of blood. Seeing this, they rushed to her side. Maiden, are you okay? What's going on? Maiden looked at them trembling. Terrified, she stammered. He's coming. Flashback to moments before Maiden raised a knife, blocking anyone from approaching. But Leslie calmly states, you know you can't stab me because I'm the one who placed the mark on you. She looks at the scroll in surprise. It's the mark. Holding the scroll, Leslie simply replied, that's right. The magic in her blood still works. She continues, that means the mark is still active, meaning you'll die the moment you betray me. Maine seemed to know this, and she cried out in anger. That's right, you branded me without even telling me your name. Maiden's voice was full of hatred, forcing me to pledge loyalty and abandoning me. However, Leslie coldly replied, it is the fate of the chess pieces. She reached out and grasped the sharp blade, her blood causing the scroll to ignite. With the bond now severed and the mark on live freely. Having done what she came to do, Leslie silently turned and left, leaving them in stunned silence. Why? She simply smiled and replied, because I'm the same way. Back in reality, the two examine the scroll intently. Artis asks, this isn't a fake, is it? Right, it's the first time I've seen forbidden magic, but it must be real. Maiden stammered, is this repentance? The sky was now a strangely serene blue. In a vast house, Hanbin fresh from battle was swallowed by the dark room. Everything was so clear when I swung my sword. He kept muttering about what happened when I killed the Hellhound in the Rocky Mountains, and when hunting monsters in Runa. Guilt plagued Hanbin's mind. When enemies came, he solved everything with his sword, but now he couldn't escape this despicable feeling. Along with that came the desire for revenge for the deceased. Should I kill the otherworld investigator who killed Jiang Lucen, who killed Martin, who killed Lucen with Brat's spear in the name of revenge? Suddenly someone's arrival cuts through his thoughts, and Hanbin glares hatefully at Leslie. Or perhaps kill the woman who implanted Omos's aid into Jiang Lucen. She doesn't deny her mistake either. Sadly, it's true. He died because of my mistake. Hainan, consumed by rage, throws a punch at Leslie, her expression grating on his nerves. Why do you all look so sad? Hearing this, Leslie could only grit her teeth and bear it, as Han, filled with resentment, continued to scream to vent his feelings. In the end, it was the man who caused his death. The man who couldn't keep his promise and died in my place because I was caught in a pointless battle. The painful memories flooded back. So, why was the one who should have felt the most grief and guilt? Hanbin cries out in anguish, his laughter suggesting no one is to blame. After he vents his pain, the room falls silent. After a moment, Hanbin spoke, "Get out, because he's the one who wants this fight to end." But Leslie stubbornly remained. It won't stop just because someone is fighting the murderers they don't want to face, laughing as they do it. As she approached him, she revealed, "They never told me what they planned to do with Omos's help. I've done every dirty deed assigned to me, so this isn't about justice or kindness." The next scene left Hanbin stunned as Leslie suddenly cut her own hand. "I wouldn't blame you if you gave up knowing their identities." With a stern voice, she prepares to reveal the information to Hanbin. "I won't say this twice, so listen carefully." Han listened silently to Leslie's words, for there were those who fought them unwillingly, and smiled as they did so. He wondered what secrets of this great earth lie behind all this. Han seemed to understand something, scoffing. "So it's those bastards. If I kill them..." Leslie spoke up, drawing his attention. "I won't repeat myself, so listen carefully. The one behind this." After hearing her words, Hanbin's face was filled with terror as he recalled Lucine's final image becoming a hero. Suddenly, Hanbin swung his arm with full force, striking himself across the face, and stood there in stunned silence. A moment later, he quietly collapses to his knees. A panicked Leslie asks, "What are you doing?" Hanbin finally manages a smile, saying softly, "Sorry for interrupting you. I haven't been myself these past few days." He sincerely apologizes to the others as well. "I'm sorry, everyone." Atis and Yi smiled, understanding Hanbin's feelings, and after the tense moment, a lavish meal was laid out. Han expertly cooks the succulent meat, swiftly slicing it into perfect portions. With a flourish, Han expertly sprinkles salt as a garnish, and soon the table is overflowing with a magnificent feast. Artis and E enjoyed the meal, praising its deliciousness, perfectly tender and at the perfect temperature. Even a master fire mage couldn't do this. He really is a master of meat. Hanbin proudly replied, "I've eaten nothing but meat for 20 years, everyone playfully responded. "Even if it's delicious, it must be greasy to eat so much." Suddenly Leslie slams the table, breaking the atmosphere. She coldly asks them, "What are you doing?" Hanbin calmly replies that Lucen wants outsiders and Radna to talk peacefully. But this only made Leslie angrier. "So we're playing happy families now, are we? You think you can just talk it out, make it sound so easy?" She snapped back furiously. "Nothing will happen unless we kill them." Before Leslie could continue, Altus interjected, "If no one knows their identity." Genenovia, the great mage. He continued explaining that outsiders can only use existing magic and cannot create it. "I'm certain the unique magics we've seen were created by the creators." After a moment of thought, Altus makes his deduction. He's certain that only a great mage could create such a spell as the enslavement technique. Hearing his words, Leslie was utterly astonished. "It can't be..." Duming experimented and tried to escape this seal. And she stammered, "You know about that technique." Ehai eagerly chimed in. "Adis was the one who broke the seal on Maiden," he humbly replied. "But I couldn't use it because my level was too low." Hanan joined the conversation. "Now that I think about it, Alejandro did mention Omblaus's help. And just like that, the conversation shifts to another topic. It seems similar magic can't be used in the Dragon's Nest either, and Alejandro also said he was given the Dragon's Nest. I thought the Dragon Nest belonged to dragons, but it's actually owned by the brutal Gahan." After a brief exchange, they suddenly turned to Leslie and asked, "So both Gahan and Genenovia?" But the abruptness left her stunned. "That's right, she hasn't said anything." After a moment, Leslie regained her composure and declared, "The seal hasn't been activated, I can continue. They'll never let themselves be found so easily." Fingo responds, "Didn't you say it yourself? There's no way for Radna and outsiders to communicate like this." The other two joined the discussion, especially the heroes who had fought countless outsiders. They were used to this. Hearing this, Leslie seemed to realize something. "It can't be." She gasped in surprise. An earthling at level 5 couldn't possibly be brought to Jaina. "You're from Vantera, aren't you, Hanbin?" asked Leslie sternly. "Do you know kimchi kap bop?" Leslie was stunned, turning to the others to ask what kimchi was. Hanbin explained it was a dish from his homeland, eaten with meat similar to Elvet food like a spicy cucumber salad. And so they began a lively conversation about kimchi and elves. How strange. I bet Z Atis would love it. He is a fire dragon after all. What's the logic here? Where did you come from? Leslie the mage. And so another long day comes to an end as night falls over everything. The four heroes are planning something with the help of Plus, but who could it be? Fortunately, Sword King Baros wasn't a counter-plan. Of the four heroes, the one who knew the location was the queen of the fairy kingdom Holian, who transcended the boundary between life and death. Back to Hanbin, they're carefully studying a map, a 2-month journey to the fairy kingdom of Elendia, fraught with danger and powerful monsters. Leslie chimed in, reminding him that the information she had wasn't of much use. Besides, I think asking them directly would be suicide. Hanbin understands the situation. He declared, I don't think we can fight them now, so I need to get stronger, and not just me. He glanced at his teammates as he spoke. Han turns to Leslie, happy that she's not alone, and asks what she plans to do. Leslie was surprised by Hanbin's concern, while Lan's face was now filled with smugness. I wonder who you're talking about, Lan said, looking down at the kneeling man with arrogance. You'll bribe the side of justice to say I'm innocent, and that they found my identity wasn't from the outside, he said sarcastically, glancing outside. And then the Dark Brotherhood found me. And you're about to be tried in the Holy Court, meaning you're begging me to tell them it was all a misunderstanding. If you want, I'll do anything. Please just save my life. Please save me. El then began to act as a hero working for justice. I can't bear to see someone die. After a moment's thought, he demands 20 million X per month, causing Bao to cry out in dismay. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. In the name of the goddess of darkness, Givel, we're here to investigate. Open the door. Hearing that, he immediately agreed to the condition. If it's just money, I'll do it. With that done, he ushered Lao into the back room, asking him to wait there and tell the priests it was a misunderstanding when they arrived. He obediently did as he was told, waiting quietly. But thinking of the agreed-upon compromise, he smiled excitedly. Lan thought to himself, this is the light at the end of the tunnel. With this much money taking over, Adis will be a piece of cake. Suddenly a scream echoed from outside. The priest is here. Hearing this, Lan immediately became wary. Lan kicked the door open and stepped outside, beginning to speak as planned. Wait, please listen to me. It's all just a misunderstanding. But the scene before Lao Nu left him speechless. This was a mistake. Pao's body lay in a pool of blood, leaving him in utter shock. Lan quickly tries to explain. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Lesla chose to return home, thanking him for the invitation. But I can't live a life as pure as yours, because I can't separate myself from them due to the seal. I must return, but it's all right because I know the world he desires isn't a dream. I can fight now. And so Leslie silently watched their figures fade into the distance. Elsewhere, a glittering crystal is being used to absorb power, and that energy is about to explode. Moana said with satisfaction, I'm sure the great Kivriel will be pleased with this. She suddenly turned to the person who had just arrived. However, I cannot ignore the unauthorized investigation and the many innocent people in the crater case. Moana rebukes Leon H., saying not only that but a public execution of Leon H. He silently replies that the outsider aided by Plus has willingly surrendered himself, and Leon H. suddenly recalls Hanbin's crazed figure. However, the surest way to make a hunter fail is to kill him. He continued, let's get to the main reason I brought up the executed outsider. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts. Moana exclaims, excellent. Her eyes lit up as she praised Leon H. You've done well, Leon H. Your judgment was correct. He seemed to notice something strange. The intruder announced herself as the great Kivriel goddess of darkness, excitedly praising Leon H.'s achievements as a hero blessed by the goddess. Kivriel acknowledges him, noting he not only gained Omblaus's help, who kneels submissively at her feet, but also dealt with the vile outsider. Jibriel suddenly speaks up, questioning, but why would one blessed by a goddess fight him? The question lingered in the air. What does a heretical investigator know about him? After a moment of silence, Leon H. finally reveals that he is a descendant of the Vantarin. Leon H. began to explain his reasons, saying that the man had not been in Rodna long and was constantly challenging strong opponents. He interrupted my mission, so I had to accept his challenge. Hearing this, the other person simply laughed. Is that so? She continued to scold. Fighting the Sword King's clan is not something to be taken lightly, and yet you didn't wait for my decree. Kirill obeys me. Gabriel coldly orders Leon H.'s punishment. You, Leon H., are forbidden from fighting until I permit it. He didn't resist, obediently complying as one would expect of the great Kirill. But all of that was just a ruse. Genovia stretches, wearily complaining about how tiring it is to be in an old woman's body for only a few minutes. Luckily, she had the blessing of the goddesses, allowing her to impersonate Kivriel and steal information. Genovia discusses Vantera and the outsider's sudden appearance with Gahan, confirming Leslie's report. If Leon H. hadn't been there, my plan would have fallen apart. He truly is a remarkable heretic investigator. But looking at the stone in his hand, he coldly stated, even excellence can be a problem. Genovia also looked at the object in his hand with concern. It hadn't evolved yet. Gahan surmises that Leon H. took it before he gave the order, as they both stare helplessly at the problem before them. This throws a wrench in our plans. Omplus's assistance should have been complete by now. This will have enormous consequences. At this rate, we won't be able to absorb all the power from the sealed Kibriel. Without her power, this timeline will soon disappear. Gahan is forced to resort to his last option. I have no other choice, he said sternly. I'll release part of the seal. It's the only way I can absorb her power. Genovia was taken aback. Is he kidding? She spoke, reminding Gahan, "We can't control divine power without Om+, and the power you absorb will disrupt the world. But he's already figured out how to deal with it. I'll just absorb all the power before the world is destroyed, and then fix what's broken." Gon holds the crystal in his hand, ready to activate it, thinking about becoming a god. Inside the carriage, the conversation continued. So he's forbidden from investigating unless ordered to. Philip fell silent after hearing what had happened, because such a punishment was unprecedented for someone blessed by a goddess, but the joke he told was even more unbelievable. He wondered, asking Leon H., "What do you mean the goddess of darkness wasn't there?" He began to recall Creel's figure from that time. "I'm not joking. I wish I were. If you think about it, there were a lot of suspicious things." Leon lists the suspicious things about her, saying, "I lied, and told her she was Vantera, and she actually believed it." Felix asked in surprise, "You lied to a goddess?" He jumps up yelling, "The 6 goddesses know every grain of sand on the beach, so they definitely know it's a lie. Don't tell me you're delusional." Leon calmly replies, "I even bargained, so how could I be crazy?" he explained sternly to Felix, calm and collected. "I didn't do it without thinking," Leon said, pointing behind him. "I have my reasons for doing this." Lucen suddenly appears. He asked sternly, "Is he all right?" Leon Hart updated Lucen on the situation. "If you ignore the fact that he hurt himself and is in pain, then yes, and if you remain silent, his identity will remain a secret. He still doesn't understand why he's been allowed to live this long." "Then why let me live? What am I supposed to do?" Leon simply replies with a calm demeanor, "That's a pointless question. The job of a heretic investigator is to interrogate," he continued. "Our purpose is to capture and investigate information about outsiders. However, nothing could stop the hunter's rage after losing his comrade, except revenge. That's why I used such an excessive skill." He recounted how he did it. "I took out my spear when their vision was blocked and placed you in the barrier. It took a lot out of me, and I was too exhausted from fighting your so-called brother to use the invisibility skill. So we had to improvise and throw you off the cliff." Lucen finally understood why he felt so broken when he woke up. Felix felt sorry for him, but Leon H. coldly replied with a sigh, "But you survived, didn't you? And you no longer live as an outsider." Felix found that reasonable. After all, when outsiders die, they leave nothing behind. So everyone was deceived. But what does that have to do with the suspicious goddess? Leon repeats the man's words, "I can fool everyone, but not the goddess." He suddenly recalled those words, but the goddess said he killed an outsider. This made Leon realize something was amiss. The thing the Shadow Brotherhood worships isn't Kibriel, the goddess of darkness. He secretly speculated that it was an ambitious person, most likely someone who wanted the power of the Brotherhood of Darkness, not even a goddess. Leon H. continued, suggesting other possibilities, like the goddess wanting him to care for this outsider. Hearing this, Felix cried out in alarm, saying he needed to go back. But Leon H. didn't agree. "There's no way there could be a mole there. It's possible the information I gathered has been stolen. I need to go without the Brotherhood of Darkness knowing." Seeing his determination, Felix was extremely worried, but he was forbidden from investigating alone at a time when he was valued. But he had to respect that decision. What would be the point if the world crumbled? "I don't know what will happen, but good luck." Suddenly, Lau's figure caught Leon H.'s attention. He ordered the guards to seize the man who was desperately trying to explain himself. Seeing this, an idea sparked in his mind. "Turn the carriage around," Hi Leon H. said to Lucene Outsider. "I have a reason to let you live." He devises another plan to help him, saying, "You will help me. This is your chance to be a hero." Meanwhile, Hanin sits leisurely in a carriage. "No matter what, I think I still don't understand," Phi asked curiously. "About what? All 4 heroes besides the Sword King?" He wondered aloud why they, as Radna natives, blessed by the gods. Then why do they use things from other worlds, like they're their own, Atis wondered. Probably since the Great Earth became their enemy 20 years ago. He continued, "No one suspected they were the leaders of the Great Earth back then. If I hadn't faced them myself, I wouldn't believe it. So they're just cowards who resort to sneak attacks." Speaking of which, Hanbin suddenly wondered, "When will we arrive at the Fairy Kingdom? Doesn't this land look just like where we've been for the past 2 days?" Addis calmly replies, "We entered the kingdom 2 days ago." What he smiled, explaining it to him. "The moment we entered the area with the roots of the World Tree, we arrived at the Fairy Kingdom," he explained, prompting a surprised question from Hanbin. The roots give way to a sight that stuns him. Before them lies Alendia, the Fairy Kingdom. With the World Tree's presence, the Fairy Kingdom is an alliance of 4 races living around its roots, each with their own culture and ruling monarch. The capital of the Fairy Kingdom lies within the World Tree itself, and among its countless roots, the longest one leads to the Grand Elven Kingdom of Solandia. Since the city lies on the path to the Fairy Kingdom's capital, it's the largest trade route, and many fairy species, including humans, reside there. But because so many different species live together, many problems arise, which is why the elves agreed to have a guild to help resolve those issues before hunter guilds were built in the city. Many hunters come here and become heroes, but some die, and all that responsibility falls on me. That's why I haven't been able to stop working for 200 years. It's the guildmaster's duty. Lai slowly looked up from his paperwork, observing the group before him. It seems these new guests are different from the others. Han, brimming with excitement, looked at Lai, and after assessing them, he yelled out in excitement, "Wonderful. L eloquently describes their forms. A level 52 mage, an androgynous beauty with an ethereal figure, yet still possessing a powerful presence. Then he turned to A, showering her with praise. She may look young, but her eyes are filled with sorrow. Appearing cute with a youthful voice, she says, I have a level 38 magic swordsman. Receiving such an amazing profile, Louis immediately makes a decision. With my 200 years of experience, these two shouldn't be stuck in a dungeon. They should be the hottest group of girls in the community. I'll write you a recommendation so you can get sponsorship from a noble right away. Hearing these compliments, EI was swept away. What should we name our group? But Altus quickly stopped her. Thank you for the offer, but we'd still like to register as hunters. He added gratefully. We also appreciate you understanding Vantera's situation and allowing him to forgo the measurement stone. And as far as I know, there are certain requirements to become a hunter, but I heard that the written exam was abolished 10 years ago. While everyone was talking, Hanbin silently stared at the score on the paper. Fai couldn't help but tease. Want me to tutor you? Try calling me teacher. He immediately covered her mouth, saying, my head, my head. Hanbin sternly defends himself. I've never worked for any other organizations. Lai thought about it again. Wasn't that rejected 10 years ago? I'll consider it, he suddenly proposed. What if I took you on as my guardian? Han asked, intrigued. That's right. I am a guardian. Speaking of which, Louis suddenly remembers. Ah, I recall a similar system. He then placed a thick book on the table for me to check for any exceptions. Lai's next words stunned everyone. It takes about 6 months to complete the research, so you should arrive right on time. Outside the lavish house, Hanin sulked as he processed the information. What am I supposed to do for 6 months? E comforts her knowing that elves have a different perception of time due to their long lifespans. Addis chimes in reminding her that the Hunter Association system was only established 100 years ago. It's nothing for a steadfast elf to spend so much time. He continued to encourage. Come on, 6 months will pass quickly. Han sadly replies, that's what I thought. You think so too? Suddenly, something catches Effie's attention, and she excitedly points towards the crowd. What are they doing over there? That man is straining with all his might. The commentator's voice rings out. Is this Strength Hunter, the one who can finally lift the sword? But just seconds later, the man gave up, tumbling to the ground. Han looked around excitedly like it was a festival. Artis explains, noting it's like a Thanksgiving celebration. Thanksgiving. Hearing this, he excitedly analyzes. He knows that elves are a race created by Earth's goddess Solandi, right? Yeah, I'm just learning that now. Atis continued the story of a time long, long ago, when the land the elves now inhabit was barren. That's why when faced with famine, the elf king prayed and Solo heard his plea, granting him the sword. The king then plunged the sacred sword into the ground, making the land fertile and allowing the fairy realm to prosper. That is also why the annual festival is held to thank the god. Han looks up curiously. So those elves up there are nobles. It was then that Artis realized something. Where's Phi? She was just here with us, he says worriedly. Don't tell me she's a lost child. That can't be happening. With that, Artis took off to find her. Stay here, I'll go look for her. What about me then? Han retorted. You'll be fine if you can be seen from afar. He asked, puzzled by this. So wouldn't you be able to see me from afar too? Suddenly, an announcement grabs Hanbin's attention. Well, we probably won't find anyone to draw the sword this year either. He stared intently at the shining sword as the noble elves above mocked the others, trying to use more power. I swear humans always give it their all. Ever since humans were given short lifespans, their daily lives have been arduous, but then someone approaches them. Ami gasps, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Kindle smiles, refuting their words, but don't they have a larger population, even if their lives are shorter? Without humans who would harvest the vast fields on your farm, he asked curiously, why would a member of the nobility come to such a common place? He smiled and replied, Common, this is the beautiful city they described, and they immediately knelt. Your Highness. Kind smiled, adding, My father wanted to come but couldn't, so I must decide the Thanksgiving ceremony. Amit was stunned by this information. Those words meant that he was thoroughly enjoying the festive atmosphere. Must I leave now? I heard the party goes on until someone pulls out the sword, and you can only pull it out if you're the Goblin King. Artis dejectedly replies, The legend will remain just that, a legend. He continued his analysis. The sword is only stuck in the ground because of magic. Many have failed to draw the sword, but the king will appear and pull it free by dispelling the magic. It's an ancient way to identify someone chosen by the gods. Effie finally understands why no one has seriously tried to pull the sword until now. Atis smiles and nods as no one is ever supposed to remove it from its place. And if they did, they'd be in a very difficult position. But at this moment, the sword has been drawn. The one who did it was none other than Hanbin, leaving the other two speechless. His eyes suddenly drifted towards the stands where Kindle was growing increasingly displeased. Population 1,000,000. The largest city in the Elven Kingdom connecting the fairy island to the continent. Rondell, gazing at the scene before him, excitedly says, We've arrived at Solonia. Key responds with gratitude. Thank you for supporting Rondell Atlantis. Hearing this, he whispered, I know I'm here to help you find the person you're looking for, but I never said I couldn't be caught coming here afterwards. Seeing this, she lowered her voice. I understand. The close proximity made Rondell blush, and he quickly turned away saying, You're lucky to be guided by me, so be careful. We have to find him quickly. I understand. At that moment Rondell's heart raced, realizing that people can't be trusted, and he saw her in a new light. They don't understand respect or nobility, but she's not like them. Rondell suddenly recalls a memory the words Key spoke, the survival of Rondell Atlantis confirmed. I asked you to protect KVI, and that made your heart skip a beat. Even after she asked for guidance, she gradually began to act strangely. When I asked who she was and where she came from, she would reply that she was born from the shadows and lived freely in a way I couldn't understand. Back in the present, Key curiously approaches a nearby carriage, causing Rondell to sigh inwardly at his strange behavior. I know she's just an unusual woman, but at that moment the chatter of the commoners caught his attention. Hey, did you hear? The prince's crown is here. No, not that, but about the Harvest Festival's sword tournament. Those words stunned Rondell. He'd heard rumors of a hunter who broke a sword. What? No way, seriously, everyone's going crazy. And after sniffing around the carriage, Kivy has her answer. The scent of a lesser fire dragon. He and his companions are in this city. There's an almost 80% chance their next destination is the hunter's residence. With that, Kivy turned to Rondell and said, We should head there. Rondell Atlantis. Back to Hanbin, whose sword he broke. Helpless, he says, this isn't good. At that moment, the mages rushed to capture Hanbin, and Amit angrily shouted that this was no place for a Vantera demanding to know who sent him, but their imprisonment meant nothing to him. Handin easily breaks free, saying, I just thought it was interesting, my bad. This action seems to further provoke the knights. Sensing his murderous aura, Amit paled and quickly announced that it was an attack the Vantera had just attacked the prince. Seeing this, the people immediately fled. This is terrorism run. Han dazedly replies, Terrorism, what? Oh no, Rondell seems to have been swept away by the crowd. People jostled and shoved, making him lose his footing, and Rondell tumbled to the ground. Hanbin quickly rushed over to Han, asking, Are you okay, kid? But he was quickly brushed off. Where are your parents? Rondell retorted angrily. Who are you calling a kid? But upon seeing Hanbin's face, he turned pale. This guy's a monster, he replied gloomily. Hey, why are you calling a human a monster? But then a giant arm lunged toward them, and a massive stone giant was formed through elven magic. Amit reverently offered the monster to Kindello. This ancient magic is our family's pride and joy. A golem giant surrounded by trees, please protect the prince. He smugly added, even if it's a powerful Vantera, it can't do anything with its limbs tied. It won't even be able to scratch the roots of the world tree. But just then Hanbin reacted quickly, raising his sword to block the blow. Annoyed, he cursed, fools, they don't care that others have caught up. Han couldn't help but unleash his power. Kindle feels oppressed by this energy, and his power erupts, devastating everything around him. Even the seemingly invincible tree root has been chopped to pieces, leaving the nobles speechless. Kindo remarks that it's unusual for a Vantera warrior to use Amit essence, almost unacceptable. There must be rumors about this extraordinary warrior. Everything in the underworld is now ash and rubble. Hanan growls, You should listen when people talk before trouble starts casting a murderous gaze at the crowd. Amit asks in confusion, Was that attack effective? Han replies scornfully, I was just warming up. He thought to himself that the aura was still too much for his body, and too difficult to control. Han turned back and said, Hey kid, hurry up and run. But by then the man was gone, sending him into a rage. That bastard Artis. Meanwhile, the other two had picked up Rondell and were carrying him away. He was truly dangerous. He muttered, He almost killed us, as Addis turned to reprimand him. Ben, I told you not to use your aura until you got used to it. Han replied apologetically, Sorry, that was on another level. Hearing this, Ei asked suspiciously, What do you mean, a new level? Did you cause a big problem again? At this moment, arrows were aimed at them from above, and countless soldiers surrounded them. Kindell said sternly, Vantera warrior, forgive me for doing nothing but watching your strength and skill. He continued, However, the fact remains that you broke the sword and refused to answer us. If you surrender, you'll only be charged with non-cooperation during questioning. Hanin exclaimed in surprise, 3 years. Sorry, I won't be spending 3 years in prison while the heroes are rising up. Effie agreed. I bet that goblin would be grateful if we revealed the truth. Artis reluctantly went along with them, and it seems we have to change our plans. Kindo Board spoke up, embarrassed when something caught his eye. A head of dark hair appeared, and Kivai stepped in front of them. She spoke up, reminding them, I wish you would do as the goblin says, or there will be no hope for the world of Vantera. Han was confused, not understanding. What are you talking about? He eyed her, wondering if this woman really thought she could stand in his way unarmed. She seemed awfully confident in her abilities. Suddenly, countless errors flashed through Hanbin's mind. Target information could not be confirmed. Error inaccessible. Retrying search. Searching target species. RNA data retrieval failed. Error. 00100500. Searching target level. Calculating target survivability. Error. Unable to access. Error report guide. Error Femogführer PPP if 500. Autohelfers. Error saving report. Error guidance failure. Searching for external entities from the error guidance, save report. Searching for external entities in the saved report failed. The current search string adjustment will be disabled due to the error. Addis asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Bin?" Hanpin asks curiously, "Why was the guide suddenly destroyed?" "Who are you?" Ki remained silent. Hanin clutches his head in pain, wondering what's going on. Ki-Vai simply stood there, her gaze cold and indifferent. Ki-Wei simply glances past them, but now isn't the time to talk. "We'll talk about you after this is over." These words left Hanbin utterly bewildered. What did you say?" Ki-Vian tries to wake Rondello, but he just whines. "Just a few more minutes," she mumbled. "It's time to go home, Rondel Atlantis," a name that sounds familiar to Kindle. He exclaimed in shock. Princess Kindel was utterly stunned. "What are you all doing?" Amit, standing beside him, was equally shocked. They immediately ordered everyone to drop their weapons and protect the princess, the person we've been attacking this whole time. Inside the magnificent palace within the vast grounds, a grand tea party was prepared as Kindle bowed gratefully before the crowd, sincerely apologizing for his rude behavior. "On behalf of Rondello, I extend my sincerest gratitude." Artis offered a polite smile. "We are honored to protect the princess, and even more fortunate to be invited here." He humbly said, "Please make yourselves at home. I'm only sorry to offer you such humble gardens." "Oh no, this place is absolutely wonderful." At that moment, Han Bin spoke bluntly. "I beg your permission to ask, is your mother, the Fairy Kingdom's Queen Holian?" Effie quickly stopped him. "What are you saying?" What Addis quickly corrected himself. "I sincerely apologize." Kindel smiles, explaining to them that Vantera's misunderstanding is understandable. The four fairy races, Elf, Nim, Duovest, and Sheen, were few in number compared to humans, so the four kingdoms merged and adopted the collective name of Elendia. The queen is one of the four mythical deities blessed by the goddess, the 18th successor of this alliance, and the queen of the Nim. Hearing this, Hanbin pondered, so that means Elvit isn't under Holian's control. He glanced at Kivi, curiosity piqued. "Just who was she?" Ahai worriedly asked. "But is it okay that we accidentally broke the Elf King's sword?" Artis remorsefully added, "Even though I know this is priceless, I'll do everything I can to—" Kindle quickly interjected, saying it was just a decoration and not that valuable. If it were truly a sword blessed by the goddess, it would never be here. But Rondel still won't let Hanbin off the hook. "But because of that jerk, the festival is ruined, and that's unforgivable," Kindle snapped. "Rondel, they're the ones who saved you. How can you speak like that? Besides, I seem to recall you're still grounded." Hearing that, he immediately paled. He continued to lecture his younger sibling. "Before you pick at others, look at yourself first." Ki was about to speak, but Ronel interrupted, asking why he always scolded her. Because he didn't want to take her, she had to go to the festival alone, and she could only listen to them argue in silence. After hearing that, Kindo scoffed. "Is that all?" Suddenly a subordinate arrives. "My lord," he replied in surprise. "Well." Kindle then respectfully said, "I have urgent business and I apologize for this inconvenience." Ati smiled and replied, "It's quite all right. This is the perfect place for us to enjoy the view." And with that, he left. Phi sighed wearily. "Oh my god, he's a prince. My hands are all sweaty." Seeing this, Atis pointed out the advantage. "Even so, we'll have easier access to the palace if we become acquainted with royalty." She turned to Hanbin and asked, "Oh right, what happened to that Geiki soldier?" Then in silence he spoke. "I'd wager she's only around level 80. Addis says suspiciously, "Is your system bugged? This isn't important." Han quickly changed the subject. "Drinking their tea makes me want to take a dump." Phi says helplessly, "What do you mean forbidden? I've tried my best." Then Tin notices something. "Wait, is that a bathroom over there? Hurry up." 20 minutes later, Hanbin grumbled, "These elves, you're just complaining as you walk. This massive garden needs restrooms every 15 meters. I can't hold it anymore, I have to release." Suddenly something catches Hanbin off guard. This is a mystical tree, untouched by humans, unseen by anyone. A place that no one has ever visited, nor ever will. Seizing the opportunity, Hanbin relieves himself completely, then sighs in relief. "I thought I was going to burst." Just then another voice spoke up. Who's there?" startling him. Noah smiles and says, "Oh, you're reporting in. You should have announced yourself before coming." Hanbin exclaimed in bewilderment. "Bow, bow." The smell hits him and his face pales. The man finishes and calmly says, "Looks like I'm out of toilet paper. Did you bring some for me?" Seeing this, Hanbin quickly covered his eyes. "Wait, mister, your pants." It was then that Noah realized, "What, you're not a toilet paper substitute?" Nodding, he said, "That's right, you've mistaken me for someone else." Hanbin then spoke, asking Han a question. "That's right, why are you here? This territory belongs to the Elf Kingdom." Hearing that, he roared, "Who has the right to own this land?" Noah continued to lecture him. "The goddess only granted the elves the right to nurture and protect the land beneath the world tree's roots. Human bodies are born from dust, and to dust they shall return. But the earth is weeping, and Hanbin is losing patience, cutting him off. He understands that he shouldn't consider what he borrows as his own." Noah asked confused, What are you planning to do?" As he dug, he replied, "I want to return what I owe the earth. It can be used as fertilizer." Han smiled, adding, "Besides, if we're discovered, we're done for. We're accomplices now, so we're both innocent, okay?" But he had no idea what the man was talking about. Who would dare accuse an old man like me? Hearing him, Noah seemed to realize something as well. Even so, Mother Earth will always reward the good. I suppose that's why you're here. He suddenly draws a sword and Hanbin stares blankly at it. Noah then thrusts her sword into the ground, causing a tremor as roots emerge and ensnare Hanbin's sword. In moments, the sword was engulfed, and he struggled to pull it free. Damn it, the ground's swallowing my sword whole. Han couldn't budge it. Why isn't it moving at all? He continues to exert all his strength. It's trying to swallow me whole. Han strains every muscle, roaring with all his might. Hanbin finally succeeds drawing the sword, but the garden is engulfed in dust. Confused, he asks, what the hell just happened? He seems to have sand in his pants, and glances over at the sword. Hanin stares in disbelief. The sword's new form is that of a wooden blade. Hanan muttered, his shoulder slumping as the sword fell with a thud. It's too heavy. He suddenly noticed something strange. It wasn't heavy anymore, but it was draining his life force. What did that old man do to his sword? Han shouts out, old man, but seeing Noah being buried, his face paled and he rushed over. Wait, old man, you need to explain what happened to the sword, and where did Ki come from? Why would you do that? He looked up startled. At that moment, Hanbin's sword was inches from Noah's face, and Kivi immediately went into battle stance, charging to attack him. Wait. Hanbin barely dodges the kick. He retorted, can't you hear me out? It's not what you think. Kivi coldly replied, do I really need to think about it? Seeing King El buried in the ground, who else could it be but you? Han was immediately at a loss for words. Well, if she saw it that way, it was his fault. But before he could speak, she prepared to strike again, implying something made him bury the body. Ki lunged at Hanbin. At that moment, his system began to malfunction, leaving Han stunned. Taking advantage of his distraction from the system error, she kicked him straight in the face, using her hand to brace herself. Han asks sternly, who are you? Oh, your skirt's flipped over. Hearing that she punches him in the groin, a devastating blow for Hanbin. His face paled as he said, anyone else would be dead, be gentle. Kiel coldly replied, you won't die from that. Ryu Hanbin, level 5, was forcibly transported here at the age of 24 by Ombus, and was isolated in another world for 22 years. He's marked as level 5, but he's actually much higher. She then introduced herself. I am Kivi, an agent created by the power of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness. Your system is proof of my identity. The evil god's system wouldn't work on me. A creation of the goddess, Hanbin asked, confused. Kibriel, the goddess of darkness. Has the goddess decided to kill off outsiders herself? Kivi immediately retorted, my orders from Kivriel were to contact and assess Ryu Hanbin as a potential assistant. He asked curiously, assistant, but aren't goddesses and demons enemies? It's impossible for the goddess to ask for help from the outside. Even she's at a loss. I don't understand why your flaws aren't working either, Ki said, reaching into the void. Not only that, but attacking the El Lord has made your position as my assistant uncertain, Han retorted. I told you it's a misunderstanding. From within that gate, she suddenly drew her weapon. Kivi points her spear at him. Now let's see if you're worthy of being my assistant. Go all out. Seeing this, Hanbin holds her back as she summons her weapon, radiating a fierce bloodlust, waiting for him to attack. The system is going haywire, and Kiv-V uses the opportunity to strike from behind. She swings her spear without hesitation, but Hanbin quickly grabs it. Did she really think that attack would work a third time? I can shut down the system, something Ki never anticipated. He coldly added, I see I was right. Do you know it's wrong to use other people's things without permission? Han gripped the spear tighter, ordering, I don't care if you were sent by a goddess, drop the spear now. She gritted her teeth as Ki instead poured power into the spear. He stared in disbelief at the blazing red aura. A terrifying explosion erupts, startling Han into releasing her. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his hand was almost cut off. Han stared at the heavy sword, wondering if his defense was weakened, because the wooden sword was absorbing aura. I need to control it so it doesn't hinder me. Kivel doesn't give up, continuing to close in. Can't you stop already, she said, between strikes. You don't understand the importance of this. I need to test Kivriel's abilities. Kivi relentlessly attacks, leaving Hanbin unable to block. Is that sword just for show? Why aren't you using aura? Why aren't you fighting properly? Annoyed by her questions, he snapped, just be quiet, I don't need to be serious about anything. Hanbin reminded himself not to trust her words. He had too many questions, he wouldn't use aura, and he'd control his strength to avoid killing her. Both unleashed their final attacks, and in an instant Hanbin's wooden sword was sliced in two. He cried out in panic as Old Man Ki quietly said, I see. She emanates a fierce bloodlust, but he won't take her seriously. Hanbin quickly retorts, wait, I was just saying this sword is weird. Without another word, Ki unleashed her aura, and charged forward relentlessly. Ki unleashes a sharp blade of energy towards him, leaving Hanbin unsure of what to do, as if cleaving through his own aura. It's best to avoid it. Just then, Noah suddenly jolted awake. Is that sword energy? He wondered, stunned, as Kivi froze as well. The ancient tree behind him suddenly glowed, bursting forth with lush leaves and blossoms. The world tree grows by absorbing life force, and it will grow differently depending on the type of life force it absorbs. The stronger the aura, the harder its details become, even harder than steel, Noah explained. However, most auras can't affect the world tree like that. At that moment, Hanbin's sword suddenly regrows. He glanced at him, marveling at a foreigner, accomplishing this for the first time, just like back then. Noah continued wondering if the goddesses had sent another hero where they were needed. Inside the tree, a skeleton suddenly appeared, its leaves made of red crystals. Within the giant tree, a small tree glows. Rondell points and shouts, "You fool, how dare you touch the king and attack my knight? I won't let this go. Take down this muscle-bound idiot." Han scowled, annoyed by the constant muscle-bound comments. Addis reassured him, "I understand what happened, so just calm down." But Rondell, seeing his defiance, only grew louder. "What are you doing? Drag that bastard out here." Before he could finish, a voice cut in. "Calm down, Ranello, I started this." Rondell turned back, confused. Father Noah calmly explained, "Yes, I was curious to see how strong the Vantera warrior is, and no one here can stop him anyway." Hanine muttered in disbelief. "He did this on purpose." Kindle frowned, confused, and asked Father why. Noah continued softly, "I know you've worked hard to replace the old man. However, the ground was shaking and the roots of the world tree were moving." "What is he trying to say?" At that moment, Kindle closed his eyes as if resigned. Then recalling the drought, he said, "Yes, as you said, there have been reports of strange occurrences in the southwestern town. People and livestock are being drained of blood and dying. But I haven't found the cause yet, so I'm asking these hunters to help investigate." Noah agreed. "I trust him after seeing that power, but finding the cause will be difficult with just them. They'll need someone who can sense the energy of the earth. Ronell, I want you to go with them." Hearing this, he excitedly asks, "Really?" Meanwhile, the Hanan clan looked on at Kindello dumbfounded. Suddenly a loud voice boomed, "Father, but wait, I haven't agreed yet. Why are you all deciding this on your own?" Before he could finish, A blocked his mouth in a flustered. Addis replied, "We're in a hurry to get to the capital, so..." Rondell confidently stepped forward and said, "How dare you refuse the Elf King's order? There is no greater honor than this. To receive the Elf King's command is greater than being a noble." Addis stammered a reply, but he didn't stop there, continuing, "I even brought that kid along." "Who are you calling a kid?" Afi asked irritably, as Hanbin slowly approached him. He continued saying the musclehead could be his shield, but before he could finish, Hanbin swung his arm at him. But he stops, just as his hand is about to touch him, filling the air with dust. Hanine calmly says, "A Vantera warrior can't stand being insulted even if you're just a child, but if you dare say that again..." Before he could finish, Ronell's face changed and he froze, while Key walked over to him saying he'd passed out. Noah stroked his beard, assessing the situation. It seemed Rondell had met his match. Kindle bowed, saying, "Father, I don't think Rondell can complete this mission. It's too dangerous." But Noah refuted this. "But the more dangerous it is, the more the people recognize Ronello. However, everyone has their own mission, and we shouldn't force this responsibility on them. I will hear their decision tomorrow." Kindell lowered his head and replied, "Understood." Time passes and night falls on the brightly lit hall. Otis says sternly, "I understand the four heroes have their reasons, but they truly attacked the Dark Goddess. Even Phi agrees, using outsiders as substitutes. It's unexpected." Kivi relaxes as they massage her. She quietly says, "That's why we need your help." Seeing their behavior, Han smirks angrily and throws Ki away, yelling, "What in the world are you doing?" Artis exclaimed, shocked at what he saw Kivi doing. Hanbin, still furious, insists she's not the goddess of darkness, but the one who tried to kill him and King El. Artis chuckles, explaining she was sent by the goddess, while E screams, "Besides, the goddess of darkness created dragonkin like Otis and me." Hanbin scoffed, turning away, "I don't care about any goddess because I'm from Earth. And that's not how you ask someone for a favor." Kivi retorts, "It's not a favor." Han pressed, "So what is it, a threat?" Ki responds, "It's a fair exchange and a great opportunity for an outsider like you." Han inquired further, and Kivi continued, "I represent the goddess of darkness. Kibriel, the goddess of darkness, will reward those who help her and grant their wish, so long as it aligns with the laws of this world. However, there's an exception. Ryu Hanbin, as an outsider, don't you wish to return to Earth?" Hanbin chuckled softly, "That does sound nice. But you know bastards like that play with people just like that evil god did. Their ultimate goal is still to kill the goddesses." Hearing this, Artis steps forward annoyed, and asks Hanbin, "What are you saying? A goddess's promise is different from a demon's trick." A pulls at his hair, asking, "Got it, don't tell me you're on the side of the demons." Hanine calmly flicks Ez's forehead and says, "Are you crazy? I suffered for 20 years in the Rocky Mountains because of him. I just don't like being used. And if we didn't do that, I was planning on catching Holen anyway." Suddenly Kian spoke, saying it wasn't necessary, as there was only one mission from the goddess Kivriel. "Gahan, the Cruel, Genenovia, the Archmage Holian, the Necromancer. Your mission is to find someone stronger than all three combined. The strongest warrior, Barros, the Sword King. Just protect me until I get close to him and he'll deal with those corrupted heroes." Hanbin questioned, "Finding Barros the Sword King, isn't that a little too easy?" Ki replied, "It means we can't fail." Realizing something, Hanbin frowned, then replied, "All right, since we share a goal, I accept." Hearing this decision, A and Artis breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank goodness." Ki then opened the window, climbed out, and said they should leave immediately, shocking Hanbin. "Why are you jumping out the window? What about protecting that kid, if we leave now? Key replied. It doesn't matter as I can refuse King L's offer, Han continued, but now you're the boy's personal guard. Key calmly replied. I'll decline the king's offer. Accepting it would hinder Kiriel's mission. Besides, even if I accepted, Rondel Atlanta would shift the scene to where Noah is sitting. Kind was standing there, reporting something. Father, the hunters in the Ann building can't be found. Noah calmly stroked his beard and asked, Are they in such a hurry? Indeed, Kin continued. Since there are no hunters left to protect, should I tell Rondel the mission is cancelled? Noah stopped him. There's no need. I was planning to send him with the expedition to the southern routes. Hearing this, Kind frowned and exclaimed, Father Rondel is still too young. Noah continued, Perhaps, but one day he will lead this kingdom, and he needs to contribute to be recognized by the people. Kind ground his teeth for a moment, then said, Indeed, some will find Rondel unqualified. Noah simply replied, Taking care of children isn't a parent's only duty. Besides, the Fairy Council knows, and Holian's representative will likely be watching closely. As soon as she finished speaking, Rondel burst through the door, excitedly shouting, Father Knight, Rondel is ready to go out. Kind turned to everyone and said, Really? Noah smiled, gently praising, The uniform looks good. At that moment, the Hanbin members donned their uniforms and marched forward. Kivai, glancing at Hanbin, who continued on with a cold expression. Kivai coldly stated, I will decline the king's offer. Accepting it would hinder Kibriel's mission. Even if I accept it, Rondel Atlanta will die. These words stunned the three of them. Han frowned, asking, What do you mean he'll die? Explain it in layman's terms. Kian explained, That's how things were supposed to go. The 6 goddesses of creation know everything across space and time since they became aware of Redna's future. They are extremely careful when approaching humans, which is why they don't take away freedom or change the principle of cause and effect. However, I am merely an agent of the goddess without the power of foresight. Therefore, I am not permitted to alter the future while fulfilling the goddess's mission. The problem began with my creation. Rondel, who was supposed to die, somehow survived. Hearing this, Addis's face darkened as he said, But we can't abandon the prince. Effie then asked, So, according to you, the prince's death is unavoidable. Hanbin's face darkened as he asked if the boy might be rude, but was he not the only one who helped her? Did he mean nothing to her? Ki quietly replied, I was created to ensure Radna's survival, according to Kivriel's will. A boy's life cannot be compared to Radna's future. It is his destiny. Back then, as they followed Rondel into the palace, Kivi glanced at Hanbin and asked, You're not exactly close to Rondel Atlantis, so why did you accept this mission? Han coldly replied, Because I don't like you. Ki then said, Your way of thinking is childish. I'm starting to doubt your qualifications as my assistant. Hanbin retorted, Then go tell your goddess. Oh right, she's sealed away, isn't she? Noah greeted them as they approached. You've arrived, Knights of Rondel. I'm sure you've heard of the mysterious incidents occurring in the small root village to the east. Your mission is to investigate this strange phenomenon. This might be happening at the border, but if the roots die, so does the tree, endangering everything living beneath the world tree. This doesn't just affect the Elf Kingdom, but the Fairy Kingdom as well. So if you complete this mission, Holian, the head of the Fairy Kingdom, will recognize you. Hearing this, Han smiled strangely, thinking, So, if we complete it, we'll get to meet Holan, Noah continued. Furthermore, Rondel will join as the leader of the expedition, not as a prince. Rondel replies, Yes, father, I certainly won't let you down. Kind, Du frowned, looking at them suspiciously. After a moment they began their journey, Rondel excitedly saying, I knew father would recognize my worth. The strange phenomenon was minor. The vehicle continued on its way little by little. They traveled further and further, but suddenly A lost her temper and started yelling, We'll go crazy before we even get there. Rondel irritably reminds them to keep his identity a secret, and just call him Captain, understanding how excited the girl is for this expedition, and grateful for his careful driving. Artis chuckled, asking, So what are we supposed to do when you're exhausted, Captain? Let me drive, Rondel asked, his eyes closed. Really, a noble like you, Artis, is certainly different from the rest of those humans. Later. He quietly looked down at Key, lost in thought. I haven't shown Key my driving skills yet, but that bastard Vantera dares to steal her attention while I'm busy. That annoying jerk, what are they saying? Hanan frowned, wondering where Key Boros was. Then how are we supposed to find them? Key responded softly. There's no way a goddess can see inside a demon god's dungeons. They can read the minds of their followers, but there's never been a case of them abandoning one. We can only find them by asking around, he said, his anger rising. You should have said so sooner. Kivian replied calmly. That's why I told you we don't have time for this mission. Hanpin sighed and continued. I guess we'll have to make this quick. As they traveled, another carriage pulled up alongside them. Excuse me, would you mind if I went ahead? I need to get to Small Rue Village in the east before sunset. Altus chuckled. We're actually headed there as well. You go on ahead. The coachman excitedly repeated, reminding them. Really, then you should get out of the forest before sunset. Strange things happen in the forest at night. All right, we'll head out first. Seeing them go ahead, Effie sighed in relief. Finally, we're saved. Following that truck means we won't get lost. But Rondel gripped the steering wheel, muttering, How dare you tell me where to go? And so Rondel floored the accelerator, speeding toward the barricade as Effie cried out in fear. Wait, what are you doing? But Ronald didn't care, and charged straight into the vehicle at top speed. Han came out worriedly and asked, "What's going on?" "Is it an enemy attack?" Rondell bursts out laughing, replying, "We're going this way. I'm blessed by the Earth Goddess, I fear nothing," but after a while the car burst into flames. They looked at Rondell with suspicion, but he avoided their gaze, and Phi coldly questioned the captain. Unable to meet her gaze, Rondell declared it was the will of the Earth Goddess. "I know the way, so we'll walk." "Hey you barbarian, hurry up and give me a piggyback." Han Bin smirks sword in hand and speaks. "How strange. Did I just hear the voice of the prince who died in an accident?" Effie gives a sinister smile and says, "You heard it too. It must have been my imagination. Just my imagination." Rondell, now drenched in sweat, worried he'd missed the remark and called out, "It's been a while since I've walked in the forest." As evening approached, Ronell eagerly led the way while A urged, "Hey, slow down a bit." Seeing his enthusiasm, Han Bin asked, "How can that kid be so confident?" Kivai softly replied, "He's an elf royal. Elves of royal blood can use the roots of the world tree to create something every 20 years. Han is shocked to hear this. "What, this sword was created using that ability too? So Rondell can also tell what you're implying," Ki replies bluntly. "No, he's too young to use the ability as skillfully as the Elf King. He can only pull the roots out of the ground, but at least he has the Elf King's blood." Han Bin questioned, "At least?" But Rondell called out loudly from ahead, "Come on, I found the car from earlier. What do you think? I told you, if you just listen to me everything will be alright, right?" Now emboldened, she teases him. "The captain isn't entirely useless, is he?" Rondell asks irritably. "What do you mean by that, you impudent brat? What do you think, Ki? I'm different from that fist-swinging brute. All we have to do now is ask the owner of the cart to take us to the village." Han Bin stood behind, bewildered. "Hey, why are you dragging me into this?" Ki said, examining the wagon. "I don't think that's going to work." Inside the wagon, they find a man passed out, his face pale as a corpse. Rondell rushes to run away, followed by a clamor of voices. Is he Prince Rondell, the one favored by the Elf King? He was born as the Elf King near death, a disgrace to the prince, a half-sibling, and even his very birth. So the rumors have already spread. No matter how hard you try to keep a secret, the truth always comes out. Regarding the king's mistake, it's unfortunate his mother fled the palace. Cut to the present where wheels are turning, and Rondell slowly opens his eyes, asking, "Where am I?" Before you is a man dying of thirst, begging for water. Rondell recoils in horror, screaming. Han Bin then walked out in bewilderment and asked, "You're awake?" "Don't stop feeding him," Ronell said, his face pale, as he looked up at the mercenaries. "What's going on? Why is there a corpse here?" Han Bin immediately responded. "What do you mean?" "Didn't you faint after seeing him?" Kian said. "He's not dead," Adis explains. "He's just in critical condition from losing too much life force. The only way to save him is to find help from a nearby village." But with their guide unconscious, they were in a tight spot, Rondell replied, his face flushed. "Then you should have waited for me to wake up." Han Bin frowned, looking down and saying, "We can't do that in this situation." "The monsters are chasing us," Rondell shouted, spotting the horde. Phi gets up, leans on the vehicle, looks back at the monsters and announces, "They're getting close. Why are they chasing us?" "They're just wild animals," Han replied, gathering power in his arm to flick the stone. Who knew that stone would pierce right through those monsters, sending the bird's head plummeting to the ground? But suddenly something emerges from the bird's head, a leech. It buries itself in the monster's corpse and takes control. Seeing this, Han Bin grimaced in disgust and shouted, "What the hell is that?" Ki calmly explains that it must be a monster that creates zombies by absorbing people's life force. He then asks, "Is that an upgraded version of the monsters from the haunted house?" Just then Rondell loudly asks, "There's definitely no dungeon nearby, so where did these things come from?" Kivai replies, "The reason is unknown. However, what these things want is aura." Rondell then declared, "That means it's your fault, you savage." "Get out of here," Han Bin snapped. "I don't like them either, and Ki has aura too." Ignoring their bickering, Ki calmly assesses the situation, saying continuing like this is too dangerous. Indeed, the vehicle is headed straight for a high cliff, causing them all to cry out in alarm. "A cliff," Phi says, steering. "Wait, everyone." "Hey Phi, no need to tell me," she replies, understanding. She swings her sword, followed by an electrified wire, and Phi uses it to redirect the vehicle, succeeding with Artis, just as it nears the cliff's edge. But Rondell just stares blankly, mouth agape, as he's flung far away, and Han Bin tries to pull him back. The monsters can only watch, as they plummet off the cliff, screaming. Ronell squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the worst, but Han Bin caught him just in time, and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Rondell calls Han Bin a barbarian in surprise, but Han Bin smiles, saying, "How about letting go of this barbarian's hand?" Rondell was speechless, stammering, "Thank you, Vantera." Cut to Small Rot Village at the main gate where Brick frowned and boomed, "This isn't allowed. Turn back." Rondell retorted, "How rude. We're here to investigate the situation under the king's orders." The villagers emerged from the gate, adding fuel to the fire. "We requested help 2 months ago, but you didn't even bother. They're waiting to steal our land after we're all dead." Hearing this, Rondell pointed at them indignantly, asking, "What are you talking about? We came as soon as we were notified." Han observed the situation and asked, "The road here is difficult, so why are they so angry with us?" Ki responds, not surprising, this village is where humans live. However, when the roots of the World Tree appeared here, the elves began to interfere. Ultimately, conflict with the elves escalated over this territory, and humans already disliked them. Inside the carriage, Artis shouts out that someone is in danger. Grabbing the man's shoulder, she says, that's right, let's save people first. Brick replies, we'll bring the victims in. But this village refuses to get involved with the elven royalty. No elf is allowed to set foot in the village. Rules are rules. Ki looks down and says that if they don't cooperate, they can't investigate. It seems they should proceed with the goddess's mission. Alright, let's head back. But as soon as she said that, Rondell replied no. How can I face my father and brother empty-handed? How can I face her as the leader of this group? You said you wouldn't let elves in, right? Then what about selling them? Brick asked, dumbfounded. Sell elves. Firu, unaware, says children who sell elves are rare. But Artis seems to understand something. This must be why the people don't know about Rondello. Kivai frowned. But just then the townspeople erupted into whispers. His different ears made sense now. The elves definitely won't help us. They sent you because you're hated for being different. Rondell, stung by the whispers, flushed red and clutched his left ear as Artis peeked out, curious. So the elves don't like selling their own kind, huh? Just like humans. Before he could finish, Hanin plunged his sword into the ground, and Rondell turned to Velterra in confusion. Han then spoke in a low voice. How annoying. Even though it's temporary, this kid is our captain. Besides the monsters, you're so afraid of love aura, so open the gate before I release it or I'll attract every leech in the area. Hearing this, they were frightened and turned to each other, asking, I can't see clearly because it's too dark. Is that a Vanterra warrior? If we choose wrong, monsters won't be our only problem. Just then, someone ran up from below, threw open the barricade and shouted. Seeing this, the first victim tried to stop him, saying it was too dangerous. These people were sent from the Elf Kingdom, he asked in bewilderment. The kingdom? Hanan asked, dumbfounded. What is going on here? Rondell exclaimed in disbelief. No way. How could you be here? Brother, the cloaked figure is his brother. Gabriel slowly removes his hood and asks, is that you? Rondello. Hanbin and the others were stunned, while Gabriel calmly removed his cloak and asked, is that you? Rondeel. No sooner had he spoken than he rushed forward, embracing Rondell tightly and cried out. Ronello, you've grown so much. Rondell nervously called out to her brother, but he didn't care and excitedly asked, how's father? How are your studies going? Is anyone bullying you? Hanan stood there dumbfounded, asking what? He looks just like the Grand Prince, doesn't he? Ki replied. Because they share the same genetic code, he's Rondell Atlantis' second brother and the Crown Prince's twin. Soon after, some kind of powder is poured into the coachman's mouth and color returns to his face, prompting Addis to praise its quick effect. Surprisingly, he uses medicine instead of magic to heal. Seeing the results, Addis smiles, noting the man's improved complexion, a testament to the medicine's effectiveness. Gabriel smiled humbly. It's just a simple remedy I concocted from my limited knowledge. I'm the only mage in the village, so I also serve as the doctor. However, I still have shortcomings as I have to care for patients on my own, and some isolate themselves in their homes. I requested help from the royalty, but I never imagined they'd send you. Rondell frowned, questioning. If people knew he was here, they'd surely send more. Gabriel simply lowered his head, explaining that he was exiled from the kingdom. If anyone knew he was here, the village hiding him would be affected. Rondell declared, I don't know what happened 10 years ago, but I'm sure father has forgiven you. Behind A, who was trying to push Hanbin away, he looked down blankly and asked why. It was just getting to the good part. A replied softly, isn't this a family matter? Besides, it's been so long since they've seen each other, so they must have a lot to talk about. Leaving them be is the polite thing to do. Hanbin agreed, turning to leave, saying, agreed. We shouldn't eavesdrop on their conversation. But behind them, Ki is doing something to the coachman lying in bed. Turning around, he saw her sticking her hand down the man's throat, causing him to make strange noises, prompting Gabriel to ask, what are you doing to the patient? Rondell calls out to her as Kivi Hannon pulls her away, asking, hey, what are you doing? At that moment, she pulled something out and held it up for Hanbin to see. He stammered, asking what it was, and she calmly replied, take a closer look. Hanbin, regaining his composure, recognized it and asked, this is a leech larva. Ki Vi, holding it, explained that when a person's life force is drained by a leech, the larvae attach themselves. That's why they can't recover normally. But there are so many patients here who can't recover, meaning there are parasites in their bodies. Gabriel, as if struck by a revelation, asks, so you're saying the bloodsuckers keep them alive just to breed their larvae? Atis questioned this, but I was certain the dungeon monsters wanted nothing but to kill. Even A was concerned. Wait, they might be able to reproduce on their own without the dungeon creating them. Hanbin then speculates, does that mean the dungeon monsters are reproducing by themselves? Kiwi quietly stated, this is beyond our mission, so we should return and report to the kingdom to end it. Rondell, unwilling to leave, protested, but my brother and everyone else are in danger. Ki coldly continued. The Elf King's mission is only to find the cause of the unusual accidents happening in Small Rot, not to solve the problem. Just then, Hanbin suddenly grabbed her shoulder. He said gravely, enough, you just want to end the mission quickly, regardless of people's lives. That's irresponsible. Ki replied bluntly, that's what I should be saying to you. You want to save everyone in front of you, but you ignore the sacrifices you don't see that are brewing in the future. You've forgotten how many innocent people have died because you only wanted to save one person, and in the end you couldn't even save him. Before he could finish, a hand was raised, but Gabriel interjected. This is a hospital room. Artis, unable to contain his anger, was about to strike. He lowered his hand, suppressing his anger, and told her, KV, I don't know how much you know about that accident, but I hope you'll be careful with your words, because you don't know how much he suffered taking responsibility for, bringing everything to the worst possible situation that he couldn't do anything about other than try his best, he said with a forced smile. Seeing his expression, she was stunned, and Gabriel chimed in. It's getting late and you must all be tired. There's an inn that's closed. You can rest there. Let Mai decide whether or not we return to the kingdom. A moment later, Effie, enraged, sputtered a small flame and shouted, What? How awful. Artis said softly, Stop it, A. I was the one being rude earlier. Her eyes blazing, she turned to him as if he were the one who was angry. In contrast to his gentle tone, Artis forced a smile and said, I'm sure Kivi feels pressured being responsible for Redna's fate. Seeing his expression, she trembled and said, You're scaring me, Artis. Then Artis looked down at Hanan lying down and continued, That's why I don't think we need to accept the goddess's mission when they insult us like that. Han then spoke up. Yes, Longxi, I know it's insulting and it makes me unhappy. It's like… How do I explain it? It's like your 4-year-old cousin asking why you don't have a girlfriend. Artis listens to his explanation, a truly unique reason. Asks again, that's the feeling of being teased. Hanin, provoked, raises her voice. Do you want to die? The two of them burst out laughing. Back in Rondel's room, he thought he heard something. I knew it, she said. You must be so angry, huh, Yui Race? Hearing her sulky voice, Artis replied, Sorry, I shouldn't have hit you just because you were teasing me. Then she whined, Why are you bullying me too? Rondel overheard everything and chuckled as Key, lying across from him, suddenly called out Rondel Atlantis. Rondel, startled by her calling him, explained, It seems we can hear them because the walls are a bit thin. So what's going on? Kivi replies, I'm curious about a few things. He asks in return, Kivi is curious. That's unexpected. Key continues, Do you think they're angry with me? Rondel hesitated. I'm not really sure. It seems like it if you did something they didn't like, Key asked. Then will they refuse to help me? Rondel paused, then looked up at the ceiling and replied, I don't think so. They don't seem to care that I'm a half-elf, and I think that Vantera guy is kind. Of course he can't compare to me, but if it still bothers you, why don't you apologize to them? Kivi mumbled an apology. Thank you, she says, and Rondel, flustered by her smile, turns away, pulling up the blanket as he continues. I don't know either. Let's think about what's important tomorrow. Okay, she replied, gazing silently into the distance. Then closing her eyes, a strange memory surfaces as her eyes go blank. She looks down, her face scarred, and says, Hallucinations from memories due to head trauma. I must be chasing a monster, and you're even more annoying than before. At that moment, she was impaled by something's hand. A sinister figure speaks with a wicked smile. How boring, just like a puppet. You're the one who discovered my children, aren't you? Kivi asks. Does child mean that's why you're here? She asks, shielding her eyes. Because I am free. At that moment, a large amount of blood splattered from above, leaving only her legs dangling. Kivi groggily opened her eyes slowly, looking down at her wounds, saying, Hallucinations from head trauma. I must be chasing a monster, and you're even more annoying than before. A figure in a red hat grins, saying, How boring, just like a puppet. You're the one who discovered my children, aren't you? Kivi asks, Children, what do you mean, why are you here? She shielded her eyes with a hand and replied, Because I am free. At that moment, a large amount of blood splattered down, leaving only her legs dangling. Just then, Kivi opened her eyes wide, covered in sweat. She jolted awake, composed herself, and said, Was that a dream? Then she turned to Rondel's bed to find him gone and asked Rondel. She paused, stunned, but hearing a faint noise, she got out of bed and ran to the door. As she reached for the door, AI entered asking Afi. A, surprised, asked her back, and Key continued, Are you looking for Rondel? With a look of urgency, Effie questioned, What? What is it? What are you talking about? Our weapons are gone. Cut to the outside where the bloodsuckers are wreaking havoc as terrified citizens run and scream. Retreat, fall back now. Get off me, you bastards. Inside a home, a mother clutches her child, quickly drawing the curtains. But where did these monsters come from? Outside, Brick ran weapon in hand, cursing the leeches. How could they have gotten into the village? Behind him, a giant leech opened its massive maw. The moment he fearfully turned around, a strange hand grabbed his shoulder, Hanbin pulling him close, then delivering a crushing blow to the monster. He pulverized it, but its lower half still wriggled. Hanbin, shocked by the sight, asked, What are these things? They burst into pieces upon exploding, and flames erupted, incinerating them. Hanbin, hearing their cries, realized they would die if burned. Artis, while casting, replies, My magic is limited without a staff, Han says, but if I use aura, only heaven knows how much damage I'll cause when I lose control. Just then a bloodsucker approached from behind, but Ki appeared and kicked it away. Ki lands and tells him, You don't need to worry about your aura exploding. The sword made from the world tree will absorb most of it. Han replies, That's good to know. Hey, what's the situation? She shouted, kicking a leech. Monsters are pouring in from the east gate, and are everywhere. There are about 200 of them. This will never end if we keep fighting them one by one. As Kivai decimated the leeches, she calmly analyzed the situation. It was strange, a massive dungeon monster attack on the village, and she couldn't find Rondello. Enraged, Brick declares, "I knew it. That brat and those damn elves are trying to steal our land. Did he betray you too?" Han, deaf to his words, grabs him, shouting, "You're the ones who stabbed us in the back. You planned to take Frondel hostage to bargain with the kingdom, didn't you? So step aside and return the weapons you stole from us. You can't catch me because I'm too heavy, and time is running out, isn't it?" Brick stammers as if his dark secret has been revealed. "No way, it's too late to find that kid anyway." Before she could finish, Ki, in a fit of rage, punched the starving leech. Fi, seeing her expression, called out to Kivai. Ki, trying to suppress her anger, said, "I didn't mean to make things difficult for everyone. However, I cannot interfere with human destiny. I cannot interfere with the villagers or Vond Pass. We're not allowed to do unnecessary things to complete the mission. That's the reason." Cutting her off, Hanan swung his sword at the leech behind her, coldly, asking what reason. "Your mission is to not interfere with Rondel's life or death. Wrong. If Rondel dies, I won't help you complete your mission. So she needs to find Rondel for the sake of the mission." Hearing this, Vivi is enlightened, and she puts all her strength into her legs, leaping straight up. From below, they watched her figure disappear in search of Rondel, and Hanan sighed in relief. It seems she's not as cold as everyone thought, but it's embarrassing that she can't do anything without a reason. Artis chuckled. "We should hurry and find Ronello." Han asked, "How much magic power do you have left?" Artis replied, "I guess I can only cast 5 small spells and 1 large one." Ree then bent down to take Brick's weapon, saying, "If you're not going to use it, can I have it?" Brick stared blankly and asked, "What are you guys planning? Even if you do hunt them, the golem is already—" Hanbin and his group descended, poised for action as he declared, "We're not hunting them one by one." He then plunged his sword into the ground, creating a wave of aura that rippled through the earth, unleashing a tremendous power. Han steals his gaze and declares, "We'll draw them all together." Attracted by his power, the bloodsuckers rush towards him, and the scene shifts to Rondel. "You're unconscious, and a woman in a red dress is carrying you." Suddenly, Kiwi jumps down and asks, "Stop, what are you doing kidnapping him?" With a slight smile, she says, "Oh dear, it seems someone has arrived early to get in my way." Kiwi is surprised to see her, and with that smile she asks, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Have we met before?" Kiwi recalls her dream, her face darkening as she retrieves something from her dimensional inventory. She retrieved a spear, and said they hadn't met before, musing over why monsters kidnap humans instead of killing them. She turned back, clutching Vondo tightly, and replied, "I thought I'd transform to look almost human. Perhaps I should consult others. Now there's something I'm still curious about regarding humans." Kay's eyes narrowed slightly as she continued absent-mindedly caressing Rondel's face. "What does it feel like to have a child? Are they precious? If this child were mine and so precious, what expression should I show humanity? If this child dies because of me, will you show me if I kill it?" Kiwi stared at her, his face cold and expressionless. Thea whispered into his ear, then set him down, saying, "All right, I'll figure it out later when you look just like me." Kyo rushes forward as we cut to Hanbin, struggling against his surging power, taking a breath before cleaving through the swarm of leeches. Standing nearby, Artis called out, "Bin, can you control your aura? If it ends up destroying the village, all of this will be for nothing." Han quickly responded, "I know." Artis incinerates the leeches with fire magic, asking, "Where did the other monsters go?" Ait uses the weapon he got from Brick to fight back, replying, "Most of them are here." Indeed, they were surrounded by tens of thousands of ravenous purplish leeches, but they fought back with all their might while the villagers watched from the walls, marveling at their ability to draw all the monsters in the village to one place. "It seems the Sword King clan lives up to its name." Brick laughs, knowing this nightmare will end once this is over. Out of nowhere, Gabriel bluntly states, "This situation isn't as great as it seems. They see you celebrating. Doctor, you're safe." Brick then asks, "What do you mean, sir?" "He has a terrifying amount of aura." Gabriel frowned. "His aura is far too strong. Look at those hungry leeches gathering over there." Brick looked down and stammered at the brutal scene. "They're feeding on their own kind." Gabriel continues, "Killing them with aura destroys their cells, but the aura of the Vantera warrior remains in their corpses. When he kills one, 10 more evolve." Cut to Ki in battle where a sharp claw is unleashed. Ki swiftly sliced off her arm, but it regenerated in an instant. Unfazed, Ki dodged the follow-up attack. She laughs, realizing something. "You're not using aura on purpose, are you? You think I'll absorb it?" Kiwi focused her power into her spear, saying, "Such high regeneration and intelligence, it seems you're the one who controlled those blood-sucking leeches and attacked the village." With that, she slashed at the creature's waist, but something caught her eye, and she looked down in surprise. She unleashed her sharp claws, and as Kiwi fought back, she wondered attack. "You're the one who attacked my village, aren't you? If so, you must have a delicious source of aura." Kiwi endured and wrapped her hair around her arm, thinking that as she suspected, the more damage she inflicted with aura, the stronger the enemy became. With that, the strands of hair wrapped around her arm seemed to amplify her strength, allowing her to knock the woman's hand away. Seizing the moment, she swung her spear cleaving through the enemy's body, but the foe just laughed. You can't hurt me. No matter how much aura she used, the wound wouldn't heal. Instead, it froze. Sensing the anomaly, she asked, "What's going on?" But before she could realize it, Ki plunged her spear into the woman. Kiwi uses the ice magic surrounding her to explain, "I'm sure you can't absorb aura when you're frozen," causing her to scream in terror. "This is an ice artifact. Wait." Regardless, she coldly continues her magic, and a large block of ice with a fiery red color appears in the middle of the forest. After a while, the ice began to melt, and she retracted the strands of hair that had wrapped around her hand. Ki quietly looked at her and muttered, "Now that I think about it, I forgot to ask how she escaped from the dungeon." Meanwhile, Rondell lay groaning on the ground, slowly opening his eyes and wondering, "Where am I?" Ki wondered why she was lying there, and Ki replied with a faint smile, "It's time to go back, Rondell," but suddenly something ambushes her from behind, sending the unguarded Ki flying. Rondell shouts out in worry, as Ki somehow recovers, saying, "I told you to wait." Ronell, terrified by her appearance, backed away as she clutched her head, asking, "Do you know how hard it is to make that face?" Ki, standing up with blood streaming down her face, replied, "It should be impossible to recover in that state," he thought as she calmly replied, "Indeed, hungry leeches aren't invincible, so I killed a few to recover." As she said this, she gave a sinister smile and spread her dress. Inside, a swarm of starving leeches writhed. Rondell grimaced and shouted. The monster heard him, turned and said, "I really wanted to be a good mother, but you had to see what you shouldn't have." And just as she was about to attack, Rondell K rushed in her footsteps, swift and light. As she ran, she pondered the dream, wondering if it was a hallucination from a head injury or a true premonition. The monster, noticing Kiwi approaching, turned and said, "I think I've been caught." But Ki, remembering her dream, still thought it was an omen, and in a moment of vulnerability, the monster attacked with its clawed hand. A spray of red blood fills the air, and Kiwi stands frozen in shock as the woman smiles, feigning surprise. "I knew there was someone strong, but I didn't think he'd be my type," Hanbin, who rushed in to protect Kiwi. He grabbed her arm tightly and said, "Sorry, but I'm tired of crazy women." Hanbin's party fiercely fought back against the swarming giant leeches, as he frowned, realizing their attacks were leveling up, rendering his ineffective. Fi smirks confidently, "I can handle the small fries, but my attacks are useless against the level 38 big boys." Suddenly, Altus calls out to Ib, signaling him to be quiet, as if he understands something. Seeing this, she forces a smile, and agrees. Hanbin then asks, "Didn't you say you had a plan?" Addis said, "My job was to use aura to lure them together." "So what's the next step?" Hanbin looked over in bewilderment, unaware that a timed magic spell was being cast at his feet. He stared blankly at it, then looked up to see A carrying him. Atis and A smiled, saying, "Hang in there, Bin." Surrounded by the starving leeches, Hanbin panicked and shouted, "You're using me as bait!" No sooner were the words spoken than the magic activated, shattering the magic stone in the center, and unleashing a towering inferno to incinerate the leeches clinging to Hanbin. The exploding flames stunned those in the castle, while Artis smiled, declaring it a success. Brick exclaimed in horror, "Your friend is being burned alive." Looking at the flames, she worried slightly, saying it might be a little dangerous since his level had just increased. Artis replies that it was just an area of effect spell, and Pin only felt a little heat. Han Pin emerges from the flames unscathed, his hair singed, and his face contorted in a frustrated curse. "You bastards. Couldn't you have warned me?" Artis approaches, explaining, "I was originally going to activate it once we were all clear, but there were more monsters than I anticipated. Sorry." As Fi laughed at his appearance, Hanbin, infuriated, yelled, "Shut up." The people in the castle watched them with admiration, as the bloodsuckers were burned to a crisp, yet Vantera's skin remained without a single burn. Gabriel frowned, thinking to himself that perhaps if it were these people. But suddenly a beam of light shot up from the forest, drawing their attention. They looked up in surprise, saying, "Isn't that place incredibly dangerous?" "Of course it is." Addis turned to Hanbin and asked, "You sense that aura too?" He realized what she was asking. Has something happened to Kiri? Hanbin frowned, turning towards the light, and said, "That means that kid is in danger. I'm going. You guys handle the rest here." With that, he charged ahead. Meanwhile, Addis turned to AI and asked her, "I'm counting on you to keep the prince safe and check for any remaining monsters." A quickly responded, "Okay." But a crowd of people rushed forward, muttering, "Are you okay, Danger?" Must protect from danger." Seeing the strange behavior of the people, EI asks, "Don't you think their actions are a bit odd?" Artis replies, "It's like something's there." But then both A and Artis are invaded by something. Artis blankly says, "Something dangerous," as they turn toward the passing citizens. The world created by the goddess is like a clock. Unless it stops, the events that are meant to happen will come to pass, and it will never deviate from the preordained script. Even if the script and reality differ, it doesn't mean the prediction was wrong. At that moment, Kivi and Hanbin blocked her attack, but she didn't care and said with amusement, "You're more my type than I thought." Hanbin clutches the arm he tore from her and says grimly, "Sorry, but I'm tired of crazy women," which means reality has changed. Kivi clutches her head, gritting her teeth, thinking, if that's true, why isn't the future unfolding as predicted? Seeing she was unwell, he asked, "Are you okay, Kivi? What's wrong?" You're all right, even with that headache, Kian replies. I may not be as strong as you, but my body is as tough as any Vantera woman. Besides, you need to focus on the opponent in front of you. But she seemed to be immediately alert and jumped back. After their brief exchange, she explains the creature's abilities and current state. Its vitality has decreased after fighting me. But he needs to know that aura is useless against it. It will only grow stronger by absorbing it. She retreated to regenerate her severed arm. At the same time, the villagers approached and she looked down at Rondell saying softly, Actually, I might not care about anything except that boy. However, it's rare to find a hunter of this caliber. I've changed my mind. I want to live in that village. As she finished speaking, something struck her from above, Hanbin unhesitatingly attacking with his sword, her body instantly deformed, leaving nothing but pools of blood. The villagers were stunned by the scene before them. Rondell's eyes remained unwavering, while Ki thought to himself in surprise, Ryu Hanbin. I knew he was strong, but to think he could crush them with aura like that, the power of this transmigrator is beyond all expectations. Meanwhile, Hanbin stared at the system screen before him, wondering, what is this? I thought it was a boss monster, but it was just a leech. Wait, a whole swarm of blood-sucking leeches. The system displays a series of leeches eliminated, and the experience gained brings his total to 540-5652-137. Instead of celebrating the demise of the leeches, a man cries out. The villagers rush to the dead leeches, exclaiming, How could she? How could you? You cruel bastard. How could you kill an innocent person, someone like our mother? Hanbin asked, bewildered. What did you see? They're just bloodsuckers. Kiwi calmly analyzes the situation. Has she realized something? She looks around at the villagers and says the whole village is infected. Hanbin asks how since the leeches only infiltrated the village a few hours ago and everyone was fine just minutes before. Kiwi replied, They may seem fine, but this village was already infected with parasites before we arrived. A voice emanates from Brick, stating that while it's true, it's a bit awkward to say they're all infected with parasites. These villagers have been living in fear of the wild monsters in this forgotten land. I'm just protecting them, and they just need to give me a place to stay. So this is a symbiotic relationship. Of course they must be punished for letting outsiders into the village. Kiwi flatly refutes her theorem, stating it's not symbiosis if you're using others for your own survival. That's manipulation, she retorts with a smirk. So what if they're happy, even if they don't know they're being controlled? Isn't that enough for people? At that moment, Rondell shouted, Vantera, take Ki and run. Father needs to know the truth. She softly says, That puts me in a difficult position. You see, I just want to live peacefully and happily in this village. Besides, you've killed too many of my children already. But I must thank you for the blood spatter from earlier. Everything is fine after all. Atiz and I are standing expressionless behind her. Ki hears this and analyzes that the source of the infection is blood, while Hanin's eyes gleam as she looks down. Rondell frowned, but still worried, he thought to himself. He saw Hanin push Kivi away and tried to stop her. Time passes and Rondell wakes up with a start shouting for Kivi. But seeing everything peaceful, he pauses, looks out the window and asks, Where am I? From outside, someone opens the door. It's his mother who smiles gently and says, You're finally awake, Rondell. Ronell recoils in horror, stammering, You're that monster. What do you want from me? A man grabs his mother's shoulder, telling Rondell, You wretch, how dare you call your mother a monster? Seeing this, he frowned in confusion. The man holding her shoulder was Hanbin. He said, sternly pursing his lips carefully, Before Papa punishes you, while he blankly thought to himself, Vantera. On the tree, someone is enveloped by roots. Suddenly, a red light flashes from within. Red stones adorn the branches of the tree, Rondell's as the roots reveal his face. Someone is casting a spell, drawing the branches from the other side. From there, he takes the stone and opens a portal to another dimension. Back in reality, Kay clutches the bedsheets surrounded by a faint aura. Then, drenched in sweat, she suddenly awoke, sitting up and covering her mouth as she coughed. After a moment, she slowly lowered her hand, gasping for breath. She looks at her hand, thinking this is a leech parasite. She sees the leech writhing in her hand and making strange noises. She turned to Brick and realized this must be the village hospital, and that man was the one who vomited the fully grown leech. So this hospital is where comatose patients are cared for in order to cultivate the hungry leeches. Suddenly, a man approaches, sees something that startles him, and drops his tray to the ground. It was Gabriel, stunned by the sight of Kivi awake, unable to believe his eyes. He widened his eyes and asked, How is this possible? Swift as the wind, Kivi descends, seizing Gabriel by the throat and slamming him against the wall, his glasses falling to the floor. She coldly crushes the parasitic insect in her hand, noting that even when infected one can't control the unconsciously emitted aura. But how could you tell I was back to normal? Does that mean you're with that monster? Tears streamed down Gabriel's face, but Kai ignored her, his eyes filled with murderous intent as she pleaded, Please save this village. This happened 6 months ago. I was living in this village as their doctor, and as a member of the royal family who'd been pushed out of the succession. That day I sensed a strange energy emanating from the roots of the world tree near the village, so I went with the villagers into the cave where we could connect with it. But what we found was a massive red fissure, and emerging from it were things unknown. By the time I arrived, everyone was dead, having slaughtered each other. I don't know if the reason I wasn't infected was because I was one of them. Until everyone was infected, they couldn't take everyone's life force. So, they allowed me to choose those who would be drained of their life force, and for the sake of the village, I continued to research how to create life force. Key followed him, asking, "Then why didn't you say anything when we first arrived? If we knew the truth, we could have returned to inform the kingdom." Gabriel replied, "Those who came here before were told the truth, but they were infected outside the village, and all that showed me the consequences of betrayal. And each time the leeches would kill those sent to investigate. I'm sure you saw how helpless you were against the monsters outside the village, only able to run because they were infected by the leeches. When memories can't be retained, telling people the truth is pointless. So when I saw your group, I let you in hoping this time would be different. It's my fault. It's been so long since I've spoken to someone uninfected." Kiwi listened to his explanation, looking away, silently lost in thought. A monster from a dimensional rift. Most of her predictions were correct. If that's the case, she suddenly asks what happened to Rondell and the others. Gabriel frowns, replying that they're at the largest tree in the forest where there's a mansion. Inside the nest, the mother leech lovingly feeds Hanpin a meatball with a fork, and he eagerly accepts it, blushing. The leech mother smiled happily, asking how it was and if it was delicious. Hanpin happily replies, "Of course, everything you feed me is delicious, my love." She responds, "I'm so happy. Why aren't you eating, Rondell? You must be starving. You've been asleep for almost 2 days." Rondell angrily lowered his head, saying, "Don't mess with me as if I don't know what you're planning. You plan to fatten me up and then eat me, don't you?" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a knife flew past, cutting off some of his hair. But Hanbin's face darkened as he said, "You foolish child, how dare you speak to your mother like that in front of Papa? Have you lost your mind?" Rondell fearfully looked down at the knife, cursing inwardly. "You're the one who's lost your mind, Ventera." The mother gently approached, picked up the knife, and softly pleaded, "Please not like this, my love. Rondell is a half-elf, so it will just take longer to turn him into one of us," Hanbin realizes. "That's right, Rondell is a half-elf." He paused, thinking, "So it's only a matter of time before I'm controlled like them. No, someone on Vantera's side will come to save me. I just have to wait until then." Suddenly a clear voice said, "I've brought the main course." It was A who cheerfully presented the food, saying, "I'm A, the head maid." He looked at her in surprise, and asked A. A gently placed the dish in front of Rondell, and said, "This is a special dish prepared just for you, master." Rondell stared down in disbelief, asking, "A special dish?" She opened it to reveal a horrifying dish, cheerfully explaining that it was cleaned intestines and organs steamed with blood. Rondell's face darkens at the sight of the dish, and he quickly leans over to vomit. Aphie, surprised, covers her mouth and shouts, "Master head chef." Just then, someone enters and replies, "Yes, miss." Enraged, Aphie demands, "What ungodly dish did you create that made the young master react like that from just a whiff?" Addis, startled, stammers, "I apologize. I only cooked the pig that the master requested." With amusement, Phi asks, "Are you using that as an excuse?" Adis, eyes brimming with tears, replies, "Forgive me." Phi strokes his face, asking, "That's it? Is that really what you want to say? You're saying all this happened because of a menu the master requested?" Ron wiped his mouth and looked down at Addis's pitiful state. He thought to himself about Artis as Hanine angrily raised her voice. "What is this? This hellhound sausage is wonderfully satisfying my hunger." Taking advantage, Effie continues to berate Artis. "When I was in the military, things like this were never brought to the wards." Hearing this, Hanbin asks the headmaid which side she's on. Artis bursts into tears. "I'm sorry, forgive me, forgive my uselessness." A then says, "Sorry, the pig has already been cooked by you." Rondell, confused by the conversation, thinks to himself everyone has changed because of his decision to stay, instead of returning to the kingdom. Atis, as requested by A, shouts, "Lord Pig, I'm sorry." A asks, "Did you just call Master a pig?" Addis stammered, "No, I didn't." Then Han shouted, "Don't look down on the sausage." But the madam suddenly clapped, her hand stood up and calmly said, "Enough, I want our home to be happy." Artis smiled at this moment. "Ah, let me continue. However, if Rondell doesn't want to eat, then let him starve. If a child dies, the mother is sad, but forcing a child to eat makes me a bad mother, doesn't it? So what's the problem?" Someone immediately raised their hand, and it was Artis who replied with a bright smile, "I believe the fault lies with the person who made the terrible food." Hearing this, she seemed to accept the idea, and said, "I understand, then you're fired." As she spoke, she launched her claws at Artis, but just as they were about to strike him, Rondell grabbed the plate of food. He ate thinking, "Just eat it. It's nothing. Think of it as pork. It's nothing if I think it's delicious and swallow it. I can taste the chewiness of the skin and the delicate flavor of the liver and pepper. This is actually really good, damn it. Am I changing too? We need to escape this village quickly." But suddenly someone entered from outside, saying, "Sorry to bother you." Mother turned and smiled slightly, saying, "It seems everything has been resolved. I've only just returned and there are so few servants." Rondell, with tears in her eyes, blankly looks down. Gabriel, ever so graceful, bowed and announced, "I have treated and brought you a new maid as you requested." Kivi stood silently beside him. She slowly opens her eyes and says, "I look forward to working with you all." The goddess of darkness, Kibriel, was sealed away by 4 heroes with the blessings of other goddesses. 197 days, 15 hours, about 6 months ago, with the sealed power of the goddess of darkness, the dimensional rift opened. It was foreseen, but the corruption of the demon gods is happening too fast. The goddess's mission can't be delayed any longer. Gabriel looked away to give Kivi privacy as she changed, then said that it had been 2 days since her teammates were infected, and the parasites had likely completely assimilated into their bodies. Kivi recalled the memory of pulling the parasite from Brick's mouth, and wondered if he had only been infected for a short time back then. It seems impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the leeches within them. Back to reality. Gabriel then used telepathy to ask Ki why she didn't try to wake them up, like she did before, and Ki asked if he meant burning them with her aura. Gabriel responded, "Of course I know that transferring aura into someone's body is like poisoning them. Those 2 girls will have a hard time enduring your aura, but I'm sure Vantera can handle it." At that moment, Kivi asked for help, thinking to herself, "Ryu Hanbin would withstand my aura's burn, but I can't act recklessly with her still here." Luckily, she can't detect an infection. Seeing her with Gabriel, Rondell rushed over asking, "Brother, you're still conscious, right, but what about Kivi?" Gabriel hung his head and said, "Ronald, I'm sorry." Rondell felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he stammered, "Don't tell me you're going to leave her here after infecting her." The Leech Queen slowly approaches, touching Kivi's hair. So enviable, strong, beautiful, created from the love of a god. "But now, aren't you just like one of my dolls?" As she spoke, she squeezed Ki's face and scratched it with her hooked finger. Suddenly, Ronell lunged forward with a knife slashing at her hand and yelling, "Stop." Stunned by the cut on her hand, she forces a smile and asks, "Don't you like your meal, child?" "Ronell doesn't care about your question," he shouts, "but these people are innocent. I brought them here, so what do you want from me?" Just then a gentle hand rests on his. Kivi leans down, comforting him. "At times like these, I believe all you should do is apologize, young master." Tears well in Rondell's eyes as he recalls a memory of him and Ki talking together. He drops his knife and says, "I'm sorry." Elsewhere, ice covers the land as a clawed beast gives chase. A man in red, out of breath, finds his path blocked by a cliff and curses his fate. "Damn it, I'm cornered. You finally forced me to use this power." He stops, pulls out a glove, and an eye appears as he uses his brain paralysis skill. The beast sits primly for a moment, then opens its jaws wide and roars. El's face pales as he regrets not sticking with the Brotherhood. But out of nowhere, an iron hand was thrown at him and a rope was pulled tight. A man with a sharp blade descended, ready to strike the beast, and with a single slash he eliminated it. Luin stood before him, wiping his brow, and was warned to be careful, as this place is full of monsters beyond his level. His skills were useless. He clicked his tongue and said it was convenient being a transmigrator. But wait, it's still alive. But just as he says that, the monster revives, its mouth opening even wider, and Lucin grins, remarking, "Looks like my level isn't high enough." La panicked, yelling, "Why are you grinning like an idiot? Fire that prosthetic hand and get us out of here." Lucin realized something, and blankly tried to break free, saying it seems to be stuck. La tried to pull Lucin out, still yelling, "Get it out of there quickly." The monster's maw loomed over them and they screamed in terror, but then a powerful blue light erupted. And just like that, the beast vanished. Lao collapsed, muttering in disbelief that he was still alive. Lucin chuckled, "Looks like you saved us again." Lion, with his foot on the beast's jaw, clicked his tongue and frowned, "I can't believe you couldn't handle a natural monster. I didn't save you too just to clean up its mess." Lucin, oblivious, grew even more excited, cheerfully replying, "I will dedicate myself to the fullest, sir." Leon scoffs, muttering that his words always lead to Brotherhood's dirty work. "And why did we have to come to such a remote and cold place?" Lucin replied, "To level up, of course, or maybe there's a hidden dungeon here." Leon H. then spoke up, asking Zhang Lucin, "Do you know why hunters enter dungeons?" Lucin naively replied, "To kill monsters." Leon frowned and told me to ask why they do it. Lucin stammered a reply, "Because they attack humans." Hearing his naive answers, Leon elaborated, "You're an outlander who doesn't know the difference between natural and dungeon monsters. That monster was a natural creature of Radna, and it attacked because we entered its territory." Leon H. continued to explain. "Natural monsters are native to Radna, while dungeons and dungeon monsters were created by the demon god Omphalos. They can't eat or drink anything in Radna, which is why they can't leave the dungeons, and why there are so few human casualties." Lucin, confused, asks, "Then why do hunters enter the dungeons?" Leon bluntly replies, "Because they're tempted." The items and fame they received for clearing the dungeon led countless people of Radna to willingly walk to their deaths. The dungeon is the first step in the demon god Omblaus's plan to invade Radna. Lucin realizes this, muttering, "That's why he put items in the dungeon." Leon H. agrees, "That's right. And in our case, what does the guide say to you?" Before them now was a spatial rift. The guide appears, warning of an unstable spatial rift for those who abandon their homeland and the gods of gods. Lu reads the inscription, "For those who have forsaken their homeland and the gods of gods." Lao stares intently at the rift, wondering what it is. Leon H. responds, "No one knows. But it appeared all across Radna at the same time, with over 100 reports sent to the Brotherhood. It's unlike any dungeon we've ever seen, but thanks to OMPlus's guide we can decipher it. It seems he's involved." Despite everyone's caution, Luin peered into the fissure and saw him unhesitatingly enter, grabbing his hand and shouting, "What are you doing?" Jiang Lusen quickly responded, "Let me see just a sec." Then his eyes widened as he saw something. Before him stood the giant tree where the Hanbin group was, and some distance away, a carriage and a man busied himself with something. He muttered, "Please, please." He pulled out a box containing a communication device, his face pale as he frantically tried to call someone. The person on the other end slowly answers and mumbles that the report is late. What? Rondel. He frantically tried to explain the situation. The prince has been captured, the village is under monster control, and someone is pointing a sword at him from behind. Suspicious, he looked down only to see a knife about to pierce him, and without hesitation it plunged into him, causing him to scream in agony. On the other end of the line, Kindo frantically asked, "What's wrong?" Receiving no response, he hung up surmising, "Damn, it seems something happened in that village. That village is part of the Elven Kingdom. With our power, we will." But the man across from him calmly set down his cup and said, "Unfortunately, this incident is no longer just an Elven problem." Hyan stated firmly, "This incident is no longer just an Elven matter." Kindle frowned. "Even as the representative of the Elven Alliance, you can't interfere in Elven affairs without discussing it with the Alliance Council. Or are you suggesting we break our agreement?" Holian replied, "I am not." But her subordinate muttered, "Your Majesty, we don't have time to wait for their approval. Lady Genovia requires us to hurry." Before Richard could finish, Holian flatly refused. "No, it was rude of us to visit the kingdom so abruptly. We shouldn't impose any further." Suddenly Noah interjected. "It's been 15 years since our last encounter, hasn't it, Queen Holian?" She slowly sat down and replied, "Forgive my late and unexpected visit." Noah seemed to understand what she meant. "I'm sure you have your reasons. However, considering your unannounced arrival, it seems you're not here as a representative of the elves but as one of the four great heroes." Holan, transcending life and death, rose without denying anything. "Indeed, I thought I couldn't go into detail." Noah then asked if the place I wanted to go was the small village, an autonomous village that doesn't welcome elves. However, the villagers there are also part of the Elven Alliance, so I suggest you be careful not to harm any humans. Kindo then turned and said, "Well," Noah didn't mind and continued saying early morning would be the best time to set off. Holian happily thanked him. "Thank you very much, King El." As Richard and Holian turned to watch them leave, King Noah calmly explained that the El Kingdom was only a small nation. Though the Elven Alliance is vast, their population and strength are half that of other nations, yet their diplomatic advantage stems from Holian's existence, a being transcending life and death. Suddenly Kindo announced, "I will accompany Queen Holian tomorrow." Noah paused, then said, "My son, I am old. The elven nobles are eyeing your throne every second. A king shouldn't act so rashly." Unable to listen any longer, Kindle slams the table and shouts, "There's a high probability that the World Tree is being used to control minds, so the only solution is for you, the eldest of the royal family, and the heir to go there and control the power of the tree's roots." Noah then asks Rondel, "Don't you resent me for bringing you to such a dangerous place?" Kindle quietly replies, "I just don't want to go through hell again." Meanwhile, Rondel sits obediently in a dark cell, using a spoon to pry bricks loose. One has already fallen. He peers into the hole where the brick fell and sighs. The roots of the World Tree are on the other side. This spoon is no match for them. He then thought to himself with a headache, "Why is this place here? I need to escape and warn the king. What should I do?" Suddenly his mother entered, calling out, "Rondel, have you reflected on your actions?" Hearing her voice, Rondel smiles and replies, "Yes, mother, I have reflected and repented for the sins I have committed." But she glances at the brick near his foot, ponders for a moment, and then walks over to ask, "Do you still think you can escape me?" Ronel looked down at the brick and realized, "I want to speak with Ronel alone," she ordered. Epi quickly turned away and replied, "Yes." Han also stepped forward saying, "As you wish." Rondel noticed Kivi's gaze and smiled faintly, thinking there's still hope if Ki is still aware of why she broke in here other than to save her teammates, right? "I'm sure my brother and Kivi have a plan," but as soon as he saw her turn away in thought, he froze his face as stiff as if he'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. Ki followed the others, thinking, Rondel, "I can't do anything if you've already avoided the worst-case scenario of death. This wouldn't have happened if we hadn't agreed to the Elf King's mission in the Mott. First place. Even if the future changes from the prediction, it doesn't matter. But Rondel's death is certain. If we try to change fate any further, the future I saw will be erased completely, and I won't be able to foresee anything anymore. For Radna's future, I must save Ryu Hanbin, escape this village, and prioritize finding Barros." But suddenly A shouts, "Hey newbie, where are you going? We have so much to do." Ki Vi glanced down warily, clenching her fist as she continued to think to herself, "I shouldn't be discovered before Ryu Hanbin's successful awakening. Should I wait for another opportunity? But this is the best chance while that monster is focused on Rondel. Who knows when they and Ryu will be separated like this again?" Evie, not getting a response, asked irritably, "Hey, are you even listening to me? You're acting strange." Kiwi frowned, calculating. Should she just kill them both now that things have come to this? But suddenly, a knock at the door made them all look down as Altus entered and asked, "Doctor, what brings you here?" Gabriel replied, "I'm here about the madam's problem." Altus asked, "She's with the young master. Should I let her know you've arrived?" Gabriel chuckled nervously. "Very well. It seems Lady Kalis told everyone about the request." A wondered about the request, Gabriel continued. That's right, there's something that needs to be taken from this place to the outskirts of the village. It won't take long, so would you two mind coming with me? Gabriel signaled Key with his eyes, and she immediately understood while A quickly agreed, okay. Key quickly followed Gabriel upstairs while Haneen lay in bed, wondering, is it just me, or is this bed smaller than I remember? And my clothes are so tight I feel like they're about to rip. It's like I'm not myself anymore, he said, looking at himself in the mirror, his mustache twitching. He sat up laughing and said, how primitive would I look if I went around half naked? And what would I look like without this magnificent mustache? Just then Key focuses her aura into her arm and attacks Hanbin from behind. Cut to inside the dungeon, where a boy trembles brick in hand, fighting back fear as he bravely says, you said you'd play house while pretending to be human. In the end, you're still a monster. The mother gently leaned down and asked, a monster? You've never seen a dungeon monster before, have you, Rondell? If I were just a normal monster, do you think you and this whole village would still be alive? Rondell asks what she means, and she gently explains dungeon monsters are created with the instinct to destroy everything in Rodna. A monster craves to kill, just as you crave to live. But I reject it, and that's what makes me different. Rondell didn't care, he yelled. Even if that's true, how are you different from the monsters when you both manipulate and kill behind my back? Oh, you ask. I manipulate and kill behind your back. Isn't that what you all do? Like when your own mother died. Upon hearing this, Rondell was stunned and asked, what? What's that supposed to mean? The leech covered her mouth, saying she'd spoken out of turn. Rondell grabs a brick and swings it at her, yelling, what did you mean by that? But she quickly grabbed Ronald's arm and pinned him against the wall as he struggled to break free. She nonchalantly replies, looks like I can't persuade you with words. I wanted to observe you a little longer, but it seems I must personally implant the parasite in you now. I didn't want to have to drill a hole and put it in you. Open your mouth, Ronell. As she spoke, a tremor shook the ground, and she looked up, realizing something. Rondell wondered, what has Kivy done? Indeed, outside a hall had been breached. Haneen's mustache fell as Ki thought to himself how foolish he was to think he could burn the parasitic leech inside him. My power is too weak for that, you Hanbinus monster. He flexes his muscles, tearing his clothes, throws them behind him, and asks, an apprentice maid made me tear my clothes. There's no other way. But can I interpret that action as an attack on the family? Cracks begin to form on the ceiling, showing signs of collapse. The Leech Queen looks up, wondering, why is it so noisy outside? Just then Rondell acts stepping in to block her. With this resolve, I won't let you near Key, Rondell grits his teeth and endures. Key is fighting to save everyone, so I must at least keep this monster here. The Leech Queen approaches, and he collapses, his spirit broken. He's useless. Just then, Rodiel noticed a small hole in the corner of the wall, his eyes sparkling as he thought of the World Tree. After a long moment, he steeled his resolve. Elsewhere, Haneen's echoes resonate. I've wandered aimlessly for 20 years. He cherished the people here more than anything, but everyone in this village had accepted a lost soul like him. This place held a special love in his heart. This is where my home is, where Hanbin considers his family, his loved ones, his relatives. Han must protect them and the friends who live here. His fist is filled with the courage to protect all. He can't let his people be in danger. That single punch distorted space itself. Key raised her weapon, having mixed truth and lies into his memories. She grimaces and screams, his memories now distorted. She screams, trying to wake him up. Wake up, Hanbin. Key desperately kicks him in the face, but the blow does nothing to Hanbin. If she's right, then I and this entire village are insane. Or she's the only one who is. Key narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation just as she thought. She can't eliminate the parasite by attacking him with aura. Hanbin quickly grabbed her pale ankle and flung Kivy away without hesitation. But she quickly regained her footing, meaning there was only one way left. Key desperately rushed forward, hurling the flaming blade at Hanbin, forcing him to use his aura. Key threw the blade and unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Hanbin raises his leg, ready to strike, confident that one blow will easily stop her, using the earth itself as a shield. Key raises her arms in an X-shaped guard, weaponless Ru Hanbin, unable to use aura, the ground split open. Han quickly approaches her. Key keenly noticed Hanbin's weapon, and the hand preparing to strike his muscular frame, swiftly approaching Kivy, kicking up dust for 1,000 meters. Her sword had been flung away, landing at the base of a tree, and she leaned against it, exhausted and wounded. As expected, forcing him to use aura is impossible, Hanbin coldly states. She still speaks nonsense, doesn't she? And she has no intention of explaining. He can confirm whether it's meaningless or not after using aura. Then Key guesses his trick. Or is there some reason you can't use aura? What is it you want to say? That's when she suddenly chimed in, answering for him. It's because if he did, this precious village would be destroyed. She snaps her fingers. Is that right? Hanbin, unconcerned with the correctness of his answer, simply replied, that's right. The Mother Earth confidently touches Hanbin's muscular body, causing Kivy to feel somewhat threatened. So she ordered him not to use aura. She hugged herself, wondering what she was in this world. The Earth Mother pressed her finger against her, her voice laced with menace. That's the question I should be asking. Two long, sharp fingers dug into her shoulder. You see, children are the only ones parasites can't control, because they don't have many memories. She had another question, but you look like an adult, so how could you awaken? Kivai replied softly. I may look like it, but I've only lived for 4 weeks. She scoffed. How ridiculous. I agree women shouldn't be judged by their appearance. Her condescending tone grew more mocking. It seems your presence motivates the child, yet you chose this man over it. Meanwhile, Rondell was chipping away at the bricks trying to escape. Don't you think it's unfair? Kivai grimaces, uttering, you're nothing but a monster. Finally, Rondell dug a hole big enough to crawl through as Mother's voice carried a hint of farewell. Then she could die at the hands of this monster. Kiwi closed her eyes, accepting her fate as the blow approached. At that moment, Rondell's eyes welled up with tears as he closed them, bracing for the pain. Suddenly, the World Tree emits an eerie light, causing both Earth Mother and Hanbin to suffer intense headaches. She muttered, who's interfering with my signal? The Mother Leech considered the impossible. Could it be Rondell? Ki seizes the opportunity and attacks Hanbin, pinning him to the ground as she stares intently at him while he struggles to resist. The Mother Leech lashed out, sending Ki flying dozens of meters away, then sneered. Was that your last attack? Your demon transmission now? It's all useless. Just then, purple smoke rose from Hanbin's mouth. The parasite had completely taken over his body. She uttered each word, disbelief plain on her face. With one hand, the leech lifted her into the air, threatening and cursing. No one questions the lives I've given them since I've rewritten their memories to be happy, so they'll never notice anything amiss. After I'm done with you. Hanin ambushed her from behind before she could even understand what was happening. How did you wake up on your own? He hissed. The memories were supposed to be perfect. Hanbin fully admits it. That's right. He spoke of his family. I have a home now, a wife and a child, the normal life I've always wanted. His tone grew more intense, but the more you think about it, the stranger it seems. He roared like a declaration. I have no memories of women kissing me in my entire life. That makes the matriarch unable to believe it. No, it can't be. How could someone like that exist? With a single blow, Hanbin shattered the mother's defenses. It was just mouth to mouth, Kiwi explained calmly. Hanbin's voice is slightly annoyed. I know the weather outside the World Tree is strangely nice. He closes his eyes for a moment, then hesitantly says, Anki, thanks for the resuscitation. Anyway, thanks. Kiwi avoids his gaze. You're still thinking about that. Her reminder flushes Hanbin's face red. He needs to focus as the monster's main body may be recovering. Oh, she explains coldly. That was a last resort I never want to repeat. Hanin is visibly shaken by this. What I'm sorry, but I was forced to do it, she continued. So if you had the chance, you'd do that to Addis too. He vehemently denies it, making it clear that he's also suffering. That plan was never feasible to begin with. It only worked on me because the pain was sudden. While Hanbin spoke, she noticed the iron prison. Rondell was entangled by the World Tree, which had devoured one of his eyes. Kiwi, you're okay. Han frantically pushed the iron bars open. Ronell. Kiwi's blade flares to life, and she swiftly rescues Rondell. He leans wearily against her. I'm glad. Rondell loses consciousness in Kiwi's arms, and a strange tale begins. The signal emanating from the World Tree's roots is controlling everyone. Those infected pick up the signal and are manipulated. That's why the monster is using the World Tree's roots to do evil, meaning its main body must be somewhere underground near the roots. The crude drawings on the wall seem to tell of the only way to save everyone: destroy her main body and restore the World Tree to its original state. A stick points to it. If we succeed, the ominous signs will vanish, and those infected will automatically recover. Hanin stares blankly, seemingly not understanding. That's what Rondell realized after connecting with the World Tree. Kiwi asked seriously, what is it? Hanin crossed her arms, smiling. I feel like your drawing skills could relieve some stress. Kiwi immediately retorted. You mock me, but you look like a half-naked clown who doesn't know what to do. My sword isn't here, so I'll use these branches for now. Then Rondell chimed in, hands on her hips, saying there was something Kiwi had forgotten. Only I can restore the World Tree, and he's volunteering with such enthusiasm. I'm going down to the basement as well. If I can connect to the World Tree down there, I'm certain. Hearing this, Ki's smile vanishes as she wants to keep Rondell safe, and he should wait here until all the enemies are defeated. Rondell's eyes widened as he stammered. Why? How? Rondell tries to persuade her. The path to the underground is a complex maze. Without sensing the World Tree, it's impossible to find. Your voice is getting louder, and besides I can distract the enemy like Vantera did. And I can handle those ordinary bloodsuckers just fine. Rondell tries to prove his worth. With the swordsmanship he learned from the royal family, Ki cut him off. Rondeo. She points to his blinded eye, asking if he lost it after touching the World Tree. Ki states Rondell's current predicament. I and this friend are strong enough to defeat them, but what about you now? His voice began to tremble as an unexpected hand lifted Rondell from behind. Han suddenly hoists him onto his shoulders. What are you doing? He even marvels at Ron's perfect weight before finding a reason to convince Ki to stay in Vantera, where children start training at the age of 3. He smiled, looking up at the tiny Rondell above, so they could learn for the future, and since he could find the way he needed to go. I'll drop you if you're scared, he says, touched to the point of wiping away tears. Do you think I would do that? The two immediately moved, and before Key could stop them, the Rondel Knights set off. She quickly retracts her hand, a hint of sadness in her eyes as a guiding light appears. The three of them ventured deeper, and Addis, looking around, remarked, "We've gone pretty far down. It's like a dungeon." Effie turns, wondering, what business does the lady have for us in a place like this? Then she touches something and a horrifying shape emerges. It opens its mouth as if to swallow everything whole. Addis quickly embraces her, as it seems the world tree is... No, it's absorbing him. She felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of this. Why would something like this be here? Kindo, overhearing them, warns that the world tree will drain their life force, but because its roots are infected, the life force is turning back on itself. They approach the world tree, and the fruit she saw on its branches, a concentration of life force and energy, crystallized into a red hue. The crystals were about to drip, forming a bloodline. The branches and trunk are pointed at the egg as if doing something to it. All of this was created for the lady. As Kindel ordered them to retrieve Vantera's sword at all costs, a scream echoed, "I will kill you." A figure groaned from above, uttering threats. "I had planned to welcome you into the family, but how dare you steal my husband and child?" So she's successfully awakened as the Vantera warrior, faster than I expected. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "My queen, is something the matter?" Mother Earth growled. "You know, don't you?" Then she screamed, "You knew that woman wasn't infected." Gabriel vehemently denied it. "What, I don't know anything," she hissed again. "Don't make excuses." Mother Earth rushed forward, consumed by hatred. "She sees me as nothing but a selfish monster, and I'll never forgive her or you." Gabriel was annoyed, shaking off her hand unforgivingly. He approaches her, his voice dripping with menace. "So what are you going to do, kill me?" leaving the other speechless. Auntie Mai frowns and Gabriel feigns compromise. "Fine, kill me and end this family game. Then you can go back to being the monster you can't resist." He puffs out his chest with pride, saying that if he plays, the magic placed on her will disappear. "Do you think you can live as a human without my magic?" What was she about to say? Enraged, she turns away, forced into submission, resigned to her fate. Having been exiled from royalty, she has nowhere else to go, and nothing she does matters anyway. Meanwhile, Hanbin is racing towards the village. The only problem is that news of it has leaked. It's as if he had rockets strapped to his back, leaving Rondel unable to defend. But it seems that guy has a strong sense of loyalty. He didn't abandon the village or his comrades, but instead charged right through the front door. Now Mother Earth has lost her eyes. "I like strong and brave men, but he will pay the price." Mother Earth continuously blamed Hanbin for daring to kiss another woman in front of his wife, right? Artis emanates a murderous aura from behind, suggesting they kill him, while Gabriel puts on a pitiful display. He's glad Rondello is okay. He rushes over, asking Han why he's injured. Gabriel says with a distressed tone, "I fought your comrades, swordmasters, mages, and wizards trying to escape." Han asked naively, "Was he unaffected because he was an elf?" Key answered for him, "I'm not sure, but it seems the World Tree's signal only affects humans. Thanks to him, I was able to get close to him." Hanin was even more confused after hearing that. It only affects humans. Then why? Gabriel placed his hand on Rondel's shoulder and confided in him. "Indeed, the successor to the Elven Kingdom. Even he can't connect with the World Tree, he's just building your confidence. He's sure that you can save the Elf Kingdom." Rondel admires him. Kiwi senses something is wrong, and she screams. Key blocks the blade with her sword, careful of the sneak attack. Key sends her flying. Behind him, Phi Hanbin screams, channeling his aura. Her face remains calm. "If that had worked, I could have saved you easily." She begins spinning her blade, generating even greater power to strike. "I must now see them as enemies." A terrifying explosion erupts and flames engulf the space. Han steps forward, blocking the devastating blow. He's stronger than before. Who knew his leveling up would be a disadvantage to us? He shouts, trying to wake them up. "Artis, isn't it strange that we're fighting like this?" Artis wields his weapon, his eyes filled with coldness. "There's nothing strange about it. I'm simply killing anyone who trespasses." Immediately after, he drew several large and small magic circles. Key turned to glance at Gabriel with suspicion, wondering if the brainwashing had gotten stronger. Hanbin stomps forward with mighty steps, one kick enough to shatter Artis's defenses, as Kivi anxiously shouts Ruha Philidin's name. "I'll do something about you two," Hanin shouts as he charges forward. "There has to be a way to bring them back." She reaches out as if to call them home. Was it that obvious? Just then, a blow came crashing towards Kivvi. The force of the blow kicked up a cloud of dust, and Rondel cried out, "Kivi, your mother's hatred still burns. Why are you here, the one who destroyed my family?" Enraged, Kivi's eyes flashed as she charged forward, shattering Mother Tian's attack. Ki retaliates with her swift movements, launching a decisive and powerful kick. Ki quickly orders Ronel to be taken to the surface, but he retorts in confusion, "What are you talking about? She needs me to break her control," a threat she delivers with a 15-degree turn. "You'll die if you stay here." Rondel looked frightened. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Gabriel grabbed his wrist, pulling him away from the chaotic battle. Ronel then blamed himself. Was he just a hindrance? Was running away the only thing he could do to help Kivi and Vantera? "Don't be afraid, Rondel, they want to protect you," Gabriel said from ahead. But do you want to protect them? Rondell hesitates slightly. Yes, but his eyes held countless hidden meanings. Then this is the time to prove your worth to them. Ki attacks relentlessly. She has the upper hand, you're going to die, aren't you? But the damn mother's attitude remains as arrogant as ever. If that half-elf brat gets near the world tree, he's dead. But at this rate it's all the same. The longer it takes, the easier it will be to control that kid. Ah, a satisfying exclamation. Ki has sliced her doppelganger in two. In the end, you didn't want to save the boy. You just wanted him to die somewhere out of sight. She glares menacingly as the mother smiles smugly. Are you getting impatient? Ki continues his assault, unleashing a series of skillful strikes. Oh, so you were just mocking her behind her back. And all you want is that man, isn't it? You should have left Ronell behind and run. She strikes again. Where did all these points come from, so full of mockery? But I'm sure he wouldn't abandon his comrades, would he? Could that woman kill all of his teammates? Is that it? He doesn't want her to hate him, does he? I'm sure he'll lie to everyone and say his comrades were killed by monsters. A bizarre laugh echoes like thunder as Ki cuts them all down with a single strike. She gritted her teeth, annoyed. She could freeze them with the artifact, but using aura wasn't working when they just kept regenerating. Against this swarm of leeches with their rapid regeneration, it's just one wave after another. Her attacks are meaningless as they continue to absorb life force from the world tree's roots, and she must stand against thousands of bloodsuckers. To face such numbers, they need a power other than aura. Mother Earth speaks. I see you've discovered my weakness, and I am aware of it. Her hand caresses each of her meridians. I can be harmed by 4 energies besides aura. So why would I keep the magic swordsman and mage around? Mother Earth asks from above, exuding arrogance, because they can't escape my control, because I'm the one who led them astray. Ah, so sly, she utters, there's no way to return them to normal except to kill them. Suddenly, Kiwi mumbles something, her voice gradually turning into laughter. She smirked back to her old self. I see, so it was that simple. A cataclysmic impact from behind collapses everything, and Mother Earth looks on in shock. What's going on? Hanbin rushes in to help from behind. I can't do it. My level is too low. Ki nods in agreement. That's right. Evie and Artis frantically chase Hanin, demanding the necklace back. That pervert, but it's now in Kivi's hands. The polymorph necklace you use can force dragons back to their original form. It emits a powerful light, and Kivi summons 2 mighty dragons. Addis unleashed a torrent of flames, then charged headfirst into the Leech Queen, incinerating the entire Leech lair. The Leech Queen roared, dragons, they're dragons. Addis immediately plunged his horn into her eye. He raged, seething with resentment. How dare you force me to harm Kivi and Hanbin? Prepare yourself. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks. Han chuckled, arms crossed. This is the first time I've seen him this angry, the very first time. Han glanced at the dragon beside him, tossing him up and down while Phi was being a pervert. Die, I can't marry anyone now. He frantically tried to stop her. Wait, calm down. Aphie paused, then asked, what did you do in my mouth? Suddenly, remembering something, her face flushed red. Ephi rushed to where Mother attacked. I will never forgive you. Hanbin just watches and complains, as if waking them up was easy while Vivi struggles to wake him up. Hanbin didn't dwell on it and changed the subject, asking, where's Rondell? She honestly replied, I had the second prince take him to the surface. Mother Earth is being attacked so badly she can't do anything. If the main body is attacked, then I can't harm them. The Mother Tree's multi-eyed gaze hissed, you liars. The World Tree begins to transform its veins, becoming visible as they writhe uncontrollably, piercing the earth. From a distance, the tree looked like an upside-down U, but soon it transformed into the shape of a woman. Those nearby watched in horror. What is that? Monster. Hearing that, the Leech Mother gritted her teeth. A monster. Am I a monster? A furiously destroys everything, killing civilians. Shut up, I'm not a monster. Before long, a wave of power strikes her. A terrifying explosion erupts before them as I roars. That's why they call you a monster. The Mother Tree, enraged, gathers power to attack, while Hanbin rides Era to resupply Artis. Just then she arrived, only to have her arm severed the lowly cur. But Hanbin wasn't satisfied with the sword he was using. Just as he thought the sword couldn't handle it, and Hanbin jumped away from the giant Mother Point. His eyes full of defiance, he prepares to draw his sword. This is the first time he's seen someone so large. I would have brought more swords if I knew you were this big. Her hand reaches out, trying to stop the tiny Hanbin. Then Mom tried to crush Hanpin in her grasp, but he easily broke free, landing a fatal blow. His 2 swords were also broken. Hanpin begins counting down 6 years, as she grits her teeth and summons thousands of leeches with identical clones. The countdown echoes as Hanan races along her remaining arm. Get out. The power of the Myung, to revive the Mother Point's true form, is no longer usable. I can't regenerate. Why? Han grabs the sword only to find it shattered. His eyes filled with murderous intent, he stabs directly into her eyes. First, a hulking figure roars. No, I just finished counting and the sword is already broken. The Leech Queen opens her maw, gathering her strength as Kivi charges forward with imposing steps. She launches herself into the air, and Kivi throws a weapon to cover Hanbin. Did I hit her right in the mouth? Kivi chuckled. I'm done with this. Take it back. Hanbin smirks playfully. so it's falling apart after I use it. Never mind, I aimed perfectly. She arrogantly declared, the world tree is absorbing my energy. Only one person can do this. By the time Mother realized it, it was too late. There was a small crack inside the tree. The small branches are trying to pry it open. She succeeded in allowing the world tree's energy to flow into the hole. Rondell sits huddled in the corner, overwhelmed with negative emotions. I'm sorry, but I can't move anymore. Gabriel gently advises, don't push yourself too hard. That's enough. The queen has lost her ability to recover. He smiles as he channels his power into the world tree, wondering if his comrades will be able to eliminate the rest. What a relief. Rondell looked at the hole with a questioning gaze. But what is that rift? I'm not sure. But because of it, the ghouls can operate outside the dungeon. Gabriel took note of this detail. The ghouls can operate outside the dungeon. He explained to Rondell that with this much energy, the rift will only grow larger, expanding the ghouls' range. His words grew more and more cryptic. If everything went according to plan, it could spread to the entire Aelia kingdom. Even Rondell struggles to understand his intentions as Gabriel's eyes gleam with cunning. After this hole opens and I die, he wants to take everything so he can control everyone in the fairy kingdom. The rift grows stronger, and Rondell's smile fades. He understood Gabriel's intentions, and though he tried to defy them, he was quickly discovered, and Rondell was thrown to the ground. He narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with cunning. You want to close the hole. Don't be foolish, Rondo. He's already explained its purpose. It took me 20 years to learn how to parasitize those leeches onto humans, and I realized they were similar to the signals emanating from the world tree. Gabriel has been plotting this for a long time. However, the starving leeches are merely simple creatures that parasitize to suck life force. I've tried countless times. He clenched his fists, frustrated by his repeated failures, but he couldn't adjust them so they could only be used on humans. Meanwhile, Father banished me after seeing my experiments. Gabriel seethed with hatred. If we elves ruled all of humanity, we could create peace and restore the glory of the elven kingdom. Rondell frowned, questioning his father. You continued the experiments after being banished from the village. He openly admits it, revealing his sinister side. Yes, thanks to that I can complete the experiment in this village, also thanks to that monster. He's using this world tree for a reason. It can change the hungry leeches in the direction we want now that he's found this loophole. Meanwhile, Hanin lifts the mother leech's jaws, his final task to find the creature inside and have his teammates kill it. Hanpin stares wide-eyed. Inside the main body is a pure white creature. She weakly says, don't look at me with those eyes. Then she snaps and lunges forward. Don't look at me like that. Ki lashes out with a punch. She warned, we don't have time for your screaming. Han stepped in to stop her. Wait, are you seriously staring right at me? I have a question for you. Ask. Snow struggles to break free from Kivi's grasp. What level 32? Her eyes welled with tears of resentment. Specimen A, Angel 156842. It began with Snow catching insects and she would gnaw on her spoils. I was born in a desolate canyon where Snow devoured every creature one by one. I ate everything smaller than me, and at that time consciousness and ego were unnecessary. Simply put, that's how I survived, evolving from what I ate, the only way to live and become stronger. Something suddenly caught her eye, a monster bigger and stronger than the one Snow could only run from. Others do the same. I've lived long and eaten much. Compared to Miss Mask, I'm just an ant. While she was about to catch her, I spent most of my time running away. If he failed, he would die. His eyes grew dim. That monster easily tossed Snow aside with a breath. I failed, costing her a limb and taking serious damage. I'd hoped to at least be eaten after death, but that's when I found the strange loophole. Just then she saw something, but it was when I found the strange loophole. Snow quickly ran to that loophole. Half of her body was already through, and instinctively I followed. To survive, I ran oblivious to the blood I was losing, not even knowing where I was going. Snow only wanted to survive and unconsciously gnawed at her injured leg. I kept running until I felt safe. Until Snow saw the light, and Samuel stared at her with curious eyes. The boy pointed to the bushes, telling his parents there was something strange. Snow lay unconscious inside, along with her leg, and she was taken and fed, and given a place to sleep. This is a strange environment for me. I have food without having to hunt when I'm hungry. It felt strange, and I wasn't attacked even in my weakened state, Samuel asked his parents. Where do they think this kid came from? She's still wary, but his recovery rate is remarkable. Could it be a wild monster? But I've never seen anything like it around here. Samuel is intrigued. So could this be a new species? Jonathan seemed just as eager. I don't think so. Rebecca, however, disagreed with the boy, saying you can't keep it in the house. Samuel's eyes then pleaded with her, but she insisted it was dangerous. His father also wanted to, but had to advise him against it, saying it was only pitiful because it was young. But it's still a monster, very dangerous. Jonathan then turned to Rebecca, pleading. But if his mother agreed, it would be okay. She loudly and decisively said, honey, of course not. Samuel gently touched her and softly said, my father is a veterinarian, he says. You'll get better after you eat. The boy asked with concern, is it good? Snow took a bite and exclaimed, it's so good. Samuel suddenly sat down, stunned. It just spoke. Both father and son gave pleading looks. Honey, Mom. But Rebecca insisted, no, she absolutely won't allow it. What if the villagers knew we were keeping a wild monster in the house? But when she asked if it was tasty with a glint in her eyes and drool in her mouth, she was touched by its cuteness, but the massive creature wasn't scary after living together for a while, and I gradually learned about them. And so Snow was kept by the family. The husband found me interesting because I gained the properties of whatever I ate, and because of that I could live peacefully in their home. Everyone adored her. Then the wife felt guilty for keeping her inside, and secretly took her to the village whenever she could. Every day that passed was filled with happiness. The child loved to read and sleep under the trees. She slept in Samuel's warm embrace, and the child gave me the name, Snowy, because I'm as white as snow, and I know what warmth is. I've never seen this before, but I like it. On a day of relentless rain, she gnawed at her feet with worried eyes as Samuel lay sick in bed, still trying to comfort Snow. Snow, are you worried? Everyone is concerned for the boy's health, but you shouldn't be here when the whole village is infected. Looking out, she murmured not to worry so much. Since when had Gabriel appeared in this family? They said they brought in a special doctor, so don't worry too much. Samuel's illness still hasn't improved and the monsters are everywhere. Many doctors have tried to treat my son, but they couldn't even diagnose him, until Gabriel arrived. The family is deeply grateful. You're truly amazing. Jonathan bows deeply. Thank you so much, it was nothing. Gabriel sits like a general putting on airs. I was just replenishing the boy's energy. It's pouring rain outside. Actually, I'm the one who's grateful for you letting me stay here. While the villagers are hostile to elves, saving your son was just my way of returning the favor. Wait. Gabriel eyed Snow with confusion. Was he keeping that creature in his home? I've never seen anything like it before. Jonathan scratched his head sheepishly. He noticed Snow's behavior is quite endearing at the moment. We found it in the garden, and I'm observing it now. It has the strange ability to acquire the traits of any creature it consumes. Gabriel noticed Snow's ability to take on the traits of any creature it consumes, as Jonathan reached into his pocket to pay for the medicine. I almost forgot about the treatment fee, but he refused. No need. He's putting on an act of benevolence. The boy isn't fully healed yet, and I just want to stay here and help the villagers with their illnesses, and under the guise of healing I can also do my research here. Jonathan, unaware of the truth, was deeply moved, thinking he's so kind. I'll do anything to help him. At first, Snow also thought the man had medicine to cure everyone, and he seemed very kind. I thought he was still human, just a little different, and with a strange laugh as he went everywhere to speak up for Gabriel. Father helped him and convinced the people who initially refused him, slowly changing their minds. But those he treated gradually accepted him and began calling him doctor. That's how the disease spread in the village, but it couldn't affect everyone. However, not everyone was affected. Until one day, she looked utterly dejected. Snow lay on Samuel's bed as the relentless rain fell the week, unable to endure even with medicine. And so it was for the boy Snow as he walked through the silent halls. The once noisy house is now silent, laughter gone. Jonathan is drinking heavily, and no one calls my name anymore. The family was afflicted with a disease unlike anything the villagers had seen, while Rebecca hid in a corner weeping alone. I feel that it cannot be cured by medicine, and that saddens Snow as well. She stood in the pouring rain as Snow ran deep into the forest. She longed for the feelings she once had with her adoptive family. What must she do to return to her former life? Snow remembers Samuel's innocent smile. What must I do to hear my name called again? She approached the boy's grave, a small bouquet of flowers resting before it, her body soaked as she gazed upon the tomb with sorrow. As she exhumed the grave, a passerby spotted her, and a piercing scream echoed through the mansion. Jonathan's sword raised, protects Rebecca. My love, are you all right? Her voice trembled as she spoke. No, I'm fine. But it was Snow, standing on two legs, facing them, a look of disbelief on his face. Don't tell me it's you. Her eyes glistened, begging for mercy. Snow is in pain, and she's whimpering for her mother and father. Snow's neck was covered in blood. The pained child is gone. She smiles as if she can save this family. But it's all right now. Snow is here. The tomb has long been empty. I will be your family. Jonathan screamed, swinging his hand to strike Snow, calling him a disgusting monster. In the end, the scene was just a pool of blood. Where did the flames in the mansion come from? The townspeople rushed in with news. We have a big problem, Jonathan. The monster has desecrated your son's grave. But when I went in, Snow had already taken care of them both. She was like an animal eating anything. It ended when I regained consciousness. I thought about it, tried to understand their feelings, as Snow quickly fled into the cave, pursued relentlessly. But no one accepted me or my appearance, and I fled without knowing why. She stood before the hole she once squeezed through. I returned to the hole I came from, but I had grown too large. Snow tries to return to where she once was. She could go back if she forced herself, but she doesn't want to. Just then, an arrow pierced her as the villagers approached Snow, seeing her as something to be eliminated. They had many different ideas about her origins. Where did that hole come from? That's where the monster came from. The plague that swept through the village was its doing, Snow cried out. She wanted to clarify that it wasn't Snow's fault. The man suddenly exclaimed, The monster can speak. Our people have been ambushed. That's when people started killing each other. And she realizes that she is the one who caused it all. It seems I've somehow developed the skill to control the hungry leeches. Snow's grin widens, and the cause of the village's plague is revealed to be the hungry leeches. And that's why the boy was sick. She realizes now that the one who consumed him was also a monster. As the sword was about to strike, they were wrong. Gabriel had taken care of everything. You're not the monster you think you are. He began to manipulate my mind, blaming the eyes and pressure of the thoughtless. With that power, I could change their way of thinking. He reached out his hand in salvation, promising to help her live as a human. He cast a spell on me to prevent me from accidentally killing people. Returning to the present, she smirked, and I gave him 2 of my 4 eyes. Of course, that's why he was able to use my skills. She revealed all of Gabriel's plans, so in the end it was all his scheme. So he lied. I can't believe he used us. And that's why he was able to undo our brainwashing. Key raises a hand crackling with magic, a threat. The biggest problem is we don't know what he's planning, or where the Rondell family is. Snow lowers his head, mocking himself. You think I'll help you just because he betrayed me. Either way, you all still see me as a monster. She believes the only difference is that you'll kill me later instead of now. Attis suddenly steps forward, recalling a time when he lived in the wild and killed to survive, believing himself to be like Snow. Now I regret it. Kian reminds him that Atisco must be avoided, but Hanpin stops him from behind. Athu recoils her tone, no less unpleasant, asking, So you're saying I should live like you after regretting it? Attis immediately denied it, saying that struggling to survive isn't a sin. He lowered his head, hesitant, saying that using blood leeches to take lives and attack others was wrong, which only fueled Snow's hatred. As if he knows everything, if she could become human like him, a myriad of different eyes appeared in her own. She angrily shouted, blaming him, saying she never would have if they hadn't seen her as a monster. Artis gently embraced her, saying we are both monsters. With a comforting embrace, he says it can't be changed no matter how much she denies it, but she shouldn't use it as an excuse. He gently continues, saying that turning the people she loves into villains has caused her claws to begin to loosen. Are you sure no one looks at you with affection? She recalls the blood splattering as Rebecca took the blow for Jonathan, his eyes wide as he watched his beloved die before him. At that moment she screamed madly, a sound of utter despair as Kian urged them to stop standing by and end it quickly. Honey nods and smiles. She's right, let's end this. He conveyed the plan in a single sentence, find Rondell, and beat the second prince to a pulp. Snow burst into tears, her heart shattered. With the Leech Empire crumbling from within, the lifeless people begin to emerge slowly, making their way towards the city gates. Attis asked gently, is that all? Snow answered honestly, yes, that's all of them. She points towards the houses. I've ordered the villagers to a place where the World Tree's signal can't reach. If everyone keeps moving away, those bloodsuckers will die on their own. Hanbin crossed his arms and said, then let's wait for them to get a little further away. Artis patted her head, praising, well done. As long as you correct your mistakes in time, everything will be fine. Snow added, and I erased their memories of the dragon too. He kept praising her, which made A jealous. Well done, Snow. She stares blankly at the scene unfolding before her. With a sweet smile, Rhys said, it's been so long since I've flown, my shoulders are all swollen. Maybe it's because I was waiting for Sir Hanbin. Altis turns back confused, wasn't it because she hadn't transformed into her W form in a while? Han adds a more brutal reason she's gained weight. A immediately chomps down on his head, saying, I'm 3 times lighter than you 3 times. Han shouts, trying to pull her down, reminding her that her weight there is determined by her W form. Artis chuckled, adding that she was the heaviest one there. Suddenly Hanbin notices something. Key doesn't seem too happy. Hanbin asks her if she's worried about Rondell. Key hesitated, then agreed. Hanbin reasoned, doesn't the second prince need him? Rondell will be fine. Key agreed, I think so too. Still not understanding, he asks, then why? Key replied, because of you, that reason makes it even more ambiguous. Key gently explained, you are not a resident of R, so the goddess cannot predict your actions. And if someone like you keeps changing fate, she fears my predictions about beings following the goddess's will be completely wrong. Therefore, from now on I truly hope you'll do as I say, she continued. This is an agreement between me, the goddess's representative, and you, an assistant. Without a second thought, Hanpin agreed. Okay, Kivai said softly. It was time to act, and she mobilized everyone. She turned back serious and said that stopping her from killing this being was the right choice. Otherwise, the second prince's plan would succeed. Key even added that he had another plan to stop me, leaving Hanin speechless. He smirked, hands on his hips. I don't know anything about the second prince's plans, just the species information window for this creature. Kivai's eyes suddenly narrowed. It's an angel. I think I'm stopping you simply because it's a species I've never seen before, and I'm seeing strange numbers. Both of them and Attis were a little vague. Angels. What are angels? Snow has no information on them, and neither do I. Han found this strange. They didn't know what angels were. While everyone calls the outsiders demons, suddenly a bug flies in front of Hanbin, and a swarm of white bugs rushes out. Both of them look around in confusion. What are these monsters? Did they cross dimensions like Snow? Kivai kicks off, announcing Attis's change of plans. She grabs Snow, and directly points out and eliminates all creatures of the angel race. We can't let them out of this area. Then she went straight down and we'll go close the gate. The white bugs were tightly contained monsters, never before seen on the continent. Gabriel slyly twisted his wrist, wondering if they were connected to another land. Whatever, I stopped them from getting through, he said smugly. Thanks, Ronlo. Ronal felt utterly drained. You're making a mistake. Even your brother couldn't control them right. He cruelly lifts the boy's hair. Isn't that why he asked for your help? All you have to do is open the gate at the right time, help me, for the sake of the Elven Kingdom. Rondel challenged, how is this for the Elf Kingdom? You're threatening me with my elders. What would father and my brother think if they saw you like this? Gabriel couldn't care less, saying they were all just frauds. He began to rant. Have you ever wondered why neither I nor our elder brother can control the world tree? But you can, even though that ability Gabriel reaches into his mouth is only supposed to appear in the elf royal family. Rondel likely already suspected it. Gabriel is exposing his own family. Our foolish elder brother forgot his responsibilities and fell in love with a human woman. To protect his foolish son, the Elf King adopted his grandson as his own. He calls them all cowards and plans to take the throne soon, and if that happens, the royal elven bloodline will be tainted. Gabriel even revealed a secret. That's why you take after your mother. I sent assassins to kill you, but they failed. That punch sent him flying back dozens of meters. Han roared, grateful that I had held back, you bastard. You can't let your recklessness ruin the big picture because the situation doesn't allow us to kill. Gabriel, cradling his bruised face, cursed, saying that if this woman had hit him instead of Han, his head would have been rolling. Vantera, how do you know this place? Snow asks, filled with animosity. I thought we were on the same side, but you've been hiding so much from me. Now I know for sure. She hissed, asking her father if he had planned to gradually infect the village with leeches from the moment he arrived as a doctor. He's shocked and can't believe what he's hearing. You didn't kill it, you're working with that monster. Key tries to call out to Rondel. Did that bastard poison you? He quickly gets up and runs forward, surprising Tim with his actions. What are you doing, Rondel? He smirks deviously. Just as I thought, he shares my blood. With Rondel's blade to his throat, controlling a half-elf like him is possible. Don't move a muscle. Hanbin is quite surprised. He took Frondel hostage. Snow, is there anything you can do? She gritted her teeth in anger, replying, the only one who can control him is that elf. Key watched carefully, kneeling down to whisper beside her. Rondel, do you remember what I used to call you? He answers unconsciously. I remember. He picked up a strange object that came from the hole. Sensing danger, Kivi shouts, stop, this isn't a normal dungeon. She knows how dangerous it is. This gate connects to another world, the world of Omblaus. Hanin immediately asks why it's here. The current goddess of darkness has lost her power. The power protecting Radna is fading, and spatial gates are starting to appear. Snow adds that angels are a species created by the goddess, meaning they could have been created by Offerlaus, and are being tested as weapons against Gabriel, who smirks. Plows, you say. What he truly desires is to rule the world, and if that's the case, he has the power to destroy the entire world of Radna. So why hesitate? All you have to do is kill me and Rondel to save the world. The more I look at you, the more I hate you. What's there to even hesitate about? Gabriel taunts them with a laugh. What's wrong? Can't do it. Of course, because everything you say is a lie. Hanan draws his sword ready for battle. Step aside if you don't want to die. Gabriel laughs maniacally. You think you can break the gate with that flimsy wooden sword? Gabriel barely finished his insult. Before he was crushed, a monster emerged from the rift. In this Omolus world, they evolve rapidly by stealing the abilities of the creatures they devour, growing in size with each meal. Its massive mouth is filled with teeth, its size a testament to its age and power. Key, with his sharp mind, deduces their intent, the next stage of the invasion. Officially introducing level 148 specimen A of the 1537th angelic race. Snow cries out in alarm, saying that creature has lived for far too long and will devour everything. Hanbin takes the initiative, leaping into the air to eliminate the monster. Suddenly, the system window pops up with a notification as the creature snaps its jaws, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris. Thank goodness the gate isn't fully open. We can stop this threat immediately if we kill the angelic monster and seal the gate. Key turns to him, reminding him, Ryu Hanbin, once you're done with that angel, this beast's teeth are about to open. Hanbin poked at its white gums, then turned and shouted, looks like it won't be easy to take down. Leave this monster to me, he told them. Rond is unconscious, so please take care of Ronel for me. The angelic monster rages once more. Hanbin grits his teeth, realizing the fiend intends to drag him into the gate when something catches his eye. It seems this world pulls everything in, living or not. Hanbin landed painfully, explosions echoing around him. Hanbin uses his sword to stop himself, then looks up, seizing the opportunity. That's right, when I heard this was the world of Ombros, I thought it might be. He looks around and curses under his breath. This hellish place. The angelic monster opens its mouth, its body transforming. Hanbin wonders, did it devour the second prince? His eyes widened, something was wrong. Meanwhile, Key desperately called out Rondel, wake up Rondel. Fearing it was her fault, Snow explained, I'm sure the control was released when the second prince died. She denied it, saying that wasn't why he wasn't waking up, her face becoming emotionless. Snow admits her fault, believing this is the consequence of a half-elf touching the world tree. Because of me, she immediately cut herself off. Kiwi looked away, saying it was just his time to go, but then something else emerged from the gate, something huge and shapeless, hurtling toward them. Altus and A soar through the sky, her eyes wide with shock, as Altus casts a spell against the approaching enemies. He asks, "Are you all right?" "Just a scratch," Ephi replies. "They're everywhere, but they're not very strong." Altus warns against underestimating their enemy, seriously analyzing why Rodna has never faced disaster despite its numerous dungeons. Ephi's eyes are filled with rage, but they've already spilled out. If things continue like this, it'll be the end of the world. The white insects opened their maws and began attacking each other, surprising them both. Why are they suddenly eating each other? Altus suspects they're tearing each other apart to evolve. He won't let that happen. It's not that simple. The artifact in his hand activates, and Phi glances up in question. "Addis, why aren't you attacking?" He fumbles with his weapon. "I used magic, but the Omblau fragment on the staff." Something happened, refusing to attack the angel. The angel's wings unfurl, evolving into a new form. The angelic monster activates its eyes, unleashing a torrent of power. In that moment, Atis thought of Han Bin, who was now wielding his sword, moving swiftly from place to place. He leaps directly toward the angel monster, but runs into a world of trouble, mid-attack. Standing before the angel monster, Han Bin thought to himself, no matter what he tried, the power of his attacks vanished before they could reach it. Just then, a massive hand prepared to strike. More explosions erupt around him, but Han Bin lands safely. Han Bin wiped the sweat from his face, thinking that level 140 monsters really pack a punch. He couldn't use his aura even though it radiated attitude because he was glaring at the instructions. Now the monster has transformed into an angel, forbidding any attacks. The target is invulnerable, offering their lives to God's angel. Grotesque monsters swarm by the thousands. Snow and Kiwi are trying to defend, but if these weaklings keep pouring out of the gate, they're doomed. Kiwi asks, "Is there a way to destroy it?" She quickly replies, "Yes, but only for a while. In my experience, there's no way to make it disappear completely." Her face, hardened eyes fixed. The only option left was to close the gate. Snow added that it might be easy, but the only one who could do it was Rondell. He's unconscious against the stone wall, and in that state he can't reach it. Kiwi frowned as a puff of smoke drifted by. "I know it's coming from above." Just then, S and Phi descended at 1,000 kilometers per hour, dodging out of the way. They take flight, escaping the angel monster's pursuit, as it prepares a devastating attack. They could only watch as Atis escaped the angel monster, soaring through the gate in pursuit. It prepares to strike them both, opening its mouth to signal A. A burst of energy erupts, and Phi dodges just in time, as A instantly transforms back into human form. They hover in the air with the angelic monster, its mouth full of teeth gaping wide. Two angelic monsters slaughter each other. What is going on? How are there so many monsters? Artis breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they're fighting each other and not paying attention to us. I think Hanbin is somewhere around here. Let's try to find him. And he said the Omphalos fragment hasn't activated yet. He's in a tough spot, and they're both worried about Hanbin. If he can't fight strong opponents like he used to, then he's in danger. Artis suddenly sees something ominous in the pit below. He collapses, his body broken. Hanbin looks exhausted, and the gate grows ever larger. Kiwi instinctively followed them, relieved they seemed to have killed all the little angels on their way here as Rondell whispered her name. Kiwi frantically catches him. "Rondell, what's wrong?" He struggled to say, "I'm okay, but can you do me a favor?" Rondell wanted to sacrifice himself to bring me closer to the roots, but Kiwi couldn't bear to do it. "Rondell, don't you realize that if you approach it in your current state, your body will—" "I know, but I don't want to be a burden." Rondell tried to convince her, "I am a member of the Elven royal family and an Atlantean. Please help me fulfill my duty, even if it means begging so that Kiwi will have a harder time deciding." Only then were the two able to help him outside. "Han, are you all right? Take it easy." Han chuckled softly, then said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. This is just everyday life here." Han confidently says he can finally breathe thanks to their help. "I feel like I could go another round." Atis looks at his wounded body clearly in disbelief. He's been pushed to his limit. He can't fight anymore. Ki announces that fighting the angels is no longer necessary. Right now, we need to focus on stopping them from pouring out of the gate. Because we're closing the gate now, and Rondell is being drained of his life force by the Rondell tree. The three of them rushed over in a panic. Was Kiviko trying to kill Rondell? "Rondell, open your eyes." Snow's voice was helpless as she lowered her head. "It's no use. He's lost consciousness. I improved his body, so he's only alive now thanks to the mana." Ki added, avoiding their gaze. "I told you all when we first met about Rondello's destiny, didn't I?" She reiterated her identity. "I am the embodiment of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness. And to ensure Radna continues to exist under her blessing, they must protect life from destruction." Kiwi quietly continued, "And that is why I was created. Protecting Radna from destruction, a phrase that increasingly grates on them as nothing else seems to matter. Artis and I could only say Kivi did, but you went and broke those vines. Ru Hanbin. Kivi shouted. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hanbin knew full well, yet he still acted. I understand. You want to save Rondel from this place, believing her future predictions will be accurate if she dies, thus protecting Rana as the goddess intended. But you know what? I still don't understand. Han refuses to let anyone die. Why should the world end just to save one child? If the world ends because of it, then so be it. Just then, Snow realizes the angelic monster is trying to escape the hole. Hanbin gritted his teeth. It evolved after eating that angel. Addis raises his magical artifact, and he and Hanbin combine their swords to fight the ice barrier. Powerful bursts of energy erupt as they smile, promising to defend while buying time for everyone else. But honestly, we can't hold out for long. Hurry and save John Doe. Ki still doesn't understand their actions. They're going to fight it head on. Hanbin urgently said they were on their way, but she immediately yelled to stop. If you want to go, why can't you just cut the world tree's branches? With aura. Ki tugged at his hand repeatedly. Didn't you say you couldn't use aura because the guidance forbade it? Let go now. She screams in desperation. Has he forgotten his promise to her? You said you'd respect my decision, Hanin finally spoke. That's why I'm doing this the first time you sought us out for the goddess's mission. Meanwhile, Artis chimed in mid-battle with the giant monster. You didn't need to tell us about Rondel's fate. If you weren't there, we wouldn't have joined him, Artis declared, eyes wide. And surely we would have gone to find Bharat then, but you told us Rondel's fate as the monster's fist was about to fall. Perhaps you didn't realize it, but that was the moment you decided, the moment he declared he would save Rondel from his fate. Ki's tears began to fall, but even so, there was nothing we could do, showing that she didn't want to do this either. He can't hit the angel, so we have to close the gate. Ki felt there was no other way. Rondel's sacrifice was the only option. But Hanbin offers Kivi a glimmer of hope, a way for him to fight. Artis and A are already exhausted from battle. He strains to activate his artifact as the multi-eyed, many-toothed beast prepares to devour them both. A dark purple power erupts behind them, closing in fast. Kivi hugged Rondo and smiled happily, putting Snow at ease, thinking he would use the goddess's power in this way, the first helper to do so. Han can attack the monster because an external force has interfered with the guide panel, making enemy information unavailable. Hanin smirks, ready to solo this beast. That's right, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Born long ago, a unique beast. For 25 years, it has reigned as the continent's strongest monster, demanding fealty from all. This unique monster inspires fear in all who behold it, surpassing even the most gluttonous of its angelic brethren. Now its abilities and transformations are irrelevant. Once a month is enough. This angel monster could be full with a snap of its fingers, and as the apex predator, immobility only benefits it. This only made it more dull, and it grew increasingly bored. That's why meeting Hanbin excited it so much. As if he breathed new life into the angel monster, it felt pain and the scent of its own blood after a very long time, and it saw Hanbin as a new kind of toy. It sensed murderous intent from a being it had never encountered before. This time, the human and monster fought fiercely. It opened its bottomless maw, revealing the source of its insatiable hunger, as Snow wondered what magic she had used to allow him to fight it. Ki, still holding Rendell, said, "That's not magic. Ryu Hanbin is simply using my divine power. Think of it as a trick to mislead and manipulate the guide." He glitched the guide to prevent it from recognizing the angel. She added, "It's only a fraction of my power, insignificant compared to his own, so it doesn't significantly boost him." Hearing this, Snow was quite surprised. What? So it's all his power, Kivia explained further, but there were still limits to how much she could manipulate the guide. She gently placed Rondel against a support. "I'm going to get some manjas out of here, so please take Rondel and help me." That's why it becomes even more excited in situations like this. His voice still dazed, he pleaded, "Don't go, mother." Ki soothed him gently. "Rondel will be back soon." Snow urged him, "Stay here." This made Kiwi wonder, did she still have leeches? She donned a red coat. What magic did she use to make him fight it? That's not magic. And if I take him away while he's waking up, who's going to explain me to him? Snow even smiled slightly. Moreover, he needed her, which warmed her heart. "Snow, thank you. The battle intensifies as I aim for the head." Hanbin smirks, launching a fierce attack, but you keep dodging. Each strike is a deadly blow. The beast's five-fingered hand cleaved the hill as Hanbin planted his sword's tip into the ground. So he's conserving his strength to unleash an earth-shattering explosion, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The beast grows fiercer, striking the ground as if to crush Hanbin, but he dodges, yelling, "Here it comes." The sword with unmatched power is about to strike. Hanbin unleashes a blow, aimed to pierce through it. Hanbin eyed it warily as it covered its head, then attacked immediately, slamming its fingers into the ground. In an instant, only Hanbin and sand were left. Where is it? Its fingers still buried in the sand, he rushes forward. Hanbin strikes hard, slicing off the monster's hand, but isn't that the hand he just cut off? "Where did that come from?" growled a voice. "Right here." Hanbin grimaces. "Damn it, it's copying me." Just then, Attis's magical artifact appeared, deflecting the blow and protecting Hanbin. The angel monster opened its massive maw, and in a flash Hanbin helped O sail up, asking, "Thanks, is everyone alright? Otis is unharmed and I'm fine, but A's arm is broken." With a grimace, I says, "I don't think I can support you from the air anymore." Seeing this, he says, "I'll handle it, so don't overexert yourself and return to the gate." The battle wasn't over, and another blast shattered the ground, sending her plummeting into the abyss. Han was only able to save A, but luckily Snow arrived just in time to catch her. Fi was still in shock for a moment. "Snow, Snow," she yelled, "we can't give it time." Snow delivered crucial information. "It will evolve much more after eating." That angelic monster evolves again, opening its wide gaping maw towards Hanan. The monster prepared to fire another blast of power, and Snow shouted, "That's a no-go. The energy is getting closer." Han blocks the attack seriously, asking Artus, "Do you remember when we killed the spider?" Artus's eyes widen as he replies, "Yes." The two powers combined, and Hanbin Ryu charged forward with a frenzy. He hurled his greatsword forward in a spinning vortex. The two powerful forces collide as Ki witnesses everything. She voices her hope, wanting this to end quickly. "Ryu Han, my power can't last much longer." The situation continued to change and thrash about incessantly as the sword gradually entered the monster's mouth. Then it stopped between its teeth and the sword began to break apart, returning to its original form. At that moment, Hanbin leaped forward, vibrating his sword, finally trapping its head and thrusting it in with force. "If you're so eager to eat and roar with such ferocity, then eat this." Hanbin slashes and hacks, destroying its teeth before delivering the final fatal blow. Who will prevail, man or monster? Hanbin thrusts his blade into its jaws. An X is slashed across it. At that spot, a light begins to shine, and a hand emerges. It seems the angelic monster is about to evolve, its wings spread wide and beautiful. Snow shouts a reminder. "Aim for the head, it's just a shell." Han notices the detail about the shell, and quickly rushes to where Snow indicated, decisively flying past the angel monster. Han grits his teeth, as a blinding light forces Artus to shield his eyes. They stare at the wings as the angelic monster takes on a near-human form. The face of 1537 was obscured by feathers. Artus's eyes widened in shock when suddenly a voice made him freeze. "Drop that habit." Artus Hanbin charged, striking from above, but the being swiftly evaded his blow. He shouts a warning, telling him to fall back, saying he doesn't know if he's capable, but he definitely can't withstand him. It was then that Artus realized something was wrong, and turned around gasping for breath. Artus looks on still, not understanding is it due to the difference in levels, but why did he suddenly complete the 1537 conflict? "I saw the main body destroyed and it was smaller." Snow then spoke. "We continue to evolve by absorbing countless powers. However, in the end, we only accumulated useless abilities. But because it devoured the elf, her gaze became extremely serious, and she realized her mistake and evolved further. The two sit near the discarded shell to talk as it needs to shed its useless skills. Otis glances at the shell that 1537 emerged from. If its intelligence has evolved to this level, then the two are fighting tooth and nail, each blow a deadly threat. 1537 may be covering its face, but it's still fighting skillfully. Han peers intently, noticing how much harder it's become to perceive. It lunges once more. Though smaller, each attack is incredibly powerful. It no longer feels like fighting a monster. Its wings glow like blades, enhanced just as I empower my sword with aura. If I'm right, it's about to unleash another burst, and 1537 is dragging me along with it. With every strike, Hanbin noticed this bastard was mimicking him. He frowned, observing how every attack was being countered. It moves in to avoid the horizontal slash as Hanbin wide-eyed fights and observes. Hanbin is kicked into the air by 1537, and the two begin to fight each other, his mouth twisting into a smirk as he mutters horizontal slash. Hanbin's face is utterly bewildered. "What?" A sword slashed through the blazing gold. 1537's attacks grew ever more dangerous. Unable to gain the upper hand, Hanbin gritted his teeth, launching himself into the air to strike, but Hanbin foresaw his intent. That fiend wore a sly grin, as pillars of fire like molten rock came crashing down. Hanbin quickly retreated over a meter, his eyes widening as he looked up at the dangerous horizontal and vertical slashes, but he noticed a detail like the flame from before, realizing his friends were still here. "Guys, what the hell are you doing? I told you to run." Snow chuckled. "Even if we did, it'd all be over if that monster got out." With unwavering resolve, Fi added, "I can only hold the staff, but you must be the one to win. This is what we can do." Hanin still doesn't understand what his brothers are planning. "What are you all talking about?" 1537 finally speaks a complete sentence. "You're in my way. Now his true colors are showing. Don't interfere." 1537 conjures a surge of energy. Hanbin, enraged, charges forward, gritting his teeth at the sight of 1537, who seems to be preparing for a combined strike. It creates two interconnected circles, as if opening a new world with unparalleled cross-shaped power. Hanbin's eyes widen as he cries out, the light so bright, it pierces through to his friends. The rocks shattered, scattering debris and even weapons as Key stared in stunned horror. She froze as someone approached with incredible speed, an impossible presence in this place. Kivy screams, trying to protect Rondell from the impending disaster, when a figure appears out of nowhere, stopping the falling rocks. The sight stunned Kivy, who questioned why, while Han desperately attacked, and 1,537 watched on in amusement. It laughs derisively, saying that everything it does is just crushing ants like them, but they're only getting stronger. 1,537 even compliments him, calling him an interesting creature. That only fueled Han Bin's rage. "I'm going to kill you." He continued to charge sword in hand, but 1537 just laughed behind his cross-shaped shield as their powers clashed, sending rocks flying everywhere. Even Hanbin is facing a frenzied, bloodthirsty enemy while the good guys are going crazy. Just then the system announces that the tutorial board has detected an anomaly. But just as he reached 1,537, the wings pierced him, turning the tide in 1,537's favor. Curious, he tilted his head and asked, "Why you 1,537? Then stabbed even deeper. "Why aren't you attacking, Han?" Pin sputtered, blood running down his face, confused and annoyed. "Why now? The notification couldn't have come at a worse time. To investigate the cause of the intrusion, the tutorial board will suspend all user activity. It feels pointless once again." "How boring." Han Pin rushes forward, slamming straight into 1,537. While Nod was distracted, he slit the angel 1,537's throat. His eyes glowed red as he snarled, "Eat and die." His face twisted in displeasure, finding this turn of events most intriguing. From out of nowhere, a black cloth flies, hitting 1,537 inches. The face as a powerful figure emerges, and Kivy quickly carries Han Bin away. Kivy's eyes are filled with determination as she says, "Sorry, but I need to break the tutorial system again. Even if I did, you should know you're in no condition to face it." She continues, "For now, just run." Making 1,537 uncomfortable is working. Han retorts, annoyed, black tendrils coiling around his face. "Even if I die, I'll at least get out the words, 'you idiot.'" Her eyes were filled with coldness. "If your death could save all of Rosna, you should already be dead." Kivy's words ring true, and if he dies, will his friends truly be safe? Meanwhile, 1,537 sees Kivy as nothing more than filthy creatures. "Are there still maggots in my way?" Vines erupt from the ground, growing rapidly, ready to devour 1,537, who is surrounded by the roots of the world tree, as seen by Hanbin from afar. Ki quickly pulls him out of danger. But who could it be? Kinder stood below, frustrated. "Hurry, I can't hold it for long." The two of them flew out in a spectacular fashion, but he landed hard, every inch of his body aching. Hannes and Evie rushed to his side, but he's badly injured. Hanine was shocked to see them. "How could they be alive? I thought you guys had been hit by the decapitation strike." Evie explained, "We would have surely died if we had been hit by that. But we managed to block it because Snow absorbed the Omplus crystal." "Do you even care?" "Then where's Snow?" Artis sadly shook his head. "We don't have time. If we ignore that space gate, it'll only get bigger. We don't know how we got here when we opened our eyes." Han narrowed his eyes, and Kivy hesitated. She may not have mentioned it again, waving her hand. "We don't have time." She turned to the hole in front of her. "If we ignore that space gate, it will only get bigger. The world tree's roots that brought us here still exist. If that happens, the balance of power in Radna will collapse." Ki laments their chances of survival, but there's still a chance to close it with the world tree's roots. The order rings out, infuse all life force into the roots. Kinder plunged his sword into the ground, taking control to seal the gate with the world tree's roots, and he had a request for her. "Kivy, you seem to know a lot about this phenomenon. Can you explain the reason behind it?" Kian nods in agreement, but there is still much Rondell needs to learn, so he closes his eyes, pondering something. Indeed, all will be revealed. As the gate is nearly sealed, two claws suddenly pierce through. 1,537 tries to claw his way out, shouting that he won't let him escape. Ki stands in his path, but he tries to push past. 1,537 cried out as a surge of power prepared to strike, and Ki turned, perhaps realizing the angel was the target. Han Pin is still restricted by the system. Damn it, just then a hand stops those wings, causing the attacks to go astray. Han Pin gritted his teeth, realizing it was her trying to stop him as Snow 1,537 growled, questioning him. "Who are you?" It glanced back, gritting its teeth and seeking understanding. "Why are you stopping me? You're just like me." Snow angrily shouts in its face. "That's right, I'm just like you." But a black string pulls her hand back and Ki yanks Snow toward him. She's completely different. Ki shouts her name as proof she is Snow. In that moment, Snow fell silent and 1,537 seized the opportunity to escape. Ki was startled, a little panicked. Where did Holy come from to back them up? She unleashes a burst of power, the energy surging toward 1,537 and Snow. But Snow was happy about it as the power pushed them further inside. The roots of the world tree intertwined, leaving no gaps, and the three of them looked up in curiosity. Hyan points 5 arrows to the sky behind her, appearing as a savior. Hien cheerfully asks, "Is everyone all right?" The villagers gathered on the mountain with Richard all weeping and wailing. "Our village, what happened here?" One of them risked calling out to him, "Hey, registered hunter, go kill the monsters." He didn't even glance at Richard. "The only order I received was to protect the people." They continued to plead desperately, "If it's money you need, I'll give you whatever you want. So please save the village." His vacant eyes lifted. "It's over." Above arrows are already drawn. The villagers were outraged. Shouldn't he be helping the woman who gave him his orders? Richard raised his sword, his cold voice silencing the villagers. "Help her. Do you people have something like an atomic bomb?" they wondered, confused. "What's an atomic bomb?" Holian released her arrows from above, as Richard casually walked away, a magical light flashing behind him. Some things are better left unknown. Holian's wings carried her high above her gaze, fixed on the battlefield below. Hanbin Otis and the others were stunned she'd killed the monster in a single blow. From above, Holan happily checked to see if everyone was all right as Kindo and Ki looked up at her. "We survived the disaster thanks to you, Holan." Holan slowly descended before Hanbin's group, and the others as Han clenched his teeth, wondering if Holan had transcended life and death. Meanwhile, Holan raised her hand, gathering magic between her middle finger and thumb, then fired it towards Hanbin, Ihai, and Atis. He quickly drew his sword and yelled, "Atis, take cover." A stream of magic shoots out unstoppable, yet different from the magic used to slay monsters. Leaves and petals flutter through the sky. Artis raises his hand, desperately trying to shield himself. The surge of prana is too strong. But I beside him widened his eyes, thinking the same thing as all three of them, stared blankly at the flowers and grass sprouting beneath their feet. Hanin rigidly held up his sword to defend himself, then subtly noticed the painful wound on his body. It was gone. Amidst the flowers dancing in the air, Holian smiled at them. "I've heard about you from Kindello. I, in the name of the head of the Fairy Union. Thank you. For now I can only heal your wounds. But after the feast I will repay you properly." Kindle and Ki were relieved to hear that. Both breathed a sigh of relief, and 2 days later within the Prosus Palace of the Elf Kingdom, nestled deep within the great tree, an enigmatic voice echoed. "So this is the gate connecting to another dimension." Kindle Atlantis, the vice leader of the Elven Kingdom, frowned slightly as he sat on the council. "This is all we know about it." The one flipping through the report paused in thought. King Chromebrind of the dwarves paused on a page and spoke. "It leads to another dimension teeming with unknown intelligent monsters. If we'd gotten here sooner, we could have tested the new weapons." "What a shame." The 2-year-old Elven King Kudavati retorted, flipping through the report. "There's nothing to worry about. The dwarves' antiques have captured it. The problem is those monsters will escape easily." Crom shouted angrily, "What does a flying potato know about art?" He remained calm, praising Holian Frandirk, the Elven Queen, representing the Fairy Union. Fortunately, Holian intervened in time. Holian laughed bashfully. "You exaggerate, I only pushed them back." Kudavati happily chimes in, adding that without Rondell and the hunters risking their lives, she couldn't have stopped the second wave. The Vantara warriors and their comrades were truly exceptional. Chrome seemed to agree. The hunters did well to help close the gate, but how did it happen in the first place? Unless someone intentionally caused this. He stares at Kindell, who looks down in thought, then says, "In truth, this disaster was caused by my supposedly dead younger brother. It was the Elven clan's responsibility to watch him, and because of him my son Rondell remains unconscious." Kudivati asks with concern Kindle's son. Kudivati chimed in with words of comfort, hoping for divine blessings. Kindle quietly expresses his thanks, then speaks of Hanbin's group, and the heroes who saved the Elven race's future. "I want everyone to stop questioning their true motives." Chrome lamented inwardly, as revealing the second prince's sins must have been difficult. He's protecting the hunters, even if it means revealing the truth. Outwardly, he was the first to agree. "I truly wish to meet these hunters." Kindle complies, saying he will save a seat for him. Kudavati happily pounds the table, declaring it a wonderful feast for skilled hunters deserve great rewards. Suddenly he paused, sensing something was off. "According to my fellow spirits, the gate should have opened somewhere in the VNA region, but there's nothing there. Like Gahan, the largest region of the kingdom, or the vast Kandris, or even the kingdom of Mado, where fascinating magic is being researched." Holan hesitated, but Kindle quickly cut her off. "Radna must have partnered with other nations to minimize the potential for disaster. Quite unexpected. But I think it's time for the Fairy Federation to cooperate with us. Feel free to use our communication services." Hearing this, Holian lowered his head slightly, saying nothing more. Meanwhile elsewhere, Gahan was negotiating with a troubled expression. "I'm still not sure. Aren't we still investigating the cause of this disaster?" Genenovia chuckled, raising his pipe. "If that's the case, I'll do my best to investigate the cause of this incident, but moving around won't be easy." "Holan, that's why I told you about the gate beforehand." Holan stood before the image, linking the two of them, looking slightly bewildered. "Of course, it allowed us to prevent widespread chaos, but I'm still worried. I know you two are busy researching the Demon King's blessing, but this is a disaster in Rana. Find Baros like before, but she was cut off by Gon." Holan looked sad. "We're only human." Genovia reluctantly agreed, "Unlike Nim. Our lifespans are short, you know." Gahan's tone suddenly shifts. "We don't have much time left unless we receive immortality from Omblauz's blessing." After some thought she spoke. Or do you think our immortality goes against what the goddess taught? After listening to their ramblings, Ho hesitated. That thing. She clenched her fist and continued with difficulty. I'm your friend. I never want to see you die before I do. And with that, they concluded their negotiation. If it helps protect Rona under the banner of the four heroes, I'll leave the decision to you. Hien sadly lowered her eyes. I understand. If you find any information about the gate, please let me know. With that, she slowly opened the door and left the room, the image of Gahan and Genenovia gradually fading away. He tapped something, and the image disappeared, leaving Gahan to sigh heavily. Genenovia suddenly flies past. That was a dirty trick. Wouldn't it be better to just tell Holan the truth? He casually dismisses. She must know it's impossible, but I suppose there's no use in trying to dissuade her. Whatever. I'm about to enhance the Great Earth's activity and research Omblaus's blessing. The biggest problem is the gate. Gahan rubs his temples in dismay. Even though the absence of the Dark Goddess balances Rodna, I didn't expect it to connect to Omblaus's world. Genenovia scoffs, but it's only temporary and easily fixed if we fully absorb the Dark Goddess's power, and we still have Holion out there, so no need to worry. Even if Holion is a healer, she still has the highest level among us. Gahan thought of someone unsure if Baros's level had been checked yet, and he smirked, lamenting that they still didn't know his level. Genenovia soothed him. Of course we can do it. Gahan's fingers slowly manipulated the screen. That's right, we just need to focus on stopping the enemy. Once connected again, he casually asked Richard about the current situation, and Richard knelt on one knee to report. Holan planned to stay in the Elven Kingdom for a while to investigate the gate and organize an event, but the leader of the Elven Federation has yet to announce the gate's existence. Of course, they wouldn't incite panic without a plan. He ordered him. For now, keep an eye on Holy, and make sure she doesn't discover our secrets, and if she starts to suspect our plans, kill her immediately. Richard looked up slightly, understanding dawning on him. Rondell remained comatose in his hospital bed. Hanbin's group could only sigh, wishing Rondell would wake up soon as Artis walked away lamenting. Kiwi, seemingly worried about something, disappeared, and Avi quietly added, I know. Hanbin concluded that Holan is the only problem. Artis frowned, speculating that she didn't have Om Plus's blessing, because she couldn't see other people's levels, proving she was an RNA. Evie chimed in agreeing. Right, if she could see levels, she'd be shocked by Hanbin's. And I don't think she's a bad person either. She healed us after all. Only Hanbin remained serious, slightly disagreeing with them. I felt the aura remaining in my body suddenly vanish when she healed me. If Holan were an enemy, they'd all be dead. But if she doesn't know who they are, meeting her is too dangerous. We can't risk whether she's allied with Gahan and Genenovia, especially since she was once part of their group, just like us. As they disappeared, a rustling sound came from the bushes and the image of 1,537 flashed in his mind. So the best course of action was to find Barot before another gate opened and those damned angels poured in again. Phi seemed momentarily saddened. That's right. Thinking of Snow, a voice suddenly echoes. Who is Snow? Leaves rustled as a surge of magic swept over them. Kudivadi suddenly appeared, declaring, the phantom thief of justice has arrived. He holds up a gleaming gold pendant with a sly grin. You're the hunters hired by the kingdom, right? Evie is startled and cries out, that's my pendant. May stares wide-eyed at Kudivadi. Why is a member of the spirit tribe who usually live atop the world tree here? Hanine curses him out, asking what justice he's stealing. Who sent you? Kudivadi turns and dashes away like the wind. If you want to know, come and get me. Addis immediately gives chase, stopping first. But suddenly, an image flashed through his mind, someone shattering a magic stone. Then images of broken fragments. Adis froze while Hanbin and Ahai quickly followed. Soon after, Kudivadi led them to a cliff in the forest before stopping. Hanbin stepped forward cautiously, leading them away from the kingdom and into the forest, prompting Ahai to draw her sword. Did he want to fight? But Kudivadi just chuckled, I'm not the type to fight the Vantera. At that moment, a figure appeared from the cliff, diving down as he spoke. Show yourself. The dwarf warrior's power shatters the ground before Hbin and E, as Chrome's eyes narrow, his voice booming from within his armor. Vantera warrior, thank you for helping me test this new weapon. Han sizes them up. They're awfully loud for assassins. Is fighting the only way to find out who's behind them? Crom is surprised by his stance. He has no intention of holding back just because I'm the dwarf king, his gaze serious and indifferent to my status. Excellent. Seeing the intense battle, Kudivadi suddenly says, I brought the Vantera warriors here because the Dwarf King wanted to test new weapons, but it seems he misunderstood something. Perhaps I can stop everything and explain. But isn't that necklace like the one Holan had in the past? Just as she's distracted, A swings her sword at Kudivadi, but he manages to dodge it. Worried and rushed, she thought to herself that if she strayed too far from the necklace, she would revert to her Wiv form, while outwardly she angrily shouted at Kudivadi to return the necklace. He smirked, finding these hunters intriguing, and proposed, let's change locations. Meanwhile, Chrome has raised a heavy weapon called the Stone Crusher. I don't want to get involved over there. Hanbin was taken aback by the massive weapon. What is that thing? Chrome nonchalantly explains that it's a multi-energy projectile launcher created with the latest dwarf technology. Try to block this. With that, his eyes locked onto Hanbin. Instant energy erupted with lightning speed and terrifying power. Stones loaded into the chamber, turning the weapon into a rapid-fire cannon. The massive trees behind Hanpin were snapped in half with a single shot, and the mechanical pieces were ejected like scrap. But there were only a few bullets left. After the barrage, the weapon finally stops, leaving Chrome a little disappointed. Is it out of ammo? But it seems the pointless experiment is over, his face filled with disappointment. Since no energy bullets could penetrate his aura, the massive sword stood before Hanbin impenetrable. Though his clothes were torn, Hanbin's eyes flashed red. Is that all? Crom decisively swung his weapon behind him. No, we prepared for close combat in case ranged attacks failed. This is just the beginning. He clenched his fist and charged forward in his massive armor. Dwarf technology is the best in the world. Seeing Hanbin struggle, Addis runs over, stunned. What in the world is going on? The thing fighting Hanbin is the holy gauntlet of the Greenham dwarves. He began to worry. Moreover, with such decoration and special abilities, the user must be of high status. If he lets Hanbin destroy his opponent, this will become an international issue, and he doesn't even have his magic stones or staff for emergencies. Artis only uses his own stones for magic. He picks up a few lost in thought, before noticing the massive weapon at his feet. Artis's eyes widened slightly, returning to Kudavati with white wings, the elves who could fly since they learned to walk. We play hide-and-seek in cramped forests, so other races can't catch us, but that swordswoman managed to catch up. Her movements were like gliding on the wind. He was intrigued, soaring before her. She frowned, reaching out her hand. The reason I caught up to you is because you're getting slower. You're running out of energy from flapping those wings around. Kudavati simply laughs, drawing something else. Good eyes. How about this? Just as A was about to touch him, it reflected the light of magic, and Kudavati's body, which had just been caught, shot off like lightning. Startled, Afi realizes its swordsmanship landing on a large branch, as his voice echoes through the forest. Though I'm in no position to talk, being the one who stole the necklace, it doesn't seem to belong to you. Could you tell me where you got it? Afi grew even more frustrated. I have no intention of telling a thief about that. Give it back, while I'm still being lenient. Kudavati suddenly appeared behind her. Here's the deal. If you can take the necklace within 10 minutes, I won't ask any questions and return it to you. But if not, I'll make you tell the truth. This is a test to see if your swordsmanship can catch me. In an old temple deep within the forest, Kivi sat silently before the ancient altar, lamenting her inability to contact the goddess Kivriel and discover the whereabouts or fate of Baros. Ki lowered her head, muttering to herself that perhaps it was time to leave the elf kingdom, but a choked voice echoed from behind her saying Rondell would be very sad if she left. Kivi was taken aback. What brings you here? Noah bowed slightly in his robe. Looks like it's you, Elf King. You who worship the earth goddess shouldn't be in the sacred grounds of the goddess of darkness. Even so, who would dare say anything to this old man? Even the nobles would just ask if it was okay and quickly forget about it. Kiwi's eyes darkened as she looked at him. If the rumors about the wise Elf King having a child with a human woman were true, he should at least pretend to be senile. Noah sat down next to her. Oh, so you knew. Kiwei replied softly. It's the most logical hypothesis. His face, framed by a silver beard, seemed even sadder. The elven nobles insisted on the purity of the royal bloodline so my son could inherit the throne, and hiding Rondell's true identity was necessary, but it only hurt him more, and the poor boy would never know his real parents. Ki quietly affirmed with lowered eyes, but it was for the best for Rondell and the Elven Kingdom. Suddenly Noah interrupts her, and Kay slowly begins to speak. I know that the goddess of darkness rules over death, and the end of all things, and I've heard she can hear the voices of the dead. Do you think the goddess Kivriel could forgive this foolish old elf? Kivi was taken aback by these words. After a moment of silence, she smiled at Noah. Yes, she will surely forgive you. The old face gave a slight nod. Thank you. A while later, the two exited the temple together. Noah leaned on his cane and sighed. I'm old, and I don't have much time left, but if you need my help, I'll do everything I can. Kivi turns and agrees. I'll discuss it with my comrades. But before he could finish, a surge of magic erupted from the forest in the distance. Kivi and Noah were silent before the spectacle, neither saying another word. Adis collapses, his oversized weapon misfired and destroyed. A castle-sized block of ice freezes Hanpin and Crom. Seeing him scream and swing his sword to break the ice, he panicked and rushed over. Bin, are you okay? Hanpin's teeth chattered as his body trembled uncontrollably. It's so cold. Atis looked at the remaining magic stone with regret, saying, I'm sorry, I just wanted to stop the fight. In his hand now was the stone of fire, as Han gritted his teeth and looked back in horror. That ice pillar? Atis did that, but he's only level 54. It's colder than that level 72 ice mage's ice. Han's body convulsed for a moment before stopping. Just then, the sound of someone running reached them, and a kick flew straight into Hanbin's face. What have you done now? Her eyes are filled with rage. Didn't I tell you not to cause any trouble? Hanbin was sweating profusely. Wait, I have a good reason. Meanwhile, Noah is tapping her staff against the ice. Kiwi angrily retorts, what possible reason could there be for creating a giant pillar in the middle of the Elven Kingdom? and froze the Dwarf King. Hanine's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Magic. Dwarves Artis's eyes were just as blank. Quick as lightning, they punched and blasted fire, desperately trying to melt the massive ice block as the beautiful colors swirled in the sky above. After escaping the ice, Chrome's eyes widened in despair. My child, the multi-energy cannon is..." He roared at Addis. "What have you done?" The boy quickly bowed. I'm sorry. To stop the fight, I used an enhanced magic stone instead of a bullet, and the magic released was stronger than I imagined." It was like Chrome had heard something miraculous, and he repeated Addis's words seriously. "Magic stones instead of bullets. You're saying you could use it on your first try?" Addis lowered his head even further. "I'm truly sorry," but Chrome pats his shoulder encouragingly, saying, "There's no need to apologize. This will rewrite the history of ranged weapons. How did you improve it? Tell me quickly. How did you make it fire magic stones?" Artis paused for a moment before answering, scratching his head thoughtfully, which caught the attention of Kivi and Hanbin. "It seems the mana used to fire the bullet activated the magic in the stone beforehand. If the firing circuit were placed behind, the bullet could be fired with physical force alone, solving the problem. How about using Mr. Rill to insulate the mana?" She and he simply shook their heads, but Chrome was very interested. "So you're saying we can drastically improve the weapon's power and stability just by slowing the bullet down a bit?" Chrome quickly hefts the massive weapon onto his shoulder. "I'll fix it and bring it back soon so you can try it again." Addis blankly agreed, standing there like the other three. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Noah explained, "It seems the great Takana likes you. That blockhead wants you to test his unfinished product." Han grinned at Kivi. "So that's okay, right? She just ruffled my hair in annoyance. I've made a big mess, and now Artis is involved too." Suddenly Kivi looked around. "Where's Ophelia?" He was also stunned, realizing something. "Oh, that's right." Deep within the kingdom's town, two orbs of light relentlessly chase each other across the sky as Kudavati lands on a rooftop, pausing. The basics of a magic swordsman involve using force to control metal in both hands, which she uses to throw and retrieve her sword, he says, dodging a blow from A. She continues to pull the sword back, shouting loudly, "That's the first step to becoming a magic swordsman. I've known that for a while now." A rushes in swinging her sword, but Kudavati leans back to dodge once again. Indeed, her reflexes and speed are impressive. She dodges every one of A's attacks, but no matter how fast she is, it's useless if she can't catch her opponent. The blade beneath her hat spun, and Kudavati was suddenly behind her. Afi gritted her teeth, reluctant to admit that Kudavati was a better magic swordsman, freely changing her movements with wings and strength. "At this rate, I'm going to lose." A flies over to another rooftop where Kudavati is standing. He smirks, raising his other hand. "And one more thing, it's dangerous when a magic swordsman reads your movements. Always be careful of your back." As he says this, another short sword flies from behind toward A's neck. Her reflexes were quick enough to block the blade, but the backlash sent her flying into the carriage below. Kudavati suddenly realizes, "Oh no, I overdid it. She's probably only level 30. But she avoided the blade, so she should be fine." He hesitated, looking at the straw in the carriage. Then two streams of swordsmanship shot up from within the pile of straw. Kudavati swiftly blocked them with his two swords, but was still forced back. Seeing A's sword knocked back, he's intrigued, throwing both swords in a final attack. But when he saw A charging with two scythes, Kudavati realized, wait, was this a trap? She uses his distraction to strike, but Kudavati, though, startled, manages to dodge. He smirks, amused. "I didn't think you were the type to steal from others. Can you tell me the truth about the necklace?" Afi dismisses him with a slight smirk. "Didn't we decide I'd tell you when I lost? Those were your words. A magic swordsman must always be wary of their back." Kudavati was taken aback. Hearing that the two swords he threw behind him began to twitch, and he quickly turned around. "This is my style." And she controls 4 weapons at once. He quickly crossed his swords, and just as A's 4 weapons combined to attack Kudavati, narrowly leaped into the air. He breathes a sigh of relief, noting her low-level but impressive combat experience and the rare talent to control more than 2 weapons at once. "I wonder how much you'll improve after seeing my skills, but a deal's a deal. I lost." With that, Kudavati throws the pendant down, sending A scrambling after it. After catching it, she fell flat on her face, and when she sat up, her clothes were ruined. A bitterly lamented the loss of her favorite dress, clutching the necklace tightly, as she vowed never to forgive Kudavati. Should she report it? Suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared before A-Fi. Confused, she looked up the tall figure, casting a shadow over her. And when she recognized Richard, her eyes widened in disbelief. This man is from the Dragon Brigade, and her eyes widen as she sees him. Richard's towering figure loomed over her as he knelt down, reaching out a hand. "You just fell from a great height. Are you all right?" Afi hesitated for a moment, stepping back. "Oh, I'm fine. Thank you," she said. After placing her hand in Richard's, A thought with relief, "He doesn't recognize me." Just then, a cloaked figure rushed over with a bag of food, saying, "Richard, our driver is missing." Upon hearing the voice, Ei hesitated, then gasped Holly before being cut off. "Don't speak so loudly." She glanced around. "I'm incognito, just wandering around the Elven Kingdom." A is understandably confused. "Why?" Holy explained helplessly. "The Caravan Merchant Guild is here, so most restaurants are full. And today's my last day, so I wanted to try the food here. It's a shame we have to return to the NM clan after everyone's award ceremony, Phi thought with a frown. An award ceremony, Holy suddenly changed the subject. Do you two know each other? Phi hesitated for a moment. Me. Richard simply glanced at her before giving a curt reply. No. The sword in his hand sprang out. It's just the necklace she's holding. It looks quite similar to the one I borrowed from Holy and Nim, so I just wanted to take a closer look to confirm. Richard's words clearly made Awa uneasy. Just then, Kudavati appeared carefree as ever. How amusing. Just as A tensed up seeing him next to her, made her jump and scream. Hori greeted her with a smile. Spirit King, your outfit is lovely. Are you out for a stroll like me? Kudavati removed his mask, explaining I was bored, so I wanted to come out and train this little one. Ignoring the elf's stunned repetition of the word king, Kudavati casually added that her teammates were looking for her. Shouldn't you be preparing for your award ceremony? Kudavati quickly grabbed A's finger, and she stammered a yes before he quickly pulled her away. Well, I'll see you two later. As night fell over the kingdom's castle, Noah stroked his silver beard. The four heroes kidnapped the goddess of darkness and stripped her of her power, opening the gate due to the weakened protection of Rena. But knowing Holian, she wouldn't do something so awful. A is momentarily flustered. So Holian is on the side of Great Earth. Hanpin crosses his arms, dejected. If I didn't know that and participated in the awards ceremony tomorrow, I'd be in big trouble, because of my level. Kivi glances at him, assuring him that logically his level shouldn't be possible. Addis muttered beside him, it's hard to believe. Just then Noah spoke up, I'll help you find Barot. A jumps up overjoyed. Really? Adis exclaimed in disbelief. You believe us, even though we can't prove it. Hanbin, however, offered his unique brand of comfort. Thanks, but you must be getting senile. Ki pinched his arm hard as he seriously responded to Noah. Just as I thought from the way you speak, you've met other Kivis, haven't you? Noah reached inside his coat searching for something. The only benefit of living long is meeting the embodiment of the dark goddess multiple times. Was it a year ago? The four were even more surprised. How long had it been? Noah took something out, saying, I don't know the name or address of the sender, but I'm sure Barros wrote this letter. Kiwi joined the other three, as they read the letter, Barros being known for this sort of thing. It's not unusual for him to write letters himself. Artis peered over curiously. What is it? Hanine stammered, holding the letter in her hand. It's been opened, and a word slowly appears, causing a stir among the group. Hungry. Did he misspell the word hungry? Does he want food? Noah explained, referring to the second note. This is the letter that was sent later, and the group was even more puzzled by the strange words. No water. There's no water at all. Is he asking for help? Kivi turned to Noah, seeking more information. It must be difficult to find water and food if he's in the deepest level of the dungeon. When was this letter sent? He frowned in thought. About a month ago, was it? Perhaps about a year ago. The group urgently asks how long it's been. Suddenly, a new letter stained with blood-red ink arrives, according to Noah, sent about a week ago. Everyone is horrified. No, he can't die. Barros. Hanan slams her hand on the table in anger. Damn it, even a Sword King can die of starvation. Ki sadly accepts this. But Noah added that the letter was delivered by the Kavaran group. Hearing this, he was stunned, not knowing what to make of it. The Kavaran group. Artis then added that they were a massive merchant guild that sold goods all over the world. If we go with them, we can get to Barros, he says, causing the three to pale. The Kavaran group. Aren't they leaving tonight? Hanan froze. Tonight, the three of them shouted urgently. Why didn't you say so sooner? Hey, don't blame me. I didn't know about the letter. If we leave now, we might still make it, Ki decides firmly. We need to leave the Elf Kingdom now. Suddenly a figure appeared in the doorway. Everyone, let's go. Startled by the voice, she turned around. Rondell Hanbin asked in surprise, You're awake? Rondell quickly turns away, saying, Wait for me while I get ready. But Kivvi paused, then quietly called out, Stay. But Rondell didn't resist and quietly turned away. Okay, goodbye, Kivvi. Seeing him run off, Hanine quickly stood up and called out, Hey kid. But as he moved to follow, Kivvi stopped him, tilting her head in warning. If we miss the caravan, there won't be another chance. I don't have time to coddle children. Outside the palace corridor, Rondell ran blindly, despairing that he could do nothing more. I'm just holding them back. But I want to go too. He gritted his teeth, hating himself, when suddenly Ronell's head collided with something, snapping him back. Seeing him struggle and fall to the ground, Chrome hesitated. Was he Prince Ronell? Kudivati floated along beside him as Rondell, still lost in sorrow, bit his lip and glared at them. The Merchant Guild's carriage continues toward its destination, as one of its members happily hangs meat in the carriage and chats. Everyone knows our next stop is the 4th gold station, right? Seems like you're all pretty confident in your skills, huh? I'll provide the food in exchange for you guys handling any bandits that show up. Aethys asked hesitantly, Is it okay for us to leave without saying goodbye? He simply lowered his eyes, saddened. Rondell is the king's son. If he knew about this, it would only cause more trouble. Hanbin disagreed again, but Rondell was the first person she met who helped her without question. Wouldn't it have been better to say, See you later? Kiwi looks up at the night sky. I don't want to lie. Suddenly, another carriage cuts into their procession, and Key turns to watch it disappear into the distance. Are we already running into bandits before even leaving the Elven Kingdom? Han quickly draws his sword. So you have to work to eat. But Chi just frowned, taking a closer look at the design. As the vehicle came into view, he shouted that it was a dwarven heavy magic wagon, sending Altus into utter shock. Kudavati tumbled out of the vehicle with a large box, landing right in their car, as Chrome, who was driving, turned around to complain about everyone leaving so quickly. Altus stared blankly at the box, stammering, King of the Dwarves, what is this? Looking at the streamlined gun and other accessories in the box, he said, I've improved it according to your instructions, so use it and tell me what needs to be improved later. Seeing Kudavati fall on him, A widened his eyes. Elf King, what are you planning now? He chuckled and scolded her, saying she was so mean, and this time it was a fruit. This is the secret magic book of the Elven royalty, the part I just wrote. After leaving the thick book with A's picture on the cover, he flew away. A trembles as he says, a newly written secret magic book. Artis happily shouts, thank you, Dwarf King, Elf King. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing Key, who was next to her, to widen his eyes as Ronell leaned out the window to hand something over. This is definitely better than the orb she usually uses. Take it. Startled, she reached out and took it. Rondell was dangerous. Get inside. Those were the last words he could muster. I can't help everyone with my current abilities, but if we meet again, I'll be different. Seeing this, Crom steered into the carriage, a brave young boy. At that moment, Kivvi's kiss landed on Rondo's forehead. She smiled gently. I'll be waiting, Ronello. His face flushed red, his eyes sparkling as he quietly agreed. Before their car disappeared, he waved and shouted to Hanbin, Vantera, I'll kill you if anything happens to Kiri. The five bid farewell with cheerful smiles as the convoy continued on while Chrome's vehicle turned in another direction. The long sandy road ahead shimmered with dust under the sunset sky, as Noah murmured to himself that life is a series of choices. In that process, there will be sacrifice, there will be mistakes. The longer the life, the more mistakes made, and the greater the responsibility for them. So how does your master intend to take responsibility? Behind him, a familiar figure appears, the sword drawn, reflecting Noah's solitary silhouette. Elsewhere, Leon H. diligently gathers magic, his hands clasped as if embracing something before a blue cube imprisoning an unknown entity. Gazing at the completed stone, Leon H. pondered. The Shadow Brothers defeated the false goddesses of darkness, yet still struggled to close the Stargate. Were the false gods involved in this? Just then a voice interrupted his thoughts. You say you know what it is. Lon laughs, telling Lucen to stop talking nonsense. Didn't he hear them say that no one knows anything about it? He insisted, really, I don't remember the details. But he was already sweating bullets, arguing back. Even if you think you know, someone will take care of it. Either way, it looks like a dungeon. This isn't something people like us should interfere with. Do you even know that goddesses protect this world? We're done for, aren't we? Lao shrugged, asking Leon H. about the promised restoration artifact, but Leon H. frowned, sensing that someone was stealing the goddess's power. But Rana's magic follows the laws of the goddess, and to steal divinity? No such magic shouldn't exist in this world. He tossed something over, and Lao caught it, exclaiming delicious. Only Lucen hesitated, speaking up, Sir Leon H., please hear what I have to say. But Leon H. cuts him off, saying that their participation ends here. Lucen frowned, unwilling to give in, but the reason they were here was to investigate. Leon H. turned away, avoiding his gaze. It seems I was mistaken, or perhaps out of time. As he spoke, a group of people appeared on the snowy cliff surrounding them. The investigator above revealed a confirmed record of conducting an investigation without permission and ignoring the goddess's prophecy. Head priest Leo Selfrancis will be tried before the Divine Disciplinary Committee. Noah is gone. The 11th Elf King ruled the land for 250 years and died of old age in the royal palace at 450, or so the people were told. Richard kneels before the screen. The borders are sealed, and the investigation has begun. Genenovia glared at him with disdain, saying it would have been better to use poison or curses for a more discreet approach. Gon lowered his eyes, disagreeing. Such methods are easily detected by Holin's psychic abilities. It's more effective to shock him to death, and we need to keep Holian and the other kingdoms from suspecting us. Meanwhile, the leader of the Fairy Alliance still hasn't found who's responsible for the assassination, and Holin has moved past his grief, right? He flicks off the cigarette ash. So, the last remaining problem is, Richard suddenly flashes with a sharp pain, forcing him to bite his teeth to stop a moan. From the screen, Zenovia continues to cast magic on Richard. Didn't you say that Vantera's warriors and his comrades were caught in your trap at the academy? He trembled as he replied. The trap was sprung, but in a makeshift hut, the guard at the gate wondered, did he give up? The remaining investigator sighed, finally finding peace, prompting curiosity from the other. Aren't you sad? The young man who wanted to meet Leon H. is really gone. The other investigator startled, reminding him, Don't say anymore. You taught us to obey the orders of the goddess, Mr. Leon H. He sighed, faintly lost in thought. And now that same man defies the goddess's orders. How complicated. Suddenly they were startled by a figure in front of them. What is it? Why is he back? Hey, pack up your tent and leave. But before they could speak, Lucen screamed, "Help me." A monster burst through the rocks, chasing after him like a madman as the investigator swings his axe. A golem. Why would such a docile monster? Meanwhile, the other investigator helped Lucen, who was groaning in pain with only a stump where his arm used to be. He clicked his tongue, ordering the other investigator to take Lucen to the healer, to which the other quickly agreed. Then he guided him through the gate, Lin's eyes subtly glancing in a direction outside. In a secluded place, a man uses his powers to control an earth golem cursing under his breath. Damn it, he was previously left speechless in shock. You want me to control that monster and deceive them? That's too dangerous. Lucy flattered Lao, but his ability is rare. No one would suspect someone could control monsters. Lao nodded, pleased with the praise. That's right, my power is useless. Even if I go into the palace, nothing will change. As he finished speaking, Lucen detached his left iron arm calmly, stating that he alone was enough. Laud just distract them. Hearing this, Laud could only remain silent. As the golem was being beaten back by the investigator, Laud turned away in frustration. I'll never do this again. Inside the gate, the investigator who led Lucen in is knocked unconscious. He quickly reattaches his iron hand, his eyes hardening as he clenches his fist. Forgive me. I'll repay this favor later. Elsewhere, a person's hands are pierced and shackled. Oh, I believe someone is impersonating the Dark Goddess, Leon H. said seriously to the person before him. Moana closes her eyes in despair. Does he mean this prophecy belongs to someone else, not the goddess? He even sensed divine power from the prophecy, he affirmed immediately. Yes, it's possible the divine power was stolen. After a moment of silence, Moana spoke. While you were away, a new prophecy was confirmed, a request for someone's assassination. Hearing this, Leon H. flinched and quickly asked, assassinate who? I've never heard of such a thing. She turned and walked away. Of course, because that prophecy is beyond your capabilities. Leon H. remained steadfast in his rejection. That's not it. The goddess has never made such a request. Besides assassination, Moana could only vaguely acknowledge. I've also realized this request is unprecedented, and frankly perplexing. However, we are but mortals, and further thought only leads to more confusion, for we cannot comprehend the god's plans. Ultimately, your words are mere conjecture. If the goddess isn't as you suspect, you'll do something you can never undo. I trust you'll make the right judgment. As she finished speaking, the prison door slammed shut, and Leon, seething with rage, crushed the armrest. But then he relented. As she said, his suspicions were just theories with no proof. But if he's wrong, his actions are against the goddess. Unbeknownst to him, the only iron door in the room opens, and someone cautiously enters. Seeing the investigator's cloak, Leon H. stated firmly, if it's another torture session, carry on. I commend you, but I need to sort out my thoughts so you can come back later. The figure's cloak fell away. Leon stared in disbelief at Lucen behind the mask, struggling to unlock his handcuffs. He stammered you, but was immediately cut off. Wait for me, I'll break it soon. Leon hissed, idiot, where do you think you are? How did you get in here? Lucen stubbornly strained, his face contorted. Didn't you tell me to hide my identity? Every time I level up, I put a point into the assassin branch, so now I can hide my presence. Leon sighs, it's no use. You can't break it with force. And if you try, he looks up at the separating wall. Make sure you've gathered all the information you need. As he finished speaking, Lucen fell as the floor split open. A throng of investigators filled the room surrounding them both, as Lucen drew his sword, his face grim. A trap, how very demonic. Leon H. chuckled watching him draw his sword. It seems you haven't changed your mind. Moana emerges from behind the investigators, saying that Leon H. underestimates the Order of Shadows. Since Leon H. isn't resisting, they're told to let everyone go. Even if Lord Leon H. begged, we couldn't let this go. Leon H. watched Lucy's back and warned, don't get me wrong, I'll just be in a more difficult position if you get caught. Doing this will only add to your crimes. He roared in anger, I can't accept either of your words. The investigator, annoyed by his yelling, swung his axe and scolded, hey, do you even know who she is? Moan waves the investigator off, saying, that's enough, Mr. Leon H. Leon is listening intently. Lucen stood before him, unyielding, not that he was trying to show off or anything. I'm foolish, so foolish, that I might do something wrong and get you into trouble. But even if it's a mistake, even if it's another sin, I don't want to sit still and regret not saving my benefactor. Leon's eyes widened at those words. He smirked. This fool. Lou grinned, turning back to face him. Call me a fool, but I have my own plan. Outside the iron bars of the cell, the monster's roars echoed. Outside, a Vate monster had arrived, shattering the brick wall behind him. Lucen covered his nose and mouth slightly and said, do it. A bird-like monster from Lao bursts into the prison jaws, snapping at the chair Leon H. is sitting on as he screams in desperation. I must be crazy, hurry and climb up, but from above a pair of axes crossed and descended, stopping short. The monster's head is severed, and the stone chair falls from its mouth as the two investigators press on, knowing that even a prison is still sacred ground. How could a wild monster trespass 1,000 times? Killing it 10,000 times still wouldn't be enough. Their muscles rippled as they swung their axes. Lucen recoils, raising his sword to defend Leon H. and L, as the stone shackles shatter in a spray of blood. A burst of jade-green magic forces the investigator back. A beam of light in the shape of a cube pierces through him. Why, sir? Leon's healing magic slowly fades after the two collapse and Moana nods in acknowledgement. So that's the choice you've made. Leon begins to heal the wounded with magic. Forgive me. I thought I'd become more reasonable as I grew older. But he glances at Lucen and wipes away his tears. Seeing these fools makes me realize how cowardly I am. He looked at him touched. Sir Lionel wiped his face only to tilt his head up. Huh, what did you say? Moana faces him and raises her hand. He will defy the goddess's orders. If that is your choice, then there is no other way. As she finished speaking, all the members knelt down in unison, sheathing their swords. Moana speaks for them, saying, "We surrender. Even with all our soldiers, we couldn't capture you. That would only cause more losses for the Dark Order and the goddess." Leon hesitated, looking at her. Is she testing me? Moana throws a piece of paper at him. I was skeptical as well, but I had no way to verify it. So I had to see how strong your will was. Didn't I say I believed you'd make the right choice? Leon hesitantly picks up the paper. This is what Moana said, shocking even Luin. These are the people the goddess wants to eliminate, and this wanted poster will soon be plastered all over Erna. He and Lao pounce on him, asking what he's done. Leon H. simply frowned slightly and chuckled. A wanted poster, huh? Looks like someone beat me to it. Above are the images and names of Hanbin, Flatbin, the Vantera warrior, and 3 others wanted for the assassination of the Elf King. A large hole gaped in the tower, as Leon H. curiously examined the wanted poster. The assassination of the Elf King. Is this information reliable? Moana asked from across the table, sliding over a file. The Elf Kingdom told its people, their king died of old age, but the Elven Alliance is still in discussion. It seems the assassination of the Elf King is indeed true. Leon H. flipped through the report, lost in thought. Putting it all together, this makes sense. We need to depart and capture him quickly. Lucen immediately protested. The boss would never assassinate anyone. Lao waved his hand dismissively, scolding him. Idiot, that's exactly why we need to hurry and catch them. A wanted order for that monster, but no mention of the Brotherhood's strongest member. Something's not right. Leon H., we need to find them first, to uncover the mastermind behind all of this. Leon H. and Lucen both stared at him in disbelief. Lao angrily shouts, What? What do you guys think I'm stupid? Moana on the other side helplessly negotiated. I'll try to prolong the church's investigation, but it's impossible if this warrant continues to spread. Furthermore, Leon H. is being accused of insubordination, and naturally his teammates are being hunted just like him. Lon twitched his lips and turned away. We don't exactly seem like teammates, so Luin sincerely thanks her for letting them go. Leon H. lowers his eyes, lost in thought. So if we don't find them first and uncover evidence of the false goddess, it's all over. The question is, what will the Elf Kingdom and the Fairy Alliance do next? In the somber atmosphere of the council chamber, I sincerely apologize for showing you my shameful state. Rondell bows, presenting the gifts. As Prince Rondell Atlantis, I extend my greetings to the King of the Elven Alliance. My brother, yes, of course. The new Elf King is very busy, so I've come in his place. Things seem difficult, don't they, Rondell? Ronell smiled at her, thanking her for her concern, but as the only prince of the Elf Kingdom, he couldn't afford to show any more weakness. Chrome glanced at him. You're here on behalf of the Elf King, aren't you? Then you must know that the last people to see the Elf King were the warrior, Vantera, and his team. No matter what you say, nothing will change. Ho Lian hesitantly reminded him. Hey now, Dwarf King. Rondell tightened his grip. I understand they're suspects, but I've seen their character firsthand. They don't just accept missions they aren't obligated to do. They saved my life, and they never back down, no matter the odds. Even if they were planning war with the Elven Kingdom, they would never resort to assassination. Chrome chuckled. Brave lad, we think so too. Kudavati raised a hand in agreement. I concur. There were no clues at the scene, meaning this assassination was carried out by professionals. He suddenly looked a little sad, but most importantly, the body was left at the scene, meaning it was likely a trap. Ho then lowered his eyes. I think so too. To prove their innocence, we need to find and talk to them, and for that we need a special investigation team. She glanced at Richard, who stepped forward and introduced himself coldly. I am Richard, Lady Holin's assistant. I've been appointed as the head of the Fairy Clan Alliance's special investigation team. Kudavati glanced at him and sighed. Holian's assistant, even Chrome, glanced at Richard with a more serious expression. So is the woman next to you, also a member of the special investigation team. Outside the corridor, she stood beside him casually, saying, Congratulations, Richard. You've become the head of the special investigation team. Richard simply acknowledged it. Mr. Gahan recommended me, and Mr. Holin believes our seals prevent us from killing, so he trusts me completely. Leslie looked at him unwilling. But why was I excluded from the plan? Richard glanced at her. You need to monitor Sir Holin in my place. You seem enthusiastic lately, Leslie. She never wanted to find a team before. They probably don't know they're wanted, she thought, gritting her teeth. I need to let them know. Leslie looked up, thinking this seemed like a simple surveillance mission, but his target was Holy, which made it all the more dangerous, didn't it? Richard slowly tightened his grip on his sword. If that's the case, he gave her a warning look. It seems no one could find this Vantera warrior's history before he came to the Elf Kingdom. And you were there for the Ohm Plus Blessing implantation mission, so I'm sure you saw his power. Then you should assess whether they are dangerous. Leslie faintly recalled the peaceful feeling of that meal. Though she denied it, she said, I didn't know the Vantera warrior wasn't involved in my mission, so I haven't had a chance to see his power. Richard simply turned away in silence. Is that so? He's strong enough to face Leon H. Reports say he might be even stronger, so this mission isn't suited to your current abilities. Leslie glared at his retreating figure. So this wasn't just a simple search mission. Richard didn't even bother denying it. Yes, my orders are to find his team and eliminate them. At their location, Chrome's weapon is in use, its magic blast shattering a wooden target. Hanbin shielded his eyes from the sun, smiling as he praised Altus. Beautiful, you could go to the Olympics. He happily holds the handgun, thinking his accuracy improved thanks to Altus's advice. The advice of a former soldier is indeed helpful. He hesitates for a moment. Well, I've never actually used a handgun before. His curiosity was piqued once more. Then what kind of gun do you use? Hanin pondered, then described it. The K2 is longer than this. Hanin observed the handgun in his hand. But this gun wouldn't inflict serious damage against high-level mages or magical beasts, would it? Altus examined the gun. So you mean firepower. Suddenly, a surge of magic like an electric shock erupts behind them, and the two anxiously step back and ask, hey, did your training fail? But all that remained was the book and the cratered ground. They cried out in alarm, hey Phi! Another strand of hair flies over their heads. What a mess. Kneel before the genius maiden. Altus looks up in surprise. Hey, you can fly now. Even Han is impressed. That kid, she leveled up again. Addis chuckled, of course she leveled up. It was only a matter of time considering she's been training and learning to use her chaotic life force effectively. I is now a level 45 magic swordsman. Giggling, she says that this is no challenge for a genius like her. You can all start calling me the Queen of the Sky now. Actually, the magic that's lifting me into the air is coming from the 4 swords stuck in the ground. Hanin used the force to pull out a sword, didn't he? A fell to the ground, tears welling up as she yelled, I'm training, stop it and get out of here. Feigning remorse, he awkwardly runs away, saying sorry about that. Altus nearby bursts into laughter, then approaches Kivi and Hanan, who asks with concern, Kivi, aren't you training? She's just holding a water bottle. I'm already protected. He crossed his arms, leaning towards her. So you're a VIP, huh? Kivi didn't argue, simply staring ahead, adding that even if she trained, she wouldn't level up or gain experience like everyone else. That's why I'm grateful to everyone for fighting so hard on the front lines. Han glances at her, puzzled. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Is it because of Radna's emergency? Kivi changed the subject again, asking, but what about you? You're definitely not a resident of this world. Han admitted, then chuckled at her. That's right, but I was promised I could return after finding King Baros and resolving his situation. He then jolted in surprise. Wait, don't tell me that's impossible. Ki bows her head slightly, ready to restrain him. Don't worry, the goddess's promise is absolute. As long as you don't defy the orders of this world's goddess, your wish will come true. However, I realized my purpose and desires differed, and when I decided to sacrifice Rondell to complete the mission, you were the one who helped me realize my true desire. She turned to face him, Ki's eyes wide as she looked up at Hanbin. So what I'm asking is, what do you truly desire? Is there a reason for you to keep fighting? Hanbin was taken aback by this barrage of questions, his eyes drifting away. A reason, you ask? Just then, the convoy started their engines, one after another, announcing loudly to those below. We've gathered the water and are ready to depart. Everyone get on board. Kiwi simply closed her eyes and smiled it off. I guess I was just talking nonsense, huh? I'm just a little suspicious of you. A and Vise both looked blank, not understanding. After she got in the carriage, she reached out to support Kian, leaving Hanbin alone in silence. His eyes gleam as he looks towards something in the distance. The caravan continues its journey under the bright sun and clear blue sky. Meanwhile, Leon H. didn't hesitate either. Along with Lucen and La, who were constantly searching for Hanbin, Richard also began preparing for the investigation. Elsewhere, a space gate opens where a monster's dark wings have fallen, and before a pile of monster bones stands a muscular man. He grimaced, forcing down the food amidst a mountain of corpses and blood. This monster's taste is awful. 40 years ago, unexplainable deaths began to occur on Earth, and those who died were transferred to another world, granted a new life. Earthlings indistinguishable from the native Jana contributed their strength, becoming powerful hunters and an integral part of this new world, living in mutual support. It was a time of peace, but not everyone accepted life in Jana, and a banner was raised. 20 years later, the Great Earth Society, under the guise of freeing the Jadna people from the goddesses, began to consolidate power and move to destroy them. Though the Jana people resisted fiercely to warriors averaging level 80, they were like ants. The rewards the Earthlings received for killing the Radna people addicted them to further slaughter. They began to lose sight of justice for the RNA. Fueled by the thrill of leveling up through bloodshed, they began to see this life-or-death struggle as nothing more than a game. But the game they thought would last forever soon ended. The quartet, later hailed as Radna's 4 great heroes, wiped out the Great Earth Society, and then the Outlanders were also eliminated. So goes the tale. Now in the swirling sky, a figure bearing the Great Earth Society tattoo on his arm draws his sword. His face contorted in horror as his suspended body fell straight into the monster's gaping tooth-filled maw. The jaws snapped, shut his body already halfway down its throat as the monster roared with gruesome delight at the attack. One man looks at the party board sighing at the mere two members while the curly-haired spearman laments that they should have taken the lightness skill. The blonde-haired man sneers. He couldn't even aggro it and died. Thanks, you scrub. They're getting loud because of you. In a valley with steep cliffs, dozens vie for a large monster archers waiting on the cliffs above. Seeing the crowd behind him, the blonde-haired man clicked his tongue, then turned back to curse. You bastards don't even dream of kill-stealing when we were the first ones in. The crowd grinned mockingly. Hey, you two idiots can't read the guide. You think you can kill it with those levels? Share some with us. We're all Earthlings here after all. Then they all charged forward, swords clashing, each bearing the tattoo of the Great Earth Society. To newcomers from other worlds, they heard that this group was wiped out by the Four Heroes, and its members were nightmares to the people of Jaina, averaging level 80. But that also meant their power was being wasted, which is why they weren't killed, only sealed away. At that moment, Bella, with her aura unleashed, leaped down and slammed a log into the monster's neck, leaving the other Earthlings stunned amidst the dust cloud. Gahan and Zenobia sealed them away, forcing them to fight and gather magic stones, a fitting punishment for those from another world. Bella, now a level 112 warrior, clutches a large log and a massive magic stone. Above the cliffs, a machine like an aircraft hovered in the sky above the celestial dungeon. Richard stood on the ship's deck looking down. Finally, the demons must return to hell. Bella below glared at the sky, her pupils constricting. Richard is imprisoned, and a weary Bella asks the man before her, "Do I have to continue the mission to get out of here? Fine by me. Though I don't know much about this stuff, magic stones this size could buy a lot of bread and meat. I've been doing this for 20 damn years, you know people can go crazy, right? But I guess that's better than you having to play leader of this fake Great Earth and serve Gahan like a dog, right?" Richard ignored her rant, pulling his hat down as he admitted, "Yes, I'm leaving the remaining members in your care." With that, he stood up and walked away, as Beola's muscles tensed, her teeth gnashed, and her handcuffed hands slammed against the table, then against the glass separating the cell from the outside. "You traitorous bastard, don't play with me. We're suffering because you sold us out to Gahan just so you could keep being their dog. Do you think you can handle that? When we get out of here, we're going to tear your Ganah's wife and child to shreds." Vice Captain Richard paused, then coldly dismissed Bella's words. "Impossible, my family is all dead." By her hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly evaded the topic. "Instead, after you complete your mission, I'll give you a chance to kill me." Bella slumps into a chair, clicking her tongue in annoyance, but ultimately asks, "So who's the next target?" Elsewhere, the sun beats down mercilessly from a cloudless sky. Hanbin and the others cursed as they trudged through the golden desert, wondering where Ma Clan was. "Is Barros hiding out here?" Hanbin is drenched in sweat, his eyes glazed over. "Caravan said someone would meet us, but Phi, can't you transform and carry me?" E flatly refuses, saying, "Do you really want me to transform into that huge body and let you dry to death?" He wearily asks why she's suddenly become so clever, but she ignores him and pleads with Artis. Could Atis create water with ice magic? He helplessly retrieved the magic stone. "I can't. There's no moisture in the air. I can use fire magic, though." With that, Atis chuckled self-deprecatingly, as Kiwi wiped away sweat, scolding them in a near-fainting voice. "You're all so weak. Focus, we just need to go a little further." Suddenly, she perks up, spotting a shaved ice stand in the distance. Hanpin frantically shouted from behind. Kiwi's lost it. The four of them stared intently at the wooden stand before them, unable to believe someone was selling shaved ice in the middle of the desert. And what are the odds of that happening? But when they looked closely at the sign, they suddenly screamed. "There's meat." Hanpin grins. "It does look suspicious." Atis chuckled in agreement. "That's right." Ki nodded firmly. "That's definitely a trap." Effie tried her best to distract them. "Wouldn't the shaved ice melt if it were left in the desert? But I still don't think it's fake." The allure of the shaved ice's pristine condensation was too much to resist, and Hanbin, Ephi, and Atis lunged forward with all their might. As Hanbin stepped onto the sand, he and Ephi behind him began to sink. A trap. He desperately reaches for the shaved ice. Can't he even protect a single cup? Is that so? Just then, Hanbin's face was stepped on by a pair of long legs. Disappointed, Ryu Hanbin used him as a springboard, unleashing his aura to leap forward. She landed ice still in hand, saying he didn't believe in himself. And so she slurped away at her shaved ice, mumbling philosophical nonsense about why he'd never achieve his goals. As she ate her kiwi, she saw yellow sand rising in the distance, rushing towards them, a vehicle speeding across the desert, kicking up a sandstorm. Stepping out of the vehicle, he cheerfully pointed fingers, creating a chaotic situation. "You just destroyed our shop." Kiwi glanced at him confused. "You're the one who set this trap?" he asked, scratching his head as he casually approached them. "You call that a trap? How sad." "My name is Reeker. You must be new to the Kalan Desert if you don't know me. I usually travel the desert rescuing hunters, for a fee, of course." Reeker's sleazy request was cut short as the sand before Ki swallowed him whole. While Rieker was still stunned, the sand behind him erupted, and Hanbin's massive body emerged, shocking him. Hanbin's eyes are bloodshot as he asks Ariar's brother for a ride to Kallen. And so Rieker carried the three and their leader on his small car heading off across the golden sands. Kie and Artis sat in the truck bed enjoying the cool breeze as Han gazed into the distance. So that's where the Barode is. Moments later they arrived. The Forgotten City. The ancient city of Kallen. Kallen, a forgotten piece of history in the heart of the desert, the world's largest stone-carved structure, and how it was created, remains a mystery. The buildings outside the city have deteriorated due to the weather, and are unusable, but because this is a large oasis in the middle of the continent's desert, it has become a haven for travelers. Due to Ca Land's arid climate, neighboring countries had no desire to conquer it, and it became an independent region belonging to no nation. To this day, the four stand before the gates of the desert city Zenit, immediately noticing the bustling crowds within. Hanin turned to Kivi and asked, "So, Barros is hiding somewhere nearby?" She replied as they walked, "That's right, he's most likely hiding in the dungeon as the goddess can't pinpoint his location." Atis tilted her head, discussing with A. "If we're going to the dungeon, shouldn't we go to the Hunters Association first?" AI excitedly cheered. "Great, we can renew our hunter cards while we're there. We've leveled up quite a bit these past few days anyway." And with that she led Artis towards the large building. Hanpin watches them from behind, remarking Epi seems excited. Kivi nonchalantly agrees that she's still young. Her face softened with affection as she watched them, noting how close they seemed to be. Hanin chuckled. Maybe it's because they're the same race, bonding quickly through racial ties or something. Kivi paused for a moment. A connection. A thought flickers in her eyes as Hanpin walks beside her, curiously stomping her feet. Why is there a creaking sound? Ki finds the answer in the guide. This place was originally created by the Paleo Pirates by connecting their ships together. But 35 years ago, dungeons began appearing within the ruins, halting tomb raids, and drawing hunters who built and developed the city into what it is today. All of this was in the guide. Han smirks. Is she really only 1 year old? Then his eyes widened in realization. Wait, if this is above the ruins, then below. Another voice finished. Han Bin's sentence is an ancient city turned dungeon, the forbidden area of the Great Calamity Maze. Rear chuckled behind them, explaining it's very deep and has a complex structure. So we, the rescue team who carry the blood of the Paleo Pirates, are helping the hunters in this area. Han interjects with amusement. I don't need to know that. He pressed on. So, back to the matter at hand. What are you offering as a guide fee? It was then that Hanbin noticed Wrecker patting his shoulder and asking, haven't you tricked us enough already? Seeing his massive frame, he backs down immediately, offering everything for free. I was just kidding. Ahead, A spotted the group, and Hanbin's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced over. Epi spoke firmly, looking at the group of three in front of Martin and the witch, while Kiwi quietly read the city's guide. I happened to overhear that the deepest cave in Kallen is in the heart of the city. Although it's just a tourist spot, we can go there and investigate before entering the Great Maze. I think we should all go together. It's not a bad idea. She blushed as she said this. Before Ki could finish, Hanbin turned and walked away. Meanwhile, E was about to greet her cheerfully, but Atis stopped her and they both looked back at Hanbin's retreating figure. Wrecker then spoke up, telling him that he should be going the other way. Later, while walking, Vivi asks why they're going through this valley since it's out of the way. Hanbin casually admits it's for personal reasons. Vivi worriedly asks if he's okay, and he curtly replies, of course. She hurries after him, confirming that he seems angry, but Hanbin bluntly denies it. No, that's not it. She looked up and asked directly, how do you know those hunters? After a pause, Hanbin lowered his eyes and chuckled. I met them in the small village where I lived before I met you. Kivi sadly lowered her eyes. So that person was the hunter who killed Jiang Lucen. Hanbin didn't respond, instead rubbing the back of his neck and hanging his head as Kivi pressed on. I'd be furious if Rondell was murdered. It's a normal feeling. You don't have to hide from it. But Hanbin turned away, cutting her off. Stop, Kay. It's not that simple. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. He turned and smiled, reminding her. It has nothing to do with our mission, so drop it, this is my problem. Kivi sadly lowered her eyes again. Okay. Suddenly the four people passing by heard someone shout. What four more people appear at a crossroads? The woman pointed at the robbers and scolded. If you didn't hear me clearly, listen up and report this to your boss. If you want to devour corpses, then slowly kneel and crawl at my feet. One of them laughs derisively, as it seems this girl doesn't grasp the situation. Another one chimed in, we're trying to be civil here. Do you have a death wish? The woman didn't respond, instead taking off her outer garment to reveal her toned abs. She narrowed her eyes, taunting them. Try it. But if I don't die, you will. The enraged bandits cursed her. You bitch, you dare look down on us. He charged forward with his sword, but Ki appeared behind him, kicking him in the back and causing him to scream in pain. The remaining two shout at her, hey, what are you doing? The two begin to bicker, and one glares at the other, asking why he didn't mention they had backup. Why are you blaming me? Are you investigating me? Unbeknownst to them, Hanin was standing right behind them, looking down. What's wrong with you robbers? They began to stammer. Don't tell me it's Van Vantera. The two quickly opened the hatch and went down into the floor. Watch out for me. Han also nodded in praise. Nice escape route. The woman chuckled, pulled up her shirt, and turned gentle once more. Oh my, thank you all. I'd be in big trouble if I watched any longer. And the robber at her feet is still screaming. Addis twitched his lips. Well, Hanbin spoke up, reminding Kiv V, who was stiffly holding the thief's neck. Hey, he's gonna die. She glanced back. Never mind, this is my business. He glared at her. What's wrong with you? But Wrecker, who was following behind, suddenly shouted Madam. Under the golden sunset, they were all stunned once again. Madam what? Under the night sky, at a place with colorful signs, Han's group sits at a large table, laden with food, and Epi's eyes sparkle with happiness. How long has it been since they've had a decent meal? Artis, however, remained timid. Isn't water and resources scarce here? This meal must be expensive, right? The woman holding her glass gently reassured them. Don't worry, if I let the hunters who saved me eat cheap food, the madam of this oasis bar would be called ungrateful. Hanine ate heartily surprised. She's the bar owner. She chuckled at him. Are you that surprised? You can call me Saria, she says as he chews impressed. Looks like we saved quite the person. Wrecker poured Kivi some wine as he explained. Madam has been running the 3 hotels and rescuing hunters for a long time, so she's sometimes targeted by other organizations. She's just pretending to be a victim. If she runs that kind of business, she should report to the nearest authorities. Saria raises an eyebrow at Kivi's explanation. Unfortunately, there's no such organization here, not even a hunter association to control dungeon entry. It's a lawless area where you can only trust yourself. That's why people like us have to befriend powerful hunters like you. With that, she cheerfully clinks glasses with Hanbin. Saria narrowed her eyes, gazing at him seductively, even bringing up personal matters. By now, Hanbin suspected something was up and simply stared back in silence. Saria's smile finally falters as Kiwi slams Manlai onto the table and abruptly stands up. Her face flushed as she drawled. What a waste of time, Han called out, startled. Hey Kiwi, where are you going? Across from him, Altis was also startled. That's alcohol. Ki staggers off, saying, I'm going to the dungeon. You stay here. Hanpin quickly got up and followed. Which dungeon? She drawled as she walked away. To not delay the mission, I'll go find Barot. Words that made Saria freeze. Her eyes darted back as she asked Hanbin, do you know where Barot is? Kiwi's voice changed as she pointed forward. It's in the Great Maze. Han decisively picks her up. The dungeon inside is vast. You'll get lost. Kiwi's voice changed and she pointed forward. I understand, I'll just go buy a map then. Suddenly, Saria spoke up from behind. There is a map leading to Baros's location. He stopped in his tracks, stunned by her words, and Artis stared in astonishment. A map to Baros. Kiwi, meanwhile, had already passed out from being drunk. Saria smiled alluringly, swirling the wine in her glass meaningfully. The next day, the sky was as clear as ever. The group descends into the labyrinth following Sia's guidance, as information from the hunter rescue efforts converges upon me. Even though the information is uncertain, I'll tell you where Baros might be hiding and I'll lend you this. This artifact alerts you if a teammate is in danger. One link glows, and the others are destroyed, but it can only be used once. The group is dropped into the labyrinth via transport container. Looks like we've found ourselves some good people. It seems we've acquired information more easily than expected. And free lodging to boot, Addis says with a grin. Effie, on the other hand, was already daydreaming with stars in her eyes, saying even yesterday's food tasted good, while Hanpin playfully glanced at the trembling hand, clutching the edge of the container. Well, even though our prophet isn't quite sober from drinking too much, he twisted his voice, mimicking Ki's words. I'm going to the dungeon. I'll find Baros, she shouted, her face red with embarrassment. Shut up, forget about it. But Hanbin continued anyway. In the great labyrinth, of course. Kiwi decisively kicks him out of the transport container, causing it to shake. The other two screamed, we're going to fall. At the tavern tower during the day, Wrecker enters to report to Sia. It seems those hunters are headed for the Great Maze, she said coolly from her perch. I know. Suddenly he spoke up again, questioning. But madam, the place marked on the map is difficult to enter, even for us rescuers. Saria cut him off, swirling her wine. I know. She gazed out at the city, pondering. Though she didn't know where they got the information about Baros, his battle was over. Her eyes turned to the weapon displayed in her room. The monster they encountered in the dungeon was a level 72 drone. Hanpin parried its claws with his sword, then unleashed his aura, wiping out the entire swarm in his path. A red light flashed as Hanpin stopped scattering the drones. He sighed. Fighting so many level 70 seconds at once is pretty tiring. Ki was fuming with anger. Tired, he says. We're trying to find Baros and you're just making a ruckus and attracting monsters, and all you have to say is that you're tired. She waves her staff at the monsters, yelling, besides, most of them are still alive. Han quickly sheathed his sword and explained, I told you I had a reason for all of this. Starting from the middle floors, the monsters get stronger. And according to you, hunting monsters here is pointless because there are no relics, right? That's why no hunters come here. Ki lets him turn her around. Well, that's true. But what do you want us to do with these things? As Ki turns away, flames erupt, incinerating the monsters behind them. Blue fluids drift from their bodies, converging in one direction before Kivi's astonished gaze. We'll take energy from the monsters. A dragon core. What's this? Before her, the transformed Altus slowly absorbs the shapes. Artis speaks up, explaining for Hanbin. Our current absorption rate is quite low. Phi chimes in, adding that Hanbin usually lets them absorb experience like this when there aren't people around. And I also learned how to control the dragon core from Artis. Although the experience absorption is slow, our levels are rising rapidly. Then Artis smiled and said to A, I'll go get dressed now. She nodded in agreement. Yeah, keep an eye out for monsters. Meanwhile, Kivi is racking his brain in confusion. Even Weavin has a dragon core. Once he left, I was ecstatic, a dreamy look on her face. Addis looks so cool and handsome in dragon form, doesn't he? Hanbin teased with a smile. Is that so? But he's already popular in his human form, A retorts. But this aura is different. I really am handsome in dragon form, Hanbin chimes in. Oh, really? Phi nodded, guaranteeing it was true, while Kiv V quietly turned away. She pulled out Chan's guidebook after the maps and quietly scribbled something down. Meanwhile, he was still lost in his fantasies while Artis was still a young dragon. I wonder how cool he'll be when he grows up, Kiv's voice echoed from behind. Artis is also a descendant of the Fire Dragon clan. A fully grown dragon at around 500 years old can be 80 meters tall and 36 meters long. Really, he'll be that big. Kivvi certainly knows a lot about the dragon race. Kivvi blushed slightly as she explained. Because I am the incarnation of the goddess of darkness. Then Afi excitedly asked, so how big will I be when I grow up? She looks up at her, noting that as a ween, she's already past adulthood. Due to the vast difference in forms, mating would be difficult, and A's smiling face stiffened slightly. Is that so? The spirit Ati scratched his head and peeked out from behind the wall, causing A to scream. Did you all wait long? He looked at them blankly. Fa, what are you talking about? I thought I heard something about dragons. Phi quickly blushed and turned back into human form. Ah, it's just that it's weird that I'm not a dragon, but I have a dragon's fault. We were just talking about that. And she excitedly takes the lead. Let's go find Barot. Come on. Altus followed with a hearty laugh, her energy overflowing while Kivi and Hanan trailed behind, speechless. She reluctantly watched them go, then fell silent. Han sighed softly. She'll forget about it soon enough. With the guide in hand, a hint of sadness flickers in Key's eyes as the Grand Maze expedition continues following the madam's markings. We passed through each place like a normal dungeon expedition, but despite signs of people, there was no trace of Barrows. 4 days passed in the dungeon, and now only one place remains, Key thought as he cut the carrots. We should go to the last place tomorrow, but some still seem uncomfortable with me around. I should be doing this, but before I could finish, the cutting board was sliced in two. The cutting board had. A rushed over. Kivi tells her to rest and let him cook. She pulled the knife back in protest, but A was already exhausted from absorbing energy. I can cook for myself. Afe pursed her lips, trying to reach for the knife. Cooking has always been my job, but Kivi continues to take the knife. I'm here now. Let me do it for you. Afe reached for Kivi, but then she cried out softly. Seeing the cut on his finger, she leans forward, worried. Afe, are you okay? I'm fine, Afe reassured her with a smile. If I let you cook and rest, the goddess would probably scold me. I'll boil the water. Can you call Altus for me? Key finally puts down her knife and turns away. Okay. Hearing the commotion, Hanbin glances over while setting up the tent, as Artis continues to study the rock layers, contemplating how she managed to reach the 4th restricted area of Kallian. When I was in seclusion, I didn't even dare to dream of this place. I should thank Hanbin and Kivi. Suddenly his eyes caught something above an ancient relic drawing, but it wasn't unified. After a moment of hesitation, Artis concluded it might be the trace of something that had passed through this place. Then he began to examine the surroundings. There were more here as well. Reaching the nearest point, Artis pulled out a piece of rock to examine. The traces were still fresh. It just passed through here, but there were no traces like this upstairs. Suddenly, a pair of bright eyes appeared behind him, calling out to Artis. Startled, Artis falls back with a scream as Kivi somberly asks to switch shifts. He raised an eyebrow and smirked at her. You want to stand guard? You don't have to do that. Kivi responded firmly. We need to light a fire to cook. He suddenly realized. I forgot to light the campfire. After a moment of silence, Chi-Wei lowered her eyes. I was created as the goddess's avatar, but now I've lost my ability to foresee the future. I'm no different from a normal hunter, so please treat me as such. As she finished speaking, the figure disappeared, surely not hearing those words. Kivi paused for a moment in the flickering light of the magic stone. Inside, Artis uses Chrome's gun to start a fire under the stove, as Han stirs the soup and discusses their worries. Hey, has anyone noticed Kivi acting a little strange these past few days? She's not a child, but she's not an adult either, like she's half human, half machine. Artis suddenly chides. I've been thinking about this for a while, but Hanbin, you're being too rough with Kivi. Han is momentarily stunned. Me, even Effie agreed with him. That's right, she's the goddess incarnate. He was even more confused. What exactly is an incarnation of a goddess? Artis and Key exchange glances. I've only read about it in books. It's someone who appears in Radna when disaster strikes, guiding heroes on the right path, and then disappearing. So if we complete this mission, will Ki return to the goddess? Perhaps. Then after we complete this mission, let's find something delicious to eat and have some fun. I hope this mission ends quickly, Afi cheered happily. But Kiv Vi remained silent, huddled behind the wall, as talk of the future echoed in her ears. Then how about we go back to the village where Hanbin and I first met, Fi said cheerfully. I also live in a cave near that village. Then she resolutely gets up and walks away, leaving only the sound of laughter behind. Really, so we all live near each other. I even have a field in my cave. After a moment, Effie sadly lowered her eyes. The goddess will give us more time to play with Kiwi, right? Addis reassured her. That's right. The goddess won't be strict and take her away right away. Hanine smiled, promising them. Then let's all hang out after we finish the quest. And so the campfire that night faded away. The next day, as the sun rose and cast its light upon the labyrinth, Han propped her sword and stepped on the monster's body, breathing out. We've hunted quite a lot. Let's level up a few more times today. Hey Fi cheerfully shouts as we move forward. But Ki's staff had already pierced the monster's head, and she flung it away. Han quickly intervened. What are you doing? It was hard enough leaving them barely alive, Kiwi said coldly. Have you forgotten we need to find Barrows first? Hanine looked at her, puzzled. Didn't she want them to get stronger? Trying to level up here is pointless. The average monster level is 70, so even a small power boost is useless and a waste of time. Both of them were stunned, with A staring in disbelief. Kanan pressed on, asking, Hey, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you complaining before. Why bring it up now? Fi carefully explained. We're quite weak right now, so leveling up here will help us a lot in the future, right? Ki clenched the guide in her hand for a moment, then gritted her teeth and blurted out. Then you can all happily do that after I disappear while we're looking for Barot. Hanine gasped. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a strange sound reverberated through their location. Altus turned back in surprise. The sound came from the last place they hadn't explored, a place filled with valuable items. Who knew dead hunters had so much money and weapons? One of the robbers gushes over their leader. Hey, this is awesome, man. He leaned back, swaggering. We were able to reach the middle level without encountering any monsters, thanks to my secret passage. This is a safe zone, there aren't any monsters here. And no one can find us here either. The other two robbers hesitated. But I saw the hunters that Madam sent to the places where we took these items. The Oasis, Madam, she said you had to be at least level 80 to get in here. You think there are hunters that strong in this desert? That strange sound is getting closer. I don't know what kind of hunters they were, but they're probably all dead. His laughter echoed through the area, accompanied by an increasingly loud noise. Everyone was startled and looked around. What was that sound? The two bandits below turned their attention to a call. Hyungnim Madame's hunter. Hanbin's group has reached their destination, and all four draw their weapons. Hanbin raises his sword and yells, Get down, fools! The cliff above the bandits collapses as something spinning like a wheel of destruction bursts forth. The bandits scrambled away, their leader glancing back in disbelief. Why was there a monster here? Hainan's sword remained sheathed as he dashed forward, striking the monster. In a desperate attempt to block it, the speed of its rotation so intense that sparks flew on impact. Hanine gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his sword, and parried the blow, then forcefully knocked the monster away. Even after being thrown off, the monster continued to spin, tearing up the ground. Addis frowned as he followed its path, realizing the marks were footprints just like the ones he saw last night, as the monsters screamed and faced off against a giant centipede-like creature. In the silent darkness, a small light appears, followed by a voice. Greetings, Kibriel. I am currently sealed by Gahan and Genenovia. While they weren't paying attention, I created your spiritual form using the information you provided. But I don't have enough physical substance to complete the mission. My spiritual potential is insufficient, my power is lacking, I cannot fully help you grow. Therefore, once your body is created, you will join the party of an otherworlder named Ryu Hanbin to complete the mission while I examine the information. According to current intelligence, Ryu Hanbin's power is suitable for completing the mission, but the probability of affecting the mission of Dragon and Ween is very high. The voice continued to echo, saying it may or may not happen, but the probability of it not happening is very low, which is precisely why it's so meaningful. Outside the battle, Kivye grits her teeth, eyes still closed until finally opening them to face the chaos before her. The monster continues to move around them, as Hanbin watches in annoyance, complaining that he only hit it a little. Leon's gone berserk, and Artis leans against him with a sigh as the ruins shake relentlessly. I remind him that he absolutely can't use aura. Hanbin immediately agreed, I won't use it. If we accidentally hit a support beam, we could be buried alive. But without aura, we can't even touch it. Its outer shell is too hard, and it won't stop moving, so a sword won't work. Ki suggests, let's retreat for now. Our goal is Barot. We shouldn't waste time fighting monsters. Besides, even you can't beat it, so there's no point in fighting. Let's take advantage of the monster's distraction and get out of here, Hanbin suddenly interjected. Wait a moment. He grins. I'll figure out how to beat it. She frowned slightly, wondering if there was a way. But Hanbin ignored him, directly calling for Artis. You understand how to load a gun, right? Just stop it from spinning. But now I can't act rashly. Han looks towards the distant treasure. We sure are lucky. They have a lot of swords over there. Aif laughs, mocking them. Still making me fight, huh? This is a big deal. With that, Aif changed direction and rushed off. Let me try. Ki tried to stop him, but it was too late. Wait, Effie. As she ran, Aif screamed at the monster, hey, spin around over here. She provokes it to move towards the treasure, as the bandits hiding behind the large crate peek out and curse at Phi. It's coming this way. What are you doing, brat? Infuriated, Effie roared. Who are you calling a kid? Ki gritted her teeth in worry. Ai's level was no match for it. Her legs immediately began to transform. But just then, Artis fired a shot straight at the monster, leaving her frozen in doubt. Even Ryu Hanbin's sword was useless. How could her weapon possibly be effective? Artis continued to aim and fire using the recoil of fire magic to propel the bullet. Of course, the bullet's kinetic energy couldn't penetrate the monster's shell, but this wasn't an ordinary bullet, it was a magic stone infused with magic. Where the bullet struck the monster's core, a massive block of ice began to form. The bandit's eyes widened. Wait, look at the monster. As the monster careened forward without damaging the ruins, they screamed as its outer shell froze over. It was sliding, and just like that it plummeted down the slope. It hurtled toward the treasure and the thieves, yet it still charged this way. They all scattered except for A, who stood on a wooden crate channeling her power to control the swords. Her eyes burned with fearless determination, as the bandit who was bracing for death squinted to see what was happening. The ice block rebounded off Afei's elastic web of swords, stunning everyone. Afei gripped her sword tightly, raised both hands and shouted, "Get lost." Give it to me. The net recoils, launching the monster's body forward. It flew straight toward Hanbin and Kivi Artis, and as she gasped and moved to shield them, the great sword behind Hanbin swung. Ki braced for the impact, but Hanbin cleaved the monster in two with a single strike. The pungent liquid splattered in both directions, and the cold words she'd uttered before flashed through her mind. Ki had said the average monster level here was 70, and even if they were a little stronger, it wouldn't help. But now she sees the three of them working together, seamlessly praising each other after their victory. Well done. Hanin looks up and sighs. That thing suddenly appeared. We really can't let our guard down. Addis puts away his gun, saying he could have ended it quickly with his aura. AI happily jokes that it was all thanks to her baiting and accurate shots. But she suddenly paled. When she glanced at Ki, and Artis jumped back, yelling. She was now covered in a monster-like liquid. Han just casually laughs it off. Oh, sorry. Artis frantically pulled off the bits of monster flesh. Lord Kiv-Vi, are you all right? Epi turns to him reproachfully, asking how he could slay the monster, knowing Kiv-Vi was behind him. Han grins sheepishly, saying he had no idea it would run over there. Kivi quietly continued, so you thought you could ask me, so I should answer nonchalantly. He apologized, but she didn't even look at him, passing him by. Standing before the thief, his face was filled with terror at the sight of Kivi, her face now like that of a demon. Where is Baros? The robber stammered. Who are you talking about? She growled. Quickly reveal the whereabouts of Sword King Baros, the robber stammered in greater panic. Sword King, Hanan was confused. What's wrong with her? Even Phi whispered cautiously. Why don't you ask Mr. Ki what's wrong with her? Hanin retorted me. Ask. Why don't you guys go ask? She angrily explains. We're creatures created by the goddess, you're different. Han looks up at her, saying catching monsters is 100 times easier than this. Wait, Altis, let me borrow the map the madam showed us. Altis is taken aback. A map. Meanwhile, Ki still has the bandit by the neck. I really don't know. I should be asking you that. Weren't you sent by the mistress to capture us? She frowned slightly. The mistress? Did the mistress of the oasis send us to capture you? Han Pin clenched his fist as he stared at the map symbol identical to the one hanging on the bandit's wall. He gripped the paper in frustration. Inside a tavern in the city, a man sits before a mountain of food and supplies in a private room, constantly bothering her. Syria couldn't help but soften. This was the food and medicine he needed. You need so much this time. It seems you plan to stay a while. The man admits yes. She tilted her head. How does that matter? I asked you to take care of teaching those cable thieves a lesson. The man paused for a moment, then hummed in response. Syria chuckled. You've forgotten again. He felt even more apologetic. Sorry, he began, but she cut him off. I know. That's why other hunters are taking care of it. Outside the room, hurried footsteps approached as she rubbed her temples and frowned. Do you know how much effort it takes me to clean up the mess you make? Outside, a frantic argument erupted. Wait, this is the director's office. No one is allowed in except authorized personnel. A voice roared, startling Sia. We are the ones involved with her. Get out of the way. She glanced around urgently. Quick, get inside the room. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open by a large hand, as Syria sat calmly at her desk asking, You're already here. Han throws the thief down, revealing a shortcut connecting the ruins to the surface. This one led us here. She feigns ignorance, asking if they've found who they're looking for. Her Han bluntly interjected. Stop pretending you don't know. The place you marked on the map is this group's base. Syria then revealed a bag of gold before them. 1 million Dan is dangerous, but I'm paying you far above market value, and we can even provide free retrieval services. Hanbin silently watched her ramble on, thinking how they were only alive thanks to him, and now they had no reason to stay. The group turned to face the people surrounding them, and without a word, Hanbin held his sword to her neck. Saria calmly said, "I advise you not to act rashly. If you make a scene, I'll be the one punished." He frowned, thinking she was talking about him. "So you only get scared when a sword's at your throat." Saria sighed, her eyes downcast. "That wasn't for you." Han was startled. What? At the same moment, the closet door in the room burst open. As he stood there, dumbfounded, the figure lunged forward, a massive hand seizing Hanbin's head, slamming him against the wall, and then delivering a devastating blow that sent him flying through the window, plummeting to the street below, the wooden planks of which shattered under the force, revealing the labyrinth beneath. Hanbin was dragged down by the red-haired man, smashing through the maze's ruins, looking up at the floors he'd broken through. Hanbin steadied himself with his sword, bewildered. His head. Does she keep bears? In her shop. A foot emerged from the dust cloud and Hanbin froze, realizing aura. Is that what human aura feels like? He's the one they're looking for. Sword King Barros, level 200 plus alpha, narrowed his eyes at him, then rose, praising, "Not bad for a little thief, you're quite strong." Barot growls at Hanbin. "Who are you? Do you want to kill Saria?" He quickly steadied himself with his sword. "Wait, we're the ones who were wronged here. We have no reason to fight you. I am Philidin, a Vana warrior. The goddess." The moment Hanbin uttered those words, Barros's brow furrowed, and he lunged forward, striking him in the gut. Han's eyes widened in disbelief at the speed, as he was sent crashing through a pile of rubble. He crossed his arms to block the blow, but the force still winded him, and he coughed a few times. Then he shouted at Barros, "Wait, stop, I." His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. "You claim to be a Vantera warrior. I have no need to hear your nonsense." Barros's eyes flashed as he grabbed the log behind him and hurled it mercilessly at Hanbin, who had no choice but to block with his fists. "Could he know I'm not really a Vantera warrior?" Gritting his teeth, he says, "I can't reason with you." As the elder finished speaking, Hanbin shattered the incoming log with a single punch, but Barros seized his arm and with a swift strike knocked him back into the labyrinthine pit. After falling flat on his back, Hanbin suddenly realized something. His eyes widened and his mind went blank. Barros's voice suddenly snaps him awake. The thief rises only to see Barros has jumped into the hole after him. If he didn't get up now, Barros would crush him. But even dazed, Hanbin managed to roll away. He gritted his teeth, staring at Barros, thinking, does he really want to fight me to the death? His attacks are fast, but his movements are broad. I can anticipate his strikes. Leon Hart's attacks were even more unpredictable, making them impossible to block, and making things even more difficult. Barros relentlessly attacked, and Hanbin could only retreat and defend, earning Barros's praise. Impressive, truly worthy of the title Vantera. But you won't stop a thief by defending, will you? Pick up your weapon. Hanbin retorts, clearly annoyed. Didn't I already tell you? I'm not a thief. Barros glared and snapped. That's not the point. Why aren't you drawing your sword? Hanbin barely dodged a punch, wondering what Barros was talking about. Wasn't he unarmed as well? Hanbin managed a counterattack, putting all his strength into a right hook, but it had no effect. He stared at Barros in disbelief. He glared at Hanbin and grinned. Very well. He snatched a falling metal pipe, gripping one end, while his other hand squeezed and peeled away the metal like a blade. Finally, the pipe itself had become a razor-sharp sword. Hanbin's lips twitched. He made a sword out of a metal pipe. From above, Barros coldly looks down, draws his sword, and without waiting for an answer, strikes. Hanbin raises his greatsword to block, and time seems to freeze as the blade hits the ground, the structure behind him collapsing, blood spurting from his shoulder, and a deep gash appearing on the sword's wooden sheath. Hanbin's massive body crashes to the next level as Barros scoffs, tightening his grip on his sword. Is that all he's got? He's strong. He won't die. With that, he casually turned and left. Just then, Hanbin, fueled by a surge of power, rose with a fierce determination. A red light flashed, heading straight for Barros. Sensing the attack, he glanced back to see Hanbin's crimson aura cleaving through the air, shattering the structure above him, sending stone blocks tumbling down. Barros blocked the blow with his sword, but was forced to one knee. The aura's quality was impressive. But if you'd stayed put, you wouldn't be hurt so badly. Are you really so foolish that you can't see the difference in our power? Barros hesitated at the sight of Hanbin's crimson blade, or perhaps it was the scalding red in his pupils. Damn it. Do you have any idea how hard I had to search to find you? How could I let you leave? Barros heard his name and froze, eyes wide, before a grin spread across his face, followed by booming laughter echoing through the maze. Hanin stared at him, annoyed. What was he laughing at? Barros didn't answer, but instead unleashed his aura. How long has it been? How long has it been since I've encountered someone like this? This fool knows he's facing a Sword King, yet he dares to provoke me. He finally takes a serious battle stance. Then allow me to show you the power of the Sword King's aura. His entire body erupts like a flame. Hanin was startled, becoming more cautious. The atmosphere had changed. He's surrounded by the man's powerful aura, confirming it's the aura of a Sword King. This hair-raising feeling, death could come at any moment. It's a familiar sensation. Unpleasant memories flood Hanbin's mind, horrifying moments against a formidable foe with an immense body. In the form of a beast, Hanbin's aura blazes intensely. Then don't blame me. Barros said nothing but charged forward with lightning speed, meeting the attack head-on. Suddenly, a giant boulder came crashing down, striking Barros on the head as Hanbin swiftly dodged it. The rock shattered in two. Barros stared blankly upwards and Hanbin followed suit, stammering. "What's going on?" Atis is overjoyed to see Hanbin. "It's okay. Everything's fine." A's eyes widened in shock. He's really Sword King Barros," Syria shouted down from above. "Barros, are you trying to destroy the place?" "Stop right there." Barros glanced at Hanbin, cleared his throat and tossed away the iron pipe as he walked off. What a killjoy. Hanbin still tried to call out, "Where are you going?" "Stop," but a pale hand reached out, stopping him. With unwavering resolve, Kivi declared, "In my guise as the avatar of the Dark Goddess, I command you to heed her call." Sword King Barros paused, turning his head as she spoke. "As for Kivi, I was created as the goddess's avatar representing her in the real world. So I only received the body and essential information required for my mission. But the world I encountered was full of things I didn't know, and I began to grow curious about humanity. Images of each person, including Ryu Hanbin, flashed through her mind, and she wanted to know more. But Kivi had been listening in the shadows, and she knew she was the only one who felt this way. Kivi then spoke to the others. "Before we talk to Barros, there's something I want to say." Meanwhile, Barros silently endures Saria's scolding, as Kivi somberly announces, "My agreed task was to find the Sword King, which is now complete, effectively ending our agreement." But just then Hanbin coughed, then grimaced, clutching the wound on his shoulder. It stung when he relaxed. Hai and Artis were shocked. "Barros injured you. The wound is deep and bleeding badly. We need to stitch it up before it gets worse." Now Hanbin couldn't say anything more, and Hanin repeated worriedly, "Hurry, stitch him up." Artis looked at Kivi. "We'll take care of the wound first." She wrapped Addis's coat tightly around him, urging him to speak with Barros first. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them rushed off, leaving Ki unable to say anything more. She bit her lip and let go, clenching her fist as she watched Hanbin's back disappear. Altice's comforting voice still echoing, "You've worked hard." A while later, back in the tavern's tower room, Syria smirked darkly. "I see. That woman must be insane, otherwise how could she claim to be the incarnation of a goddess?" Barros crossed his arms, denying it. "This person is indeed the incarnation of a goddess. I can sense the goddess's divinity within her." Kivi said, her eyes lowered. "Now I'll tell you about the mission, but I can't discuss this with outsiders." Syria glared at her with hostility. "Are you implying that I'm an outsider? Why would I hide anything from Barros?" Just then, Barros interjected, telling him that Syria was trustworthy. Syria, slightly embarrassed, still tilted her head up. "Did you hear that?" Kivi lowered her eyes and nodded slightly. "I understand. Either way, the whole world will know soon enough, but what I'm about to say might be hard to accept." As they talked, the sky turned a brilliant gold, and Syria covered her face in disbelief, her voice trembling. "So Barros's former comrades are the other three heroes who betrayed the goddess. The world will end because of this. Impossible." Barot remains calm, "But what do you have to say?" "If it's Genenovia, that's very likely the case. Gehan is the unexpected one, and Horian was simply manipulated." Ki looks Barot in the eye, saying that for someone who loves fighting strong opponents, this is a good offer, because if they eliminate him, they'll be the strongest in the world. Barros chuckled. "Are you saying I have a reason to fight? But it's not a bad ending." Hearing him say that, Syria was momentarily terrified and she leaned forward to yell at Kivi. "Why, Barros? Even if he's one of the four heroes, how could he defeat all of Radna's forces? The warrior by your side is strong enough already." Words that only made her hang her head lower. She recalls the beautiful image of the three of them together, as Kivi averts her gaze. "My agreement with them was to find Barros. If that's done, they have the right to return to their lives. This is what they want as well. I am the goddess incarnate. For me, completing the goddess's mission is the most important thing, and that's why I need your power." With that, Ki pushed herself up from the chair. "Let's depart now. I'll tell you the details of the plan later." But Barot remained seated calmly, stating, "I refuse." Ki was momentarily stunned. She spun around. You refuse?" "I've explained the gravity of the situation. Is Radna in danger? Countless lives have been lost because of this, and you don't care. This is the goddess's command." Barros's aura flares intensely, forcing Ki back as Barros repeats, "I refuse." He left with his sword, but don't worry, as long as the Sword King lives, the world will not be destroyed. After their conversation, Saria wearily sat down, still unable to keep up with his train of thought after all this time. Suddenly she noticed the crumpled paper on the chair. "Is this the Can Travel Guide?" Saria picked up the one that fell from the Apostle. After reading it, she sighed softly, and put the guide away when a knock echoed outside Saria's room. "Come in." Hanpin leaned in, looking around. "Sorry to bother you." Why isn't it here?" Saria muttered, annoyed. "What kind of security is this?" Hanpin approached. "How could they possibly stop me?" She sarcastically thanks him. "Thanks to you, my room is nice and cool." He objects, but Barros broke the window, and this was his fault to begin with. Syria weakly explains that Barros is deep within the dungeon to avoid attention, meaning I wasn't lying. "I did use you, but it's your fault for being fooled. Finding Barros is all that matters." But where are Kay and Barros? They're already drinking together. Saria turned to him in surprise. She sighed in relief. It seems she didn't say anything. Hanine was stunned. What? She pulls out the guide from the cabinet. I swear you Vantera men are all the same. I have no right to interfere, but I advise you to go find her. This place is dangerous, with footsteps echoing through the night like a phantom's pursuit. Phi anxiously asks from behind, does Kivy want to leave us? Why all of a sudden? Hanan rushes ahead saying I don't know what's going on, but she needs to tell us herself. She worried, speculating that Kivy was acting this way because Barros rejected her. Artis agreed, saying she must be heartbroken. Let's hurry and find him. Han pulled out the guide and glanced back. I'll check the marked locations on the map. You two search the surrounding area. Artis and Iho shouted in response, and the three split up and ran in 3 directions, while at their destination, slender feet approached a large pit, and Key's eyes drooped with sadness. The mission failed. There's no other way. She slowly walks toward the pit. Outside, Artis reached the perpendicular cave. Was she here? This is Callan's largest cave, created in ancient times and connected to Can's deepest depths, its depth unknown. He crouches, gaining momentum so desperate that the ground sinks beneath him. After leaping over the steps surrounding the center, Han Bin exhales. He's found her. But his eyes widened in horror as Kivy leaped into the abyss. Without a moment to lose, Han Bin dove down like a bullet, screaming her name, Kivy. He tossed aside his pack to fall faster, and Kivy turned around, startled by his call. Han Bin landed hard at the edge of the cave, kicking up dust and debris, as he grabbed her ankle, coughing from the dust cloud. Still coughing, he questioned, Hey Kivy, what are you doing? His voice trailed off as he saw Kivy, whom he'd pulled up, face-planting into the ground. Slightly worried, he asked Kivy, are you okay? Motionless, she suddenly sat up, startling Han Bin, who cried out. It wasn't intentional. But contrary to her fierce demeanor, when she turned around, her dark eyes were filled with tears. Ryu Hanbin approached her worriedly. Kivy, you have a nosebleed. After a moment, when the overhead lights were less blinding, Hanbin repeated himself. She meant that contrary to the goddess's expectations, Barros refused the mission. But now that Kivriel is sealed, she can't use prayer to communicate this. So she wants to kill herself to return to the goddess and tell her right. Ki shrinks beside him, doesn't she? Hanbin closes his eyes in despair. I watched as you angrily screamed at her. Are you crazy? How could you be so reckless? Kiv V still has a faint pink smear of blood on her nose. From a human perspective, it might be incomprehensible, but I'm an anomaly that shouldn't exist, so I should return to where I belong. Are you kidding me? If that were the case, I would have killed myself a long time ago. If we can't convince him, then we'll defeat him. Seeing Han crack his knuckles, Kivye tugged at his side. Her eyes widened in protest. What are you saying? You should know better. If Barros is serious, you're no match for him. Hanbin's eyes were unreadable in the night sky. So what, if you disappear, who will know how to save Radna? Kivi bit her lip and turned away. I'm going back to the goddess. My memories and experiences will return to her as well. And the goddess will formulate new strategies based on the current situation and create new vessels to complete the mission. As she finished speaking, Hanbin grabbed her small pale arm and pulled her up, his voice strained. So you're saying you're going to disappear? Whether we're from another world or created, we're not goddesses, we're human. Before we talk, we can't know what the other is thinking, what's true, what's false, so if you want to give up, you have to discuss it with us first. Don't say unnecessary things, like the agreement is over. Kiwi looked into his eyes, bewildered. How could I? At this moment, Ifei also rushed over, calling out to Miss Kivi. Addis gently comforts her, saying that their abilities are limited, and they may not be able to help him, but there has to be a way. Effie, filled with hope, looked at Kivi, saying, That's right, we're teammates. Right, Kivi withdraws her hand nonchalantly. I've never considered you my teammates, Hanine suddenly declared. Although Addis is a fire dragon, he can quickly grasp the logic and principles of things when in trouble, so I think he'll like the structure of the Oasis vertical dungeon. Ai's curiosity is vast, but she prefers small and cute things. After exploring the vertical dungeon, she'll surely enjoy browsing the nearby shops. Ryu Hanbin is afraid of falling. What is this, Leo? By this point, Kiv V was speechless and pale, as Hanbin smirked and pushed forward the fully detailed guide. Would she hang out with someone unimportant? Kiv V, red-faced, stammered, asking her sister why. She lunges forward, desperately trying to snatch it back. Give it back to me. Hanbin smugly replies, not giving it back. Ifei, standing nearby, scolds him, calling him childish. Hanbin laughed with satisfaction, saying that if the agreement was over, they were no longer teammates, so why should he listen to her? Atis A. Do you guys want to see? Ki was embarrassed and angry, biting her lip in distress before screaming desperately. Didn't you all hope this mission would end quickly? Didn't you say you'd return home after I disappeared? I heard everything. Kiwi tensed and opened her eyes, only to be met with the three of them laughing in satisfaction, making her even more flustered. What are you laughing at? Phi looked at her cheerfully. I can't believe we've come this far, but our original goal was to defeat the fallen hero. Artis scratches his head, explaining that they leveled up to help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered leveling up. Hanine shot her a meaningful glare. After saving Radna, we'll enjoy some fun times. After all the hardship, he emphasized that it would be all of us. Kivi's eyes sparkled as she repeated his words, all of us. Haneen pushes the guide towards her. So will you sign a new contract with us? Ki quickly grabs the pamphlet asking how they could make such a decision on their own. She uses it to cover her eyes, saying she doesn't know. Where did you hear that I never said I wanted to disband the team, so it's not a new agreement but an extension? Hanbin complies with her wishes. Okay. Everyone cheers with delight. To celebrate finding the Sword King, let's go to Oasis. Han pays. Haneen is startled and indignant. Why do I have to pay? I don't have any money. Addis denies it with a grin. Didn't the landlady give you the money? Oh, and that money's for figuring out how to get Barros on our side. Who holds a meeting at a bar? Lost in the moment, Ki smiles faintly as the group heads back to the city, and Hanbin playfully teases Kivi. Hey, how long are you going to cover your face? She's scolding you, so be quiet. Phi turns his head curiously. Ki, how did you describe Hanbin in the travel guide? She became even more flustered. Girls, that's a secret. The three figures gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving the desert night sky sparkling with stars. In the desert, a caravan stopped and lit a large bonfire. Twice a year, the caravan holds a festival to celebrate crossing the desert. The sounds of music, dancing, and singing echoed across the silent desert as everyone enjoyed the warmth of the fire, savoring delicious food, and spending their last night in the desert together. They expressed their gratitude to the fire goddess, and the night was theirs. Then a member of the caravan clapped to get everyone's attention. As he hugged the drunk youth, he shouted, "Everyone, I have good news. My son is getting married. Please wish my poor daughter-in-law well as she awaits his return." The merchants cheered with delight, and the young man shyly called out to his father, causing the entire caravan to erupt in laughter. Suddenly a voice interrupts, drawing his attention and apologies. A group of 4 approaches and the trade caravan's guards rush forward. "Who are you? If you're bandits, I suggest you leave now." William chuckled. "Calm down, I'm a special investigator for the Immortal Union." The caravan leader approached, asking a special investigator for the Fairy Alliance. William chuckled, presented his papers, then raised his hands, feigning innocence. "We're tracking a wanted criminal. He's rather unique. You might remember him. To escape the Elf Kingdom, he hastily boarded the caravan's vehicle, Vantera warrior Philidpin, who led the assassination team that killed the Elf King. The caravan members panicked. The Elf King was dead. How could that be? A middle-aged man approached the caravan leader. "Father, is it true?" The head of the caravan turned to confirm. "It even has Holian's signature, the representative of the Elven Union. It must be real. I never imagined he was this type of person. Please trust our trade association. We have nothing to do with them." William understands and assures him. "Don't worry, we know you're not associated with them. You should consider yourselves lucky they didn't hurt you." The leader stammers, "Thank you." One of the group nervously bit his finger, prompting the leader to ask, "But is the person behind you all right?" William raised his hand to get his attention, saying they hadn't eaten anything in order to investigate the desert. He must be hungry. "Do you know where they are now?" The chief recalled and immediately said, "I believe they headed towards Kalan." He grumbled softly, "Yeah. Is that so?" He politely bids farewell. "Thank you. You've been a great help. Then let's say our goodbyes." The 4 quietly departed. The squad leader also gave a sincere farewell. "Yes. May the goddess be with you." Robert hesitated, asking for William's opinion. "Can is too far, can I take some things?" He flatly refused him. "What's important now is the mission." Young put his arm around him, comforting him. "It's all for the mission, just hang in there." Hyung cursed through gritted teeth. "Bok, how long has it been since we had a feast like this?" Suddenly, a little girl ran up and tugged at Len's sleeve. The little girl offered a bowl of soup. "Mister, are you guys hungry? Take this." Len turns back his eyes, narrowing at the girl, then reaches out to take the soup, revealing a tattoo on his arm. He smiles warmly at the girl, thanking her for the meal, as the woman calls out to Roy. The little girl then happily ran back to her mother. "Mom, I'm a good girl, right?" Her mother frowned slightly. "Good is good, but it's dangerous." "What's that on your hand?" On the girl's right hand was a mark like tree roots. After a moment, the girl collapses, sending her mother into a panic. Roy. "What's wrong, Roy?" The group approached. "What's wrong?" Lona's child suddenly foams at the mouth, and someone finally notices. "It stopped breathing," Roy Don said, frustrated. "Hyung." He shrugged. "Sorry, I couldn't resist," he said with a hint of annoyance. "Hey, didn't Richard say we had to hide our identities while searching for the target?" Len deliberately retorted. Why should we listen to that traitor who told him to give us a search mission at night?" Robert's finally casting his magic after all this time. His fingers must be stiff. He needs to practice. William chuckled, pushing up his glasses. "There's just no stopping you guys. You prioritize your instincts over the mission, but drawing your sword first isn't the way of a warrior." These men were killed by the Vantera warrior, and the remaining 3 cheered him on, saying, "Let's take care of them before Richard gets here." Lona clutched her daughter, watching in horror, as her companions bled and screamed. "What are you doing?" Back at Saya's tavern, Hanbin's group is sprawled out on the tables amidst a pile of empty bottles. I sleep soundly using Otis's lap as a pillow, while Ki clutches a bottle face down on the table. Hanbin, on the other hand, was sprawled out on the table, mumbling incoherently, as Barros approached, drawn in by his sleepy ramblings. "Father Barros, let me tell you, don't you dare act recklessly." Barros, who had been listening seriously now, had veins popping out on his neck. After that, the Tower of Trials was destroyed once again by him and Hanbin, who had finally regained consciousness during his freefall. A roar echoes through the heavens as Hanbin, moving with incredible speed, heads straight for his destination. After landing, Barros rushed over and Hanbin quickly got up, looking around in bewilderment. Is this the perpendicular cave? Barros took out a bag as big as a rock and threw it onto Hanbin's back. He yelled at the man calmly, lowering the rope into the cave. Barros, what are you doing? The rope was released into the dark abyss below, and Barros tersely commanded, let's go. Han panicked, cried out, go where? Just then, the group and Kivi Artis arrived, calling out to Bin, as she questioned Barros sternly. Barros, what kind of mess are you causing? Saria glared at Ki from the steps. Causing trouble. If we're talking about causing trouble, what you did in my shop yesterday was causing trouble. Dead drunk, you were screaming and crying so loud that the customers at the next table demanded compensation from me. Saria gritted her teeth, recalling how she'd been stopped from drinking as if she owned the place, singing and causing a ruckus, ruining Kivi's business for the night. Kivi wearily rubbed her forehead. I don't remember anything, Saria shouted, annoyed. Are you trying to trick someone? Artis asked, flustered. So you're telling Pin to go to Dan to earn money to pay you back? Startled, she accused. Is this the rumored human trafficking? Saria glanced at her and scoffed. Do you think I would do something so low? She then reluctantly explains that Barros intends to accept the goddess's mission, much to Hanbin's surprise. What Kivi's eyes widened in surprise. Really, but yesterday. Only then did Barros squint and explain, I can't accept the quest yet. I have something to do, close the Great Callan Labyrinth. You'll be my porter. Hanbin hums in understanding. So that's why he needs my help. But after hearing the rest, he twitched his lip in surprise. We have to go close the gate now. He immediately refused while Kivi quickly tied another rope around herself. If that's the case, we're going too. Everyone quickly tied ropes around themselves following her lead. Barros glances at her. I doubt you'll be of any help. Effie pouts slightly, saying that might be the case, but they could still be of help as Kiwi stares firmly at him. I believe in the possibility the goddess spoke of. They like you are assistants tasked by the goddess. Barros's lips barely curved into a smile. Saria swiftly cuts the ropes, binding them, then advises them to give up. It's no accident that the Callan Great Maze is called one of the 4 Great Mazes. Countless hunter guilds have tried to conquer it, but all have failed. Even the armies of neighboring countries were deployed, but soon after, that country fell because most of its elite troops ended up in the monster's belly. The divine beast Kruzmerg, that monster guards the final level of the Callan Labyrinth. Barros has fought it several times, but after 15 years there's still no victor. Barros agreed, adding that as a Vantera warrior, he could at least hold out for a while. But you'll only make things worse. If the Guardian isn't killed, the Dan can't be closed. Otis was shocked, a monster that even the Sword King couldn't defeat. A quickly objects but has no evidence to prove this time will be any different. Saria turns away, saying she can't stop him. Who can change his mind anyway? He'll do whatever he wants. Having understood, Hanpin picked up his bag. There was no other way. I'd be faster playing a Dan duel than convincing that stubborn old man. Once Barros accepts the goddess's mission, he'll be busy. Leaving only those words behind, Ahai and Artis were both unwilling. Bin apologized, but Kiv Vi silently grabbed her long hair and decisively chopped it off, insisting on coming along. She hands it over, warning him to be careful and to take it with him. This divine object should be of use. Hanbin accepts it with surprise. Ah, thank you. As he took the lock of hair, Kivi leaned in close. She pressed her face close to Hanbin's cheek, an act that widened A and Artis's eyes, their faces flushed red. She whispered in his ear, don't let your guard down. Barros is the hero who destroyed the Great Earth Society. Everyone there is from another world. Han nodded slightly, I know. Barros then used the vines to descend, followed by Hanbin, who waved goodbye with a smile. The 3 smiled, bidding farewell to Hanbin, but Saria kept her face turned away. Then a sudden sadness. He's gone. Addis clenched his fist and lowered his eyes, lamenting his own level whenever he saw such a scene. Key smiles, looking up at them reassuringly. Perhaps this time it will be a good opportunity for him. Let's use the primal essences we acquired while searching for Barros to level up. He smiled as he looked at her. K. Effie suddenly perks up. Then we'll train while we wait for him. That's right, Mr. Key, you really scared us just now. Addis chuckled in agreement, surprised by his initiative as applause suddenly erupted. All right. Saria, surrounded by bills, gives a sinister smile. I don't care how you save the world, just pay your bar tab. Thanks to your appearance, I've made quite a bit of money from all the drinks. Vivi broke out in a cold sweat while I and Addis watched in fear. So much, we don't have that kind of money. Her face darkens, a smile creeps across her lips as she tightens the rope. Perhaps you can pay with your bodies. The 3 are dragged away like slaves, and Effie cries out in despair. Kay's subordinate could only stammer, apologizing. Another group appears in the golden desert, loose and gaunt and slumped on his mount. I know you came to the desert, but I'm so thirsty. I'd die happy for a bowl of shaved ice. How could I get shaved ice in the desert? Stop talking nonsense. Lucen immediately turned around. Then give me your water. He refused with a shout. No way. I need to save it for myself, Leon says annoyed as he glares at them. You two shut your mouths. All you're doing is wasting water. Lucen, still clinging to hope, stammered, but we're just wandering aimlessly. Can we even find him? Lau sighed wearily. Finally, you're saying something human. Leon H's eyes narrowed slightly as they reached a place where the caravan was huddled, the sky filled with black crows tearing at flesh with their blood-red eyes. The three slowly stepped into the chaotic wreckage of the convoy, Lucen and Lau staring in disbelief at the bodies hanging from the vehicles surrounded by corpses. Lucen frowned in disgust. Lau hesitated, wondering who could have done this. Bandits. Leon H then picked up a piece of paper, wondering why robbers wouldn't take the supplies. The caravan trade group didn't even have time to react before they were killed, and his brow furrowed deeper as he recognized the paper. It seems someone got here before us. That paper is a wanted poster that's been plastered everywhere. A crow snatches a piece of cloth as food spills to the ground. Passers-by are horrified by the hanging bodies, a countless number of corpses. Luine couldn't bear the sight. Who could have done this, and why did it seem unlikely to be robbers? A man stooped to pick up a piece of paper. If it were robbers, why didn't they take the supplies? The caravan trade group didn't even have time to react before they were killed. Leon frowns. It seems someone beat us to it. That paper is Hanin's portrait, but the wanted order shouldn't have been issued yet. Does this have something to do with the false goddess? And suddenly a little girl bursts in covered in blood. He shouted, and as Yu and Lucen cried out for Leon, he rushed to stop him from using his power to end the girl's life. Lucen stopped him, saying, "Wait, she's not dead yet." H did nothing to her, saying calmly, "Leon, we're members of the Shadow Order." What exactly happened here? The girl trembled as Leon H offered to heal her. The girl turned back, saying, "Wait. Hey, I'm not in a hurry." She begs them to save her child. There a child lies unconscious, having been injected with something a day prior. "I bet my poison is stronger than your healing magic," one of them taunts. "That wasn't even his hand," Robert chimed in. "Now let's see how long this body can last." The woman screams, begging them to stop. "Stop." Just then another figure appeared behind her. "Hold still." William raises his sword high. "Now only the two of us remain. If you please my hidden demon blade, I'll spare your child," he screamed. "Kiaha." But his blade falls backwards instead, and William is horrified. "Koi." Richard approached him. "William Little, your mission was reconnaissance, and you were to return to the team immediately after." "What do you think you're doing?" Richard asked, displeased. Robert reattaches William's arm, saying, "I'll fix you up, just stay still." William barely contains his anger. "If he's a traitor, why are you stopping me from killing Aradna?" Richard Saren cheerfully pops his head in. "You guys are playing without us while we're gone. How heartless. If Richard hadn't intervened, I would have blown your head off." Belala said nonchalantly, "We don't have time for this pointless squabble. Knowing they're headed to Callan is enough." She glanced dismissively at Richard. "You're responsible for the cleanup. You'd better remember your place." Richard watched them leave, then glanced to the side. The woman glared at Richard with hatred as he pulled down his hat. She was finally dead. She couldn't hold on, even with the dark goddess Wynn protecting her. Elle asks Fairy Alien's special prosecutor why they did this. Furthermore, why did they spare her life? Lucen said bitterly. Leaving her wounded in the desert. How is that different from killing her? They're devils, or why else would they do this? Leon H added that they were the devils of Plus beings from another world. Law is shocked to learn that Fairy Alien's special inspector is from another world. Leon H replies, "The scene speaks for itself, and with the past resurfacing, I'll never forget what happened 15 years ago, a great fire that consumed everything." After the alien's identity was revealed, his family was wiped out by the entire village, and he slaughtered them all in revenge. Richard, his face cold on the barren desert, still pained, sincerely apologized, as he held the baby in his arms, saying it was all because of the people of Earth, and that he would find those responsible. Leon walks ahead, saying, "Jiang Lucene, I advise you not to act on impulse." Lucen wouldn't hear it. "So you're not angry?" Lucen's face goes blank. "Even if you catch them red-handed, nothing will change. Moreover, they're just a group of accomplices." Even Leon was astonished. Above them, a higher power, controlled by otherworldly beings, pulls the strings. It's no coincidence they're after Ru Hanbin. Leon H continued, "What we need to do after finding them isn't revenge, nor is it judgment." He glanced over, thinking it was an interrogation. Beneath the surface, a waste-filled tunnel at the bottom of the Oasis Perpendicu cave was a waterway connecting the nooks of Dien Kalan. You could even go down there if you wanted, but most hunters who do like Hanbin and Barros never return. Han gazes at the man before him, Sword King Barros, thinking that he was once an ally of the heroes who betrayed the goddess. The goddess was betrayed again by the very people she trusted most. The human heart is truly fickle. Han couldn't help but wonder if Barros had realized he wasn't a Vantera warrior. Even if his otherworldly identity hadn't been discovered, could he really trust him? Barros warns, "Hey kid, pay attention." He turns the gate, saying if he feels Han is no longer of use, he'll dispose of him immediately. Han looks inside, curious as to what it is. Hanin asked again, "Is that a door?" Barat replied, "This is the first gate." He says, "Show me your strength. Only then can you proceed." Hanbin chuckles, "Are you testing me?" He approached the gate with ease. Or so he thought, as Han gritted his teeth and strained with all his might. Ugh, your shoulder wound is bleeding again. Han frantically bandages it. Barrows scolds him, calling him useless for not healing from such a small wound. Isn't this your fault? Barrows draws his knife, raising it high for all to see. Terrified, Han asks, "Oh, what are you going to do?" Barrows then cuts his own palm. "Your enemies won't wait for you to recover." Hanine asks just to ask. So Barrows caught a nearby spider which had a long strand of silk trailing behind it. Spider silk is thin and strong, and Barrows uses it to create a resilient bandage. He clenches his fist, ensuring the wound won't reopen. Han is caught off guard. Goa. He looks at Barros's hand, noticing the blue veins. It seems he's been poisoned. Barrows is poisoned by the spider venom, and his expression turns fierce. Now Barros's hand is completely healed. The poisonous wound is gone. By controlling his muscles with aura, Barrows regulates his blood flow, but the poison was unexpected, awakening his survival instincts. Such rapid recovery. How did you do that? Hanine asked in surprise. But Barrows didn't know this. He thought it was because I was strong. The two spiders are talking to each other, and Han Pin hangs his head. It's not working at all, Barrows says. How strange. There's no time left. Use the medicine in your pouch. You should have given it to me in the first place. Just then, another person appears, and Han Pin rotates his shoulder. Let me try again. He sees characters on the stone. Okay, the instructions are translated. Forcibly opening is prohibited. Please use your power to open it. Strength. Just then, someone ran in. Please help us. My teammates are over here. Han Pin is a little surprised. She's one half of Martin's twin spirit casters. Elja recognized MRV Falat as well. Electric currents shot out, connecting to the rocks, suspending them in the air with people underneath. Deploy the shield. Martin, don't act rashly. Get over here now. She tried to stop him, but that monster was beyond their ability to handle. Elja is worried. As long as we don't approach that monster, it doesn't seem like it will attack us. But Martin wouldn't listen, telling them to go on ahead, that he could never grow stronger if he ran. Memories flood back, as Martin cries out, "I must become stronger than the Outworlder." Elja observes the rocks above which have destroyed the protective shield. Martin anxiously called out to Elja, as more rocks hurtled towards him. Blood splattered and the cave entrance was sealed. Fel cursed in anger, and even El was horrified. "What do we do?" Martin shouted. "Arg," a voice suddenly echoes from somewhere. "Worthless thing can't even handle a small wound. Didn't you do this?" El and Fo turned to see Martin, who had been hit in the stomach by a rock. "He's shocked against the wall by the electricity. Let me go. The electric power is too strong to break." Martin gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, if I had an aura, these rocks wouldn't be so overwhelming. If he had aura, the rocks beside the cave entrance would crumble too. An arrow is fired, and another power surges into the chaotic scene. The arrow pierced the monster and embedded itself in the wall, so there was no need to ask his name. The first thing that appeared was his hair. With a lion-like face and hair dyed red by aura, any warrior could sense the difference in the weight of his aura. It was Barrows who fired the arrow, the protagonist of a story known to all Jinnah, the living legend, Sword King. Barrows. Han Bin gripped his sword, then released it, averting his gaze as Ma Tin knelt and said, "You saved me, yet I say these words. You must find it laughable. I want to become stronger." He prostrated himself. "Please teach me aura." Sword King Barrows flatly refused. "Impossible. Aura isn't something you can just learn," he said. "Those who master aura are the lucky ones who survive. If your goal is to become stronger, there are actually many other ways," Martin exclaimed. But Fo Hio quickly advised him, "Martin, I know you're anxious, but the priority now is to heal your wounds. Saying that so suddenly will put the Sword King in a difficult position." Hanine then spoke up, saying they weren't here to play around, and that Danduin was no place for them. He glanced at them, adding that he came here to learn aura, and that their only end would be death. Martin clenches his fist, a Vantera warrior. He couldn't possibly understand the suffering of the weak. Brad appears in his mind. He was strong, and Brad respected him. "We made a promise, didn't we? One day we'll become as strong as you, and then we'll go and seal the 4 forbidden zones." Han Bin remained silent, but in the end he still died because he was too weak. Martin cried out. He could have become stronger if someone had stopped that damn otherworldly being. Martin is dragged forward. Han Bin looks tormented. I know everything. But even after getting revenge, is it still not enough? What more do you want?" An arm wraps around the demon's neck. He's been knocked unconscious. "Kid, before you argue, know who you're arguing with." He pointed to the bag. "I knocked him out, so hurry up and heal him with the medicine in the bag." Po Hio bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing, while Hanine looked on with great remorse. He's not usually so rude. He's just been grieving the loss of his longtime comrade. "Thank you for the medicine, but there's no real cure for this kind of grief." Hanbin drapes his mana cloak over his shoulders. "Barrow, I'm taking them to the surface." Elja refuses, saying they can't trouble him like that. But Hanbin ignored them and went ahead, saying they'd only slow him down. "Barrows and I have to keep going down. Besides, that door needs force to open, and that monster can use the force it used earlier." Fo Hio glances at the symbols while Hanbin grabs the force gate. Fo Hio asks if the two of them have translated the ancient language written here, and Hanan suddenly stops. This doesn't seem to be Vantera script. Barot frowns. Hanpin fearfully looks back as a voice yells, "Hey kid, get back here." The door bursts open and Hanpin sees a horde of monsters outside. He announces that they're blocked by monsters. El worries what now. Outside, more monsters were crawling up. We were surrounded. The door opener is broken. Did they smell blood and follow us? If it were just me and Barros, we could break through, but I can't guarantee their safety. The boulder is lifted. Barros manages to pry open the hatch with one hand. Let's go down. Barros hoisted Elja and Foe onto his shoulders, knowing that staying meant endless fighting against the monsters. Fel is surprised and Elja is frightened as well. Lord Barros. Hanbin quickly cut him off. Wait, Lord Barros. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he jumped. Ah! Hanpin watched the screws come loose and as the monsters charged, he jumped down. Damn it, Hanpin slams the hatch shut. He slid down below, saying if you knew you had to use force to open it, why even bother checking? Hanin asked Barot, where does this path lead? Barot replied, to the final floor, our home. Han was surprised. What? Two conduits of light appear as Barros and Hanin descend together. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them, he was a little surprised. Hanbin wondered if this was Barros's house. Martin is being healed, and though Fel is still worried, this should take care of the immediate problem. Now all we can do is wait for him to recover, but I'm still a little worried. Martin remains unconscious, and when he awakens, he'll recklessly hunt again, but next time Barros won't be there to help. Fel looks up as Elja intervenes. You didn't show any reaction in front of Barros. Do you find the decor here unsettling? Elja asks. Fel continued. Doesn't it send a chill down your spine? Hanbin suspects the exterior is a skeleton, using ribs as the roof, the strongest leg bones as pillars, probably soaking the bones in water to remove all the blood, then applying a layer of organ fat, right? Hanbin, your insight is quite impressive, Barros said, pleased with himself. If you have a good eye. Han followed him. I also used monster corpses as houses, but the roof didn't have glowing moss to light up the fields, and the house was still smashed by monsters. Barros said no monsters will poke their heads out here. Hanpin looked around. This is indeed paradise, not some underground hell. Barot agreed. That's right, they've reached the exit, a door separating paradise from hell. Hanbin wondered if the boss was behind this door, a pale white hide with no opening to be seen. The stitched skin has folds. Hanpin draws his sword, asking if Barros wants him to open the door. Barros compliments his intelligence as Hanbin draws his sword focused. The barmaid said Barros fought that divine beast a few times. He points his sword at the door. So Barros must come in and out of here often. If this door is closed, it means it's no ordinary door. Hanbin's sword bursts into flames, signaling that he must use his full power, and he swings it back, bringing it down with all his might. The sword remains intact, as Barros says, Kid, your sword. He asks. Just scratching an itch. What are you trying to do to the door? Hanpin's eyes widened in disbelief. Barros tells him to focus his aura to a single point and try again. Hanpin grits his teeth. What is going on? His sword strikes down seemingly strong, but it can't break through the moment the blade touches it. It becomes soft and yielding impossible to cut. Han's aura is completely ineffective. Barros punches him aside as he's about to say, I was going to use a combo this time, but you interrupted me. Alright. Barot picks up the bone color, noting how terrible it is that he brought along a kid who doesn't even know how to use aura blade. Hanbin was confused. What? We only have a month's worth of food, but with 5 people, it'll only last about 15 days. Hanbin turned back and said, You're not even listening. What do you mean, old man? Barros replied. This is when I teach you how to use aura. Martin bowed his head and Hanbin asked, training. We're in a hurry here. Didn't you hear what Kivier said? Barros raised the bone fragment, stating they must seize the moment. Infused with aura, a long slash opened the door. In truth, aura itself isn't necessarily that strong. Like a sword, it needs constant honing to unleash its true power. The bone has now become a sword, and if you don't even know aura blade, you can't break through the skin of a divine beast. Hanbin pounces, asking, What's that? How do you do that? Barot asked. You want to learn, Hanbin immediately replied. Of course, aura blade. Well, you'll have to prepare yourself to train to death. No problem, though. Upon hearing the conversation, Matin leaves, and Hanpin is moved to tears. I'm only level 5, so I can't use any cool weapons and my skills aren't flashy at all, but at least I have a lightsaber. Barot calls Marit back, saying, Tell that dying brat to come learn too. I don't know when I'll activate aura, but knowing how to use it is good. If you want to repay me, get stronger. Martin bit his lip, kneeling and bowing his head as he said, Thank you, Barot. I will do my best even if it kills me. Han smiles over and says, Let's eat first. Yes. Hanbin closed his eyes, realizing Vitali, the source of life, is divided into 4 energies, aura, fox, mana, and brahma. He meditates, understanding aura is the most common, yet most people can't activate it. Even if you can activate it, you need to control it carefully. Han sits alone in the darkness. Whether it's his own aura or the 4 types of small energies around him, he shouldn't miss it. If he can sense it, he can become an aura user. Hanbin declares he's ready, and Elja and Fel strike his back with all their might. I'll dodge, so go ahead and hit me. A powerful fist comes crashing down on Hanbin's head. You don't need to hold back. Hanbin, seeing blood, cried out in alarm, "My head." Barros berates him, calling him useless while L tends to his wounds. Hanbin angrily retorts, "What kind of training is this? It's abuse." He turns to Martin, who says, "Lord of Fear, the first thing a rookie hunter must learn is how to recognize the 4 types of energy." Hanbin seemed bored. "Someone as strong as you, how could you not know this skill?" Hanbin replies, "Nothing's changed in 4 days. Can't you teach me something more practical?" Barros says, "You've got quite the silver tongue. Let me show you how to unleash aura." He pointed forward, focusing his aura into a single point on his body, then unleashing its power. Barros unleashes his aura into the water, causing it to erupt before exploding outward. He says the power is a bit weak, but enough to hold an enemy back. After watching, Han says, "I better start with the basics." Martin asks, "What kind of martial art is that?" Barros replied, "Yes, it's a piece of cake." Martin dejectedly looks at his hand, lamenting that he can't activate his aura and can't do the training that requires it. Barros asks Hanbin, "Kid, share some of your aura with this dying man." He asked, "How do I do it?" Barros instructed, "Like when you infuse aura into your sword, place your hand on him, then use force." Hanbin tried to follow along, but really is use force, all the explanation I get. Martin cried out in pain, his eyes widening and changing color. Martin acquired aura. How is that possible? So this is what it feels like to use aura, but it's fading. Ah, it's gone. Barros observes, you actually have the talent to control aura, but he shifts. Hanbin, I can't find a single talent in you. Spikes erupt from his hand. What is this? Hanbin frantically runs off to show it off. Phoebe asks curiously, "What is that?" But Barros scoffs at him. "That's right, you're sleeping," Martin says. "You may say Mr. Phelan has no talent, but I still admire him very much. He seems so far beyond someone like me could never reach that level. I felt it when I received his aura." Sir Phelan's aura was the most terrifying I've ever felt, Martin continued, scratching his head sheepishly. "Of course, it's nothing compared to yours." Barros refuted, "You're wrong." He explained that Hanbin was busy removing thorns and had only recently activated his aura, but the amount of aura he possessed was indeed extraordinary. Barros added, "He might even be on par with me," a statement Martin found unbelievable. Barros explained that only by transcending the boundaries of life and death could one's aura increase a primal instinct to survive. That kid has no swordsmanship talent, yet his aura increased so abnormally fast. Martin returned to his dejected state. Sir Phelan was only able to become so strong by surviving extreme circumstances, and here I am talking about talent in front of him. Barros replied, and a surprised Martin agreed, "You're right." Hanin is horrified as his thorn is removed. Many aspiring disciples had run away halfway through this process. But those who persevered all died for various reasons. I almost forgot about that. He declared only those who have faced death are true warriors. A large piece of meat is grilled until charred on the outside, and Barros asks, "So does that mean you fought a monster as strong as you for 20 years? That's a long time, isn't it?" "But it's not enough for you to reach your peak," Hanin says between bites. "So it's rather short compared to your lifetime of fighting." "I have my reasons, and I don't do it because I enjoy it." Hanin changed the subject. "But is it really okay for me to eat this much? Would you guys like some? It's free." Martin added, You should eat a lot." Filati Barot gets up. "Yun, once you're full, grab your sword and follow me. Our real training begins now." Hanbin is stunned as Barot takes the holy sword and begins his lesson. The balance of a sword made from monster bones is never good, but this one made from the world tree isn't bad at all. Hanbin says, "I got it from the Goblin King." He seemed to know what it was made of just by looking at it. Barot responds, "Aura's absorbing material is not common." Hanin's sword emits an aura, making it perfect for someone like him, someone without the talent to control temperament. Hanin looked at the sword with interest, noticing the clean cut. Han gazed at the cut and said, "My sword becomes a perfect blade." Barot instructed him, "Just carefully create an aura crystal on the blade, and it's best to have a solid material on the handle." Han touched the door, the cut extremely smooth as Barros observed his sword. Still focused on the door, Hanbin strengthens his aura and shapes it like a blade. "I think I understand the gist of it." Barros immediately launched a deceptive kick, catching Han off guard. His face slams into the ground, and Han shouts out in anger, "What are you doing? And your sword has fallen as well. You don't have the ability to wield this aura blade." Barot turns and walks away. "Feel the aura if you want to survive." Hanin quickly gets up. "Don't tell me." Barros went outside as the door slowly closes. "You can't control the aura sword even though you have it." Hanbin charges forward with his sword, but his strike lands on the door. It's like throwing eggs at a rock. Hanbin continues to swing his sword. "I should have known this would happen when you fed me." "What kind of training is this?" You should have told me to prepare." Suddenly, a giant stone hand emerged behind Hanbin and slammed into the ground, sending him flying. He managed to stop himself with his toes just as he'd thought. Hanbin draws his sword again, refusing to believe the training could be this easy. Is he supposed to learn while fighting? Hanbin focuses on the objective as the tutorial states the enemy can't attack, and to dedicate himself to the god's representative to be granted eternal life. That hand isn't moving anymore. Is it the hand of an angel? Beneath it was a thorn. Upon closer inspection, it was set to block the gate. This must be Baros's doing. Did he use it as a sandbag without knowing what it was? Han raises his sword. He pities the angel Baros captured, but this is the worst thing for him. Memories flood back Kivier's hair, Hanbin's intense focus. If he had it, he could break the rules and somehow resist. But Kivier's hair is in the bag. Who could have foreseen this? Martin and Baros are outside. Baros frowned. The door remained intact. Hanin is facing a monster. Martin says, I can't sense it as clearly as you, Baratnam, but I can feel two sources of energy clashing. I'm not sure if it's because Faladi is a Vantara warrior, but the difficulty of this training is on another level. Barot says, Vantara warrior. There are no Vantara warriors here except for me. Martin was astonished. Huh, what? He continued. Just as I thought, it's still too early for Phil to be known as a warrior by the Sword King. Barot told him, take it as you will. He thought to himself, if he can't use aura, his movements are clumsy. As Hanbin dodged, Baros wondered why he didn't attack. His sword plunges into the earth as Hanbin retreats. Damn it. He drew his sword back, realizing he couldn't attack due to the guide's instructions. The angel's hand slowly pressed down on Hanbin. Why does it work perfectly at times like these? Just as Hanbin was about to strike, the guide repeated itself. The enemy cannot be attacked. Devote yourself to the deity's representative and live an eternal life. A flash of light, and Hanbin realizes it's the monster's hand slamming into the ground, reaching out again. The angel's hand twists, fingers converging, and fires. Hanbin slashes at its hand, too used to these principles to notice. But the guide must be getting its information from what I see. Hanbin closes his eyes, then raises his sword, smiling as he thinks that if his eyes are closed, it won't realize he's an angel. The thorn pierces the monster, immobilizing any foe. Then Hanbin leaps, eyes closed, finding it easier this way. Hanbin was drowning in this intense power, a power that only grew stronger. He swung his sword and the power quickly dissipated. He was sure the cross impact had worked on all the other angels, but what had this one been eating? It nimbly parries every attack, then counters with a recoil strike. Han thinks to himself, damn it. Suddenly, Barot emanates a thick, murderous aura that pierces through the door. As Martin says, I sense a mixed energy different from the four great powers from the monster inside that door. What is Flatbin fighting? Barot adds, something that tastes awful. Hearing that, Martin was confused. Something that tastes bad, he said. From flesh to blood, it tastes like something not of this world. Even though its shell is useful, I turned it into a door. Martin asked in shock, doesn't that mean Flatbin can't cut that monster? Barot continued, if he doesn't have the aura sword, zombie, focus on your training. Heighten your senses until you can see the young guns fighting right before your eyes. Martin immediately replied, yes, sir. He thought to himself, that's right, I don't need to worry. Flatbin is strong and his training won't be easy. Martin narrates that Flatbin's battle continued, and even watching it was exhausting. So the fight must have been going on for over a day now. By the second day, I knew what kind of battle Flatbin was facing. The monster is bigger than I imagined, and it seems to have no blind spots in the cave it's trapped in. By day 4, Flatbin tried to destroy the gate, but realizing escape was impossible, he continued to fight, though his aura was significantly diminished and fighting seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Baros just watched as Flatbin busily ran and dodged the monster's attacks. And so came day 5 with Hanbin still desperately evading blows. His mind is a mess. When was the last time he slept, or drank water, or even ate? He can't even feel how much time has passed anymore. His mind is blank, but that thing doesn't look tired at all. Moreover, its main body on the other side of the gate is probably fine too. Han realizes this fight was never sustainable and he can't buy any more time. It was then that he realized something, his eyes widening as Baros spoke up. Now he's finally using his head. Martin, however, remains confused. He continues, Wise attack is useless now, like trying to cut a silk cloth floating in the air with a piece of wood. Pointless. Cutting silk like that requires an extremely sharp blade, but he can't use the aura blade, so he can only probe for the small hole and tear it open. Hearing this, Martin exclaimed, I see, so he'll think that in this situation, Foheel was suddenly stunned. Martin, what's happening? He continued. I have a rough idea of the situation, but we can't see what's going on in there. Hanbin couldn't run as he was fixated on the monster, deliberately running around its wide radius, forcing it to make large movements to widen the gap Baros had made. Hanbin thought to himself, even without the aura sword, if he attacked the affected area with his own aura, now he was determined to strike that monster. A light appears and Hanbin exclaims, This aura. It's the system, it warns him. Your aura is insufficient, please recharge it to full. Martin suddenly shouts, Barot, that's too much. Hanbin's out of aura, open the door. Hurry, Barot bluntly asks. Why, he retorted. If he has no aura, the remaining aura needed to protect his body won't be enough. Furthermore, with his aura completely depleted like this, he has no choice but to use the aura blade, it's not just for training. Before Martin could finish, Barot interrupted, saying it didn't matter. I didn't expect Ian to use a blade in the first place. The aura blade is created with a massive amount of aura, condensed to a high density. If he can unconsciously generate aura on his hands, he should at least be able to create a similar aura blade. But he can't. It's not that he's incompetent, it's like he's cursed to be unable to control his aura. At that moment, the system appeared again, stating his level was insufficient and the activation of a blade was denied. Barros's voice continues, saying that if he's in this state, he can't fight against stronger opponents. If he can't use the power he has, he'll die sooner or later. Just then, the monster's arm reached out, slowly opening its hand as a wooden sword hooked onto its finger. Barros then realized that even without special talents, this Yang Eater had survived. Now Hanbin is putting everything into his attack. This will be Sting. Barros continued, the true nature of the boy is what I've been waiting for. Now the monster's hand is in pain, and it flings its hand, dragging Hanbin along with it. Barros observes that, when escape is impossible, when facing death, a person's true nature emerges. Now Martin wonders how he can still fight. In a meaningless fight, an absurd situation, one he's sure to lose. The monster throws Hanbin away, and the system reappears, warning that his aura is insufficient and his defense will drop by 80%. The monster prepares to strike again, one of its claws already lost to Hanbin. He quickly rises, ready to fight, as Martin's inner voice dwells only on killing his opponent and surviving. Flatbin's true nature is a stark obsession with survival. Suddenly Hanbin's eyes glow red, startling Martin. Barros speaks, noting it took him long enough to realize he had to use all the aura in his body to sense the four powers. Now Hanbin finds himself in another space. Martin's inner voice reveals that after his aura awakened, he couldn't sense external energy because of his own overwhelming aura. Now that not even a drop of aura remains, he can see everything clearly and sense the aura, his aura. Next, Barros's voice echoes. The world tree's roots absorb aura, and the high density of vitality and energy is bound into a red crystal, then transformed into a type of blood. The crystallization of auras is called bloodline. He can't use an aura sword, but he absolutely has one. Use your aura, and make it an aura sword, Hanbin finally said. This shell, both Elgram and Barot. Why couldn't they tell him? He quickly and easily drew his sword. Now a single slash appears on that sturdy door. Then dozens more slashes follow, severing the monster's offering. Everyone who witnessed this was in awe. Hanbin had emerged from hell itself, his sword slightly shattered, radiating an overwhelming power. He pointed, his voice filled with rage, Barros, you bastard, and with that, Hanbin collapsed. Martin cries out in alarm as Flatbin loses consciousness, flashing back to Gahan and Barros's fierce battle. Their swords clash and they pass each other, but only Barros is wounded. His inner voice suddenly spoke for the very first time. The truth is, I can't win against a weaker opponent, and my sword can't even touch him. Now Gahan embraces Barros tightly. Barros barely glanced before delivering a swift knee strike, sending Gahan flying. Weakened, he spat blood. Gahan unleashed his power, saying, I was going easy on you since you're not from around here, but you're more dangerous than any monster. I see. With that, Gahan immediately launched forward. Barros countered with his brute strength, and as they were about to deliver devastating blows, a monster suddenly swallowed them whole. But their battle was far from over. It only intensified, tearing apart the monster's body. Barros's massive blade pressed down on Gahan's smaller sword. He's using all his strength to defend himself. Looking at Barros's fierce appearance, Gahan thinks he's an aura user. I can't beat him with strength. Suddenly, Barros's wound reopens, blood flowing from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and he collapses before Gahan's astonished eyes. Seeing this, Gahan wonders, did he fall because of his own aura? But what caused this wound? In the opulent palace, the butler's voice echoed, Master, you are the heir to the Andrew family, the one who will lead us in the future. Not only are you investing a fortune into the Hunter Association, but you're concealing your identity and becoming a low-ranking hunter yourself. What will the master say if he finds out? Gahan calmly replied, I suppose he'd disown me, but looking closely at the lives of ordinary citizens, helping them directly is the fairest thing I can do right now. Hearing this, the butler panicked even more. Young Master Gahan, how can I face the madam if I die? And who is that blood-soaked savage you secretly brought back? How many times has this happened, starting with that stray dog? Gahan replies. He's far more dangerous than a dog. He fought with a wound that would leave a normal man gasping for breath, and he fought against me. A magic swordsman with such power, isn't that wonderful? The old man worried. Even so, he's still a savage, and I worry he'll hurt you. Gahan said not to worry, he won't wake up for at least a month. Just then Barros appeared. The butler exclaimed, the barbarian. At that moment, Barros irritably asked, what is this fire? What have you done to me? Answer me or I'll kill you, Barros thought in astonishment. He could move in just 2 days. Did he instinctively activate his aura to accelerate his healing? Thinking this, he smiled and replied, I merely healed you. You were unconscious. That power is one of the 4 great powers you possess. Aura. Barros looked bewildered. Aura. Ignoring the butler's concern, Gahan continued, I'll teach you how to properly use that power, and don't you think you deserve a reward for subduing that monster? Barros muttered. A reward? Amidst the bustling crowd, Gahan declared, in a hunter's guild, you receive requests and earn rewards upon completion. That's why, if you want to get paid, you must first register as a hunter. In that case, you'll register in a party with me, and we'll both receive the reward. Barot questioned again. Why, I was the one who subdued the monster. Are you kidding? Even a dead pig would know I did 80%. Gahan retorted, what are you talking about? If we're talking percentages, I did 70%. You probably can't even spell your own name. Hearing this, he relented 50% each then. Barros thought to himself, I thought everyone on this continent was a sly swindler, but this guy is a nobleman hiding his identity, so it's no wonder he has so much money. What exactly could he be plotting? His fearsome expression terrified the attendant. She pushes forward a stone, her tone hesitant. Vantera Barot, we need to assess your level if you wish to register with the Hunters Guild. He suddenly picks up the object and examines it. What is this stone? Gahan responds, explaining that it's a new magical tool that accurately calculates a person's level, a basic safety device for hunters to avoid pointless hunts. Barros immediately throws the object away, declaring his refusal. Gahan retorted, are you rejecting it because it's a magical device created with the magic of gods and demons? There's nothing wrong with knowing your level. Barot replied, I know nothing of gods or demons. I don't discriminate against enemies. Knowing something like levels is useless. I have no intention of joining a cowardly group, where people can't fight unless they know their level. Hearing this, Gahan growled, what do you mean by cowardly? Not everyone is willing to risk their lives like you. In fact, the weak are often sacrificed to monsters and evil forces. The Hunter Association was formed to help those people. Don't you think hunters like that are how they can use their power fairly? Barot replied, that's a nice story. A nice story from a young master who hides his face and plays the hero. The weak will die, and the strong will survive. Seeking justice in that is meaningless, that is reality. Gahan then removed his mask, stating that Barot also had a point. But reality can be changed with enough power. If you want to be the strongest, then follow me. I'll make you fight strong opponents until you're sick of it. Hearing his determined offer, Barros thought to himself that he was just a naive young master playing the hero. I can sense the sincerity in his words. He said, are you out of your mind? Then he thought again. It contained a different kind of certainty. Unlike his own. Gahan retorted, you're no different in my eyes. Barot thought I joined the group without considering my level under the guise of protecting Gahan. Now the two have begun to converse. Barot begins, if we were to have a small skirmish, you'd be the first to die. Clothes are expensive on the continent. Gahan replies, then at least put some on first. If there are false rumors that the warrior doesn't wear clothes, it's your fault. Barros continued, then Gahan was abandoned by his family. With that we can go much further. Returning to reality, Hanin speaks up, I do wear clothes sometimes, but it's your fault. I cross my arms over my chest. Barros cheerfully replied that rumors were inevitable, as the continents love to spread them. Han, lost in thought, mused that Gahan was different than he expected. A champion of justice. How did he become like this? I still can't ask him about it. He speaks up. Anyway, the rumors about the Vantera are a bit shocking. It's wrong to say we don't rank up because we hate demons. Then why don't you use artifacts? Is it because you don't go into dungeons often? Barot calmly replied, quite the opposite. Barot recalls, we only took jobs that hunters avoided, focusing mainly on closing dungeons. Back then there were too few hunters who could clear dungeons, so we were quite famous. That's why we acquired so many artifacts, but they were all ruined if I used aura. Using artifacts back then was difficult even for Gahan. Back then, Genovia, who was researching demon magic, bought our artifacts. She was quite distraught seeing the items Barros destroyed. He had ruined an artifact. Barros continued his story. Eventually, Genovia joined the group to study the dungeon herself. She must have been the first mage always seeking information to do a hunter's work. Of course, she stood out. We became so famous that we even received a request from an NM noble to subdue the slaves who had attacked the noble family and fled. But Gahan and I, who both hated the nobles, betrayed the NM noble family and freed the slaves, one of whom was Holian. Holan joined our group and exposed the NM noble family's evil deeds to the world, and we became known as hunters who aided the weak and delivered justice. And as I looked back, suddenly there were many hunters following us. Gahan's tone was resolute. We just need to move forward because this is only the beginning, Barros added. That's right. He silently recounted that we didn't stop and continued to fight. We faced 1,000 deaths while clinging to hope like a string of lights. I gained the power to become the strongest, watching Barros defeat the beast. Ho worried Barros. Are you okay? Genovia is once again in awe. He was devoured, yet he survived. Ah, he really is a monster, Gahan added. See, I told you you were worrying for nothing. I honestly don't even know if he's human anymore, Barot replied. I don't think that's something you should be saying, Barot thought, watching Gahan defeat dozens of monsters. But I wasn't the only one growing stronger. Only one strongest person can stand alone after defeating all the strong. The strongest is unique. Eventually, we would have to decide who the victor would be, and that moment had arrived. Looking at Gahan's serious expression, Barros thought to himself, a born talent with relentless effort. At some point, Gahan began to create his own swordsmanship, and that sword magic almost reached the level of a master. At that moment, Gahan raised his sword, taking careful aim, and Barros swung his great blade. He deflected Gahan's sword, silently acknowledging his burning skill. That's why I can only acknowledge him in victory, and defeat a true win. In that moment, Gahan had the chance to stab Barros in the gut before his blade could reach him. But everything stopped there. The referee Genenovia announced the end of the battle amidst cheers. The winner is Gahan, in a breathtaking battle between Redna's strongest. As the two clasped hands, Barros questioned the meaning of this absurd performance, to which Gahan replied, "It's all for justice. Compared to the monsters in Radna, there are far too few hunters, and noble investment is needed to increase their numbers. But if things continue this way, the world won't change." At that moment, Genovia called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your increasing attention to the Hunters Association. Please contact me, Genovia, for magical tool funding or magical research, and Hori next to me would be grateful as well. If there are more hunter associations, we can save more people from being killed by monsters. We ask for your cooperation." Barros remained amidst the commotion, thinking to himself, "There's no need to rush. There are still many strong people in this world. Until I defeat them all, I can postpone deciding who the victor is between Gon and me." That's what I thought. Gahan, standing next to me, seems stunned because Edward is watching him. He then exclaimed. Father and Barros recounted that the man told them to wait a few days and return home, but he only returned after the season had changed. At that moment, he angrily held his sword to Gahan's throat, as Barros wondered how he could avoid that so quickly. "So it seems you're not a ghost," Gahan calmly replies. "Yes, the matter took longer than I anticipated. Barros thinks he's not dead, so why hasn't he returned until now? That little rascal," Genenovia continued. "Apparently he was caught up in some pointless matter." Holin added, "Well, Gahan is quite curious in a good way, of course." Amidst the chatter, Gahan quietly announced, "My father has passed away. The cause was a long-term illness exacerbated by the exhaustion of his lordship. So the illness was brought on by overwork, and on his last day he said he wanted to apologize to me one last time." Hearing this, Hori suddenly stood up. "Gahan, I didn't know." Then Barros suddenly intervened to defuse the situation, prompting an immediate outburst from Genenovia. "Gahan thinks it's fine. After all, my father has lived a long life, and instead of talking about the past, Holian, you said you were raising money to build an orphanage, right?" she replied softly. "Yes, because I want to protect children with a past like mine," Gahan continued. "And Genovia, you're about to complete the research you can do in the field." She replied, "Yes, I need equipment to further research the demon god." "Why do you ask?" he continued but Barros interrupted. "Gahan, are you thinking of giving up being a hunter?" Holian looked startled and Genovia raised an eyebrow. Gahan spoke up, "I believe everyone has heard the rumors about people from another world." Genenovia added, "People from another dimension. You're saying the rumors aren't false," Gahan replied. "We can't know if they're human yet. They could be monsters in disguise." Barros' tone was stern. "So what? If they're monsters, that doesn't change what we have to do," Hino argues. "But if they're humans who came here willingly, don't you think we should treat them as equals?" Gahan immediately added, "That's why society will become even more chaotic. At the same time, the game for the throne between lords has led to innocent victims. Therefore, I must become a lord and prevent chaos among the citizens. You see, a lord cannot be a hunter." At that moment, Barros grabbed him by the collar, his glare creating an intense atmosphere. Despite this, Gahan firmly states, "I regret this, but I'm done. I've made my decision." Barros retorts, "Then let's decide who the victor will be." A fierce battle erupts between Gon and Barros, a clash of immense power. Gahan's face is full of determination, while Barros, in a fit of rage, raises his sword high and strikes. Gahan quickly retaliates with a decisive kick, prompting Barros to say, "Was that a fly that just landed on me?" Gahan thinks he's just putting on a tough act, while Hien worries outside thinking they should stop. Genovia says, "Just leave them be. It's not the first time they've fought." Even so, Holin is wary, but using the 4 great powers is a bit much. Genovia cheerfully replies, "I've created a magic barrier so no one can hear anything. It's fine, and I bet 10x on Gahan winning." "We've already done our part as hunters," Barot added. "So is that why you chose politics? That path must be easy for you." Born a Radna noble, the moment he struck, Gon vanished. He shot out behind him like a gale. Yes, this world was never fair to begin with. That's why not every problem can be solved with violence. Why can't you understand that I'm trying to control that balance by becoming a lord? Barros grew even angrier, as if he had nothing but excuses. As the two traded blows, terrifying waves of power emanated from them, but now everything has come to a standstill. Gon, having struck Barros, declares, "I can defend justice with a sword, but I cannot create it. To create equality and justice in Radna, even being a lord isn't enough. I will lead this entire empire." Then Gahan gently reached out and said, "My sword can only do so much. Help me, Barros. Your power can change the world." Barros calmly replies, "I understand. Not bad at all." But suddenly he tackles Gahan to the ground, then quickly jumps back asking, "What are you doing, Barros?" He unexpectedly slashes his own stomach and speaks, but before that, Gahan's eyes are full of scrutiny. Barros' radiating power growled, "I told you we have to decide who the victor is." Gazing at his back, Barros muttered his true feelings. "Gahan will surely become stronger. A man who once fought alongside me, who could have been the strongest, now intends to abandon his sword. I can't accept that. This is my last chance to fight Gahan." Then Barros declared, "I told you we have to decide who the victor is." With that, his killing intent and inner power blazed forth. Hori grew even more frantic. Barot, calm down and let me heal you. Suddenly brandishing his sword and unleashing his inner power, he spoke recalling their past battle. Barot, if I had struck you sooner, if this were a real fight. Then he added, you could use that weapon to slit my throat. Suddenly raising his voice, he asked, didn't you consider something like that? Right, at best you might cut my hand. This fool, Barros immediately retorts, trying to talk your way out of this. Save that political talk for after you survive this fight, John. John's sword suddenly flew back to him as he prepared to unleash a magic sword domain technique, Torrential Rain, leaving Holan uneasy. Gone too. Why would they do that to their own comrades? Zenobia tells Holan to activate the barrier, but who is she worried about? He immediately shouts to the entire area, as two terrifying powers erupt violently cracking the earth. This is the true battle between Gahan and Barros, shaking the very ground. Barros thought to himself, his sword strikes raining down, just one more step. He looked at Gahan, believing his defense to be perfect. Barros roared, claiming nothing would remain as he unleashed a terrifying blow. Barros's eyes burned with determination as Gahan spoke. I cannot stop your power with mere tricks. But if 2 swords aren't enough, then I'll use 4. If 4 swords aren't enough, then I'll stop you with 6. Don't think your strength will always be the answer, Barot quickly retorted. If strength fails, the answer is greater strength. Now Barot lands a blow on Gahan. He quickly flew backward, gripping his sword tightly, and disappeared just as Barros swung a powerful blow. Barros scoffs, is that all you've got? Block and run, Gahan. Suddenly he reappears, gripping his sword and rushing towards Barros from behind. His eyes burned with fury and resolve as Gahan struck a blow while Barros turned. The wound on his stomach immediately gushed blood, and he was now severely injured. Gon spoke again. Barros, are you going to keep this up until one of us collapses? Gon then unleashed his technique, Lightning Needle Magic Matrix, unleashing a surge of electric power. Those power streams slashed at Barros, forming a matrix to control him. Barros thought to himself, a skill where the user moves between swords with lightning-like power, a skill that ordinary magic swordsmen can't even imitate. He performs the skill effortlessly, the highest level of mastery. I'm certain he'll only grow stronger from here. But why has he plunged his sword into the ground, shattering the earth around him? Gahan is shocked. Did he destroy the surface, and then the mana square? At that moment, Barros swung his sword with its terrifying power, but Gahan managed to block it. Barros asks, how could you give up that power so easily? Gahan, enraged, screams and sends him flying. The earth trembles once more as Barros continues his assault. Suddenly he realized Gahan's swords had blocked his feet, and ahead Gahan's inner strength blazed as the earth rose with his power. Power is merely a tool. The notion of being the strongest is meaningless. Gahan quickly used a technique to focus and amplify his magic, unleashing a thunderous attack. Now the earth has formed into a massive cannon, and with Gahan's power it surges forward like a storm. Barros glanced around, and in an instant the place seemed to explode, his words still echoing to become the strongest. Is it meaningless? At that moment Barros's sword slipped from his grasp. It shatters along with the earth and stone as Barros wonders, is power just a tool? Meaningless. Suddenly blood splattered as Gahan's sword pierced his hand. Above, he hurtles down, sword poised to strike as Gahan lets out a ferocious cry. Barros too poured all his strength into his massive arm. As Gahan and Barros passed each other, Barros's inner thoughts echoed, I cast everything aside to become the strongest. I turned my back on my tribe, never wavered, and dedicated my entire life to it. Is there anything else I can throw away? No, there's nothing left for me to discard. And Barros is about to deliver the final blow. Suddenly his terrifying inner power is blocked, a sturdy turquoise defense, the power of Holian. She choked back tears, saying, I'm truly grateful to everyone for saving me, unlike me who can't do anything alone. You tried so hard to become stronger and I respect that. But to lose your reason, take your anger out on your comrades and start fights just so you can brawl, is that the strongest person you want to be? Just then, the sword impaled in Barros's hand shattered. He thought to himself, the stronger I become, the easier my sword breaks. No matter how strong my swordsmanship becomes, it eventually breaks. But Gahan's sword never does. At that moment, Gahan suddenly knelt again, his voice filled with murderous intent. I beg you, Barot, I've come this far because you were by my side. I can't say I can change anything with my justice alone. I need the strongest sword by my side. Barot was somewhat moved. He replied, Gahan, you are strong, and your goal is no mere pipe dream. However, my sword was too ordinary. And so he left the 3 of them there, wondering what the strongest sword truly was. I, who left the group, began to wander in search of the answer to that question. Back in reality, Hanbin wondered how he defeated Gahan. Barros continued, I wonder Gahan was first and foremost a master magic swordsman in one-on-one combat. If the situation were different, the victory would have changed as well. So does that mean Gahan became twisted because he left? Barros replies that he wasn't someone whose beliefs would change so easily. On the contrary, if he had followed Gahan, perhaps he too would have betrayed the goddess. Hanbin imagined the scene and said, so maybe this isn't the worst outcome after all. Barot continued, either way, I couldn't understand Gahan back then. Thinking about it now, I didn't need to end things that way. Hanbin added, I think I understand. You're not from another world like me, but a Van warrior treated like that on the continent, plus having no one by your side when you wanted to be the strongest. Even so, you met comrades on the same path, and that journey came to an end. Perhaps you just don't want to admit the truth, Barot retorted. You're just a kid, don't be so arrogant. This little brat. Hanbin immediately retorted. If you consider my age, I'm already 40. Barros thinks we'll be quite talkative when we get old. Anyway, it's a story I'm sick of. Let's stop here. Hanin seems quite interested. Wait a minute. If you left your group, how did you fight alongside them against the outsiders? You fought together, didn't you? Tell me first. Barot sees this side of you. He suddenly remembered Saria as a child just as eager as this. So what? What happened? Barot asked. You're the first person since Saria I've talked to this much, so I'll tell you the story. Hanin was elated. All right. Barros's voice echoed. I guess 20 years after parting ways, I was still searching for true power. What is the strongest sword? But I couldn't solve the riddle and fell into the abyss. In the deepest darkness he encountered a monster. Barros continued. I was in crisis. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth wide and swallowed Barros whole, who recounted that Gahan of the 1,000-year Kanduri Empire had joined the battle. Mercy is the goddess's task. Mine is to turn those from another world to dust. For the past 20 days, Gahan of Kanduri has officially declared the destruction of the Great Land, prompting the uncle to exclaim, "Oh my, how cruel." The boy beside him then said, I heard that 3,000 people in the mainland countryside have died because of those from another world. Rumor has it, they're all above level 80, and they can level up even by killing people. The other man agreed, adding that even mercenaries only pass through their village. Oh, it's a relief that at least this village is on the coast far from the war. The boy then asks if he doesn't know about it. There might be someone from another world hiding here, the old man said angrily. You bastard, don't jinx it. But why haven't those fishermen returned? They should have brought my boat back before high tide. Fishing, how strange. But did they borrow my anchor? They did ask me for the thickest rope, so I figured they wanted to anchor a boat or something. Besides, how can you fish without bait? Just then, a sea monster suddenly leaps out of the water. To the trio's astonishment, they see Barros struggling with the beast, and they exclaim, What is he doing? They immediately turned and ran as the alarm bells began to ring. With a great cry, the villagers evacuated to the mountains a 200-meter-long aquatic monster. Barros fought against it, thinking I can see why it could swallow a ship whole. He'd never seen a monster this big in the dungeons beneath the earth. And now the sea monster's tough hide shattered his daggers. Barros was astonished. He knew Gahan's sword was heavy and powerful. Facing this monstrous sea creature, he wondered why was his sword so weak. Did he need to become stronger? Perhaps all that's left for him now is to fall. But just as Barros is about to throw himself into that gaping maw, someone suddenly appears quickly throwing an anchor. Barros was stunned. The anchor had pulled him away, saving him from certain doom, and his face was filled with disbelief. Why are you the chief? She asked. I grew tired of waiting. You see, the chieftain even carries a large blade on her back. Barros gripped the anchor tightly in his hand along with his power. He used it like a sword, slashing through the monster's throat, sending it sinking to the depths. As night fell, the port bustled with cleanup, as the beast was hauled away. At this tavern, Barros sits with the tribal chief, recounting how they reunited after 40 years, inquired about each other's lives. The reality of my homeland, as I heard it in our conversation after 30 years, was horrifying. My war, my life, my footsteps had created so many hunters. But within that darkness, the Vantara tribe still made a living as mercenaries. Thanks to the growing number of hunter guilds on the continent, their work had decreased. Extremists pillaged to survive, while others believed they should protect their pride as warriors. Internal strife was inevitable. Perhaps it was because of me, a traitor who abandoned our tribe to become stronger to avoid being dragged down. But she doesn't hate me. At this moment the chieftain spoke. We live on a small island, so we can't keep up with the changing times. The war ended with the victory of the non-extremists, but after father passed away, the tribe lost its center. Barros continued, That's why you became chief. Looking at the sword behind the chief, he recounted silently, Gigant, a secondary sword given to the chief who leads the Vantara tribe. Barros continued, But those from other worlds are not easy opponents, and it certainly won't be easy to fight carrying that powerless hunk of steel. Even worse, with that injury. The chief softly replied, I've been caught, but by participating in this war, the tribe has earned food for the next 5 years. Furthermore, this is our last chance to spread the name of our tribe, but if we lose all the warriors, I bring our tribe will be extinguished. That's why you'll protect the tribe as chief, until the very end, Barros thought to himself. Her voice trembled slightly, not from fear of battle, but because everything I abandoned for strength now rested on her shoulders. At this moment, the chief, still choked with emotion, asked Barros, Can't you fight alongside us? Barros, recalling his old comrades, replied, No, I cannot. The chieftain continued, I see you haven't changed. One who abandons all weakness for power, a boy who fears weakness. These words resonated with Barros. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a beautiful atmosphere envelops the harbor as a sailor is suddenly struck. Everyone else is just as pathetic. Barros says, What a disappointment. I had such high hopes since you're all so young, but you couldn't even beat an old man. If you can't beat me, don't even dream of leaving this ship." At that moment, the clan leader suddenly appeared, saying, "Bharat, what are you doing?" He immediately retorts, "War is impossible for children who can't build muscle because they can't eat properly. Stay on the ship and turn back." "So are you telling me to give up on reviving the clan?" the clan leader says, swinging his sword. "Say those words after you've killed me." Suddenly blood splatters. Her face was filled with surprise as Barros replied, "You're right. I thought shedding everything weighing me down would make me stronger, but it only dulled my blade. A sword must have weight." Here the child's eyes are filled with terror, blood splattered everywhere, even on the stones. Suddenly a sound echoes, and the scene becomes truly savage. From the corner, the commander speaks. "As I said, we fight for your benefit, understand? We're just trying to enlighten those who believe in goddesses or whatever. Tell me the truth, where did you request reinforcements, or isn't taking your left arm enough?" At this point, he gently pressed his shield against the man's fingers. Despite the pain, he remained steadfast. "Don't bother, just kill me." Suddenly, the commander thrust his sword into the gap, saying, "I'd love to, but those of you above level 30 should be taken back to our base camp and become experience for our core forces." Looking at the flaming sword, the man fears. "What are you trying to do?" The commander then gives a sinister laugh. "So anyone below level 30 is free game, right?" By now, his sword was ablaze, and the flames quickly spread across the floor, igniting cries of desperation. "It's burning, help me, stop it." The commander roared with delight. "You think I didn't know you were hiding under the floor? I can smell you, the scent of experience." Just then another soldier was sent flying by the massive door. Such destructive power, his body is quickly dissolving. The commander glances over, it's Barros. People whose corpses disappear when they die, how wonderful. His narration continues, revealing that the gigant sword is bestowed upon the Vantara tribe's greatest warrior. Like the soul of a Vantara warrior. Can you really give it to someone who abandoned their tribe? These sailors protested, fearing the gigant sword would never return to their tribe at this rate. The chieftain spoke with conviction. "I believe it to be so. But what he holds isn't just the Jigan sword, it's the rise and fall of the tribe. There's no way he'd abandon his duty to become stronger. Having become such, the Jigan sword is no longer a symbol of the Vantara warriors, but of the strongest in the world." Now the commander faces Barros. He trembled in fear. How could his level be so high? Before he could finish speaking, Barros had reduced him to ashes. Then he said, "What nonsense is he spouting? You over there, are you a warrior of Canis?" He perfectly informed Gehan that reinforcements had arrived, and the man immediately replied yes. Then was he stunned by the great Emperor Gehan. "But where are the reinforcements?" he answers loudly. "I, Vantara warrior Barot, am the reinforcement." Back in reality, he's still recounting how it wasn't hard to meet Gehan again, but the problem is Hanbin's snoring has already started. He looks over and realizes Hanbin has been asleep for who knows how long. Barros muttered, "Such purity. Very well, I suppose you need no lessons. Your sword is heavy enough already. Sleep well, the real game begins tomorrow." Under the moonlight, a young man's voice echoes. "We've arrived. That massive rock is Kalan. This desert oasis has everything we need. Normally the guide fee depends on the number of people, but today is a special day. Everyone goes in groups, will give you a discount." Barot crossed his arms and said sternly to everyone, "Today he and I will kill those so-called angels." "Any questions?" Hanbin protests. "Since when was it decided that I would come along?" He calmly replied as the bewildered Han asked, "So shouldn't we just close the dungeon gate first?" "That's not an option," Ma retorted, dismissing Hanbin's suggestion. "If he closes the dungeon gate, all the entities inside will be released. If anything goes wrong, the gate could move to a populated area, and since the door Barros created has been destroyed, he has to quickly resolve the issue." Hearing this, he could only fall silent, as Barros suddenly turned to blame him. "All thanks to some idiot." Han quickly retorted, "You told me to do it, remember?" But then they had to depart. There were limits to blocking that gate, and it was something they had to do. Ma Tin and the others respectfully bid them farewell, saying they would clean the house for him, and that they would continue to cultivate. Safe travels. Seeing their warm farewell, Barros asked curiously, "Do these people know you're from another world?" Waving, Han replied, "No, the better people they are, the less I want them to know." After a while, they finally arrived. Barros hefts the massive object onto his back and moves to dislodge the boulder. A magic gate opens, and Han remarks that it's a truly disgusting sight. He suddenly remembers their main objective. Wait, weren't they here to capture the sacred beast and close the dungeon gate? Barros understood, "You mean Grusmerg, right?" He suddenly recalled the terrifying battle with that giant monster. It was an incredibly difficult fight. Hanbin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a divine beast, so there must be a reason why he couldn't easily capture it. Barros agreed. Yes, it wasn't easy at all. He held his sharp spear, explaining how to deal with it. Only after breaking its horn was I able to kill it. Han listened silently, realizing something was amiss. "You killed it," to which he calmly replied, It seems you didn't even bother to read the system guide. My home is made from the bones of a divine beast." Those words left Hanan in utter shock. What I was looking forward to leveling up after killing a divine beast. But Syria thought the divine beasts were extinct, and Barros silently let him rage. Are you lying to me on purpose? I can't take it anymore. He then kicked Hanpin straight into the hole, telling him he asked too many questions. He just plunged right in, and Barros followed. Then he turned back to Sia, who was drunkenly slumped in a chair. My head. Kivvai steps forward and places a glass of water in front of Saria. The water will help with your dehydration after drinking. She frowned and asked. Kiv, what time is it? She asked with a smile. Today's the day the shop's closed. An artist went to buy supplies. Saria wearily gets up, lamenting. Right, it's my day off, but I feel like someone's hammering my head. She suddenly recalled the events of yesterday. That's right, yesterday you asked about Barros. Kivvai replied while cleaning. You said you couldn't really talk about it while sober, but you seemed happy talking about Barros, which made Saria blush. Quiet. Kiv retells the events of yesterday. Based on her story, I gather that Barod is eccentric but kind. She shyly agreed. Of course. He was chosen by the goddess. You didn't need me to tell you that, Saria continued, exposing her true intentions. From her perspective, she wasn't curious about Barros, but about the person who left with Flash. Kivi couldn't help but be surprised. She smiled, not refuting a word. She was right. Seeing this, Saria showed a sympathetic expression as Artis, and she discussed Hanbin's situation while shopping. I don't think someone as strong as Lord Barros would overthink things. In a way, he's like Martin. They'll get along just fine. Hearing that certain memories flashed through her mind. Now that you mention it, Hanbin always got caught up in strange situations like going to jail or playing the role of a father. The two of them chatted non-stop as they walked, leaving us behind. Well, we're weaker than him, so it's inevitable. Artis suddenly offered a compliment. But seriously, your growth rate is astonishing. You'll surpass me soon. A humbly replies that it's because he helped her create the Dragon Core. He continued saying she accomplished difficult things on her own, things he couldn't. Atis smiled gently at A. I would be very happy if I could be of assistance, and I feel safe with you here. His words caused Afe to blush. Thank you. A quickly composes herself and stammers a reply. Yes, it's because we're both from the Dragon Clan, so we understand each other and have a lot in common, he replied with a smile. Perhaps? A tried to calm the rising emotions within her. That's right, there's nothing special about it. She kept reminding herself. Artis is the only Dragonkin around, so he's just paying more attention to me, A thinks to herself, facing the harsh truth. Pairing me with Artis is a pipe dream. It's all because Miss Key said some strange things. Still, a sliver of hope remains, but now that I think about it, the odds aren't entirely hopeless. A W and a dragon are both from the dragon race, so there are some hybrid offspring. The thought of that prospect delights Effie. It's not impossible. Artis, noticing her expression, asked curiously, Hey, what are you thinking about? Snapping back to reality, she says, Yes, this hair tie is beautiful. He blankly replied, A hair tie. And just like that, they changed the subject. Would she like to pick one she likes? Really, I haven't paid you yet. This is nothing. Suddenly a figure rushes in and embraces Altus tightly. Finding Artis, he asks in confusion, Who are you? Saren excitedly replies, I thought you were at the Oasis, but who knew we'd meet here? Oh, just barging right in. Are you a guest of the Oasis? I'm quite busy, but you're so handsome. Oh my gosh, thank you. Witnessing this infuriates I. Could you help me carry my things? Hey, it's too heavy. Saren can't carry it. Artis tries to find a way to refuse. Oh, this isn't my shift, and I'm with someone, Saren replied curiously. Someone else. Didn't she go ahead? Seeing Phi leave like that startled him. Phi, you left while spouting jealous words. Artis would easily grant a girl's wish. Of course he needs to maintain his popularity. Annoyed, Ephi added that it was none of her business, but when she turned back, the two were gone. This leaves A in utter confusion, as someone watches from afar. Witnessing this, D reports back to his teammates, stating that everything is proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. So smoothly that he suspects a trap. Richard retorted, Those are just needless worries. The targets don't even know we're after them. He cautioned, Be careful not to be detected until the next order. Richard sternly added, Silently dispose of those people. With that done, he turned to another matter. Bella, what's the situation over there? Have you found the target? She carried a defeated person and confidently replied, I wonder if I'll know the answer as soon as I get in there. Hearing this, Richard reminded her, Understood, be careful, engaging them. Then he switched to another person. Saren, answer me. As for her, Saren quickly moved to a deserted alley. She ignored Richard and her teammates' desperate cries. Saren. William turned to reassure Richard, saying that she was probably too busy having fun to remember the plan, but at least there was no risk of her failing. Hearing that, he felt much more at ease, and Richard prepared to move on to the next step. Then we'll follow the Vantera warriors' trail as planned. He sternly ordered them to deal with their targets from now on. Dien obeys, aiming his bow and arrow below at his first target. Each arrow carries a blazing blue power as it hurtles toward its mark. Seconds later, a satisfied smile crept across his face. He was down, taken out by the blow, while A wasn't paying attention. In a dark and deserted alleyway in the city, Atis helps Saren carry her belongings downstairs. We've been going down for quite a while now. Where's your dorm? He asks anxiously. I have to get back soon. Saren finally reveals the truth. It was all a lie about the dorm. She immediately turned and cornered him, trapping Altus between her arms. A sinister smile creeps across her face. Sorry, it's just been so long since I've seen a man like you. What makes Altus so special? Altus begins to raise his guard. What's wrong with her? Something's not right. She needs to stop. Suddenly 2 outsiders approached, asking, "Hey, what are you two doing?" The man angrily retorted, "You really think we're trash just because we live in the slums?" The other man quickly stopped him. "Wait, isn't that Altus? This isn't a place for tourists. Please turn back." Hearing this, Saren let go of him, and Artis immediately noticed the watch he had dropped. Meanwhile, she approaches the 2 men. "What is it?" "We're just saying this isn't a good place, so turn back." But Saren wasn't scared at all. Elsewhere, Artis secretly reads the dropped note. Flatbin, a suspect in the Elf King's assassination, is the Elf King dead? Reading this, he's stunned. They just left the Elven Kingdom, the king was alive, and Rondel even witnessed it. Artis is bewildered by the accusation. There's no way the Elven Kingdom would suspect us. There must be something more to this. His eyes drifted towards Saren. In that instant, she murdered the 2 men. Saren hated muscleheads. She flashed a savage smile amidst the splattered blood. "So you'll take care of things, right?" He watched as the others fell the scene, filling him with horror. Only then did he realize the gravity of the situation. Who was she? Saren casually plays with her bubble wand, then excitedly introduces herself. "I'm a magical girl, Saren, and I'm 14 years old." Saren suddenly forgets what she was about to say. "Oh, what were you all saying? An envoy from the Fairy Alliance, huh?" Hearing this, Addis immediately drew his weapon and slowly backed away. The Fairy Union, the one led by Horian. He glanced at the bubbles, guessing that when they burst, they would destroy whatever they touched. This terrified Addis, and as they approached, he quickly created a burst of fire to stop them. Seeing this piqued Saren's interest. She admired his cleverness in using this diversion, realizing he was planning to escape immediately. As Artis fled, he speculated on their plans. Only the 4 heroes were capable of such deeds. Their identities were exposed to the king, so they killed him, and now they're framing us, pushing us into a corner. After a moment, he realized their true target, the goddess Kivi, whom they intended to capture or kill. And it seemed Bella was nearing the mission objective. Meanwhile, Saren suddenly turns and runs in the opposite direction, making Atis the pursuer, leaving him utterly bewildered. What she's running and creating countless bubbles. They moved closer to the surrounding townspeople, followed by terrifying explosions and desperate screams. Each bubble corrodes the bodies of innocent civilians, and Artis desperately searches for a way out. This is a trap. I have to find Miss Key and get out of here. Saren continues to carry her weapon and heads to the crowded center. Too many people. I can't let her get away with this. He immediately drew his weapon and attacked. Stop! A sharp block of ice formed and hurtled towards Saren. Just then she turned and said, "That's right, if you catch Saren." She quickly conjured a thick layer of bubbles, using it as a shield to shatter the ice shards. This utterly astonished Atis. She even nullified his magic. What kind of twisted magic is she using? He immediately reaches for his gun, but it's gone. The magic gun has vanished, as if Atis dropped it back in the city center. Here people gathered around A, whispering amongst themselves. What was going on? She collapsed after being shot by something. Isn't she a server at the Oasis? They quickly recognized her as the one who brought A to the Oasis, but stepped in and stopped them. Hey everyone, please don't touch her. He's starting to spread false rumors about A. This woman is a criminal to be executed, so just pretend you didn't see anything and go about your business. But the other man objected. What nonsense are you spouting? There's no way a girl like her would do something so heinous. Growing impatient, D says, "You're being too loud." He quickly pulls out a wanted poster. Vantera Flatbin, the warrior who killed the Elf King, this girl is a dead ringer for his teammate. D says bitterly, all because of him, he has to do a disgusting and horrible mission. Are you one of their accomplices too? He asks sternly. The arrow in his hand is activated, ready to strike. You really are one of them, aren't you? Right, just then A finally awakens. She tightens her grip on her sword, launching a counterattack, a surge of power aimed directly at Den's face. But unfortunately, he quickly raised his arrow to block the blade. That surprised me. As A's figure disappeared, I didn't aim for her head, wanting to ask some questions, but she feigned death and waited for an opening to counterattack. Meanwhile, A's blood dripped onto the path of her escape, her small body weaving through the crowd, disappearing into the distance. Very well, run as far as you can with your level 52 strength, glancing back as you go. But no matter how far you run, the mark from that attack will expose you. She can't escape my arrow. As A flees, she tries to deduce the mastermind. If the Elf King was truly assassinated, it must have been by that uncle. But right now, she needs to worry about herself. But first, she needs to find a place to hide, and dive straight into the construction site below. After some thought, she decides on this place, a place where she can hide while on the run. Suddenly, 2 arrows appeared from behind arrows, so reckless they could hit someone else. But they changed course, heading straight for Effie. No, this speed is imperceptible to the naked eye. How can the arrows change direction without wind? As he spoke, they pierced her thigh, leaving another mark. Only then did Effie realize their presence. This pattern marks the force acting upon my target. Dawn will quickly appear behind her, and my arrows will follow. The more marks she bears, the more accurate the shot. He smirks, ready to strike again. You're as good as dead. Each arrow carries a surge of dark magic as they hurtle towards her. But Ifei didn't give up, continuing to flee. I just have to keep dodging the arrow. Witnessing her speed, Dian couldn't help but marvel she was as fast as an arrow. However, his arrow followed the pattern, relentlessly pursuing A. But the faster you run, the faster the arrow chases you. But she perseveres, desperately seeking a way to counter. A launches a thread, anchoring it to a nearby wooden beam. Using the momentum, she spun around and kicked a bucket to deflect the attack, the arrow piercing straight through the metal. Dian didn't expect such agility. She predicted the arrow's path and blocked it. A begins to fight back confidently, stating, I used to live by escaping in the forest. This isn't the first time I've encountered an archer like you. Using the wooden plank as leverage, she launches a kick towards Den. Don't underestimate a genius girl like me. Eat this. This fierce resistance surprises him, but as A closes in, D swiftly draws his sword to parry. He growled, perhaps you should be less arrogant. Don's eyes blazed with murderous intent. A true hunter is always prepared. With that, he broke away, retreated, and the arrow returned, plunging straight into Effie, who seemed to have forgotten all about it. This was its first opening, and Dawn seized the opportunity, rushing in to deliver the final blow. The girl who calls herself a genius says that a starving beast knows nothing but to eat anything to satisfy its hunger. There is no good or evil, no justice or injustice. I am a dragon. As a child, Artus was captured by humans. An immature fire dragon, he could not yet speak or transform. Back then, they constantly judged him, saying his wings were too small to fly with the flock, that he would be hunted by humans or killed by monsters. Then a mysterious woman suddenly appeared. I'll end it for you. Back in reality, Atis frantically searches for his weapon. The magic gun is gone, sending him into a panic. Why now? Atis quickly casts fire magic to buy time, hoping to at least block the attack with his own magic. He unleashed his attack while scattering the crowd, sending them fleeing. That done, Artis quickly gives chase to Saren. The bustling scene before him was staggering, and amidst the crowded masses, Artis searched for her. There are too many people, and this location is proving to be quite inconvenient. Using fire magic here is too risky if he doesn't find her soon. But then Altus spots a familiar figure. Saren was there, playing with the innocent child, just a hair's breadth away from the ball that would corrode the kid. But just then, Altus rushed in, embracing the child and taking the full force of the blow, leaving her utterly astonished. He froze Saren's weapon. The moment he rushed in, that staff is now frozen. He quickly readies his weapon to counter. If Atis gathers his flames into a single mass from this angle, she'll be blown away. But she only gives a mysterious smile, and Saren immediately screams. The townspeople quickly restrained him, and upon seeing Ati's weapon, they began to loudly berate her. This stalker is trying to start a fire. What's wrong with him? Are you one of those arsonists? He struggled but couldn't break free. Wait, the child below is crying from fear, which only makes the crowd more suspicious. Atis, the arsonist, everyone from his alley is dead, and he screams, trying to clear his name. No, at this moment, high above, the bubbles are gathering into a giant sphere. Saren, standing high above, is preparing to execute her insane plan. Everyone felt an invisible fear, a situation from which no one could escape, and that fear turned into violence. If this continues, some will become desensitized by the violence and turn into monsters who destroy everything. And that's why you can't let anyone see your true form. Hearing this, he silently asks, Then why did you take me in? Why raise me as a human? Atis, tears streaming down his face, said painfully, If I died as a monster, I wouldn't have to feel this pain. He cried out in outrage, Why did you have to bear this curse? His mother gently took his hand. Atis, our lifespan is that of a human, very short. It's been 40 years since I first met you. She smiled, saying, Even for a dragon, accidentally killing someone is no big deal, but everyone you attacked was simply injured. Artis's mother suddenly remembered that moment, the moment she saw it in his eyes, a courage that no other dragon possessed. She continued, knowing she could teach him the regret of those who fear themselves for better or worse. Back in reality, Saren stared blankly at the massive figure before her. Artis has returned to his dragon form, radiating an intense bloodlust. That's why Mother was worried, as Saren stared in shock at the massive figure before her. A dragon. Before she could recover, he swung his claws. The direct hit sends the creature flying, kicking up dust and debris, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Not stopping there, he focused his fire magic. After a moment, Atis roared, unleashing a torrent of flames, sending the crowd scattering. It was a dragon. Seeing its massive form, everyone panicked. Go, stop pushing, does it see us? Why is there a dragon here? Everyone was scared to death, trampling each other. Don't push me, Mom. Seeing their rebellion, he roared. Enough. Artis coldly commanded, form a line and leave this place slowly. The crowd, now fearful, obeyed. Yes, sir. Saren has returned, but I don't recall hearing about a dragon among our targets. Ah, more nonsense. So that means you're usually quite careful about hiding your identity. So I can't believe you'd reveal your true identity so easily. Saren, seeing his foolish decision, cursed him. Is it so you can protect people? You're such an idiot. You know that Atis remained silent, assessing the situation. She can create defensive shields with her bubbles and use them to attack, but how can she cast magic so quickly? Activating her magic circle, Saren spoke. Do you really think those people will be grateful for your help? They'll just turn on you and try to kill you soon enough, she screamed maniacally. Before they betray you, I'll make sure to kill them first. With that, a large number of bubbles poured out of the magic circle heading towards Artis. He doesn't bother dodging, preparing for a direct confrontation. Atis spreads his wings wide, using the force to scatter the bubbles. This move surprises her, as he deflects her bubbles with a mere flap of his wings. Suddenly, the ground around her begins to violently shake, stunning Saren. Artis slowly approached her, confirming that humans fear him, fear a dragon. He confidently retorts, that just gives me more reason to stand by them. Artis declares, absorbing energy, because that's why I'm a dragon. In the next instant, he roared, unleashing a terrifying blast of fire towards her. At this point, Saren could only offer a wry smile. It was truly lonely. As Dawn prepared to deliver the final blow, Phi could only cry out for Artis in her moment of desperation. Suddenly, a familiar flame flickered, and Phi, regaining her courage, kicked Feng Dian away with all her might. They both quickly retreated to a safe distance, and her resistance was testing his patience. I don't particularly enjoy turning people into pincushions, so how about I help you die peacefully? You said hunters always have a plan B, right? Then shouldn't you be careful of what's under your feet? Dion didn't trust her words. Why was she trying to provoke him with fire? There's nothing there. But in the next moment he realizes something is definitely wrong. A terrifying blast of fire erupts towards Dion, engulfing his body, the heat so intense that even the ether is affected. It's hot. She marvels at the power, almost getting burned along with him. This must be Artis's fire breath, but how do I know that? After a moment, the flames subside, revealing the devastating destruction of the construction site. Just as Mother said, even if I try to live for the sake of humans, the fact that dragons are symbols of destruction will not change, for dragons are remarkable beings with long lifespans. In that long lifespan, if even once a dragon could gain the sympathy of countless people, the onlookers were stunned. The dragon just saved us, but I'm sure that's the person who works at the oasis. Artis simply replied, I owe Saria a debt. Everyone was surprised to hear that. Saria hiring a dragon was the key to their hope. The child from before smiled brightly and said, thank you. But in the next instant, Saria's bubble killed them. She said sternly, you shouldn't trust them. Saren calmly glanced at the chaos she had caused, knowing they might talk now, but soon strange rumors would spread again. He knew dragons were fearsome, but Atis was too shocked to listen. Saren droned on, saying killing Guo would be better than trusting them. She couldn't take it anymore. Atis immediately turned and unleashed a torrent of flames at Saren, but the attack proved useless. You're so cruel, Artis growled. They're innocent people, and Saren's crimes fill Artis with rage. I will never forgive you, but your attitude is making me ecstatic. That expression is much better than before. It's a shame I couldn't see it when you were human. Artis is shocked by Saren's magic, calling it flimsy, like bubble magic, but before he can finish, he's suddenly surrounded by countless bubbles. The sudden attack leaves him stunned. What? Her magic level has increased, and seeing his fear only fuels her delight. That's right, that's the expression I wanted to see. I bet you're feeling desperate now that things aren't going your way, huh? Saren calls out Atis's plan, saying, I'm sure you think I'm someone you can face. You could win if you evacuated the citizens and returned to your true form, right? Are you ignoring me? He continues to breathe fire, trying to cope, but Saren's bubble doesn't seem to break this time. But darling, she arrogantly proclaims, Saren's level is 93. Having fun, you level Ochenta lizard. He realized then that she was from another world. Before he knew it, bubbles surrounded Artis's neck. In an instant, it exploded, and he seemed to have no escape. He suddenly remembered a conversation with his mother. Artis, where did you get your stubbornness? From you, of course. She simply smiled. You don't need to learn my sentimentality either, so promise me. My mother said seriously, go on a journey, see the world, meet new people, and never be lazy in learning new things. These words echoed in his mind, and no matter what happens, remember to befriend those who stand by you. In that decisive moment, Aeneas rushed to her rescue, teasing with a smile. You're so kind. Have you learned from your mistakes this time? He must never follow a strange woman. Seeing this, he blushed crimson and stammered, thank you. But this scene darkened Saren's face, filling her with frustration while across town, Bella sits arrogantly on a sofa. You must be the master of the oasis. I realize that all the information about this place points to you, she said, pointing to the man sprawled out behind her, because he had spoken so proudly of it. But rest assured I won't kill him. With that, Bella La shifted her attention to Kyung, who had been watching me. Saria simply smiled and replied, because of the dangerous neighbors here, she's my bodyguard. She politely added, I apologize if she made you uncomfortable. Saria then moved on to the main topic, saying the information she wanted was about finding this man. Flatbin, is that correct? Bila replied calmly. My men are already searching for him. Her face now filled with murderous intent, her voice deepened. The person I'm looking for is a woman named Kivi. Ki remains cold and unmoved. Saria sets down the paper and begins to lay out her terms, but in this place information is power. What can she offer me? But suddenly, Belala slams her hand on the table, unleashing her power and threatening Saria. "Forgive me, but I don't have any money on me." "Would sparing your life count?" Saria calmly replied. "Understood, Ki, is it?" Feigning ignorance, she asked her bodyguard, "Can you find a woman named Ki Saria?" Gave Ki a meaningful look. "And find her comrades while you're at it. I'll give you a special reward." Seeing this, Ki cooperated. "Understood." With that, she turned and left, remarking on the excellent service. As Ki walks, he begins to speculate, considering that Gahan and Genenovia must have sent them. If those cautious decision-makers are involved, this won't be easy. With that thought, Kivi quickens her pace. "I need to find them quickly and return to the oasis." Bella sits there silently, telling Saria thank you. Finding Kivi and her comrades is troublesome, but having help would be a problem, wouldn't it? Her next words stunned Sia. "I couldn't find out who it was, but thanks to you, it was easy." With that, Bella struck a fatal blow against Kivriel's manifestation. Hearing this, Ki immediately turned around, just as Bella mercilessly beheaded Saria. Her necklace falls to the ground near Artis, the bubble on the verge of bursting. But thankfully, she rushed in using the polymorph necklace to quickly transform him back into human form. In a moment of life and death, A catches Artis, leaving him incredibly flustered. "Thank you, A." She quickly assesses her opponent. He understood the situation, but who was this woman? Artis explained that she was an assassin sent by the four heroes, a visitor from another world. Hearing this, AI understands. But seeing his bleeding wounds, she cries out in alarm. "But what about those injuries?" Artis calmly replies. "It seems I was hurt while in dragon form." Saren, witnessing everything, says with annoyance, "I was having fun with Artis too. Could you please stay out of this?" Before Saren could launch another attack, he froze the orb with his weapon. But without any strength left, Artis collapses and L rushes to his side. "Artis is urging you to leave quickly. Run while I hold her off." A disagrees though. "What are you saying? Are you telling me to run away on my own?" Saren quickly broke free of the ice. "Artis, what are you doing? Hurry and freeze that area again." Artis warned that the woman was level 93, and this wouldn't hold for long, begging her to at least escape and tell Hanbin and Miss Ki. "I'm sorry for asking you to do something so difficult, Phi." She hesitated, but only she, the fastest among them, could do this. Just then, Saren broke through the ice wall once more. The giant ice orb shatters into countless pieces, and Serene is furious. Seeing them escape, Saren is determined to hunt them down. "So you want to play hide and seek, huh?" "Fine," she cackles wickedly and then speaks. But Saren loves hide and seek even more. With that, a giant bubble enveloped the entire city. Elsewhere, the sounds of destruction echoed as A swung her sword, putting all her strength into breaking the barrier. Seeing her struggle, Addis advised, "It's no use, A. You can't break this bubble with your power. If I distract her, it'll open a gap in the bubble." Before he could finish, A refused loudly. "Use it so I don't have to." She choked back tears, remembering painful memories. "I've run away so many times. Good people have to die for me while I'm the only one who survives. But are you telling me to abandon you to die? You're telling me to lose another person important to me. I absolutely refuse." Hearing this, Atis is suddenly reminded of his mother's words, and he grits his teeth trying to suppress his emotions. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion startles them as Saren unleashes her power outside. She patrolled the perimeter, shouting, "Atis, are you dead yet? If you're still alive and I can't find you, come out here." Saren, growing impatient, threatened, "If you don't come out, I'll blow this whole place to kingdom come." Hui hides in a corner observing the situation. "Damn it, it's only a matter of time before she finds us." "How?" As she pondered a solution, Adis reached out and took her hand. "How can we possibly?" he asked, seeking A's input. "Hey Phi, didn't you say you could avoid my fire breath just by sensing it?" she asked, confused. "Hey," he warns her, "I'll say it again, she's level 93. When I transform into a dragon, I'm level 80. We have a chance at that level, but a large dragon would be a slow and easy target for a mage. We can't defeat her as we are now." A protested, thinking Altus was going to send her away again. "No matter how you try to persuade me." He cut her off, "I know. I hate this because it's not a logical solution for you, but it will work because you have a dragon core like me." As he spoke, brilliant emerald crystals appeared between their clasped hands, and A understood Otis's plan, her face filled with determination. It was this very light that revealed their hiding place to Saren, who unleashed a furious barrage of bubbles. "I've found you." The bubbles converged, corroding even the colossal structure. But the emerald light didn't disappear. It continued to spread, engulfing the area, leaving Saren in utter shock. Dragons have long lifespans, so to level one up I need 10 or even 20 times the life force of a Wiv. I'll give you the life force I've gathered in my dragon core to level up. A gently rests, and she begins to fight with his power. After receiving power from Addis, the system displays A's new rank level 62 magic swordsman. Saren observes them, wondering what they just did. Just a few level ups. It's amusing how quickly she adapted, but this change doesn't frighten her in the slightest. "Shouldn't you have worked harder to level up more?" But as soon as she said that, A rushed behind her and kicked Saren away. She quickly recovers and retaliates with a blow pretty fast, but so what? Suddenly, I's level increased to 63 magic swordsman. In the blink of an eye, another notification appeared. Level 64 magic swordsman. This turn of events leaves Saren in utter confusion. What? Her level? In a flash, A closed in on her. The system displays her level Magic Swordsman, level 65. She launches a direct attack, leaving Saren unable to react, and A's level skyrockets once again. Magic Swordsman level 69, her level increases with every attack. Magic Swordsman level 70. How is her level even possible? Saren was repeatedly blown away by his attacks, still unable to believe her eyes. Did I misread her level? Is her level actually increasing over time? This infuriated Saren. Don't you dare mock me. But in the blink of an eye, A teleports in front of her. Just what kind of monster are you? Saren attempts a counterattack, but she swiftly dodges it, immediately spinning into a counterkick. Her body was sent flying into the sky. Not stopping there, AI continued the chase with her incredible speed. In a flash, she closed in on Saren, who spoke up just as A was about to strike. I don't know what you and Addis did, but I know you're pushing yourself beyond your limits. Ignoring Saren, her eyes were now filled with hatred. Seeing Afi's rage, she sneered, but what will that change? The truth is you're dying as you fight. Saren followed up, asking if he was really worth the sacrifice. Hearing this, Atis used the last of his strength to advise Ifi. No, you can't fight like this, Ifi. Ignoring their words, she poured all her energy into her two swords and struck a blow that sent Saren plummeting below. But as the dust settled, her orb remained intact. Saren's body was without a scratch, and she began to berate her. What an idiot. Doesn't she know boys get sick of girls like them? Witnessing this left eye in utter shock, and the follow-up attack put her in a difficult position, unsure of what to do. Unable to dodge in midair, and with no time to revert to my one form, Saren was overjoyed at my predicament. But who knows, maybe he'll notice you after you're dead. As soon as she finished speaking, the bubble exploded. Witnessing this, she was terrified. But at the decisive moment, a figure darted out with lightning speed. Seeing this, he smirks with pride while A evading the attack frustrates her. What kind of monster are you? With her quick wit, she narrowly avoided a fatal blow. In that moment, A summoned her wings, her rank increasing to level 85 Magic Swordsman. She declared to Saren, I'm not fighting for Artis's attention, I'm fighting to be by his side. With that, she rushed toward her. Enraged that A dared to raise her voice, Saren snapped, You're such a persistent, pathetic leech. She frantically launches countless bubbles at her, saying, You don't even realize you're being used, and sacrificing everything for him, all in the name of love. He'll definitely cast you aside because you're too frightening, Saren laughed. I mean, you'll only end up betrayed. But ignoring her words, Effie begins to gather power in her sword. In the blink of an eye, two sharp sword strikes were unleashed, tearing through Saren's defenses. This time, her attack successfully broke through the barrier. That's your story, not mine. Even as Saren was put on the defensive, she calmly replied, Yes, this is my story. She confidently asserts, So there won't be a happy ending, because you can't win against me. As she spoke, a bubble enveloped Ai's head, but she calmly said, I know it's impossible with my level. She confidently continued, But I'm not alone. Hearing this, Saren sensed something was wrong, and in the distance, Artis struggled to his feet, gripping his gun ready to unleash a barrage of fire. Instantly, a fiery bullet pierced through her. Saren could only whisper, I swear all the good guys are extinct. With that, her entire body vanished into nothingness, and Artis collapsed to the ground, exhausted from the attack. He thought to himself how glad he was to have learned sniping, but before he could finish the thought, Artis's body reached its limit. Hanbin collapsed to the cold ground, exhausted as the wounded Empalette rushed to his side asking if he was all right. Artis, she mustered her last strength to lift him, urging him to stand so they could return for medicine, but her small body had reached its limit and they both collapsed. Even so, A was incredibly proud of today's victory. Our Artis finally did it. We have to brag to Miss Key and Hanbin. She whispered, Artis, I'm sorry. And with that, A succumbed to exhaustion. I'm sorry. Suddenly a figure approached them. They stood in silence, watching the two returning to the oasis, as Saria clutched the wound on her neck in pain. But her vision began to blur. Kiwi desperately tries to fend off Belle's attacks. She frantically tries to end Kiwi at all costs, and the two clash, destroying everything around them. Belle attacks, sneering, I thought you'd be stronger being the goddess's avatar, but you're only level 80. Hearing this, Ki quickly realized, You're from another world, but Belle didn't bother to answer. Belle delivers a swift kick to the gut, sending Ki reeling back in pain from the unexpected blow. Belle lunges forward even more crazed, but things are different than they were 20 years ago. You know if I kill you, it'll still count as a failed mission. I'll sever a leg so you can't escape. Her sharp axe aimed straight for Ki's legs. But in that moment, she activated her ability, and the next scene shocked Belle Law. Her axe suddenly veered off course. What? The system displays a notification combat assistance error. A sudden error in the combat assistance system prevents skill usage, and while Belle Law is distracted, Kiwi seizes the opportunity to kick her in the face. What is this absurdity? The force is so immense that Bella stumbles backward. Kiwi's eyes filled with murderous intent as she declared, That's the truth of your power. Your false strength is useless against the might of a goddess. Enraged, Bella charged. It's just a skill debuff. Don't get cocky. The axe swung wildly at Kiwi, but she easily dodged each blow. Of course, this had no effect on Rue. Hanbin and Kiwi began to retaliate. She brandishes her spear, its sharp strike piercing through Bella, the one from another world. With the system's help, they're just high-level humans. But that last attack was so strong it brought her to her knees. She had just used a trick to disable my system, but Bella couldn't help but marvel at this terrifying power. She fights a high-level opponent from another world, as if they were a mere child. Is this the embodiment of a goddess? Kiwi was about to finish off Belle when Saria suddenly screamed a warning. Ki immediately senses a wave of energy startling her, and she turns to see Richard appear. He immediately launched a preemptive strike, putting Kiwi on the defensive. She quietly observed another being from another world, but considering his ability to land a precise strike on her, a wielder of divine power, Bella is also surprised by his appearance. Richard asks sternly, "Bella, are you hurt?" She hastily replied, "Never mind, it's nothing serious. More importantly, why are you here?" "Wasn't I just supposed to capture him alive?" Richard muttered silently, facing the goddess's avatar. Before he could finish, he immediately charged back into the fight. The two crimson powers clashed, each evenly matched, threatening to tear the very air apart. Ki surmised that Richard Min couldn't use combat assistance, but he was using aura. This felt familiar to her, much like Ryu Hanbin. His strength was earned through training. Meanwhile, he said grimly, "Avatar of the goddess, if you truly wish the best for Radna." Suddenly, Bella interjected with a loud shout, "Stop!" She tightened her grip on Saya's neck, using her as a threat, saying it would be easy to break her neck without even using her powers. "So just obediently let us capture you." Once again, Ki is forced into a passive position. The only thing she can conceal is the combat support system, and she's trying to figure out how to deal with it. Their strength and levels earned through training remain. "But if I'm captured, everything will go according to Gahan's plan." But then Kivye noticed something in Siria's hand, a signal device from Ryu Hanbin. She exchanged glances with KVI. She pondered Gahan's goal to capture her alive. Even if she were caught, if Ryu Hanbin could arrive before she left Kan. After a moment, she finally dropped her weapon. "If you don't harm my master, I'll do as you say," KVI declared. Bella chuckled. Who knew a threat would work on the goddess's incarnation? She pressed her father, asking, "But you must answer my questions. Can you take a life, a goddess incarnate? If I'm truly an obstacle, why do Gahan and Genenovia want to capture me alive?" Bella simply sneered. "They don't trust me enough to tell me the details." At that moment, Richard spoke up. The goddess's avatar is one that shares her power. His revelation left everyone stunned. If Gahan killed such a person himself, he could possess more of the goddess's power, and his plan to become a god would succeed. Hearing this, Chiwei loudly warned of the risks. Gahan was planning to replace the night goddess as a new god. Even now, Radna is barely enough to keep the dungeon a barrier against gods, demons, and others under control. If the goddess of darkness truly disappears, stopping the invasion of the demon god Omlas will be impossible. "The moment you hand me over to Gahan, Radna will be destroyed," Richard calmly replies. "Yes, you're right, but don't worry." He moves to strike Ki down, saying if you die, Gahan's wish won't come true. Richard's choice horrified her, and the others were equally surprised by his actions. In the city's center, Phi struggled to stand. "Kiwi, I have to help," but her strength failed her, and luckily someone caught her, saying to be careful. The man spoke softly. "Both are being treated, but E is still worried. Thank you for helping, but if I don't go, Miss Kiwi will." With confidence, he assured her, "Don't worry, I don't know who Miss Ki is, but that guy won't be able to touch her." Turning back to Kiwi, a shield suddenly appeared around her as Richard attacked. This surprised everyone, as the man stepped forward and announced, "For the torture and murder of 35 nomadic people, the harm inflicted on countless civilians in Quran, and your past acts of terror against Radna, I, as investigator, hereby place you under arrest for questioning." Richard's face darkens as the investigator Ethan accuses him, but Richard denies it, claiming they have the wrong person. "We are a special investigation team from the Immortal Union, and this investigator is here to cut off the elf assassin," he says as he heals Sia's wounds. "So are you saying the heretic investigator should quit?" Of course, if it's a special investigation team established by Holian, they'd be trustworthy. The investigator sternly challenged that lie, but if these special investigators were from another world, a higher authority than Earth, that would be a different story. Richard pondered in silence. If that's the case, then we can safely say that Holan is secretly acting behind the heresy investigators' backs. Kiwi suddenly interjects. She's not the only one. She continued exposing their plan. They were targeting the dark goddess to steal her power. And those who are using that power to turn themselves into gods are Gahan and Genenovia. Hearing this, the investigator curiously asks if the four heroes are targeting the goddess. "Who are you?" she was asked as she introduced herself. "I am Kivi, an entity created to stop their evil intentions, a messenger of the goddess." The investigator doesn't believe her words, thinking she's just a crazy woman. Kivi is confused by this. "What?" The investigator explained that if she were truly an envoy, she would never have chosen to cooperate with that man. Hearing that she knew who he was talking about, well, that would be... Suddenly, Kavai notices something and screams. Careful Bila recklessly charges forward, trying to eliminate the investigator. But with a single punch, he sends her flying back as Investigator Bune calmly continues. "Who would believe the truth about the one controlling Earth and the story of targeting the goddess to become him?" Leon H. said, removing his mask. But if it's one of the four heroes, it's not impossible. At that moment, Richard couldn't help but rush to get close to him. I need to hear the details of this story myself. The Outlanders can't attack the angels. Those with the system can't attack angels. So why is this happening? Because both angels and those from other worlds were sent by the demon god Omlas. So why must those from other worlds die at the hands of these angels? Why are these ferocious beasts constantly appearing before Hanbin only to explode moments later? A thick aura erupts from his body as Hanbin draws his crimson-infused sword and charges towards the giant. He moved with lightning speed, swinging his sword and slicing through it. And as Hanbin landed, the giant's body shattered into pieces. At the same time, the crimson blade shattered. But Hanbin simply breathed a sigh of relief after the attack. Barros approaches him, asking if his aura blade finally broke. Hu Hanbin replied helplessly, "That's the longest it could maintain, and it's not like I can create aura blades like you." Barros was silent for a moment. After a moment, he looked at the remains and asked, "Is that how much you hunted after your sword broke?" Annoyed, he replied, "Yeah, so what? It didn't even give me any experience points." Barot smiled, schooling Hanbin. "Experience points aren't just numbers, they're the experiences themselves, proof that you've become a little more useful." To that, he simply chuckled, "Old man, I think I know why you don't have any disciples." Ignoring Hanbin's words, Barros turned to continue onward. Let's move on to the next step. Focusing all the aura in his body, he cried out in protest, "Give me a break, I can't even remember how many angels I've killed since I got here." Seeing this, he resorted to tricks, saying he could quit if he wanted to rest as he was about to teach him a special technique. But before Barros could finish, Hanbin changed his mind. "I'm still full of energy." And so they continued to train him. Hanbin slumps down, beginning to meditate. "That's right, I forgot I'm still level 5. In comparison, Barros is Sword King Barros, level 200 plus. Thinking about how the other heroes reached his level makes me wonder how I can become stronger. But why did Barros' name appear on the help system? Noticing his distraction, Barros urged, "Stop thinking about other things and focus on feeling the aura throughout your body." Han asks as he follows along, "Is it like I'm extracting aura from my body? I think I'd understand if you explained it in more detail." Barros simply says to use the 6 refractions and then condense it, but Han has no idea what that means. What a terrible explanation, but he suddenly feels hot. Instantly, Han's eyes glowed, a fierce red energy coursing through his body, erupting moments later in a massive explosion, painting the space crimson. But the result was the same failure. Hanin angrily snapped, wondering if this was some kind of self-destruct skill, but Barros calmly replied that it was worth doing since he was still intact. "Try again, are you trying to kill me?" As they argued, something fell out of his pocket. Han stares blankly at it, then remembers it's the communication device Saria gave him. Elsewhere, vibrant red flowers bloom as Fel and El decorate and discuss their plans. "Is it really okay for us to decorate the house as we please? He's only letting us stay here for a short time." "It's fine, no problem." Fel looked at their handiwork and said proudly, "People like that need a woman's touch." Barros and Flash are in for a surprise when they get back, I'm sure. But looking at the whole picture, she seems to be changing her mind. Was this too much? Yes, I think so too. Suddenly a deafening scream makes them jump. The two quickly rush down to investigate. "What's wrong, Martin?" Martin held the glowing red orb in his hand, exclaiming with joy, "I finally did it," they cried out in surprise. "Aura." Achieving this makes him incredibly happy. "Brass, watch over us." Everyone was moved by the sight. "Why are you crying?" "And what about you?" Ma Tin promises himself that he will become stronger for your sake. Suddenly there's a noise outside, and Po Hio excitedly runs out to see who it is. It seems they've returned. Would they be surprised if he told them, though this is nothing compared to those two? But the moment the door opened, everyone was stunned. William had found their hiding place. Seeing the stone in his hand light up, Hanin speaks with curiosity. It's a communication device from Saria. Barros approaches, wondering why even she can use the device better than him while he's stuck speculating. And the others are there too, so her signaling me means. He quickly grasps the situation. It seems there's trouble brewing, but before them lie countless monsters that need to be dealt with. Han immediately rose to a fighting stance. Did they come here because they smelled the blood of the slain? How many more must we kill before this ends? Barros suddenly tells the boy that a Vantera warrior is only allowed to kill 3 things. Hanin responded, confused. Huh. He continued to explain first monsters. The Vantera warriors aren't a group of assassins, and Barros's words strike him as almost comical. Secondly, there's an exception: you're allowed to kill those who wish to die. Like everyone just wants to die, Barros lectured. That's why you should ask if they want to die first. Give people a chance to reconsider their lives, Han retorted as he charged forward. And if they still come to fight, it means they're suicidal. How complicated. But with just a few strokes, the monster was completely defeated. Barot added, "That's right, but that's the attitude a strong person needs." He turned to him, advising, "If you understand, go help your friend and check on Saria." Seeing this, Hanan smiled, and left, not forgetting to ask one last thing. And the third thing, Barros charged forward, replying, "I'll tell you later." Hearing this, he rushed back to his teammates, understanding everything. He turned to Martin, who was panting wearily. The two in the rear tirelessly replenish Martin's energy, but the situation forces them into a defensive position. William calmly watches their struggles, telling them to use everything they have to heal him. If he miraculously defeats him despite the 50-level difference and everyone scorns Martin, they will leave as promised. What a joke, who says that? Len angrily shouts that their comrade just burned his little brother. Hearing that, Dee chuckled, saying, "Thanks to that, I had the chance to come back to you, so it's all good." Robert scoffs in disdain, though admits it's nothing compared to his incredible healing abilities. They chatted as if the demon was nothing. Anyway, let's find out where that flash bastard is. But I still have 57 skills I haven't used yet. Stop with the nonsense. That's not going to happen. This infuriates Martin. Those bastards are toying with us. Elja and Foe cheered him on from the sidelines. Martin, don't lose. We'll heal you no matter how many times it takes. Hearing that, Martin felt somewhat comforted. How reliable. I'll punish them at all costs. Suddenly, an arrow flies from nowhere, piercing Elja. Len and Dien are overjoyed after landing that blow. Can't complain about that, right? Bet 1 coin for every fatal blow that Meathead lands. What a genius. That settles it. A flustered Foe heel quickly tended to her wounds. She was being used as a plaything and Martin was furious. He lunged at William, throwing a punch, but William easily dodged it. You should do better. With that, William swung his sword, wounding Martin. Otherwise, it would be like I'm bullying you. Though blood poured, he was determined to fight for justice. How could you do this? We're all human. But no matter how hard Martin tried, William easily dodged every blow, causing him to scream in anger. How can you disregard human life like this? No matter what Martin said, William closed in, slashing his sword straight at him. But I'm the one who doesn't understand. As soon as he landed, Martin collapsed to the ground. Your level is too low. You can't even put up a fight. My level is higher, so I can make you kneel. William coldly continued. That's easy to understand, so why don't you use that power of yours? Martin struggled to his feet, whispering, You don't understand, I'm a hunter. Remembering his comrades, Martin continued resolutely. My power is only meant to be used. Only to fight monsters, to protect my friends and comrades, he declared as power erupted around him, engulfing Martin in flames. But it was all for naught, as William effortlessly dodged and ended him with a single strike. Then you should have leveled up. He calmly reminds him. In any world, the weak are the worst, you know. William dragged the bloody body before Fu Hio, mockingly ordering her. He tells them to keep healing him, as he intends to teach them a lesson, adding that the weak being oppressed by the strong is only natural. Elja is powerless, and Martin is imprisoned here as well. Len, who had been watching, finally lost his patience, saying he couldn't stand it anymore and didn't need to think about how stupid and pathetic it was. I'm bored. Stop healing the girl and heal the butcher instead. Dee interjects disdainfully. With your abilities, you can't heal both of them, but I guess you're dead now that the meathead has fallen. Fu Hio simply replied softly, Kill me. She said seriously, I'd rather die than be your plaything, even if it means our deaths. Fu Hio boldly warned them, Barros will kill you all. The mention of that name shocked everyone. Oz's face went pale, and Barot froze in his tracks. Len, hearing Fell's bold claim, retorted, What does a monster like Barros have to do with the likes of you? You're just spouting nonsense because you're about to die. Hearing this, Dee snapped out of it and fired an arrow straight at her, saying, I'll kill you if you really want to die. The arrow whistles through the air, hurtling towards Foe, but she doesn't flinch, willingly accepting her fate. But just inches away, a blade deflected the arrow, saving Foe. Hanin had finally returned, and he surveyed the scene with a serious gaze. Seeing Hanbane, Foe burst into tears, calling out Flash, but the others just burst out laughing. Flatbin? They continued to show their contempt. I thought my system was broken, and I was surprised too. William questioned him with doubt. He's Flatbin, and you're only level 5. Are you really a Vantera warrior? Hanin approached and picked up his sword. I'm wondering the same thing. You reek of bloodlust, he challenged. Examine it yourself, Han softly tells Fel. Fel continued to heal him, but she trembled and replied, This is impossible for me. Fel looked at her teammates and burst into tears. I can't fully heal him, she explains. If the 4 types of fox people are too strong in the wound, I can't close it. At my level, I can't heal him. Han asks somberly, How much time do they have left? Fel sadly reports, If he doesn't die, 10 minutes, not just 5. Suddenly, a wave of oppression appears, terrifying her. All right, Han said to Pio with a bright smile. 5 minutes is enough, just you wait. She replied, bewildered. Yes. Everything happened so fast that Foe thought she had imagined the oppressive aura. Flash remains the same as always. The murderous aura I sensed before must have been my imagination. Those guys aren't scared at all, turning their backs and leaving. Stop, just stop right there. This isn't funny anymore. Seeing their composure, William couldn't help himself. Time to hunt down the other dungeon hunters. He could only shake his head in dismay. Oh heavens. William turned to Hanbin with disdain, saying, You made such a grand entrance. I was about to apologize, but to think the one we've been searching for is only level 5. William then unleashed a torrent of murderous intent. You've gone too far. He draws his sword ready to strike. Countless fiery blades erupt, engulfing the space, the level 85 skill, 1000 light slash. A terrifying explosion erupts behind them, but the others remain oblivious. I can't believe we've been assigned to a mission like this. William and Hanbin were determined to settle things there, but the others paid no attention. With 4 people here, the experience points and rewards for the kill would be split 4 ways. But he's only level 5, so the reward we can get is dopamine just a tiny bit. What a disappointment. Behind them, the earth-shattering sounds continue, but the group casually moves on. That bastard Richard wants to hog all the glory. But the noise just keeps going, and Len can't stand it anymore, so he sent us here. It's too loud, just kill him so we can get out of here. Meanwhile, a fierce battle unfolds. William, who was so mighty before, has been beaten to a pulp. After burying him, Hanbin growls, "You can't leave, let alone get out of here." The sight leaves them utterly bewildered. What's going on? He slowly approached, pointing directly at Robert. "You're a medic." He panicked and stammered, Hanbin ordered Robert to heal his friends until they were healthy, which shocked him. "Why should I?" He pointed, reiterating that he should heal them both, completely beg for forgiveness, and kowtow. Hanbin's murderous aura intensified. "And if they fully forgive you, I'll feel a little better." Regardless, Robert refused. "I won't." Instead, he used his power to heal William behind him. Level 87 skill, super healing. Instantly, his body recovers and William launches another attack, but this time it's been upgraded. Level 89 skill, 243 Lotus Boost Warrior Song 10-layer shield, 80% strength, 80% agility, and 120% reflexes. While behind him another rushes in to assist with the level 87 skill Deadly Spinning Strike. They pressed Hanbin, relentlessly unleashing a storm of blades that tore the earth to shreds, sending debris flying. Amidst the chaos, Hanbin stood calmly deflecting Lei's attacks with a single hand. In an instant, Hanbin effortlessly sends him flying. William seizes the opportunity to strike, but Hanbin is unfazed, countering with a swift sword strike. Han spins and kicks him away, but Len immediately attacks again. He quickly shifted his stance, blocking the attack, but was instantly thrown back. But from afar, an arrow shot toward Hanbin, who quickly noticed and blocked it with his sword, this sneak attack infuriating him. Seeing his attack blocked, DNG was in disbelief. How could a level 5 possess such power? He couldn't afford to lose there. He unleashed a massive amount of energy, preparing to deliver the final blow. Level 88, Eagle Arrow. The arrow soars emerald energy, erupting like wings, hurtling towards Hanbin. Seeing this, he turns to make sure his teammates are safe. Once confirmed, Hanbin retaliates with confidence. He grabbed a nearby rock and hurled it at Den with all his might. The rock and arrow collided, the arrow piercing through and shattering the stone into fragments. The debris hurtled toward Den, mere fragments propelled with terrifying force under immense pressure. Suddenly, countless illusions of Len surrounded Hannon, who roared in anger. "How dare you do this to my brother?" Level 92 skill Shadow Clone Technique. Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh. "Little brother, you overestimate your own skills." In an instant, Hanin located Len's true form. As the real body is hit, the illusions begin to fade, but they still don't give up. Len pulls out a dagger and lunges using a level 93 skill, Shadow Strike. His eyes flashed with a terrifying ferocity, but Hanbin was even more desperate. He used his own hand to block the attack, and Len was terrified by Hanbin's quick reflexes. He blocked the attack, but I'll use my assassination skill. Before he could recover, Hanbin twisted his arm back. Len's arm twisted, and he screamed in agony, as Hanbin said sternly, "This ends here. I know how much the Radna hate outsiders. Or maybe I don't, since I'm only level 5 and avoid it. But if that's not the case, there will be times when I have no choice but to kill someone, whether it's taking a life, losing my own before I realize it, or being exploited by someone." Back in reality, Hanbin said sternly, "It's time to stop. You're all being used by Gahan." He continued advising them, "If you're afflicted with a magical seal, I can ask a mage on my side to remove it. Does it all have to end with one side dying? Are you saying you won't kill me if I surrender?" He suddenly burst out laughing. "If it were 20 years ago, I might have believed you, but now it's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, warts began to appear on his arm that had blocked the attack, turning it pale. Seeing this, Hanbin tries to move his hand away from the knife, but the poison prevents him from moving as his body begins to stiffen. At the same time, countless arrows fly straight towards him. "This is a paralyzing poison that stiffens muscles," En explained to Hanbin. "If you're a creature with blood in your veins, you'll be poisoned. It's especially effective on muscle-bound brutes like you." As he spoke, arrows flew in, restraining his weapon, causing Hanbin to lose his previous advantage. Len smirks, "Your offer is tempting, but it infuriates me that the traitor Richard said the same thing." Hanbin asks, puzzled, "Richard, the leader of the Great Earth." Hearing that, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You think he's the leader of the Great Earth?" Urge strikes Hanbin across the face, shouting nonsense. Filled with rage, he roared that the world he created under Gahan was fake, that he was just a puppet acting under Gahan's control because he couldn't even undo the magic seal. But they were different. If that bastard Richard hadn't sold them out, there would have been no 4 heroes of Radna. Hearing this, Han seems to understand everything. "So you're saying you're the ones from another world who started the war 20 years ago?" Len unflinchingly admits, "That's right, we are the true Great Ones." But he was shocked to see his arm gradually turning pale. "Huh. At that moment, Hanbin's anger exploded as he growled, "So it's because of you that I have to hide my identity to survive." He unleashes his power, striking back against the scum who revel in slaughtering the RNA. Len watches in horror as the poison slowly spreads back towards him. Impossible. He reversed the poison's path with aura, but the more he does, the faster it spreads, sending him into a panic. This is bad. Damn it, 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 damn it. This bastard is ridiculously dangerous. In that desperate moment, Don rushed in and severed Len's arm to free his brother quickly, tossing him a weapon. He immediately caught it, delivering the final blow. Don't let him live another second. The two quickly coordinated, rushing to fight him together. This is our last chance while his sword is neutralized. As they charged, they wondered, where did we find a guy like this? Just as they thought they had the upper hand, Hanbin broke free, his sword now engulfed in a blazing red aura. This was beyond their expectations. This was their last chance. In that moment, they seemed to remember facing Barros. So you still wish to die? The overwhelming power terrified them then, and it does now. Fearfully they begged, don't kill us, but Hanbin didn't care and he mercilessly cut them down. Hanbin growls, you've used up your chances. An impact follows, engulfing the area in dust. Po-Hio was astonished by the scene, but William beside him suddenly burst into a bizarre laugh, exclaiming, wonderful, truly amazing. William continued, compared to me those two are weaklings, but they're definitely not pushovers. He couldn't help but praise. That aura sword could kill them in one strike, and that power is incredible. Hanbin's aura activates a fiery red energy, engulfing his massive form, a level the system can finally register. Error level cannot be determined. But this pleases William greatly. You are the opponent I don't have to hold back against. He suddenly went mad and stabbed himself with his own sword. Han silently watched William's next move, as he excitedly declared that humans display extraordinary power when facing death. As William spoke, an immense aura erupted from him, an aura that circulates because it's constantly created and injected into his body, all because I forcibly injected sword aura into him. At this moment, every muscle in William's body tensed as his sword was coated in a fiery red energy, the level 110 skill, Corpse. With the skill activated, he gleefully prepared to charge. I'm not used to this power either. In the blink of an eye, William closed in on Hanbin. So be sure to carefully observe my deadly footwork. But before he could celebrate, Hanbin's sword pierced right through him. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Moments later, a massive aura erupted, creating a cataclysm that threatened to collapse the very fabric of space. William was instantly obliterated by Hanbin's power, leaving only his glasses on the ground. Robert, witnessing this, immediately collapsed, panicking. I had no choice. And I wasn't even part of the Great Earth to begin with. They just told us we should do this. Hanbin approached him, radiating murderous intent. He swung his sword down, and Robert screamed in terror, but Hanbin stopped short, leaving Robert bewildered. He points behind him. Those people need treatment quickly, Hanbin says, his eyes gleaming with menace. He threatened, his voice low. But you just said you didn't want to, right? Robert trembled, quickly changing his tune. I'll do my best. The child took the candy and stood there frozen. Hey kid, what's your name? Lon asked the child. Don't you have any parents or relatives in this town? The boy remained silent, dropping his lollipop, and Lao sighed helplessly. He frowned, remembering Leon H., who always burdened him with troublesome tasks. What makes him think I'd protect a kid who won't even say a word? A loud noise erupts, and Lao asks in surprise, what the heck? He wondered if Heresy's old investigator on the roof had been blown through a huge hole and someone had flown out. Leon H. continues his assault. It's been a while since I've seen someone from another world not run after seeing my level. Don't you know your own level? Richard calmly replied. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't think now is the time to argue about who's going to win here. Part of the building continues to crumble as the two clash, leaving the child to run as the monsters take their fight elsewhere. The boy's face remained calm amidst the chaos as people scattered and a massive fire erupted, each fighting for their own survival. Bayo's eyes widened in horror. Richard, level 125, is fighting Leon H., a level 140 Heresy investigator. Isn't the outcome obvious? Then what's the reason, Key asks her. His name was Richard, right? Why did he say he betrayed Gahan to save Radna? Bell exclaimed, I don't know, because that bastard betrayed us first. Richard had told them something. He said he made a deal with Gahan that those from other worlds would be treated as equals to the Radna. Bell wondered if they surrendered, would they be released after imprisonment? Not all those from another world desired war, and we believed him. But in the end, we envied those who died fighting in the dungeon. The dungeon trembled. Even if Richard claimed it wasn't his intention, we wasted away there for 20 years. But why, after all that time, did Richard say my family was already dead? Because the Radna people... Bella suddenly stopped. We can't know what that bastard's thinking, she says through gritted teeth. Surya asks, but compared to the crimes committed by those from other worlds, isn't imprisonment a lenient punishment? Don't you think so? Bella shouted. Don't give me that crap. So what are we supposed to do? The goddesses are the ones who branded us as demons. Bella Law, still furious, argued that the Radna were the ones who tried to destroy them, but Kivi denied it. She says the goddesses never gave such orders, quite the opposite. Kiwi adds that if you breathe like a Radna, eat like a Radna, you'll be seen as one, and the goddesses will accept you all. Bella of course doesn't believe it, lies. Then what is the point of the Heresi investigators? They are meant to minimize conflict between the Radna and those from other worlds. Isn't that just like arresting us when our identities are exposed? Leon H. just blocked one of Richard's blows. Leon H. continues his assault, knowing that without surrender they'll be forced to fight the Radna and one side will fall. It's about controlling them for the purpose of resocialization. Richard takes Leon H.'s punch head-on. They only enforce disciplinary actions against those from other worlds who commit crimes. His fist slams into the wall as Sia asks in surprise, then why did the war break out in the first place? Just because of some bizarre rumors, Key replies. It's hard to say they're recent rumors. It's something that was deliberately spread. Leon asks Gahan was behind those rumors. Richard confirms it. That's right, the disgusting Gahan, one of the Radna heroes, started his plan 20 years ago. Richard rises, sword still pointed for. Nothing is easier than inciting people by blinding them with black and white logic, as hatred spreads like a plague. He lunges at Leon H. This is also an endless loop in Earth's history. Leon H. easily blocks the slashes. So it wasn't just a rumor the Brotherhood couldn't quell. It was deliberate propaganda. Leon H. only defends, never attacking. If what you say is true, what does an outsider like you have to do with it? Richard says, because I know all too well that the past is never truly gone. The pain of ground bones and the devastating consequences. Blood splatters and Leon H. has a scratch on his face. So the hatred you created killed your own family. Is this your revenge? Richard gripped his sword tightly. Only by killing the goddess's messenger can Gahan's plans be thwarted and peace be brought to Radna. He swung his sword and shouted, if you wish to prevent further suffering and desire peace for Radna. Richard swung his sword, but Leon dodged, spotting Lau behind him with the boy. Richard's child and Leon H. lock eyes and Leon clenches his fist. Looks like you've got the wrong idea. Leon H. counters Richard's strike with a punch, his expression hardening. If the goddess's messenger appears, my mission is to protect her and obey her orders. Nothing else matters. Richard asks if Radna's life is unimportant until the goal is achieved. You're no different whether it's Gahan or us. Leon H. touches the ground, protecting Lau and the child within a square box. I am an investigator of Harist from the Brotherhood of Darkness. No matter the situation, everything is floating in the air. Even if it's a mistake, I won't do anything evil under the name of Kriel. The whole city is covered in blue. Richard can't believe it. He fought me while protecting the whole town with a barrier, and he still looks so strong. Leon H. focuses his aura, interlacing his fingers. No matter your excuses, your sins will not disappear. Richard is imprisoned by a psychic's sealing skill, the Sinner's Barrier, while Leonhardt uses a psychic's materialization skill, the Pillar of Judgment. Lon points forward, declaring, in the name of Kriel, I shall send you to the Dark Goddess. Richard can only watch as he proclaims, I punish your sins with death. Key appears and stops the attack, saying, if they die, Gahan and Genenovia will surely know, and there's no point in alerting them to the situation here. It would be more beneficial to capture them and extract more information about Gahan. This is the deal your comrade made with me. Richard couldn't believe Bell would do that. Kiwi says, your sins are great. You harmed Radna and attempted to murder the goddess's incarnation. However, I believe it would be wise to cooperate rather than condemn you. Consider which choice is better. Despite Kivel's words, Leon H. closed his eyes and continued the condemnation. In Kivel's name, your sins will be punished. Wait. Key stands before Richard. Didn't I tell you to stop? This is an order from the goddess incarnate. Stop. Leon isn't laughing. Yeah. He clenched his fist. If she truly is the incarnation of Kriel, then why has another appeared? Hanan kicks Leon H. in the face, asking what he's doing, calling him a brat. Richard is stunned. Is Hanan protecting Key? Is she okay? Sorry I'm late. Things got a little hectic down there, but leave everything here to me. Kivi pulled at his hand, saying that wasn't the issue right now. Han shouts, hey Leon H. You should be a high-ranking psychic, so what are you doing with the goddess's incarnation? Leon H. gritted his teeth in frustration. There's no way someone like you was chosen to be the goddess's companion. What did you use to threaten her? Hanan and Leon Hatt burst into argument, reminding him that he's not an investigator but a con man. Well, let's fight and see who's right. Don't hold back this time, okay. Lucen steps in as peacemaker, urging them to calm down. Robert is kicked towards Richard, and according to her, he lost to BS by a hair. Lord Leon H. is sulking because the goddess didn't choose him. Leon H. and Hanbin turn and shout at the same time, I didn't lose. Shut up. Leon H. turns away sulking. Hanbin is stunned into silence. Uh-oh. Lucen said awkwardly, oh god, this is so embarrassing. Phi chuckled, I told you they'd be shocked. Hanin still can't believe it. Huh. Leon H. says I had to make it look like I killed him. Hanin happily hugs Lucen. You jerk, you could have at least told me. Lucen was happy too, but contacting Vadna was useless. Haha. Key smiles at them. How are you still alive? Martin charges forward, targeting the man from another world. Fel and El must stop him. Martin, calm down. Lucen panics. Ah, don't tell me they're because of me. The monstrous Martin charges forward. This time, I'm sure he'll kill someone. Something slams down, and Hanbin is on his knees. I'm sorry, please stop. But Martin was still angry. Why, this isn't the kind of thing you should be apologizing for. Sir Pilat, you know what kind of people they are, so why are you doing this, Hanin says. Because I'm also from another world. Martin, Foal, and Aja were stunned. I won't beg forgiveness for deceiving you all, nor will I ask you not to hate us for Brad's death. Martin bit his lip. But please believe in this boy. Jiang Lin was used, and that wasn't the real him. Believe that not everyone from another world is trash. Martin's lips trembled. I know I have no right to say this, but please believe me. The knife falls, and Martin departs. El runs after him, calling out Martin. Hanbin bows his head, offering his thanks. Lucen stammered, full of regret. It's all my fault, Hanbin. Hanbin, cut him off, you idiot. He still smiles cheerfully. You said you wanted to create a world where people from other worlds and the Jaina could coexist. I said I would help you, so at least let me do this, Lucen shouts excitedly. Ah, Han startled spoke. Stop it, let my brother go. Lao Che-tai is shocked. He's from another world too. Epi boasts with glee Artis and I defeated an level 80 girl from another world. Hanin compliments them, saying they've both become incredibly strong. Indeed, expending energy through exercise is a good thing, isn't it? Ki remarks. Ahem, I took down someone from another world myself, you know. Hanbin asks. Well, the match itself was already unfair, wasn't it? Addis and Lots are surprised to see each other. Han Kivi pinched his ear. As the group gathered together, Hanbin still smiling brightly. Richard used to be like that. Robert said, Richard, if you untie me, I can use magic, and Richard cut him off. Stop, he said. There's no reason for us to fight them right now. I will pay for my sins. The sharp blade glinted. Don't be ridiculous. What was the point of escaping Arun then? Robert was not resigned to his fate. Are you telling me to let myself be caught by Harisi's investigators? The boy stabbed Robert. Richard looked over in shock. The boy remained calm. Lon quickly embraces the child. What are you doing, kid? Richard was furious. I should have killed you. With that, Robert's body was instantly torn to pieces. Leon H. had killed him. Another voice chimes in. So Tarun's people are here too. If most of them are dead, they've likely failed. A plume of smoke rises, as if you had any expectations for them. At least we've got a general idea of their location. Above the rock is a magic circle. Should we punish them? Ki was the one who noticed this anomaly. Elja asked Han, Martin, are you all right? Marit replies, I feel pathetic. He bitterly says Philid knew that I was the one who threw the spear that day. Hanin helped him. Even knowing he was the one who killed his friend, he still helped him. Martin's eyes filled with bitterness, admitting that even he couldn't forgive himself. Foolish Martin. Brad once said that owing someone 2 or even 3 lives meant you were in debt. Elja consoles him, saying that no matter what anyone says, debts must be repaid, which is definitely something Brad would say. Martin replied, I believe so too. Little did he know something strange was appearing. I shouldn't betray my savior even if he's from another world. That magic circle appeared, turning the sky gray. A masked figure speaks, then it's only right that life be taken. Hanbin was frozen as 2 heads flew off, and the figure approached him, saying, punishment. Kivai froze. How could she have not seen this coming? The masked figure approached Hanbin. They concealed their true plan, even deceiving the gods. The heads of Martin and El fall, such cautious individuals. Hanbin was stunned, unable to believe anyone could be trusted. The masked figure charged with his sword, clearly aiming for the most important card, choosing the safest option. Everyone could only stare in disbelief as Richard shielded Laud and the child from the lightning strike. Leon stares in disbelief. Leon H. can't even determine the strength of the opponent who has masked their presence. A hair's breadth away from assassination, he prepares to strike with aura. Unable to predict who would strike first, Leon H. made a swift, objective decision, shielding everyone. With all his might, he shielded everyone and teleported them away, a sound decision. Leon H.'s hand turned purple and he was in grave danger. His opponent, one of the 4 heroes, drew another sword. He realizes the man before him is Gahan, who says, You investigated my identity and made things difficult, but I won't kill you. Leon H. remains slumped, for the loss of a level 141 mage is a great one for Erna. Leon asks, Are you using an AI assistance system? What about Gahan Kivinum? Leon H.'s protection is impossible for Ki, and the goddess's avatar is irrelevant. I'm sparing her life because I still need her. Will you be in trouble if the goddess's avatar disappears? Gahan asks. If I become the god of darkness, will you bow before me? Leon H. replies, I'm an investigator under the Dark Goddess. Kivel, as long as the Dark Goddess lives, I will follow her orders. As Han and Leon H. rushed forward, Gahan easily blocked Hanbin's blade, noting I can't determine this one's level. He's borrowing the goddess's power. Hanbin gritted his teeth. He roared, Why did you kill them? Martin and Elja's blood is flowing. They had nothing to do with you. Gahan casually replied, Is that so? So the goddess's chosen companion is just a weakling from another world. Pathetic. Gahan's sword lunges, targeting Ryu Hanbin, then switches to Leon H. Hanbin clutches his arm. Grandpa, just one blow. Ki worried already, knowing he was no match for him. Ki turned away. Gahan was surely in hiding, and Ki acted on that premise. Leon H. was also easily dealt with by Gahan. I believe their exposure is definitely their last resort, but Gahan appearing here means they're going to settle everything here. This time, Ki will make it happen, even if it means risking her life. A hand grabs Ki Hanbin's arm and says, Kiwi, we'll buy you time. Have you forgotten why? Are we going to Barros? Ki stops in her tracks. She bit her lip, determined to reach the dungeon at all costs. Ki ran, driven by a desperate order. Han replies, of course. Ki runs with all his might. Barros. She pressed on, knowing only Barros could stop Gon if he arrived. Ki looked back, her eyes filled with desperation. Please just hold on a little longer. Blades pierce through and blood splatters. Kivi watches Hanan and Leon H. fall, and Gon appears before her, choking her and lifting her into the air. Stalling won't change anything. Even with those two, it's impossible. Kivi struggles, grunting in pain. Hanin lay motionless, and Ryu Hanbin Leon H. was no different. Leon H. Gahan asked her, even now are you still worried about your companions? Kivi tried to call out to Gahan, saying, I'm sure that after you seal the goddess of darkness, you won't be able to return to the present world because you'll absorb divine power. Gahan simply replied, so what? He removes his mask, because it's already complete my plan to become emperor. Kivi is shocked he absorbed the divine power. How can this be happening so fast, Gon? No way. Gahan removes his gloves, remarking on its surprising power, the blessing of Amlos that Genovia arranged. A cube appears in the center of the magic circle. Analyzing the goddess's power is easy enough, but something's missing from the divine power I absorbed. Gahan presses Kivi's forehead, seeking the knowledge to control her immense divine power. Kivriel sealed them within a human form and let it escape. Gon says, I've come to take the key. He extracts the power from Kivi, who screams in agony. Ki can only endure pain elsewhere. Kindle senses something amiss as the sky suddenly darkens. Something's not right. Rondell is worried as Kay's voice echoes. What in the world happened to Kiriel? This darkness isn't the power of the dark goddess. But Lord Leonhardt said something bad must have happened to the goddess. She says this has never happened before. Rodna is a world protected by the power of 6 goddesses, but rifts begin to appear in the void, and the moment darkness breaks, the balanced spatial cracks will appear in Rodna's sky. Monsters pour in, demons invade through the rifts, appearing more and more, tearing at the people of Kivi. I beg you to stop. Enough, Gahan, you said it yourself, the power of darkness is not something a human can control. The rifts are growing, and if they get any bigger, there's no turning back. Countless monsters emerge from the rift. Is this the Rodna you wish to build? Can't you hear the cries of the innocent? Even with my face cracking, I can hear them clearly. An even larger rift appears, but will the goddesses ever listen? The desperate cries of dying people are no match for the monsters. The monster tears through the fissure, embodying the despair of those who've lost loved ones to these invaders. But one sharpens his blade with vengeance in mind, and the monster is immediately pierced by his sword. But the result is that all that remains for them is anger at being deceived. Gahan's form has changed and Kivi falls. All that despair is why I must become a god. This pain won't last long, he says. Ki replies to Gahan saying, no matter how hard you try to steal divine power and control it, she continues, things will never go your way. Gigant Gahan smirks, and as expected, someone tears through space and emerges. I knew the envoy would try to persuade you, Barros. Barros said, I was wondering why so many gates were appearing, but it seems a familiar face is behind it. He continued, but judging by the look of you, it seems you're not just here to say hello. Gahan glared at him as Kivi looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. This aura is a godsend. Gahan strides forward, approaching Barros. Barros, come with me. I know you only have 4 months left. Barros chuckled. You still remember. What an honor. Gahan clenched his fist. If you continue down this path, all the experience, skill, and power you've gained will be for nothing, all because life and death are decided by a goddess. What meaning does that have in this world? He reaches forward. Genovia resisted it, but if it's you, I'm willing to share this divine power with you. Gahan once told him to save Jaina together that they could change the present. Barot asked, if you had the power to do so, wouldn't you? Nonsense. Enough is enough. Hanbin rises sword in hand saying people have died because of him, yet he speaks as if they were worthy sacrifices. Hanbin struggles to stand, calling him a foolish child, asking what he knows of saving the world after a mere adolescence. Kivi remains still. There are those in this world willing to sacrifice themselves before they let anyone else get hurt. Artis fights monsters, some protecting others, even while concealing their own identities. And some face monsters head-on, and even if they can't protect anyone, they still smile and do their best. Hanbin raises his sword, for there are many better people. You're a disgrace to this world. Gahan frowned, and said, well done, as the sword pierced the monster. A sword pointed at Hanbin, a being from another world, who will be. Barot blocked the blade and kneed him in the gut. Han lay on the ground as Baruto asked, doesn't charging headfirst at an enemy you hate remind you of ourselves in the past? Gahan asked, displeased. What are you trying to say? That guy's an emotionless otherworlder sent by Ohm Plus, spouting nothing but nonsense. Barot turns. Neither you nor I have released our auras yet. Gon is silent, unable to believe it. No way. You mean he's been releasing aura all this time? Hanbin clutched his stomach and coughed. Bharat, you damned old man. Kivi was rescued just in time, and he gritted his teeth as he tried to run. The Shadow Step skill, which conceals one's presence, is interrupted upon interaction, and Gehan hurls his sword, surprised that there's still one rat left. Another aura envelops him. Barros is emitting a massive amount of power. What's the fun in chasing after a rookie? I'll be the one to play with you last. Gehan asks, is that your final answer? Lucen ran without stopping while Leon H carried Hanbin away on his back. Hanbin is still stubborn, telling Leon H to put him down. That bastard musty Leo hissed. Silence. We couldn't protect the envoy or accomplish anything. He boomed. I want to fight too, but don't even think about interfering. It's just me and Barros left. Hanin watches in shock, told to open his eyes and witness the true power of a Vanna and a Sword King. Aura engulfs the entire space, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Barros focuses his aura, intertwining his fingers as he grasps its power. A flash of light appears the Vantera's fighting spirit. Barros was ablaze, his aura burning like a raging fire. The body is a vessel, and the amount of aura it can contain is limited. His aura takes the form of a massive sphere, but by constantly releasing it, he can wield far more than his body should contain. Han looks back in astonishment, 1,000 times the normal aura. The aura sphere explodes, concentrating the released aura like gathering sand from a beach without leaving a grain behind, requiring intense focus. Barros focuses his aura, entering a state of selflessness, and even Gehan can only watch in stunned silence. Barros concentrated the aura in his hand like coal transforming into diamond under intense heat and pressure. The aura now rested within Barros's grasp. The concentrated aura transforms into something else entirely. A flash of light, the Vantera's fighting spirit, and Barros ignites with power. His aura was so immense it pierced through space, an energy from the fifth dimension, surpassing even aura. Lucen stopped, and Saria and Bella froze. Otis and Effie both look on. A new divine power is born. Barros has altered the Vantera's fighting spirit. Barros looks at his opponent, Gehan's lips curling into a smirk. Heh, he chuckled. Gehan couldn't stop laughing. Haha, you exceeded my expectations by creating divine power with your own strength. Barros says that compared to your dark divine power, it's still incomplete. It was just created by luck, Gehan asked. By luck, you say, you somehow achieved a demigod state. The two face off. Gehan charges, and the clash of their powerful auras creates utter chaos. The clashing auras obliterate everything, tearing apart and incinerating the monster's body. Richard wondered, is this the goddess's last stand, but their auras are still clashing? At this rate, it'll be hard to even wait for this battle to end. Gehan's swords flew forward, but Barros easily blocked them. Garan says, Barros, I know you haven't gone all out yet. He's controlling those swords, don't hesitate to attack me. The swords hurtled forward, only to be shattered by Barros's aura. He replied, I'll be cursed for at least a month, if I fool around here. Barros paused, confused. What was that? Barros spins his aura into a whirlwind, grips his sword and morphs his aura's form. Barros's sword is enhanced with spear power, unleashing a massive aura that explodes outward. Ga tries to block the power, countering with his own aura. Gehan leaps away from Baron's aura, leaving only a trace of it on the ground. But Barros had already appeared behind Gehan, his blade descending the cross-shaped tip aimed forward. The Tower Master is shaken and everyone screams, some even pray. Oh, ye six gods have mercy, Otis reassured them. Everyone calm down, you'll be safe here. Ki Bayo threatened. If you don't shut your mouths, I'll throw you out to be eaten by the angels of destruction. The crowd murmurs, wasn't she just defeated by the angels? Who wants to die? Saria kept a close watch on the situation outside, remembering Barros's words. The outside world is in ruins. If there's a big earthquake, that's not the end. The water from the sea will disappear. Saria couldn't help but worry, and the surface below, previously unseen, revealed a towering wave. A colossal surge was coming. Saria asked Barros if the sand wave was bigger than him, and Barros replied, bigger than that. She then asked if it was bigger than a house. Barros patiently replies, yes. Always bigger. Saria still didn't stop. What if I'm slower than it? I'll die. Right. The sandstorm is swallowing the tower whole. Then what will you do? Hanbin and Leon H, with their two auras, have blocked the sandstorm. I'll cut it down. Leon H cautioned him, reminding him that his hand was only recently stitched. Damn it, Hanbin said angrily. Damn it. Am I just supposed to sit here and watch? Leon H turns away, left with no other choice. Both of them have transcended the limits of humanity, and Barros is still fighting. The power gained from tireless training has transformed into divine strength, a human reaching the realm of gods through their own might. Gehan blocks with his sword, while the other plots to steal divine power, both humans reaching for godhood. Hanbin replies, I know they're beyond our reach. That's why we at least need to take care of Gehan's trash, the angels that keep multiplying. I don't want Barros yelling at me later. Barros raised his hand and shouted, cross cut. He pointed his sword forward, unleashing a strike of light that pierced through the Gehan. The space seemed to ignite with a strange purple light, and flames erupted from the cracks. Barros laughs amused. So this is the divine power of darkness. He stared at the light before him, so difficult to control, as Gahan blocked the attack with his sword. I think I'm beginning to understand how to use this power. As he said this, he used the power of darkness to attack. Barros struggles to raise a barrier, but Gahan seizes his leg. He smirks as the figures of the goddess and sword saint descend from the sky, a blasphemous scene unfolding above. The manifestation of divine power. Gahan furiously lunges forward with razor-sharp claws. This is the true power of the Almighty, something from a completely different dimension than your clumsy attempts. The Sacred Sword Sanctuary. Barros was caught off guard the moment he saw the tip of the sword appear. Are those the swords of gods? Even so, he gathers his energy into his fist, certain that a sword is just a sword. Barros quickly struck the barrier with the supreme martial art blade dance rend, his sharp hand piercing the giant sword hilt. Is a sword's power not determined by the one who wields it? He unleashes a devastating chop, cleaving the very air, shattering the blade into dust. Suddenly, Gahan appeared from behind, proving that the King of Swords could not be defeated. Heavy footsteps pounded the earth as Barot barely dodged, receiving a gash on his left chest. Gahan declared, "If all swords belong to you, then all shadows belong to me." Followed by an undeniable truth, darkness is everywhere. A blue arrow whizzes past Barot, who cries out in pain as his sword is stained crimson. Gahan becomes like a twisting rope. Barot's shadow chains, why couldn't you see it? Of the 6 goddesses, why do you think I chose the goddess of darkness? Light and darkness are the 2 most fundamental powers, but light is something that truly exists, while darkness does not. The circle of swords nearly closed. He continued explaining why no power could surpass the strength of darkness, and Barros's form vanished. Suddenly he roared, shattering the shadow chains, and the swords plunged into the ground, snapped in 2. Gahan's hand crushes him into the earth, and Barros is sent flying. In a clash of gods, divine power manifested a holy sword. Barros's blade pierced Gahan's hand, and thunder roared, aiding the battle. Barros confronted Gahan. "Whatever you say, you are not a god of darkness, but a mortal mired in the swamp of life and death." He gritted his teeth, holding his ground. "That's just like you." Barot. 2 small figures flickered on the sword's tip, as it pierced Gahan's shadow chains. His sword coiled in red flames as they impaled each other. The little girl stood nearby in shock. Saria clenched her fist and whispered, "Barot." But then the night sky shifted, the space around the holy sword condensed, and in an instant it curled inward. Everything faded away, leaving only darkness. Glimmers of light appeared from nowhere, but darkness quickly consumed them, leaving only the clash between Barros and Gahan. His voice echoes, speaking of a wall. "Only those who've walked the edge of the world can sense an ending. No mortal power can change hopeless and ignorant. I'm sure you feel it all deep in your bones. After all, you're the last survivor of Vantera." He asks him, "What now?" A brilliant golden light flashed in the darkness, blindingly bright. The god spoke in a gentle voice. "Each of you has not only reached the pinnacle of humanity through tireless dedication, but has also contributed greatly to the protection of Radna by fighting and repelling the invasion of those from another world. In commemoration of your service, the 6 goddesses of Radna bestow upon you the title of hero, restoring your body to its prime, so you may continue your service. I will also tell you when your life will end, which will help you reach a higher realm on your journey." Barot knelt and bowed his head. Longshen thought, "I didn't even bother to listen to how long I have to live. It wouldn't be strange if I died tomorrow. Even if I lived for another 20 years, the work I have to do would not change." Barot glanced at Gahan's surprised expression, but for him 20 years was such a short time. Beneath the dazzling lights, Holan cheerfully converses with nobles, while Genovia displays her magic outside amidst a vibrant firework display. Barros was outside when he suddenly noticed Gahan and exclaimed, "I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you were used to these big events." Gahan retorts, "Barat, I'm just out here for some air." "Huh. Don't tell me you've been wandering around like that this whole time. Please think of what others must think." Barot retorts, "Noble attire doesn't suit me." Gahan calmly replies, "But this puts my mind at ease. You've received quite a few offers from the nobles, haven't you?" Barros suspects. "They want to build a bridge connecting their island territory to the mainland. That won't be a problem for the Vantera." Gahan then said, "That's why I'm worried they might be plotting something even with the nobles who have good relations with the Sword King's tribe, who will play a big role in maintaining peace." Barot immediately said, "Maintaining peace, huh? Then it seems our role is coming to an end." Gahan was resolute though. "Above all, your immense power is the barrier that protects our peace. Without you, the war could have dragged on for at least 5 more years. And thanks to Holian, the elves and humans fought side by side. Without Genovia's magic and magical tools, the Jane soldiers would be no match for those from another world. His tone is somber because I've been planning for a battle against those from another world. Without these things, fighting them would have been impossible while the goddesses simply ignored them." Barros then spoke, noting they recognized our struggles, and even bestowed upon us the title of the 4 heroes, prompting an outburst from Gahan. They knew this, yet they sentenced us to death, choosing instead to recruit outsiders as Renas. Meanwhile, Holian rushed off, Gahan's shout still echoing. "If the 3 of us die, and only Holian remains, the outsiders will start another war. There's no way to prepare for that in just 20 years. Without us, there is no peace. He growled, the goddesses have abandoned us, abandoned the world. Barros stared at him in stunned silence. What was he about to say? Gahan Holland, and now Barros. Her voice is panicked. The Vantera's island. Now Barros's heart speaks again. I didn't know the pain Gahan had tasted. Even looking after oneself can be exhausting and stressful, but Gahan leads them all his comrades. He still led the hunters. He became a lord and led the people. He led the empire, made promises, and marched toward paradise. Countless lives rested on his shoulders, but at the end of that life, he faced an endless road. A despair that no human could bear, an absurdity that human strength could not resolve. Because I sent my tribe back home. Because I sent them so much food they never left the island. Because they held a festival celebrating my becoming Sword King, unrelated coincidences piling up. And so the strongest tribe was led down the path to extinction. What is a Sword King? What is the strongest? Now Barros cries out in despair. Alone he suffered in the cold rain, but as it poured down, a light appeared. In reality, Barros is locked in combat with Gahan, and their battle explodes with terrifying force. Barros retreated, coughing up blood, as he wondered, is this my limit? But in a flash, his eyes hardened once more, and a murderous voice echoed beneath his feet. Barros saved the goddess, and then that dark aura immediately erupted. On the other side, Gahan speaks, saying the reward for saving the world is despair, the current desire of a world watching disaster unfold. So even though you regret it, you're still going to help those incompetent goddesses. Why? Barros quietly responds. Why, you ask? Because I understand that pain. Because I regret it. That night I didn't tell you. Gahan's face contorted in pain. He averted his face, unwilling to accept it as Gahan prepared his inner strength ready to charge. Barros didn't hesitate either, and once again they both charged forward. Barros's voice rings out saying that if people are spreading rumors that Vantera warriors don't wear clothes, it's his fault. Gahan retorted people from the continent loved to spread rumors, so that could be true. Barros continued saying that from the start he hadn't listened to the leader had he. Gahan then spoke. Who's the leader? If you act like my master, I'll kill you. He proposed. Then how about this? The victor can do as they please. Gahan immediately agreed. Sounds good. Countless sharp strikes are unleashed decisively, and the monsters behind him are eliminated. Suddenly he shouts, it won't end like this. Leon H., give me a hand. Leon H. replied, deal with it yourself, I'm in a tight spot too. Hanbin thinks to himself that this is much harder than when he was sealed away. Is the world's recovery slower because the goddess can't fulfill her duty? Suddenly the sky turns black and spirit energy appears, wiping out the monsters. Hanbin exclaims, what was that move? See, you can take them out in one hit. Leon firmly retorted, no, I didn't do it. Suddenly a crack appeared and light seeped in. Han was still stunned, only now realizing it was Barot. Under the setting sun in the vast desert, Barros and Gahan clash, their weapons shattering. Gahan whispers, this is the worst outcome. Barot replies, yeah, in the end we couldn't decide who was the strongest. He retorted, you crazy bastard, you're still thinking about that when you're about to die. Suddenly Gahan collapsed, saying, you win because you fought with your own strength. Barot believes there's no such thing as a fair fight in this world, the method doesn't matter. Gahan still slumped over in exhaustion, choked out Barot. When your tribe faced extinction, how could you not despair? Barot immediately burst into laughter. Haha, I'm no different. Like you, I hate this world. I kneel before despair. Suddenly Gahan interjected, saying the only difference was that there was still a glimmer of light in the darkness. Even though my tribe is extinct, its history will remain, as long as there are those who continue it. Nothing is permanent in this world, but nothing ever truly disappears, Barot replies. Perhaps it was realizing that truth that granted me divine power. Gahan was enraged. You simply believe it isn't the issue. Barros quickly retorts, adding that you also believe the issue no longer lies there. You know it too, don't you? That darkness is just a shadow, but light is what truly exists. Gahan, still in despair, choked out. Am I allowed to accept that? Just then Genovia's voice echoed. No. She suddenly appeared, stabbing Barros straight through the heart, and said, think of those who died for you. If you give up now, those sacrifices will be for nothing. The world needs you. Seeing his old comrade, Barros muttered, Genovia. She continued. Gahan isn't the only one who received divine power. Look, Gahan, you've been unnecessarily injured again. Let me use my divine power to give you first aid. Gahan's eyes filled with anger, and he quickly grabbed Genovia's hand, his tone heavy. Genovia, I thought I told you not to interfere with my fight with Barros. Genovia quickly uses her divine power. Gahan immediately collapses, and she sighs, saying, Gahan, be objective and go back to heal. If you become a true god, personal feelings will become meaningless. As he slowly turns away, a surge of power suddenly materializes. Barros, though bleeding profusely, still retains his fighting spirit. This is our reunion after so long. It would be sad if you left so soon. Genovia panicked, then angrily screamed, you monster, I should have killed you all sooner. If you really want to die, then die alone. Now as the terrifying magic surges towards Barros, who braces for the impact, Genovia's spell is suddenly deflected. A is shocked to see the magic diverted ahead in the thick dust. Barros smiles and says, I'm experiencing new things. Who knew I'd have my life saved by someone else? Above, Key and Saria arrived on their mounts, and Leon H appeared as well. He used his magic and said, I don't think we can block any more magic like that. Otis quickly added, but at this distance there's no way to stop her. There's only one option. Just then Kivel boomed, they've seriously wounded Barot. This is our last chance. Ryu Hanbin targeted the boss, that wretched hag. Genenovia scoffed. Did an aura-wielding warrior dare attack a mage at close range? I am the great mage Genovia, about to fade away like fragments of magic. At this moment she unleashed a great magic spell, a magical hazard aimed directly at Hanbin's group. Now Hanbin has drawn his massive sword. Seeing this, Gahan's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately shouted, Genenovia, summon the teleportation gate. At that moment, Hanbin's sword contained Leon Hart's inner strength, body enhancement, Artis's spirit power and dispelling magic, allowing him to unleash the enhanced crosscut. Hanbin's incantation disrupts and dispels the magic. The spell works on magic 2 or 3 times the caster's strength, but Genovia's magic power is 300 times stronger than Artis's. Even with Satan magic, it's like hitting a brick wall, something Genovia knows and doesn't care about. Now, Hanbin's expression and sword look fierce as he silently recounts how the unexpected power of Satan's magic has been amplified by aura. Now, even Genenovia is stunned by this terrifying blow. Hanbin, combining their strength, has unleashed a devastating attack. Gahan, realizing the situation, quickly pulls Genenovia away. She was still reeling her magic, dispelled by such a simple spell. Gahan realized Genovia had used most of her magic on the teleportation, and was now defenseless against physical attacks, so he called for a retreat. Genovia activates Space Warp, just as Hanbin rushes in like a mad beast. Gahan thought to himself, it's already come to this. He quickly tossed Genovia aside and blocked Hanbin's attack. Gahan suddenly speaks up, wondering if this is how people from other worlds are. Han, enraged, retorts, coming from the guy who just ganged up on me 2-on-1. If you're so tough, fight me. Looking at her severed hands, Genenovia cursed inwardly. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you bring me to my knees? Just as she was about to attack Hanbin, a spirit bullet flew straight into her face, creating a barrier. Genovia was stunned. What Otis has already attacked. He thought even with her mana depleted her defense is strong, but this should disrupt her magic enough. He fired another shot. Gahan swiftly cut the bullet in two, saying, Genenovia, we've achieved our goal. There's no need to linger here. Don't waste any more time. Hearing this, Genenovia opens a portal, the ancient magic of space-time transference. But another thread suddenly binds her hand. It's Kivier speaking clearly. Genenovia, are you running away, you the so-called great mage? Genenovia, still entering the space passage, says, Don't worry, vessel of the goddess, next time we meet, I'll tear you to pieces. She casts a spell severing the thread, and Kivvi frowns in annoyance. At that moment, Barros's voice echoed again, noting that Gahan couldn't decipher Ruhanbin's swordsmanship, a fighting style that didn't exploit the greatsword's advantages to instinctively strike at weaknesses. Like a beast. But if he's just a beast, attacking and dodging instinctively, his movements become predictable, giving Gahan an opening to feint and retreat. As he was about to escape, he muttered, If I return after fully recovering my divine power, I can easily deal with an obstacle like this. What did you see in this guy? Barros. Just then, Hanbin suddenly grabbed Gahan's arm, declaring that it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Gahan is terrified as Barros's ferocious form appears, saying, I told you we should find out who the winner is. Back in reality, a bloodied Hanbin seizes the moment, slicing off Gahan's arm. Now he realizes Hanbin's hidden potential. This one is dangerous. Hanbin unleashes the 10 death slash, but Gahan breaks through it, and as Hanbin leaves himself open, Gahan thinks, if I don't kill him now. Suddenly Gahan sees Barot being healed by his comrades, and Barot subtly looks up at Gahan with a meaningful gaze. Hanbin is sent flying, but Gahan spares his life. Seeing Gahan escape, Hanbin was stunned, still uttering his final words. Ryu Hanbin, is that you? Prove it. Prove that Barot was right. The gate closed, and Hanbin could only shout for them to stop as Atis looked on in dismay. Leon Hart silently continued to heal Barros while Kivi lamented in disappointment. Hanbin thinks to himself that they let it slip away. The chance Barros risked our last chance, and he screamed out in helplessness. Hanbin silently thought it was over, but then the gigant sword flew in, stabbing into the ground behind him. This surprised him, and Barot spoke up. If I were your enemy, I would have killed you 60 times over, kid. Why the worried look? It's not over yet. Hearing this, Hanbin muttered softly. Barros Saria cried out in alarm. Barros needs treatment immediately. Seeing Leon Hart stop his spell, she asks, Why did you stop? His wounds, he replied softly. It's too late. Barros no longer has a heart to heal. Silence fills the air. Only Leon H's words remained. Barros was only alive because he was stopping the bleeding with the last of his aura, but even that was running out. My time is short. Saria choked back tears as she heard those words. Ali Barros continued. But there's also the matter of Gahan and Genovia, and the power they wield. Like the support system of those from another world, Hanbin was immediately stunned the blessing of Omblaus. Does that mean they get experience points when Barros dies? Evie asked in horror, to which Atis replied, possibly. Then Gahan and Zenovia's levels will increase, Barot added. I barely managed to make them retreat today. If they level up, no one will be able to stop them. But that won't happen if the finishing blow is dealt by someone else. Hearing that Hanbin was stunned, Saria was shocked once again. What was he talking about? It couldn't be what I'm thinking, right, Barros said. The third instance a Vantera warrior is allowed to kill is in a battle between true warriors. There's no time left, Han frowned. Barros, at that moment Kivi suddenly cut in and shouted. I can't accept this. I can't accept this method. Barot replied, Kivi, I believe you know this is the only way to save Rina. She immediately responded. Even so, you don't understand how much Ryu Hanbin blamed himself. The pain he's endured. And now you ask him to take your life. I'll do it in his stead. Hanbin suddenly stepped forward, decisively thanking Kivi. But Barros knows that Jiang, Lucen, Martin, and others from different worlds can be obsessed with killing. Yet he still tells me to do this, because a true warrior knows what to fight for. Hearing this, Barros chuckled with amusement. Haha, thank you. Meanwhile, Saria struggled against Leon H's restraint, crying, No, let me go, let me go. Barros said softly, Saria, you always loved hearing my stories when you were little. All the stories about me and the history of the Vantera. You are the last vestige of the Vantera tribe. Saria sobbed in response. I haven't heard it all yet, and I don't remember anything, so please tell me everything. Tell me the story of how the Sword King became the best in the world. Seeing her sorrow, Barros finally understood. So that's why death is so frightening. That's the reason, he thought, and then cried out. The Sword King is immortal, Saria cried out in anguish, as she saw him about to leave this world. Barros. His silent whisper still echoed. The Sword King will not disappear. At that moment, Hanbin charged forward with the tip of his Gigan sword. Kivi silently turned away, as Barros's sword shattered. His eyes seemed content, as Barros uttered his final words. You survived that terrible darkness, didn't you? Yes, you did. You're the strongest one left. I'm counting on you, Sword King. Barros has now breathed his last in Hanbin Leon's arms as Saria sobs uncontrollably. Artis comforts a sobbing A as Hanbin clutches Barros's cooling body, while behind him a choked-up Kivi leans against his back, whispering, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, as tears stream down Hanbin's face. A system notification rings out crediting the kill of Sword King Barros. Sword King Barros has been slain. 641450130 experience points gained. Insufficient experience has been met. You have leveled up. Elsewhere, 20 minutes, that's all it took for light to vanish and chaotic darkness to engulf the world, and for a white monstrosity to be born in the pre-existence. Because of it, 4% of the population of the Runa continent died, or went missing. The death of the Sword King was known to all, and fear of the approaching doomsday spread throughout the world. There's no turning back now, it cannot be stopped. In this room, Holland sobs uncontrollably, mourning the loss of Barros. 4 weeks after the Silent Night event, the eastern coast of the kingdom was swarming with monsters, like ants fleeing a nest. A scream pierced the air, they were breaking through the front lines. The monsters decimated the soldiers, their screams echoing as the left flank crumbled. In the chaos, the girl proposed, We can't hold them back, Count. The front lines won't last. We must retreat now. The Count angrily replied, Don't speak such weak words. We are the NM Kingdom's army. If we fall here, the monsters will invade the kingdom. Hold the line. But before he could finish, a monster took his life. The monsters no longer stayed in their dungeon. An age-old truth vanished overnight, replaced by a sudden darkness and the 20-minute Silent Night event. After that day, monsters would leave the dungeons at night and attack any living thing in Rodna, because the goddess of darkness no longer guarded Rodna's night. A bloody disaster. But then a light appeared in the sky, and a spirit arrow annihilated the monster. Thousands more arrows of spirit energy quickly followed. All the monsters were eliminated in an instant. That was the power of Holian. She appeared as a beacon of hope, and the people rejoiced at her arrival. They all chanted Holian's name, and upon seeing the woman's body, she was saddened, resolving to prevent such tragedies from continuing. In this majestic palace, the voice of Holian echoes, only leading to more fallen soldiers. We lack capable hunters to explore the dungeons, and we haven't even identified all the new ones appearing. It all stems from the Silent Night, and investigating that Otherworlder's connection to it is urgent. I beg your permission to investigate the Otherworlder, Ryu Hanbin, Your Highness. He immediately retorted with nonsense. Didn't we already send forces to deal with that outsider? Do you doubt my soldiers? This man is Nim Minchel Harriet, the 18th king of the Nimsh kingdom. Holian believes that if this person truly killed Barros, even our elite soldiers would only increase the casualties. Min insists that he's just an Otherworlder. Will only be criticized if the queen of a kingdom handles such a trivial matter. Even if that Otherworlder killed the Sword King, he was just a man. He must be getting old. These words ignited Holian's anger, and he unleashed a palpable bloodlust. Mian immediately sensed the killing intent. Startled, he stumbled slightly. Seeing this, the palace maids beside him worriedly said, Your Highness, you must take care of your health. Suddenly Min burst into laughter, then said sarcastically, "Haha, forgive me, who knew I wouldn't recognize the representative of the Immortal Alliance? How could I, a mere king of the NM Kingdom, dare to look down on the hero Holian, one of the 4 great heroes? That's not it, your highness." At that moment Min decisively pulled off her veil. He tossed it to the ground, and resumed his high and mighty tone. "So you know the truth, I am the king of the NM Kingdom. You're not the empress, but the queen. Stop your nonsense and protect the kingdom so the people will continue to love you. That's why I keep an ugly and vulgar woman like you around. Now get out of my sight." With that, Min coldly turned and left, still grumbling that a slave wouldn't understand the rules of the palace. Just then Leslie suddenly shouted, "You think being king means you can do whatever you want? Whose fault is it that this kingdom is ruined? Watch your tongue or I'll cut it out and feed it to the monsters." Here Holian tries to imitate that stern tone. "Do you think being king means you can have anything you want? Who do you think is maintaining this kingdom? I'll cut your tongue out and feed it to the monsters." Before she could finish, she slumped. "I knew it, I can't do it." "This is too difficult," Leslie retorts. "Why not? You wanted me to teach you how to put someone in their place, didn't you? Why didn't you just drag him out of the room and beat him up? You're the queen, after all." Hoyun casually replies, "How can you say it's so easy? If I become a traitor, it'll give Secretary Leslie a chance to escape." She calmly replied, "After all, I'm from another world." Hearing this, Holian suddenly realized something and quietly exclaimed, "You're from another world." Leslie then asked, "Do you want to meet them for revenge?" Hien quickly replied, "Of course I will never forgive the one who killed Barros, but I don't know anymore because when the still night came, I sensed something in the dark. That aura of grief, I felt it more intensely than ever. That day I couldn't believe Barros had lost. And though it was brief, the people I met in the Elf Kingdom didn't seem evil, so I wanted to meet them to be sure. Even if they have reasons to hide their identities, not all those from another world are evil, right? There must be kind people like Leslie here." Leslie immediately retorted, "Don't include me in that." Looking back, she realizes she was the villain from another world, thinking to herself that Holian saved her from Genovia. She's the only one who sees me as human, not as someone from another world, and thanks to her I was able to break the blood curse Genovia placed on me. In return, I was forbidden from speaking the truth. At that moment Holian spoke up, "I'm not the only one who grieves for Barros's death. I'm sure Genovia is also in pain and they can't investigate properly." At this, Leslie gasped in shock. What Genovia replied, "I'm certain that the one from another world killed Barros. If he hadn't landed the final blow, Gahan would have gotten all the experience points." Then she asked, "But isn't it possible someone else on the team killed Barros?" Genovia replied, "I don't think they could have. Those from another world must level up to be strong enough to fight us." Hearing this, the truth became even clearer. Strong enough to fight, so Gahan is wary of Ryu Hanbin as well. Genovia never suspected I knew these people. If I approach them now and join hands with Holian, I'll have a chance to win. Leslie then asked, "Should I approach them to find out what their plans are?" "No, you don't need to do that. Focus on making Holian worry about protecting the kingdom. That fool King Nim has already sent those people from another world to do it." Leslie wondered how she knew she was speaking. "But those soldiers can't fight them. She insists that they can. If you think about how those bastards ruined our plans, I'd love to destroy this lab right now. But there's no need for that yet. The useless Shadow Knights have lost their goddess and are on the verge of collapse. The High Priest is a false convert, and the goddess's incarnations are just a bunch of personalities who can't prove themselves because they have no faith. And they began slaughtering everyone from Barros to Radna. The goddess's allies succumbed to bloodlust. This was their end. A person from another world consumed by bloodlust is like a ticking time bomb, but a strong will can keep it under control. However, one's spirit is not infinite, and it can explode at any moment. And Hanbin is now falling into that state. Adis's scream echoed, snapping Hanbin back to reality. He seemed to hallucinate, immediately falling backward in a panic. Adis looked down gently, saying, "They've been beaten to a pulp. Hanbin, what in the world is happening to you? All the monsters are dead. At this rate, I won't be able to destroy all the bodies and absorb them." Seeing Hanbin panting with a tense expression, Kiwi asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Ah, yes, I'm fine." She continued, "It seemed like you lost control of your mind during the fight. Ryu Hanbin, are you really okay?" Han forces a smile and replies, "I told you I'm fine." Just then, Altus spoke up. "Kiwi, should we stop here and head back?" Han added, "Effie told us to try and get back early today, right?" Suddenly he teased, "You're being awfully nice to Ian Key, thinks you two have gotten closer lately." Altus quickly denied it. "That's not it. We're being called back early because Saria has something to say." Hanan smiles. "Is that so?" Now, Leon H's story begins a month having passed. Gahan's injuries have bought us some time, but those bastards still have the upper hand in every way. They possess the ability to escape within two-dimensional space with infinite lifespans while we lack a concrete plan and remain in hiding in Kalan. I told Ryu Hanbin that training would increase his level, but the real purpose was to test his bloodlust. Even I, an investigator, have never seen a system error. For this level 6 outsider, I truly have no choice but to bet on him. In a small house, Saria presented a book to everyone's bewilderment. She spoke up. "It's an old book. Try reading it." I wrote down the stories I heard from Barros when I was young, so it's like a diary. Evie was stunned. The diary of Saria and Barot. Artis wondered, are we really allowed to see something this precious? Saria responded. What do you mean I'm going to publish it? Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise, publish. Saria continued explaining that, while they were training in the dungeon, it was fine, but once they left, Callan would be overrun with monsters every night. Upon hearing this, Effie assumed they could seal the dungeon before leaving, so how could that happen? Atis quickly explained. Callan is a city where hunters are guests. People won't come if there are no more dungeons. She listened, then blushed. Ah, I see. Suddenly, Saria unrolls a piece of paper and emphasizes her point. But if the Callan prints sell well, the home of the hero Barros will become the #1 tourist destination, and once it's popular, I can build anything, hotels, casinos, even an amusement park. Altis realized she was moving the monster's skeleton to the town center, and immediately retorted. It will be a scar on this town. Everyone happily commented, and Saria's optimism was truly wonderful. But at that moment, Leon H. bluntly says, we can elevate Callan with the death of the hero, Barros, and economic growth, but public criticism is inevitable. Saria's face darkens, and she firmly replies, I know that, but Callan is the last place Mr. Barros left for me. Barros didn't seal the dungeon because it would generate income for Callan, but times have changed and that won't alter the fact that Callan is struggling. I won't let Callan become another grave like Barros. I'll save it even if everyone thinks I'm a coward. Leon H. continued, I don't think it's cowardly. It takes a lot of courage to publish a book that will receive a lot of criticism. Many people will remember Sword King Barros because of your sincerity, and that's beautiful enough. These words combined with his good looks made Saria's heart flutter. What are you saying? Even if you say that, don't get your hopes up. I won't give you anything. Leon H. then explained, I'm not saying this to comfort or please you, but I'm just stating the truth. As everyone argued, Hanbin recalled the tragic scene, and the overwhelming pain then declared, Saria, I'm sorry. She sighed in relief and replied gently, don't apologize. It was Barros's decision. No one blames you. Hanbin explains, what I mean is your writing is terrible. Saria froze. What? He immediately spoke, listen to this. Sir Barros swung his sword so powerful he could cleave mountains in two. Enemies were crushed by his might. Your description is far too simple. I don't think anyone would buy it. Leon H. spoke up in defense. Idiot. This book definitely has high academic value because it's Barros's final record. Hanbin thought the writing was the problem, but the confusing content was because Barros's youth wasn't described. Suddenly, Key asks sweetly, what do you mean? Leon sings as Saria, in a fit of rage, lifts a table and throws it at Hanbin. He sulked. Why am I the only one getting hit? Her tone turned sharp. I apologize, I'm no writer, I only know how to run a tavern. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and Lewin burst through the door. Things are about to get messy. Seeing him arrive, Hanbin said, Jiang Lucen, perfect timing. Have you been reading too many novels? Can you read this? Lucen was thrilled. Huh. Is that a novel? Lao interjected urgently. Now's not the time for that. We have to get out of here. The Elven Kingdom's army is advancing on this location. The room buzzed with discussion, shocked that Ovia and Gahan could do such a thing. So these kinds of things are happening all over the world. I guess we should thank you then, Key asked again with an excited smile. So you're willing to trust us. Then we must reveal the truth about Ovia and Gahan and change the game. Hearing this, the elf general replied, forgive me for saying that's impossible. If we accuse them without proof, it will surely ignite a war with the kingdom of Gahan and the Magic Kingdom. Furthermore, the kingdom of Nim considers everyone an enemy, so we're likely to lose. These words shocked Kivai. Nim Holen Kingdom siding with Zenovia, the story continues. Luckily, she seemed hesitant to act, but they were in a situation where the Nim Kingdom had made a deal with Genovia. The diplomatic pressure from the Elf Kingdom is difficult to deal with. She then dares to ask, is this why you brought the elf army to Callan to capture us at Genovia's request? Suddenly, Hanin interjects, but I have no intention of surrendering. No sooner are the words out of her mouth than her opponent draws his sword, incredulous that they haven't realized it yet. It seems Lion H hasn't told you anything yet. Key and the others turn to him. Leon H then explained, Miss Key, I apologize for not informing you beforehand. However, the reason this deal was kept secret is that Richard the Elf King's murderer hasn't been executed yet. It was the condition for his confession. Hanbin is shocked to see who's being let in. You're the one who killed the Elf King, but weren't you trying to avenge Gahan and Genovia? I bet they ordered you to do it. He cuts Hanbin off, telling him not to misunderstand. I sacrificed countless lives to achieve my goals. I even plotted to kill the goddess's incarnation. Evil has its reasons. If you ever decide to forgive my sins, you'll end up forgiving Ji Han as well. Don't forget that it's never too late to forgive someone's sins after they've been punished. A somber Antram agrees with Richard. I know the elven army may have reached Cannes, but the otherworldly Ruhanbin isn't there. However, they did manage to capture Richard the Elf King's killer. The elf general explains that these are the terms that will be announced in the Elf Kingdom, and they are his conditions, as Richard knows too many secrets and has been captured, so he won't be able to do anything too reckless against their kingdom. That's why he won't be executed immediately, nor will his comrades. Of course, it would be much safer if everyone secretly hid in Ca Lan. Kivai quickly reached out to stop them. Hold on, Elf King, you can slip past Zenobia. Would you like to work with us? This may be the best time to act, since Gahan is injured. Hanbin chimed in confidently. That's right, I've leveled up and I'm mastering Barot's fighting skills. I can at least hold my own against Zenobia. But a question lingered. Would they fight fair? Hearing this, she froze. The elf general turned and said grimly, according to you, it's as if they're in a situation where all they need to do is hide in the two-dimensional space and observe our movements. Because our kingdom is indebted to you, we will turn a blind eye, but know that you are now considered enemies of Redna. This battle has shifted into a different phase. The battles between the Radna and someone from another world will only repeat again and again. On that day, the moment you turned your backs on Gahan and Genenovia would be their victory. Soon after, Addis sat sadly in a chair, and Ki looked lifeless on the other side. Leon H. was no exception. Han stood between walls. Phi bit her lip in frustration, then shouted, Idiot, 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 idiot. Fine, it's understandable the kingdom would do that, it's war. But aren't there other regions? We're not just looking for help from the Dark Alliance, are we? Hearing this, Leon H. explained that they wouldn't believe us if we said that someone from another world had been officially recognized as aid from the goddess. And even if we conceal our identities as we are now trying to bypass, the identity verification process will only waste time. Phi smiled and asked, but the current situation is very critical. The other goddesses are truly unaware of what's happening. Kivi explained that any anomaly in Radna would reveal something's happened to the Dark Goddess. However, the goddesses are the creators and managers, and they don't always record all the events of the current world. In that case, it's similar to creating and storing infinite data into the current universe. The sheer volume of information could overload, causing errors in the calculations that form the real world, weakening us, and allowing alien monsters to invade, Artis added. This means the goddess doesn't know Gahan is behind all of this. I've considered every solution, but I'm truly at a loss. Even Genovia's space warp is useless. A couldn't hide her disappointment, and the room fell silent once more. A moment later, Lucen poked his head in and asked, Are you here? Why does everyone look so gloomy? Leon H. responded, and there was a reason. Is something the matter? At that, he scratched his head and replied, This is a bit embarrassing, but I tried using Sia's sketch to write something, but I really couldn't come up with the words to describe Barros in his youth. So I thought that Hanbin, who resembles the warrior Valeria, might feel something after reading my work. He pointed and directed, He's over there. Lune asked, confused. Who? I don't think so. Leon Han is hesitant to act, let alone that kid. Meanwhile, Underground Hanin expresses his concern for Sia Barros, noting how carefully he hides his creations as a blue light emanates from the cube before him. Han spoke as Leon H. stopped him from touching it, knowing that inaction wasn't the answer. He questions, What's your purpose in raiding Khan's dungeon? Do you have a way into their two-dimensional space? Hanbin explains. I'm sure they'll find something after investigating their subordinates. As he approached, he continued, How can you guarantee you won't accidentally kill Lana? I'm asking if there's a way to be sure you won't fall into a bloodthirsty state. Leon Hart grabs Hanbin's hand, but the cube he created already shows cracks from his power. Leon realizes Hanbin's stats have increased, including his physical strength. It was then that Hanbin loudly declared, I'm fine. I'm different from them. My system's broken, but as long as I'm careful, even if I get bloodthirsty, I'll be fine. I just need to stay in control. I won't end up like those bastards. Leon H. reminds him sternly that while he may be fine, he needs to think of his friends because rampaging through the dungeon now will spread rumors of their presence. The opportunity I created with the Elf King will vanish. Are you going to lead your worried friends around without a plan, even if they listen to you? 3 months at most. The bloodlust will surface 2 months from now. Then wait until then. Only then did Hanin reluctantly withdraw his hand. All right. I'll just wait 2 more months then. After that, we'll leave Khan to search for clues. Until then, our goal is to get Effie to level 90 and Atis to level 70. Ati smiles, adding that the higher the goal, the better. A grumbles in complaint, saying it's impossible. Leon Hart continued to explain, saying that he would be the busiest. He needs to master the Sword King's combat skills, and test the skills he's learned from leveling up, and the goddess's incarnation needs to get stronger too. If that's the case fighting, you would be more effective than fighting monsters. Just then, Hanbin's hand was pulled back, and a snake was wrapping itself around him again. A voice echoes, Brave man, you have been chosen as the master of Ouroboros. Tell me what you desire, and I shall grant you power. The serpent, coiled around Hanbin's neck, continued its seduction. Tell me honestly, what do you desire? He examined himself in disbelief. Why had he suddenly shrunk? Meanwhile, the system announced an unbelievable side effect. Your level and stats have decreased, and your body has weakened. He bitterly grabbed the unbelievable snake. Level 3, what have you done to me? Leon H. strikes him hard. Han furrowed his brow, asking in confusion. Hey Leon H., why did you suddenly hit me? He gritted his teeth, growling in annoyance. Shut up, I already told you. What, how did the dungeon gate close? Han Pin stammered in confusion. No wait, it wasn't me. This construct is moving on its own, and my body is returning to normal. Where did it go? Leon cuts him off with a punch, which Han Pin dodges the blow, instead creating a massive pillar of dust. Only now enraged, he roared, "I'll kill you right now," Leonhardt chanted magic in response. "What I really want right now is to kill all those fools." What he's using is the legendary artifact Ouroboros. It enhances the user's physique and doubles their defensive power. Han grimaced, thinking to himself, "Are you kidding me? The blue light is so bright that even Kiwi and the others can see it." Phi cries out in shock. "Leon H's prana has increased that much." Adis chimed in. "That must be Leon H's true power. He was originally an empath, playing a support role focused mainly on buffs and healing. To fight in close combat, he's forced to use his psychic abilities. But now the construct is replacing everything with an enhanced body, turning all remaining prana into attacks." Han frowned, visibly annoyed, and threw a punch, saying his mind was unstable. "Stop right there." The blow is easily blocked by Leonhardt's shield. "You say my mind is unstable. You're the one who's unstable. That blue light is even stronger than before." He continues, saying that, even if he's an ally of the goddess, the highest-ranking person in Renaki witnessed his rudeness, and his failure to protect them. All he did was watch them suffer helplessly before his very eyes. "It's your fault." A powerful red beam slices through the blue pillars of power. Leon is pushed back, and Hanin finally speaks with a dark tone. "I know I lost because I was weak, but I won't lose a second time. I swore I wouldn't lose again, so please believe in me." He didn't answer for a moment, then closed his eyes and finally spoke. "I see, but I'm so frustrated," Han Pin shouted, dodging the attack. "Why are you trying to get back at me?" "Are we really friends?" Leon interjects. "Quiet." Meanwhile, a serpent observes them and comments. "I thought this rational bastard would be hard to control, but he can't even admit his desires. The more he hides them, the greater they become." Leon Ha finally spoke. "Every time I see your face, I want to go crazy and die." Han Bin, brimming with power, replied, "Is that really so?" He quickly lunged forward as Han Bin's sword was swung. The snake mused, satisfied, "I can feel it, that great desire you can never hide or ignore." Suddenly, Kivi's voice echoed from afar. "Leonhardt I Kivriel, speak in the name of Kivriel." Leon Ha glanced sideways at her, as Kivi finished her command, appointing him as an ally of the goddess. He knelt before her and responded, "I obey." The serpent's mouth gaped open, all of its desire vanishing. "Is that even possible? In that case, I'll swallow you whole." Before it could swallow anything, it was sliced in two by Han Bin. "Is the sky full of stars?" The snake's head rolled across the ground, and a gasp echoed. It was one of the labyrinth's 4 great creations, and he'd cleaved it in two. But this is worth using. What he holds is the mythical creation transformed into the Ouroboros gauntlet. Leonhardt continues, "It's not noisy, and can transform into any shape I desire." Han Bin reluctantly chimes in, "I could have been the one wielding it if my level was normal." He continued, "You would have been swallowed whole by Ouroboros. By the way, I commend you for realizing what I was truly thinking. How did you know I was in an irrational state? It's obvious you couldn't even protect Kiv Vi. A conceited bastard like you wouldn't blame me like that. You're conscious." They continued their discussion under Kiv Vi's gaze. "But you attacked me with everything you had back then." "Right, it's because you're always getting on my nerves." "Oh really, not because you were jealous of not being chosen as the goddess's ally." "Quiet, I'll let Miss Ki decide for herself." She smiled contentedly. At that moment Ai sighed, and Kiwi looked over worried, asking, "What's wrong, Aafi?" She replied simply that people don't know the importance of a soft bed, a warm room, and hot food. "I know it all too well because I was homeless for 10 years because W was wanted. So the thought of being hunted again and becoming homeless is something I definitely don't plan on doing," which is when Artist suddenly spoke up. "That plan. I have an idea." Ai's face immediately lit up. "Really, Artist?" Ki was just as curious. "Did you figure out a way to get into the 2-dimensional space?" He explains that it's less of a plan and more of a gamble, but if it works, they won't need to enter the 2-dimensional space at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leonhardt continues to argue with Han Bin. "And as your senior, you'd better start acting like it got it. When it comes to those chosen by the goddess, I'm far more qualified than you." "That's not right." Atis calmly declares that they can draw Genovia and Gahan out. In the southern village of Tikaranta, voices rise explaining everything. The appearance and disappearance of monsters at night has blocked trade routes, plunging the village into hardship. "You promised that if we supplied the soldiers, they would protect us. Could you at least close the dungeon gate for us?" the village chief asked clearly, frustrated. As he continued, he said, "We've already expanded our forces to the limit. Do you think we can fight with all our might against someone from another world? Dungeon clearing is for common hunters, not the elite Nymph Kingdom army. Who do you think protects you from monsters at night?" Yet Anthony could only shout helplessly as the village's young girls were found torn apart and devoured by monsters. If the monsters didn't do it, then who did? Could there be someone from another world in the village? Someone who struck him down? Syrup shot out, making Luke pale. "You're from another world, daring to mock the NM Choihun Kingdom's elite forces," he questioned. "If it weren't for us, this village would be monster food. Should we just leave?" Hearing this, Anthony trembled, desperately refuting, "That's not true, I'm sorry." "Did you have to go that far when questioning him?" Choi simply replied, "Don't be fooled. General, according to my investigation, the villagers fabricated the murders as a pretext to manipulate us. Hearing this, he was shocked. How dare they? As expected of the one sent by Genenovia. But we've been in this village for 3 months, and still haven't seen a single person from another world. We also haven't heard anything from our soldiers. At this rate, we'll have nothing to report to the king. Vice General, I'm counting on you. Receiving the order, Choi sneered. Of course, if he's really that strong, he won't escape my sight. Genovia said, I don't expect you to kill him. There's no reason to fight. Your goal is to find him and make him kill the people of the Nim Kingdom at all costs. I'll let you go one by one. Work hard and you'll regain your freedom. Choi mused, recalling that the taboo could issue 3 simple commands. The taboo I received was to obey Genovia and not reveal anything about the 4 heroes, like not being allowed to leave the Nin Kingdom's army. That means killing isn't forbidden, and since monsters appear every night, disposing of bodies will be easy. This is truly paradise. But his thoughts are interrupted by a voice beside him. This isn't something you see every day: weapons for self-defense, countless medicines, and the bestsellers everyone's been waiting for. The Tale of the Sword King Barreau. A Story of Survival. Episode 4. Fresh off the presses, they discuss the book in their hands. Episode 3 ended with Barros and Gahan locked in battle. Who will emerge victorious? The girl next to her smiled. Barros, of course, right? The other person curiously asks, weren't you originally a Gahan fan? That was when I was young. This lady's tastes have shifted to the more mature type, but Choi snatches the book from her hands. Let's see. They're smart to think of selling books after Barros is dead. These books will sell well. Klee watches him in astonishment. NM Kingdom soldiers. Choi was furious, tearing the books as he questioned her. But who allowed you to sell this here? Where's the shop owner? Step forward. Kivai didn't turn around but spoke softly. What's the matter? We entered with permission from the front gate. Choi is surprised as he sizes her up. Level 62 spear user, decent stats and not bad to look at. I didn't expect to find a woman like this in the countryside. Kivai offered a document, but the man grabbed her wrist. If you need to see my permit, here it is. Choi, the weirdo spoke up. That won't be enough. Lately, due to the Otherworlder incident, we have to investigate everything thoroughly. Come to my office later so I can inspect you thoroughly, Ki said, withdrawing his hand. It would be best if you stopped here. For your own good. Choi's eyes turned sinister. For my benefit. I'm curious to see how this plays out. But before Choi can react, he's dragged down and slammed into the ground, followed by a brutal beating. Choi thinks bitterly, who is this trash? Then Hanbin slowly approaches his hand, reaching for Choi's. He looked up confused as Hanbin introduced himself. I'm Eric Galen from Bean's Grocery, the owner. I'll see you later. Level 3, swordsman. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere level 3 possess such strength? Just then, another figure approached from the distance. Vice Captain, are you here? It's time to change shifts. This is absurd, Choi says angrily, shoving Hanbin's hand away. I'm going. But what was that just now? An illusion. Could it be the effect of bloodlust? I don't know if it's because Baros's name was mentioned, but I'm in a foul mood. But tonight's meal is going to be great. Hanbin glanced at the man's back as Clay's voice echoed a moment later. I was worried about what to do if he ripped the book in half. Thank you so much. I'm a huge fan, actually. The story of the 4 heroes' greatest mystery. Bharat, the Sword King. Is it really that popular? Of course. Even my dad likes it. Even though the disadvantage is hard to come by, Hanbin spoke up uncomfortably. How could he tear such a precious book? He's a soldier of the NM Kingdom, but all he does is threaten the people. Kivai responded indifferently. Wouldn't it be better to have no guards at all? Clayle recounts the story, explaining that the village chief initially refused. He tried to hire hunters and protect the village at all costs, but after realizing who some of them were, he worried less. On top of that, if he were here, he could handle the threats from the Otherworlders. But in the end, they're exploiting the village. Monsters appear every night, so we can't farm. On top of that, we have to provide for the Nimfan Kingdom's soldiers. Hearing this, QV simply remarks that this world is indeed difficult. I'm sorry, that must be incredibly difficult. Klee's eyes remained fixed on the book in her hands. But even though he's gone, when I read about Barros's journey to become stronger in these novels, I feel like I can overcome this hardship. If Saria or Lucine heard that, they'd be overjoyed. That name makes clue. Saria Lucine, do you know the author? Hanin quickly backed away. It would be dangerous if they knew who I was, so I wanted to hide it as much as possible. No, I just know the name, I barely know them. Kiwi of all people comes to his rescue. It's getting late. It's too dangerous for you to be out here. Clay is taken aback, realizing something. Oh no, what am I doing? My father will scold me. But something feels off. Before monsters appear, they usually close the gates and ring the bell. Maybe I didn't hear it because we were talking. I didn't hear any bells either, Hanbin muttered. Something's wrong. The dungeon's mist has already crept into the village, Kivai exclaimed as she turned around. Bin leaps up, grabs a sign as a weapon, and declares he'll check the city gates. Kiwi, are you going to be all right on your own, she added. I'm wondering the same thing. Clay looks at the object in his hand, confused. Kiwi chimes in again, telling him to hurry back if he's worried about her. At this moment, Claw cries out, I'm I'm a little scared now. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? Kivi quickly swung her spear, saving her companion. Just then she warned, don't leave my sight. We're surrounded by monsters. Footsteps pounded on the ground as the little girl desperately fled her face, a mask of terror as she glanced back. Choi then viciously plunged his weapon into her, his face flushed as he relived the memory. Yes, Vice Commander, a voice cut through his thoughts. What? It's almost time for the monsters to appear, and you're asking for orders to close the city gates and retreat. Are you new here? Do that stuff yourself. The soldier continued, but last time he was very angry that I didn't report. And this is a message from the general. He said to prepare to leave at sunrise. Hearing this, Choi sat up abruptly. Our army is leaving in the morning. Damn it. If we leave, my plans for tonight are ruined. But if I ignore the order, they'll report it to Zenovia. And I can't miss that look on her face. What a shame. Hey, do these monsters also eat humans, NM? The soldier quickly responded, yes, they devour anything in sight, but why do you ask? The scythe-wielding man chuckled. Leaving corpses behind is such a pain. Meanwhile, Ki held Addis's scroll on her spear, radiating the light it had absorbed during the day. A blinding light erupts and the monsters vanish at Ki's command sundown. She notes their fear of Radna's light. They must be monsters from the CL dungeon next door. But how did they get into the village? She lets you ponder. With nymph soldiers here, there must be a basic defense system in place. And yet monsters have infiltrated this place. The sight of civilians running from afar is a beacon of hope. Please save us, Klee cried out in terror. It's the villagers. Keep guiding them. Everyone head towards the light, Klee gasped, staring in one direction. It's the village chief. Hurry, you'll be safe here. He cried out in horror. No. Everyone run, Choi's weapon has been unleashed. In an instant he was blinded and Anthony was flung into the air. Klee paled, crying out in horror. Chief Choi smugly declares that the world is now a better place as the monster worms tear into Anthony. Because I can kill as I please, and blame it on the monsters, and no one will suspect I'm from another world. Did you let the monsters in here? Ki Vi curses, calling him foolish. You think those monsters won't kill you? Cho continues to wield his weapon, pushing back the monster. He chuckled. If you think these run-of-the-mill monsters can hurt me, you're wrong. That's the expression I wanted to see. The face of a man facing despair and death. Alright, I wonder what kind of expression you'll make when you die. Let me see it. The moment that beautiful face contorted in despair, but Kuehl said, you're smiling, you don't know what situation you're in, do you? As he tossed Troy away, the man was still in disbelief, wondering, who is it? Who are you? Hanbin's figure faintly appeared the light from his weapon, revealing the identity of the level 6 Hanin. Meanwhile, the gun is raised high, as Addis mutters, completing the unbelievable sky dungeon seal, wondering, could it be that brat? Just who are you? What kind of monster are you? Reveal your identity, and I'll force you out of hiding. Hanbin's pace didn't falter, and everyone there shared the same thought. His toned muscles and fiery red hair were like an aura. Clay's eyes widened, seeing the spitting image from the books, a living legend, as Choi gasped, screaming in disbelief. You should be dead. The pink aura still blankets the area, as Choi loses consciousness, utterly defeated by Hanbin. The commoners watched in awe as he gripped the sword tightly, Hanin's red hair causing the crowd to murmur. The Sword King didn't disappear. She stammered Baros, the crowd chants in unison. Baros, they exclaimed over and over. Is it really Baros? He didn't die that day. There's no way he could be killed by someone from another world. He must be Baros, Ki thought to himself with a smile. Ki seek the Sword King, for only he can save Rena. The goddess's prophecy foretold that only the Sword King can save Rena. That must be what he meant. No one noticed. After last night's upheaval, the village atmosphere has completely changed, because the villagers who had endured exploitation until now discovered that the one who murdered all the women in the village was from another world of the NM Kingdom. The general of the army denied responsibility by saying he didn't know about it, and the Nymph Kingdom left as if they were running away. Above all, the nearby dungeon vanished, securing the village's safety. Was this also Baros's doing? Though the villagers couldn't repay his kindness, the Baros they saw that night vanished as if he were a dream. But perhaps that's not the case. The Sword King is still alive. Articles about a rejuvenated Sword King Baros appearing in southwest Radna were constantly being released, and more people believed that the Sword King Baros had never died in the first place. On the other hand, some believe he's the Sword King's successor, due to his youthful appearance, while Genenovia of the Four Heroes is confirmed as the culprit behind the Sword King Baros's death. They're on high alert, and a cry of exclamation rings out. It's done. Hay excitedly talks to Artis. It's all going exactly as planned. You were great out there, Altus. He gently stopped her. It was all just luck. The plan to make novel readers mistake Hanbin for Baros wouldn't work if the novel wasn't selling well, and it's even more convincing now that Hanbin's hair has turned red, Han replies flamboyantly. Luck, this was all thanks to hard work. A asks excitedly, how did you know your hair could turn red? Hbin begins to explain that all of Baros's skills start with accumulating aura. When I focus and gather aura, my hair turns red, the result of effort, sweat, and tears. Hearing this, Leon H. retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? It's all blood, sweat, and explosions. Every time you use that skill, it explodes and puts you in danger, and I have to heal you. My spirit energy is almost depleted. Hanin angrily points at Leon H., saying he was the one who egged him on, encouraging him, and saying he was about to succeed. He added, "To be fair, I really thought you'd succeed at least once." At this, Kivai smiled and said, "The side effects of this creation actually helped us. Even though it started with begging, seizing this luck, and turning it into an opportunity is more than just luck. This wouldn't have succeeded without your plan." Artis shyly replied, "I only helped with the plan." Faye chuckled. He's embarrassed again. They continued to praise each other, knowing their contributions were nothing to be ashamed of. He's right, it's incredible. Artis is extraordinary, making Otis blush in response. Please stop. At this moment, Hanan continued, "Thanks to that, the Nymph Kingdom's pursuit has also lessened. If public opinion continues in our favor, Genenovia will be in trouble." Key suddenly chimed in, "But I still have something to worry about." Curious, he asked, "What is it?" She began to explain the fight between Gahan and Barros. Gahan says Barros only has 4 months to live, and Genenovia is aware of this. Will she believe Barros is still alive? 5 months have already passed. At that moment, Leon H. spoke up again. The articles made no mention of anyone from another world coming to the Nim Kingdom. Even though it was a major event, we can assume she interfered and is controlling the information. He clicked his tongue, muttering uncomfortably. So, even if I hate to admit it, she is a clever mage. She probably realized our plan. I didn't mean to compare you to her. Otis then spoke. Genenovia is destined to be a mage who will write history, a brilliant mage who will base a hypothesis on a theory and test it. On the other hand, her mind seems unstable. On the other hand, Genenovia cursed. Damn it, what is going on? Barros should have received a fatal blow that he couldn't have survived. But I didn't see Barros die, and that Leon H. is a high-level psychic. There's a chance Barros is still alive. But Barros' lifespan was already running out. That Barros is a fake. That otherworlder is definitely impersonating Barros. Those fools are putting on a show. Even though the goddess has lost her power, we don't know the extent of her abilities. We can't predict if the goddess can interfere with the support system. What if she used her remaining power to extend Barros' life? What if Barros is still alive while Gahan is still recovering? This thought gives her pause. Han's massive shadow looms over her, and Genovi's expression twists in an instant. She turns her smile twisting into a grimace. No, it can't be. But just in case she'll have to accelerate her plans. Just then, the bell beside her rang. Genovia anxiously asked, "What is it?" The person then introduces Genovia, saying Holan wants to share this information, leaving the other person puzzled. Holan, why now? It must be about Barros. I'm too busy, so refuse. But before I could, the other person spoke again. She says she'll be there soon, a statement that elicits disbelief. What? Before she could understand, a voice echoed. Genenovia, are you there? The pen in her hand drew streaks of purple. She writes in the air, but Genovia's hand is suddenly seized. Holy speaks up excitedly. Long time no see. Genovia stumbles back, stammering. Hold on, is that you? This is a restricted dimension, so no one should be here without the owner's permission. What's going on? Hien excitedly explains, I've been wanting to meet you, and I've created a type of spiritualization technique. Hearing this, she incredulously wonders if spiritualization is the reason she's in her original state. But that can't be the explanation. She looks around commenting, but is this Genovia's research lab? She nods in response, relieved that the other woman doesn't seem to know where she is. Holian holds a book in her hand. But no, that's not important. Have you read this book? Genovia took it and muttered a comment. A novel about a main character named Barros. What about it? She stated, I wondered if you were the author. Genovia flips through the pages curiously, asking, why would I write something like this? Holy agrees, it's not, is it? That's when she paused. Wait a minute. Girl, what is this? She presented with some confusion, but the novel contained past events and things that only we knew. When I thought about how vehemently you opposed Gon writing an autobiography, I believed there was no way you would write a novel. So like the rumors, perhaps Barros really is still alive. Perhaps he wrote it to secretly tell us he's still alive, words that struck a nerve with Genovia. No, that's not it. That man is dead, he's dead, he's dead. Silence fills the air as Hien speaks with concern. Genovia, why are you acting like this? It's as if you're afraid of Barros. Genovia quickly adjusts her attitude, saying, I apologize, I believe I was being overly sensitive. Now that Barros' death has been accepted, I must change the subject. But that appearance, it's like a demon. Ho lightly responds. How should I put this? This is beyond that. It's like a copy of a soul. Like the spirit goddess, it's a copy of a soul containing its memories. A smile creeps across his lips. So it's good you came. Holan continue. I want to confirm the rumors about Barros. Would you like to confirm them with me? A ferocious wolf lunges forward surrounding a small human figure. Hanbin's expression hardens as he realizes he must fight to survive. To survive, he must fight, always be vigilant and overcome the pain. Malicious voices ring out targeting him, the outsider capture him. They charge toward him, weapons raised, ready to strike. Hanbin's eyes widened in shock as he tried to explain. Wait, just listen to me, I don't want to kill anyone. A bright notification flashed before his eyes. You have received a reward for killing Aradna. Hanbin's eyes widened as the notification relentlessly urged him to kill all Radna. As Key's hand reached out, the system detected interference and glitched. Hanbin wakes up with a start, quickly turning his head. He's greeted by Kiwi's gentle smile. Good morning. The city is silent in the morning. A white cloth hangs swaying in the breeze as she continues. I've decided to open late today. Han Pin replied, holding his head. I wouldn't have minded waking you up early, but you've been having trouble sleeping lately. He simply replied, it must be the pressure of entering the town. The great mage Genovia plans to lift the ban on the 4 forbidden lands, holding a monster hunter competition to reveal one of them. These lands have been hidden for 15 years, and this contest is a chance for powerful hunters to reassure the people. Reading this, Hanbin exclaims, aren't there sacred beasts in these forbidden lands? Key continued, stating that there are only 3 forbidden lands left, as Barros had already wiped out Kalan. It seems she intends to select the strongest hunters by opening the Maze of Oblivion in the north. With Genovia behind it, she's definitely plotting something. If we go there, fame will be the least of our concerns. And once the world knows about those 2 bastards' misdeeds, our roles will be reversed, and we can say goodbye to this annoying peddling life. Life as it is now isn't so bad. Hanbin agreed. You're right, I've been lucky too. Compared to those stuck eating and sleeping in dungeons, it's nothing. Kivai bluntly interrupts, telling him to hurry up and transform so they can work. Hanbin sulks, replying, you spilled my coffee. But she retorted, isn't this better than being covered in monster blood? He was left speechless. Quickly, Hanbin enters battle mode and starts pummeling the monsters. The people cheered relentlessly, chanting Barot Barros. Amidst the cheers, Barros signals with a point to their rendezvous. The crowd relentlessly chanted his name. Barot and Han Bin gave her a slight nod in response. Okay, the system's golden light suddenly appears. Han Pin's body reacted instantly, and he clutched his face at the sound of the call. Barot again. Dam System. I'm quite used to this now, but the space suddenly blurs. Just then, a bottle flew toward him with a taunting jeer. Hanin reached out and caught it. The man continued his tirade, asking what kind of hero he was. Then save me too, go catch and kill that guy from another world. Philip Pin or Ru Hanbin, whatever his name is, that bastard ruined my life. It was then that Hanbin realized with a start this was Emin the priest. The man glared back, his face flushed as she responded with wide eyes. Your Falat Key didn't react, but those around him began to whisper. I was wondering when that guy would cause trouble. No matter Lord Barros is trustworthy. I hope he'll forgive him in a nearby forest. Emin cursed loudly as he was bound. Are you telling me Gehan and Genovia caused all of this by attacking the goddess? You may have fooled me once, but never again. Do I look like I'd believe the words of someone from another world? And you, Leon H., shouldn't a high priest like you be ashamed to be a lackey for someone from another world? Just then, Leon H's hand suddenly reached out with a warning, watch your tongue. Han quickly intervenes, telling Leon H to calm down. He hissed, I'm not that fool's lackey. We serve the maiden, the goddess's messenger, Emin retorted, annoyed. I can't sense any divine power from her at all, Leon H continues. Didn't we say her divine power was stolen, yet he dares to challenge us? If you're so tough, kill me. It's not like I have anything left to lose. This attitude annoys Effie. What a pain. Why doesn't the priest believe me? Seriously. Emin blurts out in shock. Weven can talk, which is impossible, unless it's a dragon created by the goddess of darkness. Is this truly your power? Kivai hastily clarified. No, that's not it. But Altus quickly covered her mouth. Of course. Hay also chimed in. It was thanks to Miss Kiri's blessing that a foolish W-dragon like me gained human intellect. Emin's attitude shifted immediately. Please forgive my rudeness, messenger. Hanbin and Leon H whisper to each other, wondering if it's really the goddess's power at work. Due is just a special case. Artis then suggested that he could help them explain the inner light. But he sadly refuses, saying it's impossible, he's been expelled from the guild. Hanbin was shocked. Expulsion, that's why you should have worked harder. Unexpectedly, he lashed out. It's all your fault. Who would believe me when my ally is actually from another world? Hearing this, Hanbin explained softly, I'm sorry, but I'm really not the murderer. He replied curtly, I know. I tried to convince the others, you weren't the culprit, but no one believed me. That's why I'm like this. And I've heard that the Order of Light doesn't believe in the rumored figure of Barros, which means they're targeting you. If the Light Society is targeting us, attracting attention by participating in Genovia's hunter exam would be dangerous. That news about the 4 forbidden lands, right? I read about it too. Addis added that it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. But if the Lightbringer Order is involved, we should pass, Leon H added. Seeing Zenovia suddenly make plans like this shows how desperate she is, so we can consider this a win. I'm sure we don't need to walk into the enemy's trap this time. It's said that at the end of the Labyrinth of Oblivion, the location for this tournament lies a sacred beast and the memory vessel artifact. Suddenly Hanbin speaks up, I know it's a trap, but with something this good, how can we not go? Before you is the information, the search results, the memory container, and the required level. First, it can copy, store, and transfer the user's memories. A banner displays program information, and those around him curiously ask, I heard this competition is difficult, but many hunters are participating. Can you say something to prove your determination? Jandro laughed haughtily. Resolve is for the weak. We of the Golden Army risk our lives every day. 4 forbidden areas. Nair was cut off before he could finish. So what do you think of Barros? Jandro continued, I'm called Barros II. I see him as a rival or something like that. The reporter followed up. So have you ever met Barros? He stammered in admission, well, not yet. At this, AI looked around and remarked, I thought more hunters would participate because of the big reward, but it seems not. Altus added, there are still a few starting points left. If we count everyone, there could be up to 100 participants. Leon H. agreed, adding that unless you wanted fame or were confident in your abilities, everyone avoided the 4 forbidden areas. Going there was suicide. Kivi was the fourth to speak, adding that many hunters were absent because Barros wasn't participating, and thankfully the Order of Light hadn't arrived either. And Hanan concluded with a simple remark, that's good. But where's the ship? Don't tell me we're taking that fishing boat to the 4 forbidden lands. Surely not. Just then something flying overhead caught his eye. Hanbin smirks impressed. Now that's more like it. A massive airship glides across the sky as someone casts a spell. Leon Heart of the Spirit, Relic 7 began to explain, no one can eavesdrop on us now. Are there outsiders participating in the competition? Hanbin inquired softly. No one seems to react to my level, he mutters. It seems Genenovia no longer uses outsiders, Hanbin added. I guess they're all high-level hunters while A is marveling at the outside world. It's so high up, someone gently asks. Why are you so excited? Have you never flown before? Ifei explains honestly. Flying this high is dangerous even for one. Airships are rare, flying devices only seen in the demon realm. Those 2 words made Hanbin flinch. The demon realm would attack the airship. But she just smiles in response. She couldn't even find Lord Barros. Kivi then explains that Genovia organized this competition just to see if Lord Barros was still alive. Of course, we don't know what else she's plotting. That's why you can't reveal your true form. Hanin pouted, I know this is a good opportunity for me to gain experience, but my goal isn't the holy water. Adis excitedly mentions a green memory artifact which can transfer memories from one person to another. That way we can convince the guild, without proof, Leon added. The problem is, it's located in the Labyrinth of Oblivion. Many hunters have tried to enter, but only a few have made it out. The survivors don't remember what's inside, so we have no idea what to expect. Hanbin concludes that they'll have to improvise, and as long as they're alive, they'll need to cooperate with the other hunters to conquer the place. Snow fell heavily, accompanied by a biting wind. In a dark corridor, Hanbin lay fast asleep, his face contorted in discomfort, as the voices of condemnation echoed in his mind once more. That outsider grabbed him, and their figures hurtled toward him. Han wanted to explain, wait, it wasn't me, please listen to me. But in his hands was Enrena, and I never meant to hurt anyone. The person's face was obscured, but their anguished cries echoed, you are unforgivable. How could you kill Lord Barreau? Hanbin's eyes widened in terror at the outsider, as lightning struck the airship, sending him crashing into Leon H. What's going on? He exclaimed. Just then an announcement echoed. Attention hunters, this is an important announcement. Please gather in the main hall. I repeat, please gather in the main hall. This is an important announcement. Everyone please gather in the hall. Hanbin looked around curious. What's going on? Kivi explained. The weather doesn't seem to be cooperating. Meanwhile, A is yawning, still half asleep. Jandro and his comrades are also curious about the current situation, as a hunter's condition is of utmost importance. Why did they wake us up in the middle of the night? If nothing's happening, we're going to give them a piece of our minds. From above, a figure appears. I apologize for waking you so early, and thank you for gathering here. I am acting Captain Katanara. Though I am a knight commander, I will participate in this contest, and I am eager to be here. The crowd couldn't help but murmur. Really? She's a knight commander. If the Shadow Guild has investigators, the Light Guild has knights. They played a crucial role in the war against the Outsiders 20 years ago, isolating them and creating opportunities for the 4 heroes to strike. This woman has led the Knights Order for 40 years. She rejected the goddess's blessings and always hides her face. Indeed, the group pursuing Hanbin would be very dangerous if we continue to participate in this. Katanara spoke up again, but unfortunately Barros wasn't participating. As you know, this ship is headed to one of the 4 forbidden zones, the Labyrinth of Oblivion. We're headed there now, and the most dangerous thing in the Forbidden Zone isn't the monsters but the freezing climate. Once we arrive, you won't be able to leave without this ship, and this device will help you locate it. If there's an accident, don't panic, just return to the ship immediately. Any other questions? Hanin raises his hand, surprising Ki, who's standing next to him. Katanara responded, what is it, as he began to explain. I should have said something sooner. I get motion sickness. The other man quickly urged, then come over by the window, wasting no time. Hanbin scrambled away, streams of light emanating from him and scattering in the wind. Hanbin was exhausted, feeling like he was on the verge of death when a blue light appeared beside him. Hanbin turns in surprise as the other person speaks, saying that he'll feel better soon. He softly replies, thank you. The girl excitedly continued, you're welcome. The girl spoke slowly. Oh, we've met before. Chu A observes the person's appearance silently, noting, a fairy no more like a river fairy. Moreover, I can sense Brana. But Ki has already grabbed the girl's hand. The man awkwardly retorted, Hey, I didn't do anything, Ki Vi questioned grimly. Who are you? Katanara couldn't believe what he was seeing. She smiles, remarking on the boundless energy of youth. But then Artis suddenly spoke up, saying, Forgive me. Katanara asks Han if he has something to say. He explains that his teammate isn't feeling well. With his own plans already in motion, he knew they couldn't be associated with the Order of Light, so they had to act in silence. It will be difficult for us to participate in this competition, Katanara continues. This isn't the military, so participation is voluntary, but I want to know more about your comrades. Who is he? But suddenly, an intense aura erupts, startling both Artis and Katanara. A light flashed in the darkness, and a pillar of power pierced through the ship. The ship was fixed in place, and a second later it exploded, sending those aboard into a frenzy of screams. Han Bin was also astonished, wondering what was going on. The ship just exploded, Vi replied, frowning. I see it, Pin. Get away from the window. An announcement followed, sounding the alarm. Emergency alert from the engine room, Conduit 7 has been breached. Katanara anxiously cradles Artis's head. Are you all right? He responded politely, yes. As the announcement repeats, Route 7 is attacked by a mysterious flame. Now she frowns, realizing they are not welcome. But why is Katanara reaching for a loudspeaker? She announces. This is the captain control room. Respawn plans have changed. Evacuate the area immediately. She was met with a garbled voice. This is the control room. There's an anomaly in the front rudder. He finally speaks up. What's going on? She calmly explains. Something's happening. I'll head to the control room. You stay here, maintain contact, and try to calm things down. These words threw him into a panic. How could I possibly do that? But Katanara gently replied, You have to, we don't have time to hesitate. If you succeed, you'll become a true gentleman. She gently calls out to him. Young man Atis had no choice but to obey. Yes. Outside the snow fell heavily. Hanbi noticed something outside, and then two horns suddenly appeared. Kiwi shouts out in shock, and Bin turns his head, letting out a gasp. In a flash, Han Pin was falling from the airship, plummeting towards the ground with debris. But a strange figure flashed by, and Effie successfully grabbed him as Hainan pointed in one direction, asking, What is that? She turned to look while Altus was already wide-eyed with shock. How they should have disappeared in Radna. Leon H. quickly channeled his magic, striking the dragon with materialized soldiers. Blue light formed a fist called the Giant Right Hand. The dragon is sent flying, and the crowd gasps in awe. One punch sent that dragon reeling. That punch contained Brana. It's the psychic Leon H. continuing his battle against the dragon as magic and fire combine in a blinding light. Leon Haw curses in frustration. Damn it. The airship's engine has caught fire, sending everyone aboard tumbling. It couldn't hold on any longer and began to fall, with Kivi being the next to go. Terrified, she saw the burning engine behind her when a hand suddenly grabbed hers. It was none other than the priestess, who cried out to hold on tight. Don't let go. Kivi responds in shock. She has no scar. Who is she? Behind you. At this moment, even that girl lost her mind. His grip failing on the iron bar, Ki plummets downward, but Addis is quick to react. Ki fires a magic bullet, freezing the engine and temporarily stabilizing it as he embraces the goddess of light, and Leon screams his name. Kiwi is riding on the dragon's head and being teased, but Leon is furious, glaring and demanding it stop. Release me or I'll make you regret it. Meanwhile, Effie is rushing towards Kiwi, desperate to close the distance. Ki's eyes widened, her lips pursed as she wondered, What are you doing? Ryu Hanbin, I tried so hard not to be useless, but I could never be as strong as you, Barrelt. Soon Hanbin's figure appeared through the hazy mist. Hanbin's voice echoed behind her. Hey, she immediately turned around. Hanbin declared he was going to Leon Hart, leaving the others to me. Hearing that, I flipped around to change direction. Meanwhile, Kay still held on to the girl as they fell, but luckily he managed to catch her in time. Ryu Hanbin, why did you jump down without a weapon? He chuckled, asking what she meant. Here it is. The skill's name is shouted, //. Meanwhile, Leon Hart unleashes his Spirit Beast transformation giant right hand and pummels the dragon with a barrage of blows. It cries out in pain before retaliating, the two fists colliding and creating a powerful shockwave in the space between them. Leon H. thinks to himself, It's too strong. This thing must be older. 200 years old. No, perhaps 300 years old. Its spirit is nearing its limit. The dragon prepared to unleash its fiery breath, shattering Leon H's protective blue armor. Its eyes followed its enemy, and thankfully Leon H. was rescued just in time. Hey Phi, what about Kiv Vi? She quickly replied. Hanbin went to save her. Leon continued, Then it's you. But why was that dragon so angry? A wondered. It looks ferocious. He replies, I don't know. Can't we use the transformation necklace? Hearing this, Effie explained, If I use it, I'll turn into a human, and will fall. Leon clasped his hands together. Looks like we have no choice. I'll give you a little power boost. Phi eagerly accepts. Very well. The two then turned their attention to the dragon. Fei succeeds in landing a blow, and Leon singing above soon unleashes his magic. Following up with another blow, the dragon cries out in pain. Leon continues to chant, I see its main body. Keep it up, it's working, Ethel responded loudly. I see. The blue light from their attacks continues to strike the monster. It growls, humans, humans. I will kill you all. Fei notes in shock. It can talk. Leon H beside him, muses. Has it regained its senses? His eyes narrowed, gaze fixed. Was the jewel on its chest its weakness? They charged again, blue light aimed at the gem, the impact sending Evan flying. Leon H then pondered that since dragons were enslaved, not all could be killed, and some like Atis were still alive, which was unfortunate. But were there still ancient dragons alive? Katanara spoke softly, wondering if those who turned the child into this were the real villains. Elsewhere, beneath the snow movement stirs. Hanpin emerges, Kivi in his arms shivering from the cold. Are you okay, Ki? She responds softly. His body temperature seems low, covered in snow. Hanpin then exclaimed in shock. What about our ship? Kivai explains with a smile. Luckily the engine broke down, so the ship landed not far from here. Hearing this, he asks in confusion. Luckily, it's broken. She continued, don't worry, I already checked it. We're not far from the ship, so we should be grateful our belongings are still on board. Han grew serious again, but his stomach rumbled, hoping they were okay, a sudden act that made Kivai laugh. Seeing this, Hanbin reluctantly explained that while Kivai worried about life and death, he was worried about his stomach. Lucky they were still alive. Thank you, she said. Hanbin, confused, asked her to repeat. Why? If you want to thank someone, thank the Order of Light member who caught your hand when you fell. Silence fills the air as they realize the girl is missing. They must find her. Kivai urgently reminds him not to reveal their identities. But he brushed it aside, saying, it doesn't matter. Just help me find her. He quickly spotted signs of the girl, and Han ran over. He quickly lifts the girl below with both hands. You're not dead yet, are you? If she dies, we're in trouble. He was stunned to see she was headless. We're doomed, Kivi's voice echoed. Ryu Hanbin quickly hid the other person behind him. Huh. What is it? Kivi replied. In her hand was the girl's head as Katanara spoke while steering. This is why you can't trust flying machines. Just then, someone rushed in with news. Commander, a dragon attacked the airship. She replied flatly, I know, good work, son. He asked, curious, what about the cockpit? What happened? Katanara calmly explained that the dragon had destroyed the airship before they arrived. Just then, Jandro L suddenly shouted, land somewhere without dragons. She replied, I wish I could, but the rudder's broken. Still, the airship's still flying, but we're about to crash into a mountain. He blurted out, do something quick, but Katanara signaled for silence. Addis had already moved. He mused to himself that even though it was a machine, it still ran on magic stones, and he had to understand its flow. Luckily, one engine is still working. I'll reverse it. Soon enough, it was working, and the ship successfully navigated past the cliff face. With that, the ship sped forward, and a shocked Deandro exclaimed, we made it. Katanara herself was equally surprised, never expecting him to remain so calm in this situation. He's different from the hunters who only know how to hunt. Besides, he looks so familiar. It was then that Addis spoke up. I managed to control its direction by reversing the engine, but I still can't control the fuel flow. Let's just hope we land safely at this rate, she replied curtly. Well done. I'm leaving it to you. Young man. Addis asked curiously. Where are you going? Katanara continued. I have to stop the dragon. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be confused. Are you planning to jump? Katanara simply remarked, this will be a piece of cake for me. Addis called out, wait. Katanara assured him, don't worry, I'll do my best to save your comrade, but he was rebuffed. No, the one in danger is the dragon itself. It's around 2503000 years old. Based on its horns, it's likely a stone dragon, and its weight makes it reluctant to fly, but it's attacking airships and covered in slime. It must be in the final stage of the dragon curse to be this violent. Katanara was surprised he knew that too, and suggested that removing the slime would calm it down. But if we destroy the core of the curse like that, it will die. We need to know why it's here, so please be careful. It was then that Katanara spoke up. Henry. That name sounds familiar. You're a member of the Bannister dragon hunting family, Artis readily admits it. That's right though, my family's work has faded. I am Artis Bannister, and I ask for your consideration. She replied with satisfaction, I should be the one saying that. This airship is in your hands. With that, she dove down below. Catan muttered Artis Bannister's name, realizing he was indebted to the family once again. Fate was indeed strange, leading to the scene of her catching the dragon. Ancient divine dragons, the first dragons created by the goddess of darkness. However, they were believed to have died out 10 years before the 4 heroes appeared. Katanara spoke up, are you the ones who brought this child to this state? You stopped it from committing an even greater sin, Effie shakily replied. It's nothing. Your reaction surprises me. A talking W, she frantically flew away. Please sir, don't eat us. Leon H calmly reassured them, stay calm. Hey Phi, if it wanted to kill us we'd be dead already. Just then, something stirred behind them. The airship catches fire again, and Phi startled cries out, why are there so many dragons? Leon H chimed in. Are the other airships under attack too? Katanara finished saying that at this rate it would fall soon, and that they must have many questions for her. Now will you help this old dragon? They all agreed, of course. Meanwhile, Leon H. silently hopes she's all right, as something strange sits beside a snow tent. Her voice rings out, wondering how to repay them both. At the very least, she'll introduce herself. I am Holian, Queen of the River Fairies, and representative of the Fairy Alliance, a seer of life and death. Silence. She clears her throat. I am Queen Holian. Han suddenly stood up, hoisting Holian's body over his shoulder. It's broken, I'll throw it away. Kiwi points out carrying the head along and blurts out, wait, I'm not finished yet. Of course, as you two can see, I am not myself. I had no choice but to use this method to participate in this mission. I couldn't leave for the kingdom's safety, so I used soul magic to separate a part of my soul and put it into a Doania doll. I'm only using 1/10 of my power, but my memories and soul remain intact, just like how the goddesses create their representatives. I'm counting on you to meet Barros. No matter what, I will return and tell you the truth. Hanan then discusses with Kivi that just as she is the embodiment of the god Kivriel, they too will create an artificial avatar for Holian. Is that even possible? She asked honestly. No, creating an intelligent being is the domain of the gods. But Barros achieved a demigod state through training, so it's not surprising that Hienwaiva and Holian could do something similar. The problem is the Barros they're looking for in the rumors is you. Hien continued, I delayed seeing you by saying I was busy, but I forgot that 10 years to a human is only 1 year to a river spirit. I thought we could meet again. I just want to see Barros again. Please help me. Ki points his weapon at her as Hori asks again, disappointed. Don't you believe me? If you learn the truth about Barot, go to the River Fairy Kingdom and tell Holian. He will be very happy to meet you, she replied softly. Whether we're welcome or not, we'll pay him a visit. He said softly, listen to me, do we really have to kill Holian? Kivi turns away. I understand why you stopped me. Holian was clearly used by Genenovia, but we have to kill her before we're exposed. He continued, that may be what Genenovia is aiming for. If we can conceal our identities and use the memory injector to prove our innocence, we might be able to lure her in. Kivi pondered his words made sense, but it was just a hypothesis. He must know there's no guarantee. But Holian was Barros's friend, and he's the one who killed him. Carrying Barros's name has embroiled him in everything, making his burden even heavier. But that's not why Na put herself in danger. Whatever the reason Hanbin reiterated, if she wanted one, it's that she saved her. Isn't that reason enough? Ki's eyes widened. He's usually so dense, but it's unfair in situations like this. With that, they returned the body to Hanbin, and Ki reluctantly agreed with his arms crossed. We'll find the airship after the storm, so deal with it yourselves, because I don't want to explain a talking head. Holian replies, invigorated. Thank you, both of you. The ship manages to stay afloat, but it still crashes into the mountain, prompting Deandro's frustrated outburst. Can't you fly any better than that? Otis snapped. I'm doing my best. This ship will fall apart soon enough. There's no way we can make it across this canyon with one engine. I don't see anywhere to land. Just then someone shouts, Mage, there's an opening to the left. I see a clearing. Can we land there? Addis quickly steers the ship. Let me try. The ship heads to one side where a creature observes, muttering humans. Its tail is wagging again. Jandro spoke once more. Can't expect any less from the Hawkeyes of our Golden Armor Guild. Another voice chimes in saying, Wait, I think that's a cliff. Are you blind? Jandro roared furiously. Stop right there. You've made a mistake, Mage. Otis explained gently. There's no other choice. We're too low. We're landing here, hold on tight. I need to force the rudder into the ground and somehow turn it into a brake. This isn't good. We're not slowing down because of the ice. We'll crash straight into the cliff if we keep losing altitude. The passengers screamed in terror. Damn it. I didn't come here to die like this. Please, goddesses. Any god, please do something about his eyes, and everything else. Katanara's teachings echo, one should never hesitate to do what must be done. And that's how a boy becomes a man. Kid. Fueled by this, Atis knows what he must do. The ship skids and lands on the icy ground, breaking the ice into chunks. A dragon's foot appears. How could Atis transform into a dragon? The others are horrified. He speaks, urging everyone to take this opportunity to disembark. The ship continues to slide, and Atis thinks to himself that, as expected, he can't do what Hanbin does. His bones are screaming in pain. Perhaps returning to human form would ease the pain, but at least the ship has stopped moving. They point towards Atis. There, it's over there. He thought to himself, it seems everyone is safe. I know we've landed safely, but it's still unclear where we are. Everyone be careful. But the attacks came anyway, lightning striking Artis and causing him great pain. Artis is shocked, thinking about the magic swordsman skill, as someone shouts, I can't believe one of them is hiding on the ship in human form. You lizard bastards, you're the ones who lured the other dragons here, aren't you? Artis desperately explained. No, I have nothing to do with them. Because of you guys, my friends on the other ships are dead, there's no conspiracy here. Answer me truthfully, or I'll take your head. Why did you bring us here? Jandro tries to intervene, but the counting continues. 1, 2, 3. Another dragon aided him. Timia grabs his nails, drawing a line across his cheek. A remark followed, smells like them, but the human blood smells so familiar. You're of the dragon blood too, Addis asks in surprise. Another dragon, but that form. A knight quickly rushes in. Before you can transform, I'll deal with you. But thanks, in advance attack saying her brother was right. Humans are nothing but cruel. Those who would raise their swords against their benefactors. Thanks, in advance lunges into the crowd who cry out in alarm. A dragon is attacking. Stop her. Tom strikes in fury, and Jandro's men huddle together. Hey, shouldn't we go help? How? Everything's on the ship. The important thing is not to die now. As long as we live, we can... He was shocked when the other person rushed over a gun fired, and Temria fell to the ground before she could finish him off. Jandro cried out, please don't kill me. The girl looked at her wings and began to explain. Your wings might freeze now, but next time they'll burn you to a crisp. You better stop right there, Temria retorted furiously. You bastard, why are you protecting those pigs? They want to kill you. Are you stupid? Attis warned her a second time, saying he was sure he told her to stop. What to do? There's no turning back now, only one bullet left. Can I stop this with just one bullet? But then a golden light erupted, and the mighty dragon soared its power blanketing the sky. Attis looked up muttering in disbelief. I was sure it had been subdued, so it's still alive. This one is the Thunder Dragon Electrian, he says slowly. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Holen lost her benefactor and the person she was born from a cruel truth she's completely unaware of. What a cruel twist of fate. But why send a copy of Holian now? Even if Holan becomes our enemy, Ryu Hanbin would never be able to kill her. And if such a situation arises, I'll have no choice but to deal with it myself. Holen Hanin rushes to Holan's aid, that is, if she's still alive by then. Kiwi groaned. How many more times? Do you know how much time we've wasted because of you? Unbelievably, Han replied softly. I'm sorry I didn't know it was a nest. I truly wonder how you've survived this long as a hunter with such keen observation skills. I suppose I was just too excited to be in a party after so long, and back in the tutorial I was always protected by a barrier. Kiwi shot her a warning glare, but things are different now, aren't they? So don't go risking your life. Holian obediently replied. Yes, I'll be careful. Hanin waved. Come back soon. She quickly moves toward him, but what for? Meanwhile, Holen thinks to himself that he'll become a burden if things continue like this. Just then a scent filled her nostrils. Holy muttered, I can smell flowers on the other side of this snow-covered landscape. Han asks curiously, we just killed that monster, right? Kiwi responds softly. Yes, that's right. He continued to explain. But wasn't that the same type of monster as yesterday, the one we killed before Holy woke up? She continued, that's right, I got about 15000 experience points then. Hanin marveled again. I just got the same amount of experience, Ki explained softly, because it's the same type of monster. But he pointed out the difference, saying the important thing was that his level requirement was halved, thanks to the artifact. My power may be halved, but that also means the experience needed to level up is halved as well. Kiwi is shocked. Wait a minute. Are you saying that even though you only need half the experience to level up, you still get the full amount from killing monsters? Doesn't that mean you're getting double experience? He simply smiled, and replied that it was too early to be surprised. If he leveled up to 4 in this form, he'd be level 8 in his original body. Surpassing level 7, KVI excitedly asks, really, how many points do you need? He starts to calculate. 41.2 billion, Kiwi repeated after a moment. What about now? 41.2 billion experience points, is what I had when I equipped it, Hanin honestly replies. So it's no good, huh? She seems to think so too, so it looks like we're short. At that moment, Holian signaled. Everyone, there's a shortcut here. She explained as they ventured inside, and I sensed a magical seal, so I attempted to break it. Following the floral scent from within the cave, Kiwi surmises that this path leads to the other side. It seems to be heading in the same direction as the airship. Yes, this will be much faster than climbing the mountain. That's right, I shouldn't dwell on negative thoughts. Even Barrow said Holian isn't evil, and there's nothing suspicious about her personality. Hanpin smiled back, saying he would have frozen to death without her. We're not there yet. Thank you, Holen. Holen smiled, replying that it was the least she could do, and nothing compared to Carolyn's work. But he shyly admits that his only skill is brute strength. She replies with a smile, saying that judging by the way he handles clothes and swords, he must be very skilled. Kihyun grumbles at their chatter. I guess. She deliberately squeezed past them while reminding them that this wasn't a lovey-dovey fest but a forbidden zone where people had stopped coming. Isn't it a little strange to find a sealed place with no one around? Stay alert, we don't know what lies ahead. Hien remarks that hunters these days are different, feeling her incredible charm, while Han adds that she seems more irritated than anything. She's burning with motivation, and I'll give it my all too. Just then Hanin asks Holen, aren't you disguised as a priest from the Order of Light? She even spoke with the captain about something. What's her relationship with him? She began to explain, I don't really know her as we only know each other through Genovia. But she knew my identity, and decided to help find Barrows because she understood my goal, though it seems she has other reasons as well. Aura is the most primal and destructive of the 4 energies, but its consequences depend heavily on how it's used. Instead of releasing Aura to fight, we can freeze targets by absorbing it. The man signals that it's their turn, and Weveny quickly moves shifting from dragon to human form. Leon H. also activates his magic, and together they attack one of the dragons, the only part of them that can be frozen, being the mucus on their bodies. By forcing them into human form, the mucus separates, allowing them to be placed in healing boxes, a perfect, non-lethal solution. The sealing of these adorable dragons is now complete. Katanara remarks that they'll likely return home with this, but we won't be so lucky. The battle grows fiercer, but do you still wish to follow this pitiful captain? Phi asked curiously. Why do you say that? But when Phi curiously asked again, she simply replied that they weren't ready yet. She demanded more resolve, to which the girl quickly responded, Yes, ma'am. And that's how we began our journey to break the curse upon the dragons. Leon finally chimes in, Who said you could go off on your own? Phi is startled, realizing she got carried away and forgot. It was then that he spoke up, Now I believe we've fulfilled your request. Tell the truth, Paladin Captain. No ancient dragon Katanara. If you knew there were dragons here and hid it, you'll be held responsible for all the casualties they cause. Her brow furrowed and she replied seriously, You're right, I knew. I know that our kind still exists here, Phi declares loudly. And yet you're on Zenovia's side, Leon H. gently reminds her. Hey you, she says loudly. There's no turning back now. Now that things have come to this. Katanara calmly approached them and repeated her question. It seems Genovia is the villain here, Phi states bluntly. Indeed, you knew that, didn't you? She placed her hand on your head as she replied, How interesting. But I suppose you want to hear this old woman's excuse first. I knew my kind were here, but I didn't know we'd clash like this. Katara explains, They didn't come here on their own. This restricted area was created for the peace and safety of all of Radna to seal away the cursed dragons. Leon then asks, I understand you concealed the truth to prevent unnecessary conflict, but why are they here in this restricted area? Hearing this, Katara began to explain, They didn't come here on their own. This forbidden area was created for the peace and safety of all of Radna, a place to seal away the cursed dragons. It is said that Archmage Genovia, as Radna's representative, secretly created this forbidden area with the help of the Dark Dragon King Kandon, an old story from when humans took up arms against dragons. Back then, when the only thing I knew was my name, the artist came and saved me. The Dragon Hunter family, Bannister, a family of dragon knights who tame dragons gone mad. Ironically, I, a dragon, was raised by them and considered part of their family. But the woman who raised me was cursed by the very dragons she tamed. A curse that could drive any normal person mad, yet she always wore a smile. I dedicated myself to finding a way to break it, but that still wasn't enough. Her son and every other member of the house succumbed to the curse one by one, and in the end, only a young granddaughter, Adora Bendister, remained. She whispered, Uncle Altus, why are you crying? Luckily, we were able to live off the family's vast fortune. Raising a child is difficult, but I've become Adora's father now. As she grew, I became her brother and eventually her younger brother. As the last dragon engineer, she became a dragon knight recognized by all. But my age, my level, they all increased, so slowly. All because I was a dragon. I may have been raised as a human, but I could never keep up with their growth. The war against the Mad Dragon King by the 4 great heroes. From the ancient dragon war, Adora could never return, no matter how long I waited here for her. And now, one of the 4 great dragons believed to have been killed in the ancient dragon war, Electrian, the Thunder Dragon and former aide to the Dragon Lord, has suddenly appeared. Electrian speaks, Why have you all come to this god-forsaken place on a remote island? The humans below cry out, It's an ancient dragon run. Multicolored rays of light are unleashed, blinding them in an instant as a voice echoes incredulous that they would flee so pathetically. One person exclaimed in shock, The sky is being split in two. It was the enchantress dragon, Chow Freya, who spoke grimly. So I guess you'll act tough to the weak and play weak to the strong. After all, that's the nature of you humans. Otis thinks in disbelief. When did she appear? 2 ancient dragons. Is this dragon territory? This is bad. Dragons hate when humans trespass on their territory. Eli Qian speaks again, while transforming, seeming to have some difficulty talking in this form. Timia remained hostile from beginning to end, and it was only then that he spoke. You really know how to ruin things. Addis wondered in shock since when, but he paused when he saw his Peter and Altus frantically freezing the spot where a fist was about to strike. Thanks. In advance, Electrian's head scolding her for being a troublemaker. Hadn't TM Mia told her not to go around fighting, she cried out in pain. Before Artis could recover, he was too fast, he continued. I don't know what's going on, but this is the first time I've seen a human, so I don't know what to say. Thanks. In advance, apologize now. The little girl tearfully responded. But I didn't do anything wrong. The father empathized with the little girl. She did nothing wrong. The humans attacked first. He died because of his own actions. They drew their swords first, and the electric aura covered his body instantly, didn't it? Jandra was terrified, wondering if this was an ancient dragon. A being unlike any other dragon. He glanced over, his voice dark. I would have returned you safely if you were mere merchants, but armed soldiers are a different story. Addis quickly explained, we were shot down by dragons that had gone mad. The dragons attacked first. Electrian simply replied, understood. So it really is our fault. Even if they were driven mad. What a shame. A disbelieving Chamo cried out, whose side are you on? Even if they didn't know this was dragon territory, you humans are still responsible for not following your own laws. Duenia made this a forbidden zone to contain our cursed kind. Genenovia sent us to a place she knew was dragon territory. Addis wondered, so we were never enemies. Is this her goal? Jandro asks. So we're not enemies after all. We were also sent here by Genenovia to conquer the dungeon in the forbidden zone. Father Mo glared at him, asking, You're here to eliminate the forbidden zone? If so, do you have an antidote for the curse? Addis repeated in shock, An antidote? We've never heard of such a thing. Before she could finish, she was gagged. Nothing worth hearing would come from their mouths anyway. Just as I suspected, Genenovia has betrayed us. Kill them all. The ancient dragons thought to be dead were merely isolated, sealed away with the belief that Genovia could lift their curse. Attis realizes they've been played, and there's no turning back. But then Electrian suddenly speaks up. Wait, aren't you a Banister? Torm points, shouting, No, that's the dragon, so I saved him, but he hit me. He was even more astonished, a Banister dragon, so... He widened his eyes, realizing the man knew who he was. Electrian chuckled to himself, realizing she was telling the truth, while Tom Mia sulked and stomped her feet. See, I told you I was right. See, I didn't do anything wrong. On-chan is a stupid big-headed lizard, and he can only watch helplessly. Oh dear, she's definitely angry. It seems we have a lot to discuss, but it's a bit cold out here, so come with us. Father Mo is taken aback. What? He planned to bring a human back to their lair. He simply asked how they could entertain guests if they froze to death. Yang realized those humans were his friends, right? Jandro quickly jumped on the bandwagon. Yes, of course. We live and die together after all. Right, isn't that right, guys? With a stern face, Artis declares, I refuse. Jandro grimaces, thinking, Don't do this. He's going to continue. They can steal the dragon's power if you let them into the nest, Electrian laughed heartily. So you know about the dragon's nest too, but don't worry. Even if these humans absorb dragon energy, it won't affect us at our level. But I'm sure you're curious about the last dragon knight of the Banister family, Adora Banister. Welcome to the Dragon Legacy. The first monster to invade Rathana was recorded about 10000 years ago. These ancient monsters, created by the demon emperor Omblois, were so powerful and immense that they were considered a different existence altogether. It is said that each of their steps split the earth and each breath withered all life. To fight back, the goddess of darkness united everyone to create a being capable of RNA. They nurtured the seed of life within a volcano, creating the most powerful creature. The first and strongest dragon, the dark dragon Kandran, lands a blow to the monster's face as Catan fights and explains. Kandran was powerful and loved Jna above all else, and together they defeated the ancient monsters. Meanwhile, Leon H. continues his conversation, explaining that dragons were created as weapons to protect RNA. So shouldn't humans cherish dragons? Katanara nodded firmly in affirmation. Yes, they were highly respected by the people of Jaina, but when the Demon Emperor became too fixated on our dragons, he changed his plans and created smaller monster nests. Dungeons, dragons can't unleash their power within those cramped spaces, and even if they try, it only brings destruction to humans. That's when humans began to fear dragons. Ife continued, adding that they were also cursed, and the 4 great heroes fought the Dragon Lord. She was pleased to hear those words from her. Yes, it was fortunate the Dragon Lord made it back alive after the battle. However, he was too disappointed by the disaster he caused, and chose to seal this cursed race for the peace of Redna, that is, the Upper Dragon's remains, completely inescapable due to the powerful artifacts. The only way to leave this place is through the bottom of the Upper Dragon's remains. Behind that door lie ancient monsters, defeated mythical beasts, locked away with powerful artifacts. Artis then demands, why don't you use your dragon powers to kill those beasts? Electrian slowly explains that if they try to tame the mythical beasts and escape the Thunder Source, could spread throughout Radna. If you'd grown up in the Banister household, you'd understand the danger. The entire dragon race has no choice but to obey the Dragon King. We destroyed the Demon Emperor's forces to protect the realm of Runna, to protect the people of Radna. It is our duty as descendants of the Dragon Lord to protect Radna. It is our duty to contain the curse. Hearing this, Atis hissed in fury. People are still dying from the curse. Aren't you being indifferent even as you claim it's your responsibility? The father loses control, baring his claws at him. Watch your tongue. A little brat who's not even 150 years old dares to speak like that. We dragons have our pride too, not just the responsibility of protecting Runa. But Adis's words only grew harsher, as he stated that a human dog could never understand, and that's why he understood humans so well. Hundreds of hunters were brought to the island, even the Order of Light participated. If that many people disappeared, the Hunter Association would tear this restricted area apart. If that's the case, wouldn't you all be implicated as well? She hissed through gritted teeth, her face contorted in frustration. Is that a threat? He wasn't afraid, instead challenging her, telling her to think whatever she wanted. Only Electrian would suffer the consequences. Fine, fine, do as you please. Chamo shouts back at Electrian. He quietly explained that protecting Radna was their own affair, and they couldn't interfere with the hunter's decisions. However, the dragons wouldn't help him close the dungeon. He had to kill the divine beasts himself with the hunter's help. Addis turns and walks away, saying simply, "That's enough." The divine beasts weren't part of the plan, and I didn't know anything about the dragons to begin with. If only Hanbin and the others were here. Just then, Electrian added an important piece of information. I almost forgot to tell you something important. Altus, those hunters you mentioned will take years to find this place. Addis turned around, and as he spoke, the other man shouted, Tamiya, I know you snuck out here, hurry up. He was about to eat the meat, but now Tamiya is here. He'll probably give it all to Atis. The easily tempted girl suddenly appears from above. Why would I give your food to this idiot? Electrian gently called her name. Tamiya. Didn't I tell you not to come in here? Tamiya was drenched in sweat, thinking, what if he gives my food to this guy? He turns a blind eye. Fine, I won't scold you for coming in here, but I need a favor. Bringing Altus to Adora, his footsteps hurried across the grass as Artis recalled the story. Adora Bannister came to this island with us, trembling as she held her gun, her words spiraling out of control. This is no laughing matter. Adora died in the ancient dragon war because of you people. Electrian continued to explain, stating that this was simply what Genovia had told him, but the truth is far different. After the agreement, Genovia decided to seal this place and bring the antidote with the Dragon King. They exchanged hostages as a sign of good faith. We sent the Queen, and they sent Adora Bannister. We waited for her to bring the antidote for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. He always waited for her at home. But we discovered that Genovia was hiding something. An artifact on this island, the reason why time flows faster here. It was then that Mia smugly recounted. I know Adora too. She used to play with me and tell me stories about humans. Her hand tightened on his grave. Genovia is here, and Cha M curiously asks him, Electrian, didn't you say you'd lead the way yourself? I was just worried he'd throw a tantrum. Electrian simply explained, I don't want to see his tears. These words give the father pause. She remained silent while he continued to weep. Adora's tears, surprise, thanks, in advance, as Adora continues to weep. You told me to wait, and I've come all this way. Seeing this, Tamiya drops her playful attitude and leans gently against him, offering silent comfort. Looking through the binoculars, all he sees is ice and snow. Nothing but ice. Addis mutters in frustration. Where the hell are you guys? It's been a month since I came to Dragon's Peak, but the search is still going nowhere. Jandro and his companions have become laborers here. The dragons provide food and shelter, and the hunters agree to provide labor. Of course, not everyone agreed, Electrian said. Artis, I don't mind you finding friends to hunt mythical beasts, but I can't let you drag NHLNG along. Without another word, he turned, and said he would go out alone. But the stubborn girl insisted, I'll have fun. Chamo gently reminded her, don't be so stubborn. Have you forgotten why this place isn't frozen? It's thanks to the Dragon King's blessing that it's so warm here. Outside, it's cold enough to freeze your breath. Getting lost, even once, means certain death out there. Impatient Artis asks, so you're telling me to just wait? Hearing this, he explained, I understand how you feel. However, if what you say is true, your friend will eventually find traces of the ship. Furthermore, time flows differently in each location on this island. What will you do if you get lost? Wouldn't that make his friend wait even longer? What's a blink for us dragons is a lifetime for a human. Just trust your friend and wait. His words echoed in Artis's head as he walked with Tamiya. Think positive. Artis has plenty of time anyway, why not find something to do? He wondered what he could do, what he was capable of without his friends, when suddenly a tail whipped him in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. Thanks, in advance. If you're going to transform, why not go all the way? She pouts, clearly not happy. Addis continued to question her, pointing out that she was also hiding her wings. Tamiya explains again that it's just cumbersome, and hiding her horns gives her a headache. Besides, I'm in this form to slow down the curse. Look, I can transform as much as I want. It's weirder to turn completely human like you. Is Artis finally enlightened? I understand. Dragons don't need to care about humans, so there's no need to transform. Electrian instructed her. Termia may be a dragon, but he's still quite shy around other dragons, so follow him and guide him. Tamiya muttered as she watched him, what a weirdo. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupts into the sky, stunning both Tamiya and Atis as commoners flee for their lives and dragons go berserk. Another dragon intervenes, stopping him. Calm down, Ben Lua. Someone call the Thunder Dragon. You beast. It's then that the commoners begin to question each other, asking what he did to the kid. It was just a flick on the forehead. Jandro Yang, weapon in hand, is ready to defend himself. There's no other way. Golden Armor Clan leader, close your eyes for a moment. But at that moment, Tamiya kicked him in the face. The girl caught the blue dragon's hand, saying, humans, get out of here. The other dragon cried out in shock as Tamiya was pinned to the ground. Tamiya scoffed, don't worry, I'll hold out until my brother gets here. Oh, stop crying. Mia's here. Calm down. Artis watched from the sidelines, calculating his next move. A degenerate dragon. Has the curse driven that girl mad? But it must have been an accident. It's still just a dragon whelp. Is Tamiya the only one we can rely on? Suddenly she sent flying and Tamiya's laughter echoes from the dust. This idiot is as strong as that brat. Artis remarks with concern. Wait, why are you angry too? Tamiya, annoyed, tries to charge forward. Come here now. Altus is forced to rush over and embrace her, telling her to calm down. The gemstones on them react and they both feel it. And then Artis quickly let go of, thanks in advance. What is it? He pondered in astonishment, the sensation akin to when he used the Omplus fragment before. Just then, Tamiya looked away, as a blue dragon's attack loomed before them. The flames spew forth, but a shield is raised just in time. Artis speaks up. I think I understand what the original words were. Want some help? Mia. She was slightly surprised, but answered anyway. Okay. Elsewhere, Electrian is training. He recalls Artis's words, thinking that Genovia and Gahan killed Baros, stole the goddess's power, and seek to become gods themselves. And you still insist on imprisoning yourselves on this island, so everything is unfolding as prophesied, isn't it? Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoes from outside. Electrian is in deep trouble. Bell Whitecan's son has gone mad, and he's moving without hesitation. Where is the child? The dragon points the way. I'm sure it's over there. But since when has the blue dragon become so docile? Bina, thank you. And thank you, stranger. Artis smiles in response, saying it was nothing, all thanks to Tamiya's help. Just then, Electrian landed and approached, questioning Artis. Did you use magic to control the curse? He admits it. Yes. Hearing this, the dragon beside him was incredulous. How? Lightning energy cannot be controlled unless it's completely removed, Electrian adds. I'm curious if you could explain it. Artis begins to elaborate. That's not difficult. This curse is similar to Omphilos's blessing, and I also have some experience with artificial systems, so the origin of the dragon's degeneration is similar to the system. This could be the key to solving Hanbin's bloodlust. He said the reason dragons don't fight magical beasts is because of this curse, right? If that's the case, I'll research how to break the curse. And if I succeed, help us clear the dungeon. His determination reminded Electrian of Adora, softening his gaze. He softly agreed, and so it was that 5 days passed since we entered the cave. Despite initial worries, the cave proved quite safe. The deeper they went, the warmer the air became, and wherever sunlight touched trees bore fruit. Thanks to that, we didn't have to turn back for lack of food. And I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the path through the cave was engraved with the chronicles of the dragon race on the walls. The battle between the 4 heroes and the ancient dragon Ron, and the dragon knight Adora, who incurred the dragon lord's wrath. Even the story of the dragons being sealed here at Genovia's urging is carved on the walls, and Holian hesitantly enters. She was on guard duty at the time as Han groggily emerged from the tent. Holan came to relieve her, but she refused, telling him to sleep a little longer. Just then, his eyes caught something. Han noticed the book in her hands. What is it? Holan begins to recount. Barot once told me that even with a mask, I couldn't hide my emotions and that I should never show them to enemies, so he made me practice my expressions. Hanpin asked curiously, practicing expressions. She smiled, explaining, yes, a terrifying expression. Hanpin then makes an awkward expression, asking, like this. She saw it and chuckled, saying he hadn't changed a bit. Have you met Mr. Baros? Hanin replied, no, you know he's far too famous. But he was right. She couldn't hide her emotions. She began to look sad when she saw the painting. Is something wrong? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. It was then that Holian began to open up, admitting her worries. If this is Shanglong remains, Genovia should already know. So why would she send us and the other hunters without any explanation? Barot could be anywhere out there. If that's the case, what is the purpose of a puppet like me? Will I simply vanish from this world if I become useless? Every time I think about it, there's really no answer. Hanin then replied, I know someone like you. She was born to do one thing, to be a puppet. And to do this, she had to go through so much. But in the end, she couldn't do it. This world isn't easy, is it? Having lost her purpose, she felt as though she had lived enough and welcomed death with open arms. The puppet was finally there, crying her heart out, as Key flinched in the corner at Benthan's exposure. Why do you say that? Hanin continued. But she overcame her despair. Now she's more vibrant than ever, doing her best to discover what she wants in life. Hearing this, Holian exclaims in astonishment, and Hanan agrees with her. Of course. But Holy still doesn't trust herself, though. Compared to her, I don't know. I only got this far through luck. Despite that, Hanan continued to explain as she pulled on the fishing rod. No, maybe I couldn't have gotten this far without my friends. And I thought I was determined, but I guess things will just stay as they are. At this point, there's nothing on the hook. It hovered before Holian as she mused. Maybe I'm not ready to face the truth. That's a shame, Han replies with a smile. Sorry, I guess I'm pretty bad at this. It's okay, there's always next time. Go on in and get some rest. I think we have a long road ahead of us tomorrow. At this moment, Kivi was lost in thought. Ryu Hanbin couldn't have prepared for everything. Whether revealing the truth to others or suddenly having it revealed before them, the scene unfolds, leaving Han speechless in astonishment. What is this? Kivi explains that it seems to be a prophecy from 100 years ago. But Holian reacted violently, calling it a prophecy. This is destruction. She simply replied, look down below. Hanbin was shocked, exclaiming, is that us who drew this? Kiwi continued, the Dream Dragon Seer. I'm sure you know who that is, right? Holian, one of the 4 dragon clans serving the Dragon King. Among them, the Dream Dragon was the last to receive the power to see the future from the goddesses. The dragon knew we were coming. And the paintings we've seen so far all had a purpose. Holian refuses to accept this reality. No way, she shouted, holding up the book. I'm sure Barot wrote this. So many people were helped by him, he couldn't be dead. Hanin remained silent, but the nearby water began to stir, and Hanbin's eyes darted toward the disturbance. He grabbed the others and leaped away to dodge the attack, but they stared back in shock. Before them stood the dream dragon Prophetisia, its level unmeasurable, the level of a dead being. Hanin wondered, is it dead? Or is it an error message because its body is hidden underneath? It continues to create a vortex attacking them. Ki closed his eyes, unable to dodge in time, but Hanan sliced the attack in two. Ki rushes to the tunnel on the other side, fighting the creature only to be captured. Looking to the side, Hanin sees Holian has also been captured. She cries out, and Hanbin responds. His hand gripped the pillar of water. But Holan is still dragged away, and Hanbin slides helplessly across the ground. He realized he wasn't strong enough. At this rate, they'd both be pulled in. I need to return to my original form, but just then Holian cried out. Let go, you'll be dragged down if you hold on to me, Hanbin cried out helplessly. Damn it, Ki's spearhead managed to cut through it just in time. She leaps, cleaving the creature in two, and smiles at them a gesture. Han returns in kind. In a flash, Kivi swept Holian away, ignoring her screams. Eric, why did you save me? I'm just a puppet, Ki explained nonchalantly. Don't you have something to do? If you're a puppet, act like one and focus on your mission. We shouldn't stay here. Holian's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, the dragon on Hanbin's side was still active, but he had returned to his true form, his aura overwhelming it. Looks like we have some unfinished business. Let's begin. Then get your butt out of that water and fight me. As soon as he said that, she flung her sword at him. Han barely caught it, his eyes widening with alarm as Meng Ryong's water shifted upon contact with his blade. Hanbin watched in shock. Their blows collide with such force that space itself is affected. Then she speaks. Humans fear the future, because you only remember the past. So what will you be if you see both? Han parries and dodges Meng Long's attacks, appearing evenly matched, but after a few exchanges, worry begins to set in an opponent who evades his strikes, yet remains untouchable. In that moment, he struck only air, and the counterattack came as if it had been waiting. He saw the blow coming, but all he could do was brace for it. How does it feel to see the future? No matter how hard you try, you can't escape it. You can't escape the immutable future. Meng Ryong strikes a powerful blow, impacting the painting behind her, as Hanbin, engulfed in a red aura, responds with a growl. Future or not, you're quite noisy inside someone's head. And why should I bother blocking such a weak sword? Baros's sword is far more powerful. You imposter. She retorts with a venomous tone. So does that mean you aren't? If that's the case, I'll show you the true future. At that moment, Hanbin cried out in astonishment as the water level rose rapidly. In an instant, he was submerged. Hanbin's eyes widened as a creature appeared before him, its mouth agape, revealing a golden orb. Hanbin closed his eyes, bracing for the impact as the golden light washed over him, leaving behind only a tiny golden speck hovering in the sky like a star. The scene shifts, and Hanbin beholds a colossal tree, engulfed in flames. The World Tree. It's massive. Could it be the ancient dragon? Why would an ancient dragon burn the World Tree, a monster charged from behind only to be effortlessly slain by Hanbin? He looks around, muttering, all the angels, what the hell is going on? Then came a series of slashes aimed at the angels. Hanbin's eyes widened as he glanced to the side, cautiously observing before unleashing another strike. But before him stood Holian, struck down by his sword, Eric Garoon. Hanbin cried out in shock. Holan, wake up. Holan, where is she? Holan then reached up and touched his face. In an instant, the person Hanbin held dear transformed into Kivi, who softly murmured, who are you? Another person, Barot Eric Garoon Veladot Bean choose. Everything fades away, leaving Hanbin alone in a white space. It was then that Meng Ryong appeared, saying, I have seen countless futures in my life. I thought the future could be changed, but prophecy is absolute. I can't see all futures, but the ones I do see never change. Knowing an unchanging future isn't a blessing but a curse. If you're afraid, I can make you forget everything. Hanbin gritted his teeth, his discomfort obvious, and snapped, I don't give a damn about prophecies. These words surprised Meng Ryong, but soon a smile crept across her face as a hand reached out and she continued, very well, perhaps you can bear it. If it's you, then my final prophecy, the one I couldn't tell anyone else. Hanbin stared in shock as the world tree before him took on an eerie form. Meanwhile, in a cave, A groaned wearily, Atis, I hope he's all right. Leon H walked beside her quietly, asking, how much longer are you going to keep this up? He's a dragon, he won't die. Even so, Effie was still worried, but he's all alone, unlike us. What kind of goddess follower is so sharp-tongued, cold-blooded? He insisted he's a follower of the goddess, not a dragon, so why should he care? Katanara chuckled at their exchange, thinking it's only natural for a young woman to worry about someone she likes. Hearing this, Ei blushed and corrected him. I'm worried about him as a comrade. She gently patted Ai's head. Don't worry, even though I only met Atis briefly, he's very brave. I'm sure he'll be fine. Trust this 800-year-old dragon. Ai's face lit up instantly and she replied, yes. Just then, Leon H suddenly held out his hand in front of A. Wait, something's coming. They silently stared into the space before them, then exclaimed in shock, it's Miss Kivi. And who's that behind her? Katanara spoke up. Holan, a name that stunned them into exclaiming, "What?" KV quickly demands Leon H come out and help her. His hand is raised high, then brought down hard on Hanbin, who is lying on the ground. Coughing incessantly, it took Hanbin a moment to regain his senses. Leon H retorts, asking how many more times Hanbin plans to attempt suicide. That's when Hanbin continued, "Where is that dragon?" But Leon's response was unbelievable. What dragon? He was the only one down there. Hanbin, remembering the light touch, anxiously asked Han, "What about Kivi? Is she okay?" Leon H continued explaining that he was waiting with Afe outside to keep his identity a secret. Hearing this, Hanin collapsed to the ground in relief. What a relief. Leon H then curiously asked what exactly happened to Kivia. He carefully calculated his next move. If he told this guy about the prophecy, nothing good would come of it. Worried about his teammate, Katanara suddenly spoke up. "If you say so, I'm curious what he showed you to make you say that." "Mr. Barreau, the rumored one, aren't you Eric Garoon?" Hanan vehemently denies it. "I don't know any such name." Hearing this, Leon H continued. "First, what prophecy did you see? What will happen to Kivi?" She repeated in shock. "A great ancient dragon appears and burns the world tree. Are you sure?" "I've told Leon H and Captain Nam about the great ancient dragon. That's what I saw." Hien clutches his head, remarking, "But this doesn't make any sense." He continued her thought. "I don't know when this will happen. But is it that serious?" Holan continues. "The world tree is the first creation of the goddesses on Radna, providing air and sustenance to its earliest inhabitants." Holion continues. "Not only that, but the world tree emits a massive life force that protects this world. A shield protecting Radna from other worlds, one of the few wards created directly by the goddesses. If the world tree is destroyed, the shield will vanish. Total destruction awaits Jana. A calamity far worse than one or two Omplau's gates opening at once." Hanbin falls into contemplation, as Gahan and Genovia's control over the dark goddess's power only worsens the situation. Beidou Effie suddenly wondered, "But you're saying an ancient dragon, a creation of the goddess, would do that? Why?" Hanbin crossed his arms, explaining that part of the prophecy was vague, so he couldn't guess the exact meaning. Therefore, he didn't think they should immediately conclude that what he saw was a dragon. At that moment, Katanara chimed in with a firm affirmation. "No, it was definitely a dragon. The only flame that can burn everything, including the goddess creations, is dragonfire," Leon intones grimly. "Now if the dragon's curse continues to grow, this isn't impossible." Hearing this, Effie's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "A prophecy, I don't want to believe it, I can't believe it." Kiwi anxiously asked, "Are there any other prophecies?" "What kind of things will happen next?" Han asked, as if remembering something. "Then there's a war with the angels." He couldn't help but think of Ki frail in his arms as Katanara chimed in with that same gentle smile. "That's enough. Knowing now won't help. Let's move on." They continued through the cave, their footsteps, the only sound. Suddenly, Katanara speaks, saying a prophecy is like a death sentence, the timing of which is unknown. The moment you know it, it becomes a curse, not a prophecy. "Why make others suffer the same fate?" Hanbin nodded slightly in agreement. "She's right now is not the time, especially not for Holina teammates turning on each other, and ultimately the loss of the person she loves most. A mind already in turmoil even before hearing the prophecy. If I told her everything, Holian would never stay calm. We humans don't have much time, but with the blessing of the demon god, eternal life is no longer just a dream." She recalls the image, closes her eyes tightly, and tries to convince herself. "Gahan Genovia, it's not true, is it? Barros is surely still alive." Hanbin could sense Holian's thoughts. That's what she must be thinking. But it's hard to say for sure that Kivi is dead. It was like she vanished into thin air. And there's this worry too. The final prophecy, perhaps. There's definitely something different about it, I just can't remember. Seeing his helplessness, Katanara gently comforted him. "Don't worry too much. Prophetizia didn't even tell us about her own kind, let alone that prophecy. Sometimes ignorance is bliss," she used to say. "Yet she clung to this world waiting for you just to deliver one final prophecy." "I must have my reasons," Han asked, curious. "The reason?" Katanara simply smiled, offering a guess. "Maybe you have something that attracts her," he jokingly replies. "Or are you also drawn to me then?" Katanara doesn't deny it entirely. "That's right, my disguise is still that of a Holy Knight captain." The scene before them now astonished the group. "Isn't this inside a volcano?" he finally comments. Henry notes the increasing heat, realizing it's from the volcano. Leon looks around, adding that it doesn't smell like a volcano. Kiwi concludes that this isn't a normal volcano, and Katanara steps in to explain. "Keen observation, this isn't a natural volcano, but rather the result of Dragon Lord Kandran's torment after he burned a city while under a curse. To atone, he sealed himself away, burning all his remaining dragon power so the dragons wouldn't freeze to death here, resulting in this volcano, the Dragon King's fiery tomb." "How tragic." Hanin hesitated, wanting to ask if she did it on purpose, but Katanara cut him off, saying everything has its limit. In her hands, she held an artifact, the key to ending the dragon's curse. Holan couldn't hide his curiosity as he looked over. It was the antidote. Katanara calmly explains that the item in her hand is the only way to undo the dragon's curse. Leon H. then somberly remarked that her true goal was to free the dragons from the curse. If that's true, she could have just asked for our help, Han added enthusiastically. That's right, because breaking the curse is a prerequisite to stopping the dragon's prophecy. But Katara simply explained as the orb began to change who knew how things would unfold. It rises hovering amidst the lava flow, its purple light growing ever more ominous. Han exclaims that it's finally working. Leon H. was equally surprised, wondering if the entire volcano was shaking. The lava surged, drawn into the sphere, swirling together to form a massive ball of fire, leaving Han wide-eyed in astonishment. Wait, is this real? Katanara mutters in disbelief. We have waited far too long for your return. Kandran, the Dragon Emperor, Kandran whose level could not be determined, is dead. A name that stunned Kivi widened Holin's eyes and left A speechless. Han just smirked, then burst into laughter. Leon H., standing beside him, asked softly, Have you gone mad? Hearing this, he softly replied, I suppose he wants to test us again. But we're not here to fight. We only wish to break the curse and prevent the prophecy. That's why I'm here, and why the prophecy was imparted to me. Is that so? Kandran responded to those words. He hurled massive fiery rocks down upon them, forcing them to scramble for cover. What nonsense are you spouting? This idiot, Hanbin remarked, how cheesy. Why is he acting like this? Does he not like the antidote? This has nothing to do with the antidote. That's just a remnant given form to seal the curse's victims. It will attack anyone with all its might. Even in death, he's stubborn. We need to stall for time so the antidote can dissolve into Kandran's lava. The more force he uses, the faster it will work. We have to make him stronger, Afi exclaimed in disbelief. If we hesitate, we'll all be petrified. Not only that, but the exit is sealed shut, she exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the blocked passage. Just then, Huaryan shouted, Everyone, we need to dodge quickly, as a giant fireball hurtled toward them. Fei Shijing cried out, How the hell are we supposed to dodge that? Hanbin's the fastest one here. Hey, I'll borrow your sword. He charged towards the fireball and unleashed 2 powerful strikes, successfully cutting it into 4 pieces. Holin, watching from below, was impressed. That was a high-level attack with just 1 move. In an instant, they were enveloped in Leonhart's barrier, and Hanbin landed safely. Leonhart entered battle mode, saying softly, So we just need to keep pushing him like this. Can you manage in that form? Katanara smiles, even with a sword in hand, knowing Kandran once defeated Barot. Hanbin responds, knowing Kandran isn't at full power, giving him a chance. If we break the curse and stop the prophecy here, the fate of 2 lifetimes will change. I won't let the prophecy decide everything. But that's just talk. If I think I'm about to lose, I'll revert to my original form. Leon chimes in with a somewhat arrogant remark. If it just takes forcing his hand, I alone am enough. Katanara simply smiles in response, welcoming the snake men. Leon H. is the first to strike, his face set with determination. Kandran was ready to meet the blow, swinging his own attack, but Leon H. ducked just in time, gathering magic in his hand and striking Kandran. The force of the blow sends him flying, even affecting the lava. Kandran glares at Leon H., but he's already behind him, ready to strike again, completely overwhelming Kandran. His magically charged fists sent Kandran flying, and the two became locked in a fierce struggle. Leon H. remarked grimly, From what I see, your power is increasing faster than expected. But you'll need to use more force than that if you don't want a boring ending. In another house, Atis suddenly senses something, only now realizing Hanbin's presence. Kandran tries to dodge, but his feet are frozen in place thanks to Katanara. She spoke softly, Forgive me, but please bear with it a little longer. Her words surprised him, leaving him unable to react. Hanbin lands a successful blow, but Kandran is quick to retaliate. His fist flew towards him, but Leonhart blocked it, even managing to knock Kanon's hand away. Holin watched in awe. Unbelievable. Even as a telepath, I can't comprehend such a fighting style. He's constantly chanting enhancement spells on himself, predicting his teammates' movements, and setting up corresponding support, all while Eric charges forward, as if everything were preordained. Even I'm surprised. I thought they were at each other's throats all the time, but their teamwork is better than I expected. Ki then began to explain, because they're always honest with each other, they argue often. Because they're always honest with each other, they bicker a lot, but that's also why they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Meanwhile, Leon H. and Hanbin continue their assault, as she observes that this is why they trust and fight alongside each other. They land another blow on Kandran, leaving him stunned. Just then, Katanara's eyes widened in shock, and she urgently warned them to get away. But from below, a colossal dragon suddenly emerges, and Vivi screams out Bin and Leon H. as they try to evade the massive beast. Hanpin cried out, swinging his flaming foot, It's so hot. Leon H. retorted, Don't exaggerate so much. Hanan kindly reminded him. Hey Leonhart, you're pushing yourself too hard. He glanced at the spirit and replied, A power that can incinerate even the divine. Let's see if I can withstand this, Ouroboros. But beneath Leonhart, a shift occurred, forcing him to acknowledge the dragon's breath. He kicked Hanbin successfully, pushing him out of Kandran's jaws. Evade it quickly. Now alone against the dragon's breath, Leon H. enters attack mode. Kandran unleashes the attack, firing a pillar of lava, as Hanbin cries out in terror. Leonhart, below A, quickly flies in to catch him, while Bin speeds past Kandran. Kivi, Holin, and A each cry out. The lava is rising, we have to go, we have to get out of this volcano now. A talking dragon, is this really the time to be surprised? The remnants of Kandran are growing, and if we want to break the curse, nothing is more important than forcing him to use all his power. It was then that Hanin wondered about Katanara. Wait, what about the Holy Knight? Captain Holy quickly responds. I haven't seen her since the lava came, he added, so what do we do now? Suddenly Ify stops, causing them to remark, Hey Ify, her eyes welling with emotion. Before them stood Timia and Artis, a cursed dragon, and Altus. Is that everyone? Timia said, frowning judgmentally. A talking dragon is annoying enough. Phi said, clearly irritated. What's going on? Who are you? Release Artis now. Next, Electrian appears, but wait, we're not enemies. It seems like they're your teammates. Hanbin jokes to Leon H that he looks a little crispy, like he's been overcooked. Leon H simply gave a light warning, saying another word would be fatal, as Artis finally spoke up. I'll explain the details later. Electrian couldn't help but be curious. Why would you awaken? Kandran Ki explained. We're here to break the dragon's curse. Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. Break the curse, who are you people? Before them, Katanara struggles to hold Cannon back, and upon seeing him she speaks softly. Long time no see, Electrian said. Electrian exclaimed in shock, the Queen, and everyone was stunned by the title Queen. Katanara continued to restrain Kandran. She cried out in pain as she came into contact with the scorching flames. Afi exclaimed in shock, what are you doing? No matter how strong you are if you do that. But Katara only thought to herself, compared to the pain he has to bear because of my mistakes, this is nothing. This is the final step in deploying the antidote. I must deploy the antidote by cooling Kron's lava, and anyone who absorbs the antidote will fall to the ground. The scene shifts to another space where Holian finally speaks. Even though you're in the immortal realm and helping as much as you can, I feel like I'm bothering you, but I'm still very worried. Are you worried about that other self of yours? It's only been a week. Just be patient. Besides, you lent me this lab, so feel free to visit any time. Is that what she said? Thank you. Genenovia may be confident, but I only recently learned that area is the Dragonscale Wastes. My other self probably doesn't know anything yet. What if she's attacked by a cursed dragon? Hearing this, Genenovia smiled, leaving her with a promise. Don't worry, I trust my magical tools. They are my pride and joy. I don't produce shoddy goods. That is, of course, if they're used correctly. Now let's do what we need to do. They worked tirelessly to heal Katanara, whose face was shockingly battered. Leon H works tirelessly with Holan, offering her full support, and Katanara's eyes flutter open. Electrian Timia. The two members of the Septem respond, Your Highness, you're awake. Seeing them, she continued, Perhaps the curse hasn't been lifted after all. I was so sure that artifact was created to break it, but it seems that woman has no intention of letting us escape. Genenovia has deceived us. Holian, you must learn to live in the present, instead of dwelling on the past, to believe what you see instead of relying on your feelings. And you, Atis, my dear. Genenovia is a woman of great pride, and she'll seize any chance to flaunt her knowledge. I knew you'd somehow unravel the mysteries of this artifact, he muttered in response. Figure it out, Electrian interrupted, scooping Katara up in his arms. We can't continue treating the Queen here. Let's move to a safe place first. Please everyone follow us to the Upper Dragon Sanctuary. Holian was now beside Katanara's bed. She listened grimly. As the other explained, it seemed she had depleted the Dragon Emperor's remaining life force. Dragons who absorb life force can have unforeseen consequences, and I'm sure an ancient dragon like her is ready to embrace death. But nothing is certain yet. Hanbin slams his hand on the table in anger. Genenovia. I've done countless despicable things. I swear the next time I see her, I'll crush her. The old man across from him vehemently agreed. Human, you speak my mind. But that's still not enough. How dare you think crushing her is enough for what she did to our queen? I'll burn her alive until she begs for death. Ki continued. As we said before, we fully support this. Electrian, now leading the dragons in place of the Dragon Emperor, spoke up. I do not approve of you attacking the sacred beasts before the dragon's curse is lifted. Hearing this, Artis was taken aback and questioned him. Wait, Electrian, you agreed to let me and the hunters attack the sacred beast as long as it didn't involve the dragons. Did you get struck by lightning or something? A was taken aback by his overreaction. Hearing this, Artis calmly explained, Artis, the situation has changed, especially with the prophecy unfolding before our eyes. If a cursed dragon is truly going to burn the world tree, defeating the sacred beast now is too dangerous. It would leave this area unprotected, and the dragon race could be consumed by the curse and lose control. Hearing this, Artis breathed a sigh of relief, replying, So all we need to do is break the curse, right? Come on, let's go to my place. Artis leads them down the path as the dragons around them eagerly strike up conversation. Altus, are you new here? Jandro chimed in, equally curious. Hey Artis, what happened at your volcano? Another person smiled and asked for a favor. Lord Artis, would you mind taking a look at my water pump later? Han was astonished by the scene before him. What is going on? Why is Atis so popular? The air here is so fresh while A is over there grimacing. Our Atis is certainly talented, but when did she get so close to Lord Artis, and so clingy too? I could hold his hand too. It's so peaceful here. Perhaps it's because Phi Long is similar to the moon dragon. Since I don't know the roads here, should I hold Lord Artus's hand? Missing his grasp, Attis's face instantly froze over, and Mia momentarily disconnected from reality. It was then that Altus spoke to Mia. Mia, what's wrong? I almost made you fall, she replied playfully. There was a bug flying towards him. Then she sneered at A. She grimaced, thinking to herself, is this some kind of childish game? Is this fun for you? Do you think this is the first time I've seen someone cling to Attis like this? I should at least act like an adult, but apparently being an adult means ignoring them as they fight over him. Hanine chuckled, suggesting we intervene before Attis is torn in two, becoming Ati and smart. Kiwi retorts with a glare, you should remember this lesson too, as he sighs in confusion. What A, who was trying to pull Mr. Artus away, insisted they go that way. But Tamia adamantly objects, this is the right way. How would you know where our house is when you've just arrived? Those 3 words stopped Evie in her tracks. Our home. They quickly arrived at the house, and Tamia excitedly announced, this is where Atis and I live. We've lived here for 5 years, Evie asks, trembling. What Hanan then chimed in. Artus, what is she saying? Altus began to explain. I wanted to tell you sooner, but you all seem so distant. Time flows differently here. It's been 5 years for me. Han explains, dumbfounded. For us, it's only been a week. A is still reeling from this information. 5 years together. Just then a small foot appeared, and the strange dragon hugged him, asking why he hadn't been told. Tamia stroked its head while gently scolding it. Say hello, everyone. A is even more shocked there are children too. A group of baby dragons then appeared, prompting Key's observation while E was utterly devastated. How cute, they exclaimed in terror. Effie. Meanwhile, the dragon in Artus's arms spoke up with curiosity. Master, what's wrong with her? For the 5 years I've lived here, Artus's stories have made me the children's master. I need the core to research the curse, and thanks. In advance has been a great help with that. Hearing that, they all sighed in unison. You should have made that clear from the start. Oh my, Artus Hanby comments. Was it 5 years? It's been a while, hasn't it? Sorry I'm late. You must have been worried. He smiles in response. This is why I get a little nervous talking to people. Everyone here is so kind and the climate is warm. I wasn't worried because I knew my friends would never be in mortal danger here. I calls out softly, Lord Artus. Key then spoke up, mentioning the difference in time. It defied the laws set by VNA. Leon H chimes in, suggesting a power source strong enough to defy Radna's laws. Could it be an artifact? Hearing this, Artus begins to explain. Just as Leon H said, there is an artifact here capable of controlling time. But I believe the memory cylinder is just bait and never really existed. Key Vi sighed, as it was obviously an item they needed. Now nothing surprises me anymore, he continued. But that gave me time to study the decline of the dragons, the fundamental laws of magic, stating that Rena magic is activated by natural mana, and the world tree is the source of natural mana. But this curse is different. It draws power from magic stones within the host's body. Ohm Plus magic is activated by magic crystals. Of course, after the dungeons appeared, the Radnians began collecting magic crystals from monsters. But Rodnia's magic and Ohm Plus's magic differ in both nature and application, Han interjected. You're saying a lot, but I'm not understanding much. Explain it so I can get it. Artus picked up chalk and continued. Omphalos magic caused the dragon's decline, and there's one spell we all know. A guide for people from another world. News that left Hanbin speechless. You believe the guide and the dragon's curse are one, but Adis quickly corrects you with a frown. Of course not. I believe the decline of the dragon race is the experiment. An experiment with only the killing function of the guide. Leon H interjected. People from other worlds started appearing 40 years ago, and the decline of dragons began 100 years ago, so that hypothesis is entirely plausible. Meaning they experimented on dragons first, right? He seriously presents his point of view. From the perspective of the Om Plus, demons' dragons were a thorn in their side after they destroyed the ancient monsters. Key concludes that only Om Plus can undo the curse. Atis, his eyes narrowed, explained again. Yes, I thought so too. But after seeing the inscription on this artifact, I think differently. This isn't something taken from the dungeon, nor is it Rana magic. I'm certain these were created by Genovia, and the incantation is Ohm Plus magic. Another surprise is that they're complete. Seeing the magic circles before him, Key exclaimed in shock, implying that Genovia could use Ohm Plus magic. Evie interjected in disbelief, but I saw it fail to break a curse with my own eyes. Artus frowned and began to explain. In theory, this artifact is flawless. Genovia just didn't tell anyone how to use it. For example, she never revealed the activation requirements for Ohm Plus magic. Leon H suddenly suggests, could it be a magic crystal? Atis smiles upon hearing this. That's right. This artifact needs a magic crystal to work, and a powerful one at that. Only one monster possesses such a powerful crystal, the magic crystal of a divine beast, the key to solving everything. Hanbin scoffs, saying it's easier said than done. Even Barros would struggle to kill one. He returned the smile, saying that even if they protested, he'd hunt it down anyway, right? Hanbin, they exclaimed in unison. All right, let's go skewer a divine beast together, then we can get out of here. We can definitely do it. Outside, Tmia sadly muttered, Addis, are you leaving soon? Holen remained in the room next to Katanara's bedside. She showed no expression, silent as a statue when a knock came at the door. Leon H. entered and gently inquired, How is the queen? Ho then turned his head and replied, Sir Lion H. Her body is stable, but that doesn't mean she's okay. What about the others? He replied curtly. They've gone to rest. Allow me to care for her. You should take a vacation as well. Hearing this, Hu Lian reluctantly agreed. Yes, thank you, sir. Afterwards, silence filled the space. She spoke up once more, breaking the silence, lamenting the fall of the Shadow Alliance. Leon H. then offered his perspective. It was simply a fitting end for those who served the sacred divinity with such arrogance. Silence fell once more, only to be broken by Holian's sudden question. Could the Dark Goddess's loss of power be related to Genenovia and Gehan? Leon paused, lost in thought before finally answering softly, yes. Hearing this, Holy quietly replied, I understand, I'm sorry. Elsewhere, Genovia's artifact was raised high. Is this the key to breaking the curse? Artis explained to Electrian. After inspecting it thoroughly, I don't think this artifact is trapped. Perhaps Genovia was too confident in her magic, or she thought we were fools. And to use it, he continues, they'll need a magical beast's crystal. Thanks, in advance mentioned you might be leaving soon. I won't allow you to carry out that plan, Artis replied somberly. I understand Termia's feelings, but this is the best course of action we have. But Electrian corrected him, saying it wasn't just for Termia's sake, prompting Artis to ask in confusion. Then why not? This is the best way to break the curse. The more you talk, the less sense you make. That's when he finally spoke. Perhaps I'm still lacking in this position, but for now I am the Dragon Lord standing in for the Dragon Emperor. I've long pondered what is truly best for the dragon race. Atis. This curse cannot be undone for the sake of the dragons. Ki looks at herself in the mirror, dabbing foundation to cover the unsightly mark. Ki then closed the compact as a voice echoed from behind her. Forgive me, but I have something to say. I'm overwhelmed by your beauty. May I know your name? My name is Jandro Lee, Ki asked, confused. What? And his accomplices are hiding in here making comments. Why does he look so flustered? He's so clueless, yet he acts like he knows everything. He's actually a legendary player and the author of the Golden Knights dating guide. He's just pretending to gain favor with his target. Ki then asks if he meant she was prettier than the average woman when he said he was dog-tired after seeing her. Jandro is caught off guard, stammering, I didn't mean to compare you. But if I had to put it into words, yes. That's most likely it. She smiles softly and replies, I understand, I feel so relieved. My name is Kivi. Her actions stunned him into oblivion. She smiled. Kim Giap, Knight's dating tip, number 102. If a woman smiles at you, it signals she's interested. Then Miss Ki, could you tell me your ideal type? He asks. My ideal type. He didn't hide his intentions. I want to know what kind of man catches your eye. Ki pondered. If I had to describe my ideal man, it would be someone tall and reliable. Just then Hanbin approached, still half asleep. Hey Kivi, what's all the commotion so early in the morning? And just like that, she left with him. As they walked and talked, Jandro was left behind. Their mission for the day was to survey the area. Where is everyone else? They're probably still resting, but what about me? He wondered about his existence, tall and reliable. Aren't I bigger than him? The subordinate beside him simply remarked. Never judge a book by its cover, he said, infuriating the man. What did you say, you bastard? They walked and talked together, remarking on the peacefulness of the place. In Upper Dragon, vestige humans and dragons coexist peacefully, for they must cooperate to survive in such a confined space. Ki-Vi is impressed by his words, acknowledging his keen perception. Han continues his proud explanation. Don't let my looks fool you. I'm over 40, and my survival skills are top-notch. It's then she asks, but isn't that inconvenient for you? He shares honestly. Quite the opposite, actually. Maybe it's because my body is smaller than before, but people pay less attention to me now. After all, this is my original form. Kiwi pondered these words. His original form. Hanbin suddenly sat up, continuing. I don't think I ever told you, did I? The reason I hate OM+ to the core. Middle schooler, high schooler, Radna soldier Hanbin begins his tale. I almost had a shot at college romance. Ki simply remarked, quite the grand dream you have. I wonder if things would be different if you lived in this world with that personality. My dream is pretty grand to live happily with my family, in a house with a small field. I just wanted a simple life like that, she said with a smile. But I guess you're a little interested in that too. You and Artis are so close I thought you two were into each other. Hanin made a gentle remark, but why did she have to say it in such a misleading way? Artis helped me endlessly during the most difficult time of my life, so of course we're close. There are few people as trustworthy as him. Artis bit his lip at these words. He approached them and spoke. There you are, Miss Ki-Hubin. Hanin looked over and softly replied, is that Artis? Where have you been since last night? Where did you disappear to? Yua was looking for you too, he explained with a bright smile. I just had some things to think about. But Kivi, could I borrow Hanpin for a bit? These words confused him. They quickly arrived together at a door behind which a divine beast likely slumbered. But to open that lock, a dragon's presence is required. This dungeon is buried deep underground, making it incredibly secure. Even a dragon like you can't open it. When were you planning on going in? Otis calmly replied, I'm not going in. Hanine asked in disbelief, what? He frowned, explaining seriously, we have to stop the plan. We won't lift the curse or conquer the dungeon. While Electrian continues to train, Artis begins to state his reasons. Dragons have always terrified humans, and that won't change even if the curse is lifted. Killing the sacred beast and removing the seal will surely lead to war between humans and dragons. Hanbin frowned, confused, and asked again, but we already told you about the prophecy. Addis simply turned his back and replied, the world tree being burned by a dragon is still just speculation. The surest way to prevent the prophecy from coming true is to keep this place sealed. That would be good for the dragons then. Hanbin's eyes narrowed as he reached out to him, questioning loudly. Even if that's true, your sudden change of heart is strange. What did that Electron bastard say to you? But Artis suddenly shouted, you wanted to live as a human, you said. You wanted a normal life, where no one would hunt you. Even if people knew you were from another world, I could protect you. And a world where humans and dragons coexist peacefully is what I've always longed for. Hanbin's eyes widened in surprise as Artis continued, this is the only place in all of Radna where any of us can be happy. Please relay my message to the others. A cloaked figure hidden in the shadows overheard the entire conversation that night in the tower. After hearing her story, Electrian muttered, he did well. I truly feel sorry for Otis, but I alone couldn't persuade his friends. He continued explaining that if the seal were broken, some dragons would seek freedom, and Genenovia would deal with them to ensure they didn't get in her way. And so even dragons untouched by the curse of decay would be bound by the ancient Dragonlord's law, losing their ability to fight humanity. In the end, this was the best path for the dragons. Hearing this, Chamomo gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at Electrian and shouting, don't lie, you won't undo the curse for the safety of the dragons. Giving up avenging the queen and living in confinement here is for our safety. You simply want to protect Adora. Protect his memories of her. But suddenly, Electron embraces her tightly. His voice hoarse, he pleaded, please Chamo, you're the only one who understands me. Tears begin to roll down Chao's face, while in another room, Holin sleeps soundly next to a book about Hanbin. Kivi sleeps soundly, but Timia waits anxiously in their shared home. Has Artis not returned? The dark forest is lit only by the stars above, as Artis trudges along, his eyes suddenly alert. Before Artis now was another Hanine who was still standing in front of the dungeon entrance. Barat, what would you do? Hanine looked serious when a voice echoed from behind. You came all this way to ask that? He immediately became alert. Who's there? Turns out it's someone I know. Leon H, is that you? So you've taken up stalking as a hobby, I see. Leon H curtly told him to shut up. I was here first. And if Barros is really here, he'll definitely try to skewer the divine beast. You know him better than anyone, Han said, looking at the gate with him. But Artis has a point. If we remove this seal, the dragons will lose their home and fight with humans again, sacrificing the few for the good of the many. In the end, it's no different from what Gahan is doing. But these words only made Leon scoff. Why bother racking your brain when you're so foolish? Han angrily questions him. What are you talking about? It was then that he stated his philosophy. Everyone seeks happiness, even you, a person from another world, but my happiness includes destroying all enemies of the Dark Goddess. The dragons are currently off guard. They wouldn't expect us to challenge the sacred beast unprepared. This is a golden opportunity since no one is here to stop us. But if you have any doubts, leave now. As the seal fell to the ground, light was unleashed. Hanbin calmly replies, I'll handle this. I'll fight the divine beast alone. Leon H calls out as he watches him go, it's your right to fight alone and die alone. But if you actually die, Miss Guy will never forgive me. Hanbin insists that he's the one who has to do this. Simply because Barros once did it, but Leon H still did his best to assist him. Spirit Affinity 7, I'll do my best to block the sound, but it won't last long because the space is too large. If you don't want to get caught, finish this before dawn. Hearing that, Hanbin's emotions softened as he replied, too many restrictions aren't there, thank you. With that, he jumped down, leaving Leon H to stand guard, who then sighed. His idiocy is contagious. Alone in the darkness, Hanbin remarked, why is it so dark? I can't see a thing. Nothing's going to jump out right. Suddenly light appeared, and he looked over, exclaiming in surprise. Is that a bronze statue? How creepy. What kind of interior decoration is that? But in an instant, it appeared and transformed. Hanbin stared into the dim space before him and began to move. Weapon raised, he prepares to defend against any attack as the silhouette of something looms above, a demon's head. Suddenly it opened its eyes, its bloodshot gaze fixed on him, and then a colossal creature emerged. Hanine is taken aback by its piercing scream, but his eyes remain vigilant. He muttered, remarking that it was indeed a high-level monster. Its scream was truly terrifying. But now there was nothing in front of him. The monster suddenly leaps high into the air, preparing to strike, and Hanine watches in stunned disbelief. The monster gathers power in its hand, and strikes with full force. A voice murmurs, where did it go? The battle begins the moment the opponent appears. Without intel, don't waste energy dodging attacks. Someone as big as you should just take the hits, they'll let their guard down eventually. That's when you use your strength to push back your opponent, catching them off guard. Hanin's hair turned red, and his weapon was empowered. As he unleashed his attack, the monster cried out in pain and was forced back. Hanin simply exhaled, muttering to himself that if he could land a critical hit with his first move, the fight would be much easier. The monster was still covering its face, and he continued to calculate as he observed its movements. But if I have to fight a monster like a divine beast, I might end up hurting myself. No sooner had he thought it than he was cut. Syrup also coated the bait. Unexpectedly he chuckled and muttered, I knew this fight wouldn't be easy. But it's been a while since I faced a monster this tough. Level 178, its horn glows red in the darkness. A strange sound echoed through the forest as Artis looked up to see none other than A before him. She snapped back, questioning if what he told Han Bin was true. Surely that's not it, right? There must be another plan, isn't there? Unexpectedly, he brushed past A, replying, I'm serious. I want Han Bin to be happy, and I want everyone here to live happily too. Afi retorted loudly. But Lord Altus, he interrupted me, and I do have a plan. To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. I had to say that to catch them off guard. As expected, it seems I couldn't fool you. I's expression immediately brightened, but E was still sulking, forcing Altus to coax her. Please forgive me. She sulkily replied. Of course I wasn't fooled. Artis, your acting is terrible. With a touch of gentleness and a hint of sarcasm, he retorts, you probably haven't seen it for yourself, have you? Han must have been deceived, right? Evie muttered, thinking of him. Han seems worried, but he assures her that Han Bin will be okay. No matter what others say, he'll always do what he believes is right. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Han Bin is locked in a fierce battle with the monster. Gritting his teeth, he dodges and counters, unleashing a flurry of crimson strikes. But Krax was no slouch, landing a punch on Han Bin that forced him to defend with all his might, all the while thinking that this giant was using aura more precisely than he was. If the battle drags on, I'll lose. Thinking this, he follows up with another blow. Cross cried out, but Han Bin was already calculating, knowing he needed to end this quickly. And with that thought, he swung his sword in a decisive blow. Graxel unleashes a powerful attack, then looks up and roars as Han Bin descends from above, who is shocked to realize his aura has vanished. Graxel's hand gripped the ground as it lunged to attack Han Bin, whose eyes widened in shock, followed by a cloud of dust. Han Bin is beaten to a pulp as the monster watches him with its red eyes while cracks begin to form in Leonhardt's barrier. He quickly reacts, but cracks appear on his aura blade. The sound waves are weakening it. Even Han Bin's extraordinary defense crumbles before that overwhelming aura. When its roar dispels the aura, he's as vulnerable as anyone else. Han Bin, covered in wounds, marvels at the divine beast, thankful for Leon H's aid in stopping the bleeding. He loudly signals Han Bin fall back for now. We know its tactics and behavior patterns, so we can take it down later. But Han Bin crushed the support Leon H had created, leaving him bewildered. Han Bin smirked and retorted, Didn't I tell you not to interfere? Aren't you tired yet? Neither have I. Grax, standing before him, now emanated a threatening aura. Ciro's name was constantly being dragged down to the ground. Leon loudly sings to enlighten him. Idiot, this isn't the kind of opponent you can show off against. You're going to die. But Han Bin nonchalantly replies that it's possible, and that's exactly why he has to do it. With that, he charged at the monster, Ba-On's words echoing in his mind. Tan Bin, do you know why people from other worlds never reach river level? Krell lunged forward to attack him. His words continued to echo. Wasn't it because they didn't receive blessings from the gods? Because they're from Earth, you're half right. The answer is because they know they can easily discern an enemy's level. Even Zuki checks if his opponent's level is higher or lower than his son's before engaging, and he never fights anyone stronger than himself. Makes sense, just defeating a few moderate opponents is enough to level up. At this moment, Han Bin successfully knocked down Crackle. The wise side, with those who ensure their survival. Yet they still met their end. They died fighting an opponent stronger than themselves. His sword has pierced him. They died at the hands of an opponent weaker than themselves, and syrup began to pour out. Crixel's expression turned to horror, for those who only seek to survive will never grow stronger. Han grabs the sword, letting out a mighty roar as he pours his strength into the swing. Only those brave enough to face adversity can truly survive. As he spoke, Han Bin decapitated Crixel, the outside world, silent in stark contrast to Han Bin's current location. Eyes squeezed shut, he felt the energy swirling around him, then snapped open as he saw something emerge. It was then that Leonhardt spoke, having saved Han Bin. I knew it, another failure. I'm out of prana, let's call it a day. But Han Bin stubbornly refuses to listen, insisting on trying just one more time. Leon sighs, I know I shouldn't say this while you're training so hard, but that skill Vantirian's aura is extraordinary. Even with the catalyst of a goddess's blessing, it's unreasonable for a human to possess such godlike power. So only Barrows can use Vantirian's aura, Han Bin philosophized. So you didn't know? Leon asked back, confused. What he begins to explain. Look closely, Barrowed is human, right? He nodded in agreement. Correct. Hanin continued, I'm also human, hard to believe but true. So logically speaking, Barrowed and I are no different. which means if Barot can do it, so can I. Leon H. thought grimly, his face darkening. What rotten luck. You're a fool. But who knows, maybe you'll get something out of it. Good luck with that. Hanan, however, was confused. Hey, what's with that look? Don't look at me like that. Soon after Leon H. was shocked by reality back then, he'd only found it amusing. Seeing him behead the monster, he's reached Barros level. Han exhaled, watching Krax fall before landing himself. He leaned on his sword, muttering that he still had a long way to go. I can't believe how beat up I am after fighting just one monster. Barros would give me an earful if he saw me like this. Barros's voice echoed once more, don't let your guard down. Hanbin continues to grumble, oh right. If Barros is struggling against a divine beast, there's no way this fight is over. And just like that, Kraxel rises again. Hanbin muttered in annoyance, damn it. I swear I chopped its head off. It reaches out preparing to attack. But its next move was unexpected, as the Crixel pierced its own body, pulling out an object. This artifact belongs to UCR-Exel, a horn that signals the end of days. Elsewhere, the silence is unnerving. Holian and Kivi were both fast asleep in their beds side by side. Suddenly, Holian spoke up. Miss Kivi, are you asleep? A moment of silence passed before Kivi responded. Nothing's happened yet, she asked curiously. What was that moment like? When Barros passed, the space was silent. Kivi paused, lost in thought, before recounting the moment when the world's strongest warrior fell without regret. Silence falls again, and Kivi is the next to speak. You hate me for searching for him, Holian stated without hesitation. Yes, I hate you. Especially for someone sent here by their own volition, it's true. I shouldn't have come here. It would have been better to believe he was still alive somewhere in the world by reading this book. Ki agrees with Holian, wishing she had remained ignorant of the truth that her friend killed him. That's right. It would have been better if you knew nothing. She cries out in despair, saying it would be better to lie here and die than to live on knowing the truth. But suddenly Hori's hand is caught by Ki, who pins her down and questions her. Are you serious? Barod's death? His sacrifice? Do you really want to delude yourself into thinking none of this ever happened? Hori's eyes welled up. It was then that Kraxel loudly blew his horn. The sound reached their ears, and Ki gasped as he recognized it. The announcement echoes once more, the artifact has been activated. All those below level 150 will have their stats reduced. All those below level 100 will be confused. All those below level 50 will be unable to use skills. All those below level 25 will lose vitality. Anyone below level 5 will be restrained. Holan is shocked. Her eyes widened, her expression turning fearful. A chill ran down my spine. It's like the four energies. The life force in this area is being torn to shreds. Ki hurriedly moved while scolding. That idiot, fine, at this point you should witness it and make your own decision. Ho asked back, confused. What? What is it you want me to see? Ki pulls her along, explaining Barod's legacy, the will of the Sword King. Holan was shocked, and as the door opened, they found themselves in their bedroom, prompting Ki's confusion. It's this room again. Holan, standing beside him, continued their thought. I was sure this door led outside. Turns out the one behind all this is Chow. Where are you two ladies rushing off to? Don't interfere. Just stay put. Electrian knew how to handle things. Leon H. replied softly, we didn't mean to wake you. Sorry for the disturbance so late. As Electrian approached, he replied, what's done is done. But if they stopped the battle and sealed the sacred beast, Leon H.'s seal would immediately appear, stopping him in his tracks. It seems Artis didn't clearly convey his concerns to them. If you continue like this, your friend will be in danger. Leon H. calmly replies. I know. Anyone can see he can't win this fight. But it seems that idiot is serious, so we flatly refused his intervention. Electrian is ready to fight as well. I thought you were a reasonable person. Electrian looked down from above, his expression grim, and just like that he flew away. Meanwhile, Altus and I were moving stealthily, and she spoke in a hushed tone. Do you think Hanbin is all right? Artis asked as they walked. His opponent is a divine beast, so he's definitely not okay. We can't waste the opportunity he's given us. Even if he gets the magic crystal from the divine beast, it's useless without the magic circle for conversion. So your goal from the start was that vault, she eagerly suggests. Leave it to me. But Atis quickly stopped her. No, you can't. The contents of the safe will be destroyed if you try to force it open. Then do you know the code? Effie asked immediately. He nonchalantly replies, leaving Ife confused. What should they do? I'm not good at riddles. Did he give you any constellations? Effie is still anxiously looking around, wondering what they should do now. It seems there are no clues around here, and if we stay too long, we'll be discovered. That's just like Atis. What a surprise. He opened the safe on his first try. He followed up on her words. Thank goodness. Loi Nguyen isn't activated. Afai observes excitedly. There's more inside, Artis replies with concern. Sorting through Electrian's personal belongings felt strange, but she encouraged them, hoping they might find something useful. And so they began to look around, wondering what kind of records these were. Suddenly a piece of paper falls out of the notebook. It's a picture of Adora. Artis pondered somberly, Electrian. It was then that she called out, Lord Artis, look at this. That's when he saw it and remarked an eggshell. So why would something like that? Little did they know, Termia shouted from behind Artis, who growled uncomfortably. Meanwhile, Ki began to question the curse of decay, which would drive all dragons mad, so no matter how hard they tried, it was still a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. Then why doesn't Electron want to lift the curse? Why steal the freedom of those here? Treating this struggle as a secret and sealing the entire island. Explain yourself now. After days of agonizing, as the Dragon Lord's representative Electrian has come to that conclusion. I'm just following orders. Kiwi replies grimly. As the Dragon Lord's representative, shouldn't you be fulfilling your duty and protecting Radna? Meanwhile, Electrian continues to battle on one side, as Chamo speaks up saying that the dragon's duty is to protect Radna. Dragons cannot attack the Radna. Their immense power exists to protect them. It's also the chain that binds us. Leon H. deflects Electrian's attack. It was then that he spoke up. I know a lot about seals because Genovia used them frequently on people from other worlds. Leon H. knocks him away, but Electrian bluntly concludes that humans know nothing. Even Genovia's seal is ultimately just a false sense of responsibility created for the Dragon Emperor. 1,000 years ago, Mana, Aura, Grana, and Chi. The four energies of Arna were originally taught to humans by dragons, but humans continued to develop and evolve. The help and advice of the dragons gradually became useless. Father Mo told a similar story, and after many generations, they forgot our role as well. Eventually, we became sacrifices feared by humans, hunted like monsters, forced into hiding. They shared their past, but the Dragon Emperor never forgot his duty, as a protector. We must be patient, for we are stronger. We had to wait, and that's how we endured it all without harming humanity. They retreated, and then continued to fight. It was then that Electrian spoke up once more, explaining the situation. Before this curse befell us, it was the curse that suppressed our duty as protectors. Leon H. then added, but I'm sure the Dragon Lord Kandran exploding into pieces was also a result of the curse. The Dragon Lord sealed everyone here out of guilt, and to reconsider his actions. But was he the only one who felt that way? Because that incident was a disaster caused by human greed. About 150 years in the past, according to the outside timeline, was when humans truly began hunting dragons. A dragon's majestic voice echoes. So everyone's here. Dragons loyal to the fallen Dragon Emperor Kandran, he continued. It's good that all the clan leaders have arrived, even though each tribe has its own difficulties and travel is inconvenient these days. Are we being followed by humans, Electrian? He quickly presented. We created decoys 3,000 miles back, so I'm sure no humans noticed. Kandran replied with satisfaction. Good then, let me show you all. Magnificent Mysterious, this is the future of our dragon race. In his hands was an egg so small it was barely visible. Laughter echoed as Kandran reveled in his delight. Did you all see that? It moved just now. Even as a child, he has the makings of a general, a voice grumbled from the corner. Could you keep it down? Katanara requested again. Do you want the whole world to know we're hiding here? Either be quiet or get out. Kandran calmly replied, all right. I never thought I'd be a father at my age, so I'm a little excited. Thank you, my love. Thank you. I believe this egg will be the bridge between humans and dragons. Dragons live long lives, but their gestation periods are also very long, which is why the entire tribe celebrates the birth of a new dragon. Especially if it's an egg from the Dragon Lord and Lady, everyone celebrates the birth of a new king. Katanara then summons Electrian and instructs him. Electrian sending energy into the egg has weakened me. But the Dragon Emperor is responsible for protecting this land, so I must stay by his side. Therefore, would you please go to the temple and ask the goddesses for the child's true name? Every dragon in Radna is given a true name, and a dragon can only be born upon receiving it. Being tasked with bringing a true name to an egg is akin to becoming its godfather. So the Dragon Emperor spoke of a future where humans and dragons coexist peacefully. Perhaps that future would begin with the birth of a new king, or so I thought. True names were created to prevent the invasion of Omplus because dragons are simply too powerful to be considered a species. So dragons are an alien race needing names from goddesses to even exist. That is the essence of a true name, for it is etched into the very heart of each dragon. Even family members don't know each other's true names, the Electrian language echoes. Thank you, Prophetizia. Dream Dragon simply replied, my duty is to connect dragons and goddesses. Yours is to protect the Dragon Emperor, and that egg's duty is to connect dragons and humans. He smiled in agreement. If that were the case, I would be truly grateful. I'm sure His Highness will be pleased to hear you say that. And with that, she presents one more request. The reason the Dragon Emperor appointed you as a guardian was because he feared the emergence of an evil dragon. So fulfill your duty as a guardian reasonably, and never lie, even if it seems harmless. Secrets never stay buried forever. Because Prophetesia's words carry the weight of a century. That's why her words echoed in my ears on the way back to the Dragon Lord, when a cry rang out below, and a girl came into view. Please help me, there's a monster. The cries of a young girl who appears to be a slave are suspicious. There's no way a girl would just appear in the middle of a treacherous mountain like this, and I'm not the only one here. Instead of meddling, he should return to the Dragon Lord. Electrian's eyes narrowed, as he prepared to fulfill his duty as protector. And then humans successfully captured him. So the rumors were true. Dragons often fly through here, and they can't harm humans, Electrian replied. So humans, it seems you're experimenting on dragons. But do you really think such crude methods can restrain one? You think we can't make your lives a living hell? Of course not, the man sneered. If we were as strong as you, there's nothing we couldn't do. But don't underestimate the tricks of a starving man. The girl who resorts to tricks will die. Helpless, she muttered. I'm sorry, many have taken advantage of the dragon's duty to protect humanity to turn against us. The kindness of a dragon lord who loved humans has become a heavy burden and a noose around our necks. If I do anything to move this thread, that girl is as good as dead. As long as I'm conscious, I can't do anything. How sinister. Suddenly, a piercing scream made him jump. Boss, we found a treasure trove outside. Is Electrian still straight? Look, they're scrutinizing this thing, saying it's a dragon egg. Rumor has it it's the elixir of immortality. He roared in false protest, saying they could tear him apart, but the egg was off limits. No sooner had Nago spoken than a barrage of arrows rained down on Electrian. The only reason I escaped after regaining consciousness was because that girl starved to death after 2 weeks. Katanara was completely broken by this, and Chamo rushed to catch her. His body riddled with wounds, Electrian begs for forgiveness. It's all because of my carelessness. I will report to the Dragon Emperor myself and offer my life as atonement. But Katanara responded gently, telling him to raise his head. Why would this be your fault? If you ignored the maiden's plea, you wouldn't deserve to be called a servant of the Dragon Emperor. But if the Dragon Lord finds out, his wrath will consume Vna. Let today be a secret between us. I'll tell him that I was too weak to hatch the egg and it died. I've never forgiven myself. I then spent years tracking down the egg, and I finally found it. But he was an old man by then. The man stammered. I sincerely apologize, but it was the only way to save my family. I sold the egg to a wealthy family with a terminally ill member for a large sum of money, but I don't know what happened after that. I don't know who that person was either. A flash of light marked his death, and the egg vanished from that point on. All that remained was the desire for revenge, the stench of corpses, and this curse. Electrian continues to swing his fists. He clashes with the red, their powers colliding fiercely, and Leon H. finally speaks. Then haven't you already had your revenge? What more could you want? Electrian retorts loudly, I don't want anything. All I know is if this curse is lifted, history will repeat itself. Humanity never remembers. They put the egg up for auction. Can you believe that? Imagine a child dying of illness only for their body to be sold for money. How do you think the father felt? Kandran was beyond enraged. No one could stop his fury. Of course, the 4 heroes, the Dragon Queen and I, could think of no other option but to kill the Dragon Lord. But one person calmed his rage, a young girl with a dream of a world where humans and dragons could coexist peacefully. I vowed to protect her dream in the Dragon Lord's stead. The Upper Dragon Relic is our future. But the moment the divine beast-slaying incantations are spoken, and the seal is broken, peace will shatter, just like that egg was stolen from my hands and broken to pieces. Peace is like an egg we held for too short a time, and we must protect it. Leon coughs up blood as Electrian's hand pierces through him, muttering, I'm ready to do anything. Electrian's sharp hand is stained crimson as he pierces Leon H's chest. Ki, seeing the stone on Electrian's neck light up, cries out. When a dragon is consumed by the curse, an evil dragon will appear. As long as the curse exists, all dragons are at risk of becoming evil dragons. From his high seat, Chamo watches Holian and Kivi, knowing Electrian has always intervened when a dragon is about to become an evil dragon, and he will continue to do so. Hearing this, Ki sadly points out that Electrian is still a dragon. So what's to say he isn't the evil dragon from the prophecy? If Electrian goes mad, who will stop him? Chamo covers her mouth, cutting him off. Silence, but she continued to snap back. What guarantee do we have that Electrian won't incinerate the entire world tree? Chamo became agitated and shouted. I told you to shut up. She directly used magic to tighten the restraints on KVI. The more she spoke, the tighter she pulled the restraints. Electrian would never do that. No one has sacrificed more for the safety of dragons than he has. Though he suffered greatly at the hands of humans, he was foolish enough to fall in love with one. And that will never change. I believe in him. Meanwhile, Leon H. kicks Electrian in the jaw, sending him flying. Leon H. speaks, suggesting he'll strip his own kind of their freedom. Choosing to live with the curse, unafraid to spill blood. Is it all for the safety of the dragons? Electrian, with a gash across his mouth, questioned him. You're playing the villain. Leon waves his dangling arm and replies. Even though I've decided to kill and face the consequences as a dragon, you still thought I wasn't dead, right? He only stabbed into a pre-existing hole to avoid damaging any major arteries. Human skills are evolving faster than he thought. Seeing the hole in Leon H's chest, Electrian stopped short. You're insane. You're saying you let yourself get hit on purpose. Suddenly, dark veins bulge on his face. Damn it. Leon H. remained as stern as ever. The best way to get information from guys like you is to take a beating. And one more thing. Electrian's eyes widened with caution. Leon H. strikes like the wind, delivering a blow, as he says. Someone willing to face the consequences of killing can't be all bad. His arm flashes, then slams a jab into the back of Electri's head. Before falling, he thought I blocked that blow. He used his broken arm like a whip. Was it because he couldn't feel anything? At that moment, a powerful aura erupted, destroying the cave structure, as emerald light merged with black lightning shooting straight into the sky. The peaceful coexistence of humans and dragons was merely a facade as the two auras intertwined. Leon takes a fighting stance, but there must be another reason for his actions. Is it guilt for failing to protect the egg? Electrian is speechless, as he's punched in the face, the force sending him crashing to the ground. No, that's not it. It must be something he regrets. The electron's position falls like a sinkhole, drawing people in. Leon H. spoke slowly, the curse. Who did you get it from, Leon H.? Is gradually changing, becoming frenzied. Silence. I took this curse for the peace between dragons and humans. Don't destroy our peace. With those words, he summoned a massive lightning strike. But Leon H. didn't back down and retaliated. Two sources of internal energy, as if sealed inside the jade pillar below, clashed with two tiny figures. The aura and damage explode outward, but neither Leon H. nor Electrian will back down. Ultimately, the jade pillar shattered, unleashing the lightning within. Electrian frowned, questioning peace only comes from equal relationships. He summons massive spikes, attacking Electrian directly, who grits his teeth, knowing he must protect it. An egg, and a promise. Electrian breaks free, remembering that humans are weak, and that's why dragons must protect them. He sends a lightning punch into the air, as Leon H. speaks up, clearly annoyed. Protect. In your eyes, are we still a race that needs protecting? The black liquid is about to consume Electrian. The magic hammer Leon H. created destroyed everything, and he reminisces about the peaceful days of farming and building. I never thought I'd have to rely on humans this much. I don't know what to say. Just then, someone flicked him on the forehead as Adora beamed in the sunlight. Are you ever going to drop it? We have to live together, so of course we should help each other out. Looking out at the panoramic view, he replied, but we do owe you. Adora shook her head. I was raised by Altus, a dragon. He still can't accept that this is different. Adora teases the stubborn boy. If you don't think so, then just be nice to people in the future. Electrian turned away, embarrassed. I can't promise you that. She sat down in front of him and said, then there's no helping it. Electrian took the gift, his eyes widening as he asked, what is this? She playfully replies, it's a bribe to keep me in mind. As he opens the wooden box, he's a little surprised. How did you get this? Adora smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you when we leave. And so the esteemed Adora Bendister will represent humanity in signing a peace treaty with the dragons returning to Leon Hart's war. His mask breaks, revealing a forced smile. Humans and dragons living in peace. How amusing. Electrian stammers as he rises. Laugh all you want, but that dream is why I'm still alive today. Shanglongji is the fruit of my dreams, and I will protect it at all costs. Leon H. frowned, glancing away as he spoke. The irony is, your own contradiction, hiding your fear of peaceful coexistence behind the guise of protecting this place. From my perspective, you're the one who can't coexist peacefully with others. Father Mo called out softly from the other side, Ekton, please stop. Elsewhere, Hellhounds attack relentlessly, and Hanbin facing them alone tells himself he will die if he doesn't fight. He must fight to live, always vigilant even when tormented by pain. Even fighting has become tiring now. How strange. Something's definitely wrong here. Electrian watches Chamo's group approach, and can't help but ask why chair. Suddenly Holin spoke with a sob in her voice, saying that she knew the path Electrian had chosen was completely wrong, so why didn't she try to stop him? Immediately after, Chamo also sobbed. If I don't believe in him, who will? No, what do you know? He snapped. I know all too well because I was once like you. I understand how you feel. They were my cherished friends, and though I suspected they'd chosen the wrong path, I ignored my doubts and placed my faith in them. Suddenly Father Mo interjected, but in the end it was just an excuse to ease my conscience. The truth is, I pretended not to know and abandoned them. If you truly love him, I pray you won't be like me. As Chamo embraced Electrian, he stammered. So I was wrong. But with tears in her eyes, she comforted him. Silly, that's not true. Everyone knows you've done your best to protect us, and freedom comes with many dangers. But the time has come. Every egg must break. It's time for this egg to hatch and enter the world. Suddenly a purple-clad figure speaks up. We've endured this long for Electrian. It's time to skewer that divine beast. He then added that while he was annoyed someone had jumped the gun, they could finally do what they needed to do. Let's see how the famed Barros fights. He narrowed his eyes, gazing forward. Then Deandro suddenly realized something. Before them was a hulking monster, its muscular arms raised high. The blow shattered the earth, and the serpent, noticing Hanbin, lunged, prompting a cry of alarm. And just like that, Hanbin was defeated by the serpent, a sight that horrified everyone present. The monster continued to unleash attack after attack, when suddenly Kivai noticed something strange in the crowd. She rushes forward, shouting Ryu Hanbin. However, Leon Hart warned that it was dangerous. Kivai, but she continued to shout. Let me go, I have to save him. Quick, lower the barrier for me, Electrian's voice suddenly echoed. You can't do that. The beast's debuff is extremely dangerous. The children could die if we're careless, so I'll go kill the sacred beast myself. Suddenly the father figure boomed. What can you even do in your state? Yet he replied gently, though I failed before I can finally protect everyone. This is my final mission. A buzz suddenly rippled through the crowd. He rises to his feet. Leon H. is forced to re-evaluate, but something seems off about him. Meanwhile, Hanin was slowly falling backward, but he quickly regained his composure, his eyes now sharp. The monster cleared its throat. Do you want to kill yourself? Do you want to go back? Are you even human anymore? So you hate us. You've been devouring us hellhounds for over 20 years, and your body is ours. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. Kill them all. In the end, you're no different. Strange streaks of light then appear in the sky. Addis cried out in shock. Calm down, I can explain everything. Meanwhile, Mia was still sobbing, saying she lied, and asking if he was tired of her. That's not it at all, so marry me. Look out for that, Artis turned back in astonishment. Suddenly, he shouts a warning as a beam of red light pierces down. Artis narrowly dodges it only to be attacked by something else. Those below joined forces to protect each other. Leon unconsciously blurted out, Damn it, Kivy, can I ask you something? Because I saw no indication he was a murderer. I even believed it was a glitch in the guide so they would never appear on him. And you once told me that you didn't see any signs of that either. Are you sure nothing's wrong? Kivy sadly lowered her head. The system said to kill all the irregulars. Hanbin frowned in pain as a hand reached out to him. The system reported an error, an unknown intruder. Hanbin jolts awake quickly, sitting up and looking around. Before him stood a beaming Kivye. Back in reality, Leonhardt emphasized again and again that she used her meager divine power to dissolve his murderous intent. Hanbin rushes forward, landing a fatal blow on his opponent, who is instantly defeated as Hanbin grits his teeth in anger. It screamed in despair as it plummeted to the ground, Hanbin's arm still firmly in its jaws. In an instant, the beast dragged him into the air, its crimson eyes reflecting his sinister grin. In a flash, it had subdued Hanbin, whose grip remained firm on his sword, as the red-haired youth roared with laughter. The scene before Leonhardt made him realize that the greatest danger wasn't the dragons or the divine beasts, but him. Suddenly, the system ordered them to kill them all. An artist take to the sky, looking back in disbelief. I thought everything would be all right. He always believed Hanbin's strength was unmatched, and that he had the will to control his bloodlust. Atis couldn't help but wonder, why did he need so much power? Why did he need so much resolve? Looking at the monster before him, Hanbin wondered, I truly don't know what he's trying to suppress. Hanbin's fist then struck the monster's face, beating it relentlessly, even biting its arm in a frenzy. He ripped it away with such force that the beast screamed in agony, while those below stood frozen in shock as Hanbin continued his relentless assault. As the volcano erupted, lava poured out, and in this urgent situation, Electrian called for an evacuation. Suddenly a crimson sword is swung and Kivi's eyes widen as she freezes for a moment. The demon beast's body was torn to shreds, and amidst the gore, Hanbin picked up something that looked like a sea urchin. Then he raised it high. From afar, Tamiya muttered that it was Adis's stare. Meanwhile, Hanbin stood tall, regulating his breathing before his gaze shifted to thanks in advance. His eyes lit up a strange smile forming on his lips. The girl felt a shiver run down her spine as his gaze swept over her. Hanbin dragged the bloodsword along the ground, walking towards Thanks in advance, who fell to the ground in fear. In an instant, Hanbin raised his sword high without hesitation, as Taeum instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. Suddenly, Altis creates a barrier blocking the blow, desperately trying to awaken Hanbin's reason, telling him to wake up that the sacred beast is dead. On the other side of the barrier, Hanbin's smile remained unchanged. He no longer needed to fight. Han's pupils wavered his vision, distorted the others, appearing as monstrous figures with twisted voices. And so Hanbin strikes with even greater force as several streams of energy descend from above. Sending Hanbin flying, he looked up at his attacker and sneered. So, it's Electrian and Leon H. The two shouted in unison. Everyone fall back. Artis take thanks. In advance and go. Suddenly Electrian realizes something. Artis was struck by one of Hanbin's blows. Blood trickles from his mouth and he smiles. It's all right, this isn't Hanbin's fault. Artis uttered his last words before collapsing, and Electrian's eyes crackled with electricity as he hissed, How dare you, before flying to attack Hanbin. Meanwhile, the others desperately try to save Artis. Artis, Lord Artis, we need to stop the bleeding first. He smiled wryly. It seems I deceived Hanin. First he caught on. He carried too much on his shoulders and I was too weak. Phi, with tears in her eyes, pleaded, Please say no more, Sir Leon H. Holland gritted his teeth, channeling all his power. His blood has too much aura, can you heal him? Leon H. interrupted. I'll handle the aura, you just focus on stopping the bleeding. Tamiya couldn't hold back her tears, her voice trembling. Artis, please. He looked at her gently, teasing. You don't need to make that face. There's still one way. Artis looked at Hanbin and Electrian, then continued. I said it before, didn't I? Hanbin's bloodlust and the dragon's decline share many similarities, he continued. If Hanbin holds the spell's crystal and offers the empty core, we can complete the curse-dissolving method. How does breaking the curse relate to your grave injuries? As Holian desperately healed him, Artis explained that if Hanbin didn't stop, it would all truly be over. He also mentioned something quite important. While you all waste time, the guide is gradually consuming him. One Electrian alone cannot stop Hanbin. These next words silenced everyone even if they attacked him together. Without Leon H's power. As Haim bit his lip, Electrian interrupted, I only ask one thing of you. He took off his coat and put it on him, saying, don't die. Then he stood up to prepare. If you die, that guy will become a murderer. Hearing this, Kivai added, I knew it. You always have a plan. Artis, I'll do everything I can to stop the guide. Timia cried out in alarm. What are you saying? What about Lady Seal? Isn't he your friend? Even I is getting ready to fight. I promise to bring you the crystal, so please don't die. Promise me. A smiled in response, and then the three rushed towards Hanbin and Electrian's battle, as Timia muttered, Are you all crazy? The girl lowered her head, repeating the same phrases. Isn't he your friend? Don't you care about Artis? How could you? Why? Why did you abandon him? Hanan quickly reassured them to avoid any regrets. Not wanting Artis to feel guilty, they agreed to his request. She speaks struggling to sit up. They truly are wonderful friends, aren't they? Timia excitedly calls out Artis's name, who turns to Hanbin Kolian, then glances back at Timia. Timia. Evie spoke softly and slowly. I want to ask you both for one last favor. The armor fragments mixed with blood. Electrian summoned his true Thunder Dragon form and channeled his power into a devastating attack. Lightning Dragon Strike. The dragon appears in vivid detail, obliterating everything. Immediately, the golden dragon hurtles toward Hanbin. He wouldn't back down either, spinning his sword to defend. Hanbin's face darkened, his grip tightened on the sword hilt, and in a flash he kicked Electrian in the jaw, while simultaneously swinging his weapon with great force. With a single strike, the golden dragon is hit. Electrian can't believe his eyes. Long thought to himself, he's incredibly strong. He wasn't this powerful when he fought the divine beasts. In a moment of carelessness, Hanbin teleported close and unleashed a devastating blow, sending Electrian crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Electrian struggled to his feet when a voice echoed, Don't let your guard down. Leon sings, raising a few shields as a reminder if he doesn't want to die, but all he cares about is Altus. What's wrong? Where's Artis? Leon replies sternly, I've done all I can. Now he's our problem. Looking at Hanbin amidst the rubble, Leon H was wary. For some reason his level was now 6. That also means that even with the Divine Beast's debuffs, he still possesses monstrous strength to pierce it. Key added that it was fortunate he prioritized attacking high-level opponents. Looking at the monster core, she continued, and we need that magic crystal. Hey you two, since you're higher level than us, be the bait. We'll use that chance to steal it. Her eyes flashed with determination. Please wait a moment, Lord Artis. Despite his attempts to hide it, his body is trembling. Electrian behind the egg starts to reconsider cooperating with humans. And there's even a dragon. He smiled. Looks like your world is bigger than mine. Back to the earth-shattering battle, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Timia stared in astonishment. Is that a battle between humans? Artis explained. No ordinary people can't fight like that. He smiled, watching the battle unfold above. They watched as his friends desperately tried to stop Hanbin, my comrades. Above, Leon H summons his power, unleashing a vortex of green aura. Hanbin retaliates furiously, unleashing fiery red slashes that shatter Leon H's magic, while Electrian coordinates seamlessly. Artis comments, I thought all was lost because my teammates have become much stronger, but our opponents are just as strong, and there's less and less I can do. My growth has slowed considerably. I know I'll soon become a burden. Taking the opportunity, Kiwi strikes Hanbin from behind, covering his eyes. Not only Hanbin, but the system suddenly announced an anomaly. Detecting a strange intrusion into the guide, A also rushes in. The system alerts Hanbin as Ki mows down their enemies, and Artis mutters about both Ki and A. Hanbin raises his blood sword, unleashing a powerful strike that shatters everything. Artis remarks that they've surpassed him. So when I left, I planned to leave the party and live here. In the 5 years I lived here, I changed a lot. I liked this place, but I never told them, not even until the very end. But the truth is, I was happy they came looking for me, and I didn't want to lie. I kept telling myself that I would tell them someday, that I knew I couldn't keep up with them anymore. Even though we'd only been apart for a week, A greeted me like we hadn't seen each other in 10 years. Meanwhile, Artis continues to open up about his struggles, and so I couldn't say anything. Hearing this, Timia couldn't hold back her tears, silly girl. The girl tilted her head back, fighting back tears. That means he likes her. Artis smiles, looking down. I'm sorry, thanks in advance, I'm sorry, A. In the heat of battle, A desperately tells herself she must be faster. I have to be faster to reach the day Artis is waiting for me. Now she stands face to face with Hanbin. His face contorted in a savage attack, his blade aimed at the young woman, a red light gleaming in her eyes. Leon H lies motionless. Electrian looks up injured, and even Kivi is stunned. Time seems to slow, as Effie's steps falter as if she's walking straight into hell. Ifei closes her eyes, recalling the fastest swordsmanship, the image of the young man appearing. Ifei moves like lightning, dodging every attack. The starry sword, the Thunder Emperor's true form, and a scorching volcano erupting. Thanks, in advance, leads Artis to the cliff. We're here, Artis. You can observe the battle from here, right? She reminded him with a frown. But be careful, the lava is right in front of you. Artis held the empty orb in his hand and gently closed his eyes. Thank you, thanks in advance. Even in his emotional state, thanks in advance doesn't forget to tease him. Trying to act cool in front of me won't work right now. Since you've done me a favor, lie down and continue healing. The girl notices the photo has flown away. Timea angrily chases after it. What would you do if you lost this? Suddenly a magic circle appears and artist Timea turns around in shock. She faces the mighty Hanbin, who unleashes a flurry of blows. Rai Hanbin unleashes a series of basic slashes honed thousands of times so fast that a tenth of a second's blink could mean a hit. That's why it looks like a single attack, but it's happening in less than a tenth of a second. In the world of a millisecond, gaps appear, but even if the eye can see them, the body can't move fast enough to dodge. That's why by using electromagnetic swordplay, instead of the neural network, the brain can directly signal the muscles, resulting in a dramatically increased reaction speed. A reaction speed rivaling the 100 kilometers speed of lightning. Right now she's executing her fastest blink, yet a powerful burst of speed. Electrian froze for a moment, his eyes unable to keep up with her movements as Hanbin's muscles tensed. He thought she was just a talking dragon, but then Leon Hart spoke up. It's no wonder he's suspicious. The fact that she's a talking dragon is already hard to believe. Seeing how desperately A is trying to stop Hanbin, he continues to use the swordsmanship she's only seen once. For a dragon to copy the skills of Gehan, the Thunder Emperor, is beyond imagination. But Lionheart pauses, seeing that Awaz is growing weary. He figured it wasn't enough. Even if she won in speed, she couldn't win in strength. To Hanbin, she was like a 3-year-old waving a knife. He mercilessly throws Afi to the ground, where Kivai catches her unconscious body, and as Hanbin approaches menacingly, Leon Hart continues. The key, he realizes, is to force him to wield the sword with both hands. But will it work? Suddenly Hanbin paused, hearing a pained voice pleading, "Please." Effie clung to his leg, begging him to wake up as a glint of animosity flashed in Hanbin's eyes. "Hey, Hanbin, newsflash, Addis is gravely injured," she pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes. He could die. Within his mind, the game screen shows Hanbin throwing Effie. A deep voice echoes, "I said, kill her." He retorts, "I don't care about the weak." The Hellhound challenges, "Is that so?" Hanbin focuses on controlling the situation, thinking, "I'll concentrate on taking out the strong ones first." The Hellhound nods. "All right, that works. Eventually you'll kill us all." Back in the fight, Electrian and Leon Wung fly towards Hanbin. "Go level up somewhere else." Phi desperately tries to slap her leg. "Move," she said, frustrated. "I said move." Kiwi loudly reminds her that Ife is in this state because she used a skill beyond her limits. "You need to rest." Effie gripped her legs tightly, saying they were out of time. Before her, a fierce battle raged, people were still fighting and they could die. Leon H. hissed behind his mask. "Damn it, I spent all that time teaching you to master aura, and now you've become the final boss." From the volcano's mouth, a clawed hand emerges. The ultimate foe, a fire dragon named Kanran. "Here it is." Hanbin grinned with crazed delight. Electrian's eyes widened in shock. "The Dragon Emperor's aura? How is this possible? Even Effie and Kiwi are caught off guard. We stare at Kanon, wondering how he obtained the Dragon Emperor's power without the magic crystal transfer. When suddenly Effie freezes as if seeing something. Timea and Holian approach. Timea Colian. Suppressing her emotions, she wonders, where is Lord Artis? Meanwhile, Hanin has switched targets, unleashing several sword strikes towards Kanran. Not one to back down, Kanran opens his maw, gathering sparks within before unleashing them. A blinding light, and then a massive explosion in the sky. Artis thought to himself, even without the crystal, anything containing mana would work. By using high temperature and pressure, he could merge with the mana. "I'm sorry, everyone." A couldn't believe what she was hearing, but there was no other way. The stone on Timia's neck shattered, and Artis thought from the start, "I knew 2 exhausted people couldn't stop Hanbin, but I didn't know neither of them would let me sacrifice myself. So I lied." Everyone watches Kanran flap its wings in the night sky. The end is here, the dragon's curse of decay and Hanbin's bloodlust. Atis merges with the rock bottom, determined to end it all, and as he fades away, a blinding light engulfs everything. Amidst the flower-filled sky, Effie wept inconsolably. Atis's sacrifice had shaken the world. As the Dragon Lord's corpse vanished, ashes scattered like snowflakes, freeing the dragons from their curse. Everyone could feel the game screen zoom in on Kanran's face. Tears welled in Hanbin's eyes. Atis's mana mixed with the ashes, but it wasn't enough to quell the berserk state. Looking at Hanbin's crazed, battle-hungry face, Leon H. remarks that this is different from a curse, it's on a higher level. Despite countless attempts to break it, we've failed every time, especially when the berserk state reaches its peak. It's as if the guide has merged with his very soul. Holan was stunned. "So we're just going to admit defeat." He reluctantly suggests that the best course of action is for the recovered dragonkin to leave watching Kanon fight. Alongside Hanbin, he proposes leaving the island and the seal with Hanbin. Timea firmly objects, saying, "That's no laughing matter. What would Addis's sacrifice have been for?" Tears streamed down her face. He had sacrificed his life to jump in there. And yet he says we should just end it like this. Ki suddenly stood up in support. Just as Thanks in Advance had said, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Everyone risked their lives. We won't accept this outcome. Kay decides to infiltrate Hanbin's guide herself, and in the meantime, they'll activate the fire formation. Hearing this insane decision, Leon H. leaves. No, that's too reckless, Kay. You can't. At that moment, Phi spoke up. Think of it this way. Even if she infiltrated without Lord Artus, no one could cast that magic. The more she spoke, the more helpless she felt. Without Lord Artus, it's all meaningless. Without Lord Artus. Just then, a gentle hand stroked A's head, and Tamia recognized the person before her. The Queen is on Dragon Lord Canron's side, and Artus has merged with the lava. Everyone here is filled with anger, regret, and despair. Is this the Dragon Emperor's memory? Is that Adora? Adora must have been the one who quelled the Dragon Lord's rage. What kind of magic did she use? Atis paused in midair as the memory began to unfold. Adora, this has been with me since your grandmother found me. It's a charm. Adora's eyes widened as she took the necklace, asking curiously. A protective charm, he replied softly, meant to protect its owner. Adora was worried about him. What about Altus? You don't need a charm, I don't need one either. Hearing this, she rushed to hug him, confidently declaring, Then I'll be your good luck charm, Altus. I'll always protect you. Elsewhere, someone holds Altus's charm high. The owner of this eggshell is Lord Artus, my family, and only relative. But as she steals her resolve, huge drops of water fall on Adora's head. So what happened? Those were Kandrin's tears. She wondered, is he still alive? Hante frowned. This child. A flood of ancient memories returns. Atop the snow-capped mountain I sense the sinister aura of the Genovian witch. If she learns of the bloodline's existence, who knows what will happen? In the worst-case scenario, outsiders can't enter the Upper Dragon's remains. Kandrin instructs Adora keep Artus a secret. She hesitated, exhaling a misty breath. Don't you want to see him? That's your lost child. Conran tilted his head, revealing a faint smile. When the time is right, if God allows, we will surely meet. And as if a prayer had been answered, he and Atis finally met. Conran smiled warmly. It must have been difficult for you born in an era when dragons are ostracized. Hearing this, he was stunned, having to face the harsh world alone. Of course I'm not one to talk, but Atis quickly shook his head. No, father, you don't need to apologize. He remembers his comrades waiting outside. I'm not alone. Then turning back to Canon, is it too late? If you want to see Adora again, would she be happy? Adora's here too. Suddenly, Canron bursts into laughter, looking in one direction. Adora, who has always been by his side, is there as the flames part, and something like an ice spear hurtles down. It was A who had crossed through everything, calling out Artus's name. Artus's eyes widened in shock. Ify, what are you doing here? But there was no reply. His soul image was cut in two, then rejoined, and he anxiously warned her that she would melt away. A, weapon in hand, declared, I refuse. Everyone has given their all. Kiwi, Leon H., Electrian, even the Queen has come. Everyone is doing their best. A shields Artus, trying to get him through. Here I brought the magic stone. I kept my promise. Before Artus, Adora's image appeared, saying, You must also keep your promise. Kandrin sends Artus's soul hurtling forward, creating a vortex that engulfs them both, as Kandrin and Katanara clear the path for their friend to do what he must. Artus is stunned for a moment, then manages to shout Mom, Dad. Outside, Hanbin punches Electri, sending him flying. Leon H. suffered the same fate, clutching his head in agony, his eyes burning as he stared at the ice-fire orb atop the rock. The egg was hatching. Fire and ice energies swirled in the sky, finally dissipating, leaving behind only a blinding light as Atis spread his icy wings and embraced Effie. Timia, witnessing this, was puzzled, while Bangholin, supporting Leon H., marveled at the wings. Altus gently lands, catching Effie's ball as Leon observes. I'm sure he was a fire dragon. So why was he reborn as an ice dragon? Electrian clutches his wound, replying, No, that's not it. On the other side of the battle lines, Hanbin and Altus are about to face off. He wildly swings his blood sword, but Altus's eyes don't waver, a red light flashing in the sky, only to be shattered by another light. The dragon race possesses attributes befitting their names, unlike common dragons with lightning, water, fire, or earth affinities. The first divine dragons wield attributes beyond the basics. The Dragon Queen's name, Fright, means ice absorption only possible at absolute zero. Now Atis's breath is icy, but her hair blazes with fire. Electrian continued, the Dragon Lord's name was AS, meaning to incinerate, a power that could turn anything to ash to liberate. Artus unleashes a torrent of fire from his arm. Hanbin, undeterred, dodges the blast, which obliterates the mountain behind him. Hanbin's eyes flashed with caution and anger as Electrian continued his story after they saw Artus's ice wings. Everyone thought Artus was a fire dragon, but he actually combines the properties of fire and ice. His life is the future of the dragon race. The system displays Dragon First Dragon God. Level 80. Atis says coldly, Now it's my turn to help you. Meanwhile, Ki had invaded Hanbin's mind, muttering as she looked at her hand. I used more divine power than I thought, but it seems I made it. This is inside Hanbin's mind, or what he calls the Stone Mountains. Suddenly laughter echoes. Haha, I knew it. You think it's ridiculous too, don't you? Kivi is startled, it's Hanbin's voice. She bravely heads inside, first peeking through the curtain, then cautiously feeling her way through the dark tunnel. Outside, the battle between Hanbin and Altus raged on, with Hanbin swinging his greatsword and Altus blocking with his shield. Not stopping there, he creates a barrier that absorbs the dark energy from the blood sword. With each blow, Altus's level increased. Level 80, level 90, level 100, level 110, level 130, level 160. Adis focuses a fireball into his fist and shouts, demanding to see his aura's true power. Level 160. Hanpinia, hovering above, cheered as the searing flames engulfed Adis. He can do it, can't he? Electrian smiles, clutching his arm. Yes, Tamiya, there's hope for us because he can block that guy's attacks. All he's doing is depleting his aura. Leon H. and Holen work to restore the aura that's been consumed. That sounds good, but it won't be easy. That guy's aura seems endless. Even if he had to fight continuously for a week. Of course, if Adis could absorb it all, there would be no problem. Atis's level continues to rise. Level 130, level 140, level 150, level 160. Leon H. continued to comment, but if he has to convert and release aura, as soon as he absorbs it, that means his body has reached its limit. Atis's level reached 169, then 170, but he believed that his level was only temporary. Adis unleashes level 170 energy, using 50 levels as his pupils glow, and Ki enters the fray as the final battle looms. Hanbin chuckled, now I get it. Kar means me and Pato are dead right. I'm actually intrigued by this, as it's completely different from the language system I usually use. So Mu must mean desire, right? He asked the Hellhound. With this we can finally understand each other better and become friends, right? It said with difficulty. Ba. 2. Hanbin rushes over, cupping his ear to listen closely. Huh. What are you saying? What are you trying to say? Say that again. The wolf bound at all four limbs was no more. Mupadam. Mupat Karum. The Hellhound snarls, kill me, it is your destiny. Hanin deliberately replied in their language, Kurapachia Ryang-chan, don't speak such discouraging words. Of course, from your perspective, it's normal to hate me. He then grabbed a bowl of mystery stew and continued. But if you still had your limbs, wouldn't you try to kill me, so you can't be of any help? With that, he held out the bowl of soup. There's no one here but us. We could be friends. The wolf chuckled at this, mocking, hey, you're eating hellhound meat, but if I live, no hellhounds will appear, and without meat you'll starve. Suddenly Hanbin's hand trembled. 15 years. It's been 15 years. He suddenly bursts into laughter. After 15 long years, I finally found someone to talk to. You may not understand being a monster, but 15 years is a damn long time. The hellhound hangs its head, muttering, I'm a monster, not a human. The bowl in his hand shattered, but it didn't matter. Hanbin sat on the ground, head in his hands. Enough, I've had enough. Trapped on this goddamn mountain for 15 years with a broken guide and no way to level up. I'm stuck eating and sleeping, never knowing when I'll die. I don't want to fight anymore. The wolf looks at him confused. I don't want to fight anymore. A notification appears. Do you want to commit suicide? Just as he was about to select it, someone's hand stopped him. Han recognized the person who appeared. Kivi, I can't believe my eyes. How is this possible? She gently asks, so you're the real Ru Hanbin. Suddenly, a resounding cry echoed through the cave, as Han's eyes widened and he screamed. Artis is still draining his energy bit by bit, forcing him to absorb and release it, as if he were a gate. Artis realizes the aura is receding, and Han doesn't have much left. Hanbin hangs his head, revealing a savage smile, startling Artis. Inside his subconscious, Hanbin pleads with himself. You need to stop fighting. Hanbin, you may be hallucinating from the berserk state, but it's all because of the guide. Please guide me. I can destroy it. But hearing that he lowered his head, I can't. The Hellhound's voice dripped with triumph. That man is as good as dead. Its arm gradually becomes whole. Fighting is for survival. The weak die, the strong survive. That hand strokes Hanbin's head. So you still hate fighting. Someone like you should just die, the red-haired Hanbin sneered. Survival is only for those who love it, words that leave Hanbin speechless. And you should just stay out of it. Outside the barrier, Artis erected cracks appeared, then shattered into 100 pieces. Artis was stunned, the aura had stopped spreading. Don't tell me it's because of... Suddenly, Han's red hair blazed with energy. Holen couldn't believe his eyes, the aura was gathering once more. What's going on? Leon H. gritted his teeth beside him. Damn it. Leon H's pupils shrank. Long Shen, thinking why he hadn't realized it sooner. The reason that fool always failed against the Vantera wasn't because he lacked aura. It was because he had so much that condensing it would cause him to explode. But now, with all the aura drained from his body, Leon shouts a warning. It's a Vantera's fighting spirit. We have to stop him from using that skill. Atiz level 180. One of Altus's arms transforms into a dragon's head. In that instant, he gambles that firing this will stop him. But if that's the case, Hanbin is trying his best to awaken his consciousness. Hanbin, please fight. The power of the survival instinct. Within his subconscious, Kivier softly speaks. So unable to endure this endless battle, he created another persona. Hanin drops the game console, muttering, You're disappointed in me, aren't you? I'm just that kind of person. He couldn't bear to look up helpless. I only tried to survive because I was afraid of death and I kept making excuses to fight. So I'm not the one people need in the coming battle. He is. The one who can become as strong as Barrows. That's who they need, not me. The one this world needs. Kiv rushes to support her face as she gives him a kiss. The cruel system is released and bound. The kiss ends, and she smiles at Hanbin. Don't worry about this world anymore. Above, Attis poured mana into a dragon's head, unleashing a fiery blast at the system, piercing it and disrupting its guidance. This error code is deleted, and the system fades away, as Hanbin's eyes reflect lines of code. The system announces the removal of Ohm Plus's pleasure, causing Hanbin to faint. It says you don't have to fight anymore. Hin opens his eyes after a long period of unconsciousness, warm light shining into the room. He stared blankly for a long moment, then suddenly a bowl of soup fell to the floor. Hanbin quickly turned his head. Holy couldn't hide his joy. He's awake. You were in a coma for a whole month. Ryu Hanbin Artis recounted everything. The Dragon Lord's curse is gone, as is the Dragon Lord's promise that dragons cannot attack humans. Instead, the time to use full dragon form has been greatly reduced. Yet somehow, humans and dragons now coexist peacefully. He smiles standing beside A and Tamiya. A new era where humans and dragons live together has begun, all thanks to him. Hearing that Han looked outside, I see. He realizes this is no dream. Then a startling question, how are his injuries? He chuckled, reassuring them, I'm fine. A chimed in. Look, not even a scar. Leon remained silent with his arms crossed while A came running up excitedly. We waited for you to wake up so we could raid the dungeon together. Now, let's get that artifact. Han with a bright smile replied, no, I'm stopping here. With a light tone, he announced his departure from the group, and Leon H suddenly grabbed the bandage around his chest. He angrily questions, are you running away? Han didn't hide anything, saying, yes, you're right. Leon H, you're the chosen one, not me. Leon grimaced, his face darkening. What are you talking about? Evie, not wanting him to blame himself, tries to explain the reason. The bloodlust has passed. You don't need to leave. Hanbin said nothing, only reaching back for his sword. Leon H immediately took a defensive stance, and Evie unconsciously stepped back as silence filled the air. It was then that Hanbin finally spoke. See, he smiled, pleased with his test. Everyone knows that even after the madness subsides, I'm still dangerous. Ife nervously explains, no, what I mean is Attis must have thought a lot about coming to my rescue. Thank you for becoming friends with the dragon race. He replied with a gentle smile. Me too. Attis, thank you both for being my friends. Even though I hid the truth that I'm from another world. Thank you, Leonhardt. Thanks to you, I survived so many times. He chides him softly, you bastard. Hanbin continues, and Holian, her eyes widened. Yes, he held the sword out, apologizing for deceiving her and for her disappointment in Barrow. I think this giant thing is too heavy for me. Are you there? Then he shook his head and looked behind him. Kivi, are you all right? Let me see you for a moment. Inside, Kivi grits her teeth. Just go, it was only CPR, no need to make a big deal out of it. They're separated by a door. Ki whispers, I'm fine. Go and live a happy life. The world will keep turning without him. Hanan smiles, offering his thanks. Hanbin then turned and left, and watching his retreating figure, Holy asked softly, you'll regret letting him go like that. Emotions aren't easy to hide, and this could be the last time. Kiv V's face contorted. If this is the last time, I don't want him to remember me looking like this. Those words tug at the heartstrings. Han holds the compass in his hand. The continent lies to the northwest. Electrian offered, it'd be faster if I took you instead of that old ship. But Han refused. I don't want to ride a dragon and attract attention. Han gazed off into the distance. I want to live a normal life. Cha Mo frowned unhappily. It'll be difficult to live normally when you stand out so much. Seeing him jump onto the boat, she rushed over. Why aren't you helping Artis? Electrian reminds him Cha Mo. After boarding the ship, he said Artis will be fine without me. He's strong and he has all of you. Electrian bit his lip, offering a few words of comfort. Don't feel guilty about what happened. If we're looking for the culprit, I'm the one responsible. 150 years ago, I was blinded by hatred, failed to protect, and even tried to kill. Someone told me it was a way to escape the Dragon Emperor's curse. I was deceived by one who called himself the White Angel. Hearing that name, Hanbin was taken aback. The White Angel. Seeing his strange expression, Electrian asked, does that name remind you of something? He evaded, saying no. Besides, I don't want to interfere with anything anymore. He grunts. Sorry then, mentions Altus's group. Right now, Altus and the others are probably raiding the dungeon. Once they retrieve the artifact, the island seal will disappear. Then you can go out to the open ocean. Hanan waved goodbye to Cha Mo and Electrian. He added, if you need anything, just ask. Your strength has helped us before. Han smiled. Perhaps, but power that can destroy everything should disappear, like how the Dragon Emperor sealed himself away. Hanin soon encountered something suspicious. A storm was brewing, the relic's engine flared with magic, and a large shadow loomed over him. His pupils shrink in an instant. It's a tsunami. Inside the dungeon, Attis struggles to hold the gears. What is that? Stop it. He turned to Jandro, scolding. What did you do? The man waved his hand, stammering. Did I touch it? Addis grimaced, realizing he'd been played. Genovia's targeting time itself, leaving Leon H. somewhat perplexed. Genovia needs time, but 1 year here is only 1 month out there, right? He reached out to fix it. As he answered, that's when the artifact activates. This artifact has accumulated 112 years of time. If it's removed, Radna's power to balance the flow of time will activate. All the accumulated time will flood out in an instant. Whether they want it or not, Genovia could achieve an uninterrupted amount of time the moment the artifact is unlocked. This truth sends shivers down their spines. Jandro trembles, but touching it just a little should be okay, right? Addis stroked his chin thoughtfully. Time had flowed in that instant. Outside night has fallen, and Hanbin is stunned by the moment he's experienced. He continued for 5 years. 5 years that passed when we touched. Before Hanbin is a statue, it's Genovia reliving it all once more. Kill the first one. System malfunction detected. Kill them all. Kill all the bloodthirsty madmen created by the system's error. As a result, Ryu Hanbin pointed his sword at his own companions, the system glitched out, and the fateful kiss occurred. His ki was horribly altered, leading to one final act, eliminating the joy of embracing Plas, saving his comrades. Ryu Hanbin then left his sword behind, and departed his ship, leaving the barrier zone. He reflected on his journey, promising himself to live as a normal person from now on. However, the next day, Hanbin was sprawled out on the street. He was sluggish and exhausted, so hungry, he needed to find something to eat before going anywhere. Hanbin sat up, looked out to sea, saw the lighthouse, and thought there might be a village nearby. But where the heck was he? He sighed, wishing that Effie was here to quickly figure it out. Suddenly, a system notification appears. A new quest has been added to the guide. He's caught off guard, eyes wide. A new quest. This has never happened before. He thought to himself that something had changed since he broke free from his murderous frenzy. The system was now offering a new quest. Find the Church of Our Lady in the nearest town. Accept the quest and be transported to the nearest village, yes or no. Reading this, Hanin was overjoyed. The system will take me to the nearest village. Excellent. Finally, this piece of junk is working properly. Fantastic. His attitude suddenly changes 180 degrees. Did you think I'd say that? So he taps no, huh? Hanbin smirks to himself. I don't need your guidance anymore, and I'm not fighting. So get lost. Damn it. The system window confirms that you have rejected the quest. Han begins his brand new journey in the coastal city of Valario Bay. The cuisine here is rich thanks to merchant ships from all over. Food is prepared to last a long time and avoid spoiling during travel. The bread, made with only salt, flour, and water, was baked 4 times to remove as much moisture as possible. The production of this hardtack was once a prominent industry. But over time, people preferred softer breads, and this recipe was gradually forgotten. Isn't it the baker's job to carry on traditions? Hanbin stole flour from there and got caught. Pay up for the theft. After a satisfying meal, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was alive, and looked around thinking, but I heard this city was thriving. But the streets are deserted, people are scarce, and trash is everywhere. Something's not right. Still, starting a life here isn't so bad. No one will pay attention to me here. Hanbin casually wipes his beak in satisfaction, thanking them for the meal. He then tossed the money bag back and left, saying he'd left the money there. Keep the change. Hanbin has decided to leave his past behind and start a new life. And the first thing he did was go to jail. The baker scolded. You dare say you don't need the change? Han angrily retorted, what? I gave you 500 amperes. That's enough for a whole month. The baker fearlessly points at him. That's worthless now. He even offered a gold card. Don't you know you need Dolent to trade? Now you're a criminal. Hearing these new terms, Hanbin was dumbfounded. What? A new kind of currency, I've never heard of it before. The baker sighed ominously. Just stay put. The priests will be here soon. Once again, Hanbin is in dire straits. Priests. A moment later, the steady sound of footsteps echoed as the priests stood before the prison cell, repeatedly praying to the Virgin Mary. In the name of the Holy Spirit, bless us whether in heaven or on earth. They pray together. Amen. Han, hidden behind a curtain, observes the situation. Damn it, getting involved with religion is nothing but trouble. Messing with these people will only bring me grief. But what sect do they belong to? A priest took out a piece of paper and spoke. I didn't expect to find an unbranded lamb. This must be Mother's guidance. He burst out laughing, finally able to witness the advanced skill. The person next to him added, oh, how wonderful. Hanbin is on high alert, realizing he has no other choice. Suddenly, the priest bursts open the prison door with unexpected force. He presented a form, an application to join the Church of the Goddess, then took a deep breath and launched into a memorized speech. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Priest Doi, non-head of coordination, missionary and missionary guide at the Church of Our Lady. I will briefly explain joining the church, and then you can ask any questions you may have. If you join the church, you'll receive many benefits. Han silently endured his barrage of words. First, upon joining, you'll immediately receive $1,000, a privilege reserved for the first 144,000 disciples. Furthermore, if you agree to conceal your identity, you'll receive another $1,000, And if you make recognized contributions in the fields of missionary work and management, you'll receive an additional $200 each month. And don't be surprised, you'll also get the chance to level up to level 10. This priest is even more boastful. Eternal life is now within reach. Guided by the Holy Mother and Father, you will soon walk the path to eternity with us when the sacred time arrives. Amen. As those words faded, the accompanying priests expressed their admiration. Hanin endures this silently, then speaks. The penalties for treason and other crimes range from 1 year in prison to the death penalty. The other two flatterers massage his shoulders and pour him water. Oh, Mother Mary, such outstanding evangelism skills. The rhythm and cadence make me want to be enlightened anew. Just remember how he delivered that last line. Smooth talker. The priest is flattered. You guys are overpraising me. I only spoke for 15 seconds. Growing tired of it, Han asked, "What are you doing here?" He emphasized the end of his sentence, and the man screamed in terror. Why you? Han said coldly, arms crossed. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. A priest helps him up, saying you vomited. Who is that man? He asked, feigning ignorance with a smile. I think this guy's gone mad. A system window appears, announcing a new quest: join the Church of Our Lady. Han Bi's mind races as realization dawns. He roars in anger. What the hell is going on? The Hunters Association is gone, the currency has changed, and what the hell is the Church of the Mother? He recalled the Genenovia statue, stunned. Don't tell me the Holy Mother is Genenovia. The two priests' faces darkened as they pointed their swords at him, hissing, "How dare you call the Holy Mother by name like that?" The other added, "Are you a heretic? This level S guy?" Han Pin's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know my level?" Each of them has a gem on the back of their hand, a blessing from Om Blaus. The novice's pupils contracted the blessing of Om Blaus. Just then, a shout came from outside the prison. A monster has been killed. The two priests flee for their lives. Hunters. There are so many heretics today. This only makes him more curious about this world. A hunter is a heretic. What are you talking about? El suddenly grabs him by the collar. His face contorted in disbelief. Why are you only realizing this now? After 5 long years, Han Bin asks, dumbfounded. 5 years, he exhaled at the news. Looks like you don't know anything. I don't know what you've been doing all this time, but it's all over. The information he revealed next was shocking. Lutra was finished now under the rule of that man. During Han Bin's disappearance, a war began with the fall of the World Tree. Its vibrant leaves withered and fell before everyone's eyes. Redna's sacred tree, once a source of abundant life energy, is now nothing more than bare branches, leading to chaotic energy seeds that cannot sprout and dwindling food supplies. To make matters worse, the World Tree's lack of life force caused a dramatic drop in the birth rate. The Fairy Alliance, those responsible for overseeing the World Tree, gathered, and the King of Nymph was criticized as the one who caused the World Tree's death. In his rage, the King of Nymph declared war, igniting a conflict between the NMF Kingdom and the other kingdoms of the Fairy Alliance. The battle claimed the lives of many, yet Holan, considered the kingdom of NMF's strongest weapon, refused to fight. Nim began to lose, but then the angels appeared. A swarm of creatures gathered, prayed, and grew agitated, before taking flight and diving into the battlefield. They attacked not only Nim soldiers but also elves, dwarves, and spirits, slaughtering all as if they wanted to eradicate life itself. In the chaos, a blinding light appeared in the sky, obscuring everything, and then figures emerged. It was then that the heroes appeared, their eyes sharp, and Emperor Gahan and Queen Genovia drove the angels away, prompting the people to cheer for their heroes once more. The people even criticized the Fairy Alliance and the goddesses, calling them useless, while Gon ascended the throne as emperor. The heroes were called upon to lead everyone, including the Fairy Alliance, to dismantle the sects and organizations that worship the goddess, and to create a new order with Genovia hailed as queen. They believed all misfortune stemmed from the goddess's unfair level system, so levels needed to be redistributed to protect the weak and ensure equality. Lao concluded that this was how the Church of the Goddess came to be, clenching his fist in resentment. People can level up without risking their lives in battle, and as long as they're loyal to the cult, they don't have to worry about food. I was chosen because of this special arm. Hanin lowered his head and quietly asked, "So you've joined their side?" La, angered by this, retorted, "So what? I have a right to live my life too, but if they find out I know you, I'll be executed." Han simply snaps the ropes, binding his hands, his tone softening. "So I'll pretend not to know you and let you go. If there's a fight, just pretend you don't know me. Now I just want to live a normal life." He smiles, saying he won't do anything. With that, he turned and walked away, thinking he wasn't worthy of everyone's expectations. Hanin recalls the past, remembering the words of the red-haired Han Bin. "I leave the rest to you. If he doesn't want to fight, he can die. He doesn't have to fight anymore." Hanin remembers Ki's kiss and gentle words. "Live a good life." With that thought, he stopped in his tracks. Where should he go now? Picking up the flyer, Lao gave him again. "If you have nowhere to go, I can't imagine what else you could do. The world has changed and people need to adapt." Han muttered, "Thikni," and as he looked up, he saw a brightly lit tent nearby. The sounds inside were lively flags, Waved in the air, the circus was bustling and acrobats somersaulted through the air, and drunken men cheered. Is that all you can do with our money? A girl fell, and the men below jumped to catch her. Suddenly, people holding signs appeared outside, shouting, "Drive out the hunters, drive them out." Doctrine chapter 1, verse 3. All life is equal. No life is more precious than another. The loudest was a red-haired woman named Amber. Why do you make a living killing monsters? Repent, you barbaric fiends. They pelt Bwen with objects. Amber dove down, shouting Bachwin's name, but unfortunately he crashed to the floor. Laughter and excitement erupt as Wyn rushes over in a panic. Brother Bachman replied, struggling to get up. You're okay, Megan shouted louder and louder. Repent, let the monsters live. We don't need hunters. Monsters are living beings too. As she was about to throw another, Hanbin stopped her. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, silencing the room. Hanbin clicked his tongue, complaining that they were blocking his view. Pale-faced, she looked up at the person behind her, then fled the theater with the others. I'll sue you. Just wait, justice will prevail. Hanbin watches them leave, then turns and walks away, summoning Dazir Arman. Wait. Hanbin paused, looking down, then smiled. We're short on baggage carriers. Why don't you join us? Mr. Eric, they called you by that false name. Hanbin smiled. May I? Hanbin began working at the circus as a flyer distributor advertising a one-of-a-kind performance. This performance is brought to you by the world's greatest high-wire artist. Get your tickets now. Despite being ignored, he persists, touting the circus as the best in the world, as a flyer falls to the ground. The boy in patched-up clothes sneered a circus, then he stood before him mocking. How childish. Hey, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Hanbin blushes and smiles. Hey kid, I meant you. He sits down and continues. Wouldn't it be fun to go with your parents? Macro quietly replied. My mom hates this stuff. She says it's a waste of money, just childish games. He thought to himself, child's play. Who are you calling a kid? Then he changed his suggestion. Well, how about going with your father? Macro pouted, looking down. I don't have a father. He was arrested for being a hunter, so the kids tease me all the time. Hanine was flustered and decided, I see, so you should try to get along with your friends. I'll give you a free ticket. Marco blushed with happiness. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Marco, how many times has your mother told you not to run into the street? If you don't listen, the angels will take you away. Hanan watched the boy, thinking Radna had changed. Though many still live near the World Tree, their eyes no longer sparkled with joy. Because they must struggle to survive each day, their eyes are fixed on the ground where weary feet drag along the road. Survival was the only thing on their minds as a system notification appeared. Explore Rarna. A few people joined in screaming, and Andrew yelled for the boss to come out. Daniel chimed in, call be my. Ewan clenched his fist and held it up in defense, saying his brother was out handing out flyers. Daniel snapped back, cutting him off. You have to pay your debts. We don't lend money to people in dire straits. Wyn said, his voice trembling with fear. Just be patient. Amber nodded in agreement. We'll pay you back, we promise. We're doing everything we can. Please give us more time. But Andrew wouldn't let it go, saying, you think you're the only ones who need money. Daniel licked his lips and added, how about we help you with your business? Huh. Not this rundown circus. We have much better business deals. Amber hugged Ian, her voice hardening. Don't talk about such filthy things. Daniel chuckled at that. Filthy. Our boss is just looking out for you guys, Andrew suddenly shouted from behind. Han simply lifts them both up. Okay, listen closely. Business ideas, huh? I've got some great ones myself. The two men turned back, faces pale as he intimidated them. How about a mysterious human body exhibition? With those words they ran off. Just you wait, if you think we're giving up, you're wrong. Then Hanbin raised the wolf's nose, looking down on them with lazy contempt, saying they were all talk. Amber waves her hand in praise. You're amazing, Eric. He turns back warmly. It's nothing, I brought some snacks for us to share. Yin's eyes lit up. It was her favorite meat pie, but Amber avoided it. Sorry, it smells a little strong. Hanbin curiously sniffs at them. Huh, it's not spoiled, is it? Wyn suddenly realized. Could that be someone calling him darling? Bachman raises the meat-filled bun you like high in the air, and entering the circus tent unleashes a torrent of the old woman's wisdom. Meanwhile, in an alley, a cold voice echoed, so you've returned empty-handed again. Andrew closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and replied, Boss, let's go smash that place up. He hurled the book at the man's head, while the other held a muzzle and the other a Bible. I've said it before, the doctrine teaches, if someone slaps your right cheek, offer them the left. Violence is not our way, Fabrizio mused, turning his head. But if those two ran away like that, it means Baman's circus has someone really strong. Daniel explained with difficulty. Yes, it sounds unbelievable, but that guy was huge and incredibly strong. Even though his level was only 6, the weightlifter immediately dropped his weights. It's him, Fabrizio wondered. Who is he? The man only gave vague answers, but it had to be him. I'll never forget him. Ru Hanbin is on this side. Hanbin, wide-eyed like a puppy, is 3 weeks pregnant. Yoon sits by the bed, checking her over, telling her she needs to rest often. You can function normally, but avoid strenuous activity. She smiled. All right. Hanbin happily jumps up. Congratulations. I didn't realize you two were married. And now a baby. Congratulations. Seeing their gloomy faces, he paused, offering congratulations. Radna has changed for a few reasons. The world tree that sustains her life is losing its power. That means even if she gets pregnant, there's no guarantee the child will be born, so no one is relieved. Baman took her hand, smiling brightly. Don't worry about a thing, just focus on taking care of yourself. Hearing this, she worries, but B-Man reassures her that if she can't give birth, he'll be there for her. He tells her not to worry, as Hainan silently observes Baman. From now on, I'll be a good father. Just trust me. Everything will be all right. Just trust me. Leon H's words suddenly flood back. Is he planning to run away? Atis's two smiles. Hanbin's gratitude, and Kivi's words. Just go. I'm fine. Go and live a normal, happy life. He remembers Kivi Vi crying at that moment. She suddenly looks up because Hanbin has climbed the wall to say his last words, trust me, and everything will be all right. But later I never dared say those words again, because I wasn't confident enough to keep them because I no longer believed in myself. Fueled by alcohol, he may not be strong, but he's a great man. The circus is still running and someone walks in from the entrance. Hanbin glances over, catching a glimpse of a distorted face under a hood as she flies in and punches him square in the face. Inside the hall, next to the stage, a wooden crate is rigged with explosives, the system placed behind the crate and connected to a power switch. Then a voice echoed, remarking how difficult it was to create this special remote-controlled bomb. As the person prepared to flip the switch, they continued, if there's an explosion here, this circus will be finished. Hearing this, the subordinate spoke up fearfully. Hey, isn't this a little dangerous? Megal firmly states that it's the price to pay for harming the monster. It's for justice. The two arguing men suddenly stop as one of their companions flies forward, putting all his power into a punch that sends Hanbin reeling. Hanbin then collapsed to the ground, causing an uproar in the stands as everyone wondered what had happened. A fight, then B, wielding a piece of cloth, leaps into the air, shouting. Eric Megan observed, then spoke in confusion. What is this? There are even children, the subordinate expressed cautiously. Is that so? Should we get the ball rolling then? Just then, Daniel, filming from behind, suddenly spoke up. We're here to see some chaos. His companion with pen and paper in hand added, the more that happens, the more there is to write about. Just then, Hanbin, still in his wolf costume, struggled to his feet as Megan smirked. No, let's wait a little longer. Well, I said excitedly, this looks like it's going to be good. Meanwhile, Beola started to warm up and seriously suggested, get up, you promised to stop Genovia and Gaffan, she roared. What in the world are you doing? What are you up to? Bella La angrily rebukes him, saying Richard trusted him, while Hanbin, holding the two eyes, kneels, and honestly says, I'm sorry, I'll explain and take whatever punishment. Han bluntly declares, but doing it here would be troublesome. He lowers his gaze and hesitates. Bella, losing patience, raised her fist ready to strike and yelled, what nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly the arena went dark, halting her punch, and she looked around in confusion. Hanbin stared in shock at the ceiling, thinking about the light as someone quickly unleashed their power, revealing a circle of energy. It was launched into the air, emitting a strange light that made Hanbin look up. The circle only illuminated the arena, leaving him bewildered. At that moment, the mysterious man suddenly lifted the ropes and stepped into the arena. Fabrizio appeared imposingly in the arena, absorbing all the light. He frowned and said, so you're R. Fabrizio continued, indeed LV6, but your strength is not commensurate. Han angrily retorted, who are you? Are you from the Church of Our Lady, he mocked, or the Great Earth Society? Fabrizio simply chuckled, then spoke. Just as Jiang Lucen had said, Hanbin's eyes widened at the name, and suddenly Fabrizio landed a devastating kick, sending Hanbin flying backward. Utterly bewildered, he wondered how he could have been hit when he was sure he'd dodged the attack. What was that sound? Immediately after, Hanbin collapses to the ground from Fabrizio's attack, crying out in confusion, who are you? How do you know about Lucen? And then he was struck again by Fabrizio, sending him flying. Hanbin observed his surroundings, noting the ropes of the arena moving on their own before he was struck again. And finally, Fabrizio brought him down with a devastating scissor kick that sent him flying. Han spins helplessly in the air, as a furious Fabrizio charges, yelling, you want to know who I am? He laughs maniacally, declaring, I am a servant of God, but now Fabrizio proclaims, I am the villain Dadmond. Hanbin is pinned, struggling to breathe. Fabrizio pinned Hanbin in the air and they both crashed to the arena floor, but Fabrizio had protected himself with a pile bunker. A sound and light echoed through the stands. Terrified, Coco watches the fight, clinging to her mother and exclaiming, won't that kill him? This is terrible. That werewolf. Emerging from the dust of battle, Fabrizio loomed, approaching the audience and raising his hand to shout. Humans, Fabrizio declares, your hope, the Wolf King, is dead. The night of destruction has come. He reveals his grotesque face and shouts, prepare to die. The entire stadium was frozen in fear, everyone cowering. Just then, Mo cried out desperately, wake up, shouting with all his might. Wake up, Wolf King. Mo shouted relentlessly. Wolf King, Wolf King. This made Fabrizio laugh. But then a miracle occurred. Hanbin suddenly rose, stepping towards him, and announced in a low voice, that's enough, no more hesitation. He throws a punch and yells, take this. Fabrizio remains unfazed as the blow nears, but then he collapses and Hanbin leaps forward. He paused, turning to look at Fabrizio, wondering where his punch had landed. Just then, the bell rang, and Bella suddenly raised Hanbin's hand high, announcing with joy that the Wolf King had won. The entire stadium erupts in cheers, applause, and fireworks, while a furious Megan shouts, "Idiot, it's just fireworks, not a bomb." The subordinate cried out in fear, "How could this happen?" Mac was overjoyed, a radiant smile on her face, mirrored by her mother's gentle smile. Hanine finally spoke up, asking, "Hey Beola, what are you doing?" Beola awkwardly replies, "I don't know either." And he shuts up. Then she continued, stating that, in entertainment, impressions are incredibly important. This was his idea. Take your complaints to him. At this moment, Fabrizio was collapsed on the arena floor. Bella quickly introduced Fabrizio, whose eyes suddenly fluttered open. Hanbin was shocked, wondering about Fabrizio when the system suddenly presented a new quest approach: the Church of Our Lady, accept or decline. On the streets, a boy's voice rings out, announcing the latest hot news on the front page. A performance unlike traditional circuses is gaining popularity. The article goes on to report that wrestling tickets at B-Man's Circus are always sold out. Wrestling directly impacts the audience's tastes and emotions. B-Man's Circus has introduced a brand new form of entertainment, reads a bold headline in Super Wrestling. Then they began to explain this spectacle in more detail, a violent and intense showdown. Despite objections from human rights activists, the people were extremely receptive. The circus's popularity spread across the continent, and the city began to bustle with people. B-Man's Circus boosted the local economy by 80% when suddenly a man tore up the newspaper. He shouted, "Wolf King," a wolf with a fierce expression, but no one knew who the Wolf King was. Back in reality, a scream echoes, "Damn it, how long are we going to keep doing this?" Han slams the table in anger, shouting, "If our identities are exposed, it's all over. Me too, and so are you all." Across from him, Fabrizio and Bella were eerily calm. Bella slowly spoke up. "Have you forgotten whose idea this was? The circus is in chaos, but thanks to this idea, B-Man can pay off his debts and close the circus, making money and relieving stress, killing two birds with one stone." Suddenly, a little girl calls from outside, "Eric, are you hurt?" Hanbin nervously replied to the girl, "Oh no, I'm fine." A moment later the girl left. He cautiously peeked out, and only after confirming that nothing was amiss, did he return inside his face clouded with sadness. "But it seems you've forgotten that I'm hiding your identities from Ben." A moment later his face darkens as he searches for Jiang Lucen of the Earth Knights. Hearing this, Fabrizio's expression immediately turned serious. Fabrizio, an outsider like me. Back in the past he was a young man gazing at the world. 20 years ago he was also unwittingly pulled into Radna like the others. Of course he also received the order to kill a goddess, a quest to eliminate one of the 6 goddesses ruling Dan. But unlike the other outsiders, he was a Catholic, suddenly pulled from a magnificent cathedral into a world of gods beyond his own. The existence of the evil god Omlas and the goddesses perplexed him, so to protect his faith he hid and sought to restore the Bible. Fabrizio, unlike the other knights, wears a smile as he helps those he meets repent, slowly adapting to this world. A group appears before him praying at a tombstone, their power growing significantly as they gradually become an independent religion. But to avoid conflict with the world's religion, they remained hidden, holding their own masses, until the Church of Our Lady appeared, a group of cloaked figures who relentlessly struck down any knights they found. They twisted the scriptures to their own ends, suppressing and slaughtering other goddess-worshipping sects. From that moment on, Fabrizio's expression turned to rage, and they could no longer stand idly by, so they began to resist. He stood among the innocent corpses, whispering prayers to the goddess, and they began secretly aiding those who opposed the Church of the Mother, be they of the Elven Alliance or goddess worshippers. Cut to the battlefield where the valiant Bi Long stands tall. Among those aiding them is Bi, who once fought for the Elven Kingdom. The soldiers of the Nim Kingdom called her the Lioness, and whispered that she was the right hand of the Hell Queen. From the shadows, a figure silently stands beside a woman, and Jiang Lucen, the so-called Count of Darkness. He infiltrated the Church of the Mother to carry out a secret mission for the Knights of the Earth. His solitary figure moved slowly toward the light. Then contact was suddenly lost. Fabrizio slowly interjected. His mission was to provide information for the Order's counterattack, and now we're doing our best to find him. To that end, we've been traveling around working with circuses. Hearing this, Han Pin immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "You said that 3 months ago. What is Jiang Lucen secretly searching for?" Bella seemingly unconcerned heads for the door, asking why he cares if they're looking for him. Amusko's gaze sharpened, piercing Hanbin. "Didn't you say you didn't want to interfere in this world's affairs? Just stand by and watch like you're doing now. Enjoy your normal life, Mr. Eric." With that, she turned and left without looking back, prompting Fabrizio to try and explain. Even though she says that she knows he's fought enough, she just lacks the power to save Richard, and that makes her angry. Suddenly, a man appeared at the door. It was BM, who cheerfully asked, "May I come in?" He greeted them happily. "Come on in, BC man." A voice from the other side replied, "Oh, stop calling me that." Holding a bottle of fine wine, he cheerfully says, "Thank you all for your hard work. This is a local specialty I bought for us to share." Before BM could finish, Hanbin headed straight for the door, leaving the bewildered B-man behind. Confused, he called out to Eric Fabrizio, his face dark with displeasure, while outside Hanbin sat pensively in a horse-drawn carriage. He couldn't stop thinking about the past, that scowling face looking at him. If he'd asked that person about Jiang Lucen, then maybe he could have done something. The more he thought, the gloomier he became. If he joined the Church of the Mother, as the system suggested, suddenly a system screen displays a new quest: find a way to approach the Church of Our Lady. Accept or decline. He shook his head violently. No, he couldn't trust the system. It could be a trap. From the start, this strange quest wasn't even visible to outsiders. He raised his hand to decline. It was simply too untrustworthy. The moment Han's finger touched the decline button, the system screen reappeared. Quest accepted. Wide awake now, he roared in anger. What the hell, I declined, son of a... The system patiently continued. I will guide you to the optimal coordinates for the mission. His pupils shrank, his eyes glazed over, and then the system sent him a local branch coordinate. 1,587. 1546877, with 324 left until the event began. The scene shifts to the city's outskirts, where darkness has fallen over a sealed dungeon imprisoning a host of beasts in iron cages. Natural monsters, level 7 poison mushrooms, level 2 squirrels, and level 12 earth golems. In the corner, a special cage catches his eye containing a natural monster. Haku level 5. Han Pin picks up the dog, marveling at it. Damn, you look exhausted, he said, looking around in amazement. What is this place for who would collect such vicious natural monsters? From one end of the cave to the other, small iron cages stretched endlessly. Han Pin exclaimed at the sheer number. With a system notification, Hanbin arrives at the designated location. There are 3 minutes and 52 seconds until the U.S. pressure event. He scanned his surroundings, pondering, is there some mistake? I clearly followed the coordinates. Suddenly, a strange voice caught Hanbin's attention. This was different from what they had discussed. It's not my fault. It didn't work. The explosives I got to destroy the circus were just fireworks. A thought suddenly sparked a circus. Are they talking about us? Who are they? It's too small for me to crawl out and see. They interrupted his thoughts again. There's definitely no mistake. Suddenly, Haku, the dog, burrowed into Hanbin, startling him. Hey, calm down. He looked down and saw Haku's face filled with frustration, its mouth clamped shut around something. The system displays the Ouroboros relic, and in the next moment, Hanbin crawls through the dog hole, his eyes fixed on the source of the noise. Can you catch monsters above level 70? Monsters of that caliber can only be found in dungeons, right? A familiar thought crossed Hanbin's mind. Weren't these the troublemakers from before? 3 figures emerge with Megan in the center. She says, you're asking us to go into the dungeon instead of the hunters. Nonsense. That amount of money isn't worth the risk. Lucen quietly emerged from the shadows. Han Pin was immediately taken aback. That man belongs to the Church of the Mother. Are they behind all of this? He finally speaks. Even if it means going to hell, you will do it. For the sake of the Holy Mother, you have no choice. Suddenly stunned, his pupils contracted. Lucen produced a silver gauntlet, radiating terrifying power, and coldly stated, then you are of no value to us. Luin continued coldly, if you can't hunt monsters above level 70, you're worthless to us. He pointed his gauntleted hands at them, his sharp eyes filled with death, suggesting they disappear. The 3 of them trembled at those words, and Hanbin, unable to bear it any longer, immediately jumped in to stop him. Wait, I have my reasons. I bet he cut off contact because he was on a mission. With that thought, he turned to Lucen, beaming, you're safe now. Upon hearing his name, Lucen frowned, then coldly removed his mask, asking, who are you? This is a secret location. Are you one of them? Hanbin's face froze at the question. He calmly stopped Lucen, thinking to himself, so Lucen doesn't recognize me like this. Just wait, let me change back. He frantically searched his pockets, muttering, wait, this is too much. A moment later, his expression turned grim. Han, amused, turned to tease, don't you recognize this guy's face? A system notification suddenly appeared. Side effects of using artifacts not suitable for your level. In his hand, he holds a dead snake. The countdown timer reads 1 minute and 45 seconds. Lu swings without hesitation, and his opponent stares in disbelief at what's coming toward him. Cracks begin to form on the ceiling, and soon an unknown liquid spills forth. Everyone was blown back. Hanbin yelled, what are you doing? I am who I am. He points to himself as if trying to bring back a part of his consciousness. The string on his arm retracts, and without looking at Hanbin, he coldly orders him to hunt level 70 or higher monsters for evil, or there will be no deal. Hanbin stares blankly, not understanding. What is going on? Ignoring him, Lucen simply turns and walks away. Watching him walk away, he shouted, wait. Suddenly, a gun appeared, pointed at Lucen's head. Leaning in close, she shouts, who the hell are you? Are you a hunter sent to break our deal? Ignoring her and the gun at his back, he gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell is going on? Seeing that he dared to ignore her, she was furious, yelling, answer me now. Han then asked, you're using monsters to trade with the Church of Our Lady, she coldly replied. What's wrong with letting monsters live in a suitable environment? Don't lump my friends in with you savage hunters. Behind her, the fat man, her comrade, had been impaled by 2 horns. He writhed in agony, his face contorted, as the ant frog monster gently lifted him its horn, splitting him in two. At that moment another of her companions reacted, collapsing to the ground in terror, screaming in fear. Seeing this, she hurriedly warned, Don't attack it." Despite this, he was so terrified that he opened fire on the monster, screaming in panic, "No, no." A sound echoes as his blood splatters across Mega's face, leaving her stunned. The monster now stands before her, and she appears to be its next target. Terrified, she forces a gentle smile. "Okay, are you scared because there are too many people? Everything's all right now, isn't it? Isn't it, little one?" As she spoke, the monster's maw drew close, and in a panic she pulled a gun, screaming in terror. Suddenly the monster flies into the air, Han Pin now gripping its head. He slams it into the ground with incredible force, the impact so great, the ant bounces back into the air. It crashed to the ground, sending dust flying as Hanbin stood relaxed before Megan. Her face was covered in sweat, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at him. He stared back coldly and said, "Make a deal with me." Cut to the Church of Our Lady in the South Amph prison city. It was once far from the World Tree, beyond the reach of central authority. The Church of Our Lady used a vast sum to buy the entire city, now repurposed as a prison for goddess supporters and hunters. An arm extends holding an envelope, payment complete, as the priest looks at Megan with satisfaction. "What you captured is quite impressive." She hesitated, avoiding his gaze. "Yes," he continued. "How did you manage to control a living level 72 monster?" She stammered, "Ah, that's a trade secret." He didn't seem to care much, saying, "No matter, I think the bishop will be very pleased. If you do well, you'll have a place." To his praise, she simply lowered her head. "Thank you, sir." Ignoring her strange reaction, he continued, "We'll take it from here. See you next time." With her eyes tightly shut, she bitterly regretted, "Damn it, why did I get involved in this?" Going back to the past, she was tied to a chair. Fabrizio smiles, pleased. This deal will allow him to infiltrate the Church of Our Lady. Facing him, a muscular woman says sternly that only monsters can enter. Furthermore, the Church of Our Lady's followers possess an artificial guidance system, to which he casually replies. But his level is only LV6, who knows? She questioned loudly, saying he'd still be stopped at the checkpoint, right? He continued to offer naive solutions. What about shrinking down and hiding? She began to frantically raise her voice at her naive comrade. "If their security was lax, we wouldn't need a plan, would we?" Hanbin said with a confident smile. "No problem, just focus on completing the transaction." Back in the present, the priest continues chatting with Megan, and they leave satisfied with their deal. Fabrizio glanced at the one-eyed monster, saying no matter how good their security is, they'd never expect this. Inside the monster's body, Hanbin lay within its stomach. He lifted a skull, saying with a slight shudder, "I wonder what this monster ate. If I didn't have high defense stats, I would have melted." Back in the past, Fabrizio burst into laughter. "Difficult. And yet you figured it out," the muscular woman asked curiously. "But why the sudden change of heart? Didn't you want to live without caring about the world? Besides, Jiang Lucen's actions resemble those of a traitor, if he really has changed." Fabrizio scratched his head, continuing, "This could be a trap and I want to stop you, but the mission Jiang Lucene accepted must be completed." Han Pin then leaned forward, resting on the table. No one could see his expression as he said, "I know this is my personal matter. I have no intention of joining your organization to run errands. I can't let the B-Man family get into trouble, they're just ordinary people." Fabrizio, with a serious expression, said, "I understand. Then I'll have you take over Jiang Lucen's mission to rescue the vice commander of the Order of Light." His eyes slowly closed as memories flooded his mind like a film reel, but screams echoed in his ears. "Help me, it hurts so much. Mom, please help me. Stop, don't save me." A spark flickers and dies. Eyelids flutter, then snap open, staring wide. And in the next instant, a pool of slime spills from his mouth, erupting from a machine nearby. An arm emerges, flailing in the viscous fluid as Gon coughs violently, clutching his face in agony, gasping for air. A woman's figure slowly emerges, and Gon, seizing the opportunity, whispers a question. "Genenovia, I fought Barros." She coldly replied, "Well, it seems you haven't fully recovered. I'll explain later. Now is an emergency." With that, Lien handed him a brand new set of clothes, and Genenovia embraced Gahan from behind, whispering in his ear, "This world needs a hero again." His eyes widened, pupils shrinking in utter shock as he witnessed the world being ravaged by grotesque monsters. People are consumed by pain. As they're torn apart, even the mighty knights are not spared. The world is drowning in a wave of monsters, and a young boy is torn apart, dying before he can even close his eyes. Gon's gaze darkened as a thought crossed his mind. "All right, a hero. Our world needs a hero." He stood alone amidst a horde of monsters, unwavering, even if the creator forbade it, as long as the world still suffered. Horrific eyes suddenly emerged. Gohan waves his hand, knowing they still need salvation. In the next instant, all the bizarre birds are annihilated. Elsewhere, the sky is consumed by a mysterious black sphere of dark lightning. Then it flashes, engulfing everything in its light. "This world still needs me." Back at the royal palace, a footstep echoes through the halls. He gently pushes open the large doors to the main chamber, and they burst open. Min angrily shouts, "What is going on here? Why should I have to report my assets and suddenly change the currency of this world?" Across from him, Gahan held his head in thought, then stepped forward to explain. Emperor Gahan at the RNA Unified Alliance Summit Trapmin noticed something strange, and his expression immediately turned panicked. What's this? So many influential figures are here among the nobles supporting the Gahan faction, including the head of the RNA Merchants Association and even the president of the International Court of Justice. Are they all gathered here? Today, to oppose Gahan. Gahan sat on his throne listening intently. We've been waiting for you. Please come in. The former king of the NM Kingdom. As he finished speaking, beads of sweat poured down his face. You're getting greedier after choosing to ally with the fairies. Gahan, I presume you thought changing the currency would force the nobles to bow, but you never anticipated the hatred of those who once supported you. You're politically naive. With that thought, Min relaxed and casually sat in the empty seat next to Gahan, saying, It seems everyone has gathered here by chance. Yang, could you explain the current situation and how we can recover our lost assets? He calmly spoke, tapping the armrest. 2 things you've misunderstood. 2 things. Everyone there listened intently, their eyes fixed on Gahan. First, it wasn't by chance that everyone gathered there. That's just a highly probable future predicted through cause and effect relationships beyond human perception. Second, I'm not here to discuss with you all how the new currency will be the foundation for the redistribution of wealth. The man on the throne continued coldly. As of this moment, I, Emperor Gahan, rule all territories, and therefore all power of the nobles is abolished. At this, Min's face twisted grotesquely, and he shouted angrily, What did you say? Before Min could respond, another voice chimed in from across the room. You're insane, utterly insane. With that, he stood up abruptly and slammed his fist on the table, the president of the International Court of Justice. He said, My family has managed this territory for generations under the goddess's grace. Do you think your words alone can break that tradition? Immediately, those dissatisfied with Gahan chimed in. Why do you think we and the other nobles have to divide and rule the lands? Have you forgotten that you owe your position to our support? He pointed his sword at Gahan and shouted, Do you think you can lead everyone as you please? Emperor Gahan, however, remained calm. Okay, that's impossible. He stood up, the tubes behind him snapped, and a strange mucus flowed out, something a normal emperor wouldn't have. But for me, who has listened to the pain of countless lives, he reveals his body seemingly transformed into a miniature universe, and calmly states, There is a fatal flaw with monarchy. No matter how wise an emperor is, he will eventually be addled by old age, and then another king must be replaced with a potentially completely different regime. But I do not age, and I do not die. Under the absolute rule of a god like myself, the people will have no need for nobles. Unable to listen any longer, a noble stands up, his face flushed with anger. He roared, What do you think you're doing? Do you think we'll accept such tyranny? Without another word, he casually waved his hand, and every noble in that row was beheaded. Looking at the bodies of the dead nobles, he mocked tyranny, saying, It's all for the people who chose me. His face paled as he cried out in fear, drawing Gahan's immediate attention. His eyes filled with murderous intent, but before he could act, the blue-clad noble wrung his hands, his fearful gaze filled with obsequious pleading. Wait, Lord Gahan, I'll renounce my royal power and noble rights. Suddenly, a noble in black burst into laughter beside him, fawning obsequiously. It was utterly ridiculous to witness these self-satisfied nobles dying for daring to touch the power bestowed by the gods. Power must come from the choice of the great elector. We are the democratically elected. At this, the other nobles chimed in, nodding in agreement, as he continued, Democracy is the system for the people. Before he could finish, a slash across his neck sent his head flying. The remaining nobles were also beheaded, save for the blue-clad noble whose short stature had spared him, as he looked towards them. He righteously declares they use wealth to manipulate the public, build a false democracy, then embezzle, live lavishly, and retire, never daring to ask for forgiveness. The blue-clad noble now scrambles to his feet, fleeing with all his might, seemingly oblivious to him. He continued, To me, human glory and greed are meaningless. The past must be closed, and a new future will open a world where everyone is equal without conflict. So your roles here are now complete. Well done. As his speech concludes, a round of applause erupts. How wonderful. It's a shame we can't broadcast this to the public. But do you really need to explain yourself to those condemned to death? Genenovia asks as he leans back, propping his head up with one hand, and lazily says, They were key figures in the old world. I'm simply paying my respects to their contributions. So have you found a way to save the world tree from collapse? She looked up and after a moment of thought said, Well, the fairy civil war has stopped the essence of the dead from flowing back to the world tree. We're currently using the lives of the holy to sustain it, but we don't know how long that will last. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, a bit angry, wondering if the goddesses had truly abandoned this world. With that, he closed, his eyes lost in thought, and the image of Barot suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, a cruel smile on his face, staring directly into the other's terrified mind. Then he awoke with a start. Sensing something was off, she rushed to his side, asking worriedly, What's wrong, Gahan? Are you okay? He was terrified, clutching his head, muttering, No, you betrayed us. You're the traitor. Hearing the name, Barot quickly realizes something, and retrieves a cable, plugging it into Gahan's back. His expression finally relaxed as he said, It's okay. She approached him, embracing him gently, offering comfort. It's okay, I was away from the treatment device for too long, but I'm okay now. He seemed a little sad, reassuring himself. For this world, I drove away the angels. Hearing this, she gently comforted him. That's right, thanks to you, we stopped the angels and protected this world. So for the new world for me, become a god. Cut to a man sitting at a console that looks like some kind of game, while elsewhere a monster is surrounded by 4 men with shields and swords. He frantically worked the controls excitedly, saying, "These guys are good at dodging. But how about this?" The monster seems to be moving according to the controller in his hand, and it lunges forward, biting off a man's head. Seeing that brutal image, he excitedly shouts, "Yes, all right, did you see that?" See that a priest then spoke up, flattering him. "Your skills are truly impressive." Hearing this, he laughs. Amazing, isn't it? Now another one bites the dust. With that, a spiked talisman smashes another man to death. He grew more excited as a second man fell. Then he focused his control and the monster spat acid on another man. He gleefully shouts, taking out another in one hit. Elsewhere, Lao is connected to a wire by his arm. His hand glows as if casting a spell, but his face is filled with despair, while below the monster seems to obey his every command. The man at the controls excitedly shouts, "Yes, the last one," and with that, the monster raises its claws. The magic user closes his eyes, unable to watch the brutal scene as he clenches his fist, the monster obeying his command. Just as its arm was about to strike, its head was suddenly sliced clean off. The last surviving man cried out in elation, "I did it, I'm free, I'm free." The one at the controls then released his hands, a regretful voice saying, "Ah, what a pity." He then turned to look at Lon. "I was definitely faster. Could something be hindering me, Lao?" Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, a priest stepped forward and shouted, "Hey Lao, didn't you hear the Archbishop's question? What are you doing? Answer him quickly." He finally snaps out of it, kneeling down and stammering, "I'm sorry." The priest continued, "You wretch, have you forgotten that the Archbishop himself concealed your true identity and brought you here?" Seeing his reaction, Gauss waved his hand appeased. All right, I can enjoy this game thanks to him. Looks like we're done for today." Lucen stepped forward, took an inspection report and replied, "Yes, 3 died today, and the only surviving prisoner reached LV-40. Gauss was pleased to hear this. As expected, his insane manipulation ability had been unlocked. "Reward the newly leveled prisoner, and prepare to release him." The priest respectfully replied, "Yes." Suddenly, his expression turned grave. The reported monster had arrived. He stared in disbelief at the massive beetle-like creature before him and exclaimed, "Oh, it's huge. Looks reliable. What level is it?" Lucen answered, "Level 72. Hearing this, he grinned. "Perfect, that's great." He then turned to Laud, cheerfully saying, "Hey Laud, try moving it." Faced with the request, Laud fearfully closed his eyes, lowered his head and stammered, I can't move a monster with a higher level than me." Toes, displeased, says, "Hey, are you trying to ruin my fun? Can't you do anything?" Hearing that, he grew even more terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. "I'll try to improve my level." Suddenly his tone turned jovial. "Alright, Lao will receive a special promotion to level 3, so make sure your LV exceeds 72. The sudden good news surprises him, and he kneels overjoyed, saying, "Thank you, Your Eminence." Just then another priest steps forward, saying, "Your Excellency, unfortunately this man has not yet officially received the blessing of the Holy Mother." Of course, he could gain experience through the arm, but a special promotion to a 3rd-level priest was unprecedented, and even the 2nd-level priest positions in the south were all filled. Before he could finish, his head was snapped off. He turned to the others and asked, "So, there's an opening now, right?" As the priest's body slumped, he tossed the head to the arriving monster, saying, "Promote me, and remember, if you hinder Laud, you die. Got it?" The remaining priests hastily replied, We will proceed as soon as possible." Suddenly he approached Laud and said, "Next time don't be slow on the signal. I truly despise incompetence. Answer me." His face paling, he stammered a response, "Yes." Hearing that, he finally stood up, satisfied. "Very good, little one." Just then another priest spoke up, "Archbishop, the Holy Mother is calling." He said, "Genovia, tell her I'll be right there." What's that awful smell? It smells like poop. Clean this up." "What are you waiting for? Get to it." With that, the feces willingly entered the sewer pipe, transitioning the scene. I was born the 5th child in a poor family. Like other peasants, we owned no land, and lived by working on the land of others. Even so, my father couldn't abandon his honor, and he didn't beg when my mother was sold to a nobleman. If he'd abandoned his pride, mother wouldn't have been sold off like that. He had no reason to die. Maybe if he hadn't spent all his time drinking, he wouldn't have had to beg on his knees. He pleaded, "Please spare me. This is the money I saved to return home after being released." He held up his wallet, sneering. "Who do you think kept you alive? I risked my life to protect you. Be grateful you were released with all your limbs intact." With that, Lud turned and left. Enraged, the man calls out to L.A., "You're a hunter too. I thought you'd be different from those priests. You're the one who killed them, not the monsters." Hearing this, he paused, and the scene shifts outside the house, as Elod muses, "I must do everything I can to survive. Pride, that's useless in this world." He couldn't help but recall what the man had said. Hunters doing the right thing is a thought that will kill you. Meanwhile, those who'd never fought monsters, those who envied hunters, could now easily level up. Diligence, patience, and hard work were no longer needed, just accept that the world had changed. Lud then rummaged through his wallet, checking how much he'd saved. For a moment, Lod was stunned, mirroring Lau's wide-eyed shock. A little girl had just run up and embraced him at full speed, and looking down at her, he smirked. "Didn't I tell you not to scare me like that?" Reflecting on his actions, he lamented. "Oh man, I can't believe I got caught up in this." Looking into her eyes, he softened. "Hey kid." The little girl looked at him with wide, glistening eyes, stammering but unable to speak. "Huh?" He gently knelt down, buttoning her coat as he reminded her. "It's so cold. Why did you run out here? I told you to wait for me at home. Why didn't you listen?" The little girl just points to the sky, stammering. He follows her gaze, curious. "Is someone here?" We cut to Lau frowning in his steamy bathroom. Terrified, he grabbed the shoes and asked, "Is that you did? Jianglu asked you not to come because things aren't going well." Peering into the bathroom, he sees a girl's silhouette behind the curtain and stammers. "Who are you?" The truth is about to be revealed, the Order of Light. These are the Holy Knights warriors loyal to Antia, the goddess of light, who have existed throughout Redna's history. In the name of the God of Light, they delivered justice, their sacred light cleansing humanity's sins and awakening their consciences, that noble light purifying their souls once more. But it didn't stop there. The Sword of Light severed both pain and regret. On their battlefield there were no screams, no pain, no struggle for survival, nothing lasts forever against the sands of time. However, in the end, they were destroyed by the Church of the Mother. The power of the Knights of the Earth is now too weak to resist the Church of the Mother. A force is slowly encroaching on Radna, and it's difficult because we were never meant to fight. Fabrizio clasped his hands behind his back and calmly walked forward. Even if the assembly of Holy Knights had been dissolved, we wouldn't have been able to unite with them. Hanin understood immediately, perhaps because the Earth Knights were a group from another world. Therefore, it would be difficult for the Holy Knights to immediately unite, a sentiment Fabrizio strongly agreed with. Indeed, to them we are all the same. Even after Gon decimated the Holy Knights, their personal hatred for outsiders never disappeared. That anger festers, and if it continues, conflict will erupt within our ranks before we even go to war with the Church of the Mother. That's why we need, he hesitated then continued, a hero to lead the Holy Knights. He was once the vice-chairman of the Order of Light, and when the chairman disappeared he became the sole leader. And the savior Fabrizio speaks of is Phyllis Ancasio, along with Leon H. of the Order of Darkness. He was considered one of the most likely candidates to become a new generation hero, as B glanced sideways at the other knights brawling. He's currently imprisoned in the southern prison. Rescuing him will bring those guys to heel. Lewin was tasked with rescuing him, but after waiting with no news, Hanbin grew worried. Liu must have run into trouble. Fabrizio then leads them to a giant crab. It wouldn't be easy anyway. Even if we infiltrate the city this way, the prison is too large, and we have no map. Seeing Hanbin step forward, he bowed deeply hesitant. "Thank you," and Fabrizio once again expressed his guilt. "I'm sorry for dragging a retired warrior like you into this. When it's over, I promise to do my best to create a new identity for you." Sensing his anxiety, Hanbin reassured him, "I like that promise. And don't worry about the map. I think the system will help me with that." The next moment, he requested the system to display the blueprint of the Southern Church of Our Lady. "Please guide me to the sanctuary." Fabrizio was astonished by what he saw. A guide. Even Belala was unsure of Hanbin's actions. Why was his guide the only one with that feature? She now wore an expression of disbelief. Is this going to be okay? He couldn't give her a straight answer, but Hanbin was determined to find out. "I don't know, but I'm curious. Whoever is trying to drag me into this war, Hanbin is determined to find out who's behind it. Beneath the murky drain, ravenous demons feast on the bodies of the innocent, now just aimless wandering ghouls. Radna's creatures have lost their way home. They follow no rules. They reject death, weakness, divine power, and blessings, but these ghouls won't be running wild for long." But now Hanbin has arrived, landing with a shockwave that leaves the demons reeling, purifying physical damage. Hanbin slowly raised his bloodied hands, realizing this world is no longer functioning as it should because the goddesses can't do their jobs. I guess the Church of the Goddess wouldn't have an answer for this either. Am I some kind of monster plumber? Hanin prepares to face the demons, though his guide seems to be blaming the system while secretly being thrilled. Was there really no better way? Meanwhile, Lau and Antia were having breakfast together. With a worried look, Tiana peeks at them, his voice trembling as he looks at Antia, sitting before him. "Forgive me, but your behavior suggests you're not from around here, and you certainly don't seem like a prisoner. Can you tell me who you are?" Suddenly, Anya places her hand on the cup and says, "How interesting. I can't hide information from someone with an overpowered system. You haven't received our achievements yet." Her strange response startled him, and suddenly Duong, who had been calm, was overwhelmed and stood up abruptly. "Damn it, you're an assassin sent to stop the CGA from advancing, aren't you? But it won't be easy. If you knew who I really was, you'd be shocked." He immediately held out the hand with the eye threatening with a look of unease. Little did he know, Antia was well aware of his identity, Laud, son of Arito and Farius, with 7 siblings. Because of his father's debt, she had to sell herself to a nobleman. During that time, he discovered his awakened powers, left home, and became a hunter. Hearing her speak so fluently, he broke out in a cold sweat. "You must have investigated me thoroughly. Are you a professional assassin? Without answering, she continued. However, while working as a hunter, he attacked a man and was unfortunately caught. Tiana couldn't help but be confused when she heard this. Seeing Antia know every detail, Lao was overcome with fear. How do you know? Who are you really? How do you know such confidential information? Lao attacked, but she blocked him. Pointing upwards, she declared, Do I need to hear it from someone else? There's nothing I don't know. Lao froze for a good 5 seconds after hearing that. While he hesitated, the ceiling suddenly collapsed, yet Antia remained calm and still. And the one who destroyed the ceiling was none other than Hanbin, who was shocked to see that he had landed on Lao. Huh? Why is Lao here? He then retorted angrily, This is my house, you know. But this is your hideout. Are you crazy? While the two of them were arguing, she was calmly eating a pastry. La immediately turned his face towards Antia. You know this woman, and what the hell is going on? Hanbin's eyes widened in shock. What was Holan doing here? He was reeling from one surprise to the next, as he saw two familiar faces, but Antia simply turned away, complaining about the stench. Even Lao couldn't smell the sewage on Hanbin, telling him to shower first. Hanbin, following Lao's advice, washes away the foul stench of the sewers, standing beneath the shower, utterly exhausted. Hanbin's eyes were now filled with contemplation and confusion. I came here as instructed, but what about Holian? Her attitude is like that of a completely different person. And why is she here? Antia's mysterious appearance leaves him with questions. A sudden anxiety grips Hanbin. Could the others have left as well? Are they all right? But he quickly reassured himself. No, now's not the time for this. I'm the one who left. I have no right to ask. Hanbin then placed his hand on the water valve and locked it. Antia was now a far cry from her previous seriousness, becoming much more energetic. It seems the goddess hasn't had enough time to create an avatar lately, so they want to borrow my body. As a homunculus, there are times when this is necessary. Direct intervention in the physical world is significantly different from using the main body. I am the representative of the goddess Antia, the goddess of light, and you can think of me as Kivie's younger sister. Antia's eyes now filled with pride. She turned this way and that, talking to herself again. Thanks to Holion's homunculus, the explanation was much easier to understand. Oh no, the honor is all mine. Human snacks are so delicious. May I borrow your body to enjoy them? Of course, I'm just a doll, so I won't gain any weight. Antia's monologue leaves them both speechless. Lot couldn't help but look at her with a bit more disdain. One moment she's one person, and the next she's a goddess's spokesperson. She definitely seems like a crazy person with multiple personalities. Hanbin couldn't help but agree, seeing Lao's expression. They probably think she's crazy, but that's the truth. He doesn't seem surprised either. Of course not. Your friend really is crazy, isn't she? But Hanbin understands the truth behind it all, doesn't he? She truly is a representative of a goddess similar to Kivier, but her divine power feels different. Is she hiding her divine power? After finishing her meal, Antia stood up and said, That was delicious. Hanbin's face was filled with contemplation. At least this wasn't Genovia's doing, but why wasn't the representative of the god of light here? As he pondered, Antia suddenly spoke. Shall we go now? He asked, confused. Who? Go where? Without hesitation, she replied. Where else would we go? Out to the streets. You intend to capture the goddess's representative in this foul place. Han wanted to talk things over, but Lu was already hurrying them out. Are you trying to turn my room into a conference room? Get out of here. I'm done for if they see me with you. Han immediately grabbed Antia's hand, asking her to wait and talk, but Antia's face flushed red, and without hesitation she violently shook off his hand and shouted, You shameless man, how dare you touch me? All you want is my body, isn't it? You dare use your large frame to harass a representative of the goddess. Han, wrongly accused, couldn't help but retort. What are you even talking about? Don't act so foolishly. Lao tried to remind her to keep her voice down lest the neighbors hear. Antia blushed, then shyly said, I know everything through Holan's memories, but your actions were rude to Kivier. Wait a minute. Hearing this, his face turned as red as a tomato. The more Antia spoke, the more embarrassed Hanbin became. Their relationship is still pure. How could that be? You can call me whatever eunuch term you want. You just don't like me. He wipes Overt King again and confronts her. Who are you calling an eunuch? Who are you calling an eunuch? Oh, sorry. Anyway, Kivia and I don't have anything going on. After holding back for so long, Hanbin finally snaps, declaring he's done working with the goddess. I have nothing to do with this. I'm only here to rescue Lucen and the vice leader of the Order of Light. Hearing this, Tiana burst into tears, and Lao comforted her, telling her not to shout. The vice leader of the Order of Light. So that's why the mission was replaced with Lucen. I see. It's no use trying to stop you. You should see for yourself. Reality is harsh, and La decided to let him experience it firsthand. Deep within the dungeon, prisoners lay sprawled on the ground as Fella slowly led Hanbin inside, offering a brief explanation. This place is called the City of Prisons, but it's worse than that. Gazing around, Hanbin can hardly believe it. This place treats people like livestock, and he doesn't deny it. Because it's true. This is where prisoners receive the most special treatment, because it's the former prison of the Order of Light members. Hanbin was stunned to hear this. Are they all knights? La immediately corrected his behavior. Don't shout like that. I know this is terrible. Even holy knights are still human. Their powers are sealed and they're barely given any food. Those here seem to have gone mad and lost their minds. They can't survive without the drugs. I think it would be better if they were killed. If she were the god of light, I believe she couldn't bear to see this. Perhaps they're kept alive to deny the goddess. Unable to contain his curiosity, Han asks why there hasn't been a rebellion with so many people, especially since they were holy knights. Lao then gave him a strange look, recalling that the man had said the same thing. Then he explained in more detail. Lucen came to him because of the Holy Knights' rebellion. He had gone to see the vice-chairman of the Order of Light, and Lao overheard their conversation about a rebellion. He scoffed, saying, "The Shadow Count Lucen, I thought a ghost from another world had appeared." Lucen then placed his hand on his chest and affirmed, "I can assassinate to end the war, but only you can lead the army. Come with me and join forces with the Earth Knights." The vice-chairman suddenly coughed, not answering right away but instead drilling into another matter. "How many of your own people have you killed? How many Earthlings have you slaughtered? You want me to join forces with you, a traitor to his own people?" Lucen hesitates, explaining that his actions were for the sake of justice. The vice president found this utterly laughable. Justice coming from someone weaker than him? You weren't there, so you don't know what the real enemy is like. He closes in on Lucen, who seems a bit frightened. The vice leader now looked gaunt with strange dark eye sockets. But I had seen it with my own eyes. "What do you think we're fighting against? A war between humans. See the civil war between the gods," he said, bursting into laughter. Soon after the vice-chairman expressed his opinion, "It's all child's play. We're all just insignificant pawns. Archangel General, you can't kill something like that. Radna's heroes drove away such an angel. One with such power designated us as devils. Radna, whom we always protected, has accused us. The goddess we believed in called us incompetent. And now you call for rebellion." For what deep in his heart, an undeniable hatred was etched. Lucen was disgusted by the vice-president's bizarre reaction, wondering what justice was even for. Realizing he couldn't stay any longer, he fled the vice-chairman's distant voice, wishing him luck. Lucen ran ahead like a man possessed back to Laud and Hanbin. The events that transpired with Lucen that day were forever etched in Lao's mind, and Lucen seemed to change after that. In the current situation that might be for the best, perhaps he's finally facing reality. As he spoke, Hanbin stared straight ahead, realizing there was only one way out, and the way Lao speaks of is to seek death. La doesn't stop there but explains the situation in more detail. One day after Luen's visit, he committed suicide, and Hanbin understood the underlying reason. Perhaps he realized he was powerless, and chose to give up as his subordinates had long since done. Radna had abandoned them, leaving them with no reason to fight, a battle with no hope of victory. Perhaps that was their greatest shock. Lao simply told them, but he didn't seem to care much himself. Of course, for someone like me who has nothing, it's normal. From the start, there have always been countless bad guys I couldn't defeat. No sooner had he spoken than he pulled up his hood and turned away, saying he didn't know what was so interesting about carrying out justice. "You'd be wise to leave and live a normal life. That choice alone would be a blessing for you." Despite his advice, the man stood his ground, and silence fell between them. Suddenly, Lucen appears, and asks how he is confirming Lao's suspicions. "So it was your doing, just as I suspected." A tense exchange followed between the two. "Why did you bring him here? Was it just a coincidence? I never thought he was still alive. I never thought he could get through security so easily." Annoyed, Lorne simply gestured behind him. "Why don't you go and greet him yourself? Your hero has come to find you," but Lucen, not wanting to see Hanbin just yet, explains, "Because now is not the time. I've already betrayed the Earth Knights." Suddenly, Lao grabbed Lucen's cloak, unable to take it anymore, and shouted, "I betrayed the Earth Knights, so don't join them. Even if it's a room without light, it's the safest place for you and me in this damn world. That's all we can do." Lao was not amused, his face contorting in anger as he issued a warning. "I won't forgive you if you ruin it." Lucen's eyes suddenly turned hollow like a lost soul. "So I guess it's time to say goodbye to that room." Lao was startled by this, confused. The next moment he held up a piece of paper announcing the promotion ceremony tomorrow. Becoming a high-ranking priest grants access to a larger, more comfortable home, yet Hanbin has now locked himself away in the prison. The Earth Knight's mission failed, but Lucen didn't report it, perhaps to avoid further conflict within the Order. Most importantly, the attempt to rally the Holy Knights failed. This could be the worst-case scenario. But just when things seemed hopeless, Hanbin finds a solution. Now that they have the incarnation of Antia, if she summons the Holy Knights in the goddess's name, their spirits will be revived. Who knew she'd shake her head and say, "I refuse"? Hanbin was understandably confused by her reaction. What? Why would she refuse to help someone who worships her? Antia finds Hanbin's request unreasonable. "Are you telling me to summon Holy Knights to kill this monster? How would I be any different from the Church of the Mother?" Bin countered with his own reasoning. "What are you even talking about? You also gave orders when outsiders appeared. It wasn't a massacre, but you clearly had the people of Radna arrest them. Antia immediately defends herself, saying it was because outsiders attacked the people of Radna, and when faced with the threat of invasion, the guardian goddesses of Rana have a responsibility to respond appropriately. For now, the angels' invasion has temporarily halted, and the war is simply between the old and new powers. The power struggle between humans is commonplace. We prioritize the will of freedom above all else. That's why we're not interfering, even if it leads to Radna's destruction. Hanbin can't accept Antia's reaction and questions her. So you're just going to stand by and watch. Now I understand why Gahan hates the goddesses. Even she couldn't deny what he said. The distrust of the goddesses had spread throughout Rina, not just with Gahan. Even if the goddess called out, as you say, few would support her, for she knows better than anyone that humanity has lost its will. Hanin, indignant, then questioned Antia, asking why she wouldn't share her power. Give me the same blessing you gave those heroes. But Antia disagreed, turning away and saying, heroes, it was a mistake. We underestimated the psychological damage the heroes would endure. But to quickly stop the Om+'s invasion, we had no choice but to lend power to those capable of creating divinity. The problem is when goddesses interfere with the material world, so do evil gods. Hanbin paused at this, and Antia crossed her arms, questioning him. He didn't think a human, a creation of the goddess, could subdue her, did he? Gahan and Genovia's corruption must have involved Om+. The power Gahan wields is a fragment of the dark goddess Kibriel. From a human perspective, he's simply a superhuman, trying to become an imaginary god. Om+ can perfectly exploit the gaps in people's minds. Om+'s involvement is real. But to lull everyone into a false sense of security, he slowly infiltrated and took control, making everything feel normal, hunting monsters in Om+'s dungeons, trading magic stones, finding treasure and getting rich. By doing so, he lowered the Radna's guard against Om+, succeeding in a complex plot spanning hundreds, no thousands of years. I don't know what his ultimate goal is, but I do know Omphalos has won. Hearing this, Hanbin was even more confused. Om+ won. So what in the world are the goddesses doing? As harsh as it is, Antia is forced to admit that the goddesses have abandoned Rana, and they will create a new world without Om+. We'll treat this defeat as a lesson learned. He was taken aback when he heard their plan. Though they believe it's right, Hanbin thinks they just want to give up, and images of his comrades flash through his mind. There are still people fighting. Are you just going to abandon them? To his accusations, Antia moved closer, her face blank. If we abandoned them, didn't you do the same? Hanbin's eyes widen at this revelation, and he can no longer contain his emotions. So, why did you come to me? Did you want to mock me for abandoning my comrades and running away? No matter how hard I try, I'll inevitably end up hurting my comrades. Even if I try to protect them, the frenzy will make me ruin everything. So what's wrong with me choosing to live a normal life? What the hell do you want from me? Now Hanbin has truly revealed all of his true emotions. Antia narrows her eyes, staring intently at him. What do I want from you? On the contrary, I've come to return you to Earth. The agreement was to find Barros, and you completed that long ago. Though the Dark Goddess is gone, her promise is absolute. I'm here on her behalf to fulfill that pact. Thank you, and the other outsiders, for your hard work. As she finished speaking, Antia vanished into thin air, and a serious expression washed over Hanbin's face. Acting on her behalf, a clear sense of doubt began to stir within him. But what about Kivi? Her image suddenly flashed through Hanbin's mind. After careful consideration, Hanbin realizes who's been pulling the strings all along. It was all Genovia's work, a strategic game she devised to deal with anyone who stood in her way. Holian was the first target, as Holen possessed great power but would never accept her plans. Under the guise of confirming Barros's life or death, she split her soul into the doll and weakened Holian, all meticulously planned, not coincidental. But it didn't stop there, others got involved too. Next was the leader of the Order of Light. The unity of the Order of Light will surely be a major obstacle for Zenovia, the goddess's enemy, and the power of Dragon Mother Kena, who is comparable to the four heroes, must also be eliminated. She forced her to return to Dragon's Vestige to break the Dragon Clan's curse, meticulously calculating every move. But the game is not that simple, as another player enters the fray, Barros and Hanbin, whose power rivals his own along with his companions. Now, 3 factions are involved in this game, and to secure a swift victory, she gathers all who stand in her way at Upper Dragon Remains. Genovia has prepared their end, whether by the Dragon Emperor's hand, or through mutual slaughter, or by other cruel means, or by the Divine Beast. No matter the outcome, it reveals her cunning, and her only aim is the best possible result, total annihilation. Of course, she also calculated that if Barros was still alive, the Divine Beast would be no match for him, but she was still confident that there would be no problem. A time-sealing artifact, if it's not unlocked, they can't leave the island. Standing before that immense power, Artus continued, and if unlocked, at least 120 years of time will be unleashed. Genovia's goal is to buy time. With enough time, she's confident she'll win. Hearing this, Leon H. suddenly understands something. Therefore, we can't unlock the artifact, meaning she's already won the moment we stepped foot in here. But Kivi sees their current predicament for what it is, an endless loop. No matter how this battle goes, she's already won. We've been had. But that's not what he was getting at, was it? Artus immediately confirms. That's right. Because a variable has been created, he now has a chance to turn the tables, and he reaches out his hand. That temporal artifact release was only temporary, and Hanbin, who is now outside, is the key. Furthermore, Ati says with a smile, the artifact wasn't fully released because his level is too low. The man, now fearful, asked in a trembling voice, "Are you sure it's okay? I thought I'd ruined the world. I even wanted to kill myself." Another one of them spoke up, questioning why they should rely on him when he said he wouldn't fight anymore. It's like hoping for a miracle. Noticing the misunderstanding, Atis clarified, "I don't want to rely solely on Hanbin either. The important thing is that we've confirmed we can escape this island, even if the artifact only provides temporary freedom. And Genovia doesn't know that the mage who can handle this artifact is a dragon." He then elaborated further, explaining that the artifact affects space and time. However, I can narrow its influence to one person, allowing the rest to move freely. Holan then reached forward, his eyes filled with worry. If that happens, he'll suffer several times longer than 120 years, a heavy burden even for a dragon. But Artis simply smiled softly and said, "It's my choice." Compared to Hanbin, who is stuck on the mountain fighting endlessly, his comrades will always be by his side. Besides, Artis won't have to bear it alone. This is the dragon nest after all. All the dragons here will share in Artis's burden, for he is the new dragon lord, and Addis now commands a mighty army. With all of that in mind, they can confidently move forward, so everyone go out there and stop Genovia and Gahan. After learning what they've done, I'll punish them even without you, Artis. Suddenly, after she said that, she started to tear up. Phi quickly turned away, raising her hands to her face as she sobbed. "That's not it, wait a moment." Understanding her worries, Artis reassured her. "It's all right, eh? Unlocking the artifact isn't dangerous." Even after he said that, she couldn't stop crying. "But Artis, 1200 years is several centuries, you'll forget me by then." He immediately reassured her with a tender tone. "Don't worry whether it's 100 million years or several hundred years from now, I will never forget you." Hearing this, she burst into tears and asked him again, "Really? You won't forget me?" Suddenly a hand pushes Effie forward, followed by a blunt statement, "Not likely. Out of sight, out of mind." Kivi then advised her Ephi should stay here and watch over Altus, so you won't have any regrets. Altus held A's hand tightly, as if not wanting to leave her. In their final moments together, they share an emotional embrace. Moments later, Holian and the others find themselves suspended among the clouds. She gazes ahead, lost in thought, as Leon H takes on the crucial role of piloting the ship. Suddenly, Kivi approached from behind and asked Leon H, "Do you have any regrets?" He didn't hide anything, honestly sharing. "I dedicated everything to the Dark Goddess. What I regret is not foreseeing the hero's betrayal." Hearing this, she remarks that he is indeed very loyal to his role. "So much so that I'm jealous." As she finished speaking, he suddenly turned his face. Kivi now slowly melts away like a stone, staring blankly at her fading body as she speaks. "And yet I, a representative of the goddess, neglected Redna's safety more than anything. I regret so much. I suppose I was too hasty, and that's why I failed. It's a miracle Miss Key has lasted this long." Though her body is dissolving, she speaks slowly. "I promised to fulfill his wish and bring him home." Leon H lowered his head. Under that divine light, he made a silent vow, for a goddess's promise is absolute. "I will fulfill that promise in your stead." Before Key, a familiar figure appears. She is Antia, the goddess of light. Antia has finally revealed herself before them, and in the next moment, she speaks softly. "Do you have any last words for him?" Kiv smiled at the question, then hesitated. Oh, suddenly a shout echoes from afar. "Stop it, stop it." Antia glared at Han, being her eyes filled with annoyance. "Stop it." Han now knelt before her, helpless. "Please, stop." He could do nothing but collapse, his voice trembling as he begged Antia to stop. Han was now 3 parts helpless, 7 parts prostrate before Antia. Suddenly, Antia throws a dagger at his feet, then reveals some information about it. This knife carries the divinity of the God of Light. It's a sacred object that destroys souls. It's called the Purifying Horn, and in the next moment she makes an outrageous request. "Stab me with it. I've already switched places so it won't affect Holy Tao. If you kill me, a part of the goddess will complete the mission, the very covenant you made with Om Plus. The final mission, kill one of Redna's 6 goddesses. Even the evil god Om Plus, like the goddesses, must abide by rules and covenants. No matter how evil he is, he must fulfill the covenant, the reward for completing the final mission, immortality, a return to Earth with all his abilities, and the right to make 3 wishes. So he could return to Earth. Faced with Antia's offer, Hanbin picked up the dagger. But instead of stabbing her, he grabbed it and ran, leaving Antia puzzled. He ran away. The goddess within her then realized Hanbin's intentions. Didn't she already know he would never do that? Because he's a good person, he's done nothing wrong. Did they really have to push him this far? Her eyes now held a hint of melancholy, for he was too strong, nearly divine and powerful enough to forge a new godhood. However, unlike the Sword King, the nature of his power differs from the goddesses, a destructive force, akin to Omblaus. His instincts also tell him that his blade will eventually ruin everything, that he doesn't belong in this world, and that he must eventually disappear from it no matter what. Meanwhile, the Church of the Mother is resonating with harmonious sounds. "O merciful Mother, bestow your grace upon us." A group of devotees now gather to pray and dance together. O merciful Mother, lead us to true paradise. They are now completely immersed in it. Everyone hums the exact same tune. O Mother, we your children shall awaken together. Meanwhile, Lao stands in the corner sweating profusely, reminding himself not to worry, not to make mistakes. Then everyone chants Amen in unison. At that moment someone is raised up with Lao along with their statement, these brothers are especially worthy of the Holy Mother's love. Today Brother Lao receives the grace of Our Lady, and is elevated in rank. He who was once blind and lame can now see and walk again thanks to her grace. It was a strange sight indeed, and everyone was moved to tears. Amen. Lao was then presented with a holy sword along with a speech from the leader. All miracles come from faith. With enough faith you can level up. We are the sword of justice. With faith we can even cleave stone. Let us see how strong our brother's faith is. He raises his sword, but doubt lingers. How can he possibly cleave stone like this? All eyes are on Laud. According to Lucen, all he had to do was strike the center. But then Laud noticed something. He quickly noticed something, a gap in the center. Unbelievable. El hesitated, no longer immediately spinning his sword and plunging it into the center. A terrifying silence filled the air. But the next moment the entire space seemed to explode. He did it. It truly was the power of a miracle. Did you see that, guys? Laud leveled up. Indeed, Laud's level has risen from 63 to 71. He couldn't believe it. Did it actually work? I leveled up this easily. What kind of magic is this? Suddenly, something burst from the chest, the hand of a ghastly undead creature reaching for Lon. Who knew it would grab him by the neck with both hands? A moment later he noticed its body. Lon's face showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly recognized the creature. Ghouls Radna's life forms with no place to return. It turns out the key to leveling up is the sudden return of old memories in Law's mind. Without hesitation he drew his sword, launching a fierce attack on the ghoul, sending others flying. His eyes now filled with seriousness and determination. Lao rested his foot nearby after finishing. The ghoul, now missing both arms, was defeated and silence fell. The leader then declared in an eerie voice that the demon's soul had been banished. The purification in the name of Our Lady of Purification is a success, and all present are filled with admiration for Laud. Indeed, it is a miracle of the Church of the Immaculate Mother. Even the demon guarding him was baptized. Ektos is indeed powerful. The leader suddenly grabs Lao's hand and gives him an eerie smile. The devil's interference in this ceremony proves just how powerful we Lao brothers are. Amen, they all cheer for him now. But the only thing that caught his eye was the blood-stained wallet on the ground. After the ascension ceremony, Lao immediately went to Lucen and questioned him. You knew all along. You knew how the Church of Our Lady elevates its followers, which is no different than forcing me to kill people. Despite his outburst, Lucen remained calm. I know how the Church of Our Lady operates, using prisoners to kill monsters for promotion and then followers to kill prisoners for promotion. But because the world tree isn't functioning properly, the corpses turn into ghouls and are dumped into the sewers. Seeing that he knew so much and kept silent, he couldn't help but feel angry. Why didn't you tell me so? I wouldn't have killed someone with my own hands. Though a bit late, Lucen explained, if you knew, would you have refused? Everyone's the same. All the prisoners are desperate. Even if this were made public, the Church would simply cover it up by saying it was a lie that they were forced to kill the possessed prisoners. The only way to spur people to action is with a great enough resentment, a revelation that stuns Lao. What are you planning? Do you have a plan? Lucen then declares, the great cleansing day will be held tomorrow, and the next day he stands before the believers cheerfully announcing, I am Tos, and today is a good morning. As of today, the number of prisoners in Our Lady's Church has exceeded its capacity by 300%. This is a welcome development, but something serious has happened. Are those zombies? No, ghouls are coming up from the basement. I don't know why, but they're coming. Be careful. If you want to be safe, come to the Central Church. A special guest and a special event await you. The excitement he speaks of is the free-for-all. And so, the free-for-all officially begins between the prisoners and the cultists as they clash like gods. They turned on each other armed to the teeth as ghouls and prisoners clashed in a tense battle. The demon facing the prisoner now has a terrifying appearance, and despite having a weapon, the prisoner is still terrified. The remaining prisoners didn't dare linger for a moment longer, fleeing as fast as they could as the scene replayed through the cathedral. Every move, every act of cowardice from the other prisoners was recorded in vivid detail, a truly horrifying sight. Brothers, this is the fate of those without faith, the unredeemable being punished. But isn't this proof that our church is chosen? All the other believers eagerly agree. Estos now stands before his followers laughing uncontrollably, before asking a question with great excitement. Aren't I clever? I threw the ghouls into the sewers, and now I'll release them to deal with the prisoners who can't level up and are just a waste of space. Killing two birds with one stone, Eos gently places a hand on Laud's head. Loud yes. Not wanting Laud to remember anything, Eos ordered him to forget everything he saw yesterday. We did well understand. Look at the believers outside. They can't fight. They have no talent. They live desperate lives not knowing what to do. But is it really their fault? From the start, a world where people must compete and endure for a level is wrong. Now is their time. Everyone has the right to happiness, right? He scoffed and repeated the question, then reiterated it again. So don't worry about the small stuff and just enjoy it because you're special. Before Lao now are dazzling golden items. His next words startled him. Ah, the moment we've been waiting for has arrived. A tenacious prisoner is fighting, and his level is 3 stars. Can you believe there's ever been a prisoner like this? A level 3 prisoner, fighting against death. And the tenacious prisoner he's referring to is none other than Hanbin. His fluid movements are captivating, or rather he's running headfirst into death, barely scratching the ghouls. La watches Hanbin's performance with intense focus, as in the heat of battle he's bitten on the arm by a ghoul. Now, Hanbin is completely surrounded by ghouls, and he's running out of strength, his body battered and bruised. Suddenly Kian's image flashed in Hanbin's mind when Kian asked him what he was fighting for. I couldn't answer because I had no purpose other than survival. But I understand, now fighting without a reason is just pure violence. When Barros asked why he fought, he said it was for his comrades, but that was a lie that couldn't hide the fact that his power almost killed them all. But now Hanbin suddenly realizes something. Kivi's warm hand gently caressed his cheek as Hanbin faced a truth he couldn't accept: he was destined to kill them. Back in reality, he still clutches the dagger Antia gave him, charging forward and knocking a demon to the ground. It's all your fault. The taunts and accusations echoed relentlessly. Even on the verge of death, it smiles shamelessly, striking at Hanbin's arrogance, believing he could be a hero without resolve or reason. All because of you, Kivi is dead. But who do you think you are? That's why you can't kill me. You can't do anything because you have no reason. Even if you survive. At that moment, Hanbin sensed an attack from behind and turned sharply. In this tense moment, instead of retaliating, he calmly closes his eyes as the gluttony demon's arm descends upon his face, ready to end it all. Or even die, you can't do anything. Hanbin, without fear or panic, simply smiles calmly. But the problem is he can't live as he wants, nor can he die. Immediately, Hanbin retaliates without mercy. His hair has turned a fiery red, and he's fighting for no reason other than himself. So help me, and I'll help you. The ghoul who attacked Hanbin is now getting pummeled, and the ghouls realize they messed with the wrong guy, so they turn tail and run. But Hanbin showed no mercy, unleashing a bloody purge, moving like a god, and delivering clean, fruit-cutting strikes. In a flash, the ghouls were saying goodbye to their body parts, but the fun didn't stop there. But now a massive entity appears, and Hanbin immediately takes notice of the new threat before him. The hulking brute, quick to anger, unleashes a devastating punch upon the earth. This is no ordinary ghoul. Its power is immense. And now Hanbin faces a more formidable creature than ever before, a flesh golem formed from ghouls growing stronger with hatred. Meanwhile, Hanbin struggles to endure, impaled by a wooden stake, yet he still manages to speak to the divine weapon. He could kill this thing in an instant. And with that, he pulled out the log and prepared to attack. Hanbin's blood dripped onto the ground, instantly crystallizing into crimson shards. Hanbin's blood has now completely solidified. Once again, he's filled with fiery spirit, his red eyes ready to strike. Come on. Despite the size difference, Hanbin fears no one. A tiny spark of light briefly appears in the pitch-black darkness. The system panel appears, seeking the goddess's prophecy, seeking supporters of the dark goddess. A familiar face suddenly emerges. Hanbin's eyes widened in shock as he was rescued just before the flesh golem could strike. You're here, Eric recognized the voice instantly. It's Baman. Hanbin's face is etched with surprise at his rescue. He carries Hanbin on his shoulders, running as fast as he can. B-Man, realizing the situation isn't right for explanations, says, "We'll talk later, just run." The demon golem is now furious after missing its attack, and its skills prove formidable as it extends its arm to pursue them. His face is filled with shock as he witnesses Bella and Fabrizio confronting the flesh golem to help him. He immediately yelled at Hanbin to go, saying they'd cover their escape. Bella then shouted, "Head to the crossroads." He never expected them to stand up for him like this. Meanwhile, someone is seething, realizing someone took advantage of the lax security to infiltrate. Should we send our warriors in on this occasion? A message suddenly arrived. Here he is, the Wolf King. I didn't know he was coming. Lao couldn't help but be confused by the man's excited expression. Seeing him so lost, he enlightened him. You don't know the Wolf King. He's been quite famous lately, hasn't he? He's a bit heavier than in the photos, but Lao is taken from one surprise to another by the scene before him. Eos notices Hanbin, and the other guy looks familiar. But he quickly dismisses it all with a wide grin. Never mind that. I wonder who would win if the Wolf King fought our ultimate weapon. Aren't you curious, Lao? But when he turned around, Lao was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Having reached safety, Baman finally speaks with Hanbin Eric after he left. There's intel that a massacre will be carried out here by ghouls emerging from the sewers. And there's also intel that hunter prisoners will escape through the sewers, which is why we're here. Hanin then turns around, confused, wondering why he's with the Knights of the Earth. You shouldn't have come here. I kept it a secret, afraid you'd get involved. But why, Eric? Just as Baman was about to say something to him, he was suddenly called. Wolf King, can we even escape from here? Let's get out of here. The Madonna Church's soldier brains will catch us. But Bokmen couldn't abandon the others, saying, I understand your concerns, but now is not the time. There are still people up there who need saving. One of them, unwilling to wait any longer, tried to persuade him, saying they should give up. They're just addicts waiting to die. Trying to save them might get us all killed. Speak of the devil. The ghouls have arrived. They're like ravenous monsters, charging madly toward them, and the two immediately hide behind Hanbin and B-Man. The ghouls have come. See. I told you we needed to hurry. Now they're putting all their hope in you. You seem very strong. You'll protect us, won't you? Please. H-Bin is now observing their levels. Their levels are higher than expected, but Hanbin presses forward unconcerned. It doesn't matter anymore as long as I have a reason to fight. That's all it takes. Hanbin resolves to fight to the very end. Suddenly, B-Man stepped in front of him, reminding him not to let his emotions affect his fighting spirit. Stop fighting when you're driven, he said. Fight for others. Baman's words made Hanbin rethink his approach, and now Baman is ready to fight the ghouls. Someone once said that heaven helps those who help themselves. Remember the pride of a hunter. A renowned hunter never relies on miracles. To survive, wield your sword with a prayer. Now is the time to prove that we live to fight. Bowman stands before everyone ready for battle. The ghouls surged forward like moths to a flame, but then inexplicably they stopped. A green light flashes in the sky, finding the dead men trying to escape. However, they are all killed by the ghouls, devoured until nothing but bones remain. You were all just killed by ghouls. What a waste of time to hunt the dead. As he finished speaking, Lao calmly removed his hood and cowl, then frowned. Move out now. His tense demeanor frightened the prisoners, but Bok, with his keen insight, realized something and questioned him. La, I heard you joined the Mother Church. Are you the informant? He denied it immediately without hesitation. You're all fools. What benefit would I get from doing that? Only one person here would do something so stupid. Hearing this, Hanbin quickly realized it was Lucen Lu confirming his suspicions. Yes, he prepared this place, and the escape plan. He understood, but questions still lingered. But Lucen clearly betrayed the Earthlings Association. Lon scratches his head and explains. Indeed, he has no intention of returning to the Earth Knights. Instead, he'll stay with the Church of the Mother, until the end, turning you and the Earth Knights into the heroes of Radna. Han was stunned, hardly believing what he'd just heard. Lucen's intentions were clear: to make the Church of the Goddess an object of hatred. There's no way for the outside world to see what's happening inside the Church of the Mother, so even if monsters are released or prisoners are killed, all information will be controlled. So he plans to unleash a disaster that Radna will witness, breaking the ceiling of this prison city. All the remaining prisoners will become sacrifices, spreading the flames of rage throughout Rana, as Lucen finally senses Hanbin's presence. Seeing him approach, he expressed his reproach, saying, "That took you longer than I expected, brother. I knew you'd try to stop me." Hanbin, not understanding, asks why he would be stopped. Lucen didn't hesitate, clearly articulating each word: because many people will die, and heroes will emerge. Hanbin now slowly walks towards him. Many people, including those who have no hope or desire to live. What are those people to me? Aren't they already living like the dead? If only I could spread Radna's burning rage to the deceased. If that's your conclusion after careful consideration, then do it. Without hesitation, Hanin made his proposal clear, his decisiveness leaving Lucen speechless. After hearing Hanbin's plan, he asked in confusion, "You're not going to stop Yuan?" "What do you mean?" His face was filled with astonishment. "If you don't stop him, who will? Do you think he's the kind of person who would cause this massacre?" To Ro's bewilderment, Hanbin calmly states that Lucen has always dreamed of becoming a hero of justice, the fool's conclusion, after debating the world's future. His conclusion and determination shouldn't be ignored just by saying all lives are precious. My sense of justice and resolve aren't as strong as his. I decided to become a hero following in Pao Tut's footsteps, but Hanbin felt unworthy of the role. I was never worthy of that position. I'm not the great man you tried to make me out to be. After hearing his confession, Lucen understood a part of it. I see. Perhaps I need to double-check something to make sure I'm not wrong. I've considered other options, but I'm sure you've realized this is the only way. Lucen's hand trembled as he prepared to press the button, turning to Hanbin to quietly thank him. His brother thought Hanbin had resigned himself to their fate, but in the next moment he snatched the red button from Lucen's hand, surprising him. Now, Hanbin finally reveals his true thoughts. He has no right to tell me that his justice is wrong. You just sat and watched as the world crumbled. But didn't I tell you before? Hesitate no more. Lucen froze for 5 seconds at his words. He immediately felt the need for introspection and lowered his head, Lucen's eyes turning cold and emotionless. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and attacked while Beeman's poor wife struggled and pleaded. This changes nothing. The Wolf King isn't here. He retired long ago. You've misunderstood everything. Eidos calmly clasped his hands behind his back and said, I'm aware of that. After observing humanity for as long as I have, you begin to understand their logic and the instinct to protect their own nature, which is deeply ingrained in their genes. They do everything they can to increase the chances of leaving their genes behind. Calling it something ridiculous like love isn't that foolish, but it also makes them so endearing. Hearing his words, she was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, B-Man was running forward with all his might. Bokeng. He stood before the cathedral, demanding, "I've kept my promise, release the hostage now." Seeing him come to her rescue, his wife screamed, unable to bear what would happen next. What a joke. But at that moment he wore an excited and cunning smile. Now for our main event. Oh, that's right. Lao Da, you better not cause any trouble this time. With that he sat down looking eager. He immediately obeyed, extending his hand forward. Yes, sir. In the blink of an eye, a monster appeared before Ben, a Chimera version 22. The Wolf King faces a colossal beast, the tension mounting as he stares ahead. I never thought you joined the Church of Our Lady for no reason. The world has changed, and so have people's circumstances. Even so, there are things you want to hold on to no matter what. And I find myself in the same situation. Doesn't that mean we should give it our all? We're all in this fight together. Don't tell Hanbin, he still has his own fight to win. Meanwhile, Hanbin and Lucen clash, his powerful sword strikes easily dodged. Hanbin seizes the opening, and counters Lucen's missed attack dagger and sword clashing. Neither side willing to yield, they both unleashed a massive surge of power as Lucen spoke up amidst their intense clash. I believe you'll never give up, brother. I believe you'll find another way. Hanbin immediately responds with a look of unwavering resolve. Nothing. I never truly believed the world was on the brink of destruction. He was now in a fierce internal battle. He then questioned him, striking at his heart in his final moments. Did he fight only because he had no other choice? Faced with the fiery technique before him, he was stunned. Sword aura, phantom sword. Before Hanbin could react, Lucen vanished into thin air. Like a gust of wind, he teleported behind Hanbin, drew his sword, and without hesitation slashed upwards. But just then, Hanbin managed to grab a rope and swing down, landing quickly on a rickety wooden plank. Han never lets his guard down immediately, drawing his dagger as Lucen retaliates from above with a powerful blow. He struggled to avoid falling, immediately turning to create distance, but Lucen without hesitation unleashed a direct strike upon Hanbin. His mystical swordsmanship completely shattered everything, leaving Han with no choice but to shield his face. Han has to admit Lucen's attack is ferocious. He really came at him hard. He now charges towards Hanbin, like a god wanting to be a hero, just like him, a powerful, mighty hero, like the way he lived. Instead, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me there's no other way. Faced with Lucen's resolve, Hanbin reveals a harsh truth. I'm sorry, I'm no hero at all. He couldn't accept that answer and charged in headfirst. If that's the case, then why are you standing in my way? Why couldn't he wait, immediately drawing his sword? Lucen then slashed twice at Hanbin. Bowman sat exhausted next to Hanbin, complaining about the aches from lack of exercise. He urged Baman to escape, not wanting him involved, saying the tunnel would soon be dangerous. In this tense moment, B-Man suddenly says, "Yes, I know. But will you listen to my story?" "Well, if it isn't Hanpin, I'm a little surprised you know my name." Baman turns to him with a smile, saying, "I knew who you were when you came to the circus, but I didn't think you were so famous. So you know I'm a failure too." A failure? Lao stood silently in the corner as the two spoke. Looking up at the bright moon, Bokman reveals his true feelings. "Honestly, I wanted to be a hero too. Not just me, but many hunters desire that the thought alone is absolute. But now I'm just a ragged old hunter. Even so, I have no regrets. Do you know why? The true hero I once met was Sword King Barros, a revelation that surprises Hanbin. You met Barros, he immediately confirmed and praised him further. It was amazing how he cleared the dungeon alone. Even a child could see he was a hero. Back then, he probably hadn't even received the goddess's blessing yet. But he was already famous among hunters. I admired him so much that I even wore a fake beard like his, and the day I met him, my heart nearly burst. Back then, B-Man knelt before him, begging for his secrets, and I asked how I could become hero. At the time, I thought he'd be angry, because it was a far-fetched story. If someone says they only fight for humanity, they're either lying or crazy. Back then, when BC men fell in the arena, his heart seemed to shatter along with him, and I was deeply disappointed by that answer. I've always been proud to be a hunter protecting people, and even when he fell, he never gave up, always striving to rise again. But it didn't take long for me to realize the truth in his answer. The reason I fight isn't for my own pride. B-Man wouldn't give up, because behind him were loved ones he had to protect his family's happiness. And still to this day, I stand here to be worthy of my wife and a father to be proud of. Even if he couldn't win, even if he didn't have the strength to fight, he was determined not to give up. Baman, smaller in stature, was thrown into the air. Lao couldn't bear to watch the heartbreaking scene, while the Church of Our Lady's followers cheered with glee. Meanwhile, B-Man's wife wept inconsolably, a sight that filled Toth with glee. The monster approached him, ready to deliver the final blow, but even as he faltered, he pointed his sword towards it for his family. You don't need a grand reason to fight. Fighting for your own happiness is enough. Baman, having weathered countless storms, now imparts his wisdom. Han, don't try to be a hero, or your sword will become too heavy. A sword should only be as heavy as it needs to be. Space and time seemed to freeze between them. Meanwhile, above a button was pressed and everything shattered, sending debris flying everywhere in an astonishing scene. In the sky, the cross-slash appeared, two strikes intersecting and turning the sky blood red. A cataclysmic explosion suddenly erupts, plunging everything into darkness until the dust slowly settles. Hanbin lowered his head, lost in thought. The key to the crosscut's power was in the third strike. Lucen suddenly appeared before him, driving his sword straight into Hanbin's chest. Why are you stopping me? Even if they try to escape, they've already given up in their hearts. Only by sacrificing them can we ignite the spark to burn this world. Words of the vice-chairman echoed in his mind. With that shallow sense of justice, we can't go any further. Hanbin's voice rose as he spoke. Do you understand? Unlike you, I don't care about saving this world. His words left the other man stunned for a few seconds. After Beeman's enlightenment, Hanbin had found a new truth for himself. So I'm giving up on being a hero. I'll fight for myself like a normal person. Moreover, Hanbin fights for other things for belief. He believes in his comrades and their compassion. To atone, Hanbin's comrades will stand together, until the very end, fighting for their own ideals and happiness. Everyone fights for themselves and their ideals, holding firm to their spirit no matter how fierce the battle. Everyone is fighting for their own reasons, and the Church of Our Lady is now completely destroyed. While fighting for themselves, they also fight for the lives of others. And in doing so, they might save someone or even change them. The prisoners no longer run but bravely stand and fight, all just ordinary people trying to do their part in this world. They each bear their own burdens, but now they've gathered together and stand as one. Han held out the vial, smiling. What I want to save is a fool who'll regret abandoning his beliefs and hurting someone else, and I'd regret standing by and watching him do it. That's what I thought, but Hanbin had no intention of interfering with Lucen's plans, so he told him he could do whatever he wanted. He lowered his head and forced a smile, calling himself selfish. Hearing this, Hanbin turned his gaze to the dawn ahead and asked, Is that so? A familiar figure suddenly appears in his mind. Barros is only human. Barros too has happiness he wants to protect, and after so many battles, Hanbin realizes this world doesn't need a hero. In the blink of an eye, the cathedral collapses completely, its devout followers lying amidst the rubble, their cherished idols scattered beside them. Tenno slowly rises. Lao, after all I've given you, you betray me like this. This is truly a disaster. Betrayed, he descends further into madness as the cathedral is destroyed, revealing a purple stone. In the gloomy sky, it shines with a dazzling light, while below the believers realize Laud's betrayal. La, have you betrayed us, after all you received from the archpriest? Don't you feel ashamed? The Holy Mother is watching you. Lao doesn't hesitate to reach out his hand and mention the Holy Mother. Now that his identity is revealed, he doesn't hesitate to express his disgust for them. Do you know what I'm most ashamed of? What I'm most ashamed of is being associated with you incompetent fools. What could children possibly learn from the likes of you? Shouldn't adults show confidence in front of children? That's what a true adult is, and his comrades agree. Lao Kai will show no mercy this time, using extreme measures to purge them all. Anyone who doesn't want to be monster food, step aside. The enraged cultists could only watch helplessly as a pair of radiant wings emerged from the cathedral, accompanied by a bizarre voice. Fear not, Estos points forward and creates a divine circle. The circle of light immediately shot towards El, attacking its body and tearing it apart. Witnessing the fleeting scene before him, he couldn't believe his eyes. An emissary created by God, the God who loves all things. An angel with massive wings has appeared in the sky, radiating a brilliant light. Fear not, servants of the Holy Mother, for I am your salvation. And Eos has now fully transformed into something else, looking down with a sinister grin. The insignificant humans of Earth. Fabrizio immediately recognized the angel's intellect, while B-Men was left in confusion. Why are they in Vodna? Why are they in the Notre Dame Cathedral? Even Lao, who'd been spying on him, didn't realize it. Was Ektos an angel? The followers below cheered with joy, for he had ascended. Ektos has ascended. They were all manipulated by his mystical voice. Fear not, my followers, for you are the chosen ones. These enemies are a test of faith from the Holy Mother, and your level far surpasses theirs. Fear not, kill them all. The bishop's eyes were now filled with murderous intent. Fueled by the bishop's words, the zealots charged forward, fearlessly catching the prisoners off guard, and turning the area into a chaotic battlefield in seconds. Everyone fought with fervor, each unwilling to yield as one prisoner fell facing imminent demise. Luckily for that prisoner, Baman appeared just in time to save him, and even in this tense moment, he tries to persuade the followers to turn back. Have you all lost your minds? Why would you listen to a monster? How can people avoid killing each other? But Lao doesn't think the cultists will listen to B-Man. Whatever he says is useless. These fools don't care about logic, blindly following the Church of the Mother, their minds incapable of anything else. An angel once destroyed Dot, now driving them even madder, so he asked, how do we solve this? As they panicked, a believer gripped his sword and charged forward, prompting Bowman to shout in alarm. Not a drop of blood was spilled as it exploded into the air, while the figure remained aloof above. Fear not, you are the Mother's swords. Fabrizio roared with contempt. You wretched impostors, don't use our revered mother to cover up your dirty schemes. The other believers are holding him down from all sides, making it impossible for him to move. Fabrizio was now extremely uncomfortable, unable to move. Was it the system binding him? The system warns that attacking the target is forbidden. Devote yourselves to God's representative to enjoy eternal life. Just as he thought he was done for with a believer about to attack, Bella suddenly appeared and struck the believer's head. Don't look at him, she says, turning away with a look of urgency. Outsiders aren't allowed to attack angels. We have to run. After Fabrizio escapes their encirclement, he continues to attack the other followers. But if we run, morale will collapse. With our numbers fleeing means certain death for all of us. Fabrizio began to feel an invisible fear, and Bellala, unable to think of another solution, asked then, "What do we do? We'll die anyway if we keep this up." The believers, now fearless, charged headfirst into the fray. They didn't attack individually, but swarmed together. Yet these zealots were mere amateurs quickly sent flying by Lewin. He's determined to fight with all his might rather than give up in regret. If we retreat, it's all over, and we'll never get another chance. Now reunited, the three stand back to back ready for the next wave. Did Lou ask you to come back? A lot has happened, you fool. Everyone's lost their spirit. An angel stood in their way. Even if they defeated these men, they couldn't survive with the angel present. That was the hunter's greatest fear. Furthermore, we were outnumbered, and Bachman braced himself against the overwhelming onslaught of the believers. But when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see Lao standing in front of him, crying out in pain. It hurt so much. They were frozen in shock as they saw the surrounding cultists being wiped out. Huh, what is that? Even in this dire situation, Lin smiles optimistically, saying it's okay. Lon and B-Man can finally breathe a sigh of relief as their hero has finally arrived. And he said he wanted to live a normal life, but he's back. They aren't afraid of pawns on the opposing side. They have angels. The idiot Estos is now the target, and he's caught off guard, frozen in place as the attack approaches. Caught off guard by Hanbin in his werewolf form, the Archbishop is understandably confused. Who are you? Before he could answer, Hanbin threw him away without hesitation. Estos was sent crashing into the Church of the Mother. Hanbin's throw was so powerful that it shattered the upper part of the cathedral, but even with the Archbishop's white head crushed, he wasn't finished with him. Hanbin immediately dragged Eos out again. What? Who is this guy? His movements are too swift and skillful for Eos to react. Without hesitation, he tears off one of the giant's wings, and after Hanbin's brutal assault, his face is filled with terror. He couldn't help but wonder, staring at the powerful opponent before him. While Ektos was still trying to figure out Hanbin's identity, he was thrown into the Notre Dame Cathedral once again. The massive noise drew the attention of all the prisoners and other believers, and even Fabrizio and Bella watched the scene unfold in astonishment. How can he attack an angel? Lucin isn't surprised. It's what this hopeless world needs. In an instant, he hurled Eos into the Cathedral of the Virgin Mary, destroying it completely. Something Lucin understood better than anyone was not justice. Hanbin's eyes burn red with murderous intent, as if he wants to devour Eos whole, and a powerful crimson aura erupts from them. From the sky, Hanbin carrying Eos hurtles downward. Not a sacrifice, but utter domination, as Eos can no longer resist. The ground around them shatters, forming fiery red cracks, and Eos is hurled down with brutal force. The entire space seems to tremble from a powerful shock, as gray smoke dissipates. Not despair, but simply something to help people overcome it. All eyes are now on them, as Han carries Eos, who couldn't withstand the lesson he just received. No matter how powerful Eos was, Hanbin and his comrades ultimately prevailed, a testament to the power of belief and hope. After decisively defeating Eos, Hanbin smirks with pride. Angels are nothing special. Hanbin's comrades were still in shock, as were the prisoners who stared at him in bewildered awe. Overjoyed, the prisoners celebrated Hanbin's victory over Eos, finding a new beacon of hope. Antia suddenly appeared in a blaze of glory, proclaiming that where there is light, there is blessing. Chosen ones, fight for the light. As long as you crave the light, as long as you hold on to hope, the goddess of light, Antia, will always be with you. With that, she reached out her hand as if beckoning them. The followers stared intently at Antia, as if they had found a new truth, and a powerful light soon burst forth from the sky, illuminating the entire space, bringing a smile to Han's face. Gods only help those who help themselves. Oz took advantage of Hanbin's distraction and attacked, but he quickly blocked it. Despite the beating he's taken from Hanbin, he stubbornly resists, so he shows no mercy, and delivers a few more blows along with some choice words. Eos is bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Why? Why are you running? You were promoted. He couldn't accept being abandoned and shouted, "You're all running away after just a little setback. Fight, fight." But before he could finish, Hanbin punched him. He attacked while warning him, "Enough talk. They're not on our level." These experienced leeches who level up every day dare to compare themselves to hunters who risk their lives against monsters, chalk and cheese. Hanbin then drew his aura sword to show Ektos the difference in skill, resolve, and experience, but the system blocked its use due to level restrictions, giving Ektos the chance to summon a massive energy blast. Without hesitation, he unleashed that powerful blast towards Hanbin, whose body was now covered in aura crystals. He immediately pinned Ektos to the ground, placing his hand brimming with aura crystals upon him, as system alerts flashed. The aura system glitches, and the entire space is engulfed in a deep, blood-red hue. His body is now split in two. This is madness. Aura self-destruct. There's no such skill in the system. What is this guy? How could someone like him exist in this ruined world? After pondering, he smirks, realizing, I remember now, you're the one with the glitched system. A bit late, but you finally noticed. After hearing those words, Hanin couldn't help but wonder, what did he just say? Though only half of his body remained, he stood tall before him declaring, "You appeared before me first, not the others. Should I say you're lucky?" With that, Eos grinned, grotesquely revealing the few teeth he had left. Sensing something was wrong, Antia shouted a warning. He's suspicious. Hanbin. Hanbin also sensed danger and rushed forward. I knew it. Suddenly a strange mark appeared on the hands of the believers. Soon after, they inexplicably began to foam at the mouth, collapsing to the floor, as brilliant blue crystals emerged. Witnessing this, Hanin makes a deduction. Is he absorbing the life force of his followers? Was he trying to focus his power into that giant magic stone? A brilliant circle suddenly appeared in his head. The circle expands, ready to unleash a terrifying surge of energy. It'll be all right. Hanin must now face the full force of that circle alone, immediately going on high alert and leaping into the air. Antia couldn't just stand by and watch, and immediately summoned her power while the prisoners were caught in the powerful shockwave. The circle of light multiplied into a prison of energy, unleashing a shockwave that overwhelmed the surrounding space. Everyone watched the scene unfold with astonishment, and Lin's smile faded into a grimace. He couldn't help but worry for Hanbin's safety, and shouted out as the radiant light matrix separated Hanbin from everyone else. The space was as dark as ink, but then a small ray of light flickered. Ki's figure haunted Hanbin like a ghost, seeking the goddess's oracle, seeking the champion of darkness. His eyes snapped open in disbelief, for there before him stood that familiar figure. He reached out, desperate not to lose her again, but Antia gently looked at Hanbin one last time and said, "Please live happily." Ki returns to reality, and Hanbin suddenly wakes up with a start. Antia was now right in front of him, calming him down. Finally, Hanbin regained his composure. He asked, his eyes scanning the white space before him. "Where the hell are we?" Antia immediately ventured a guess. "It seems you've fallen for that angel's trick. This is the void of the universe, a place where gods do not exist." Estos suddenly speaks, slowly approaching them. "It's unexpected that you could withstand Lord Omblaus's space. I'm guessing it's thanks to the power of the goddess." Hanin immediately gets up when she sees him appear. "You wear a strange smile. I am the first intelligent being created by Lord Omlaus, a chief archangel, blessed with divinity." He then bowed with an uncharacteristic earthly politeness, saying he was too busy to introduce himself earlier. "Long time no see, dear Hanbin." But Hanbin wasn't interested in hearing him out, and immediately lunged forward, punching him square in the body, surprising the man. A familiar feeling suddenly arises in Hanbin. This damned voice. I've heard it before. Is it you? Painful memories flood back as Han realizes who he's facing, his eyes filled with resentment. "You're the one who imprisoned me on that mountain for 20 years. And now he dares to smile and correct me. Exactly 22 years. Suddenly Hanbin realizes something. Within the sixth general's body a circle of light appears. I'm surprised too. To survive for 22 years and at level 6 in Runa, no less. I'd wager your power is a system error. Suddenly Hanbin is surrounded by a divine aura, but surprisingly he's not the target Antia is. Too bad you caught my eye. Now he finally understands the trick. Spatial displacement. It's similar to Genovia's magic. Estos holds Antia tightly and creates a circle of light. Bringing the goddess's representative makes this easy. You must have a lot of questions. Why don't we talk about it? For both our sakes, Eos has taken control of her, forcing Hanbin to negotiate with me. The tables have turned and Hanbin is furious to see Antia threatened. Damn it. I thought he was weak, so I let my guard down. Antia is protecting the area and can't do anything. Hanbin shouts in anger. Why imprison me in a place others only endure for half a year? Eos mocked, hearing his question. Sorry, but... Hanin was taken aback by his shameless response. What, despite having a large following, the axolotl is ultimately a slave to its master. I manage the suitable ones under Lord Omphalos, and when they level up I transport monsters appropriate for their level. Once they pass level 5, I'll transfer them to another space to fight as a team. Then when they reach level 20, I'll transfer them to the real Radna. In the course of his work, he naturally encountered shortcomings. It was exhausting to handle everything manually as there were so many candidates. Something unexpected happened, and I was inspired by humanity. Thus, a grand idea was born. Why not completely systemize it like a game and automate it? This way I wouldn't have to monitor it constantly and could focus on other productive tasks. But about 20 years passed and trouble arose in another department. Another subordinate hesitantly reports that the current order to create RNA dungeons lacks the energy needed to create monsters. An error has occurred, the Archangel Dachan of the Seas explained nervously. Exactly as ordered, I manage the dungeon, though the cause is unknown. They now stand before the most omnipotent of gods, Lord Ophos. He slowly opened his mouth and asked about the missing energy, and the Archangel Dakin was so scared that he misspoke the amount. 15 no. The missing energy is 20%. Suddenly a hand burst forth from the god of Phalos's mouth. His many hands reached out and seized the Archangel Dakan, who struggled in vain. As he watched it torn apart before his eyes, Eos felt a chill run down his spine. Lord Omphalos, please, I'll find a way to recover it. As he broke out in a cold sweat, Omphalos spoke again. The creation of small-scale dungeons would be temporarily suspended. The energy shortage will be compensated for by a low-level angel attack on Radna, though he doesn't think it's the right move right now. But the power of the 6 goddesses remains. At this rate, we can't create a gate to bring angels into Radna. Hearing this, Blois clenched his fist and made a decision they would move the plan forward. This is my incomplete blessing, the key to unlocking a new world. Use the power of Radna to fill it, and it will become the spear to seal the goddesses. Aim for the heart of the dark goddess Ki, angel of wisdom. Genenovia obeys all for Lord Omlis. Hanbin is shocked by this revelation. Genenovia is an angel. Hearing his question, Eos became extremely excited. So you know Zenobia too. Isn't that a pain? Among the TGA archangels, you've served Omphalos the longest, and even though I was once human, that doesn't matter. What matters is, do you know where that missing 20% of energy went? He then asked and answered himself. It's in those hellhounds you killed. They became your experience points. Of course I knew this when I came to Radna. Lucky you haven't been caught. He then threatened Hanbin with Antia. So we'll make a mutually beneficial deal. You kill the goddess's representative with your own hands, then return to Earth, and I'll let your past transgressions slide. What do you think? Hanbin made his decision without hesitation. There's nothing to consider. I already have my answer. You know it too, Holian. Antia now turns to face him as Hanin clutches the dagger she gave him. But there's one question you haven't answered. Why was I imprisoned for 22 years, and now you pretend to remember? But then he smirks, as if to provoke him, saying he simply forgot. Hanbin, with a temper as cold as ice, plunges a dagger into his neck, lifting him up as he demands answers in a serious tone. Hey, do you know what the hardest thing was for me while I was imprisoned? But he had no interest in answering. Why should I care, you fool? I kept you alive because I feared your death might reach Lord Omplus. You're even dumber than I thought. Ektos then loosened the ring around Antia's neck. But then an unexpected scene unfolds. Her head and body are now separated. Even with Hanbin piercing his head, Ektos is still smug, saying if that's how you want to die, then die with the representative of the goddess. This space will shrink and crush you into a meatball, you fool. The white space remained still frozen in time and nothing happened. Ektos was stunned when his threats proved empty. What again? He wondered what force had stopped it. Os doesn't give up, continuing to laugh, calling her meatball and sleepyhead, but no matter how much he laughs, the space doesn't shrink. Antia couldn't hide her amusement any longer, bursting into laughter, a direct insult aimed at him. Sorry, I can't stop laughing. Meatball, you idiot. Antia's reaction froze the ace solid, and she followed it with a contemptuous glare. You've made a grave error, a minuscule one perhaps, but your actions have made Hanbin abandon his retirement, and now there's no turning back. When I met the guide, there was one thing I truly wanted to ask. What the hell were you thinking when you asked that question? That question has haunted me. And you know it, don't you? Do you want to kill yourself? Now Hanbin returns the question with a murderous gaze, and a brilliant light suddenly fills the space. Realizing he's no match for Hanbin, Estos turns to flee, but he won't escape so easily. Trying to run, be my guest. But what if I appeared before Omplaus, and he discovered that the real reason his millennia-long invasion of Vina failed was because of his own foolish subordinate? Hearing this, Eos's face twisted in displeasure. Don't you dare threaten me. Hanin didn't even bother to lift a finger, remaining still, as Antia prepared to take flight. You're flawed, and possess no useful skills. Hanin patiently waited without moving, as a powerful aura enveloped the space. Don't let your guard down, Antia said, now restored. If I'm not mistaken, the Archangel has a divinity similar to Omblaus. He's a threat on his own, and then there's that magic stone accumulating a massive amount of energy. Estos doesn't deny it, saying it's all your fault, because you used enough energy to create a dungeon for 20 years. They don't have enough energy to create monsters anymore. To replenish that energy, countless massive magic stones were placed throughout Radna, and we had to establish our own Church of the Mother to gather the useless and share Omplus's blessing. When the churches execute uncooperative hunters, they level up, and that energy is absorbed by the magic stones. All for the sake of Omplus and Omlis's army. Han, hearing every word, couldn't help but feel indignant. So many people killed for that reason even turned into ghouls, unable to die in peace. All of this was to serve your goals, and Estos now questions him without an ounce of guilt. So what do you think the purpose was of sending people from other worlds here? This is what you were meant to do. Now I'll tear you limb from limb, and force you to kill yourself so there'll be no evidence you ever existed. And I will capture the goddess's representative. With that, I'll be recognized as the most powerful archangel. Beg for death, you pathetic trash, he shouted with excitement. But instead of complying, Hanbin kicks him in the face, leaps into the air, and delivers a powerful blow, throwing him off balance. Hanbin then declared, "Thanks for letting me know just how evil you are to the core. Even if I kill you, I won't feel a thing." He resolved to teach the demon a lesson, refusing to let such evil exist any longer. Even as he's about to be defeated by Qin, Ektos refuses to yield, saying, "Fool, that was your last chance to kill me." He points at Hanbin through the circle of light, and a powerful beam shoots out, narrowly missing him. Now Ektos remains defiant. In this space, I am the ultimate being. No matter how hard you try, what can you do to me? A massive surge of energy is unleashed from the spatial vortex towards Han Bin. As long as I can hide the divinity of this space, you won't be able to touch a hair on my head. You're trapped in my space. He slowly gained control of Han Bin, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. In the next instant, he conjures countless spatial vortexes. But surely you will gradually die. The vortexes unleashed powerful blasts of light, but despite being surrounded, Han Bin feared no one. Your space, you fool, you're just as trapped as I am. He immediately gripped his dagger, using his blood to dissolve the attacks from all around. His blood was absorbed by the spatial vortexes, only to be released from another dimension, instantly turning Ektos' attack against him. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but be confused. What? From within the vortex, a surge of crimson energy is unleashed. Could the explosion have been caused by those blood droplets falling here and detonating, catching Eidos completely off guard? Seizing the missed attack, Hanbi lunged forward with glee arms, crossed in defense the crimson aura, now engulfing the space, yet he remained stubbornly defiant. No way, even my densest magic stone is stable. How can this aura be so dense that it explodes? This is more than just aura. Hanin immediately rushes in as if he's been waiting for this moment. Unable to react, he's blown away by the sheer force of Hanin's attack, their clash, creating a massive shockwave that shatters the earth. Estos couldn't believe that he had lost the upper hand. The space is cracking, but this space is made from Omus's divinity. How could this be? He's stunned to see his greatest strength crumble before him. What ungodly power is this? What kind of monster are you? How could 20 years of experience with hellhounds ever give you that kind of power? If he truly doesn't know, Antia will help him understand. That was true power, not the kind gained from experience fighting monsters. Unable to level up, he was filled with bitterness. Unable to learn new skills, rings of light suddenly appear around his body, constricting him. He hasn't given up summoning hellhounds to attack Han Bin, power born not of aura, but of constant battle against stronger foes. Adversity couldn't kill him. Han Bin wouldn't give up even against Jan Nan. Tendrils erupted from the ground, lunging at Han Bin with blinding speed, but even surrounded, he held his ground. It forged him into a true warrior, not just some outsider, and he landed a solid punch. Os immediately retaliated, but Han Bin effortlessly dodged the attack, channeling all his strength to create a crimson aura. It seems like a battle of equals, and this guy is determined not to give up either. A warrior, a true warrior, my ass. He's just a defective product, useless trash in Han Bin's eyes. But he knew his own worth, and he was about to prove it. No matter how many times he's controlled, Han Bin stands firm. The circle of light reappears surrounding his neck once more. Han refuses to let him decide his fate, placing his hand on the ring and shattering it himself. Witnessing this, Tote is stunned, as Han Bin's eyes burn crimson with murderous intent. I am a defective product. Having broken free of his control, Han Bin immediately lunges forward. Seeing his end approaching, he screamed, in utter terror, "No, stay away from me." He tried to push himself away so Hanin couldn't reach him, but no matter how far Eos ran, he could still be caught. Han Bin then unleashed a fiery red aura that engulfed the entire space, determined to put his immense power to good use. If you have power but can't use it, you just trouble those around you. I act like I'm carrying everything, but when I look back, I haven't done anything right. Estos then surrounds himself with radiant circles of light, his light matrix unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. That energy hurtles towards Han Bin like a massive shooting star, but he stands firm against Eos's powerful assault. He didn't need help from anyone or anything. He faced it alone. With his bare hands, Han Bin stopped the unimaginable power. Even as he stumbles backward, he refuses to fall, and Antia intensifies her attack. Antia now uses all her power to create an earth-shattering force, as if the very space is enduring the wrath of a goddess. Not only that, but pure white vortexes began to appear in the space. And in the next moment, countless vortexes reflected that energy. Witnessing the surreal scene, he was stunned. Is this light refraction? Its destructive power leaves Eos speechless, and the one who created this shocking matrix is none other than Antia, the goddess's puppet. Her eyes shone with an unyielding will, defiant against evil. Don't bother me. Eos couldn't take it anymore, and immediately lunged toward her, but Han Bin wouldn't let him touch a hair on Antia's head. He managed to step in front and block him with his bare hands. Just as she said, I might stumble if I act alone. As Estos was gradually restrained, he grew bitter. That wretched defect. In an instant, he transformed into a bizarre entity. An energy explosion erupts, shaking the very space around them, and a hole appears in Estos's abdomen. Now Han Bin has truly proven his worth. It's all thanks to the defective product that I'm standing here. Through countless trials, he gradually perfected himself, and Eos noticed his opening. He fearlessly charges forward like a god with a broken body, and Han Bin prepares himself, knowing it's all thanks to him. Pleased to meet you, he immediately unleashes the cross/Han Bin's finishing blow to end his suffering, never to meet again. The blade sings, carving a fiery cross, leaving trails of blood that tear through the dark sky as the monster is struck by a fateful blow. His body trembled, and crimson shards erupted from his flesh like magical flames eager to devour his soul. The light from these shards blazed brilliantly, engulfing the darkness and the sea of space in a sea of crimson fire. Bin hurtles past Eos's dying form, leaving a silent farewell, a promise never to meet again. That bloody cross has sealed the last Zhang Hui Hong in Eos's legend. Space then exploded, as if the universe itself was rewriting its origins. Everyone helped each other up, while those more seriously injured were carried away. Yuan heals the wounded, as Lucen stares at the shining star in the sky, clutching the item box and muttering brother. But then a sharp voice startled him. "Hey you stupid traitor, if you have time to kill, come help out here." "Yes," Lon questioned with a disgusted look. "Don't worry about such nonsense. Do you think that monster is so easily defeated?" Bowman slowly reminded them, "We must quickly hide and regroup before the enemy discovers us and arrives." Artis scratched the back of his head, surprised that the Archbishop was actually an archangel. Lucen sighed in frustration. "It's my fault for not realizing it." He then turned to the other man, saying the good news was that the church followers were now dried-up corpses. Fabrizio clutches his small crucifix as Atis and Lucen slowly approach. He put his hand on his hip and said sharply, "What good is praying for these bastards? Just let them pass on," he explained in a low voice. "They were once people just like us." Then he continued, "In an age that reveres hunters, they were born weak and cast aside. Perhaps that's why they couldn't resist the temptation of power." Addis sighed, lamenting, "That's the price of being a villain. Running from death is worse." Fabrizio then stood saying, "What good is blaming the dead? I'm just praying for those souls to be redeemed." Suddenly Lucen spoke, but he intently observed the withered hand and continued, "This blessing is from Om Plus. It's not like the instructions we have." Immediately after, he announced that they had died without any warning, their energy completely drained. His low voice echoed through the silent night. Perhaps before we beings from another world could even finish speaking, the cube and the surrounding aura would appear. It suddenly erupts, stunning them all as smoke billows from the red aura. Immediately, a muscular man appeared, none other than Hanbin. He anxiously asks the girl in his arms if she's all right. Blushing, Antia replied, "Oh, I'm okay. Thank you." As soon as he appeared, Addis and Lucen rushed over each with contrasting reactions. "Brother, I knew you'd be safe. Seeing you so loud, it seems everything's all right." He was shocked to see the marks on his body. "Oh, were your wounds inflicted by the Archangel?" Hearing this, Hanbi quickly replied, "Ah, I did this to myself." Addis prepares to draw his holy spear, wondering, is it finally over? A golden light erupted, and he answered, "Not yet." Henin responds, "Not yet." A hand suddenly appears, as Tos, half his body emerging from the smoke, mutters curses. Damn it, this can't be happening." A circle appears from his palm. It can't end like this. With all his might, he summoned the circle, but as it grew, something slammed his hand into the ground. Henin used a rock to crush his hand, causing him to scream in agony. He calmly asked, "You're still alive?" He then mocked him, saying, "You're more persistent than I am." Hearing this, he raised his voice, trying to explain, "Wait, just wait. It's thanks to me, thanks to my mistake, that you are who you are today." Not only that, he even offered him a deal. "I'll come back, come with me, I'll recommend you to be the chief archangel." At the same time, hurried footsteps approached. "Wasn't this all to test your strength? I'm sure Lord Omphalos will be pleased." Threats uttered, even in his dire situation. "After all, if anyone here knew you were an outsider, you'd have nowhere to hide." Hearing this, Hanbin smiled and retorted, "Still not with it." Then he declared, "I don't need to run anymore." Fabrizio, Lucen, and Antia looked on proudly, while Lon, Artis, and B-Men glared. "Though our beliefs and origins differ, we fight and survive together." Hanbin's eyes turned bloodshot as he readied his dagger. "Now the fact that I'm an outsider is a minor detail, so he softly utters words that make At-a tremble in fear. Farewell." At that moment, a ray of light shot out from the circle, and Hanbin raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Hanbin slowly opened his eyes to see a figure standing before Eos. How interesting. Seeing the figure before her, Antia realized something. A memory from that day resurfaced in her mind. Clearly recognizing the benefactor who had just saved his life, he shouted, "Perfect timing, kill them all." Then he called out the disguised Gladius's name, who calmly brought up the past. "We were interrupted last time, weren't we? Shall we do something interesting this time too?" Then it muttered under its breath, "Humans." Hanbin gritted his teeth. At its words, the old man had an evolution project to create the strongest angels for battle. The project was called Zero Sum, and the test subjects were locked in a confined space. They devoured each other, crossbreeding survival skills, selecting and synthesizing them more powerfully. That's how the giant angels were created after over 1000 years, resulting in weapons of overwhelming power. However, with their combat instincts maximized, they couldn't identify enemies and completely lost control, causing the project to fade into obscurity. However, a test subject was discovered, one that appeared to have reached its final stage of evolution. The reason for this is that it had to deal with an enemy, and its evolution resulted in a smaller size, awakened intelligence, and much higher combat skills. Standing tall atop a mountain of monster corpses is the first self-made angel, blessed with Omblaus's divine copy ability, the Angel Specimen. A 1537, his name is Imitation Gladius. But he's completely different from me. I was only created to manage tasks, and I can't stop him when he goes berserk. Back in the present, he shouts, "Kill them all," emphasizing the name Gladius. It simply smiles enigmatically, while Hanbin's face betrays his tension. In response, Gladius crossed his legs in the air, then reached out to Io, saying in a deep voice, "Hey, finish what you started, will you?" The man was stunned by his words. He immediately became more cautious. "What are you planning? You're saying you'll let me kill him. Do you think I'm plotting something sinister?" Gladius revealed, slowly resting his cheek on his hand. "I simply don't want to touch another's prey, so kill him." These words from Gladius were completely unexpected. "Hey, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" he questioned loudly. "How could you abandon our senior to die?" Immediately after, a tree impaled him through the mouth. "Who do you think you're ordering around?" Gladius hissed menacingly. "You piece of trash. And now it dares to speak. Looking at you, you're probably running on fumes. Want me to send you off myself?" He was immediately overcome with fear. Hey, let's talk this over, brother." Lon and Baman started whispering. Are they having internal conflicts? We'll only get in the way here. At that moment, Gladius's eyes lit up. It sensed their intentions, and those rats froze in place. Sweat beads on your brow, as even breathing becomes a struggle. Fabrizio stands frozen. Is he an angel? It's not that different. Antia realizes something he's activated, but Konis thinks he's completely different. Lucen was drenched in sweat, his instincts screaming in terror as Gladius rose, casting him aside, a creature of immense power. Suddenly, a red aura erupts, completely overwhelming its presence, and the familiar energy surprises her. What, he still has so much aura left? Han begins to reveal himself with another head, and asks harshly, "Didn't you have some business with me?" It immediately lunges towards him, and he instantly cries out. "Too hot," he says, to which it nonchalantly replies, "Oh right." Gladius taunts him. "You get stronger when those around you die. Tell me, what's the secret?" Hanbin's face darkens. "If you want to learn, it'll cost you dearly. Are you ready?" He froze at those words. Hanbin's thick, dark eyebrows furrowed deeply as a voice cut through the tense moment. "Enough." Hearing that voice, Gladius immediately scowled. Snow separated Eos and Gladius, gently reminding him, "Have you forgotten Ohm Plus's summons? Enough playing around." He clicked his tongue and began to mutter. That was fast." The voice's sudden appearance left Hanbin in shock. "You're Snow, aren't you?" A split second later, a flame hurtled towards them. Instantly, a wall of fire erupted, separating them from Gladius, who bid farewell before stepping through the gate. "A weak prey isn't very tasty anyway. See you later." Hearing that Hanin could only seethe in anger, unable to do anything. "Stay there," Snow said, turning back to look at him. Seeing this, he calls out her name and tries to lunge at Snow, but luckily, Antia pulled him back far enough, then unleashed a torrent of words at Hanin. He's used the self-harm technique to trigger his aura too many times. Though he has some strength left, his body will soon give out. Antia added that they had what they needed, so they should let them go. Hbin could only grit his teeth and watch them leave, as Gladius lingered, adding insult to injury. "Come to think of it, what was the sacrifice Genovia offered called?" he asked, then answered himself, stunning Antia. "Ah, it's Gan." Then he asked, "Who's stronger, you or him?" Hearing this, Hanbin snapped back. "How would I know? I've never fought him before." Gladius's eyes lit up and he quietly requested, "Then be sure to win." At the same time, his eyes lit up. "I agree. That's what I was thinking too." After this exchange, the gate vanished, leaving only golden embers that quickly faded, causing everyone around him to collapse. Fabrizio gritted his teeth. "Looks like there are more than a few intelligent angels," Atis added. "We can't even attack them." He quietly asked, "How do we fight them?" Han suddenly let go of her hand, startling her. "Ryu Hanbin." Suddenly, a great force descends upon the empty ground as he lands, seeking Kibriel's willing vessel. Suddenly, Hanbin clutched his head and asked in a low voice, "Hold on, Antia, I have a question. To summon me here. You two sent me messages through the guidance." Antia tilted her head at his question. "The guide. We have no way of controlling the guide." Hearing this, Hanin finally understood everything. "I see. Then tell me." The ground began to shake with your aura. "Where is Key?" 2 months ago, a strange light suddenly appeared at the base of that tree. A vehicle crashes through the glass, shattering it to pieces, and a thick cloud of dust fills the air. At the base of that tree, a rainbow appeared around it. Radna is in danger. The vehicle lands before the floating fortresses on the original tree, where the power of the 6 goddesses maintains Radna's balance. But now Jaina has lost her power to protect against outside forces. Inside, a figure supports the woman's waist. "We can't delay any longer, but we don't have the strength to stop Genovia," and Gahan Kivi said with regret. "This is our last resort. No matter what happens, do not interfere." "I'm sorry," but Leon H. added, "I live to serve the goddess. If it is the goddess's will, I shall obey." And so they swore before Gahan, even if it cost them their lives. Gahan speaks softly. "I'm waiting both the goddess's representative and her worshipper." Leon quickly surveys the area, thinking to himself there are no servants or guards, nothing at all. He then secretly rejoiced, meaning no one would stop them from reaching Gahan. A plume of white smoke was released. Genovia leaned back, a hint of something in her voice. You escaped, the upper dragon remains somehow, but judging by you, the miracle of the goddess of darkness is fading. Neither of them dared to look up, and Kiwi's arm had already partially disintegrated. You should have faded away in some corner. Why did you go out of your way to come here? She cut to the chase, asking what they wanted, and if they desired to become the darkness once more. Immediately, she received a firm answer, no. Genenovia was slightly taken aback. Ki kneels begging. The goddess of darkness acknowledges her defeat. We ask that you become Radna's new god of darkness. She softly speaks his name, Lord Gahan. He parted his lips slightly, then laughed maniacally before taunting. Who would have thought that the representative of the dark god would ask me to become the dark god? Wonderful, just wonderful. But those words are useless now. Gon removes his mask, revealing the eyes on his face. Am I not already a god? An eerie aura of resentment begins to emerge. This power allows me to hear your very fears. The string wraps around him completely. So doesn't that make me a god? Or do you mean I'm not a god yet? As for Ki, that string is wrapped tightly around her neck. With all her might, she answers, yes. With difficulty, Kiwi spoke. You're just a superhuman, mimicking some of the powers of a god, not a true god. A true god has transcended the boundaries of self. He listens, his face darkening. To become a true god, you must abandon your physical form. As she spoke, a magic circle appeared, emitting a beam of purple light. Only then can Radna be saved from Omblaus's grasp. That ray of light immediately struck her. He quickly caught Kiwi's body, as Kianovia was the one who attacked her. Abandon her body. Unable to hide her anger, she shouted. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want him dead? Leon H. bit his lip at her berating words. What a pathetic, idiotic plan. Do you have no pride? Then she spoke to him in a gentle tone, telling Gahan he didn't need to listen to such nonsense. Despite her words, Ki refuses to give up. Gahan, if you truly care for Rana, the magic circle grows larger, and their figures begin to fade. Suddenly a figure appears, followed by a flash of light that stuns Genenovia. The sword pierced Gahan's collar, yet he remained still. Suddenly AI appeared, shielding them with urgency. Get up, you two. Leon H. is stunned to see her here. Epi, what are you doing here? Epi quickly replied. Of course, I secretly boarded the ship. Did you really think I'd stay with? Atas Kiwi remained silent at her question. Hanin will surely return. Why must you make yourself so pathetic? He suddenly stands up, catching her completely off guard. I'm sorry, Kiwi, but the goddess of darkness no longer exists. Leon H. begins summoning a shield in his hand, determined to do things his way without regret. He emanates a powerful aura and charges forward, and Afi is not far behind. Witnessing this, Kiwi showed clear fear, reaching out to stop them, but it was too late. Gahan had landed, slicing right through them. Soon after, he rose just as they unleashed a barrage of red syrup, pinning their bodies with sharp spikes. I will become a god as you wish, and I will abandon this physical body. Hearing these words, Genenovia went mad. Gahan, are you serious? He casually replied. Of course, but not right now. He grabbed Kiwi's chin. First, I will establish a paradise where suffering no longer exists in this world. Immediately after, vines began to wrap around her body. You will become the faith of that paradise. The vines were released along with the new cloth. Prove that Kiwi's feet are also wearing new socks. I was right. She now dons a dark new garment, signaling a new era. Ki trembled, the new dark god representing Gon. In that moment, Gladius ruthlessly strikes Snow, sending her crashing into the wall claws, digging deep into the stone. Gladius had closed in. She coldly called out to Ice Snow. Gladius' eyes, burning red, stared down at Snow and sternly questioned, Didn't I tell you not to interfere? Just because you were ordered to watch over me. With that, Gladius suddenly roared. And you think you have the right to order me around? Immediately after, he began to reveal his thoughts. I hate the weak who somehow climb to the top, Gladius continued in a low voice, especially those like you. It reached for her as if to tear her apart, and that chilling voice echoed once more. I despise parasites like you. Gladius's voice was sharp and clipped. Next time you interfere, I'll gouge out your eyes and swallow them whole. Snow instinctively recoiled before its might. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. I see. Hearing this, Gladius scoffed, finding it boring. At that moment, the elevator suddenly chimed. Genenovia steps out, a displeased look on her face, her voice sharp. What is going on here? Why is it just you? Genenovia asked, looking around as she appeared. Where are the other specimens? Gladius quickly replied. The other archangels are on their own missions and couldn't make it. She scoffed, how foolish. Fine, all I need to do is report to Lord Olympus. Just then a blood-curdling scream echoed from under the table. Seeing this, Genovia glanced down at her heels and gave a forced smile. Her eyes dart to the crystal on his forehead, and her face contorts with rage as she roars. You lost an entire branch. Genenovia unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, her words laced with anger. I let you be Archbishop because you were bored. Do you know how much effort this plan took? Os weakly spoke. Wait, I'm injured, but she didn't care and screamed. Shut up. Genenovia was nearly out of her mind, screaming with rage. Who would dare do this? Suddenly, Kiwi's image flashed before her eyes, and Genenovia shook her head wildly. Impossible. She immediately threw the teacup to the ground and burst into mad laughter. Zenobia lowered her head, a chuckle escaping her lips, sending chills down his spine as he looked up. Why did she look so terrifying? She narrowed her eyes, muttering under her breath, "This is good, the world outside." Genovia's voice droned on. "A swordsman like Barros has appeared." With a chilling tone, she says he's the one unpredictable factor. Then Genovia roars, saying she now holds his comrade useful as a threat or a trap. Meanwhile, backing away in fear, she muttered, "I was curious about his identity, someone with a single-digit level but immense power." Before his horrified gaze, Genovia suddenly roared, "If we catch him, I can report to Lord Ohm Plus where his power comes from. Where is that bastard? That bastard doesn't need to worry about him anymore because he'll take care of him." Another personality of Eos suddenly appears, angrily retorting, "You fool." His rational side angrily points at his foolish emotions. "What if we catch him and they discover his flaws were my doing?" It roars with fury. "Do you think Lord Umlau would let me live? Should we eliminate him first?" Emotion sobs, "I don't want to die." Just then an unseen force slowly approached, saying, "But the power of that flawed one is quite ordinary. If he lives, Umlau's plan might fail." Reason and emotion said in unison. "You." The remaining persona suddenly growls. "It is wisdom and personal feelings must now be put aside. For the greater good, we must report to Umblaus." Hearing this, the enraged masses trampled on the intellect, cursing the abandonment of emotion. "Personal feelings, you say? I've been too lenient with you lately. If I tell the truth and die, will you take responsibility? Who do you think you are?" Back in reality, voices echoed in his ears, and in this situation there was only one way. After a moment of awkward silence, he spoke hesitantly. "Oh, you mean that guy?" Oz said nonchalantly that if she was talking about that guy, they could just kill him. At that moment in the skyscrapers, in another development, a strange creature suddenly sped down the street. At that moment, a piercing voice rang out, "You're mistaken." From behind, the guards screamed frantically, "Stop right there, don't let him escape." One of them roared with power. It was Lon, leader of the Earth Knights and an inside man. On the other side, he tugged hard on the rope with one hand, muttering. They said this would be easy. Easy, huh? Meanwhile, Hanbin leisurely watched. "All right, Lao has attracted all the guards." Lucen glanced back curiously. It seemed they were the church's entire force. He placed his hand on his chest and prayed, "Lao, I won't forget your sacrifice." Han suddenly ordered, "Hey Jianglin, let's go." He quickly responded, "Yes." Cut to the north branch of the Virgin Church, where Hanbin and Lucen ventured deep into the cave. Han looks up, and as expected, it's here. His eyes are drawn to the light, emanating from the massive Omphalos magic stone. Just then the Thornhammer suddenly plunged into the ground, and Reno appeared. He chuckled, "You may have distracted the guards, but to barge in here you're no ordinary people. Well done." As soon as he finished speaking, Reno proudly announced, "I am Archbishop Reno, of the northern branch of the Holy Mother Church, LV-89 Ironclad Reno." Immediately, he raised his weapon and gave the order. "Warriors of the Earth's Knights Association, I challenge you, state your names." In contrast to him, Hanbin couldn't help but laugh. So even the church has its share of hopeless romantics. He calmly introduced himself. "All right, I don't want to do anything unnecessary either. I'm Ryu Hanbin." With unwavering resolve, Hanbin crossed his arms and declared, "You will bring down Genovia and Gahan." Reno stared at him, dumbfounded. "Are you some kind of pervert?" Hearing that, Hanbin's face froze, as if turned to stone, and he roared in fury, unleashing his magic. "Go to hell." In a flash, Hanbin unleashed an aura explosion, and the entire building detonated. It's the dead of winter, and the shivering guards can barely stand it. One soldier finally complains, "It's so cold, my ears are about to fall off." He turned away, disgruntled. "Why not use fire magic to warm us up?" The other soldier angrily retorted, "Are you crazy? Standing guard and asking to light a fire. First, you need a magic stone to use magic." An elf who doesn't know that the soldier muttered, "I thought humans would be different." Hearing this, it seems nothing special is happening, until Lucen suddenly appears as the two are arguing. He nodded knowingly, as if the humans of this world were no different. Then Lucy sternly reminded them, "I know it's cold, but don't let your guard down." The soldiers jumped to attention, shouting, "Yes sir, Special Operations Officer Jiang Lucen, you've returned." Then he smugly pointed in one direction. "Look, that person is from another world like me, and he's not afraid of the cold." The group was almost stunned by the sight before them, and everyone began to stir. That was the Vantara spirit. Immediately, Dongthan shouted, "Thank you for your hard work, Vantara warrior, Ru Hanbin." A moment later, Hanbin appeared with a stiff expression. Immediately, Hanbin roared in fury, writhing uncontrollably. "Vantara spirit, my foot. I want a combat uniform too. Every time I face the enemy, they look at me like I'm some kind of pervert and I can't concentrate on fighting." He pointed at the group in anger. "Combat uniform. Can't you guys make one for me?" Fabrizio gave a strained smile, saying unfortunately, they didn't have a size that would fit him, and besides, his skin was tougher than armor. Fabrizio, commander of special operations for the Rodna Liberation Alliance. Kendall shrugged inside. "If you use self-destruction to activate your aura, even the best uniform will be useless." Rondell casually asks, "But you're not afraid of the cold, are you?" Meanwhile, those rescued from the church also need warm clothes. Rondel Atlantis, head of civil cooperation for the Radna Liberation Alliance. Kudivadi chimes in adding, I heard there's a growing Vantara warrior movement among the soldiers. They're willing to go without clothes, it seems. And this is Kudivadi S., 32 head of intelligence for the Radna Liberation Alliance. With a cheerful look, he said, it's a waste to put clothes on a bomb. Radna Liberation Alliance Commander Hanbin roared. Who called me a bomb? Want me to blow this place to kingdom come? Just then, Antia happily offered clothes, saying they had some for him too. Here you go. He immediately changed his tune. Oh, thank you. She paused, then continued. Oh, and the Dwarf King said he'd craft a weapon for you from the World Tree. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The dwarves, those grumpy guys, agreed. Antia turned quickly, replying softly, Of course you're still the benefactor of the Fairy Alliance after all. Kindle confirmed, That's right, if you hadn't been there, we would have become the Church of Our Lady's EXP. Kudavati Choi chimed in, The spirits are even composing songs to praise the warrior Vantara from beyond. With a stern tone, Fabricio said, We Knights of the Earth can't join hands with the fairy race, but you're a blessing. Han clutched his head, exclaiming, Okay, I get it. I won't complain about the clothes anymore, just please stop praising me. With a weary expression, he says, There aren't any angels here anyway. Kindle frowned slightly, realizing the angels seemed to have withdrawn from the southern churches after the incident. Kudavati quickly added, It seems those following the Church of Our Lady don't know they're connected to the angels. Fabrizio sternly reminded him, That's a top secret. Hanine suddenly shouts that the Church of the Mother is just a cover for Amplus's presence. Kindle wonders if Amplus has more followers than just Genovia, and if Gahan is one of them. Meanwhile, he paused to consider. If what he said was true, then Genovia was definitely a subordinate of Amblaus. Hanbin grew more confused, furrowing his brow, thinking about Gahan. In that moment, his voice struck Hanbin's mind. Prove that Bharat was right. It was at this moment that Rondel slammed his fist on the table. We don't have time to waste. The atmosphere immediately turned heavy as he seriously proposed attacking Gahan and rescuing Ki as soon as possible. It's been 3 months since Ki was taken to Gahan, and Rondel, barely concealing his anxiety, loses his composure. Gahan hasn't made a move, and Ki could be in danger. In contrast to Rondel, Hanbin calmly interjected, She'll be fine. The priority now is to gather all allies to prepare for the prophecy of the World Tree's burning. Hearing this, Rondel flew into a rage, screaming, Aren't you worried about Ki? She cares so much about you. Hanbin didn't argue this time, he just smiled. Ronel stopped in his tracks, seeing Hanbin's nonchalant demeanor, gritting his teeth, his cheeks flushed with anger. Immediately Ronel stormed off, yelling, Stop acting so mature. Stunned by his outburst, Kindle called after Ronel. He sighed helplessly, Sorry, he's still too immature. Kudavati chuckled, Being a babysitter is tough. Fabrizio chuckled, He has a good heart. He'll understand eventually. At the same moment, Antia looked at him worriedly. Hanbin, calm down. I'm fine. We need to stay calm in this situation. With that, Hanbin turned and smiled brightly. Ki came to Gahan to protect Radna, so I have to do my duty as well. Antia couldn't hide the joy in her eyes, a slight curve to her lips. Humans grow up so fast, even with such heartache. Antia excitedly suggests, Then let's cheer up and make our next target the Church of the Holy Mother as planned. Rondel rushes in from afar, looking panicked. Something terrible has happened. Before the group could react, he shouted again. Big brother, something terrible has happened. Lucen suddenly appears, smashing the TV into Ronelo's head. Hours later, Fabrizio stared curiously at the object. Is that a TV? Kudivati quickly introduced it as a new magical item recently popular, while Kindle sighed, saying it was taken from the Church of Our Lady. Han grumbled from the side, Is that a TV? What's all the commotion about? Lucy quickly pushes her way to the front. No, I need to watch the broadcast. The screen lights up and everyone holds their breath. He's excited it's about to start. From within the flat screen, the announcer begins to speak. The people have gathered at New Redna's capital home to the World Tree, buzzing with excitement. He's here. The announcer shifts his gaze to the former emperor and hero of Redna, the one who revived the World Tree. The great emperor of New Redna, Lord Gahan, continues his address with the prophetess of the Dark Goddess by his side. The announcer excitedly proclaims that she is also Lady Kivai, the emperor's fiancée, as Ronel collapses onto the table. He burst into tears. Ki is alive. Antia suddenly lunges forward. But, his fiancée. He laughs it off, saying it must be Gahan's plan. Rondel suddenly changes his demeanor, smiling gently. Vantara, forgive my doubt, but you said Kivi lives, so we'll continue our plan to stop Redna's destruction. Meanwhile, a shockwave suddenly emanates from his body. Han furiously gripped the TV screen, nearly losing his mind at the information he just heard. What in the world? Han was starting to lose it. He growled under his breath, finding it all ridiculous, as Rondel fearfully backed away. At that moment, Hanan turned back with a smile. Rondel, the supply won't be a problem, even without me, right? Caught off guard by the question, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and declared, Of course not. Please rescue Kay. Hearing that, he continued, Even without me, the combat power of the Special Operations Unit won't be affected, right? Fabrizio suddenly jumped in. Of course. You can go. Lucen declared, I'm ready to go with you, any time. Hanin turns his gaze to Kudavati, asking when the dwarves' weapons will be delivered. He hesitated, then replied, Probably 5 years, I guess. He exclaimed in disbelief, 5 years. Kindle quickly explained that they kept delaying delivery due to quality concerns. He suggested it would be faster to pick it up in person. Secret tunnels leading to them lie beneath the world tree. Immediately, Hanbin called out a name. All right, Jiang Lucen Holan. The group raised their hands and shouted yes. Han stormed out, a smirk playing on his lips. To the dwarf kingdom, our goal is the world tree. In that moment, Han grit his teeth and shouted, rescue the hostages. The space is filled with a sacred aura, like a gateway to a mystical world. The scene shifts to pristine white stone walls leading into an ancient sanctuary. Meanwhile, Genenovia relentlessly pursued him, questioning loudly, Gan, isn't this a little different from the plan? Have you forgotten the purpose of establishing the Church of the Mother? He then hinted, that was the plan before we had a goddess representative. Now we do. Gan added in a low voice that goddesses were highly revered in Radna, and marriage to the goddess's representative would be enthusiastically welcomed by the people. He could barely contain his excitement. So that's enough to get everyone to accept me as a new god. Genenovia couldn't help but exclaim. What about the Church of the Mother? The original plan was to gain public support by combining the two of us. Gahan slowed, muttering gain their support. His cold eyes darted, his voice echoing in the stillness. Oh, so you're unaware that the Church's oppression is enraging the people. And there are rumors that churchgoers are mysteriously disappearing to power that giant magic stone. You think maintaining the Church's system is free. Without the magic stone, nothing would be possible. Gon narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. Genenovia, what are you trying to do? Hearing this, Genenovia bit her lip so helpless, she began to cry. Genenovia turns away, avoiding his gaze, her voice trembling as she says, Do you suspect me? I risked my life, attacking the goddess to make your dream a reality. Trying to explain herself, she said, I just hate that they chose the goddess's representative instead of me. The tension was palpable, but then Gahan lowered his voice. I'm sorry I was wrong about you. Before leaving, he warned, however, the engagement with the goddess's representative will proceed, so don't interfere. As soon as Gon's figure disappeared, she scoffed. Genenovia glared angrily through the doorway, watching A train with his sword below, and suspiciously asked, Really, if I land just one hit, you'll let us go? Gon's voice echoed cold and sharp. It's all your fault for causing trouble all the time. It's incredibly annoying. Instead, from now on, you'll have 2 chances each day at a set time. He reaffirmed with a firm tone, promising not to go back on his word. Effie landed on the ground, gritting his teeth. Fine. Thunder roared, and a white light exploded in the air. Effie glared at Gahan. Don't regret this. Witnessing this, he was momentarily stunned, but then Effie gripped his twin swords, channeling the Thunder God, and moved with swift grace. Gon smiles faintly, eerily calm. Not bad, Kiwi says casually. You've become quite skilled at wielding divine power. She took a sip of tea, calling out Gahan's name, as he casually boasted, a clone with divine power. I imitated the goddess's way of creating puppets. Gahan continued in a low tone. My main body is still recovering, and I can't leave the throne until it's fully healed. He then changed his tone. However, that doesn't mean the policies and systems that need adjusting will disappear, so I'm using my clones to handle state affairs in my place. Back with Kiv V, she retorts sarcastically. You used to rule a vast kingdom. Surely you have people to do those things. Ki tilted her head, looking at Gahan with a mocking tone, suggesting that a man who betrayed the goddess he once served couldn't be trusted. Gahan's gaze darkens, but instead of anger, he chuckles elegantly. I understand your implication, but I'm simply doing what the goddesses won't. Gahan turned to Kiv Vi, his eyes burning with ambition, revealing his true desires without hesitation. To achieve that, I need your cooperation. If you comply, I promise to abandon this body and become a true god. Seeing her suddenly smile, Gahan couldn't help but feel confused. Is something funny? Kiwi spoke softly, her voice laced with power. I'm not mocking your goal, nor do I think you're lying. She paused, her gaze sweeping across his cold face. It was as if in that moment Kivi's voice was burning into Emperor Gon's mind, a lonely man. Gon clutched his head, his face etched with pain. Meanwhile, A and Gahan continued their battle, and seizing an opportunity, A lunged forward. In an instant, lightning crackled into existence. Suddenly, he whispered in Yefei's ear, Make no mistake. Gon held his blade to its neck, emphasizing each word. The reason I let you live is because you're no threat to me. Turning to Kivi, Gon held her hand tightly. Their lives depended on his generosity. With that, he narrowed his eyes at Kivi, saying, Don't forget who your master is. Seeing this, she nodded without resistance. Okay, at the same time, Gahan suddenly brought something up. One more thing I heard. Ryu Hanbin is dead. Before leaving, Gahan sternly warned them not to get their hopes up. With those words, he vanished into thin air. Epi rushed over, but Kivi firmly denied Gahan's claim. It was a lie. It paused for a moment. Kivi offered no explanation, instead speaking cryptically. I've been having a dream lately. Or perhaps it's more of a premonition. She began to monologue internally. Could it be the influence of channeling divine power into his guide? Ki then affirmed, I don't know how, but I'm certain. He's alive and he's looking for me. Her eyes lit up, burning with hope. I knew it, Afi exclaimed excitedly. I knew Hanbin wouldn't give up like that. Besides, if Gahan thinks he's dead, he'll be even less cautious. At the same time, Kivi's hand trembled uncontrollably. She whispered, unsure that Gahan might not believe Hanbin was dead. Sensing something was wrong, he frantically called Kivi, who whispered a near confession. Ryu Hanbin can't defeat Gahan. Kivi looked up, her eyes shadowed with darkness. He shouldn't have come here. I wasn't the one who called him. Her eyes were locked onto the throne where Gon sat, the nymph kingdom. This river, blessed by the water god Prin and teeming with life, is Rodna's lifeblood, along with the world tree. A hand reaches out, catching a fish. Holen gazes at it, then speaks. The mana dissolved in the river should make life impossible. Yet she kneels by the river, watching the giant fish frolic and laments. This is so strange. Then, as if struck by a realization, she says, that's right, the mana from magic stones and life are fundamentally opposed. And yet the world tree thrives so well. Suddenly a voice echoed from afar. Hold on, you've rested enough, let's go. Let's go, what's over there? The three walk together toward a prominent gate that read, Welcome to the city of New Rathana. A guard shouts that to enter the city everyone needs a ticket, and if you don't have one, go get it. Identity verification required. Present your Church of Our Lady membership card. It was then that the three realized. The guard yells again, demanding tickets, while the notice board displays the number of people waiting. 62846. Estimated wait time 6 months. In an instant, the board changed to 7 months. Hanpin then blurted out, should we buy a tent? Holian smiled, thinking, by then this world will be gone. Lewin hurriedly ran off, saying, I'll go and check it out. Han scratches his head and sighs, ugh, I want to smash this place to bits. Hol calms him, reminding him their goal is to rescue Ki, so they shouldn't attract attention. Han replies, I know. Holen wondered. Is there no way to sneak in? Han pointed upwards. There's a magic barrier. Climbing up would trigger an immediate alarm. Hien had another idea. Is there an underground passage? Hanin countered. Will Genenovia just ignore this? Hearing that Holian's face fell. Probably not. Hanin sighed in resignation. This is going to be a headache. Holen shared the gloomy sentiment. That's right. Lucen suddenly ran over, beaming. My brother already has tickets. Hanin and Holian, perhaps not hearing clearly, responded vaguely. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for all your hard work. But then they realized something, their faces changed and they burst out laughing. How did you get them? Ha ha ha, were you prepared for this? Lucen replied. Not exactly. I borrowed them to carry out justice. So he got the 3 tickets because 3 others lost theirs and they're desperately searching. Where are the tickets? Search carefully. Oh no, I've waited so long for this. Hanbin exclaimed in awe. You're dangerous. Thankfully you're not on the opposing side. Oh well, this is an emergency situation after all. Hori smiled, there was no other way. Hanbin reached out, each of them taking a ticket. As the 2 reached for the tickets, another hand appeared, but Hanbin waved him off. Hey, who are you? The man reached out, trying to take just 1 ticket. Hanbin's group immediately retorted, no you can't. Sarli insisted he only needed 1, not even a glance. Hanbin's group remained firm. I said no, stop following us, we have things to do. Holianhyun smiled gently and said to him, we need tickets too. Seikol replied, you young people have bright futures ahead of you, but this old man has no wife or friends left, they're all gone and I'll die someday too. There's someone I need to see one last time. Hearing this, Hanbin was somewhat moved. Esli then takes something out, saying I'll give you this precious thing. Hanbin was curious, is it really that valuable? Esli responds saying, why wouldn't you be worthy? It's a gold badge of the Gahan Fighting Equality Union. A limited edition Thunder Emperor Gon badge, of which there are only 100. Hanpin, now realizing its value, cheers with joy. Oh my god, really? Meanwhile, Hulian was still negotiating with Saklai. I'm sorry sir, but we're very busy, and you can't enter without a ticket. Sark Lee then pulls out a ticket, asking who said he didn't have one. I have one too. Everyone was astonished by this ticket. What? Why does it look different from ours? What is it? Sali then spoke. See, that's why I just wanted to take a look. Hanpin then spoke with Sali. We can show you ours, but can we see yours too? Charlie hands over his ticket, saying, of course. Here. Lucy took the ticket and the group strained their eyes to get a good look. The color is different, and the material is higher quality. Their tickets don't look like ours. What Hanbin was about to ask Lucy, but when he asked where the old man got it, he was already gone. The old man presented the ticket at the gate and received a compliment. You've worked hard. It was then that Hanbin realized who the old man was. Meanwhile, the gate guard announced, welcome to New Rurna. Hanin rushed to the gate, tossed his ticket to the guard, and frantically chased after Sark Lee, shouting, hey old man! Han sprints, desperate not to lose sight of Sark Lee, with Holen close behind. Hold on, she said, presenting her ticket. Meanwhile, Hanin continues his relentless pursuit of Sally, that old codger. Lucen quickly followed Holen, presenting the blue ticket to the guard, saying, I'm with them. Suddenly, Lucen was stopped by a guard. Hold on, those with premium tickets, enter through a different gate. Allow me to escort you. Lucen was surprised to hear about a different entrance. Meanwhile, Hanbin was still chasing after Sackley, panting. That old geezer Sackley is already stopping to catch his breath. Huh, he clutched his chest, gasping for air. He gasps for air as a hand of spirit energy suddenly pulls him down. Hanine and Holian were horrified as they watched him get dragged into the river, but Hanbin turned and signaled to her, and Holian understood. Immediately after, the two jumped into the river together, and Lucen, who had caught up, saw this and called out. Hanbin shouts to Lucen, telling him to go on ahead and collect what they need, they'll catch up. Lucen echoed back that he understood, but behind him Hanbin frowned in confusion. What, the water's too loud, I can't hear anything. Lucen shouted, and Hanbin finally realized it was a cliff. What, Lucen sighed. Ah, bad luck already. Oh well, falling down there probably won't be a big deal. I'm not sure what you mean, but they won't be coming back. A massive cliff swirls like a sinkhole in the river. Now the three of them drift on a raft of spirit energy, as Hanbin shakes Sarli, saying, "Old man, wake up." Charlie coughed awake, and Hanbin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, but where are we? Ho looks around and exclaims, "It seems we've fallen into a deep abyss." Beneath the world tree lie the four forbidden lands, places devoid of life, the underworld. Seer Li cries out in disbelief. What, we fell into a dungeon? Oh no, I can't believe I'm dead. What now? I can face the master now. Hu Lian smiled and responded. What are you talking about? You're not dead. But it's all thanks to you that things have turned out this way, though it doesn't seem so bad. Suddenly they encountered two men nearby, waving to them, leaving them puzzled and surprised by their appearance. So it's you. They then confided in the three that they had been exiled by Gahan like the other fairies, and were being hunted by the Church of Our Lady, leaving them with no other choice. The king decided to hide us in this forbidden area. You wouldn't have found us by searching the world tree. Hien then remarked, it must be difficult living here. They provided more information, saying they'd always lived underground, so it wasn't a problem. Han felt a premonition. Something was very strange. The floor looks normal, but I feel like something's pulling me down. Then I saw a mana hand reaching up from the ground, and suddenly Holy turned and shouted Hanbin's name, startling him. Huh, what is it? She continued. You came here for a weapon, didn't you? He confirmed, and she eagerly told Hanbin. The king said he would personally take care of it, but the dwarves interrupted. Well, we must apologize for this. Han and Ho-Yun then paused. The dwarves continued explaining that the king had fallen ill during the process. He was the kingdom's finest blacksmith, yet crafting this weapon made him ill. The other smiths tried to continue, but they couldn't. We were only able to complete the sword's chain, and the king lay in bed groaning in pain. I am a failure. How can I face my ancestors? Hanine turned to Holan, asking if he had any way to heal the king. Holan replied, I can only heal physical wounds. Sarli added. They say wounds of the spirit are not easily healed, but I have my own remedy. He then administers some kind of medicine. Then he hands it to the king. Here, drink this. The dwarf exclaimed. Huh. Is he a famous doctor? Han asked, bewildered. I don't know him. The dwarf was shocked, but it was quite a coincidence that he was with the two of them. Moments later, Shapley collapses, and a horrified Hanbin rushes to catch him. Old man, what did you give him? That old man Hole exclaimed. Is this alcohol? But then the two dwarves cheered, hooray, the king is awake, leaving Hanbin stunned, and Hole explained it all. I heard dwarves get excited when their blood alcohol level rises like the king who's now full of energy after waking up. Hyunbin was dumbfounded, and exclaimed, we call that alcoholism back on Earth. Anyway, you can get back to forging weapons now, right? The king then exclaimed, I wish I could, but I'm sorry I can't. Han is shocked and bewildered, wondering how this could be. Ho then offers his thoughts. I guess it's because of the world tree, right? The king confirmed she was correct. It was made from the world tree. The world tree cannot be burned by ordinary fire, thanks to its unique properties formed by the immense aura accumulated within it. Aura has fortified the tree's structure, and the scabbard's durability has reached Rena's highest power threshold. Therefore it could be the best weapon, but it can't be melted by ordinary fire. We need dragon fire, and it must be from the strongest dragon, the Dragon Emperor. We need the Dragon Emperor's fire. Kandrin. Hanbin then interrupts the king, stating that he has met the Dragon Lord. Upon hearing this, the king was startled. What? Kron is alive, did Hanbin tell him? That was a fragment of his memory left before death, upon hearing which the king lay back down. Ah, Hanbin delivers yet another shocking revelation. But there's also Artis, son of Kron. Hearing this, the king suddenly sat up. Is the leader a son of the Dragon Emperor? If he has the Dragon Emperor's blood, then it's possible. Hanbin drops another bombshell, but then reveals the boy is trapped, raising the king's hopes only to dash them again. The king sighs and collapses back into bed. Hanbin grasps his sword, lifts it high, and speaks. It can't be helped. No matter what happened, we've always fought together until now. This is enough. Witnessing this, the king remarked, you must have felled many foes with that sword. His gaze turned serious. But this time, his opponent is a demigod who stole the divinity of the Dark Goddess, the one who killed Sword King Barrow, the Thunder God Gahan. Hori agreed with the king, expressing his concern. Indeed, Gahan is now a demigod, and Barrett had also achieved demigod strength. Vantera's aura. That's what Barrow dedicated his life to mastering. Hanbin, I know you're working on it too, but Hanbin is absolutely determined. He clenched the fiery red aura in his hand, knowing they were out of time. The king believed skill would shorten the time, and if his strength wasn't enough, they would reduce the sword's weight. If your skill isn't enough, our blacksmiths will make up for it. Is it possible, Vantera's aura? The king continued. You can. Just complete the sword sheath made from the world tree. Han wondered why he had said it couldn't be done without the Dragon Emperor's fire. Haiyan paused then, as if struck by a sudden thought, exclaimed, No way, it's too dangerous. There are other ways we can try. Han didn't quite understand. What's going on? What do you mean? The king interjects. The leaders of the fairy race all know the last place where the Dragon Emperor's flame remains. Han turned to Holian, asking, We need that flame, right? No matter how difficult, I'll bring it back. Holian cuts him off, explaining that the flame the king speaks of still exists, because of what it contains. The reason this place is known as one of the 4 forbidden grounds is because it seals something that even Kron's flames couldn't erase. Because that thing cannot die, it is forever engulfed in the Dragon Emperor's flames. Kron's dragon breath can incinerate anything, so all physical bodies should be burned away, yet a strange phenomenon created a monster that cannot be killed. He lost interest. Barrows had no use for an unbeatable foe, and this spirit didn't suit him either. Hanbin chuckled, looking at the object in his hand. It looks like a demon eye. The eye is making sounds of dissatisfaction. A demon eye, huh? Holan sulks, I was worried about you, so I used it to contact you. Chrome replies, We didn't intend to make a warrior like you exterminate them. He explained, Our goal is only to contain the flame within him. With that flame, we can melt down the scabbard made from the world tree. All you have to do is plunge the scabbard into the flame. Hanin acts immediately. Thanks for the simple explanation. Suddenly, another voice rang out, putting him on guard. It's not that simple. The divine beast's hand twitches, releasing a surge of power. Mien magic. The magic radiates with immense power as it continues to summon more spells. In an instant, a horde of monsters surged towards the Aang tribe. The divine beast's power is magic, manipulating unrealized phenomena, creating them by bending principles and logic. The newly summoned monsters immediately swarm Hanbin, while Spiritism, on the other hand, materializes something non-existent by believing it exists in reality. Magic and Spiritism both originated from the same branch, ancient magic. The first sorcerer to use magic, the Bronze Beastman, amazed by its power, researched and popularized it. This led to the formation of current magic and Spiritism, so their true origins differ. Chrome is worried seeing Hanbin being pushed back. He thinks they should give up. If we continue like this, we won't be able to reforge the sword. Its master will die first. Meanwhile, Hanbin is taking a beating from a devastating attack, but Holan remains calm. No, it's not over yet. Crom looks on, bewildered. It's not over yet, he wondered. He's been enduring it for 15 minutes straight, Holian said coldly. It takes time, but he has to endure it. He's testing his new skill, but the enemy is too weak. A monster seizes the opportunity to attack while Hanbin is distracted as Holan continues to explain to Chrome. His skills only activate when wounds accumulate and blood flows. Hanbin counters with lightning speed, the perfect moment to strike. The immense power causes a massive explosion, and Hanbin is now equipped with Aura Crystal Destruction Gauntlets. Chrome exclaims in disbelief, You said Aura Crystals? Holy patiently replies, Yes, it's a dangerous technique that turns blood into aura crystals. I told him to give it up, but she recalled Hanbin's insistence. I want something as impressive as Leon H's. Give me something that can transform. Her voice was helpless. He wouldn't listen. Hanbin looked at the glove with disappointment, wondering why it wasn't as cool as Leon H's. It just looked like a red rubber glove. He waved his hand to test it out, but didn't feel much different. The monsters charged again, but Hanbin quickly wiped them out. Chrome witnessed this scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. What the hell? Aura is inherently a much weaker power than the other 4 main forces, and only a few powerful individuals who have undergone extremely rigorous training can unleash aura to a visible degree. But beyond that, he made it explode. Han was ecstatic. Now you'll land right in front of the divine beast. It must be tired of waiting, right? Its eyes suddenly flashed, and an unsuspecting Genesis Hanbin was struck by its magic, falling into the abyss. Whoa, he's caught off guard, suddenly removing the floor. Isn't that a bit much? He swiftly evades the divine beast's attack. Don't you think so? Holian also anxiously reminded him, Hanbin, be careful. Aura crystals, a new technology unheard of in Radna's history, but calling it new is an understatement. In reality, it's an untested and dangerous technique. Han retaliates swiftly, of course he does. This man is pushing past his limits with nothing but his battle instincts as Han charges head-on toward the sacred beast. He's surpassed it, facing it head-on. The sacred beast immediately unleashes its attack, prompting Hien's worried reminder. This isn't ordinary spirit magic, it's magic mixed with spirit magic, a shield with regenerative capabilities. He should have aimed for the weaker parts first, Han retorted. So should I hit it some more? Ho didn't quite understand what he meant. What? He shows no mercy, landing a direct hit, the impact causing a massive tremor piercing straight through the ice barrier. He powerfully dives down, delivering the final blow. The divine beast is no more. Boulders rained down like hell, and Holian's laughter left, Crom dumbfounded. After a moment, silence returned, and Hanbin, not forgetting his mission, plunged his sword into the cannon flame. He couldn't help but smirk. "The flame you left behind, I'll be taking it." Suddenly, voices echoed, causing him to stop. Koran, Mustafa, Mustia, Mubkaram. He looked towards the divine beast, Mueram, the unsettling sound, still echoing hauntingly. Mupum. The blond boy collapsed to the ground, teeth clenched. The Hum tribe. The Grey Wolf, wielding the iron sickle, bares its fangs at the Ang tribe. A purple mana stone glints near the sharp blade of the scythe as the two tribes clash over the limited resource. Around them lay the corpses of their fallen tribesmen, as their weapons clashed, creating a massive, radiant magic circle over the valiant continent. Their history has been stained with blood since the appearance of mana stones. The H-tribe boy wields his staff, forcing the wolf back, a war whose origins are lost to time. Generation after generation joined the fray, until one day a young mage appeared. The small blond boy, eyes brimming with tears and teeth clenched, was a recognized prodigy, but he suddenly began to question the meaning of this war. He bit his lip, eyes squeezed shut, but that brief moment of hesitation, the Grey Wolf of the Orang clan, eyes burning red, bared its sharp, savage teeth, a sign of weakness. It quickly lunges, knocking away his staff. Could someone be interfering? There must be a reason this war never ends. The young mage's eyes widened as he leaned back, hoping both sides would share his thoughts and lay down their arms. The fearsome Grey Wolf raised its sharp scythe and lunged forward. It was almost a miracle that they stopped. He gritted his teeth, cowering in fear, and covered his head. When nothing happened, the mage cautiously looked up. The massive sickles clattered to the ground, but the Orang wolf collapsed at his feet, and as sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating them both, a miracle occurred. He grits his teeth, his eyes filled with anguish. What is a warrior's honor worth? Where is the Orang tribe's hope? Golden sunlight gently falls upon his pale face, creased with a sobbing frown. You want to live too, don't you, kid? Night falls and fireworks light up the sky. Peace was achieved through great effort, much like the gods of this world. Inside the ancient castle, many races lived together in harmony, conversing, accepting, and understanding each other's existence. The Great Wolf took a swig of beer, his eyes crinkling with joy, as 10 years had passed since that battle. How time flies. The gentle wolf patted the boy's head, marveling at how the young wizard had grown up, and was now drinking with him as the other happily leaned against the railing, reminiscing about the old days. Are you getting old? His reddish-brown eyes seemed to light up in the night sky. If you hadn't stopped that day, we wouldn't be here now. The mage looked up at the fireworks, wondering why he'd stopped fighting then. What if I had taken the chance to strike back and kill you? He tilted his head, looking at the giant wolf. Back when he lived in the cave, he stood dejected before the mirror. The eyes I saw then, the Grey Wolf's face reflected the red glow of his pupils, just like my own eyes when I look in the mirror. The wizard smiled, saying, "What do you think? It's exactly as I said." The wolf chuckled, "I'll take that as a compliment." The wooden door behind them creaked open and a girl peeked out. The two heroes turned in unison and replied, "Yes." "Huh." A beautiful girl in a pristine white dress offers a gentle smile. "Ah, both heroes are here. I hope I'm not interrupting." Hearing that, the mage panicked. "No, you're not interrupting anything. We were just going to talk for a bit and then head back." The Grey Wolf slapped him hard on the back, making the girl giggle. "You're not very appealing. Leave now. Leaving your bride alone is a disgrace," it said gravely. "Oh, groom." His cheeks flushed red, his eyes squinting with happiness. "Thank you," he said, running to his wife with a joyful smile. The Grey Wolf closed its eyes, revealing a gentle face, and tilted its head back, howling into the starry night sky, filled with fireworks. From behind him, a woman emerged, and a deep sigh escaped her lips, as the wolf lowered its head onto the railing. "Oh, I'm sorry, it's an Ang tribe habit." He heard you laugh loudly, the hiss of a man who's fought his whole life without finding a soulmate, and nothing is more irritating than that. The girl in the white off-the-shoulder dress approached. "Chi-Chi, don't you have one?" asked the girl with long ears and neatly styled blue hair. Meanwhile, Kei, the Grey Wolf, suddenly flinches, her face flushed. "Isn't that right?" She suddenly froze when facing the girl, didn't she? The other person pouted. "What did you say?" Antia the Grey Wolf widened his eyes and ruffled his hair in confusion. "Huh." Gumahanpin stood motionless, eyes closed, his body covered in white wires. "I know you're confused by the overlapping memories, but listen carefully. You're currently trapped in Islafim's dream magic." Antia sits beside him at an electro-magic device, along with two other dwarves. Thankfully, Islam has gone silent. Currently, the Dwarf King and Holian are analyzing the magic, and she bites her lip as blue magic fluctuates in the air. With her knowledge of spiritism, she would soon find a way to help him. The Grey Wolf suddenly turned ferocious, opening its mouth to roar. "What nonsense is this? I am Valerian, the great leader of the Ang tribe." Antia frowned and slapped him, telling Ruhanbin to be quiet. Struck, he could only obey. "I'm sorry," he said, grimacing and clutching his head. "I'm sure I'm Raihanbin. But does that mean all of this is fake?" He carried the mage on his back, fleeing from the rain of arrows. "I was tired of the fighting and tried to escape, but we were branded as traitors by both tribes, and we ran from our enemies, didn't we?" Together they fought side by side, and met a beautiful chestnut-haired girl. Arriving at an ancient temple to hide, they rescued Princess Hume and began a journey to discover the cause of this endless war. Hanbin and his companions face a towering undead creature with a melted lower body, ultimately uncovering the truth. The war is fueled by ancient kings, seeking immortality through the lives of those slain in battle. Right, you and the mage kid risked your lives to fight, and we defeated them all, bringing peace to the world. So now you're saying it was all just a dream? Han gritted his teeth, shrinking back. I remember everything about this world. Dreams aren't usually this vivid, are they? Antia waves her hand. That's because this isn't your dream. The other person's eyes widen in anger. Not my dream. She frowned. Now stay here with me and don't lose yourself. As Antia finished speaking, the ancient castle suddenly exploded, and Hanin pulled her to the ground for cover. He suddenly looked up, horrified. Peace, however miraculous, can be shaken by even the smallest of cracks, let alone Hanan rushing away. The orang betrayed them, and Antia, left behind, desperately called out to him. Wait. Ryu Hanbin's eyes went white as he ran through the smoke, his chest heaving. This scent sharp in the air like iron. Hanbin's crimson eyes glinted, his wolfish teeth grinding. It was the smell of blood. The image of the blonde mage's bright smile flashed in his mind, and Hanbin suddenly froze as if realizing something. He stopped before a figure writhing on the ground, a golden wolf driven mad, howling into the night with a human arm in its jaws and a dark purple spirit stone lodged in its throat. Before Hanbin was a scene of chaos, wolves rampaging and slaughtering humans, a fragile peace threatened by even the smallest crack. His face twisted, his voice trembled. Stop it. Han quickly grabs a nearby deranged person. Stop it now. You deal with the ones who are going crazy. This is the peace we fought so hard for. The berserk Hanan, foaming at the mouth, lunges for the ambassador, but is stopped. Chaos erupts, smoke fills the air, and the Danswa tear each other apart. This fragile peace will crumble without a miracle. The brief moment of peace shattered, as Hanbin grabbed the golden wolf's face as if someone couldn't accept our peace. Please regain your senses. Hanbin roars in bitter resentment. If this continues, all our efforts for a world without bloodshed will be nothing but an illusion. He frowned as if he'd discovered something, a glittering dark purple Omphalos gem beneath the ambassador's neck. From behind, a ray of magic shoots across the golden wolf's body, and Hanbin's crimson pupils flicker. Why, before him, the young mage cradles his newlywed wife, who lies motionless in a pool of blood. Kid! He clutches his wife's shoulders, bursting into tears. Why, I just wanted to live. I tried my best to live. He looked up, tears streaming down his face. Good things were coming. So why did it end up like this? His scream is filled with sorrow as Hanbin's eyes widen in pain. Prius. Suddenly, red armor appears as he tries to run to him. No, Hanbin's eyes lost focus, and like a mad wolf wielding a scythe, he charged forward. The war had begun again. He roared, his body seemingly beyond his control, as the Hume tribe, believing the orang had betrayed them, were consumed by hatred. No, this is Omphalos' scheme, and it's far grander than before. Han runs toward the towering castle, a dark circle of gloom radiating from its peak. The Hu people, disillusioned by the shattered ideal of coexistence, believed one race had to vanish. As he reached the tower's peak, a figure in white awaited. Only then could there be eternal and perfect peace. They created magic to completely eradicate the Alang tribe. Under the blood moon, and with the help of an unknown god, Itar remained silent. Hanbin, consumed by rage, snarled. Suddenly, a dark, hairy hand reaches out. A werewolf girl pushes him back. Hanbin's pupils contracted as he slowly glanced down at the werewolf girl, a serene smile on his face. Please avenge our people. A massive explosion erupts, sending smoke and dust billowing into the sky. The werewolf girl's body fades into nothingness, leaving Hanbin frozen in place. Extreme resentment erupted from his body like a surge of dark magic outside of reality. Antia frowned in alarm. Damn it, he was so close. Hanbin's consciousness is synchronizing with the dream again. The massive wolf feet flew across the ground as Chrome sniffed and hastily adjusted the machine. Why can't he wait for the dream to end? Hanbin, in the body of a werewolf, surges with fury through a group of guards toward Isfilm. Antia gritted her teeth, her face contorted with tension. Dream magic. I'm not sure exactly what its effect is, but it's probably magic that reverses reality and dreams. The reason Isfil didn't die in reality is because he turned around his orb-shaped staff, emitting a blinding light. He hadn't died in the dream yet. Conversely, if Hanbin dreams that a member of the Orang tribe dies, before she could finish, the werewolf in the dream was struck down, his armor shattered. Hanbin grits his teeth, his brow furrowed as the cuts on his skin bleed. If he dies here, he dies in reality. The gray wolf opens its mouth wide and lunges forward. Double swords of great escape. Crom's eyes widened in horror. Does that mean if he wins in the dream, the brightest star in the sky will emit a deep red light of hatred? If a wolf jumps out, can we defeat it? It opens its sharp jaws, aiming the Orang clan's signature cross-cut technique at the alien monster before it, as magic from the star empowers Hanbin. He swung his sword down, striking a cross-shaped blow that shattered a nearby statue. Hanbin grits his teeth, his biceps bulging, a physical impossibility. Shayfilm hovers in the air, the red orb on his staff flashing, as Hanin suffers deeper wounds, the dream now the past. Behind Shay Film, a massive magic circle appears, firing a beam of magic at him, his fate sealed. Hanbin's arm is severed from reality. The gray wolf in the dream spews blood as a pillar of fire pierces the stone wall's left breast. If X-Film lost, he wouldn't be here. Sally narrowed her eyes. The past cannot be erased. X floats in the air as 5 magic circles appear behind him. All they can do is run. Antia grabs Hanbin's arm, furrows her brow, and shouts, "Dwarf King." Chrome clenched his palm with determination as the magic circle disconnected, activating a swirling vortex of blue magic around Hanbin. Antia, eyes shut tight against the pressure, cried out now was the moment, and in a flash she appeared before the gray wolf. A magical Antia shield appears around them both. Everything freezes, and X's magic flow comes to a complete stop in midair. While the dream is paused, we have to help Hanbin escape. She frowned, reaching out to him. Did you hear what Holian said? The dream can only be paused for a short time. Quick, take my hand. Hanbin remained collapsed on the ground, despite Antia's desperate calls. The goal of heating the sword sheath with cannon's fire has been achieved. Ryu Hanbin, wake up. He spoke slowly, Antia. She frowned with worry, still waiting for him. Has he regained consciousness? Han glared at the monster. Plus's monsters. The 3 eyes on X-Film's head glare at the 2 of them. Just what are those things? The purple crystal on Prius's staff emitted a flickering light. Omlaus is a god incapable of creation, so he invades worlds created by other gods. Unable to even create his own body, he resorted to countless schemes and plots, instigating conflicts between worlds, when your strike and Hanbin's collided during the interspecies battle. These conflicts gradually led to war. Cut to a lone gray wolf carrying twin swords running towards a tall tower. Creatures in their pursuit of justice will crave greater power. Reaching the top of the tower, he sees a cloaked figure floating, looking down on the battle he created, unaware of what that power is until it consumes him. X turns away, revealing a brain with 3 serpent eyes. The Plus monsters were once beings manipulated by Omlaus, stripped of their consciousness. Antia frowned, losing confidence and turning away. I couldn't reveal this for fear of stirring up pity. Having lost their souls, they're nothing more than monsters now. Hanin's eyes widen. Were the Hellhounds also created by modifying the Orang clan? One of Omlaus's eyes suddenly widened. That's right, just as you said. It hovered in the air, closing in on them, as dozens of tentacles shot out, engulfing the magic shield. These are the races chosen by the demon god Omlace. Each tentacle, like a snake, slithers through the defenses. Omlaus saw the Orang's fierce survival instincts, kept only that, discarded the rest, and turned them into hellhounds, as Antia gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain the barrier. Is he trying to undo our magic? Pim's brain is changing, a human jaw is growing, and in the middle is a large eye. He granted the Orang, a lowly race, a chance, a glorious chance to evolve. Its tentacles like vines took root, branching out and snaking towards Hanbin and Antia. You've lived as a foolish Orang for 33 years in this dream. Isn't that a cruel tale? Antia reached out to him again, shouting, don't be fooled by his scheme. This dream world is under his control, and as I weaken his tendrils, cover half the barrier. Yes, this beautiful story is my dream. Hanin remained silent, his body collapsing to the ground for me alone. Its jaws open wide, serpent pupils shifting slightly. But are you sure this is a dream? Aren't you a proud warrior of the Orang tribe? Hanin suddenly jolted up, revealing his sharp gray wolf fangs. Hanin narrowed his eyes worriedly, quickly, reassuring him, Antia, don't lose yourself. Remember why you fought against the illusions. She closed her eyes, screaming with all her might. Antia, we've reached our limit. She reached out to him, joining X's scream in unison. At that moment, Ryu Hanbin of the Aang Antia tribe stared at him in stunned disbelief, as the dream machine spun its gears, grinding and sparking. Antia was thrown back into reality, and the machine exploded. Gi. Chrome caught her and held her tight. It worked. Antia frowned, her eyes resolute, as Hanbin Ryu, of all the people she'd ever known, suffered a long gash across his body outside of reality, freezing him in place. Hanbin in his wolf form coughed up blood and staggered as the lesser phantoms floated in the air, raising its glowing staff. Excellent. Its hideous head split open and its eye flashed. It arrogantly continued, I never tire of this. No matter how many times I witness it, let's bring this wonderful tale to its end. Before him, Hanbin struggles to rise, using his sword for support as the wolf continues to taunt him. Now let this day's tale be etched into your mind. The destruction of this world has reached its end. His legs struggle to stand against its taunts, as it uses everything it has to kill him. Surrounded by a fiery aura, he continued, a great story ends with the hero's death, and then attacked. But little does it know he's been secretly searching for its weakness to bring it down. And what it's about to witness it will never see again. A figure leaps out amid smoke and fire, a decisive slash across X's body. His grip tightens on the sword hilt, veins bulging on his bronze arm. Antia narrowed her eyes. Though foolish at the crucial moment, the massive wolf arm pushed her out of the dream. Mum and Valiant means kill me. A faint smile appears on X's lips beneath the iron mask. He had screamed in agony for millions of years, and no one had heard. Even after becoming a monster, the wolf fur is torn away, revealing Hanbin's proud face and fiery red hair. So I can't pretend I don't know. Sayel froze in place. Antia frowned and smirked, admitting that she was forced to acknowledge him. Han within the dream hunched over, gripping his two swords in a fighting stance. Ki's insight is truly remarkable. Apla Katara Jamu, what you once told me. He glares and shouts, Tarukamu, this is my answer. Han swings his sword, sending a powerful surge of magic towards X, cleaving in a cross shape. A blue aura surrounds him like dozens of grasping hands. He's regained himself and evaded my magic. But with this attack, his film conjures a magic circle, intercepting Hanbin's crimson strike with a flash of light. If you thought you could touch me, you were wrong. His twin blades clash directly against the magic shield. Hanbin strains and cracks begin to spread across its surface. Can you withstand the cross/? Indeed, a divine beast is still a divine beast. Xfim's large eye widened as the shield shattered. But compared to Leon's shield, Hanbin scowls, his pupils constricting as he roars. Yours is pathetic. He bends down, drawing his sword as the shield shatters, X's teeth clenching at the top of his head. Is he trying to keep me from casting spells? It growls as a magic circle appears around its staff. How arrogant. Hanbin grits his teeth, looks up and closes in on the staff. How laughable. With an arrogant grin, Issim unleashed a torrent of furious magic. Hellscape was a direct hit, its power, as potent as in reality even within the dream. Hanbin, weapon in hand, swung down at Issim, closing the distance in an instant. Instinctively, it blocked the attack, utterly shocked. What? Two streams of red and blue power clash, as it cries out in disbelief. How did you avoid that? Hanbin smirked. Avoid it? Why bother with something so troublesome? At this point, not only was one blade coming down on him, but Hanbin swung another, sneering. All I have to do is block it. Immediately after, everything shook violently, as the slashes tore through everything, causing it to shatter, as Hanbin gathered. Soon the two swords were ready to strike, and the creature was utterly astonished. Block them? How could a naked human possibly block them without being torn to shreds? Thinking this, it explodes with power, shouting, Don't you dare mock me. Yefim's magic is the strongest. Its tentacles lash out, pushing Hanbin back. The two powers collided and intertwined, neither gaining the upper hand as the tentacle dug into Hanbin's arm, causing red mana to seep from his body. But he retorted, The strongest, you say? As he spoke, his biceps transformed into solid armor, and he sliced off its tentacles, asking, Like this? He scoffed at Yim's narrow-minded ideas, retorting, What era are you living in? Since you were sealed away, Rodna has come a long way. Fueled by rage, it summons magic circles to attack him from all sides. But Hanbin speaks as if completely unthreatened. In that time, magic has evolved into sorcery and spiritism. Hanbin's voice remained steady, as his body moved in perfect sync, skillfully dodging the attacks. Even to an untrained eye, it was clear your magic hadn't evolved at all. He immediately retaliates, deducing that it's merely copying what the body's owner once used. Your magic is outdated. He sneered, You're just like Omphalos, a subordinate with no creativity. It was cleaved and sent flying blood spraying everywhere, its heart filled with bitter resentment. How dare he? Hanbin's words enraged him, and hair-like tentacles erupted as he roared, How dare you? Who allowed you to slander my magic? To call the great mage's magic, the magic of past heroes, and the chalice of the gods, chosen by Omplus himself, outdated? Hanbin was puzzled by what it said. What is the chalice of God? Fueled by rage, he unleashes his power, declaring he'll show Hanbin the true extent of his abilities, casting a complex spell he reveres, and takes pride in even surpassing his master's teachings. This is the most powerful magic that annihilated the Orang clan's summoning magic. And then he launched his attack. But Hanbin remained relaxed, saying, You destroyed the Orang clan. He paused for a moment, as if considering what Yahim said, then suddenly grinned, menacingly. I've been eating hellhound meat, which originated from the Orang clan for 22 years. Yahim's summoning magic was immediately shocked by Hanbin's summoning magic, a ferocious beast with a gaping mouth full of fangs lunging forward. Horror and shock were etched on Yahim's face. Impossible. How can you possess the aura of the Orang? A voice then explained what was happening. Even though the world of Vion was destroyed, and its blood and flesh scattered throughout his body, the two wolves acted as guardian deities surrounding Hanbin. The voice confirmed it was indeed of the Aang tribe, and it looked down in horror at the mouth near its neck that had spoken, unable to help but ask, could their souls still be within that body? Sensing this, it extended its tentacles, lustfully declaring, My world, the world within my dream. But Hanbin immediately shut down its intentions, saying, Make no mistake, this world is not someone's dream. His eyes filled with hatred as he roared, It's that child's nightmare, a remnant of their memories. Unable to hear his retort, Yifim unleashes an attack, screaming, You insane monster! A blue light emanates from him as he casts a summoning spell, the King of Nightmares. Suddenly a giant iron body appears, controlled by it, like a brain throwing a punch at Hanbin, who luckily dodges it. Missing once, it immediately throws another blow. But Hanbin was no longer the same. He had become a terrifying monster, just as the creature said, with sharp teeth and deadly eyes, unleashing a counterattack. Blades flashing, he unleashed a crosscut, cleaving the giant form in two, the twin blades then clashing violently. His tone dripping with disdain, he dodges successfully. This again, you think I'll fall for the same trick twice? It seems it's quite familiar with Hanbin's techniques, knowing he'll lose his balance after using this move. My analysis is complete, but before I can celebrate, Hanbin's strike descends too quickly to evade. With the cross slash, he cut it into 4 pieces, then finished it off with a final blow. The Orang's fighting style combined with Hanbin's twin swordsmanship cross-cut a second time. In the air, only the fading light of a departing soul remained. A notification appears: the divine beast Isam has been defeated, but Hanbin is still reeling from the battle. Suddenly, a notification appears: experience gained 32268239114. Hanbin suddenly remembers something. He looked up at it regretfully, realizing he couldn't ask the Holy Grail about it. Then a remnant of Ilame's eye fell, and he sighed, knowing there was nothing else he could do. Hanbin shouted, "Holan Antia is over, let me out," but no one answered. Hanbin froze, a chilling thought creeping in. Was he trapped? Just as he considered the worst-case scenario, a voice spoke. "Thank you, warrior. You understand our language." Hearing this, Hanbin smiled gently and replied, "Pleased to meet you. You're the one who sealed Claw Film so he couldn't operate in reality, right?" Priya, staff in hand, chuckled. "It took 3000 years to restore my fragmented soul, but this is all I can do." His face fell, his voice tinged with sadness. "I always wanted to warn about Omphalos, but no one understood me, and I was about to give up." Immediately, Prius's eyes lit up as he looked at Hanbin. "How do you know the language of the Orang, the language of another world?" He hesitated, then Hanbin leaned in and began to speak. After killing countless hellhounds who were once Orang tribesmen, he explains that he studied their language and apologizes for killing his friend's people. Priya, startled, replied, "Ah no, if we're counting, I've killed far more people than you." After that exchange, they both fell silent. His mood darkens. "I even ate their bones. Maybe we should stop this conversation." Prius's feelings weren't much better than Hanbin's. "I feel so guilty." Suddenly, Hanbin wondered why Omphalos had destroyed other worlds to such an extent. Just then, Antia appeared, cutting the story short, saying it was best if she explained. Hanbin was overjoyed to see her calling out her name. He helps her down, introducing her as, "This is Anya, the representative of Rodna's goddess of light." Prius bows respectfully, his voice hesitant. "Goddess, are you a god?" she replied. "I am not like the god who created your world, you don't need to bow." Antia then turned to Hanbin, saying, "Listen closely. This is a secret no other being should ever know, but I will reveal it to you." Then Antia began to explain that the world was created by perfect balance. Looking at the galaxy, she continued, "Gods are the laws of the universe, or perhaps the universe itself." Then another galaxy appeared, but what if gods came into contact with each other? That would be like universes colliding, Antia continued. Either way, the world will be destroyed, which is why gods must never interfere with other worlds. Hanbin was stunned. This was different from what he knew about gods. Antia continued, explaining that even the goddesses they often spoke of were only conveniently called gods, and they knew nothing about the real god. He wondered. The real gods. Antia confirms, "Yes, I'm talking about the god who created the first life." She manipulated a sphere, presenting it to Hanbin like a miniature Earth, explaining, "The god who created Earth, the very Earth you lived on, is the mother of all gods." Hanbin was utterly perplexed. At this, he shouts, "What are you talking about? Are you saying I'm the goddess's grandfather?" Antia retorts, "Do you worship monkeys and apes as your ancestors?" He replies, "Why would you compare it like that?" Looking at the orb in his hand, Antia says, "This isn't such a simple story. The truth of the universe that Earthlings encounter when they venture out is recorded and simulated spiritual information." Suddenly, Anya turns away, dejected. "Forget it. Just think of you as my grandfather. I just don't have the confidence to explain it to a monkey." Hearing this, Hanbin was bewildered. Was she giving up on explaining? How awful. At that moment, she took back the orb from Hanbin's hand and spoke. After all, physical DNA disappears when becoming a spiritual entity, so the only desires left to pass on to you humans are evolution and reproduction. Suddenly, Anya grew somber. The birth of a new god is the reason the gods created a new world. Hanbin began to understand, looking at her. So the gods creating a world is like a baby in the womb. Suddenly, Antia continued, "But as not every fetus can be born," she thought to herself, "among the creatures created many thrive, and many walk the path of destruction." Then her voice rose again. That was when the divinity of destruction was needed, Omlaus. At that moment, Antia further analyzed Omplaus's role to eliminate diseased worlds in order to save the gods. That's why Omplaus had no divine power of creation. But from a certain point on, Omlaus made his own decisions, nurturing hatred in the worlds he destroyed, seizing destruction, and craving a physical body. Hearing this, Hanbin realizes it's the star god's vessel. Prius confirms that it's a body with enough power to contain Omblaus's spiritual strength, a body that lost its ego, the god's vessel. Prius's memories flood back his hand, reaching out, calling to his uncle, who, in his wolf form, collapses against Prius's shoulder, causing him to cry out in horror. "Uncle, what have I done?" That's the sign of a body that has rejected its ego. Then Prius completely broke down, overwhelmed by his loss of control. Suddenly, an eclipse-like phenomenon occurs in the sky, opening like an eye that widens to reveal strange flowing black currents that coalesce into a human-like entity. Meanwhile, Prius was consumed by torment, as his body transformed when suddenly a voice called out, "Hero." Suddenly a naked brown-haired woman appeared smiling as she extended her hand. "Come with me, this isn't reality." His soul, once shrouded in darkness, was now bathed in light, and he turned back overjoyed to call out to the princess. Prius immediately rushes into her arms, a comforting voice, saying, "Don't worry, this nightmare will be over soon." Suddenly the girl began to transform and speak. "As we become one, everything around us shifts and cracks begin to appear." Slowly that terrible event spread, and as the two embraced, the planet was suddenly destroyed. Prius sadly gazed at the aftermath of the ruins. "That was my sin and the end of that world." His eyes drifted into the distance. "But even I, who became the Clapham of Omphalos, was not a perfect vessel. I was degraded to a divine beast and used as a monster." Hearing this, Antia frowned, realizing this history would repeat itself in Rodna, with its strongest warrior. Hanbin was immediately stunned by the name Gon, as Prius's outstretched hand began to fade away. "The one at the top is like the head of a needle, sharp, but easily broken." Seeing the change, Hanbin panicked, noticing his own body. Prius replied, "It's time for me to go." Antia looked at Prius with pity. His soul was already worn away. He struggled for so long just to impart these words. That warm smile was Prius's last, before fading away forever, saying, "This is a small gift from me." A notification appears, announcing that Hanbin has received the experience of the Archmage Prius and leveled up. Suddenly Hanbin calls out, "Kid surprised you, huh?" Then he playfully punches his chest, offering an encouraging smile. "We lived a great life." Hanbin's image reminded Prius of his late uncle, and he smiled happily. Tears welled in his eyes, but before they could fall, Prius responded clearly, "Yes." And with that he vanished completely into the void. They both watched the streak of light as Hanbin smiled, wondering, is there really a heaven? Suddenly Antia bursts into tears, wiping her eyes as her voice cracks. "That's an absolute secret." This startled Hanbin. "Wait, are you crying?" But she silences him with a swift kick and a sharp, "Shut up, monkey ape." Cut to Hanbin's closed eyes slowly opening. As he opened his eyes, he was met with Holian's worried face and Chrome's concerned inquiry. "You're awake. How's your body?" Hanbin chuckled. "I had a great sleep." But as soon as he finished speaking, Antia rushed over and embraced him tightly, catching him off guard. He was completely disoriented as he cried out Holian. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Thank goodness." Thinking of the book, she said, "I was so worried something bad would happen again, like with Barros." Seeing her cry like a child, Hanbin comforted her, calling her Holan. Watching the two embrace, Chrome was moved to tears, but it was the person beside him who was truly remarkable. Goddesses can create human representatives with their creative powers, but those bodies are merely temporary puppets. Therefore, there's a limit to the divine power it can contain, like a vessel of a fixed size. At that moment, the created human sat quietly in the water of that spacious tub, but the beings born and raised from Radna were different. Through trials and tribulations, they grew stronger. A blade fell upon them, but A blocked the attack. They unlocked the potential to contain their power, and Gon was no different, ascending until they could contain divine power. The two clashed in a fierce battle, a fact proven by Gafan. "You've maintained your body with the power of darkness." Antia spoke as the three walked along. "If your level is on par with the four heroes, you can contain divine power, even Korum's divine power. That's why the Chosen One is called the Vessel of God." Hearing this, Hanbin replied, "Now I understand Omblaus's goal." Hanbin fell silent. "Even so, there are still parts I can't understand if what Omblaus wants is a strong body." Holian told him not to worry back then, a moment he now recalls as he remembers her crying in Hanbin's arms. Holian's consciousness is dormant. Pulling him from his dream took a great deal of her power. "I know what you're going to say, right?" His voice lowered. "Barros is the vessel of a god, undoubtedly the one Amlaeus desires most. So why kill Barros first?" Holian responds and then states frankly, "Aura users are all fools." Hearing this, Hanbin angrily retorted, "What, don't you think that's a bit much?" But Holian simply waves it off, saying that aura can only be awakened when one has strong faith and belief in oneself. So such a simple spiritual world is not easily collapsed, just as he persevered for 22 years on the rocky mountain. Hanbin chuckled. "Is that a compliment? Oh, simple is best, huh?" Immediately he asks, "Then why aren't Holian and Genovia targets?" She replies, "Holian has the highest level among the four heroes, and is so loyal that he's become Omphalos's henchman." He then asks if both were potential vessels for the goddess, to which Holy explains further, but Hanbin finds it hard to believe due to their gender. "No way, just for that reason." She replied, "The goddess's representatives are also only female, and the compatibility between soul and body cannot be ignored." Then Chrome concluded, "So in the end, only Gon remains." The mention of that name provokes an outburst. That bastard Gahan. Not only did he steal our homeland, but he wants to offer his body to the demon god for power. Attention then turns to the silent silver-haired figure in the black hood when Hanbin suddenly speaks, "I don't think so," causing the figure to look up in surprise. A ray of light shines on Hanbin as if highlighting the main character. He continues, "Gahan isn't loyal to Om Plus, but seems to be deceived by Genovia." Hearing his analysis, Holian couldn't help but shout, "You idiot, Key is being held captive and you're falling for Stockholm Syndrome. There's no room for compassion." He calmly replies that it's not Stockholm Syndrome or captor bonding, which describes a range of psychological states where hostages develop sympathy towards their captors over time. He countered, "I've fought both Barros and Gahan. Barros's sword may be crude, but it's honest." His words stunned her, and he followed with a heavy but passionate analysis. But Gahan's sword was rigid and cold. He would use any trick to win. Hanin delved deeper into his character, but deep down he was confident that he was the strongest. Such arrogance could never be loyal to a demon god. Suddenly Chrome burst out laughing, saying that swordmasters can see through a person's life with a single move, and only swordsmen of that caliber are worthy of his attention. The Dwarf King himself forges swords. Everyone had arrived, and seeing the scene before them, his eyes lit up. Chrome happily introduced the legendary forge passed down only to Dwarf Kings, though this was just a replica, as the real fire goddess's forge was unavailable. Looking at the blazing flames, he said, "But I used every technique to ignite the flames in the cauldron you brought, using artificial power to maintain the fire with spiritism." Hanbin surveys the scene and remarks, "Looks like you've been itching to show this off." Tom replied, "It will take time because there are many steps, but the quality is guaranteed. So now, we just need to find a way to get inside the World Tree." Immediately, he began his analysis, fortunate that the dungeon was located directly beneath the World Tree. The problem is how to break through the defensive magic surrounding the tree. Suddenly he sighed. "But first let's rest. Even fighting in dreams is still fighting, and our minds need to recover." Suddenly Hanbin placed his hand on her head, surprising and embarrassing her as he turned to Throm with a question. "This is Anya right? Something doesn't seem right." All he could do was helplessly respond. He had already given it much thought. Suddenly, a slap echoed, leaving the imprint of Holian's hand on Hanbin's face, and she stormed off in frustration while Tom handed him a piece of paper. "Oh Hanbin, before you rest, could you check the blueprint for the Holy Sword?" He took it and agreed, and Holian wondered why Hanbin showed no resentment or anger. Is he naive or just stubborn, never flinching despite all the hardship? Holian cares for Hanbin, but hopefully he's not pushing him too hard. At the waterfall's torrential cascade, a figure sat beneath the downpour, Hanbin, honing his skills. His eyes are intensely focused. Suddenly, he recalls a memory: "We lost some angels back then, and we were sure a pursuit team would follow us." Haunted by these images, Hanbin couldn't help but worry. The angels were restrained by the church's orders, but even the cautious Zenobia didn't seem to care about him. Hanbin surmises that the angel must have revealed his identity, or perhaps, looking at the stone in his hand, he suspects they think he's not worth the trouble. But he can't let things stay this way. Immediately, the stone in his hand unleashed a torrent of water, but he saw his hand was scratched and bloody, realizing he wasn't strong enough to use the Vantara Spirit Stone. Was he being limited? Hanbin clenches his fist, analyzing the situation. If it's due to an unregistered skill, then why does the aura sphere still work? Unregistered skill? The system displays the search results for the unregistered skill, and he wonders when this thing will be fixed. A notification pops up, one result found for unregistered skills. Hanbin can't believe his eyes. The screen displays the language of the orang, reminding him of Prius's warm smile, and he wonders. Prius's gift wasn't experience, but a skill. He couldn't believe it. Not experience, but a skill that raised my level. What does this mean? Observing the words on the screen, Hanbin began to mutter incoherently, glancing from side to side, up and down. Then he began to connect the dots. A system message echoes: "Heaven above heaven, below I alone am supreme." Finally, a confirmation rings out: the skill has been registered. A 5-pointed star, a cube, and a circular pattern. What kind of skill is this? "Heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. Ooh oh ho." Han stares at him silently, then jumps up, dropping a piece of paper, realizing she needs to ask Antia. Holy, with her chin in her hand, suddenly remembers something. She scratches her head deep in thought. Holan and Hanbin sit in their room pondering. "I guess I wouldn't know." What? She's a goddess's messenger, yet she doesn't know something this important. Heon grabs the paper, furious. "How am I supposed to explain anything with instructions like this? I tried my best to copy and redraw it, but I wish I could show you in person." Han remains calm as the volcano erupts behind him. "Clearly, what Prius gave me isn't an ordinary skill. What if using it recklessly obliterates everything around here?" She lowered her head, contemplating what Hanbin remembered. "I don't think it's that extreme." Holan examines the paper closely. "Looking at the incantation, I can recognize this seems like a wide-range spell." "Magic? You mean spirit magic? It's not just spirit magic, but a combination of spells as well." "Wait, what? So does that mean I can't use it?" "Not exactly." Heon solemnly thought of the circuit people. The entire magic circle is recorded in Hanbin's guide, so if he can activate it, it should work normally. Not alone, but with outside help, it's possible. Holian touches Hanbin's hand, and together they rise, their hands pressed together. "Hol, don't push yourself too hard. Didn't you just recover? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. My Brana is limited to this doll, so I can't unleash its full power. What's more, the magic is completely unusable." Hanan looks at her gently. "I'll try to activate it a little." "I understand." Holy places her hands before her chest, focusing on summoning her power. Just focus. She stares at her hands, blushing and stunned. embarrassed. Holen turns away, surrounded by dark energy, embarrassed but honored. What was that? Dark energy flows between their hands. Han closes his eyes, sensing the energy, a fresh sensation. He can feel Holian's prana flowing into him. Suddenly, the system window pops up with a warning. The conditions to use the skill are not met. Do you still want to set up the skill? Han's face darkens as he solemnly replies, heaven above heaven, below I alone am supreme. Hanbin stood solemnly amidst a flurry of hidden weapons, the room filled with green smoke as he closed his eyes, then opened them, staring intently at his hand. What is this? It's not working at all. Have I failed again? Suddenly Wu fell towards him, shouting. Auntie placed his hand on Hanbin's shoulder with concern. I told you not to push yourself too hard. Suddenly he shouted in surprise. Ah. Holian raises his hand and Hanbin shouts out in worry. What dangerous game are you playing? Suddenly Holen uses a powerful energy to block Antia's relentless punches. Wait, Antia, your hand is injured, stop it now. Are you even listening to me? His eyes widen in shock as he realizes an illegal intrusion into her sacred body has triggered an emergency defense sequence, causing Holen to relentlessly punch forward, devoid of emotion. Han grabs Holen's wrist, shouting, wondering if this skill has affected her divinity. He runs and reaches for her, Hanin desperately holding onto Holen, shouting. Holen stopped using her skill. Hurry. He restrained Holen as she kicked wildly, and Hanbin stared in shock at the direction of her kick. Our Hanbin is in terrible shape. His face darkens and sweat pours down. Holy kicks and struggles, her legs flailing as he stares up in agony. Sarli held the golden circle in his hand, thinking, if one day he thinks he has to stop me. He picked up the wooden crate, thinking, please give this to me. But before that, hide it from everyone, remembering the last words in the letter, even me. Sarli thought solemnly, then spoke, be especially careful of Genovia, but for an old man like me who knows how much longer I have to live, this is too much. He knocked, then reached for the doorknob. I know you're in there, young man who resembles Barot. I know this is a shameful request. Then Sarli opened the door, the old hinges creaking. But this is the end of my road, and I come to ask one last favor. Open the door, he says, stunned. Please take this old man with you. Could you take me with you, to see Lord Gahan? Hanbin lay face down as Holian pushed more energy into him. I believe you can endure just a little longer. Sly's glasses reflect the figures of Hanbin and Holian. Heh. All around him, a distinguished man in a wheelchair. 40 years ago, after Gahan decided to succeed the position of Lord, he looked sternly at a man determined to end the long journey of the hunter and create a better world. Gahan saw them as a continuation of that ideal, while Barros, muscular and stern, was preoccupied with Barot, a man he considered a brother and a more reliable comrade than anyone else, his hand pierced by a sharp object, a sword in another's hand. In the forest, 3 men lie with swords fallen to the ground. Yet he realizes his path diverges from that of a natural-born warrior like Barros, another nation, a towering spire in the thick snow. Soon after, Gahan joined an empire to rebuild his territory, a kingdom with vast lands, a powerful army, and a long-storied history. They knelt before the king who sat upon his throne, for Kandris was then under the rule of the 14th king LQ. However, the paranoid old king, haunted by assassination plots, even suspected his own children. A crowned man glares down at Gahan, kneeling with a clenched fist and bowed head. Gahan, though a noble, was also a renowned hunter, a fitting man to keep close. So King Liquay XIV incorporated Gahan's territory into Kandris and made Gahan a count, turning him into his right-hand man, in the silent darkness. 3 years later, he lay in his coffin, eyes closed in eternal rest. King Liquay XIV had passed away. A man holds a letter, and soon after I received this letter along with a treasure chest. In a dimly lit room, 3 people converse, but this old man doesn't have much longer to live. I'm just a burden to you all. Hanpin holds the paper with Holan and Sly. However, I shamelessly beg you, please take me to Gahan. Holan glanced over indifferently. That's impossible. She knelt, arms crossed, sternly declaring, your situation is unfortunate, but we're not on our way to see Gahan either. Gahan is our enemy. He killed Barrow, a brother-in-arms, and is no longer the man he once knew. Now he's a ruthless monster, and this old sturdy wooden chest could contain anything, even traps. So that's impossible. Han holds the wooden crate as Holian turns away, knowing the danger. You stay here, I'll deliver it in your place. That's right. Sally shouts. Are you even listening to me? Since we're already here, right? Holan kicks Hanpin in the face as he opens the wooden chest. What if there's a trap? We'll know once we open it. Hanpin opens the chest as Holian hides behind him, exclaiming that it's filled with glittering gold jewels, gold coins, an old jar, and decorations. She coughs, covering her mouth with her hand. What are you looking at? What gee? There's nothing valuable here. It must be Gahan's slush fund. Why would he keep something like this as a slush fund? Hanbin picks up the gold coin to examine it. How strange. Do you remember what Gahan was like after that? I never saw him again after that. But Hanbin looked up at Holian. It was a famous event known to all the people of Radma. Holan, I don't know the details either, as I was in the End Kingdom at the time. But after the death of the 14th king, Gon's actions shocked everyone. A curly-haired boy stared wide-eyed, drooling, as Gon stood solemnly behind him. Gon supported the ninth prince who had no claim to the throne, and questions arose about the previous king's death. In a time of war, bloodshed, and armor, the battle for the throne between the princes finally erupted, and soon escalated into civil war. In the process, the people suffered from famine, and the rot of the royal family spread throughout Kandris. In his fear, Gon gained the support of the Kandris people, and beginning with the eighth prince he began to purge the royal family. Gon, his face grim behind the flames, raises his sword high while the prince lies on the ground screaming in terror. In a world plunged into darkness, some were cut down, leading to the fall of the LQ royal family. A curly-haired boy sits on a throne wearing a crown. In the end, only the ninth prince, frail and disabled, remained of the royal family, and was crowned king, as Gahan stood tall and proclaimed his authority. And Gahan began to rule as regent, though many loyalists questioned the legitimacy of his reign. Gahan sat on the throne, his face stern. But when the ninth prince died, the royalists vanished, and Gahan's power became absolute. Some scorned him, while others among the nobility, despite calling Gahan a butcher or traitor, welcomed him with open arms. But conversely, the people of the Kandris Empire unanimously praised Gahan. Furthermore, when he became one of the 4 heroes who stopped the invasion from another world, his status rose another level. Gahan rose from a local lord to a world-saving hero, and with the steel bead glowing in his hand, people have different opinions of him. But one thing is certain, Gahan's ruthlessness, Holen reads from the letter, likely began after this letter was written. What exactly happened? The orb rolled to the edge of the wooden crate, and Hanin curled her fingers around it. Perhaps that person doesn't even remember himself. Holen stared intently at the orb in his hand. Hanbin holds it with both hands, showing it to her. A memory cylinder, they really do exist. Etched on the steel, he holds, what do these words say? He stares at the glowing orb, a memory fragment appearing on the system screen. A memory fragment extracted from the memory cylinder. Daisies surround the name Daisy, who embraces a pillow amidst the flowers. Give me a name. On the hat, daisies soaked in blood. A name as brave as any other. Before the door, blood splatters spread. The man is frozen, covered in blood. A hand touches his shoulder from behind. A chilling voice whispers, "You killed it, give it back to me." Behind the daisies, 2 hands strangle a neck. My child. The man's eyes widened as he sat naked on the bed, his face buried in his hands. He looks down at his hand and whispers, what is this? Naked on the bed, he sits and whispers, who is this? Who is who? A hand touches his shoulder from behind, calling out softly. Gahan, naked, is embraced from behind as a voice asks, why so serious? Is something wrong, Genenovia? She reached out her hand and Gahan stood up. It's nothing. Genenovia glances at him seriously. Gahan, I'm your only doctor in this world. Genenovia, wrapped in a blanket, watches Gahan dress, noting that his leg, once wounded by Barros, is now completely healed. That means your body has completely recovered. Gahan covers one side of his face as Genenovia speaks, but the other side hasn't healed. Something's clearly wrong. Are you hiding anything from me? Genenovia sits on the bed watching Gahan offer his hand to the doctor. He turned to Genenovia, his brow furrowed in earnest. Besides sharing a bed, how else must I prove my sincerity? Are you two hiding something from me, Genenovia? Gahan glares at Genenovia, his brow furrowed. Danger. Kivi turned to Gahan, asking about Genenovia. He and she sat on the balcony talking. Didn't she leave yesterday? Ah, right. Kivi sat elegantly and calmly. I'm a little tired. It's because you underestimate Ifei. Despite your terrible taste, she really wants to learn from you. Gahan, with his teacup in hand and eyes closed, solemnly replies, yes, I acknowledge her talent. Despite needing no instruction, she can copy techniques after seeing them only once, fighting with fierce determination. Her dragon force allows her to level up at an otherworldly pace. Gon took a sip of his tea, looking ahead sternly. With my divinity, that sword won't reach me. The goddess's representative seems to know this for sure. A blue light emanates from Gon's collar, as he solemnly holds something that glows intensely, perhaps the ability to see the future through his divinity. Gahan watches them talk, knowing everything but saying nothing. It's unclear who truly has the worst taste. Gahan lowers his head, lost in thought, and tells her, I'm sorry, but there's something more important. The wedding is fast approaching, and the date is set for the next full moon. Kivi stares wide-eyed, stunned. Decorate the wedding dress. The flower he wants is a chrysanthemum. She looks at Gahan wide-eyed and stunned. Is that what you want? He clenched the hidden weapon in his hand silently, then replied yes. Kivi reached out her hand and Gahan placed the flower in it just like that. Then Gahan left, leaving the daisy in Kivi's hand. She watched him leave, thinking sad Gahan. Gahan covered his face with his hand, thinking no matter how strong you are. Gahan departs, and Ki looks down at the daisy in her hand, lamenting that he is, after all, only human, and the destruction of his soul is inevitable. In Kivi's hand are 2 daisies and a ribbon, as Gahan leans, thinking to himself that as planned, the vessel's mind has gradually been destroyed. An old wooden boat drifts down the river, as Radna has been divided by the dragon race. Creatures who were once weapons of the goddesses now sealed on the island. Genenovia kneels, bowing his head forward as Radna's seal weakens due to the absence of the dark goddess. Oplus and the others stand, now able to stop his descent. Lord Omlis and Genenovia kneel holding a book, faces upturned. Magnificent. Angel of knowledge, on the day of my descent, I shall impart to you the knowledge of the universe. Her cheeks flushed red as she smiled shyly. What a glory. My lord, a masked figure approached and said, before we celebrate, I have something to report. Lord Omplaus. Genovia looks up past Cassian standing tall. Speak, Angel of Evolution. She glares at Cassian, knowing Lord Omplaus isn't yet Radna's god, and can't see its internal problems. Therefore Genovia's role is to be his eyes and hands, ensuring all prominent powerhouses in Radna are eliminated. What are you implying? Genovia kneeled as Cassian stood before Omplaus, sternly shouting. But I just confirmed Islafim's destruction, as Eos, Gladius and Genovia look on in fear. Is this information reliable? Of course, I didn't confirm it myself. Estos gritted his teeth, trembling as the smug Gladius crossed his arms, but the energy from that discarded vessel was unique. I confirmed the dissipation of combined mana and piranha energy. That's clear evidence that Glapim has been eliminated. Looking at it, Gladius with his sharp teeth, he must only have its name. Eos sweats, profusely gripped by fear, as Ryu Hanbin and Genovia look up frowning and shout out in frustration. Surely only the remnants of the dwarves remain underground. But who did this and how? Genovia and Cassie turned to Nova and Sienna, asking in unison. What good would it do to ask us that? That's for you to know, Genovia, Nova and Sienna said to them. Perhaps those dwarf creatures were stronger than you thought. There's no way the divine beast Ifim is an ancient vessel. Nova looked up at her, smiling. Could Zenovia's report have been incomplete? Sian looked up and said, Genovia is human and could have made a mistake, or perhaps she's on the goddess's side. Genovia went mad, frowning at them. Furious. How dare you? What are you saying? Os rushes to Nania, pointing at himself and shouting, Anger, Lord Om. Plus I investigated East Glapim. Wait, let's not just blame Genovia. The sound at Om+'s face stretched straight and long. Suddenly Om+'s face lunged straight at Ektos. He suddenly appears before him, grinding his teeth, trembling with fear. Are you afraid? Omlaus's face turns pale as he stands before Eos and Genovia. What are you afraid of? Why so afraid? Oz stammered, trembling with fear and dripping with sweat. Well, the thing is, he stammered, trembling and hesitant. The truth is, Omlaus suddenly called Genovia's name, and Us whipped around to look. Genovia, her head bowed, trembled, beads of sweat forming in her anxiety. Genovia wondered what he meant. Could Barrow still be alive? What if he's really alive and has perfected his divine power? Blau reminds her not to bow her head. Startled, she looks up as a drill suddenly presses against Genovia's forehead, from which veins like roots begin to sprout. Omlaus explains, this magic is beyond your comprehension. This is the great knowledge being imparted to you. This is my mark of trust, my divine knowledge. Now no mage can surpass you. There is nothing to fear. Genovia has been upgraded with new powers, and now has an extra mouth, making her look a bit creepy, as Ektos bows his head. I beg you, if things continue like this, he will inevitably cross paths with Vaya. And then he will either die by her hand or by Om+. Gladius coldly retorted. What does that have to do with me? Os continued to plead relentlessly. Go. You and I are bound by fate. Don't you remember what happened last time you deceived Zenovia? A massive object is hurtling towards Eos. The one-eyed monster throws a punch at Gladius, who continuously dodges its attacks. A voice booms out, laced with menace. Don't bother me. Cassian pointed at Snow and confirmed, You want me to restore the memories of this experiment? Gladius answers firmly, It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? He was curious. Maybe so, but when did you notice this strange thing? Gladius, his pride wounded, spoke coldly. I don't know, and I don't care, but I need to know why it saved me, why it saved someone like me who was about to die. Ever since I woke up, it's been like this. Gladius even began to recall some old memories. Han shouts Snow's name, while Gladius thinks to himself he thought she'd regain some memories, but she still looks at him blankly. Cassie Zan happily declares, Since this is a request from you, a high-ranking angel, appointed by Om+, I won't refuse, especially since the project to create you is my responsibility. He adds, however, there is a condition. Gladius wonders. What? Kassizan quickly presents the giant creatures released into the wild, possibly a part of your past. They'll be useful in the invasion of Runa, but the problem is they lack intelligence and can't be controlled. But if you use this parasite linked to this experiment's special ability, you'll be able to control them. He carefully instructed, try to keep them as intact as possible. Gladius immediately responded, understood. Burning with intensity, he turned to face the monster who taunted. Losing an arm doesn't matter, does it? The monster continued its relentless assault, but Gladius retaliated, roaring, severing light. A blinding golden light erupted from above. Gladius slashes twice, forming a cross. The one-eyed monster's body is torn apart, yet it still mocks him, calling him weak, enraging Gladius, who clenches his fist. Gladius descends with immense force, defying the fierce winds and roars. Lie down. Without hesitation, it landed right on the monster's face, causing Estos to panic and scream. Hey, listen to me, I'm saying if they find out that human is still alive, there's going to be real trouble. Gladius retorts, throwing something away. Trouble. Just because you lied and said he was dead. I'll just stay quiet. Besides, if that human is exposed and ends up fighting me, all the better. Or if not, he can stay hidden and fight Gahan. Either way, one of them will die. and then I'll fight the stronger one. Ektos chased after him, trying to dissuade him. I'm saying it's impossible because he's from another world and can't escape Omblaus's control. A mysterious VIP ticket to Rodna, the city now under the tyrant Gon. This place is filled with countless unforeseen traps and difficulties. Lucen thought to himself, and without Hanbin he was lying if he said he wasn't afraid, but he trusted him to entrust this lowly one with the task of saving Kivai. He steels himself, determined to give it his all. As a mystical portal opens before him, Lin stood dumbfounded in the crowd, gazing upwards, reminding himself that he came here ready for anything. A new scene unfolds, revealing picturesque buildings and spotless streets devoid of vagrants. Laughter fills the air as children play, prices are low, and even Lucen looks utterly content as he enjoys a kebab. He exclaimed that the food was amazing, and this place was truly paradise, but Luin quickly regained his composure, reminding himself to stay sharp. This is enemy territory. Behind this piece, there's surely some foul scheme afoot. Perhaps they've brainwashed the people or put something in the food. Lucen suddenly stops, as if seeing a familiar face, and excitedly exclaims, "That's Miss Leslie." She blankly responded, and with a trembling hand Leslie pointed at Lucen in confusion. He should have been killed by Leon's song. She suddenly falls backward. Lucen anxiously called out to Leslie as the blazing cronfire burned intensely. The flame granted to the Dragon Emperor by the fire goddess Jessan could incinerate even gods, its heat so intense that even dwarves who lived near volcanoes could barely withstand it. As a result, the dwarves' contraption nearly melted upon approach, and within the Kandron's flames, the World Tree components were incinerated, leaving only a red-hot sword tip. There's only one chance. Two maids douse Crom with water as four dwarves push the massive blade into the iron chamber, chanting in unison. Crom thought to himself, one point can't be struck twice. Each position can only be struck once on the royal sword, that even our ancestors couldn't perfect. He then sternly reminded them, "Until I leave this forge, no one enters." The subordinates outside quickly respond. Crom muttered, "Jessan, goddess of fire, ancestor of the axe, please," and swung the hammer with all his might. Instantly, a powerful strike landed with full force, and the system displayed information about the four gods' artifact belt, allowing conversion between four core energies, usable at level 180. Han scratched his head sheepishly. "I didn't expect much, but as predicted, I can't use it," Antia stated calmly. "We knew you wouldn't be able to use this artifact. The important thing is this artifact is the dungeon's core, meaning, if we take it, we can trigger the dungeon's closure," Han says excitedly. "Really, so when the dungeon closes, everyone inside will be forced to the surface?" She frowned, pointing at him accusingly. "Would Hunter forget something so basic?" Han then explained. "It's been a while since I've triggered a dungeon closure, so it didn't occur to me." He looked up with excitement and declared, "With this we can bypass Genovia's barrier and advance." "So we just need to wait for the Dwarf King to finish his work, right?" Antia cautiously warns. "But this way we risk being discovered by Genovia, and there's no turning back from that. And even if we hand the item over to Gahan, who knows what will happen? In the worst case, you might face both Genovia and Gahan." Seeing Hanbin's indifference, Antia snapped, "Hey, are you even listening?" Hanbin spoke in a somber tone. "I think our position may have already been compromised." A frantic cry rings out. "We're under attack by angels." "It's an attack from the angels," the dwarves quickly reminded each other. "Don't let them break through at any cost. Keep them away from the iron chamber." A dwarf stepped up to fight, wondering if they were drawn to the powerful aura. He quickly turned to his comrades, saying, "I'll hold them here. Evacuate the women, and bring the Vantera warriors here immediately." But as soon as the dwarf turned back, he was met with the grotesque face of the angel monster. Suddenly, two muscular arms burst from the ground, seizing its legs, and Hanbin leaped up, swinging the angel monster around his head. Holding one of its legs, Hanbin turned to Han and asked, "Any casualties?" The dwarf reported, "Thanks to you, no one's hurt, but why did you jump in like that? That's the closest point. Don't let your guard down. These are just low-level soldiers drawn in when the gate opened. The real threat is still coming. These angel monsters are scurrying all over the place." Hanbin smirks, teasing, "We seem to be running into each other quite often, don't we? At this rate, we might become friends." "An ancient angel? Or should I call you Gladius now?" it growled back. "It doesn't matter what name you call me, human." Hanbin's face hardens. "No otherworldly being, I doubt I'll get another chance to hunt you down." Gladius flew past Hanbin, asking, "So will you fight me seriously now?" He swiftly caught its attacking arm, declaring, "No need for needless provocation. I'll face you seriously." Hanbin clenched his fist, igniting the flames of power. Antia huffed and puffed as she ran up the stairs, grumbling in annoyance. "That jerk, even if you're in a hurry, don't rush off like that. Now I have to climb all the way up here. Just wait there, you'll see." Suddenly, two crimson and gold flames erupted, catching Ania's attention. She angrily reaches out and screams. Gladius and Hanin are locked in a fierce battle, fighting from above to below. Hanin's punch was easily blocked by Gladius's bare hand. He wondered in shock. His strength has increased again. Hanin thought to himself, "I guess he really did defeat that sacred beast on his own, but it seems there's more to it." Gladius laughed excitedly, saying, "Give it your all, human." Han flips around, clamping onto its neck, ready to slam it in reverse. He tenses his muscles, putting all his strength into twisting Gladius's head, and they both crash to the ground, shattering the floor. Han held on tight as Gladius roared, "Hey human, I told you to stop playing games." With that, it thrust its sharp claws straight into his abdomen, and Gladius flipped over, preparing to counterattack. It began to taunt him, "Fight me." Seriously, Gladius attempts a sneak attack on Hanbin from behind, unleashing a cross slash. Gladius unleashes a flurry of attacks on Hanbin, each strike carrying immense power. After a while, Gladius finally stopped, a gruesome smile spreading across his face. Hanbin is suspicious. There's something about this guy. Thick white smoke billows around them. To eat and be eaten is the truth of this world. The strong survive and the weak perish. In that world, some creatures evolve endlessly, but to it, the world was boring, as no creature posed a threat. That creature was the embodiment of that world. Its evolution had stopped until it met Hanbin. Biologically, Gladius had completed its evolution. It was a transcendent entity. Gladius's sharp claw pierced through Hanbin, and it wondered why. Why Hanbin's eyes emanated a suffocating bloodlust. Gladius was bewildered. He stood there calm as could be. Biologically, nothing about him has changed, but he's stronger. I suppose I should get serious. Hanbin, resting his chin on his hand, asked mockingly, "Is that all you've got?" Gladius, consumed by rage, roared, "I don't understand." Gladius thought to himself, "I don't understand, but if I can kill him, if I use all my power to end him, I feel like I can find the truth." He immediately drew his aura sword, and as its name suggested, the treasure radiated an immense aura. Gladius demanded, "Pick up your weapon, human." With that, he unleashed a fierce strike towards Hanbin, who calmly kicked the iron bar on the ground, sending it flying. With bloodied hands, Han gripped the iron bar, deflecting Gladius's attack with a simple swing. Han beckoned Gladius closer, saying, "For a rabid dog like you, a poisoned stick is the perfect remedy." He charged without hesitation, but before Gladius could touch a hair on Hanbin's head, he was struck in the face with a club. The force of the blow sends him flying back several meters, slamming into the wall as golden blades emerge from the smoke. The insect lunges at Hanbin, who blocks it with his gauntlet, and retaliates with a barrage of red throwing stars. They pierced Gladius, causing the wall to erupt in smoke, but Gladius was unfazed, continuing its advance. Han barrages Gladius with throwing stars, detonating the wall behind him as Gladius counters with his aura blade against Han's staff. Hanbin forced Gladius into a trembling defense, even as he himself shook, bracing against the aura sword about to fall. After a test of patience, Gladius pushed away the poison staff and Hanbin did the same. The two switched to weapons combat once more. Gladius was suddenly invigorated. Yes, this was the feeling, this numbing sensation. He regained his pleasure, and immediately unleashed a cross slash, but Hanbin was not to be outdone, his staff radiating immense power. The two attacks immediately collided, neither side showing a clear advantage, and Hanbin and Gladius continued to clash relentlessly. The weapons clashed, sparks flying, and Gladius realized that one mistake could cost him his life. This wasn't a one-sided hunt, but a true battle. He suddenly froze, his eyes wide with confusion. Gladius stared at Hanbin, puzzled, but what was that expression? It was as if he were bored. The aura blade was already showing signs of wear against the sturdy poison staff. Gladius clenched his fist, snapping and yelling, "Don't you dare mock me." Gladius thought to himself, "There's no reason for me to be overwhelmed. I evolved for combat," and he grew tense. But how could this be? Gladius attacked even more fiercely. He swung his leg, and they began a contest to see whose knee was stronger, leaving Gladius utterly perplexed. "I've clearly reached the pinnacle of evolution. So why is this happening?" This time the result was clear. Hanbin had torn apart his knee and followed up with a kick to the chin. Gladius retaliates with a punch that sends him flying as it roars internally. "Realize it, feel it." Han clutches his face, needing his cane for balance. Gladius roars in anger, claiming to be a being of a completely different caliber, a human. Han silently hangs his head, but then looks up with a piercing gaze and remarks, "Too light, your sword is too light," Hanbin quietly remarks. "What do you fight for?" Gladius was stunned, blurting out that he couldn't believe he was hearing such words. Gladius charged, shouting, "Do I need a reason to fight?" Hanbin silenced him, cleaving through his aura blade, the tip flying off and embedding itself in the ground. Gladius was stunned, frozen in place. Hanbin coldly stated, "You're only being used following Oma's orders." Gladius throws his sword down and laughs, mocking him with his head thrown back. "I thought you were thinking something profound, but that's all it is. You pity me because Omlis is using me. You, a being from another world. Do you even want to die? You think Plow prepared suicide as a mercy for you otherworldly beings. That's a chain, a wolf in sheep's clothing. When the time comes, it will be chains to bind you and let you devour each other." Gladius strikes down the angel monster, leaving it sprawled on the ground. One of his subordinates possesses it. It's incredibly dangerous. "If they find out he's alive, things will get messy." Gladius asks, "Trouble, you're the one who lied about him being dead. Your problem, not mine. I'll just keep quiet." Gladius leaps from the angelic beast, musing that a fight with him after his identity is revealed wouldn't be so bad. The angel monster's eyes are starting to bleed, or perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if he didn't reveal his identity and had to fight that Gahan guy. Gladius confidently strides forward, declaring he only needs to face the strong. His subordinate follows, retorting that's impossible, which is why he speaks up. The angel monster rises as the subordinate drones on questioning how an outsider could escape Omphilos's grasp, irritating Gladius. What does Hanbin being an outsider have to do with anything? The subordinate asked, holding up a picture in frustration. Of course it matters. How frustrating. Let me explain it to you. The subordinate begins his lecture. What Omlos wants is Radna's essence, followed by the grazing sheep, and the one who absorbs the most Rana essence is humans. Eating humans is the most effective way. Next there's the fence, but the Janna farm's barrier is very strong. Even Om Plus couldn't touch those sheep at will, sheep grazing on the grass. Moreover, the sheep weren't very big, and even if they managed to catch one, the essence they obtained was negligible. A plump sheep observed everything, so Om Plus decided to fatten the flock even more. Then a pink monster appeared, bringing both monsters and dungeons to Radna. The monster relentlessly devoured the sheep, and panic gripped the people of Radna. The sheep rose up in defiance, but soon they were fighting for survival, and the weaker monsters were quickly eliminated, leading to a celebration among the sheep. And within the dungeon, precious artifacts were discovered. A sheep found a crown. Thus people automatically entered the dungeon without being told. Of course they didn't want to die, so they had to level up, and more sheep took up arms and entered. However, the Radna people couldn't level up by killing monsters. They trained by absorbing the essence of the Aranena world, to level up grazing endlessly to strengthen themselves. Plows simply provided dungeons and monsters, and the average Radna level increased fourfold, from lambs to behemoths. But the Radna brimming with essence are just out-of-reach delicacies. No one has the right to kill the creations of other gods. A shadowy hand is watching the flock. So Om Plus used the little sheep that escaped the fence, the Outworlders. Though they appear human, a large sheep bullies a smaller one, but these are wolves with sharp fangs called guides. And with one bite, the large sheep's head is gone. These sheep became unusually aggressive, addicted to the taste of blood, hunting down the Radna with terrifying efficiency. And because it's hard to tell who's a wolf, fear and unease in Radna reaches a fever pitch. The Radna begin to betray and turn against each other. They relentlessly attacked each other as a large disc was brought into the cage. Meanwhile, Radna exhausted too much energy, weakening the barrier, and the disc snatched a sheep. Moreover, the outsiders weren't creations of the goddesses. Omlaus could devour them whenever he pleased, though some outsiders were strong enough to resist him. The sheep now becomes the wolf. This wolf sheep turns its mouth forward, but that was already calculated, a mechanism already in place. The sheep suddenly loses its head, and that's why the guide has a self-destruct function. After all, when outsiders die, they turn to dust, and their guidance and experience return to Omblaus. Eos is somewhat unnerved. If his identity is revealed or the time comes, everything will end, and a single self-destruct order from Omblaus will be enough. Gladius turns back with a glare, saying the battle he wants will never happen if not now. A red-haired man appears, his lips moving. Do you understand now? A fearsome figure glances over, wondering who should truly be pitied. Who is Omlaus truly exploiting? Gladius stares at the red-haired man, emphasizing each word outsider. A red gemstone falls at the redhead's feet as Gladius kicks up a cloud of dust. What are you doing? The battle isn't over yet. The redhead silently turned away, infuriating Gladius even more. Gladius shouts, his neck veins bulging. Is he desperate? Very well, I'll behead you right here and now. A tunnel appears before my eyes, and then I'll take care of those guys for you. Let's fight. With that, Gladius lunged toward the redhead. Take up your weapon, I said, fight. Damn it, Gladius charges headlong toward the red-haired man. All around them, only rock and earth, just the two of them. A stark contrast, one charging madly, the other indifferent. Gladius realizes something, his eyes flash, and a beam of red light strikes from above, kicking up dust. Reacting quickly, Gladius retreats a meter. Gladius's eyes burned with murderous intent. From the start, I sensed a powerful bloodlust from the ceiling. This power rivals Ryu Hanbin's. Gladius stared at the figure, shrouded in dust. Who is this reinforcement? Redhair now grips his weapon. Gladius immediately noticed this detail, and Redhair smirked. You think that's enough to make me despair? Above the dwarves are chanting Ruhanbin's name. Ryu Hanbin, Ruhanbin. One of the dwarves grabbed a torch and rallied the others. Once he wields that sword, failure is not an option. Hanbin draws the stone sword, confusing the dwarf, who cries out in alarm. Gigantus, the blade of the outsider sword king. Han held the Gigantus sword towards Gladius. Hanbin smirked, finding the sword adequate for now, while Gladius beamed, thinking it was a new weapon. Before Gladius could finish, Hanbin split the sword in two, sending one half hurtling towards him. Gladius eyed the sword with suspicion. What is this? Hanbin points the sword at Gladius, telling him to try and lift it, lest he blame the weapon for his death. Listen, I'll show you the true weight of a sword. Everyone above shares the same expression except for the dwarf who's foaming at the mouth. Oh my creation. Gladius confidently steps forward. Do you really believe in nonsense like the true weight of a sword? Gladius steps up to claim the sword, the survival of the fittest. Gladius sneers, it's the only truth. He grabs the sword with all his might. What is this? I can lift it. What the hell is this made of? Han grunted, gripping the sword tightly. It was heavy to say the least. This sword contains the desires of countless people. Gladius's face pales, and compared to that your survival of the fittest theory is nothing. Unfair, a mismatch in power. Gladius strained, so what, but Hanbin had already swung his sword overhead. Hanbin looked at Gladius triumphantly. Draw that sword if you can. Charms were continuously applied. The outer shell of the world tree was burned by the Dragon Emperor's fire, and then its density was continuously increased under the hammer of the Dwarf King. Hanbin gripped his sword, its sheath, the charred bark of the world tree, concealing within. While Gladius struggled to draw his blade, Hanbin attacked, wielding the Aura of Eternity, the Sword King's blade. Han just smirked, looking down. The Gigantus pull it out. He taunted. If you can. Gladius channeled strength into his legs. Seeing his chance, Hanbin quickly swung his sword down, but Gladius blocked it with his arm before leaping back to safety, barely dodging a fatal blow. Gladius eyed Hanbin's stance, realizing the sharpness of his strikes had reached a new level, perhaps because he no longer needed to focus on maintaining the Aura blade. Han had severed Gladius's arm, and Gladius glanced at his detached limb. Was I cut? The strike was so clean I didn't even feel it. Gladius picks up his arm, thinking it's fine, even better since it was a clean cut. After that, Gladius reattached his arm, making it even easier to regenerate. He still had so many skills he hadn't used yet. No sooner had he reattached one arm than the other was severed, and Gladius could only watch it fall in dismay. Then Gladius cried out in agony, collapsing completely. The levels are too different. The classes are completely different. Hanbin raises his sword high, now clearly a changed man. He was no longer the same man. He had evolved. Hanbin's one eye turned red, no longer the beast consumed by rage. Hanbin hoisted his sword, gazing at Hanbin before Gladius, and couldn't help but wonder what had swallowed that bloodlust, turning him into someone so serene. Gladius stared into Hanbin's gray eyes. But to him, I'm just an insect. Hanbin now looks down like an almighty god. Gladius sat on the ground as Hanbin spoke. Vantera was only allowed to kill in 3 cases. Hanbin extends his hand. First, monsters. Second, those who wish to die. Gladius wearily rises as he asks, which case do you fall under? Gladius quickly regenerated his limbs, finding the question ridiculous. Gladius regenerates an arm, then asks Hanbin, what about the third case? Han, with his sword over his shoulder, simply laughed. That case isn't for the likes of you. A man who doesn't know the reason for this battle. Gladius grits his teeth. The reason for battle. Gladius charges forward like a moth to a flame. I don't need a reason. There is no reason. Gladius flies forward, stirring up a fierce wind. Since birth, my every action has been for survival. Gladius drones on the fear of death ever present. I've lived in an environment where no creature can survive without embracing fear, so I've always been drawn to death. Both of their eyes burned with an unusual rage as they clashed, creating a massive explosion. From within the explosion, a light emerged, illuminating everything, as Gladius looked up and smiled. Even so, Gladius bore the brunt of Hanbin's attack, marked with 2 large X's, while Hanbin's face was splattered with blood. Gladius wondered, still can't reach him, as he took a step back. Ryu Hanbin, how did you become so strong? Hanbin still turned away, smirked. Because I have a reason to be stronger. Gladius pressed. I don't understand what you're saying. But upon hearing that, Hanbin glanced back at the Archangel leaders. Gladius clutched his wounded abdomen. Also known as Archangels, we don't die easily. We can continuously regenerate. With that, Gladius threw open his chest, revealing his ribs as long as he had this halo. Gladius looked at Hanbin with a triumphant gaze. Kill me for the weak, have no right to survive. Han turns and approaches Gladius. You still spout those words, it's just an excuse. With a cold expression, Hanan raised his sword high, uttering the excuse of one who lacks the courage to survive. But suddenly a golden circle appeared in the air, and from within it, an angelic being emerged to protect Gladius. Hanan glared coldly. Get out of the way, Snow. Gladius, seeing Snow in front of him, chuckled. I told you this is my problem, don't interfere. Snow's eyes flashed, his cold voice rising. I'm experiment number 20991 not. Snow. Gladius loses his composure, telling him to get out of the way. Behind Hanbin, another circle appears, and something lunges out. Ryu Hanbinos says triumphantly, this time I'll kill you for sure. The defective product couldn't even touch a hair on Snow's head before Hanbin ran him through with a sword. Han turns, retrieves his sword, and pierces Hanbin's head, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. You've finally shown yourself, you bastard. But Hanbin's triumph was short-lived as he was ambushed from behind, a sharp blade piercing his body. Gladius, in a panic, shouts from behind, what are you doing, Snow? The 4 of them are a wretched sight. Hbin stabs Eos, Snow stabs Hanbin, and Gladius stabs Snow. Gladius's arms pierce Snow's chest, but Snow simply says, mission complete. Han's eyes widened at Snow's words, unaffected by the guide. Hanbin's heartbeat slowly flatlined, confirming cardiac arrest. Hanbin's eyes widened a square, appearing in his vision, a notification window. Ryu Hanbin, a level 7 warrior, is dead. From a plume of dark smoke, a girl sits clutching her chest, her gaze heartbreakingly blank. Afternoon in a forest castle, the last rays of sunlight shining through. A maid pushes a cart down the hallway. The maid knocked incessantly. Lady Kivai, it's time for your wedding dress fitting. Now she asked from behind the door. Can't it wait, the maid replied. It cannot. Mr. Gahan's orders are absolute. Ifei peeked through the door. We really can't leave right now. Can't you come back later? I'm busy, a voice called from outside. Hearing the voice, Effie's eyes widened. Miss Leslie? She asked, surprised. Leslie, slightly annoyed, turned her face away. Shh, keep it down. Is that Lord Lucen as well? Lucen climbs out of the cart. It's been a while, Miss Effie. Lucen inquires about Miss Key's safety as well. Kivai simply stares silently at the sky outside, offering no response. Effie happily turns and asks, How did you all get here? Lucen smiles, pointing to the disgruntled figure behind him. It's thanks to Miss Leslie's help. She was willing to lend a hand to save you all. Leslie looked away, her expression sour. Willing to help, he just threw a big enough fit. Leslie recalls her past self, though her memory differs. Annoyed, she says that she's worked here long enough to know an escape route. Gahan is most vulnerable during the transition from day to night. The three enter the room, and Lucen says to Kivai with a cheerful expression, Let's act quickly. Key, without turning, spoke softly. Did you understand? Let's go, Miss Key. I made a deal with Gon. Key speaks in a low voice to restore order to Radna. The only way is to make him a god. This is the best option we have. While I appreciate your concern, please protect yourselves. Leslie could only stare in silence, a look of confusion on her face, while Lucen was filled with dismay. What are you saying? He searched for you tirelessly. Effie's voice lowered. Handpin is already dead. Luin's voice falters. What do you mean? Lin's face pales, unable to believe what she's hearing. How could she say that? He is the heir to the Sword King. Ruhanbin Kivai looked out the window, reaffirming this once more. Everything she said is true. With my divine power, I can read the guide's information, Lucen asserted. You're saying he's dead based on that alone. Gahan must have manipulated the guide with divine power. Just then, a hand landed on Kivi's shoulder. Come with us quickly. Lucen's eyes widened, unable to hide the fear within. Unlike Lucen, Kivi calmly looked at Luin, a gaze that made Lucen recoil in fear. A woman in high heels entered. Genenovia pushed open the door, and everyone turned to look except Kivi. Oh my, what a surprise, so many people here, Genenovia puffed on her cigar as she glanced at Leslie, and even ran into some familiar faces. You're doing well, Leslie. Leslie remained silent. Leslie immediately bowed her head as low as she could. Yes, thanks to your grace, Genenovia, I'm working as a tailor in the city. Genovia maintained her haughty demeanor. Oh, how fitting for her. Genenovia then took notice of Lucen. And who was that outsider? That's the cobbler. He's here to deliver a custom-made pair of shoes. Lucen is stunned. It's Genenovia. I've heard so much about you. Lucen sighs Genenovia up and down. Her presence is certainly something else. Genenovia narrowed her eyes. With fear in her eyes, Lucen looks at Genenovia, who orders, Step back a little, would you? Genenovia continued, her voice still cold. I have some things I want to discuss with that girl. Leslie quickly pulls Lucen's hand, and Lucen immediately speaks up. I'm sorry. Key remained turned away, his voice neither cold nor indifferent. Something you want to say? It's not just small talk, is it? Genovia sat on the nearby bed nonchalantly, stating that his curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't resist investigating someone who had been with Lucy, unsure if he was an outsider. Genenovia conjured a magic circle, so I tried to understand but got nothing. He's too tight-lipped. Genenovia raised the drug, and a large screen appeared before everyone. Hey, open your eyes wide and look up. I didn't plan to go this far at first, but his loyalty to you is annoying. Lucy rolled her eyes at the sight. I got annoyed and did a few things. He's stubborn, but he must be running out of prana. Genenovia watched on, wondering how much longer he could possibly survive. The chained man is Leon H., his body pierced with sharp objects, and he collapses. So you should just give up. That's all I came to say. Lucen was now completely enraged, his face contorted in anger. Lord Lion H. Just then another hand grabbed Lucen's, offering reassurance. Leslie lowered her head, and Lucen glanced sideways, understanding dawning in his eyes. Zenovia's eyes flashed pink, but looking at your face, I don't even need to ask. With that, Genenovia stretched and stood up. A puppet representative of the goddess dares to dream. You want to love like a normal human. It's just a pathetic desire. Genenovia glanced at Key with a mocking look. So poor Leon H. not only couldn't die in peace, but he also had to endure unnecessary torture. Key clicked her tongue. Keeping Leon H. alive wasn't your decision. Key turns to Genenovia with a scornful look. Those were Gahan's orders. The one who took an interest in Leon H. You're nothing special. Genovia strides forward and slaps Kivi across the face. She couldn't dodge it at all. Genenovia was ecstatic after the slap, calling her insolent and ignorant. Did you think Gahan being here would make you untouchable? Kivi leaned against the windowsill, clutching her face. Don't delude yourself. Neither you nor Gahan has a choice. You do everything to protect Rana. Genenovia continued, not even bothering to acknowledge the others. But you humans need to know your place. Afi is furious. Genenovia. Riding high, Genenovia gloats. The ally you speak of ultimately died from overreaching. Overjoyed, Genovia doesn't notice a high heel about to strike her face. In an instant, Kivi kicks her, sending Genovia flying. Ahai glances over in fear, but luckily she reacts quickly and dodges. Leslie and Lucian's eyes widen in shock. Kivi's kick was so powerful, her leg was smoking, and Genovia's landing kicked up a cloud of dust. A magic circle appeared behind her to break her fall. Genovia shielded her face. What? She dared to kick me. Genovia's nose is bleeding, her face flushed with rage. How dare this brat do that? Genovia roared. Kiviovia can't believe her eyes. You've really lost it. Ki tears off a piece of her dress, staring coldly at Zenovia on the ground. Kivai roared silence, and the room fell still. The power of the Dark Goddess is no joke. Even Kavya, one of the 4 heroes, is shocked. Standing before the radiant twilight, Kivi declares, I once dreamt a sweet dream like you said, but even if that dream is shattered, my duty remains unchanged. She points directly at the bewildered Zenovia. I am Kivi, the goddess's messenger. Even if the Dark Goddess disappears, her divine power has not weakened to the point of being Unashutim. Genovia smiles sinisterly. Oh really? She finishes summoning a powerful magic circle and coldly says, then die. The terrifying power threatened to shatter the room and collapse the very sky, plunging everything into darkness. Kivi's eyes grew even colder. The attack hadn't harmed her at all when suddenly a familiar voice spoke out. It seems I can't ignore what just happened. Gahan appears deflecting Genovia's spell with his sword and standing before everyone. Genovia, explain yourself, he demanded, but she only sighed in exasperation. Explain what? Why are you acting like this? Clearly, she's trying to drive a wedge between us. Half of her magic from before has already dissipated. Genovia approached Gahan and the others, saying, I only intended to teach her a small lesson. Why should you care? Just worry about the people and prepare for the wedding. I'm just a little on edge, because everything's been so tiring. She then approached the hole she'd made in the room. It seems she intends to abandon the mess she's made and escape. Gahan says darkly, Indeed, I've grown weak. I'm bound by things like past affections. I should have eliminated you from the start. He immediately swung his sword and countless sharp blades aimed straight at Zenovia, shocking her. Without hesitation, the blades attacked Genovia. The immense power nearly shatters everything, and though the castle explodes, Genovia remains unscathed. She dodged it, but Ki was affected by Gahan's attack and is now struggling. Genovia smirked, I thought I was hiding it well. When did you realize my true identity? With that, a pair of angelic wings sprouted from her back, translucent yet dazzling. Ki signaled everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, Gahan, having transformed, growls at Genovia, I only had a hunch, the magic that sealed the Dark Goddess. Artificial guide, I want to believe all of that is thanks to your research into Om Plus magic. Her face twisted in displeasure. Gahan's divine form was majestic, facing Zenovia, not with fear but with rage, he continued. But seeing you unafraid of me, I'm certain I'm the one who killed Baros and betrayed the goddess. But if you're not afraid, then who do you fear? It can only be the evil god. Return the fragment of dark divinity you hold. But Zenovia remained as smug as ever. That might be difficult. Then she flew away, leaving only a take care. Seeing this, Ki is enraged, but Genovia Gahan, unconcerned, simply tells Ki to back off. She's not used to this darkness yet. Then he raised his veil and summoned his divine power. His eyes were cold, and the obscured side of his face was terrifying. The dark curtain, one of Gahan's classic divine powers, was gradually enveloping the sun and the city. They're like a barrier. Once you're inside, there's no escape. No matter how fast Genovia is, she can't escape the screen Gahan has set up. She's surprised, I know you hate me, but I didn't expect you to show no mercy. Seeing Gahan's power about to engulf her, there's no choice but to keep dodging the attacks from the encroaching darkness. And flying with those fragile wings clearly isn't working. In an instant, Gahan's magic strikes Genovia's wings, a mere graze but enough to startle her. The dark power is corroding me. Lingering here would be a mistake. Genovia began chanting an ancient spell, calculating that even with the cost of magic escape was the priority, and summoned a dimensional gate from the rusted mirror. A rusty mirror blocked the dark power's attacks as Genovia chanted and glanced downward. She glares at Kivi, filled with rage, regretting her inability to kill the representative of the goddess of darkness. But as Gan chanted, lost in thought, she didn't notice Gahan's hand reaching for her from the shadows. Instantly the hand clamped down on Genovia's mouth, contorting her face in a grotesque expression as she seethed. My incantation isn't complete. Gahan emerges, revealing he can still speak, despite being gagged his dark power, a challenge even for Baros. Did you think my escape plan would be so simple? The incantations continued to echo. It turns out she had another mouth growing on her forehead, and the final incantation was complete. The Gehenna Ritual. Gehenna is a place located southwest of Jerusalem. It was a place rife with ancient sins where children were sacrificed by fire in the kingdom of Yorel. And suddenly a magic gate appears, unleashing a torrent of flame-like power against the dark divine force. Gahan managed to block the attack with his wings, but they were severely damaged. He realized this magic was unlike Radna's. Was it due to the divine fragment received from Omel? With that, Gahan unfurled his wings, revealing battle armor and countless powerful bolts of purple lightning. His eyes narrowed. You still haven't reached the level of a god. Gahan summoned his sword, pointed it at Genovia and said, "You and I, you don't think we're on the same level, do you?" Genovia wasn't worried. Instead she smirked. "I know how strong you are, but this place isn't quite right." As the mouth on her forehead continued to chant. Meanwhile she summons her magic, and points it towards the city below, where the citizens unaware of what's happening scatter in panic. It was then that Gon noticed the city. Before he could react the Geen ritual, Genovia unleashed a sacred fire like a meteor, destroying everything below this city. New Radna, the foundation for the new world you desire. Now it's enduring the direct fiery assault. A child in their parents' arms stares wide-eyed at the impending apocalypse. Luckily Gon used himself as a shield to stop the inferno, as the voice continued to echo. A city built by selecting only the virtuous. And to you this is the ultimate paradise. Genovia laughs derisively. A paradise built by a murderer. How much blood have you spilled with your own hands only to act like it never happened? I can confidently say you're the most disgusting person I've ever met. Gahan struggles, wondering if she's already opened the gate. He tries to buy more time, unsure of Plus's plan, but he won't let the masks do as they please. Gahan then charges toward Genovia. She's still hiding behind the mirror, deflecting Gahan's dark shroud, when suddenly Genovia summons Da. Gahan's eyes widened in shock as his mind filled with chrysanthemums, a symbol of death, causing him unbearable pain as he fell. Genovia turned and entered the magic portal satisfied. If this is Plus's plan, it's all over, so just enjoy it while you can, the fake game you've been dreaming of. Gahan roared in fury. "What have you done to me?" Genovia smirks, saying it was all his choice before departing, leaving behind the chaos, the fading darkness, and the tree atop the castle. Meanwhile Gladius tries to wake. "Snow, wake up, we're almost there." Now covered in blood, Snow weakly asks, "Why are you trying to save me?" Gladius struggles to carry Snow, panting. "That's what I want to ask you, so don't die on me now." With that, Gladius rushes towards a makeshift base. Snow is laid on a pristine white bed, but she's completely still. A voice echoes saying she's still breathing, but her wounds bear the mark of an angel. Cassie continues, "I can guess part of the situation. The enemy is much stronger than expected, right? Yes, but I can still endure it." Cassie turns to look at the suffering Gladius. "Your injuries are severe. A wound like that and all it says is, 'Don't mind me.' How strange. Snow briefly controlled my body, but even impaled, why did it try to kill the enemy? I don't understand any of this. I need to know what it's thinking." Lost in thought, Gladius is startled by a sudden crack. Snow's body, which had been lying still, rises, and Ka Shuen says, "If that's what you want to know, I'll answer for him." Gladius shot up in alarm. "What have you done?" Cassie Zen was holding Snow by the chin, lifting him up, a devious look in his eyes. "It seemed a waste of resources to repair this one, so I eliminated it. Of course this will make you with your unusual obsession with this one uncomfortable." Cassier grabbed Snow by the neck like a helpless rabbit, and Gladius, ignoring his bleeding chest wound, charged forward, screaming, "You bastard." But Cassian remains calm, knowing you still can't control yourself, prototype. His arm instantly enlarged, slamming Gladius's head into the ground, while the other arm tossed Snow aside like trash. Kuyen continues to speak of his dream, Project Zerosum, an artificial evolution project, to create the ultimate bioweapon, a weapon that is reliable and mass-producible. Just then, another monster appeared, grabbing Gladius's arm and lifting him into the air, a creature resembling him but far more powerful. Scion boasts that O+ needs an army, a divine blade. Sir Gladius, created from your evolved genetic code, that monster now stares at you as if you're worthless. Sion continues. Due to the difficulty in controlling them, the project was scrapped, but a miracle occurred. I found a way to control the snows that were discarded. Now hundreds of other snows stand there looking like mass-produced items, and Gladius, filled with resentment, roars. "The original, where is the original?" The Gladius series brought Gladius to the door of a towering citadel, and before Cassizan could order his disposal, he retorted, "The original is well preserved. Unlike you, it's not too dangerous." He sneers, "Cheer up. Even if the prototype disappears, your brothers will be born from the world tree that Genovia occupies. I'm also very grateful to you. You eliminated the faulty guide." Gladius grits his teeth. "You knew all along. Thousands of Cassizan's arms reach out. Someone like Ektos wasn't smart enough to create a complex system like the guide. He simply transferred and managed them for the right person, as each arm dug deeper into Gladius's flesh and wounds. So I won't have to report your failure to Plus. Of course Ektos thinks it's all his fault and ran away." Even through the excruciating pain, Gladius grits his teeth and warns C. "Last warning, I told you before, don't underestimate me. I won't die that easily." The cruel Sei Shuyen, breaking every bone in his chest, wants to extract Gladius's most prized possession. He sneered, "Don't worry, I'll be sure to send you off." With that, he extracted Gladius's life source, leaving him covered in blood. Gladius screams as if falling into hell, then is cast down from the citadel, without mercy from the god who created him. He heartlessly crushes Gladius's bones and says coldly, "Thank you. Your genetic code is immortal, and it will serve Omus forever." With the four heroes who once stood in the way of Radna's occupation nearly destroyed, the god's body is nearing completion, and the dissolution of the self is only a matter of time. Everything is ready for the arrival of Lord Plus. When darkness falls in broad daylight, the god will have a body, and he will become the one true god. Gladius with his last breath says, "Don't think you're so clever. You should have heard me out." Gladius whispers that he's not the undying one, recalling his near-death battle with Hanbin and his unconfirmed death status. At that moment Etos screamed, "Your heart has stopped and the guide says you're dead," but Hanbin just laughed. "Don't you know? Even with a pierced chest, some do not die. This alone cannot kill the Sword King." Hanbin's eyes filled with resentment stared straight at Eos, a face Gladius would likely never forget. Upon his throne, Gahan sits in contemplation seemingly devoid of all strength. How laughable that humans dare challenge the gods, a futile endeavor to be sure. Even if they succeed, it is merely a part of the gods' plan, not a testament to humanity's power. Gahan's eyes went blank as a great historical current, hidden from humanity's sight, judged the world in the name of the gods. Humanity could only struggle to find the optimal course of action, even though the ending was predetermined. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, a voice echoes from a table laden with torture devices. "I once believed the goddesses would protect us, but now, the world is in chaos, and the goddesses are nowhere to be found." The voice belonged to a strange man with a bizarre owl head. "I'm not being sarcastic, I'm genuinely curious. Where is the goddess of darkness?" He said to Leon H. "Her servant is being turned into a pile of minced meat, and she still hasn't appeared. The goddess doesn't care about people like me." He picked up the serrated blade. "Especially those like us with strange tastes, we must seem utterly useless to them. But on the contrary, the Holy Mother is always with us and even gives us work. But perhaps even the Holy Mother's mercy has its limits. You ordered your wrists severed so you couldn't use magic and your ankles so you couldn't run." He sat in front of Leon H., his bloodied knife in hand. "This is your last chance. Tell me about the great Vantera you're with. What is he really? Stop being stubborn." Leon exhales and whispers something, prompting the grotesque head to lean in, eyes wide. "What did you say?" Waiting for this moment, Leon shouts into his ear. "You call this torture, fool." With that, a blood-curdling scream echoed the scream of the owl-headed man. He was just gloating, and now he's being thrown to the ground. Leon seized the opportunity to tear off one of his ears with his teeth, then spat it onto the ground. "From one simpleton to another, let me give you some advice from a true master." Leon H. glared at him, saying you can't trust people, especially someone like Genenovia. The owl-headed man was furious, calling him a bastard. But before he could react, a figure appeared from behind, gagged him and stabbed him straight through the chest. It was so fast, the owlhead only managed a few cries before going limp. Lon laughed appreciatively. "Well done, I have absolutely no idea what's going on." Richard revealed that the figure who killed the owlhead was someone everyone thought was dead. He recounts his story, how he was responsible for Belle and I being imprisoned in the Elf Kingdom. "As the Holy Army poured in, I had no choice but to fight. But it was a surprise raid. I was completely outnumbered. Bella retreated to find the Elf King and his prince." Richard silently recalled that fierce battle, remembering how he had cut down countless enemies. He continued to tell Leon H. the story, until he realized he was the only one left alive, though he was gravely injured and near death. "When I awoke, the Saintess had healed me only possible because Genenovia and Gahan were still unaware of our betrayal." With that, Richard freed Leon H. from the tree that had imprisoned him. Leon H. used his divine power to heal his wounds, then coldly looked at Richard. "You once tried to kill Lady Key out of hatred for Gahan, and now you've returned to being their dog. If it were me, I'd choose death." But Richard simply said, "Dying with honor and being cast into hell is a better choice. But I saw hope, and decided that survival, no matter how humiliating and revealing internal information, was the better choice. But you severed your own wrist and reattached it just to escape. You could have done that without my help, right?" Hearing this, Leon H. just glares at Richard, then uses his tormentor's sickle to shave off his beard. "Of course, it's because Lady Key was taken hostage. But since you've decided to kill me, perhaps it no longer matters." "Do you know anything about Lady Key?" Richard wondered. "I haven't found any clues about the Oracle of the Dark Goddess. Instead, I can only describe the situation outside as a living hell. Can you imagine a night filled with monsters now that the Goddess of Darkness is gone? That alone is a disaster. But the real problem is the murderers of old, the most heinous criminals of Earth once imprisoned in the 4 forbidden zones. One of the floating islands has fallen to the ground, unleashing all those bloodthirsty otherworldly beings upon Vatna with no chains and no control. Butchers who have craved flesh and pleasure for 20 long years. You can imagine what they'll do next." Leon H. wondered. "They released uncontrollable Idze beings onto the land. This isn't Gahan's style at all," Richard affirms. Leon H. agreed, suspecting Genovia's plot when people flocked to the Holy Light Church, for safety still fussing over his disheveled appearance. "Internal conflict between Gahan and Genovia. This is good news indeed. We don't need to fight them both at once," Leon H. said, putting on his gloves. "Are you planning to fight now? In your current state, that's impossible," Richard said, placing his hand on Gon's shoulder. "We should leave and call for reinforcements." "Where is Ryu Hanbin?" Even with his help, Leon H. clenched his fist. "He left on his own." "Don't get your hopes up," Richard said, surprised. Leon frowned. Time was of the essence. Elsewhere, Gahan's deep in thought, meaning Radna's end is near. "That's Genovia. She never starts a fight unless victory is assured." He recalls confronting her, but she revealed her identity in front of him, meaning she wasn't afraid of him yet, she ran instead of attacking. Gahan turned to Kivi and said OMPL's target is likely me, and we're out of time. Where are they? Which made Ki thoughtful as well. She seemed to understand something in Gahan's question. If you mean Effie, Jiang, Lucen, and Leslie, they've already gone underground. Effie is very worried. Leslie couldn't care less, while Lucen was extremely tense as the three of them entered the hidden dungeon. Upon hearing Kivi's words, Gahan's eyes widened with rage, as he tightened his grip on her neck with dark power grinding his teeth as he asked, "What right do they have to do that?" Gahan tightens his grip on Kivi's neck. "Why did you give that order? I warned you not to cross the line." Kivi, though in pain, struggled to look at Gahan. "I wasn't the one who gave that order. It was you, Gan." Gan's face darkened. He didn't want to believe what he was hearing. Hearing this, his face darkened with anger as he asked, "You dare say that I gave that order?" Kivi calmly explained. "You knew there was an underground space here that even the goddess's power couldn't detect. Omplaus, an area similar to a magic dungeon." Gahan, understanding, thought to himself, the underworld. But until now, you never bothered to pay attention, because that place was used for Genovia's research. But now that Genovia has betrayed you, you are forced to investigate that place to clarify Genovia's plan. However, even your clones are struggling to protect this place. Shin Jina, with your incomplete dark divine power, this is your limit. That's why they were sent in your place with the promise of freedom upon completion of the mission. Gan then freed Kivi from the cloth. Ki falls to the ground as Gan silently ponders her words. "That's exactly what I thought. Is my memory really failing me?" But he muttered, "That place is the underworld." Kivi heard him and frantically asked Gahan, "Are you truly insane? Whether it's divine power or something else, I can't say for sure, but if you leave Rana without dark power, something irreversible will happen." Gan gritted his teeth, then shouted, "I know that I know it better than anyone. This world is destined to collapse with or without me. Your goddess will only watch us destroy ourselves. So what? What will change if I give up now? Will those I've killed be resurrected? The goddess has done nothing. I will create a new order that no one else dares to, no matter the cost. Only I can do it," he said, panting, and turned to look at Ki. She gently asks why. "You were once a hero of Radna, so why do you resent this world so much?" At this point, hearing her words, he looked incredulous, questioning himself. "Do I resent them?" Suddenly a flower bloomed in his mind, invading his thoughts, and causing him to grab his head and spin. Unable to bear it, he screamed. Seeing him smash his head against the ground, Ki rushes over, shouting Gan. Suddenly she stopped in her tracks, as Gan removed his mask and trembled, asking, "Where? Where am I? Who are you?" The scene shifts to a dark place, and an astonished voice says, "Unbelievable. I didn't think you'd accept Gahan's mission so easily." Lucen is the one the Ye-Fais are exploring. With unwavering eyes, Lucen replied, "Since I last parted ways with my brother, he must have descended into the underworld beneath the world tree. If we enter this dungeon, we might still be able to meet him," Leslie stammered. But A, sensing danger, said, "Did you see Kivi's face?" Han has. Lucen understood what they meant, but he maintained his resolute gaze. "Even if that's true, we have no choice but to move forward, to grasp at even the faintest glimmer of hope." With that, he opened the dungeon door and a ray of light flashed. Leslie's eyes widened as she saw something and she was left speechless. Ian quickly turned to observe the area and said, "It looks old, but calling it a dungeon doesn't feel right." Lucen agreed. "Yes, no matter how you look at it, this doesn't resemble a dungeon." Leslie fiddles with a switch on the other side, saying it's more like a headquarters than a dungeon. This is the base where Genovia imprisoned and experimented on people from other worlds. Lucen entered the room. Leslie had opened, looking around as he asked. "They took the world tree and built this horrific place." Leslie touched the inscription on the ground and replied, "No, this place was built long before that. I can guarantee it because I made these marks myself. Even those imprisoned here don't know the location of this base," just as someone shouted, "Wait a minute." But outside that chamber, something moved with haste. Epi inside worriedly asked, "It's understandable that Genovia or Gahan knew about the World Tree, as it was under the control of the Elven Alliance. But Madame Holen never mentioned this. As the leader of the Fairy Alliance, there's no way she wouldn't know." "There's no use guessing here," Leslie said, her eyes distant, as if recalling a memory that offered her something. "Right now, we need to complete Han's mission." To do that, as Lucen said. Before he could finish, a monster lunged at Leslie. Cut to another scene where someone has run a sword straight through a man's body. It's Richard, and after eliminating him, he turns to the orbs and asks, "Shall we sweep this place clean?" "Leon H., what's your status?" Leon H. emerges from the area where his silent magic has choked the others. He says, "You don't have to ask about everything. What do you think a true warrior is?" Richard chuckled. "What a monster. A true warrior understands the importance of communication." Leon H. looked around and asked, "Then where's the exit?" Richard, hand on the stone before him, replied, "We can use this elevator here. There used to be an entrance above ground, but it was sealed off as the World Tree's walls are impenetrable. The spire where the airships ascend and descend is the only way out." The original plan was to disguise you as a member of the Holy Mother Church, stationed at the World Tree, and leave quietly, but, considering your overwhelming bloodlust, I doubt you'd ever leave peacefully. Leon H. retorts, you're not going to pass up the perfect chance to finish off Genovia. Richard looks around and says, but with your current injuries, it would be a risky gamble. We have no choice but to awaken Holion. Leon H. was stunned to hear the name and questioned it. Holion Richard calmly explained. Yes, Holin, one of the 4 heroes who transcended the boundaries of life and death. According to my research, Holin is asleep, becoming a source of energy for the World Tree. Luckily, she's just upstairs, not too far. She can heal your wounds and be a powerful ally in battle. Leon H. chuckled, then asked, but what if after waking up, Holy doesn't target Genovia, but instead comes after us? Richard smirked, then we'll simply die sooner. Leon H. grasped Richard's hand and gave a sardonic smile. So it seems we have no other choice, a hand holding a jeweled pipe declared. Indeed. Genovia, a smug look on her face, held the pipe and gently activated the magic circle. Seeing her magic circle, Leon H. pushed Richard out of the way, taking the full force of the attack himself, and a blinding light erupted. Genovia smirked, gloating. I told you to cut off his wrists and ankles and await my orders. Honestly, is there no one trustworthy in this world? I welcomed you with open arms, and this is how you repay me. Richard teleported behind her and yelled Genovia. But suddenly a system window appeared before him, stunning. Richard announcing that Genovia was immune to attacks, and that Richard would be blessed if he served her. Reading this, he thought in surprise, so Genovia is a messenger of God. A moment later, something flew toward Richard. It sent him flying, his body slamming against the wall. Coughing up blood, Richard's vision blurred as he thought, this is bad. I never imagined things would get this messed up. As someone from another world, there's nothing I can do. The angelic monster, a smile on its face, opened something in its eyes while below it spat out a blue fluid, and in an instant unleashed it all upon Richard, who lay collapsed on the ground. Just then, Leon used his magic to conjure a shield blocking the angel monster's attack. Richard called out Leon H's name in surprise. Leon, still holding up the shield, said, I know outsiders can't attack angels, but don't give up. Act like a pro. Spurred by Leon's words and unwavering gaze, Richard nodded and escaped the angel's attack. He ran towards the exit, but the monstrous angel tried to grab him, slamming its arm into the passageway. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the rubble, causing Genovia to laugh and say, look at him run, but then something rose from the wreckage with a burst of crimson energy. Richard leaps onto the sword's hilt, swinging it at the chains, severing them and sending the weight crashing down on the angel monster's head. Caught off guard, it was smashed into the ground, leaving Genovia seething with rage. Richard, you truly are one of the most useful outsiders. Richard, his face speckled with wounds, frowned at her. She continued softly, the problem is, you're still just a human from another world. At that moment, the angel monster opened its other head, intending to devour him. Meanwhile, Leon H. raised his hand, focusing his power and using a spirit summoning spell. 2 pillars quickly appeared, holding it in place as Richard jumped down. While Leon H. used the pillars of judgment, Richard severed its head, and Genovia, unconcerned, remarked that he was still so strong after being tortured, truly befitting a heretic inquisitor. So that's why Gahan wants you so badly. Like me, you've been blessed by the goddess. Leon H. coldly says, don't speak of the goddess with that filthy mouth. All you can do is repent. With that, he slams his hand down using spirit reinforcement. The thorns surrounding him are restraints. Genovia frowns, thinking, how much prana does this guy have left? So even after being tortured, he still had strength. But from behind her, angelic wings appear, and she mutters, this is quite troublesome, isn't it? She instantly takes flight. Leon thinks, you're not getting away. Thinking fast, he unleashes his killing intent, throws something and uses binding magic, lashing out with thorny vines. It quickly ensnared her feet, and he strained to hold her in place. He gritted his teeth and endured while Genovia laughed gleefully. You emit such alluring life force, no wonder they awakened. My children, she says, and beside her appear monstrous angels, fending off Leonhardt's thorny vines, leaving him to face those 4 beasts alone. Meanwhile, Richard struggled to his feet, stunned by what he saw. What, those angels? Each one as strong as a battleship? Those 4 angelic monsters are Cirrus produced from Gladius's genes. Genovia chuckled. These aren't what I intended to show you yet. Looks like they woke up a little early. Should I make my offer now? Join my side now and I'll let you live, Leonhardt sneers. Your words disgust me, but I haven't eaten so I can't throw up. You speak nothing but lies. It's revolting. As Genovia created another formation, she said, exactly, she used the Geen ritual to collapse Leon H's tower. After taking a gentle puff from her pipe, she saw something, frowned and turned pale, shouting impossible. Leon H. chuckled, saying, you son of a bitch, you got here fast. It was Hanbin in his hero's garb who blocked her attack, answering with a confident smile. It was nothing. Genovia was always enthusiastic about her magic and skills, but in academic circles, her research was always rejected because she studied forbidden magic called Umlaus. But she thought otherwise, believing the Academy shunned her, simply because she wasn't a long-lived species. After all, mages needed decades of research, which clearly favored those with extended lifespans. But of course, everything changed when she became one of the 4 heroes, and now Leslie's group is deploying a barrier to stop the monsters from attacking. Lucen asks, "You mean these monsters are the result of that magic?" Leslie replies, "Partly, but these monsters are failed experiments in creating an artificial standard. They're humans implanted with monster genes, and I'm partly responsible, as you know." With a somber expression, Afei appears as Leslie pushes the monsters aside. They're sent flying out of the hall, along with Leslie's thoughts, so this is the burden I must bear. She then yelled, "I'll hold them off. You keep going. You don't have time to waste here." Lin grimaced, gritting his teeth, while A calmly drew her sword, saying, "As expected, I can't forgive this." As she spoke, she raised her sword high, electricity crackling around it. In an instant, the blade was launched, piercing Leslie's defenses and obliterating the monsters in a single blow. After wiping them out, the sword returned to A, who caught it and casually asked, "Do you really think you can atone for your sins like that?" With a flushed face, A looks down and continues, "Not until I defeat you and Gahan, understand." A happily mutters to herself, leaving Leslie staring in bewilderment. No way. She pierced through all those enemies with just one magic sword technique. Meanwhile, A focuses on gathering the energy, coalescing into droplets from the monsters, and Luwin, watching her, says excitedly, "I've had high expectations ever since she said she fought Gahan. But that rate of growth, it's astonishing even for someone like me from another world. One day she might truly rival the 4 heroes." Leslie looks away, muttering, "Of course, if we had enough time." Above them is a massive beast, but Finu notices something and exclaims, "Wait, that person over there." A small, cloaked figure removes their hood, revealing Lao, who says in surprise while the others shout in alarm. The scene shifts to the magic circle, attacking Leon H. After casting her spell, she calmly took a puff of her pipe, but upon looking back at him she frowned, noticing something that made her eyes widen as she shouted, "Impossible." Leonhart smiled, saying, "You came just in time, you bastard." Han has arrived and destroyed the magic circle. Genenovia is shocked. "Impossible, I thought you two were dead. How can this be?" "What the hell have you done?" Han Bin grinned, triumphantly, answering confidently, "Who knows, I'm not even sure myself. If you're so curious, why don't you just die?" So that's what this is. You've got a whole group of people backing you up. From Bella Law to the imposing Fabrizio, Genenovia was enraged to see them all alive, cursing, "How did you cross my barrier and enter?" But she calmed herself, thinking that there was no need to panic, as the others were all from different worlds based on their levels. The only problem is that guy. His heart has stopped. Is he using his aura to control his body instead of a heartbeat? So you're just a walking corpse who'll collapse when your aura runs out. With that thought, she shouted Gladius, and a monstrous angel bared its fangs and charged forward, only to have Hanbin's Gigantus pierce its head before it could attack. Before it could react, Hanbin teleported, grabbed his sword and kicked it away, landing as if preparing for another attack. Genenovia watched her angelic monster in horror, its form unrecognizable, wondering how he could achieve such power with only stored energy and pure physical strength. We struggled to defeat Barros. Now with a murderous glint in his eyes, Han Bin strikes only to have his blow blocked by another angel demon. Genovia cursed from above, desperate to protect Ohm Plus's plan, ordering the Gladius to kill Han Bin at all costs, but he just smirked, wondering the Gladius, this pathetic trash. With that, he raised his sword and tore the creature to shreds, then struck down the remaining monster in mid-air. Genenovia was stunned by the sight, thinking to herself, "My Gladius troop." Han Bin smirked, saying they looked like they were mass-produced. But sadly, they're truly weak. Genenovia frowned, harboring doubts. Pathetic how weak they are. Though not a finished product, she now truly recalls her past memories. The Gladius line is optimized for combat. Only heroes or those above level 180 like Baun or Gahan can stand against them. Looking at Hain, Genovia wondered, "Don't tell me you're actually a hero when you're just someone from another world." Everyone below marveled at him. "You're from another world." Han with unwavering eyes stared ahead as the Hellhound's language echoed. Genovia quickly conjures a magic circle above her head, chanting in the language of Hellhounds. From the formation, a white bull appears, shocking everyone, a sacred magic of Ohm Plus. From the formation, a grid of interwoven colors appeared as Genovia glared ahead, gritting her teeth. This magic circle is a high-level spatial magic granted by Lord Ohm Plus. The white bull now lies in a pool of blood, and even the Gladius units can't move under this frictional gravity. The golden ring around the bull's neck shattered, as a figure's feet crushed the earth. But what in the world? Han uses all his strength to hold up the iron pillar. What kind of physique is that? Even while supporting something so heavy, he remains so confident. He's just a little thin lately, nothing to worry about. Genenovia, enraged, shouts at him, calling him a muscle-crazed idiot, and telling him to just drop dead. She activates the formation, adding more weight to Han Bin, who strains to keep from being crushed. Such big talk. But of course it's Genenovia. If I lose focus for even a moment, I'll be crushed. The situation grows increasingly dire as Genovia continues to berate Han Bin from above. "You fools, I'm the one stalling for time, don't you realize? The angel monster's corpse is stirring. The Gladius has infinite regeneration while your otherworldly friends can't do anything to the angels. Meanwhile, Fabrizio charged towards the angelic monster, declaring he would sacrifice them to make the others stronger. The angel monster is slowly sitting up, rising once more as the golden ring binds its body together. Gladius. But before it could complete, Bella rushed in and slashed at it. Where do you think you're going? Fabrizio seizes the moment and adds another blow. At least let me finish them off. Seeing this, Genovia panicked, wondering what was happening. Aren't they from another world? Huh. Hawkman's eyes widened as he stared ahead. Gladius had been struck again. Even Antia and Richard have joined the fight, along with Richard and the goddess's wisdom. Alida, with her magic finger, declares, using divine power to temporarily break the rules is easy. You still haven't figured it out by now. Genovia was both furious and sarcastic. That so-called mage tower is only powerful because of Ohm Plus. Acting like they're all that with that level of skill. A horde of monsters rushes out, but they're so weak they're not even worth my time. Genovia spread her wings and soared into the sky, where a massive chain and a radiant light awaited. But seeing this, Hanbi quickly exposed her. Oh, running away again. Don't be such a coward, come out and fight me, you witch. While he was distracted, a massive monster appeared behind him. Damn, I didn't think it would be this easy to catch her anyway. As if he knew it was coming, Hanbin turns and slashes at the monstrous angel, questioning, as he points his spear of purity forward. Are there more angels inside the world tree than we thought? Is Holen really still sealed inside? Bella fought while reminding Hanbin, go after her, you idiot. We can handle these regular angels. Richard chimed in, yeah, based on what they said, the Gladius-class angel's lineage isn't complete yet. Fabrizio, struggling to silence the angel, urged, if hundreds or thousands of those monsters are born, Lanta will truly fall. Go now. They reminded Hanbin of what they had discussed before. Hadn't he prepared for this? Before the eclipse time is running out, he closed his eyes, finally agreeing. Understood. Han ran to Richard and Antia, but not without a word. Don't any of you die. Leon H. knelt down, gathering energy in his arm. He punched the ground, creating a drill that encased the three inside. That drill immediately launched the three of them upwards, leaving the others surrounded by the angelic monsters. We are the Earth Knights, summoned from another world, to fight for Lanta. Richard, I've heard so much about you from Bella. I didn't realize you were still alive. With a confident look, Bella reminds the two others, why do you guys keep talking so much? It's come to this. Richard, you've been summoned here. Whether he wanted to or not, whether he hated it or not, Richard sighed sarcastically. As if I would refuse. Richard recalls his memories with his children in this distorted world. That's what I should have done a long time ago. The three split up to fight the angelic monsters. 7 Stars feels alive, fighting alongside everyone in this final battle. The heavy lid has been blown away. Hanbin leads the two deeper inside. There's no time until the eclipse. What do you mean? That's a long story. But as he scouted ahead, he briefly explained it to them. Ohm Plus was targeting Gahan's body. Ohm Plus can only manifest during a solar eclipse. Antia added that when the dark divine power disappears, Lan is protected by the holy radiance. But even that, holy radiance is temporarily weakened during the eclipse, the perfect condition for an entity like Ohm Plus to descend. The blood moon weakened and fell upon the rotten tree. And today's solar eclipse is taking place right above the world tree. If we don't stop him now, it's all over. Leon H. wondered from behind them. Then why didn't you come sooner? You think I didn't want to? Hanine turned to him with a smile, explaining, but to prepare for the final battle to save the world, I have to prepare everything I can. But before he knew it, Leon H. was sprawled out on the ground. Leon H. Hanbi quickly pulled out the food bag. I brought some emergency rations. Brick bread. He shoves the brick bread into Leon H.'s face. It doesn't taste great, but it should help him recover. A real man wouldn't be so picky. Seriously, it's the opposite of Hanbin's gentleness. Antia angrily shouts, open your mouth. What are you doing? Leon Hart's body inhabited by Holan is severely damaged. 2/5 of his lungs, half his liver, and 1 kidney, all gone. Antia uses her magic to heal him, but with his organs in such disarray, regeneration will be difficult. But first I'll transfer some prana. Hanbin bit his lip and grit his teeth as he called out. Genovia, out of concern for Leon H., scolded him too harshly. Why didn't you say something sooner? Do you think pretending to be strong will solve anything? Leon H. sighed and questioned in return. You're on death's door yourself, and you dare say that to me. Unlike you, I wasn't pretending to be strong. With crumbs on his lips, he confessed that he hadn't felt any pain from the start. Over 40 years ago, a newborn was abandoned on the street. I was abandoned with a severe head wound. My name is the only thing I remember. Mac and the head wound made him cry loudly. At first he didn't know anyone. Mac told the teacher, but as I grew older I began to realize. Even the director looked at me with fear. I realized then that people saw me as a monster. Young Leon H. slowly rose stone in hand, realizing he was different, unable to feel pain and incapable of empathizing with others. So of course no one could control me. But then a hand grabbed Leon's wrist. Someone embraced a monster like me. Holen looked down at him silently. Holy was her. She trapped him in a space as he screamed, open the door. That pointy-eared hag, that disgusting witch. She visited many orphanages and donated frequently. Leon threw a rock at Holan, thinking of himself as just another war orphan. I'll kill you. Holin, unfazed, chided young Leon H., saying that kind of attitude would scare people away. No wonder you can't get along with anyone. At that moment, Leon H. looked at her with a cold gaze. I don't want to fit in with anyone, and my name isn't Leo. Holin then questions his name. But the others still call you that. I don't have any friends anyway. Young Leon H. could only hang his head and recount. They started it, calling me a monster. He remembers the look in his teacher's eyes as she looked at him like he was some kind of tool. Holly then asked an unrelated question. That's why it hurts, isn't it? She reached out to Leon H., even as he cursed and berated her. Are you stupid? I told you I don't feel those things. Hol didn't reply but simply embraced him. She gently soothes young Leon H.'s soul, understanding that even if he feels no physical pain, his heart still aches. And as Holin embraces him, Leon H. blushes, his eyes glistening. Some feel pain in their bodies but emptiness in their hearts. Compared to them, I'm practically gentle. But then Leon H. lets go and falls backward. I know nothing about any of that. Hyan continued to gently advise him. If they knew you were a good person, they wouldn't be so afraid of you. Hearing this, Leon H. simply turned away and questioned. You think it's that simple? Her laughter echoes at the boy's words. Such maturity in a mere child. Hyan smiled, raising her hand to cast a spell. You have a gift, so allow me to teach you. Leon H. gazed at the mark on her hand. Believe me, Leon H. followed that mark despite MX's fear. Startled Ma reflexively shielded her face from his actions, as Leon H. gently leaned down to heal the wound on her head. She recognized my talent as a spirit mage, and taught me healing techniques as Leon H. sat on a swing swaying in the breeze. That changed my whole life. Below, his friends look on happily. Young Leon H. felt true joy for the first time, and Hyun was happy for him as the car drove away. The other children waved goodbye as a couple arrived to adopt Leon H., who turned back to wave farewell. I was adopted into a good family. The director said I was going to a better place. The head of the orphanage couldn't even shed a tear as Leon H. left. But the truth is, they sold me to keep the orphanage afloat, though I dared not complain. The car took Leon H. to a grand estate. Leon H. was happy at the orphanage, but they were always short on funds. He looked up at the items in his hands only to see a bald man with a whip standing before him. The man's hobby was truly bizarre, the whip cracking sharply in his hand. That night, Leon H. was beaten black and blue. But it didn't matter. I couldn't feel pain anyway. I just had to pretend to hurt like he wanted. He used the technique Holian taught him to heal himself. If that money helps the orphanage, if it's something I can do, then that's enough for me. Leon H. turned toward the wall, emitting a red glow. But the real problem is, he glanced through the gap, seeing the bald man dragging Mac inside his greed, insatiable. MX's face was stained with tears as he looked towards Leon H., who immediately formed a seal. The seal formed a protective barrier around Leon H.'s hand, and that night he beat the bald man to a pulp blow after relentless blow. Mac, witnessing this, was also terrified as Leon H. slowly rose after beating the man unconscious. His eyes were wide as he stared at the man on the ground. It was the first time he'd ever killed someone. Leon H. just stared at the person on the ground, saying it was an accident. He set fire to the mansion, then led Mac away from there. When I came to my senses, all I could do was run far away. Leon, face grimy, watched from the corner as he and Mac scavenged for food in the trash. With nowhere to go, we wandered the streets, scavenging for survival, terrified of being discovered. Leon sang to keep watch while Mac scavenged for food, and in that moment I truly intended to kill. Am I just a murderer? Two dirty boys struggle to survive. I just wanted to escape poverty and guilt. I wanted to confide in someone. Anyone. But I don't know who I can trust. Mac finds a picture of the bald man in the trash and frantically says, Leo, don't shout, we were caught and beaten last time. Mac happily held up the wanted poster and explained, it's not just that, look at this. The guy I stabbed is actually a notorious human trafficker in the underworld. Mac held the wanted poster in one hand and 3 gold coins in the other, explaining that there was even a bounty on the man. He added that he'd already taken everything he could sell from the lab. Mac couldn't hide his joy, exclaiming, we did nothing wrong. We took down a bad guy. Leon was stunned by the news, singing, turning to silence. From a murderer, I've become a mercenary. Mac was so happy he jumped up and down cheering. Leo, we did it. Does the truth even matter? A fist slams into the person on the ground. The other face contorted, pauses, wondering, is it because of money? Or is it about the egg omelet from the shop the other day? At least tell me why you're hitting me. Leon HL uses magic to conjure a box that protects his hand while the other man continues to beg for mercy. Whatever it was, I apologize. The man behind him finally speaks up. That's enough, purrs Leo. He turns to negotiate with the woman beside him, and she seems satisfied. Right, yes. Don't go near that customer again, you hear? Leon H. glares, questioning why the man isn't answering. Hasn't he been beaten enough? No, I'm sorry. The man obeyed and crawled away like a dog. Then get out of here, crawling and barking like a dog. Mac approaches, praising Leon. You did well today, Leo. Yeah. Mac turns around and starts calculating the bill with the girl. Okay, so the base fee is 50x plus 75x for the injuries. We look forward to serving you again. Leon, the ultimate informant, dons a cool vest and leads the charge. That was my first gig. On these streets, there's nothing I can't solve with my fists. Leon HVA Max fought side by side, quelling the chaos. Over time, we gained followers and became a sizable gang capable of vying for territory with the Hunter Association. With his bare hands, Leon blocked the man's sword. Of course, 20 years ago, the Hunter Association wasn't as organized as it is now. Back then, it was more like a vigilante group. He walked over, grabbed the guy by the neck and lifted him up. Mac waves the knife in his hand, reminding him that it's illegal for hunters to use sharp weapons against unarmed civilians, but this is self-defense. The hunter trembles at the sight of the knife, but Mac tells him not to worry, they're just doing it for the money. We want to avoid unnecessary conflict, so how about we help you retire from being a hunter? Even though he was being choked, the hunter remained stubborn. Don't make me laugh. You think you can control us into quitting the association. Even now you're still fearlessly criticizing us. You're just cowards with all that power. The monsters in those photos are marked, yet you still lack the courage to be hunters and eliminate them. You're nothing but parasites, manipulating and bleeding people dry. Leon H. looks up at the frame, realizing that good and evil have always been blurred. Justice is beyond me. I can't believe in such vague ideals. And yet there he is, his picture among them. But my picture hangs among the monster extermination requests, not out of place at all. That's all. Mac beside me rushes toward the hunter with a knife. You can't survive on a hunter's salary alone, I'm telling you. But the knife pierces Leon H.'s hand as he stops Mac, reminding him that enough is enough. The boy glanced unhappily at Leon H. as the children watched through the window, while Leon offered the headmistress a bag of money. I can't accept this. Leon H. was now very curious as to why she wouldn't accept the money. Why not? This orphanage still doesn't have a name, does it? The headmistress explained, looking at him with concern. Didn't I just tell you everything about the life I've lived since leaving this place? Coins spill from the bag, the work he did to earn them. After learning all of that, I can't possibly accept this money. Leon H. doesn't hesitate to reveal the whole truth. With bloodshot eyes, Dong Tian asks, is that how it was when I was sold? The director is immediately shocked and surprised by the question. The director, struggling to stand, tries to explain, but she later realizes he's just another villain. So she still doesn't know the truth. The director clutches his chest, tears welling as he calls out his name. Leon sings, hate me if you want, but do you want me to live the rest of my life in guilt? It's not like that. Without turning back, Leon denies everything, singing, no, this is just hypocrisy. The children outside lowered their heads in fear as Leon H. left, saying, you feared me yet still tried to smile. That's proof I once had happy memories. The swing on your arm is still there. I just selfishly wanted to keep this orphanage the way it was. The director explained with a bow, that's what Mrs. Holland told me that day. Now memories of Holy flood Leon H.'s mind. You have the kindest heart of anyone. Don't be afraid. Trust others and smile when you reach out. The headmaster, with a tear-streaked face, suggests, so next time you return, why not bring some sweets that the children like? She also told Leon H. that we should think about a different path together. Leo. Clutching the hunter's badge, Leon H. knew he could never truly be one, but with enough money his past could be erased. Because there's no way to prove the events of the past, the only thing that can be known is the truth. But for someone like me who doesn't even know who my parents are, the truth is as good as nothing. Clutching that hunter badge, he finally smiled. I just want to prove I'm not a monster. I just wanted to prove I wasn't a monster. But suddenly a red light flashed in terror. The basket of sweets fell from his hands as Leon H. could only watch the orphanage burn, but the truth was ultimately consumed by the flames. The church stood tall in the pouring rain, and bright flashes of lightning as a voice echoed from within, speaking of the dark goddess, said to be the goddess of death and endings. Inside the church, M sat with his back turned, speaking in a steady voice, but she never revealed whether there was an afterlife, and I chose to believe there wasn't. Sensing someone behind him, he casually said, it's awkward to meet someone you've killed. Soaked and seething, Leon demanded, why did you do it? At that, Mac put his hands in his pockets, stood up and replied, why? Well, isn't it obvious? That director sold us out to a pervert. Leon, like a madman, lunged forward and grabbed his collar. He shouted, even the teacher doesn't know, but the other man didn't resist, calmly asking, do you really believe that? You're so naive, Leon H., he sneers, frankly criticizing. You just want to believe it. To forgive and find peace, he just wants to wash the blood from his hands. Leon H. doesn't deny it angrily, shouting that even if it's true, it's in the past. Just then, two men with knives appeared behind them, and Mac with a mocking tone laughed and repeated, the past. He screams as if possessed. I remember everything vividly, the light, the scent, the pain. But of course you'd forget so easily because you're a monster who knows no pain. As Mac speaks, the two men with knives rush forward, stabbing Leon H. in a sneak attack. The sharp blades sink deep, and blood pours out as Leon H. grits his teeth thinking about his body. Just then, Mac's voice echoed, you can't move anymore, can you? He coldly watched Leon H. fall to his knees. It's a paralyzing poison commonly used on monsters. I got it from the hunters. As Mac turned away, he said, even those hunters you betrayed to forgive, they won't forgive you either. See, all of this is your fault. As he walks away, he throws back one last line, but at least you won't feel any pain when you die. You should have trusted me until the end. At that moment, Leon H. unleashed a surge of power, expelling the poison and stopping Mac in his tracks. He slowly rose amidst the debris, calmly stating, "There's nothing in this world to trust, and even if I wanted to trust you, I couldn't, but you're the only one." And now Leon H. glances at MC Bao, whom I trusted because he was your friend. He raises a hand to his forehead, laughing mockingly as he asks, "You call that friendship?" With that, Mac turned his face serious and said, "I hate you, I fear you." In a flash, a violent punch landed, and all of M's men were on the ground while he was pinned down and repeatedly punched by Leon H. His face covered in blood, Mac struggles to speak. "What are you doing? It hurts, just kill me." Seeing Leon H.'s fist frozen in the air, he urged, "Don't hesitate." Seeing his hesitation, Mac spoke up again, reminding him that he always hesitated at crucial moments. Just like that day, he couldn't bring himself to finish off that pervert, and Leon H. couldn't hold back his tears. He shouts back, "Don't talk nonsense," but she insists, "It's not nonsense. You beat him with the intent to kill, but when you thought you had, you panicked and ran." Mac recalled that day saying, "But that bastard was still breathing." In that state, he repeated what I once said, "Please save me." That's what he said, as MX raised the knife with a terrifying look. Leon loudly refutes this, calling it a lie. He didn't explain much, only saying, "Yeah, maybe you don't believe me. It could be a lie or it could not be." Despite his bruised face, he smiles, saying, "Seeing you tremble with guilt after killing someone, I wonder, did I ruin your life or did you ruin mine?" The words leave Leon H. momentarily stunned. A moment later, he focused his power into his fist and delivered a devastating blow, the force of which woke everyone nearby. It turns out that punch wasn't aimed at his eyes. Leon H. coldly says, "I don't care what you say, nor do I care about the truth." He rises, declaring, "I ruined my own life, and I killed that pervert myself." Leon H. looks down at them, his eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Long thought to himself, "Get out of here before I kill you all," and the crowd quickly scattered. Leon H. thought to himself, "Truth exists, but as a human I can never be sure of it. I can only believe in assumptions as if they were true. Abandoned by my parents, sold to a pervert, I lived through things that made it impossible to believe in humanity. Good or evil, justice or injustice, I couldn't believe in anything. Everything is man-made. That's why I stand before the goddess. This body should have perished long ago," Leon H.'s voice echoed in the cave. "The goddess of darkness simply kept me alive. I abandoned my life long ago." Holy, still finding it hard to believe, exclaimed that Leo was actually Leon H. He closed his eyes and said, "It's been a while, but we don't have much time." Then he explained their current situation. "We haven't found Gehan even with Phalos in our grasp, and Genovia is planning to complete the Gladius line. Soon the angels will come to stop us." He leaned back, telling everyone, "So go quickly, I'll stay and hold off as many enemies as I can." "What are you saying? You have to come with us," Han shouted in protest. "You've suffered enough for Genovia." Leon H. closed his eyes and turned away. Though reluctant, he had to accept reality. Of course, he wanted to punish those who destroyed the Black Society himself, but part of it no longer belonged to him. He mentions Miss Key, saying she misses him more than he thinks, then points directly at Hanbin, saying Ryu Hanbin is the one who must go. Onprus City, once the origin of the Otherworlders, has become a city, a haven under the Holy Mother Church, and now humanity's last line of defense. On the high platform, Baha reluctantly accepts the truth. "The fate of this city is truly ironic," he said. Chairman B-Man simply smiled in response. "Come now, don't call me president anymore," the humble one said. The survivors at the time were just determined to keep fighting, and looked at me with hopeful eyes. "You are more admirable than people like me. You started building these walls decades ago. Moreover, when reclaiming this city from the Holy Mother Church, no one offered more silent support than the Construction Guild, all thanks to Chairman Batha's vision." Bata slowly steps forward, revealing his inner thoughts. "Just like how I thought the world would end before I died. I'm just a builder building homes where people laugh, cry, argue, but always return." He chuckled softly, calmly, saying, "So I'm building a very large house even though my own son never came back." Bohm then looked over a little surprised and repeated it, puzzled. With the same calm tone, Batha's father said, "I heard he was killed by a fake otherworldly being, who used to be his close friend, yet he still defended his son's killer. That boy from another world isn't entirely to blame. My foolish son addicted him to killing when he tried to protect him from bandits. That poor boy was just like my son. He couldn't bear the guilt and turned to dust. Baman now understands something, and that must be the reason. Mr. Penlet, Ryu Hanbin was the one who helped him, a fact Boss silently acknowledged. Like me, he's just trying to survive a lost soul with nowhere to turn." He looks off into the distance at Sam, the troublemaker. He could have lived a normal life, but he was too good for that. "Enough, I don't plan to die like a dog. You Otherworlders don't believe in gods, so you probably wouldn't understand." Seeing no response, Leon H. glanced over only to find Hanbin stuffing a lump of dirt into his mouth while complaining. "Geez, you talk a lot." While Leon H. was busy chewing dirt, he took the opportunity to explain, "I get it. Like you said, I don't have any religion from my original world. Thanks to embracing Phalos, I'm sick of death itself, but I still pray that my miserable past can help someone, that all my friends are safe, that I don't go to sleep in regret, that I can reach as far as I can, and that I'm not the only one." The Earth Knights, the Yoko Hun tribe, even the common people of Lana, they're all praying. Everyone is trying to survive in their own way. They believe in us. A happy family photo appears in his words. Speaking of which, Hanbin pointed to himself and said to Leon Hart, "And I'm the one chosen by the goddess of darkness you believe in, right? So you have to trust me." He sighed, then chuckled helplessly. "When you left the party on your own, I wanted to beat you to death, but it seems you've finally learned to shoulder responsibility." Han looked ahead confidently, stating, "I have to learn. I've decided to become a Sword King." Moved by their words, Hori wiped her eyes and agreed. "Yes, just a little further, and we'll reach my real body." "Just a little further?" Leon asked, confused. "Why are you crying now?" She laughed, saying it reminded her of the old days. "You can do it, doll, Leo." Leon H speaks up again, asking her not to call him that. Hanine teases him again. "Come on, Leo-chan." He impotently threatens, "I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Gahan ventured deeper inside, clutching his head, a frown etched on his face, feeling as though his mind was shrouded in mist. "I've forgotten something, but what could it be?" Still, he trudges on, telling himself, "I have to find it, even though I don't remember what I'm looking for or even where I am." Suddenly, Gahan sees something, and reaches out to touch a glass case containing a sword, whispering to himself. Gahan picks up the sword, wondering, "What, I thought this was Baotun's sword, why is it here?" Moments later, he turned around, calling out, "Leopard Lord, are you here, Leopard Lord?" Just then Vivi found him and called out, "Gahan, where are you going?" She sternly warned, "I know you're confused, but you're not thinking straight. Please return to your throne. If you abandon it, the shadows protecting the city will lose their power and these people won't be able to defend themselves. In the worst-case scenario, his kingdom would be invaded, and his people would be mercilessly slaughtered by monsters." But Gahan swung his sword, sending her flying into a beam. He refused to believe her, declaring, "My kingdom, my throne, you expect me to believe such lies? A king, I won't forgive you if you continue to tarnish my kingdom and honor." Undaunted, Kivai declared, "Even if your mind crumbles and tries to escape reality, the one who truly sullies that noble honor is none other than you. You have killed countless people for your ambition, even stealing divine power. It is you, Gahan." These words caused Gahan to frown deeply in anger. Looking into Rive's unwavering eyes, he wondered, what absurd lies are these? Yet there's no fear in her eyes, no sign of deceit, but I can't listen anymore. Snapping out of it, Gahan unleashes his sword, sending a powerful blast towards Rive, causing her to turn away as the name Gon echoes in his mind. The voice also makes his sword falter, as Gon thinks to himself it's a familiar voice, yet not one he remembers. It's a voice I've longed to hear. He glances back to see a familiar figure lurking in the shadows. Gon wondered, what is this? R was also stunned, whispering, only Gahan and I should be here. Here she wondered to herself, is she an illusion, and that energy is Omphalose's power? This doesn't feel right. At that moment, a bewitching voice echoed in Gahan's mind. Is she the cause of all this chaos? Dis, who are you? Unseen D's hand forms a control seal, and in a flash, she's gone. Still stunned, Gon shouted, wait. Then he rushed after the illusion, ignoring Rive's pleas to stop. Gahan, you mustn't chase after that illusion. She had no choice but to quickly follow after them. Frustrated, he shouts, seriously, Ryu Hanbin, I didn't see him on the way here. There's only one path, so there's no way I could have missed him. Lucen slowly replied, I understand. Then Effie asked, didn't he come to the World Tree with you? Worried, she asks, why were you beneath the World Tree? He scratches his head annoyed and replies, you think I wanted to. The Earth Knights begged me to investigate, Lucen said with a bit of gloom. Then you should have just come with us from the start. A's mood isn't much better. She continued to question, what exactly are you investigating? La put her hand to her chin and proudly replied, it's the magic of Genenovia. But instead of shock, they innocently ask, what is that a question that makes him jump? Are you kidding me? Then a sudden realization dawns on him and he cries out in alarm. Wait a minute. You say your name is Leslie. I think I've met you somewhere before. But Leslie, unimpressed, simply replied, I really don't remember. Lucen then excitedly spoke up. If you're Mr. Lau and Miss Leslie, you're the ones who appeared on the other side when my brother and I were imprisoned. Lau, agreeing wholeheartedly, exclaimed, that's right, before launching into his own story. That noble thought I was an otherworlder and pushed me onto the battlefield. Luckily I was wearing a mask then. He then laughed boastfully. Otherwise, how could you forget this handsome face? Hearing this, Affy sighed. Yes, it's hard to forget someone so annoying, Lon retorted. What did you say, kid? Speaking of someone who copied my hairstyle, you just had to fire back. What a delusional guy. Leslie covers her face, not wanting to get involved because she remembers everything she killed the fat nobleman, and Lau, unlucky enough to be there, took the blame. Leslie knew this even when Lau was captured by the Black Order, but she chose to remain silent, at least for now. Now Leslie takes the initiative to change the subject. That no longer matters, she analyzes the current situation. La and I started at opposite ends of this facility, and there's only one path left. Even if it's artificial, this is a true maze. And labyrinths always have an artifact at their center. Something so dangerous, Genovia hid it even from Gahan. The stronger the artifact, the more it affects its surroundings just by existing, so we must be careful. Gahan's absence may be due to that uncertainty. Seriously, like the time artifacts in Upper Draconium, they finally got to the heart of the matter. whether or not to give it to Gahan if Min found it. Upon hearing this, Lon suddenly exclaimed, "Huh. Don't tell me you've secretly allied with Gagon from the start." Lucen replies with a laugh, "We haven't, okay?" Enraged, Phi demands, "Why are you speaking for us? Isn't Lao the one hiding something?" Lu retorts for him, taunting impossible. "I'm sure all of Lao's courage fell out with his baby teeth." An indignant Lao says, "Betray me. Do you want me to show you what real betrayal looks like?" Meanwhile, Leslie could only sigh helplessly until her eyes fell upon a metal plate with round holes in the wall. And she quickly noticed something unusual. Immediately, she turned and shouted, "Wait, Lon, stop, it's a trap." But as she spoke, arrows flew, and in a flash, blood splattered as Lon looked on in shock, quickly followed by a bolt of lightning. Effie quickly grabs Lon's shirt, pulling him out of the way. Once they're safe, she throws him down and focuses on the lightning. Long thought, "I can't sense any magic. Is it a mechanical trap?" With that, Effie hurried to the other two. Standing outside the barrier, she calls out, "Lord Lucen, Lady Leslie." Clinging to the wall with one hand and holding Leslie with the other, Lucen replied, "We're here." He breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank goodness." What was he about to say? "What's wrong? Can you guys climb up?" she asked. His hand on the wall trembled. Lucen honestly replied, "I don't think I can right now. I guess I overdid it with the prosthetic hand." Evie quickly breaks the barrier, saying, "Wait, I'll pull you up." Leslie is shocked and shouts to stop her. "No, don't come, there are still traps." As soon as the barrier was broken, a spiked carpet fell from above. Evie rushed over trying to stop it, but it was impossible. Unexpectedly, Leslie flew straight into Evie, while Lucen retracted his prosthetic hand and fell straight into the pit. He quickly yelled, "Keep going, I'll find a way back later." Leslie's eyes widened as she screamed in horror. After a period of freefall, Jiang Lucen hit the bottom of the pit with a resounding crash, sending rocks flying, but luckily, he avoided the thorn mat. Looking up, he muttered, "Looks like I fell pretty far." But as soon as he spoke, something else fell, startling him. Looking at his badly damaged prosthetic arm, Lucen calmly says, "Escaping won't be easy with this arm." Then he gets up, intending to look around, but falling here isn't pleasant. Lucen began to observe his surroundings, remarking discarded rusted weapons, armor with no trace of bodies. Were all the victims here otherworldly? Scratching his head, he chuckled. My brother or Leon H. would analyze the situation first. But behind him, lightning flashed. Quickly, Lucen sensed something and unleashed a lightning-fast strike behind him, shouting, "Who's there?" Suddenly, energy gathered in his hand and even his damaged prosthetic arm reactivated. But they didn't listen to Lucen at all. The sword appeared suddenly, and the prosthetic arm wrapped tightly around his neck. Lucen gritted his teeth, realizing it was a sword formation, and an unidentifiable figure appeared before him. It was Gahan, who clutched his head, wondering, is this the head? Gahan uses his electricity to lift Lucen high into the air, but he can't move. He's controlling the armor. I can't move. A swordsman with this level of power is truly rare. Gahan's image in Lucen's memory has faded. I can't remember Greyhan's face. Faint afterimages appeared in Gahan's mind, leaving him disoriented. Where am I? Losing his composure, he grabbed Lucen's neck and shouted, "Where's the girl in the yellow dress?" Lucen weakly replies that a woman like that would never be in a place like this. Gahan, now completely unhinged, clenches his fist. Are you an assassin sent by the nobles? Or is this a plot by one of the princes? The wire around Lucen's neck tightens and the electric current intensifies, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. Gahan descends further into madness. Is this a political hell meant to imprison me? His face contorts as if he's lost all reason. Who are you? Tell me who sent you. The rope suddenly tightens, bringing tears to Lucen's eyes as he desperately cries out, I don't know, I really don't know what you're talking about. Gahan, regaining a sliver of his senses, releases him and turns away. Lucen collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, his neck bleeding from the strangulation, sweat and tears mingling as he gasped for air. Gahan collapses to the ground, drenched in sweat and trembling, reaching for something just out of grasp as his headache intensifies. I don't know what it is. But the illusion of the girl in the yellow dress appears again. Gahan trembled, reaching out in a desperate attempt, but it was futile. Something lost was just beyond his grasp, and he had to go. Before he could leave, Lucen staggered to his feet. Wait, please stop. He desperately chased after him, clinging to a sliver of hope. That person might know my brother's whereabouts. I have to ask him something. Lucen ran as fast as he could, only to be met by two angel monsters, but unafraid, he drew his sword ready to fight. Angel monsters. He clutches the weapon Gahan left behind and hurries after him. I've lost him. Gahan is completely gone. She recalls the illusion Om Plus had never directly shown his divinity in Radna until now. That surely means the balance of power in Radna has collapsed as Ki runs around hoping to find Gahan. And yet a part of me felt strangely relieved, a body sustained by the dark divine power that Gahan controlled. She recalls the moment he raised his weapon to end her life. If Gahan truly wanted to escape or if he wanted to kill her, she couldn't do anything. As she pondered, Kivier stopped short, a drooling monster blocking her path. Weak as I am, I did my best. Another massive angel monster appears. Even as an incomplete oracle of the goddess, I've given it my all. She told herself that she wanted it to end like this, and as she recalled Hanbin's fighting spirit, she fell into contemplation. The Sword King is invincible, but I know his heart has stopped. The sword in Kivier's hand erupts in fierce flames. She coldly gripped her sword and charged forward, cleaving a monster in two. At least that's what my reason tells me. And so Ki neatly dispatches the monsters, incinerating them in flames, still unable to let go of Hainan. But I still couldn't accept it. He could use divine power to break the rules if he wanted to. Lu remembers a conversation he had with Hanbin, who casually said, "Normally outsiders are helpless against angels, which is why people avert their eyes." Meanwhile, Hanbin sat on the ground with a bump on his head, saying, "Only someone as strong as my brother could do that. I don't have that kind of talent." But Hanbin denied it with a smile. "When it comes to talent, you're much better than me. I'm officially the worst under the rules." Luin bites down on the rope around his arm to keep his sword steady. 2 monsters remain, but he refuses to give up. Just like my brother always said, he had no talent with a sword and hated teaching others. Lucen, undeterred by his injured arm, was more determined than ever. And that's why I trust him, not because of talent. Lucen bravely charges forward, freeing the rope from his mouth. Kim Nu, now one with his will, blazes with a brilliant flame, my brother's sword, the 3 prison draw. The powerful sword strikes, tore the monster to shreds. Behind Lucen, flames erupted, incinerating the remaining monsters. He stood proudly amidst the flames. Who could possibly break my brother's sword? Especially not those cowards. They couldn't do it in 1,000 years. Lu senses another monster lurking nearby. "Even if you hide your presence, I can still sense you. Reveal yourself." From the sky, a creature shrouded in golden light approaches an angel, though its energy is fainter than the others, even while cloaked. Its form is massive, with a pair of hands cradling its face as if monitoring this place. Lucen silently observes. He's coming sword in hand, waiting for his opponent to close in for the attack. Still, some distance away, he misjudges the situation, and the monster swiftly flies past, injuring him before he can react. Blood spurted from his wound, and Lucen cried out in pain. The monster moved with lightning speed. What is this? Its speed is incredible. He turned his head slightly, realizing it was another angelic monster, but it seemed stronger than the previous ones. A halo like a gear surrounds its body. This must be a Gladius type. In a flash, the monster vanishes again. Surveying the wreckage, Lucen quickly assessed the battle scars across the land, realizing it had grown stronger by absorbing otherworldly beings. Luin could only try to sense its path, and it was just as he suspected. Its power far surpasses that of any other angel. The energy is immense. It must be the guardian deity of this place. He stood up resiliently. It was indeed a blessing. After all, he had already fallen behind. Luin resolves to fight the monster to the death, hoping to buy enough time for the others. "Even if I can't win, I'm taking at least one of your arms with me, as I die with you." Just then, a barrage of lightning swords flew in. Luin watched in astonishment as they flew past him, piercing the monster and triggering a space-shattering explosion. He vaguely recognized it, the demon sword art. Let's go back to Gahan's past. The day his mother went into labor was a day of heavy rain, her hands trembling as she gripped the rope tied to the head of the bed for strength. The water basin on the floor is empty, and no one has replaced it. Only a midwife and a servant are by her side. Her screams echoed through the room as the midwife offered constant encouragement. "Just a little more, my lady." The midwife was extremely anxious. "I see the baby's head." The mother, drenched in sweat, exhausted and in pain, still pushes with all her might to bring her child into the world. The carriage wheels raced along the road. The night was dark. The rain poured and thunder roared, but the carriage pressed on, hurrying home. Edward sat inside, his heart ablaze with worry. Couldn't they go faster? The coachman hurriedly explained, "I can't see ahead, so I can't go any faster, sir." The butler reassured him, "Sir, I understand your concern, but the madam is strong, and will surely give birth to a healthy child." This calmed Edward's nerves somewhat. "Yes, you're right." The butler continued talking to distract him. "Have you thought of a name yet?" Edward hesitated. "Well, I had one in mind, but I'm not very good at naming things." The coachman's voice startled him. "Sir, I see the mansion ahead." As the carriage arrived at the mansion, a lightning bolt struck the house, an ominous sign, piercing not only the rain but also Edward's heart. His mind racing, he rushed to his wife's room, the butler following close behind, but it was too late. That thunderclap echoed in his heart throughout Gahan's childhood. When Gahan was a child, Edward wordlessly snatched the sword from his hands and delivered a stinging slap. The butler rushed in, but it was too late. Enraged, he pointed at Gahan and roared, "How many times must I tell you to inherit and rule the territory? If you have time to play with swords, you have time to study," Edward growled. "Do you understand, Gahan?" Gahan, his cheek red, sadly lowered his head and quietly replied, "Yes, sir." The butler watched the boy with pity, as Gahan quietly called out, "Father." As Edward left, Gahan finally broke down, and only the butler remained, gently wiping away his tears. "My father hates that I use my powers because they manifested at birth and caused my mother's death." Edward walked away, fist clenched, leaving behind a lonely and sorrowful figure. After that, father lived the rest of his life alone. He said it was to fulfill his duty as a lord, as Edward embraced the portrait of his beautiful, smiling mother. The butler could only stand silently behind him. "He must have loved my mother as much as he hated me." Gon closed his eyes, embracing the painting, hoping to find a trace of his mother's warmth, while Edward coldly uttered a pitiful remark. A voice echoes, pulling us from the memory to another time. Thank you. Two people knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly, expressing their gratitude. Gahan waved it off. It was nothing really. But they were deeply grateful for Gahan's life-saving act. No young master has ever defeated a monster at such a young age. It's truly astonishing. If it weren't for him, we surely would have perished. At this time, Gahan was still a cheerful, blushing young boy. It was in that moment that I decided helping others was my purpose in life. Time passed, and a boar-like monster appeared. Gahan had grown, and with his sword and strength he headed toward his goal. I wanted to help as many people as possible, and it was then that he met his kindred spirit. Prepare yourself, I'm going to kill you. That was the first time Gahan and Barros met, and then I met him. They were complete opposites. Gahan still held some worry and hesitation in his eyes. But Barros looked certain and determined fearlessly, charging forward, while Gahan stared in awe at Vantera's solid frame, an endless obsession with power. Barros carried a burning gaze full of passion for his goal, a goal to become the strongest, which sounded absurd, yet I felt he could actually achieve it. Gahan watched Barros' power in awe, and with that power he believed they could do more than just help others. Gahan had a bold thought they could change the world. He returned home to a familiar sight, a resounding slap from Edward. A woman begs him on her knees, but this world is no fairy tale. Please, I beg you, a plague is spreading through the village. All the young men are bedridden, and Barros turns and walks away. While Gahan hesitated at the woman's plea, the elf noble said, "If monsters attack now, we won't stand a chance. Not with your help, Hunter." His discomfort was evident. Choosing one thing meant abandoning another. An elven noble, Zheng Sheng, inquired hunters, "How long do you intend to delay?" The balance of power has shifted entirely to the elves, neglecting the commoners. If those criminals escape while you stand idly by, you'll be the ones who pay the price later. Gahan berote Zerovia, and the elven noble entered the forest. He embraced Zerovia, and they rode together on horseback as Barros, a bit disgruntled, felt the elf's request didn't seem urgent at all. So why did they refuse the girl's request? The elf noble didn't even hear Barros, too busy teasing Zerovia on horseback. Gahan explained, "That small village is the one desperately in need of our help, but it would only be a temporary fix." Meanwhile, Zerovia happily played with the elf noble, oblivious to their conversation. Gahan continued explaining that using this mission to call for investment in a hunters' association would be more beneficial in the long run. They venture deeper into the forest where Gahan discovers a vine-covered cave and curiously enters. Elves with their long lifespans are often very conservative, and here he found Holin and other NM girls. Her hands were bound, she was covered in mud, and her eye was injured. Gahan was lost in thought. Even with slavery gone from society, it still exists in their culture, and a slave who dares to strike their master cannot be forgiven. Holian was afraid of being found, and bit her lip as she looked at Gahan. So the criminal was a runaway slave. Judging by her condition, she must have escaped after severe abuse. Is Gahan closing his eyes to ponder, or is he justifying his actions? Behind Gahan, Barot punches the elven nobleman, catching his guards off guard. The nobleman is floored, and the guards draw their swords. "Damn it, I hate dealing with troublesome things," Barros scowls. Zerovia West with his pipe sighs in annoyance. "Who's the one making things complicated?" Gahan smiled as he stood summoning his power to shield everyone. After all, our only request was to find these people. Gahan thought to himself, that man always finds a way to complicate things. Hori was moved to tears by the rescue, and Gahan felt that befriending Barot was the right thing to do. But it was thanks to that we were able to save Holan, who didn't hesitate to help them save the villagers. Meanwhile, Zerovia guided the villagers as they lined up for treatment, and with her power we saved the village from the epidemic. More than that, it became the pioneering place to establish a small hunter association, and Holan became happier. Gahan questioned his recent actions. Were they luck or a correct instinct? After a long silence, he spoke. "Barros, things may have gone smoothly this time, but don't think your reckless actions will always turn out this way. Even this time, things only worked out because that elven noble didn't really have any power." Barros replied casually, "I know I didn't act because I thought it would be okay." Gahan sighed. "Then perhaps you shouldn't have been that way to begin with." Barros was always honest, and Gahan returned the sentiment with a smile. He's not one for fancy words, but within his clumsy speech lies a deep trust, as Gahan, Barros, Zerovia, and Holan form a party and happily continue their journey. Just one sentence brought me more comfort than I thought, and allowed me to stop hesitating. Rose petals fluttered across the arena. Beneath the arena, Gahan and Barros put on a show for the audience, and Gahan emerges victorious. The announcement rings out, the match is over. The winner is Gahan. A thrilling match between Radna's strongest teams leaves Barros disgusted. What a pointless display. Gahan cheerfully put his arm around Barros, reminding him, "But it's all for the greater good." The noble lady swooned over Gahan while others lamented Baroto's defeat just as Gahan's group intended. There are far too few hunters in Radna compared to the number of monsters, and to expand the hunter associations we need the investment of the nobility. With the performance concluded, Zerovia, representing the group, appealed for support while Holan, unaccustomed to such a crowd, could only shyly bow in thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we implore you to support the hunter associations. If you wish to fund magical tools or research, please seek out Genovia. With more hunter associations, more people can be saved from monsters. Gahan felt happy to have teammates by his side, gradually achieving his goals. No need to rush. More hunter associations are emerging, and the world seems to be getting better. That's what Gahan thought. Or so he thought as a man in a wheelchair was pushed toward Gahan. In the bustling crowd, his father was pushed forward by the butler, both of them looking much older. Gahan was shocked to see him. Gahan wondered why his father had come all this way. Well, the father and son sat down to talk, and Edward inquired about his well-being. "Are you in good health?" Gahan awkwardly replied. "Yes." The air fell silent, and after so many years apart, neither knew what to say. Edward spoke again. "The Hunters Guild seems to be thriving." Gahan politely returns the sentiment, attributing it to his comrades and everyone's support. Edward concedes, saying it's because Gahan and his comrades set a good example, the first time Edward has acknowledged and understood Gahan's actions since his birth. He raised his teacup and said softly, "You've worked hard." Edward took a sip of tea, each lost in their own thoughts. He shows his concern once more. "Do you have a girlfriend yet?" Gahan, holding his teacup, said evenly, "I've been too busy with work to even think about it." Edward chuckled. "Is that the only thing you inherited from me?" "Ha." Gahan forced a smile. Ha. But just for a moment, Edward returned to his serious demeanor, speaking to Gahan. "Gahan, I don't have much time left." Gahan paused with his teacup in hand. He frowned slightly at the news, lost in thought. Edward awaited a response, but Gahan's decision remained unchanged. He would not inherit the territory. Edward was saddened, as if he'd anticipated the answer. "I know." Gahan listened in silence as Edward continued to persuade him. "But recently the people of the territory have been uneasy due to the appearance of outsiders. And in this situation, I cannot leave the Lord's seat vacant." Gahan journeyed to a desolate, frigid place, his father's words echoing in his mind. "This land will fall into the hands of my daughter's husband." Dry Gahan, cloaked and hooded, passed a disabled man. But before that happened, there was one last request. "I want you to personally go to Drayo's territory and meet him. Gahan's first stop should be the Hunters Guild, and then you can decide for yourself." Gahan pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to be met with a sight that left him stunned. Above the quest board, a man with a loudspeaker cheerfully announces tasks as commoners below scramble for guild commissions. Gahan thought back to the guild's original purpose, to protect the weak. Back then, each guild branch operated independently, and those unarmed citizens risked their lives for a mere reward. The poor risked their lives against unknown monsters for exorbitant sums of money, and Gahan frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Gahan rushed to his uncle, insisting this couldn't continue. Hunter Guild rules alone weren't enough to stop such recklessness. Gahan worried for the weak citizens, and Lord Drayo needed to intervene personally. Legal regulations are needed for commoners to enter the labyrinth, but contrary to his worries, Drayo remained calm. Standing at the window, Drayo laid out his reasoning. Hunter City would provide everything from weapons and armor to valuable items like maps and medicine. Drayo realized this would bring in money merchants and taxes, while the people would happily buy equipment and hunt monsters for rewards. Drayo believes he's also giving them a chance to rise in society, as he turns to Gahan. "Would anyone truly blame me if they died? You may have a talent for invention, but politics are clearly not your forte." Hearing this only fueled Gahan's rage, but he was powerless. "It was then I realized that the Hunters Guild alone could not change this world, and the river of the past continued to flow. Soon after, my father passed away. Two opposing forces, fire and ice, clashed brilliantly in the sky. Gahan battled Barros, seeking solace from his helplessness, realizing he could defend justice with his sword but not create it. And it was then that Gahan made a decision to bring justice and righteousness. To Radna, being a lord wasn't enough. He would lead the entire empire. Gahan reached out to Barros, wanting him to join him on this path. "My sword stops here, but help me, Barros. Your strength could change the world." Barros readily agreed. "Yes." Barros drew his sword, a trace of blood still clinging to the blade. But first Gahan turns to Barros, whose eyes are now burning with the fire of battle, and says, "I want to challenge you." Gahan couldn't understand Barros's motives, but he charged into battle as well. "Barros, will you keep fighting until you're utterly exhausted?" Barros is stabbed in the palm, the other blade piercing his wrist and chest. Gahan continued to explain that the world doesn't run on willpower, but Barros quickly broke free and summoned a red sword to continue fighting. Gahan believes that without power, he is nothing, and Genovia and Holian are unable to stop them. Holian could only use her power to heal, as Barros turned and left, and Gahan dropped his sword, begging Barros. "Please, Barros," he pleaded. "I've come this far because everyone followed my stubbornness, but I feel like my sense of justice alone can't change anything." Barros bit his lip as Gahan said, "I need a stronger sword." Barros pulled the sword from his chest. "Gahan, you're strong. Your ambition isn't a pipe dream." Barros threw the bloodied sword to the ground, "But my sword is too light." Gahan, Genovia, and Holian sat sadly in the forest after Barros's departure. Gahan, still kneeling, berates himself, "I'm not strong enough." But he remains determined to follow his chosen path. He knelt, pledging his allegiance to the Empire, a decision he made knowing a mere lord couldn't change the world, so he surrendered his territory and family. Gahan believed his decision was right, the first step toward a greater choice. Gahan stood beside the Empire's king like a mere lackey. But then an unexpected turn of events occurred when a close aide to the king appeared. Everyone in the Empire looked down on Gahan. In the eyes of the officials and princes, I was nothing but a nuisance. Perhaps that's why Gahan sits at his desk head in his hands surrounded by a mountain of documents. They're dumping countless irrelevant documents on me. But that became an opportunity, as these documents helped him grasp the Empire's true state. The Empire was vast but riddled with problems, ineffective policies, corruption, and scandals hidden from view. The king frowned as he read the memorial Gahan had presented. Many of these problems concern my family's territory, so I couldn't ignore them. I did what was necessary. After reading the report, the king was furious, blood vessels popping in his eyes as a sharp dagger pressed against Gahan's neck. The 8th prince furiously pinned Gahan against the wall, snapping, "Don't you know your place? How dare you interfere with my affairs?" he said, his face filled with murderous intent. "Do you know what father said to me because of you? Even my brothers don't meddle in such affairs." Unafraid, Gahan effortlessly used his power to bend the dagger before him, leaving the 8th prince in stunned silence. The 8th prince, now fearful, says, "I didn't mean to interfere. I was just investigating military corruption related to troop movements." Gahan crushed the dagger to dust his face, menacing, his tone calm, yet terrifying the 8th prince. "Your brothers? I didn't know the other princes were involved in this." The 8th prince paled as he denied it. What are you talking about? Spare me the nonsense." Gahan remained calm. "That puts my mind at ease." The 8th prince's face twisted with rage, but he was powerless against Gahan, who calmly walked away, leaving the prince's curses echoing behind him. "Do you think you're special? You've made an enemy of me, my brothers, and the entire nation." Gahan entered his office, realizing the 8th prince's warning was true. His office had been ransacked, documents destroyed, and scattered everywhere. Someone deliberately lost the documents in my office, and Gahan's subordinates died without reason. My subordinates who participated in the investigation have disappeared for inexplicable reasons, or committed suicide. Gahan was put on trial for false charges. I was constantly slandered with trivial matters. Gahan walked alone with his choices, forgetting why we came this far, isolated, thrown into ruin, enduring countless accusations and endless petitions until His Majesty finally gave up. Gahan descends further into darkness, and before him, white chrysanthemums bloom in his memory. White chrysanthemums flickered in his memory, both a veil and a missing piece. Gahan stood beside a girl in a yellow dress in a romantic garden, but her face was hidden by the flowers. Gahan couldn't remember who she was at all, as chrysanthemums continued to flood his memory. Gahan clutches his head in pain, desperately trying to hold on to her image, repeatedly calling out her name. What is this? Gahan felt a strange familiarity with the girl in the distance, yet his memory was a complete blank. Who was she? Why can't I remember? Gahan clutches his head in pain. My head hurts so much. Gahan recalls the good times, fighting alongside Barot when everything was so clear and simple. Lucen, attacked by the angelic monster, is injured, and cries out in pain, his scream pulling Gahan back to reality. He recalled Barot's words. If it were truly serious, he would have stopped it. And the same goes for the other way around. A surge of electricity erupts behind Lucen, striking the monster. Gahan approached as Lucen, lying on the ground, called out to him, "Gahan." The angelic monster was pinned to the cliff by Gahan's lightning swords. Gahan speaks, "A monster I've never seen before." Gahan uses his strength to pull the sword from the ground, even as the hunter tries to drag his enemy down with him. I truly don't understand what's happening anymore. Lucen lay on the ground, staring blankly at Gahan. With a cold introduction, Gahan declared, "I am Leek, the former Hunter King." In that moment, Gahan felt like himself again. "Remember me as Thunder." Gahan solemnly introduced himself to Lucen. "Remember me as Thunder." Hearing that name, he couldn't help but admire him. "Thunder, that sounds so cool." Lucen immediately jumps up and replies, "Lord Thunder, thank you for your help." Hearing this, Gahan corrected himself, calling him Thunder instead, and the two continued to bicker back and forth. "I think it's a bit rude to use someone's full name upon first meeting them. That's not my real name." "Oh, is that so?" Gahan quickly returned to the matter at hand. "So what was that monster? I've never seen anything like it before." Lucen explained that the angel belonged to the Gladius lineage. He stared intently at the figure before him. "It's my first time seeing one too." Seeing the angel recover, Lucen couldn't help but marvel at its extraordinary regenerative abilities. After observing it for a while, he made a silent deduction. Furthermore, it seemed to be using a different kind of energy than the 4 major RNAs. Activating that energy allows it to sharpen its feathers into blades, nearly as sharp as sword energy. And while they discuss this, it's already recharging, preparing to attack again. Speed seems to be its greatest strength, and Lucen immediately raises his guard. "If we let our guard down, our heads will be cut off in an instant, so we have to aim for its weakness." But before he could finish, Gahan rushed forward. In a flash, his sword cleaves the angel's head clean off, sending it flying. Lucen was astonished by the speed, unable to even follow it with his eyes, but Gahan calmly stated that it wasn't that fast. But as he spoke, it suddenly closed in on Lucen, and even with its head severed, it didn't die. Seeing this, Gahan pointed towards him. A bolt of lightning instantly throws Lin away, helping him dodge the attack, and the angel crashes hard into the ground. Gahan realized how it attacks, targeting distant enemies and ignoring him. Even though I was close enough to strike, it seemed to have a clear target in mind. Frustrated by its failed plan, Gahan turned to Lucen and asked, "Do you know why?" He shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure either, but I have a feeling it sees those from other worlds as prey." Hearing this, he summoned his swords and replied, "I see. I wanted to capture it alive if possible, but I have no other choice." With that, Gahan commanded his swords to strike the angel, who swiftly dodged the barrage. Watching the angel evade the attack, he grew anxious. Its movements suggested it knew it couldn't change direction mid-flight. Did it learn that just from observation? Suddenly, something appears shocking Gahan as a figure lurks in the distance, shrouded in darkness. This sends him into a panic as the angel closes in. Gahan swiftly strikes with his sword, obliterating the creature, sending its body crashing into the ceiling. The angel was floored by the powerful blow, but within seconds it recovered and prepared to unleash its energy. Gahan reacted quickly, summoning a shield just as the attack landed. Luin asks worriedly, "Are you okay? You don't look so good." He reassured her, "I'm fine, but besides that it can attack from a distance and regenerate quickly." Gahan silently assessed the angel, realizing it could easily dodge their ranged attacks, and using swordsmanship is too dangerous. This puts him in a difficult position. What a troublesome monster. Lucen was confused by Gahan's words, as he believed that in close combat his skill and level would give him a complete advantage. And yet he doesn't. But then he realizes the angel is targeting him, that he's trying to find a way to protect him. Luin paused for a moment, making a silent decision, and then suddenly revealed something to Gahan. "The halo is its weakness." Gahan replied in surprise. "What?" Lucen explained, "That angel has a golden ring inside its body, that's its halo. If we can break through its regeneration and destroy it, we can kill it." Gahan asked, puzzled. "Didn't you say you just met it?" "Why should I believe you?" Lucen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Because I'm from another world." He slowly approached him, and the sight before Lucen was terrifying. Another world, and Gahan was radiating a thick, murderous aura. He asked in a low voice, "You're really from another world?" At that moment, the angel unleashed another burst of energy. A terrifying explosion erupts, sending debris flying everywhere. Lucy quickly tries to escape, but the angel relentlessly pursues. This forces him to use his powers as the components on Lucen's hands separate, and a surge of blue electricity rushes toward the angel. Just as its claws were about to strike, the power from those components restrained the angel. Then, through the dust, a dark figure emerged. It fell right into our trap. Gahan watched with glee as his enemy was ensnared. Though risky, it was a good plan. "What's your name?" Lucen sighs in relief. "Jiang Lucen." Gahan promised, "I'll remember that name." He suddenly turned to the angel, saying, "I've heard you lot are intelligent." Gahan pressed him. "What have you done with my memories? Is all of this your master's doing? Did Ongfa set this up? I'll release the seal on your mouth, so just answer my question." As he said this, the seal on the angel's mouth began to break, and as soon as it replied, "Anyone whose name is not in the Book of Life will be thrown into the lake of fire." The angel continued to speak at length. "Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God. It babbled on, prepared like a bride adorned for her husband. Then I heard a loud voice from outside. This is God's dwelling among mankind. He will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them. God will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there will be no more death, mourning, crying, or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. Behold, I make all things new." Then he said, "Write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true." And he said to me, "It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give freely from the spring of the water of life to anyone who is thirsty. Those who triumph will inherit all this. I will be their God, and they will be my children." On another planet, teeming with tentacles, the entire world suddenly turned crimson. Amidst the crimson land, a pristine white structure emerges, a magnificent fortress, standing tall. Inside, Cassie Zen intently monitors the readings on the screen. "We're 38 minutes from Redna's eclipse, and we've entered its gravitational field. We're approaching Radna's minimum distance, the closest approach being about 9,000 kilometers." After hearing the report, Omlas ordered, "Use the thrusters, stabilize in the current orbit with uniform motion." Cassie Zahn quickly followed the instructions on the screen when he suddenly noticed something. He curiously approached for a closer look. The Earth was surrounded by a bright quantum layer, a massive Radna quantum wave, an enormous amount of high-density data. As Cassie Xian finished speaking, that quantum stream shot straight towards the planet Divinity, a force enveloping an entire world. He was powerless in the face of this sudden arrival. Kasian's entire body was petrified, as Oplas spoke somberly. "Is this a final struggle, or a negotiation?" The creator goddesses emerge from the void above. The goddesses appear one by one, and Antia wastes no time in berating him. "You impostor, you deceiver, the predator of this dying world, Omlas the First, the goddess of light from Redna, warn you." She sternly rebuked Plus, stating that destroying and absorbing pure worlds was a violation of the rules. and according to the divine balance, creators and destroyers cannot attack each other. He retorted, "It wasn't me but your creation that attacked the goddess of darkness, have you forgotten? It was the mortals who believed Radna's hero had done it," Plaus added, offering his reasoning. "I also didn't directly attack a goddess, so I didn't break any rules. On the contrary, I acted to protect you from your own corrupted creations." He turned and blamed the goddesses. "In short, I regret to say that your creations defiled and attacked Radna, and I have a duty to destroy the corrupted world." The goddess of nature, hearing this, found him absurd. "Omplas, it seems your evaluation process has gone awry. We know you're behind their corruption," he sneered. "Knowing who's behind it, testing creation, is part of a god's duty. Isn't it your process, sisters, that's truly flawed?" Plaus stepped forward, taunting them. "You arrogant fools call yourselves goddesses, yet you are not all-powerful. Even with 6 of you, protecting just one world is too much. But I am different. I will become a true god," Blois said grimly, "just as our creator once did." Jason couldn't help but shout in response. "You intend to recreate the apocalypse to ascend to godhood, how absurd." She couldn't contain her rage, unleashing her flames, as she rebuked him, saying that even if he imitated angels and ruled over other beings, he would never possess the divine essence of creation. He was merely mimicking what had been recorded in the past. Plaus was no different as he began to reveal his true form. "Indeed, Jason was right, I lack the divine essence of creation," Plaus continued, "but it exists within your creations, those born from that essence, the divine essence of creation." With that, desire began to swell within him. "So, if I were to obtain the essence of a human body," the ambitious Oplus declared, "I will become a true god possessing both destruction and creation. The birth of a new god is the ultimate desire of all gods," he confidently assures, "and I can achieve it." Lamanna remained firm in her disagreement, stating that regardless of its feasibility, she could not accept his methods. Plaus asks, curious, "Why is that?" Lamanna calmly responded that she couldn't sacrifice the countless lives of Redna, a statement that he found utterly laughable. "You dare speak of the sanctity of life before me? I have destroyed more worlds than there are stars in the galaxy." Plaus continued his criticism, stating that they, the creators themselves, were the ones who disregarded life. He bluntly pointed out their sins. Mortals are born without consent, endure pain to survive, and whether they want to or not, Omus emphasized sternly, they still die in fleeting moments. Lanana listened in silence. In that endless cycle, Rana alone has witnessed the deaths of 200 billion sentient beings, and that number will only continue to grow. He continues to ramble on, but now through the world tree the Gladius chain will be born, and the number of mortal lives they will take, but exist from another world, is about 2 billion. Plaus indignantly points out the angels' crimes, saying that for the sake of the new tomb of gods, they have imposed death and sacrificed 200 billion lives through their creations. He continues belittling others to elevate himself, claiming he will become a true god, ending death and suffering at the cost of only 2 billion lives. "So wouldn't that make me the one who truly cherishes life?" The goddess of nature and wind spoke up, feigning innocence. As Prelu said, a life cycle can't be defined by numbers alone. Ignoring them, Omus offered numbers and even gods are never absolute truth. "If you abandon Radna now, I'll grant your creations a painless death." He continued laying out his terms. "I'll even return Kivriel Antia's twin sister, and you can create the next world. It's a good deal." Antia considered his words a happy memory flashing in her mind, but after careful thought, she refused outright. "We refuse. Our creations have not given up on life, and they will not abandon the world tree." Hearing this, Omplus couldn't help but curse their foolishness. He suddenly waves his hand, unleashing a surge of dark energy. Creation cannot stop destruction. It is the truth of the universe. The energy surged toward the planet only to be instantly annihilated, but the White Tower crumbled and Cassian returned to normal. As Zhang Chensheng slowly came to an end, he asked Lord Omplus, "Is something the matter?" Seeing his good mood, Cassian couldn't help but wonder, "You seem happy." Plaus reveals, "I've confirmed the goddesses are unaware of my plan. Lucen's angels have been killed, and they wield a dark blue power. When the object has not recovered its memories and longs to die by its own will, that will be the moment of descent. A grand plan nurtured by Omplus is about to be set in motion." Lucy frowned as his hair was pulled. He asked Leslie, "Why do you need my hair for Gahan's mission?" She replied curtly, "Tracking skill," which only made Lucen more curious. Hadn't he even bothered to read the skill guide? Leslie patiently explains that tracing uses genetic information like blood or hair to reveal a direction. Lucen finally understands, so she'll always be able to find him. Leslie fidgeted with the vials, then her face reddening, she shyly asked, "What about you?" Fi eavesdrops on their conversation with interest. "Do you agree with that?" "What do you mean?" Lucen's response stunned both girls. "I'm fine with it." A was frustrated by his lack of tact. "That tracking skill is a fatal weakness for my assassin skill tree. But if it's Miss Leslie, I don't mind." Leslie couldn't help but shout, "No, that's not what I meant." She pulls out the remaining vial, shyly stating her intentions. "My hair. Isn't that what you need? Not my money." Back in the present, Lucen stares intently at the guiding vial Leslie gave him. "If we go this way, we should be able to reunite with my comrades." Seeing this, Gehan couldn't help but exclaim, "You people from another world are truly impressive, able to use such high-level techniques without being spirit summoner mages." Hearing that, he just chuckled, saying the woman he was looking for had probably met up with his comrades. He suddenly changed the subject. "The owner of that hair must not want to lose you. Lovers, perhaps?" Lucy's face flushed at Gon's question. There it is. A tender image flashed in his mind, and seeing Lucian's reaction, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You're the type to wear your heart on your sleeve?" he suddenly asked Gon in return. "Is that so? Is the Thunder Lord engaged?" He calmly replied that he hadn't had that kind of luck in this lifetime. Hearing that, Lucine was surprised. "No way. Is he done letting him guess?" Gon warns Lucine to watch his words, tapping him on the head with a brick. He earnestly advised him, "I kept moving forward, letting things like marriage pass me by. Jiang Lucin, if you don't want to end up like me, then treat her well." Lucin sensed something different about him. Though Panan, he didn't seem to hate outsiders. Gon calmly replies, "I know you didn't choose to fall into Radna, but that doesn't mean I like you. To most Radna, you only bring chaos." His next words stunned Lucin. The rulers see the Outlanders as an asymmetric force, or so, I believe. He lost his composure, shouting, "Asymmetrical power? You mean they're using us in Radna's war?" But why? Gehan patiently explained to Lucin. "You otherworldly beings probably don't know much about the war in Radna. Just a few swordsmen who can use force, a battle mage, an awakened warrior with ki, just a small group who can control the four powers is enough to change the course of the war. Those who awaken and wield the four powers are that valuable. But you can also use all kinds of magic and skills without limitation, not just the four powers, Radna's strongest resources." He voiced his opinion. "I don't agree with calling it asymmetrical power, but I acknowledge your high strategic potential." Lucin agreed with Gehan. "Of course, our power is almost like cheating. It's an unfair advantage indeed, but despite the benefits, something still troubles him. If we otherworldly beings kill in war to level up, become addicted to killing and lose control, the thought makes Lucin question the point of it all. What meaning would the war even have then? Everyone dies in the end. Friend and foe alike." Gon sympathized with Lucin's words, understanding them all too well. "That's why I filed a complaint against using outsiders for war, but the result was disappointing. You want an international treaty banning the militarization of outsiders. What a joke." Gon recalled the contemptuous looks on their faces. He thought even border nobles had some decency, but what could he expect from a rat from the dungeon acting like he knew the situation? The judge's declaration at that moment left Gehan utterly disappointed. Accused Gehan, despite being a royal knight, attempted to tarnish the nation's honor with his policies against the Outworlders and his plot to weaken the empire, and so he received an utterly absurd punishment: execution for treason. But because Prince Laquat pleaded for leniency, the defendant will be stripped of his position. Court is adjourned. Gon spoke helplessly. In the end, it was all for naught. People always choose the coins at their feet over the paradise on the horizon, and Lucy was furious at his use of her. Perhaps it was waking up in this strange place, but just hearing that made my blood boil. He suddenly suggested, "Why don't you join us, the Knights of the Earth?" Gehan asked bewildered Earth Knights. Lucin showed him their emblem, explaining that they were all from different worlds, but they had sworn to only fight monsters and evil outsiders. "Even with a blade to our throats, we would never harm the people of Radna." Gehan stared intently at the shining emblem. Seeing him standing there, Lucin asked again, "What do you think about that?" Thunderclap Gehan suddenly burst out laughing. "Are you trying to recruit me? This reaction is unexpected." "No, I'm serious. We do it for justice." Hearing this, Gehan's attitude suddenly turned serious. "Justice, you say?" He sternly lectured Lucin, saying that justice isn't something to be pursued, but something to be seized. Without power, justice is meaningless. Gehan, radiating a dark aura, asks, "What if I become your enemy? Are you strong enough to stop me?" His hands tightened on Lucin's shoulders. But he confidently affirmed, "Of course he would. The person I serve is my brother, and he's the strongest." Gehan's demeanor gradually returned to normal upon hearing this. "Speaking of strong people, I know someone like that too." Lucin excitedly replies, "Then can you invite that person to join us as well?" He just chuckled, saying, "I'm not sure. I don't know if that person will listen to me." Gehan added, "I've already shown him too many embarrassing sides of myself." Hearing this, he reassured him, saying that if the person was a friend of the Thunderclap swordsman, they would surely be understanding. At that moment, the door opened, and Lucin exclaimed, "You're all here." Seeing them pouring energy into something, he was surprised. But Lin curiously eyed the glowing memory tube. "Is that an artifact?" Leslie asked, relieved to see him. "Jiang Lucin, you're safe." Her eyes shifted to the person next to Lucin, and she asked, "But who is that beside him?" Kiwi is also surprised by Gehan's appearance. Seeing their reaction, Luin sensed that something was wrong. "Why are you?" He stood frozen, as if Gehan recognized a familiar presence within the artifact, the figure of a fragile girl sitting there. Meanwhile, cheers erupted, as Hanbin supported Leon H., urging him on. "Almost there." "Yeah, I see it too." Holin excitedly pointed towards the light ahead. "I can feel it. My Grana is that way." In that room, everything was covered in a forest of white flowers, and in the center was a carefully preserved body. She exclaimed happily, "That's the room with my real body." A sleeping body is encased by roots, and they quickly retrieve it from its cage. Holy happily tells her real body, "It sounds strange to say this to my own soul, but I'm so glad you're safe." The real body happily replies, "I'm even more grateful that my other half has returned, but why did you wake me up instead of Genovia?" Hearing her question, she hesitated, replying that some things were hard to explain. The original body asked worriedly, "Is the situation really that bad?" Suddenly it focuses its attention on Leonhardt and Hanbin, ignoring the others. The two men exchange curious glances. "Is that condensed energy in your chest replacing your heart? Using a powerful skill will drain it and it'll disappear." Yes, and the two continued to talk for a while. "That's fortunate, at least. Unlike Barot, you still have a heart to heal." That's true, but Hanbin seemed distracted during their conversation, piquing Leon H's curiosity. "Now that Holy's soul has recovered, she can revive even a beheaded chicken, so you should be able to as well." "Why are you so out of it?" He expresses his intuition to Leon H. "I have a bad feeling going back to Holian." Upon hearing the whole story, the original body cried out in astonishment. "Gahan Vaya is the enemy. Omlao working for Lam. That's laughable." She reassured him softly, saying it's understandable that he doesn't believe it. "I didn't believe it at first either, but once we're fully merged, you'll understand through the memories I've experienced." And so they began their merging process, only to be interrupted by Hanin. "Wait a minute." Leon H. suddenly spoke up, questioning her. Before they merge, there's something he needs to verify, a question about a nickname that leaves the entity stunned. "Do you remember my nickname? If you're truly Holion, you should know it." Faced with this interrogation, it was immediately at a loss. "Leon singing a nickname, huh?" Hanbin chimes in, "Right, you taught Leon soul magic at the orphanage, didn't you?" He threatens Chen Shu's doppelganger. "Don't tell me you don't remember," Hyan confidently states. "Of course I remember. Leon H. is the only child I ever taught spirit magic." With those words, all eyes turn to the entity. He simply smiles, and after a moment, the cheerful doppelganger offers a reply. Leon H's nickname is Leo, right?" Leon H. smiled in satisfaction upon hearing that. Bin no longer seemed hostile, and Hien happily spoke. "That's right." But in that brief moment, Hanbin mercilessly sliced through the doppelganger. Everything happened so fast it didn't expect it, and the bewildered entity cried out. Why, Hanbin's blade had taken a part of it, and the rest was sent flying. Leonhardt spoke up, explaining, "We're in enemy territory. I assumed you'd be eavesdropping on our conversation." Holan also pointed out the flaw in its answer, saying, "I didn't know that boy back then was her. You should have feigned surprise at the correct answer." They directly exposed the one behind the avatar, Genovia. Hearing this, Genovia didn't hide it any longer. "So you've finally started using your head?" The controlled body sits up straight, and she continues with a mocking tone. "I thought you were just an idiot," Hanbin thought, assessing his enemy. "Is this a remotely controlled puppet? But I can sense Holan's spirit here as well." He bluntly asks where Holian's real body is, prompting Zenovia to sneer. "Are you just asking now? You've been feeling it all around you, haven't you?" Hearing this, Holian seems to realize something. As she revealed the truth, the ceiling suddenly began to shake violently. To protect the world, she had chosen to become the world tree's nourishment. Unbeknownst to her, she poured every last drop of her energy into creating the Gladius. And as she spoke, a legion of monstrous angels descended. They immediately raised their guard. "The Gladius lineage, they have begun to awaken." Seeing them surrounded, Genovia sneered, "I will do anything to save the world tree. If my power can help the world, then I'm content." "Ah," continues with a contemptuous attitude, laughing as she speaks, "a saint, putting on a noble, pure facade, but the only thing that makes her special is being born a female spirit. How disgusting." Genovia continued her tirade, perhaps never realizing, even at the end, that she'd been deceived. "How naive." To her outburst, Holan calmly replies, "Yes, we know each other very well." Her next words left her speechless. "And one weakness I know all too well about you is that you're always too quick to judge and underestimate others." Holan tore the root from the tree beside her. "Of course, as you said, I can be fake, selfish, and calculating, but I didn't trust you because I was naive." Her revelations stunned Genovia. "I did it to make you believe I accepted you as my friend." "Impossible." Without a word, Holan quickly channels her energy into the root. Life force. The blue light spread along the roots of the tree. "I'm using my life force to spread throughout the world, tree disrupting your magic circuit and preventing the Gladius connection." Seeing her plans foiled, Genovia flies into a rage. "For a mere puppet like you, how dare you do this?" Just as she was about to reach him, Leonhardt stepped forward and punched Genovia in the face, saying, "As if you're not a puppet yourself." The being vanishes into nothingness, prompting praise from Hanbin. "Nice hit," he said, turning to Holian. "So besides, these guys no more Gladius will appear," she explained. "No, my technique is only temporary. They'll swarm out again soon." However, Holan still holds vital information, but I've located her. I sense her at the top of the world tree. Hearing this, Hanbin declared, "Then, let's quickly eliminate these guys and head up." Genovia has nowhere left to run. Leon H. and Holan speak in unison to stop him. "No, leave this to us, you need to go after them now." Hanbin was left in confusion. "Even you say so, Holian. If I fight alongside you, we'll end this much faster." They explained that Genovia surely knew this, and only he could face Genovia or Gon now. Genovia is after one thing to burn away all the aura you've accumulated since your heart stopped beating. They reminded Hanbin, you need to conserve your strength as much as possible. But Hanbin still refused, saying, I told you I'm not leaving you behind. Leon H reassured him, trust me. He continued to persuade Hanbin. You told me to trust you, didn't you? I won't die until Genovia and Gahan are gone. Seeing this, Hanbin was gradually persuaded, so he decided to trust Leon H. Before leaving, Hanbin handed something over to Leon H, saying, Here, I'm giving this back to you, but only use it if there's absolutely no other way. He smiled as he took it. Very well. With everything handed over, Hanbin prepared to leave, putting all his strength into his legs and leaping upwards. The angelic monsters tried to give chase, and Genovia immediately gave them orders. Gladius Line, stop that outsider from reaching the top floor, she screamed. Even if it costs you your lives, stop him at all costs. But they didn't get far before a barrier appeared blocking their path. Not on my watch. Leon Hung Holen worked together to eliminate them, and now with no other options he pulled out the serpent he'd been given. Show me your true power, Leon H. says to Ouroboros, who bares its fangs in response. It immediately lunged, sinking its fangs into his neck. Ouroboros stretched its entire body, beginning to consume Leon H. I will grant you power. If you crave true power, then give me everything you have. Holen behind him also channeled more energy into him. Enhanced spatial awareness, strength, reflexes, and regeneration, along with fatigue resistance. Leon H, now empowered, immediately throws a punch at the approaching angel. With a single punch, the massive body would explode instantly. Leon H now radiated a terrifying aura. Ouroboros is completely assimilated, and suddenly Anya appears, immediately bestowing a blessing upon the serpent. Cursed by Ohm Blouse, you are nothing but a meaningless shadow. The blessing of light causes layers of skin to vanish from Leon H. At the same time, his body gained even more resilience, and light refraction nullified ranged attacks. A new form of Leon H has been created after that blessing. Ouroboros is fully revealed. As he stretched his limbs, he remarked with satisfaction, now that's quiet, much more comfortable. While transferring energy to Leon H, Holen suddenly thought of the unpredictable consequences. Leon H won't survive long after this battle. Physically, he's no stronger than a Gladius. And though the newly born Gladius has no knowledge, it can still sense power. But that very instinct causes it to freeze like an innate fear of a striking snake. Though its head was severed, silence fell. Seeing their hesitation, Lionheart spoke. If you won't come to me, he stepped closer, adding, then I'll come to you. The oppressive aura, radiating from Leon H, sent shivers down its spine, and it couldn't help but lunge toward him. A powerful fist is unleashed, but Leon H swiftly dodges it immediately, launching a counterattack. With a single blow, Leon H shattered the angel's arm before delivering a final, decisive punch. So this is how you brawl. Leon H unleashes a flurry of punches straight into the angel's face. Like a wild beast, he unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, each punch threatening to shatter his opponent's skull. And after toying with him, Leon H delivered the final decisive blow. Its body now lay sprawled in a pool of blood as he mercilessly stomped on the halo on its chest. The remaining angels froze in fear, as Leon H kicked the corpse away and spoke. Since becoming a pastor, I haven't been able to beat people to death like this, but thanks to you bastards, I'm basically unemployed now. He emanates a chilling aura, confidently declaring, I'll beat every last one of you to death. As soon as Leon H finished speaking, the remaining angelic monsters charged, but he didn't even bother to move, simply swinging his arm in combination with the giant fist behind him to annihilate them. One after another they rushed forward, only to be miserably defeated, blood splattering everywhere. Even when they attacked all at once, Leon H took them out with a single blow, then turned and finished off the rest. Without rest, Leon H unleashed a flurry of blows, his speed reaching its peak as he closed in on his opponents, striking them down with devastating force, each punch infused with immense power. Once gathered, he tightened his grip to deliver the final blow, a resounding crack as the last angel's head was struck. Leon H unleashed his full power, sweeping away everything in his path as Holen amplified his strength from behind. Seeing Leon H's attacks, she couldn't help but exclaim how strong he was, just like Barros or Gahan in their youth, wasn't it obvious? Leon H was chosen by the goddesses to inherit the 4 great heroes, and Holen holds him in the highest regard. If he trained for another 20 years, he could rival the current Gahan. But as she chatted with her spirit, an intruder appeared behind her. Of course, that's only because you've taught him spirit magic since he was little. I only taught him basic healing spells. A celestial monster emerges from below, attempting to attack Holion, but her spirit immediately cries out a warning. Holion was wary, but just as the monster closed in, Leon H rushed forward and killed it. He quickly crushed the halo, and Leon H, embracing her, assured, I'll protect you, so focus on Bai. Holen is relieved to hear this, saying, thank you truly. He gratefully tells her, I should be thanking you. Without your corn, I wouldn't have been able to move. Hien smiles, turning to express her gratitude. I mean, thank you for growing up so well despite a life full of mistakes and regrets. As she spoke, the skin on her face began to peel away. You showed me it still had meaning. Thank you, Leon says, his voice laced with worry. But then a noise from Hull's body interrupted his thoughts as the remaining halo soared into the sky in the distance. Damn it! Leonhardt was furious as he saw it beginning to absorb the angels. Is there still a light left? The scattered corpses are gathering, drawn to the light. Soon the corpses formed a colossal angelic monster. Gahan, seeing Lucen charge to disrupt their ritual. Ki is sent flying, and even I is overwhelmed by his power. Lucen clutches Leslie, trying to protect her. Lon, witnessing Gahan's power, turned pale. What is this? How could a mere human become such a magical swordsman? Countless swords now surrounded him, swirling continuously. Seeing this, Lucen loudly questions, Thunder, why are you so obsessed with that object? Sergan Gahan turns to rebuke them. Jiang Lucen, you're the ones talking nonsense. He retorted, why do you want to kill her? With that, Gahan commanded the 1,000 phantom swords to form a protective barrier around the girl. As Kivai rose, she explained, this is all part of Ampless's plan, but he wouldn't believe it. Of course, perhaps you all still think you're acting of your own free will. Gon unleashed a barrage of questions, but has it ever occurred to you that you're the ones being deceived by Amless? What proof do you have that you're not being manipulated? Annoyed by his stubbornness, Kivi angrily charges forward, channeling her goddess powers, but Gahan just stands there, not even bothering to dodge. Nonsense. He easily deflected the blow with his Yang Clear Sword, but in that moment Fi coordinated an attack, her blade instantly at Gahan's neck. Sensing the killing intent, he immediately struck Ki away to dodge, marveling at A's incredible speed. Too fast. He couldn't believe the radiant swords in her hands. Impossible. Gahan is utterly astonished by the preceding attacks. But with that swordsmanship, A unleashes her power, blinding lightning, erupting the descent of the Thunder Emperor. Lightning surges around her, amplifying her strength. Without hesitation, A rushes forward, her sharp blade meeting Gahan's defense. But that was just a feint. She immediately switched tactics, delivering a swift kick that sent his sword flying. But with his power, Gahan controlled it to return, aiming the blade straight at her head. Without mercy, he strikes, but with incredible speed, A dodges. Gon is shocked, she avoided it, her reaction speed is beyond normal limits. He began to carefully observe A's every move, channeling power throughout his nervous system to enhance his physique, but her speed was too great for Gon to anticipate, and she appeared behind him, having mastered the technique with extreme proficiency. A roared, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, but a magnetic force threw her backward. A strains to get closer but can't. Gahan's reflexes are too fast, erecting a force field to keep her at bay. Gahan turned and sternly asked Effie how she could use the Thunder Emperor's stance, to which she replied while trying to break through the barrier. It's obvious, isn't it? Because you were the one who taught me. He couldn't believe it. He had taught her swordsmanship. A figure flashes in Gahan's mind, and the memory causes him to clutch his head in pain. And with that, the barrier began to dissipate, the force field weakening. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Aif swung her sword, preparing to strike. She spun and somersaulted gracefully, delivering a blow that shattered the shield. After a moment, Gahan finally remembers who she is. It's Ife. He continues asking her, when I taught you, what was I like? She replied sternly, you never admitted it, but it was clear you enjoyed it. Gahan finally understood. So that's how it was. With that, he unleashes a torrent of power, a thunderous descent of lightning, a true display of the Thunder God's might. Seeing this, Ife raises her guard, wielding her magic sword with newfound caution he had been holding back all along. Gon's blade now blazes as he challenges. Then show me the move you learned from the Thunder Emperor. Electric currents surge around her feet. Ife retorts, even without your command, I intended to use it from the start, as she instantly flickers in and out of sight, charging towards Gon. Unfazed, he stood his ground, knowing the weakness of the technique he had created. It has speed, but it moves in a straight line. In other words, after reading Ife's attack, Gon pointed his sword right at her. If I can read your attack, you won't be able to dodge. But contrary to his expectations, she swiftly dodged to the side. This greatly surprised Gahan. The trajectory had changed, and Ife successfully injured him without any difficulty. In that crucial moment, Ife recalled Gahan's past teachings. If you can overcome this weakness, you might just graze my collar. Instantly, her blade multiplied, and she manipulated them with such skill that her speed reached its peak, effortlessly dodging Gon's blade. Just as A managed to wound him, the flow of battle shifted. Gahan was shocked by the feathery light strike, but with so many blades had she created wings from them. This display of skill earns her his praise. Impressive. Gahan continued, this idea is only feasible because you're a one. He secretly acknowledged Fi's talent. This technique requires extremely precise control of force. You truly are exceptionally talented. But what happened next left her stunned. Ai's attack had openings, allowing Gahan to shatter her blade, but his technique wasn't perfect. He crushed them to pieces, and only then did she realize he'd shattered her blades. But it was too late. Countless blades were already pointed at her head. As expected of Gahan, the Thunder Emperor, he couldn't be defeated with mere tricks. He swung his hand and the swords fell, demonstrating absolute power beyond technique. There was nothing Afe could do but brace herself as the swords relentlessly closed in leaving her cornered, suspended against the wall. Give up, Gahan advised. I don't want to ruin a talent that hasn't even blossomed yet, he continued to persuade A. If you stop letting that witch trick you, and surrender now, your safety in the Empire will be guaranteed. You're the one being deceived by dirty tricks. Otherwise, how would you know I'm one? Hearing this, he was utterly astonished that Gahan suddenly recalls their image from that time as Kivai seizes the opportunity to free Ei. Gahan, I have no way of knowing who you were in the past, what kind of person you were, or why you killed Barros. Hearing that name, Gahan nearly loses it. The image of Barros from that time was burned into his mind, as Kivai raised her weapon and declared that they were nothing more than puppets, stripped of the Dark Goddess's divine power. I won't let you have it. As soon as she said that, Lucen rushed forward and snatched the relic from Gon. He finally realized their plan. Her goal from the start was to make him draw his sword. Seeing the relic about to be stolen, Gon frantically turns around. The memory tube. Before he could finish, Lucen snatched it away, leaving La stunned. The moment the memory tube was taken, a surge of dark energy erupted, rushing forward in a frenzy. And as Jiang Lu pleaded, that energy exploded violently. Darkness consumed the space, and in the village where I lived, I was called a genius. At age 11, I discovered my ability to manipulate mana, and I even unlocked the Four Great Origins, a rare feat. I even thought I was a true genius. The children asked El if he was really leaving the village, to which he arrogantly replied, "Yeah, this village is too small for my magic sword," he confidently said. "I'm going to Onpris City. I'll become a hunter and one day stand alongside Gahan." Like all children who eventually grow up, he too matured, though his arrogance remained. That guy's probably only around level 24, but even so, he's just dust before my magic sword. He just kept rambling onto the crowd at the bar. You want to know why I don't go to other cities with stronger dungeons? I don't care about that. Onpris still has evil tendencies, maybe it's a territorial thing. But when asked about teammates, he suddenly grew somber. Forming a party, no thanks, I won't enter a dungeon unless I'm alone. I don't want to feel the pain of losing someone again. And in battle, a party is just a hindrance. Lon had been doing missions alone for quite some time. He continued saying that if the member was a helpless woman, he might consider it. After all, dungeons are dangerous places. But those words were lies, and perhaps my karma has come back to haunt me. I grew up on lies, and yet a poor girl approached me, then asking, "Where are you going?" At that moment he gently asked, "It's nothing big, I just have to stop by the Magic Kingdom. Is there anything you want? Should I buy something on the way back?" The little girl showed Lao her drawing, stammering the words An Ui. He gently embraced the child, promising, "I'll bring Jiang Lucen back with me, so please wait a little longer." Back in reality, the dark energy spread further, devastating everything around it, consuming all in its path. Kiwi and Effie struggled to avoid being blown away. This power had finally erupted. At this moment, the demonic energy consumed Gahan, giving him a new form, dark, divine power. This feeling, it all comes back to me. I killed my friend for the world. I have abandoned humanity. I will redefine justice and erase the world's pain. I was once so sure, but now I can't remember. Nor do I know what pain is. Suddenly, a faint cry cut through his thoughts, and Jiang Lucen was terrified by the scene before him. Go back. Lao used his remaining strength to pass the memory tube to Lucen. He was stunned, stammering, "Lord Lao is imprisoned there," repeating, "Return to the child, for I have promised." Lao's body was now only half there. He had sacrificed himself to save Lucen. Seeing this, Ethel frantically rushed over but was stopped. Even Lao Gahan didn't expect this situation. He stammered Jiang Lucen but was abruptly cut off. Lightning. Luin clutches Lao's body, declaring that justice isn't pursued but seized. "Without power you are nothing, weren't those your words?" Tears now streamed down his face as he screamed. Without power, he couldn't even uphold his own justice. Lucen's words struck Gahan's very core. That's just an excuse to protect your own weakness. With those words, Gon threw the memory vial with all his might. Gon didn't bother stopping Lucen. Ki and A worked together and charged forward. Finally, she seizes the sacred relic, and without a word they both rush off. Gahan stammered, "I know. I'm weak because I'm human." Images of that girl flashed through his mind as he thought, "I hate this world because I'm weak." And so, regaining his senses, he declared he must know the truth. With that, Gahan immediately chased after the two, their figures racing towards the top of the tree. In a panic, she cried out that he was coming, and the eclipse was about to begin. The closer Hanbin got, the more anxious Genenovia became. Omphalos will descend in less than 10 minutes. She immediately orders the monsters. All angels are awakening. Stop him, but this is nothing to Hanbin. Did you really think you could stall for time with trash like this? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group was torn apart by his blade. Back with Gahan, he frantically gives chase, reliving his memories, as Gon unleashes bolts of lightning to stop them. With such power, escape is impossible, and destroying this creation is out of the question. But she still refuses to yield. Meanwhile, Hanin struggles to reach the summit only to face another wave of monsters who unleash their combined energy to repel him, while Kivi is caught in a chaotic chase of dueling powers. Hanin couldn't give up, preparing a counterattack. His hands crossed, and in a flash, two streams of crimson energy shot out, blocking the angel's power. After a moment, they were pushed back. Everything dyed a deep crimson, the destructive force so terrifying that even Kivi was affected. It explodes, relentlessly clearing a path for Hanbin, and finally pierces through to the top of the tree. Following that path, Hanbin climbed to the top, successfully reaching the head of the tree, filling him with pride. But upon closer inspection, everyone was shocked. What is this? What the tree they worked so hard to reach was just an illusion. Ki mutters in disbelief at the holographic projection of the world tree, as Effie cries out in frustration. We were all deceived by that fake backdrop. Ki stares at the artifact in his hand. That illusion was only the bare minimum to conceal the anomaly. What truly deceived everyone was this creation's lasting effect of altering perceptions. She turned to Gon. You knew about all of this, didn't you? Gon replied somberly. Yes, though I didn't know my memories were inside it. Suddenly, a scream draws Hanbin's attention, as Zenovia smugly reveals she's tricked him. If you're looking for Gahan or the goddess's prophecy, you're out of luck. They're not here. At the same moment, she conjured a magical matrix to destroy Hanbin. He gazed at it thoughtfully, and in an instant, a massive surge of magical energy hurtled toward him, but he didn't flinch, directly swinging his sword. With a furious spin, Hanbin's sword tore through the magic, cleaved the mana, and pierced Genovia, whose constitution was no match for the attack. Genovia wondered how he could bisect her magic with just a sword throw. Impossible, it was too abnormal. She couldn't believe her eyes. Did it have enough weight and density to withstand her magic? And he can even wield that thing. Seeing Hanbin before her, Genovia still refuses to accept her fate. This dying otherworlder, he commanded sternly. Genovia, just answer my questions. There's no need to panic, she told herself. His target is the location of Ki and Gahan. I still have the upper hand. Genovia said haughtily, Kivi is still alive depending on what you do. Seeing her audacity, Hanbin mercilessly chops off Genovia's arm, causing her to scream in agony as blood gushes out. Hanbin sternly repeats, answer me clearly. What did you do? Genovia fearfully replies, what? He points to the ripe red fruit, the mass-produced gladius line grown on the world tree's branches. With those materials you fed humans to it, didn't you? Hearing this, Hanbin couldn't contain his rage, those who flocked to the world tree, just to survive. Seeing him like this, Genovia was terrified, and immediately blamed someone else. It's all Gahan's fault. He wanted to gather all the good people to create a new Rana. Genovia continued, revealing that aside from those truly invited, the rest would soon die in the decaying world tree. Then she tearfully feigned innocence. And I'm only human, aren't I? I was once one of the 4 heroes. Because Gahan said he would save the world, I had to borrow the power of Plus, and from there was no turning back, Hanin said grimly. So you're saying all of this was just a mistake? Zenovia replied immediately. That's right, everyone makes mistakes. Yes, I made a mistake too. I was wrong to let my curiosity draw me into Blauz's magic. Before she could finish, Hanbin cleaved Zenovia in 2. Exactly, and your lies were a mistake too. The sword spun in the air and returned to its master, who caught it, and added, even lies need to be polished. You were just wasting my time. Han glanced up at the sky. The eclipse is coming. He suddenly remembered the important question he needed to ask. Damn it, where is Gahan now? I should have asked before killing him. As Hanbin muttered, no, she'll just twist everything. A familiar voice echoed, but not everything was a lie. Hanbin was stunned by the voice as Genovia calmly continued. While researching the artifact, I connected with Amphalos, so my delving into its magic out of curiosity is true. That was just her trick. Curiosity is an irresistible instinct of the wise. She continued. You're curious too, aren't you, about why I'm alive? You must have killed the real Zenovia. Continued. So why do we both exist? Genovia remained cryptic, refusing to reveal her secrets, but she would speak of Gahan. She reveals to Hanbin that Gahan is located at the farthest point of the world tree, directly opposite this planet, the Magic Kingdom, at the very top of the tower. Gahan said in a deep voice, I tried to control death with the power of darkness, and for the wicked I grant death to cleanse the world. He stood there facing A and Ki, saying, to the good I grant eternal life, so they may continue to serve the world. That is why I spared you. Ifei rejects Gahan's view, questioning whether he arbitrarily decides who is good and evil. So you're willing to discard anyone who doesn't please you, he calmly replies. Even with only half my divinity, I can see through it all. Who is good, who is weak? Kivi objects, knowing that such a solution is not a true resolution. Even if all that's good is gathered, humanity will still create conflict. Gon hasn't changed his view. Mutual hatred and grudges cannot be severed. If you erase the memories, they'll disappear. Kivi questioned him further, but will they really? It's your own hatred. Gon calmly replies, at least to understand that I need those memories. She angrily screamed. Even if it was all Omlaus's scheme back with Zenovia, she calmly enjoyed her cigarette. Omlaus, the destroyer of countless intelligent species, understood them better than even the goddess. Genovia continued. All who once stood at the pinnacle of worlds and history share a common idea: humans fear the unknown, yet crave to know it. Even with all the pieces in place, humanity can't look away from the missing one, especially when it's the turning point of their life. You can't live if you fill that void. Gahan swung his sword, deflecting the ether, while Hanin began to erupt a brilliant red light filling the space. He slashed Genenovia with his sword only to hear her voice moments later. I admit I have been reborn once more. You're as strong as Barot. I can't kill you. But you can't kill me either, so you have to admit there's no other way, right? Hanbin silently stares, offering no response. Genenovia abruptly changes the subject, saying destruction doesn't follow a schedule. Doesn't he know what's happening out there? Calmly, she reveals the situation to Hanbin. Through the space rift, the mundane angels are pouring in. The Hunters Guild has been disbanded by the Holy Mother Church. Civilians have no way to defend themselves, and even hiding in the wilderness offers no escape. The otherworlders are rampaging, and the monsters are endless. The Gladius aren't just born from the World Tree, but from roots spreading across the continent, far outnumbering those you've slain. They're spreading throughout Rodna into Onprus, a stronghold built by rebels, and those ordinary hunters are just tasty food for the newly born Gladius. Genovia scornfully looks down at Hanin, saying that no matter how strong he is, he's just one person, and even if he holds on, Radna is doomed. As she speaks, the moon slowly begins to cover the Sunday. Even if you run until you're breathless, you won't reach the Magic Kingdom before the eclipse begins. Seeing Hanbin cornered, Genenovia burst into gleeful laughter. Don't be so childish to think your fists can solve everything. It's laughable. The moon was almost completely eclipsing the sun, but Hanbin wasn't afraid. He smirked and replied, I knew that already. I knew Kivi and Gahan weren't at the World Tree. Hearing this, Genenovia's smile faltered, and Radna, who originally had 2 moons. As Hanbin spoke, he glanced behind him. Even my own power isn't enough to bear it all. Just then, a gate opened and a majestic figure emerged. Seeing him, she was utterly astonished. What? The time relic clearly wasn't ready to be released. Hanbin smiled, asking the newcomer how he felt. How's the air out here, after all this time? Artis, the one who emerged, was none other than Addis. Genenovia screamed in terror, and Eos stammered in response. He saw their terrified faces and replied with a satisfied smile. Too perfect for me to destroy. The system also displays information about the level 98 Fire Dragon Addis. That day after Hanbin left, it had been 200 years since everyone else departed. Even newborn dragons had grown. But compared to that, why is a human's life so short? Now none of the hunters who came here with me are still alive. Instead, their descendants live with the dragons as a matter of course, helping each other, trusting each other, and developing draconium together. Night quickly fell over the land, a world where humans and dragons lived together. I achieved my dream, but sometimes I dream of traveling the world with everyone, and I suddenly feel uneasy. Is the world out there okay? Is Hanbin truly living happily? And Miss Kivi, my most special hatchling, as I wrote in my recent letter, every time I see Chamo and Electrian's child, Artis cheers, and I regret letting him go, regret leaving him. I miss his voice. To Addis, with all my love. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed through the room, causing Addis to turn around in surprise. Tamia entered, speaking softly. Forgive me for intruding, she said. Why are you here so late? Thanks in advance, she quickly replied. Ati, your highness, I was wondering why your room was still lit so late. A gentle expression graces thanks in advance's face, but suddenly she snaps, complaining about writing letters while someone here is about to become an old maid dragon. Suddenly Electrian chimes in, thanks in advance, act your age. I'm sorry, your highness. Chamo added that she thought Prince Altus was partly to blame, as Artis stood up looking flustered along with Electrian and Chamo. Did I disturb your sleep? I was just finishing up my research before heading to bed. However, they cheerfully replied, no, the timing is perfect. Suddenly they brought out a birthday cake with excited faces saying, Happy 365th birthday. Electrian sighed, saying that normally the whole island would celebrate but apologized for the modesty. Tamia sighs in relief, realizing it's because Artis said he didn't want one. Only his father remained calm as he always forgot his own birthday anyway. Artis happily thanked everyone but noted the small number of candles. Hearing this, the other party asked, is that so? Artis sighed and declined. No need. If you light 365 candles, it'll be a fire hazard, words from the witch who burned down a mountain to protect me. Suddenly, Hanbin walked in, freezing everyone in place, and cheerfully said, sorry to appear like this again. Hello. Immediately after, everyone remained frozen in place when suddenly screams echoed out. Is there a ghost? Am I dead? No, I'm not dead, am I? The skull fearfully explained. I survived by creating an aura crystal for emergency healing, but I almost died for real because of him. I thought about killing him right then and there, but his teleportation ability is too useful and he begged for his life. To be safe, I planted a DF remote bomb on him, so don't worry. This prompted the question, how can we not worry? Your heart has stopped. You should be treated properly here. But the other party replied that it couldn't be done. Hanbin explained that because his heart had stopped and Ohm Plus's reaping power had been evaded, he'd even escaped forced suicide. Another person interjected, so healing your heart will have to wait until everything is done. After we stop Ohm Plus from descending into Gon, Tamia angrily snapped, saying there's nothing left to discuss, so just charge to the World Tree and destroy everything, even the vessel of God. Whether it's Gahan or not is irrelevant. The father smiled eerily and added, let's just snap Munia's neck, that witch. However, Han frantically waved his hand. No, Gahan is not at the World Tree, Electrin says. Then where is he? This leaves him momentarily perplexed. How would I know? But my gut tells me he's not at the World Tree. Artus was clearly pensive. He agreed with Hanbin that if the corrupted World Tree had spawned a new angel, it wouldn't be for Gon's sake, and Om Plus wouldn't place Gahan's vessel in such an obvious place. So that's it, Tamiya exclaimed as expected, of Artus so smart, so convincing. Hanbin nodded slightly, his voice cold. Furthermore, our enemy is Om Plus, also known as the god of conspiracy. If we make any suspicious moves, he'll immediately counter. Timing is everything. We must assassinate Gahan during the eclipse when Omlaus is otherwise occupied. But Cha Mo interjects, pointing out that they don't know Gahan's location, making such a move reckless. But Hanbin slowly reassured them, it's alright, just trust me. I'll find a way to deal with Gahan. Electrian grinned, is it that instinct again? Tamiya quickly retorted that it didn't sound reasonable at all, but having fought alongside him, there was no reason not to trust him. However, Hanbin kept insisting that if he lost control this time, there would truly be no turning back. This made Addis think Hanbin. As I suddenly became king, a voice echoed, but there aren't many of us dragons. Artus reassured, it's alright, I've already spoken with the spirits and the W Knights. He thought to himself that he had pondered the meaning of being a king, but looking at him he thought he finally understood a little. With a serious expression, Han continued, I'll also inform the Hunters Guild, so they won't be caught off guard by the dragon's appearance. This action pleases Atis. He's grown so much more than I have. Suddenly, Hanin called out to Addis, reminding him that, when he left the group, Addis had to shoulder the burden for 200 years. Apologies for saying this now, but I couldn't let you finish, he interrupted. But can I rejoin now after all this time? A dragon never forgets a kindness. And from the start you were the leader, weren't you? Hanbin chuckled with amusement as Ryu Hanbin, the otherworldly Sword King, quickly shook his hand. Electrian knelt on the ground reverently. Your Highness, the eclipse will begin outside. Artus quickly ordered preparations for his speech, which were now complete, and he stepped outside. Altus stood there regal and imposing. Everyone, this may be the last time I speak to you. We dragons have been oppressed, and whether humans are good or bad, we living weapons can only endure more bitterness. But the responsibility to protect Radna from the Fairy King is gone. We no longer have to abandon our happiness or bow our heads. Atis thought, I will fight to spread my dream to enter the real world, not out of duty, but for the man who looks up. He couldn't help but smile warmly, as Atis emphasized, I will fight for the glory of the dragon race. And so I call upon the people to fight with me, not for the Arne that the dragons once feared, but to protect the Arne of the dragons, and wipe out Radna's enemies, the ones they once cursed, the ones who were once imprisoned, dragons. Electrian crackled with lightning while Tamiya tore into her enemies. Dragons soar through the air, circling a burning tree, while others lay siege to a fortress. Dragons appear in the mountainous forest, breathing fire onto a tree, instantly setting it ablaze. Genenovia clutches her face and screams, this can't be, this flame. It's created from the breath of the Dragon King, but Kandran died and disappeared a long time ago. So this is one of his remaining descendants. Is it truly Kandran's bloodline? She looks down, face pressed close, and begins to berate them. Estos, you useless bastards, how dare you betray the supreme Om Plaus? Once he knows this, he'll surely take your head. But over here he doesn't hesitate to shout, so you think your fate will be any different from mine. I've served Lord Omlos for thousands of years. I know him better than anyone. If he knew how bad things had gotten, she wouldn't survive either. Sadly, she underestimated that cripple, and didn't eliminate him sooner. Hanbin immediately questioned him. Hey, who are you calling disabled? Realizing his slip-up, Ektos chuckled, explaining I was just comparing myself, my lord. Yet Hanbin wasn't angry, but rather sympathetic. I find that comparison quite interesting, Genenovia, especially since you always look down on me. She revealed that Gahan was still in the Magic Kingdom, a secret suddenly exposed, and Genenovia was so shocked that she screamed. You're mistaken, Han simply replied with a smile. Thanks for that, you fake hag. A blinding light then appeared. Genovia's face contorted as she wondered when it all went wrong. Her plan was supposed to be perfect. The World Tree is being burned by an outsider from another world. Is this all my fault? No, it can't be. Just a bit of bad luck, right? At that moment ATC switched tactics, unleashing an icy breath. The flames suddenly vanish, replaced by ice, leaving Genovia to wonder. Did the fire just disappear? Well, if the World Tree burns, it's not just me who'll be destroyed. Radna wouldn't exist without the World Tree, and that dragon breath must have exhausted him. Isn't this my chance? If I can kill him now, I can make up for my mistake. Bringing down that outsider may be difficult, but taking down a mage who isn't even level 100 is a piece of cake. She decides to attack ATC with her magic, but it's like a bug before the great Genovia. She unleashes an attack, shrouded in hellish light, but ATC simply waves his hand, manipulating the elements to absorb it. ATC returned, the attack unscathed. Genovia was speechless, and it finally spoke. Genovia, you have scorned my kind and destroyed them over time, now you will suffer the same fate. The flames gather, growing ever stronger. But instead of fear, a wicked smile spreads across her face. Because the gods never deceive, this title is bestowed upon a mage recognized by the gods as the strongest. That person would be called an archmage, and even now, as an enemy of the gods, they have yet to take that title from her. This means there's no question that she's the greatest mage. Genovia's talent valued above all else is her vast trove of knowledge. That's why she knows every spell from the lowest to the highest level. She can dissect and recreate them. But it doesn't stop there. Omus granted her divine knowledge and extra mouths, allowing multiple incantations to be cast simultaneously, perhaps 2 or even 3. Any complex powerful magic is just an opportunity for Genovia to counterattack. Her shield blocks the ATC's fire, but that leaves her with no way to counterattack. Genovia grimaces, realizing this isn't magic at all, but rather fire, the most basic of elements. Its essence is simply raising the temperature or releasing energy to ignite the oxygen in the air, a spell even a dragon could cast effortlessly. It cannot be dispelled or countered. Genovia immediately retaliates with an ice spell to reduce the heat of that energy stream. Freeze. Agao Moamai ATC is just primal fire. It's not even dragon's breath. You really think you can kill a grand mage with something so cheap? At didn't answer, he simply cast another spell. With a simple spell to create a terrifying gust of wind, and a basic spell to purify the air, he amplified the flames by feeding them oxygen. ATC's hand nearly glowed, flames erupting from it, blasting directly into Genovia's face, a long searing line of fire. With clean air manipulation in hand, he isolates the oxygen, condenses it, and then, boom, a white light engulfs Genovia. Reaching temperatures of 2,000 degrees, ATC exploits the plane's rules, leaving Genovia to scream in terror. This magic shouldn't exist. Accordingly, space itself was pierced, leaving only half of Genovia's body behind as ATC's voice echoed, "It does exist." His hand continues to control the ice, the other red fire. She just doesn't know how to use it. After all, I've been creating it for 200 years. Genovia, after all the time she's spent with us, her face is becoming increasingly grotesque, twisted by ATC's attack, yet she still loudly retorts. In the end, it's just a patchwork of novice spells. True magic is like this. Illusory magic circles fired at Artlin. Genovia grinned, "I am a great mage, blessed with immortality by the god Om Plus. Even outsiders gave up trying to kill me and fled. And you're just a dragon." Genovia barely had time to gloat before sensing something was wrong. The energy is converging. Only now does ATI respond. Hanbin would never run. His level is currently 130-160-180-200. Genovia continued to erect magical barriers to defend herself. She continuously casts spells, mirror coating, firewalls, insulation, absorbing energy from the floor, ice walls, and magic barriers as ATC continues to charge his attack. Hanbin entrusted me with the Tree of Life. Meanwhile, Moinia senses the danger and things are getting complicated. My energy shield is melting like butter. ATC successfully pierced through Genovia. Fighting her was a waste of time. The flames rage on and Genovia falls. Memories flood back to a time when she stood before a judge. Your research is excellent, but Ohm's magic is dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to study magic with practical applications in everyday life? You don't have the talent to handle Ohm Blause's magic. Don't waste your time. The current Genovia is revealed beneath the body with a gaping hole, and she shouts loudly. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up." Ohm Blause's wild magic. Complex formations materialize in the air, targeting ATC, ready to strike. He can feel how different this is from other magic. But he'd seen a similar formation before. Another silent incantation was spoken. ATC's eyes widened in shock as he was hurled to the ground. Across from him, Genovia slowly landed as struggled to sit up, shocked to feel his magic simply vanish. "No, it's more than that. I can't even cast new spells and I can't transform back. And the frost covering the world tree has vanished." He looks up and observes that it's a magic that cancels all other magic within a defined space, including Genovia's own. The magic cast by a great mage is actually a magic of erasure. Should we still believe she surrendered in magic? Genovia remained silent, her face twisting in anger as she screamed and pointed her gun at ATC. Not to be outdone, ATC immediately drew his gun to retaliate, and with a bang, Genovia's wing was pierced. "I'm just proving that I'm the greatest mage. And other than having dragon blood, you're nothing." ATC is shot and collapses. Genovia laughs as she sees him on the ground. But just then, a comment rang out, pathetic, to the very end. "Ha," Genovia glances over. "You guys, you annoying bastards. Why are you still alive? Just die already." But the Lord of Hell's light was met with only silence, and Leon laughed at the sight. She actually used an erasure spell. Holen, standing nearby, was curious, but the spirit magic was still working. Leon H. then remarks, "Habits are truly terrifying. So can she defeat a spirit master now?" As a mere human, Genovia suddenly points a gun at her head, sneers and declares she'll pull the trigger. But the gun disintegrates before a shot can be fired. So disintegration magic still works even within the deletion zone, and it seems she can't control when to restore. ATC speaks up, mocking Genovia's plan to die and revive outside the nullification zone. "I won't allow it." Witnessing this only makes Genovia more uncomfortable. "That bastard knew I'd try to escape, so he targeted my wings first. How can you survive without magic? ATC explained that Hanbin's hair is harder than any armor, so Mr. Kamo made us all armor. All we have to do is beat her senseless enough to not die. After all, that's Father Jin's basic principle, Leon H. added, echoing ATC. You can trust us compared to what you put me through. I'm an expert, to be honest. Gahan forced Kiv to her knees. He looked down at her and said grimly, Kivi, if you were created by the goddess herself, then you are nobler than any human. End this meaningless fight. Kivi responds to these words. Indeed, if it were the me of the past, perhaps I. She struggles to stand resisting Gon's sword. Ki jumps to dodge his attack, for the human mind is too weak and often flees. But when pushed to the brink, Gon was forced back by Kivi, who, seeing his discomfort, continued. Like you, humans will risk their lives to rise up, and Kivi swings her weapon, striking Gahan. A red light erupts into a pillar, piercing the sky. Gon finally replies, yes, that is the nature of humanity. He reached out easily, grasping Kivi's neck, and Gahan's somber voice echoed once more, thus, the world has never known true peace. Kiwi frowned a little surprised, pondering how a direct hit left, not a scratch. Gon continued, discarding the weapon. Humans place their hopes on my ambition, and fight those who brandish and destroy the world with unease. Perhaps you're the same now. Yes, and I am the last. The golden scroll in Kiwi's hand was almost placed into Gon's. Ki closed his eyes tightly, and the space was covered in darkness before a voice rang out. Ryu Hanbin, what are you doing? Are you imagining fighting Barros? His opponent, Sword King Hanbin, simply agreed with her. I know I can't beat Barros. Ki then added. But do you know what can be changed if there are no other options? If all you know is despair and running? Han confesses. Like when I spent 20 years surviving among monsters in the mountains, people don't die from despair, they die from hopelessness. So don't give up, Kiv Vi. Are you still worried about me? Blushing, she shouts, I'm not drunk yet. Another drink, that's an order. And so the Ki of the present has the courage to declare, I will not give up, I will not rue Hanbin. Gahan couldn't hide the shock on his face as he realized what she was about to do. Don't tell me she's going to self-destruct. A beam of light erupts from the tower, leaving Gahan behind in smoke and dust, his face twisted with malice. Who are you? Kivi muttered, and Hanbin quietly responded. Who else would it be? Hanbin had somehow managed to rescue Kivi from Gon's grasp. He smiled again and said, Who else would it be? Ryu Hanbin. Kivi's eyes widened in disbelief, her whole face changing as she recognized him. Kivi then burst into tears, sobbing as she spoke. Don't worry anymore. Just live happily. I told you to live happily. What is this? Hanin softly replied, I'm sorry, but this is my happiness. Kivi couldn't help but laugh at this. Hanbin suddenly turns serious, but before he can finish saying that she married Gon as a precaution, Kivi slaps him hard across the face. Are you stupid? It's my choice, and more importantly, does it even matter with the apocalypse coming? Hanbin grabs her hand, cutting her off. Important, I'd say it's as important as the world itself. For me, they just leaned in about to kiss when a voice rang out beside them. Sorry to interrupt. Startled, Vivi cried out as the lich in Hanbin's hand curiously asked what was going on. Doesn't anyone find this place terrifying? Omblaus is right above us. Please, can we go somewhere else? Fi has also appeared, and she says Han is alive. That's great. Hanin responds with a smile. Fi, it's good, you're safe. Altus will be relieved. She asked back, shocked. He reunited with Artis Hen and continued. Yes, Artis is beating up Genova at the World Tree. Hearing this, Eileen's face lit up with admiration. Artis, you broke free from your chains so quickly. We may meet again. Hanbin Lord Rada. Hanbin simply affirmed, yes, I've met him and the others. This place is dangerous. Leave the rest to me. You two go. But in an instant, a beam of black light shot through. The item in Hanbin's hand was snatched away, and Gahan ruthlessly stomped on the calendar. A voice echoed from the other side. The gods don't break promises. You promised that even if my cloak was torn, they wouldn't be harmed, but you never allowed anyone to steal my possessions. If you dare break it, you'll pay the price. The otherworldly L, pinned under Gahan's foot, desperately tries to negotiate with a smile. You said you're Gahan, right? I'm actually a big fan. I was only forced to cooperate with him because I had no choice. With my power, that otherworldly being doesn't stand a chance. My teleportation abilities, combined with Gahan's speed, no one can stop us. Wait. Gahan coldly remarked, annoying. Kivi urgently handed him the scroll, saying, Hanbin, destroy this creation. Gone. No, it seems Oln is after this. Han frowns at the object in his hand. This is a memory tube, and for the divine vessel to be complete, the mind must first die. Like Prius, this is the purpose of this creation. Gon's eyes flashed with orange animosity. Meanwhile, Han responds in kind, crushing the item he received from Kivi Vi, who then slowly begins to speak. It's not your fault. Hbin stares in shock as her body begins to change. Kivi K says softly, I already knew. Hanin rushes to catch her, as Kivi K continues to reassure him. The prophecy about me, my destiny. Han panicked, looked down at her, saying, No, this can't be happening. Ki responded with a smile. Don't make that face. You saved the world, thank you. Gon, on the other hand, grabbed a light in space and spoke. She is my servant, and every choice comes with a price, Ryu Hanbin. Hanbin had fallen into a state of rage, gone. But before he lost control, a voice echoed, stopping him. Ryu Hanbin. They've been sent back to the moment before he crushed the golden scroll, Kivi explains anxiously. Gahan wasn't embracing applause, but was aiming for this. Hanbin paused, observing the object in his hand, and pondered. Was that the power of the memory tube? Kivi's voice rose in surprise as he suddenly embraced her. Ryu Hanbin should have taken the time to escape. Han, on the other hand, is busy pondering, and it feels very real. Then he muttered something that widened Kivi's eyes in surprise before entrusting Gahan. Hey, take care of Kivi. Confused, she hesitantly asks again, as Hanbin unleashes his power. Instantly, he and Gahan charged at each other, their clashing blue and red energies distorting space itself. It was then that Hanbin declared, "This battle is between us, leave everyone else out of it, including Ki Vi." Gahan calmly responded, "So you knew the goddess's oracle was my servant." Both held a critical weakness over the other. Very well. They traded blows, a dance of red and blue light. Their weapons clashed again and again, an almost uncountable number of times, blue against red sparks flying. Gahan frowned, recalling that it used to be a brute force method of overpowering opponents, using the greatsword's advantage to redirect slashes, causing his sword to slip and breaking his center. The red sword in Han's hand spun, blowing Gahan away. The advantage of dual swords lay in defense, and the space here was cracking from Ha's battle. Gaha observes mid-battle that he doesn't wield dual swords as they should be. Impressive switching so fluidly between offense and defense isn't Barros's style, is it? Han replies softly after fighting like a madman for 30 years. Hearing this, Gahan continued, "Is that so? It seems your training methods are meaningless as well." "Still don't get it. Skill can't be overcome with brute force." Hanbin simply smirked and replied with utter arrogance, "That only happens if you lack the strength." Gahan's blue sword gradually turned red from Hanbin's impact. He was forced to back away as Hanbin unleashed his power, and Gahan struggled to defend himself. He continued to stare at him silently, making a terrifying observation. "So that's the aura that gathers when the heart stops beating. But perhaps he's used up all his aura. It seems his exhaustion is a disadvantage. His speed and energy can't match mine. He wants a close-quarters battle, decisive and swift. He's waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow, and Hanbin now uses the cross sword." Gahan leaps away, realizing the feint was a setup for Kivi to strike from their blind spot. And this time Gahan's blue aura takes over. He mutters a disappointing remark. "Kivi is my servant, so what she hears I hear as well." Hanbin's whispers to Kivi were actually my command to strike Gahan with the cross sword, and her eyes widened in shock when she heard it. Hanbin's eyes widened in surprise, as Gahan launched a counterattack, gathering spirit energy into a lightning sword, and mockingly questioning him. "You want to inherit Baralt, how dare you?" The giant attack hurtles toward Hanbin. Gritting his teeth ready to withstand the impact, the two forces collided. Ki shouted from the sidelines, "No, Ryu Hanbin, don't break it." Hanbin was even more shocked to see the hidden form within. White dust rose like a curtain and red stones floated in space. Gahan finally spoke. It died by Gigant, scattering its essence on the ground. Then Hanbin spoke like any other outsider. "If you were Gahan, I thought you'd want to kill me with Barros's weapon. So that thing is Gigant." Barros swung it around so violently, and it's still intact. Gahan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You believed it could withstand my sword, so you were aiming for Jigan from the start. What do you intend to do?" Han didn't answer, focused on the power emanating from the artifact before him. A command is issued. Vantaran's intellect. Hanbin embraces the weapon, unleashing a torrent of aura, compressing it to its limit, and sublimating it into a deadly technique. The technique was called Vantaran Fighting Spirit. Hanbin muttered that he still couldn't use it. Without reaching the demigod level, Vantar can't face Gahan. Of course, it's a technique that requires immense aura control, so it's normal that you can't use it. The spirit girl continued, saying Barros was a once-in-a-millennium genius of fighting spirit, and Vantaran was a technique he created over his entire life. "It would be strange if a newbie like you could use this technique after only a few tries," Hanbin remarked. "That's harsh," Leonhard said. "I had a lot of aura." Antia reluctantly replied, "But your aura control is terrible." The dwarf beside them finally chimed in. "They both have a point. The more aura that needs to be compressed, the bigger the explosion if they mess up. But if he reduces the aura, he can't achieve apotheosis, which is why we need the Gigantus. It's using the World Tree's properties to stabilize the aura flow by feeding the catalyst into the original sword's sheath. Test 337. The real problem is the machinery continues to pump aura into the catalyst, beginning the compression. 5 seconds until we reach the threshold. 5, 4. A2 removed his glasses and looked down at the dwarf, continuing to speak. "The problem is, the force needed for compression is too great, right? But I'm stronger than that machine." He looked up and explained, "That's the problem. The catalyst has to withstand a massive amount of compressed aura, but the core of the hilt can't handle it. The only choice is the Gigant." Gahan couldn't hide the surprise on his face, so he had been aiming for the Gigant from the start. Red light emanates powerfully all around, as Ki worries watching Ryu Hanbin struggle with the sword in his hands. He gritted his teeth, realizing this was harder than he thought, the aura too unstable. If I mess up, it'll explode again, and I don't have enough aura for a second try. Perhaps I should reduce the amount of aura I'm injecting. For now, focus on not failing and give it everything I've got. Rookie, his eyes shone with fierce determination. Then a light flashes from the center of the red zone, and Ki cries out in worry. Hanbin's face froze in shock, while Gon below exclaimed in awe. No way. That's a technique Barros spent his entire life perfecting. A technique for humans to rise through their own power. Only Barros could achieve it. This technique was possible because he was Barros, but you're just a foreigner. You have no right to recreate this move. Ryu Hanbin has now successfully awakened the Vantaran fighting spirit. Gon furiously charges, followed by a barrage of sharp swords all aimed at one point. But Hanbin easily deflected all three blades at once, prompting Gon to angrily shout, "You stole Barros' technique. You dare follow the path of what killed him," Hanbin said, grimly parrying Gon's attack. "I'm only following the same path Barot once walked, leaving the rest to those who come after me. That's why this sword is so heavy." Gon summoned countless blue swords, forming shields before him, but Hanbin shattered most of them, even collapsing half the structure with the force of his blow. Hanbin retreated slightly, only to hear Gahan's laughter. He sat on a rock, muttering, very heavy, not like before, but you're still lacking. You're just realizing it now. I'll know what you know soon enough. Gahan then uses divine form, divine manifestation, defying the world's logic. Elsewhere, Omus had foreseen the dragon's escape, but the tension between the divine candidates would soon reach its peak, and still no reports. The two brothers stammered in shock at their discovery. Moreover, that level is impossible. Shut up. Obviously nothing is impossible. He's dead, killed by a gladiator, reported dead, though his power remains to be harvested. You, on the other hand, claim he escaped. Escaped? You know the Omlaus candidate. He was a candidate, but the level information was wrong. We could have overwhelmed him early on, but we hid his identity and missed our chance. The somber attacker says that even with our current mobility and stamina, the scenario has been ruined. The twins bow their heads and reply, "If it were us, we could have killed him." The enemy reveals that the world tree's life energy emits poison to the outside of Latna. Therefore, the gladiators were created to adapt to Latna's environment. As long as the world tree remains, Anbek cannot be perfected, and humans cannot function normally in Latna. They hastily corrected him. "We know that too," but the other declared bluntly, "Die to fulfill your final mission to grow." Unexpectedly, the two said in unison, "What the gods want, we are willing to do." Hanbin, empowered, and wielding a massive sword, prepares to face his foe, while Gahan erupts in scornful laughter, mocking the weight of the blade. "Indeed, you're different, but still far behind. You've only just realized what I've known for ages, and you will realize it eventually." As Gahan spoke, he floated into the air, preparing to unleash a new power. A divine manifestation, the form of a goddess. A massive sword descends from the divine manifestation, shattering the planet's surface and sending debris flying. Even Aphir struggles to withstand the force. She was shocked by the assessment, as a single blow had crushed the fortress where they had just fought into pieces, and Kivi offered her opinion. Gon wasn't satisfied with just the darkness divinity. He continued researching how to control it, while Ryu Hanbin doesn't even know how to use his. As she spoke, Ai turned back in alarm, anxiously asking Han, "So Hanbin can't materialize his divinity?" Kivi slowly added a smile already forming on her lips, but that didn't matter in this fight. Meanwhile, Hanbin, though, struggling against Gahan's attack, still manages to taunt him. "That's right, you should have revealed yourself sooner." Hanbin tenses his body, a red light flashes, and he pushes back Gon's attack, swinging his sword, leaving Gon visibly shocked. He pushed back that sword with pure strength. Hanbin follows up with a crimson strike. He faced the giant entity head-on, marveling as he fought. "Dealing with the big guys is my specialty." He then unleashed a massive gigant strike, followed by a gigant rampage, pummeling the entity, until it cried out in painlight swirling around them. Gon could only watch, helplessly wondering if the goddess's form he had destroyed had also destroyed her divinity. Even Barros's divinity was being corrupted by dark divinity. "What is your divinity?" Hanin asked, raising his sword high. "I don't know. My body is reacting faster than my mind." His power surges more intensely than ever, the scale of the attack immense as Hanbin uses Jigon Pierce. His sword struck Gahan, who gasped in pain. Gahan crashes down the earth around him, plowing up as Hanbin's sword pierces Gahan. But his body dissipates and Han realizes it was just a shadow. But Han realized too late, and was struck by an attack, leaving a blue gash across his back. Gahan's voice then echoed, "It seems your divinity can destroy other divinities, so all I need to do is avoid direct confrontation. I will tear you apart until your body can no longer withstand your divinity," Gahan declared grimly, as blue swords materialized around him. With that, he deployed a magic circle, and Kivi urgently warned Ryu Hanbin to escape Gahan's territory. No, even if he's immune to bleeding, reckless movement will expose his tendons. He can't attack and defend with two swords, and using only one great sword puts Ryu Hanbin at a disadvantage. To conserve aura defense is the best option. However, he'll be stuck if he gives up attacking to defend. Gahan's voice echoed again amidst the battle. Do you presume to know Barros's techniques? The only thing you've matched me in is the level gap from reaching a demigod. But Barros has never once beaten me in speed. Of course, Barros broke this formation once by shattering the ground, but this time is different. Using divinity, I can create them on both land and in the air. This technique that creates infinite lightning is called the Infinite Divine Array. This is my trump card meant to suppress Barros. Hanbin struggles against the formation while his opponent drones on never getting a chance to use it, but if he saw it, he would have loved it. Gahan exploited a weakness, and though you're an outsider, I'm grateful. On behalf of Barot Ketchup Splatters, he must have struck Hanbin's vital point. Key's eyes widened in shock as he heard Gahan stammer in disbelief. How could this be? Hanbin fixed him with a sharp gaze, explaining grimly, I told you my body moves before I can think. Having locked onto his opponent and dodged the attack, he continued offering an apology. But I'm not Barot. Gahan, sensing danger, quickly tried to back away. He clutched his face, groaning in pain, then instinctively moved to dodge, but Hanbin's voice filled him with dread. I won't let you escape this time. Do you know what I had to go through to catch you?